This young man is not lucky enough to be chosen by the tower to receive a skill, and of course, he has no chance to join the monster invasion mission to level up. So Kim Gong can only sit in front of the TV, envying the mighty and majestic Fire King sitting there bragging. The more he looked at the posters plastered all over his wall, the more he envied and shouted out loud, "I wish I could become someone like the Fire King and have his skills as my own." So it turns out even the heavens have eyes, not just the tower. And suddenly, a skill card appears along with a bright green notification. The tower, surprised by your envy, grants you a skill. It's true that expecting to get something without doing anything is just a myth. Even though I've seen it many times on TV, Kim Gongja still can't believe it's real. This is the moment you've longed for. Tears stream down your face as your hands hurriedly reach out. It's an S-rank skill. I have to unlock it right now. But what the hell is this? I want to become someone like that at S+ level. The effect automatically activates when I am killed by an enemy. You copy a skill from the enemy who killed you and turn it into your own. You cannot copy from an opponent who has already been copied before. The copying skill will be chosen randomly. However, you must die. Kim Gong-ra, brought down from the blue clouds to hell, screams in despair. Damn it, is it all pointless now that copying no longer has any meaning? Feeling hopeless and sad, the young man drags his battered body to a tavern to drown his sorrows. After drinking it all, his head pounding like a hammer, Kim Gong stumbles out, staggering and unsteady. Oh, so somehow I saw a scene where the idol and the saintess are arguing in an alleyway, because Hoa Vuong thought she had poisoned and was about to assassinate him, so he didn't hesitate to kill her in a sea of flames. Even if the saintess desperately begged him to resolve the misunderstanding together, he still showed no mercy. Kim Gong stood nearby, witnessing everything with a pale face like a frog's butt, covering his mouth and nose in fear. A negotiation between someone who wants to kill and someone who doesn't want to be killed? A hero, perhaps? What's with this guy, a serial killer and a lunatic? The young man hurriedly grabbed his pants and ran away, but how could Swanna's legs disobey and slowly collapse at that critical moment? Fire King then suddenly appeared from behind. I thought I had cleared out all the rats around here. So there's still one left? Facing death, Ngonting also turns into Ngonlu. Kim Gong kept begging for mercy, shouting that he saw nothing and wouldn't reveal this to anyone. But how could such a coincidence happen? He showed up at the right place, at the right time, running and calling out to the Fire King. That makes sense. If he were an idiot, he would probably believe you. However, this is Hoa Vuong, and he has won countless battles against demons, so of course, he wouldn't be fooled. Kim Gong desperately begged him to use his lie detection skill to check, but unfortunately, Hoa Vuong had no idea what it was. He only stabbed the saintess because he felt a little suspicious, and of course, better to kill the wrong person than miss someone. Immediately after, Kim Gong turned into a wisp of smoke under the Fire King's hand. The last thing he heard was his name. Sua thought she had already placed the garlic on the altar to eat chicken naked, but unexpectedly the bright green notification appeared. Tin, you are dead. The conditions for the skill are fulfilled. Randomly copying Yosua's skill, he chose a skill card. Kim Gong-jia was in disbelief, feeling cold all over, reaching out to grab a yellow card, then opening his eyes to find himself back in the room he had been in all along. The young man looked around in panic. The familiar scene, with the TV broadcasting yesterday's interview with the Fire King. The messages in the chat group, everything is exactly the same, down to the last detail. Kim Gong-jia hurriedly opened the skill card to check. Talaki ng vodung hatte, kiwapan kon lalaki ng makauda sao chip tu Hoa Vuong, chis dong hode kot kuang wai trong sin, taktung tu dong kich huat kibanchet. You will return 24 hours before you left. Memories and experience points are preserved upon return. However, the higher your level, the greater your punishment. Now Kim Gong-jia has understood the secret to becoming a legendary hunter of the Fire King, and the reason why he killed the saintess. That's because he was truly poisoned by the saintess the next day, and feeling bitter because he was also murdered by him, plus hearing the TV broadcast full of the Fire King's overconfident words, made men hate that bastard even more. At this moment, a huge explosion suddenly occurs outside, and everyone rushes to put out the fire. It turns out that the time has come for men to be targeted by the Fire King Xian. This is a different city from the outside world. It is a place built by those who entered the tower to become hunters. This city is known by many names like Babylon, the First Floor City, or the City of Death, but basically they are all the same, because once you step in, you can't leave. The people are used to situations like this, so it's nothing new, but the fire keeps spreading while the person responsible for the blaze remains carefree, as if nothing has happened. He appears coolly and says silly things as if he doesn't care, pretending to be a weirdo, but no one knows what he truly is inside except for Kim Gong. Fire King is truly a cold-blooded killer. All I can think about now is taking him down for humanity and for the honor of hunters. And so Kim Gong's family threw themselves into the flames and died in agony. For him, it was the only way to make that monster disappear from the world. A notification appears saying you have died and will return 24 hours earlier with no penalty for using the skill. Oh, so even a low-level useless hunter has an advantage thanks to it, and the young man doesn't have to face any punishment. Kim Gong sat quietly, contemplating. Currently, eliminating the Fire King is impossible, and even if he manages to kill him, he will return 24 hours earlier because he also has the resurrection ability. The only way for a low-level hunter like me to catch him is 11 years before June 7th, the day he first awakened. If counted from today, that's 450 days. So a sudden idea flashes in Ku's mind, that he only needs to die 450 more times to go back before he awakened. The rookie said he would do it. Kim Gong-ra immediately stabbed his own heart with a knife, a death that was painless. And so a series of notifications saying you have died kept appearing one after another. I was getting more and more excited. The feeling of dying made him so happy that Ku died 30 times more than planned. In the end, Kim Gongjia also succeeded. You have returned to the time before the Fire King's execution began. You endured all that time just to prove that the demon's execution like his is not eternal. 11 years ago, right after the month of M, he tracked the Fire King's trail. To create a perfect plan, he repeated it 10 times without any failure. Every morning at 9 he wakes up in the dormitory. At 3 o'clock, he goes slime hunting on the second floor of the hunting zone. When Fire King was 21, he was just a low-ranked hunter hoping for a better life. Over time, he realized that just hunting slimes wouldn't make him any better. So he took a risk and went to a hunting area rarely visited by novice hunters. Kim Gong had been waiting for a long time, and as soon as he saw the young prey, he appeared immediately. You made yourself look bloodied and messy, pretending to be attacked by wolves, trembling as you ran to him and begged for a potion. Fire King was angry because someone had ruined his hunting session. How much will you pay me for the potion? My hunt today has been ruined and I still have to give away a red earth potion for free? For a stranger I just met, don't you have any shame left? What kind of shame is there at this point? Men grabbed his arm and said he would pay 20 gold, the market price. But this greedy guy wasn't satisfied, demanding 40 gold because the other's life was in danger. Wait, he hasn't stopped there. Fire King grabs men by the collar and threatens him. Hand over everything you have. Oh, right, you want to give it to me, but your hands can't use it. Don't worry, I'll help you. With just 60 poor gold coins in front of him, he wasn't satisfied and started to suspect that the enemy might come back for revenge, so he decided to finish it off quickly. Thinking he had the upper hand, the Fire King charged with his weapon, but unlucky for him, men immediately drew his sword and cut his throat. The Fire King was completely confused, suddenly pierced, and with a stunned look all he could manage was a faint, To prevent the enemy from waking up even in a millionth of a chance, men rushed forward and stabbed a few more times to make sure he was completely eliminated. Kim Gongja was still furious, secretly cursing him as a cold-blooded killer, but he pretended to be a knight in a sacred duel, acting righteous after killing so many innocent people. To eliminate all evidence, men then took the Fire King's body to be gnawed clean by the wolves and changed into a clean set of clothes he had prepared, then went outside the tower and sneaked past the guards as if nothing had happened. It seems everything is over and no one knows what just happened. Kim Gong rejoiced as he returned to the bar to celebrate his recent achievement. When he activated his skill check, men suddenly realized that he didn't have a single fighting skill. While thinking about how to get rich with his current skills, an ordinary old man from Bin Duong, tall, dark, and smelly, wearing a suit and mismatched red sneakers, suddenly appeared from outside. He requested a glass of vodka with sugar and hot milk in a bizarre manner. Everyone around started talking about his appearance because he is the Sword King and is involved in a scandal for refusing to hunt on the 10th floor as requested by the Hunters Guild. Kim Gong tried to piece together his chaotic memories. The Sword King's real name is Mark Yenberry. He disappeared, and by your time, he has been completely forgotten. By the time Fire King Joshua appeared, he had made a name for himself and become a legend. Seeing the old man, Min felt truly sad. With such a legend, he must possess some powerful legendary skill, not something as pathetic as what he has. Suddenly, a fleeting thought crossed Men's mind. With his useless skills, if he were pierced by a hunter, he could copy their abilities, even those of Korea's top hunter Kim Gong. He went online to search for useful information to make the Sword King angry, but most of it was just false rumors. While searching, he suddenly started talking to himself, making the kid jump in surprise and think maybe he's not really autistic, but perhaps too strong, affecting his personality. After rummaging around, Men's attention was caught by a warning about things not to say in front of the Sword King, which was asking about his children. It sounds unreasonable, but also makes sense. It's worth trying once, since men can die countless times anyway. So what's there to worry about? Just do it. Right after the Sword King left, Kim Gong's family also followed closely behind him, almost losing his trail. Luckily, with eagle-eyed vision, he managed to find his figure again. Mien is excited to tail him, feeling like he's about to become the #1 in the world, muttering to himself. The Fire King, he has a rank S skill. So, what do you have, old man? Leader of the previous generation, enjoying yourself only to have the string snapped and be caught while spying. Kim Gong stared in shock, unsure of what to do next as the Sword King approached with weapon in hand, and his father asked, "What do you want from this old man? Huh, buddy? Your actions are quite good, but I thought a top assassin like you would be better than this." "What assassin?" "Congratulations, you no longer need to provoke his descendants to die at his hands." The young man trembled as he stepped back, trying to explain that it was all a misunderstanding, and that he was just lost on his way. Well, I'm not stupid. The legendary Sword King trying to fool this old man? To save my worthless life, Kim Gong tried to explain that he was not a murderer, just an ordinary person lost. However, the more men talked, the more it drove him crazy. The Sword King said he had some skills to confirm that. A skill that allows me to see how many people they have killed. Men then realized that although he had a valid reason, he was still a murderer and couldn't justify it. Maybe he saw the #1 on your head. Kim Gongja once again tries to salvage the situation, shouting sincerely. I understand, but Sword King, please hear me out. I truly have a valid reason for this number. I swear it with my life, nothing else. The old man removes his hat with a serious expression and steps forward to attack. Disgusting. A demon who has killed countless people like you dares to swear on his life. Maybe I'm not a pure person, but at least I'm not a cold-blooded killer who treats human lives like trash like you do. Now question marks are floating all over his head. What the hell is this? I only killed one person. Is this guy crazy or what? Don't you feel ashamed of these lies at all? The number of people you have killed is not just one, but 4091. Kim Gongja only just realized this now. Forget it. I've stabbed that bastard and self-stabbed 90 times. From his perspective, I'm a cold-blooded killer who has murdered 91 people. This is no longer about copying skills. That Sword King will kill me. As soon as he sees me, he will kill me. Kim Gongjia, terrified, ran away in despair, feeling truly scared as he ran. But men's legs were a bit short, and before he could run far, the opponent's sword was already at his neck, causing him to fall forward. Men, terrified, curled up in a corner, overhearing him talking to himself and imagining that it was telepathy sharing information with others. Kim Gongjia grew even more afraid, thinking he would become a wanted target by the Hunter Guild and be hunted by bounty hunters and high-ranking organizations until he was executed on the first floor of the tower. I can't let that happen. Kim Gongjia decided he had to die right now, so he played stupid, because only playing stupid is good. The young man immediately opened his mouth to ask about his grandchildren and family. Before he could finish speaking, Ku only felt a chilling sensation at his neck. And goodbye, my body, for now. Looking at the reversed moon in the distance, once again greed rises within me. You want to become someone like him, standing at the top of fame, wielding a master's sword. In the end, Min also gets to die and acquire the skills of 2 top hunters. Kim Gong-ra hesitated, praying and reaching for a skill card, hoping for a chance to change his fate again. But there was no gold card, only 3 crappy cards and 4 silver ones. Well, better than nothing, right? You just hope not to get a kill count skill, but to be given a skill that helps him succeed. Kim Gong-ra rewound to 24 hours earlier, and as soon as he opened his eyes, he checked the hunter status window immediately. Luckily, it was an A+ skill, but unfortunately, it was a passive one. Too bored. The kid flopped onto the bed, complaining about life and wishing for a martial arts skill or some kind of awakening. Lost in thought, he suddenly heard something mumbling beside his ear, so he quickly turned and politely asked the old man next to him who he was. As expected of a lonely young man, seeing a stranger in the house doesn't panic, and he even approaches to eavesdrop. The red-haired guy was quite surprised to see you and turned back with a confused look. Oh, you can see me. And you can hear me speaking. Men nervously looked at him with a bewildered expression and replied, Yeah, I think so, since we're the ones talking about this. Only then does the other person realize something strange, look around the small room in disbelief, and wonder what kind of hellish place they're in and where Maris is. Kim Gongjia suddenly realized something and hurriedly activated the skill he just acquired to check. Oh, so he is a ghost. The one who destroyed that world's tower all the way up to level 99 but failed at level 100. And because he couldn't let go of his worldly desires, he became a spirit. He cannot physically interact with anything in this world, but he can communicate with the skill holder. Men at this moment feels guilty and gently explains in detail to the unfamiliar friend. I'm sorry, but I accidentally copied you. The red-haired guy was immediately suspicious after hearing that. A is wide open and shouting, get your ass back to the king's palace right now. You can copy me using your skill, right? So you should also be able to cancel it. You don't know how to fix it. Everything should have been restored by now. Two strangers suddenly bump into each other, both panicking and shouting loudly but still unable to find a way out. He cries desperately like a sobbing child, so loud that anyone hearing him has to scream for silence. Damn this stupid disciple, your master is being kidnapped by a kid named Not. This happened because my foolish disciple disrespected his master's words. I told you not to follow in my footsteps, but he kept talking nonstop until I had to tell him to please stay quiet. Oh, but as soon as the kid finished speaking, you argued back, you noisy fool. Living bitterly. My master has already died secretly. Okay. Then could you please die quietly? Turns out the reason the Sword King was talking to the air was because of this noisy guy. Kim Gongja not only has to run from the Sword King, but also has to deal with this foolish and clueless skill. Truly unlucky. The young man, feeling bored, told him about how his disciple killed him, and the reason why he has over 4,091 lives hanging over his head, along with that worthless skill. After learning that M had committed suicide repeatedly and then went back 11 years to take revenge on someone, the old man found the kid quite interesting and told him to stand up so he could check him out. He said that with some training, you'll get better, because at least you have enough perseverance and ambition. You're not too bad. Then, to test M's fighting ability, he told him to show him what he's got. To build trust, he explained that he was born in a different world with a pink tower there. He quickly climbed to the top, and once reaching his level, you can assess abilities in an instant. The ability to become a hunter. And that's also why I want to see you go hunting. After watching the young man handle a group of Solam, he judged that Men is a capable person, with infinite potential. Kim Gong scratched his head and ears, nervously telling him not to praise him too much. He knows where he stands. But he didn't honestly say that he has no talent in martial arts. His movements are clumsy, his body untrained, and he doesn't feel any aura of greatness within himself. But you have a talent no one else has, which is that you don't fucking fear death. Usually people will always protect themselves when they fight instinctively. But the kid doesn't have that instinct. Maybe it disappeared after he died more than 4,000 times. Talent is not something you're born with. Anyone can acquire it throughout their life. And one of the hardest things to overcome is facing the fear of death. Truly surreal, like something out of Spanish Lazada. Men wondered if not being afraid of death itself was also a kind of talent. It's hard to believe that no one has ever told Kim Gong about such things. When asked about my thoughts on death, I honestly replied that I think it's truly beautiful. I think that kid is quite an interesting character. The old man excitedly and cheerfully confirms once again that Mars still has another version of himself as a guardian spirit, right? Then confidently say that you want to see how Men becomes a great hunter and that you will help him until he can stand firm against Mars, not until he can stand above him. Let's conquer this tower together. The next morning, before the rooster crows and the dogs wake up, the fairy kept shouting loudly in every way to wake Men up, constantly talking nonsense without a break, making the kid cover his ears and helplessly hold his head in frustration. Too exhausted with this over-energetic old man, Kim Gong finally gives in and grabs his phone to check the time before shouting out loud, "Damn it, it's only 4 a.m. He's completely crazy." I'm wondering how the Sword King can wake up at 4 a.m. every morning. Turns out it's not because he's diligent, but because he keeps bothering him while he's sleeping. Hitting a nerve, he was so furious he almost vomited blood and retorted loudly, "You damn bastard. I woke you up because I was bored and having fun, got it? And if that's not enough, he just laughed mockingly when you said you wanted to kill him. I'm already dead, so you can't kill me. If you have a problem, why don't you just kill yourself? All right, you can't die anyway. I've got an idea. From now on, I will call you Gold Zombie. They say understanding people is a skill. The spirit fairy here says he can talk 100 times over. His mouth never seems to stay quiet. Even when M is exhausted from training and can't breathe, he still keeps rambling beside him. It's been 4 days since Kim Gong copied the King of Swords' skill, and since then he has stabbed Yosuha once more and avoided the Sword King as much as possible. Now, you have to follow a strict training regimen set by the Elder Spirit to gain enough strength to overcome the challenges ahead in a world where material reality determines potential. And since M is like being in a black pond, the Elder Spirit suggested that earning money is the top priority and you need some initial capital. So they bought a lottery ticket, and of course with M's skills, winning the jackpot was a sure thing. The master and disciple quickly rushed to Sang Run to claim their prize. Their official name is United Commerce, owned by a renowned hunter from CES, the only one with a skill that allows trading with the outside world. And Sang Run is also the only place in Babylon selling lottery tickets. To avoid danger, Kim Gongjia confidently announced his win in front of everyone. Because if the jackpot winner is attacked, Sang-run would be the most affected, and as the jackpot winner, Men was warmly received by the manager, Otto Tyler. Usually someone with your high rank would never even dream of having a chance to talk to a businessman, but today is different. Looking at the 50,000 gold coins in front of him, Men couldn't believe his eyes. With this amount, he could live a comfortable and carefree life forever. If that's your goal, then you've definitely achieved it. But since you've decided to conquer this tower as a hunter, money is just paper that can be blown away. It's just a small stepping stone on the path to becoming a legend. Men has also seen a shade of gold even more beautiful than this pile of gold before. Following the manager's instructions, Men asked Run to keep this money for him and bought an honorary membership title from Jun. A worm is not just a group of hunting friends. The main reason for joining Run was to seek protection. It was a pretty wise and smart decision. There are protectors and hunters, but life is too wild if those are the only two types of people. Besides, Min also asked the old manager to help him find a better place to stay than that small rented room. Along with that, he advised that if any news agency asks about the winner, they can say he is an honorary member of Sang-run, having died 4,000 times and returned 400 days into the past. So he couldn't enjoy it before because he was too focused on revenge, but now is the time for him to enjoy it. After settling his money, Kim Gong went back to prepare for training as usual. According to the Spirit Fairy, there are 2 ways to increase strength, using martial arts scrolls to learn skills or taking potions to boost physical abilities. But with M's level, even reading 100 scrolls wouldn't make much of a difference, so the kid has no choice but to use the medicine. According to the Fairy Spirit's guidance, they will go to the best pharmacy here, with each potion costing sky-high prices and the boy's entire assets only enough to buy 4 bottles. While strolling down the street, suddenly he shouted loudly for Men to run immediately before things got worse. It turns out this is the shop the Sword King often visits, and he is also on his way there. Seeing the old man's figure, who once stabbed himself, Men still felt scared and hid behind the crate. Luckily, he wasn't caught, otherwise he would have been stabbed again. Master Tin Lin worriedly sighed. This is bad if he comes here. Does that mean he's planning to buy all those medicines? Gong Ra, quickly follow me. Seeing the Sword King walk inside, the 2 master and apprentice outside were heartbroken, and tears streamed down their faces. But it would be very bad if Men used the same shop as the Sword King. But there are no shops in the top 20 around here, not even in the top 100 or 300. After some thought, Kim Gong suddenly came up with an idea. He confidently said they wouldn't have to spend as much money as Lao Tin Lin claimed and could still obtain high-quality potions from a pretty good alchemist. And to get what he needed, the kid led the old man deep into the slums to search. The old Tin Lin didn't seem to believe what the boy said, saying, "You're a great alchemist and a one-of-a-kind genius. Stop talking nonsense, there's no genius living in a place like this." Ignore him. Min continued to move deeper inside. The street thugs are trying to see if the kid has anything worth stealing, but they gave up when they saw him talking to himself like a crazy person. Too bad for them. If I knew I carried a large amount in my pocket, I'd regret it to the bone. After going around for a while, I finally found the place I needed. But right now, it's a fight. The alchemist girl couldn't pay off the debt she borrowed 6 months ago, so her belongings were all confiscated. Their only response was, "No, never." Watching this scene, everyone around seemed too used to it to intervene, and they even whispered that the shop was small and overpriced. The girl tried to justify herself by saying she doesn't sell at high prices. She's the one selling the best quality medicines at the lowest prices in this Babylon tower. They should be grateful that their shop is located in a place like this. Elder Spirit looked at the girl in front of him with suspicion. Wait until everyone disperses, then approach and ask, "Excuse me, are you still selling? If you're still open for business, I plan to order a few things, probably something small, maybe around 20,000 N. The girl in front of me is neither crazy nor a failure. Her future is as a 5th-ranked alchemist and the leader of the alchemy castle. If she can establish connections with 1 or 2 influential figures in the future, M will definitely gain an advantage. This will be a golden goose laying eggs later on." With that sinister plan, Men made herself her top customer by proposing an order worth up to 20,000 gold, seeing a huge order she had never encountered before. Kim, pretending to be her, could hardly believe that a VIP customer would actually come to her. The girl hesitated to lead Men inside the shop to discuss, but the place was quite messy after the gang had just caused chaos. The other party once again confirmed that Kim Gong agreed to pay 20,000 gold before getting to the main issue. To make the girl believe what she was saying, M suggested paying that amount in advance from a savings account, just keeping a balance of around 20,000 because her money wasn't unlimited. The core issue has been resolved. They quickly moved on to the main point. But earlier, the apothecary girl reiterated that she would refuse any illegal drugs no matter the price. Even though her pharmacy business was in trouble, she still had the courage to refuse 10,000 gold coins. She may look a mess, but she's definitely suited to become a master alchemist. Of course, there's no way she would be involved in making illegal potions. Based on what I overheard from the young elf start to state his request, I'll only explain it to you once. Liver of a rabbit pig, eyes of a shadow cat, skin of a giant desert worm, blah blah, and finally the tail of a land god. A total of 23 ingredients. Using this formula, she quickly explained their combined effect, which is to create an acceleration effect on the user's reaction speed. It is an extremely advanced formula created by mixing all the ingredients together at once instead of refining each one individually. The traits of an expert start to emerge as she rattles off the uses, side effects, and all that blah blah, leaving the old fairy wide-eyed in amazement and praise. Before the other person could finish speaking, Men jumped in eagerly asking about the delivery date. When he heard it was in 4 days, Kim Gong's expression lit up even more with joy. Remembering the past, sometimes it took years to get medicine from the top fake Kim house, but 4 days was nothing to him. A few days later, while idly gazing at the house provided by Run, she unexpectedly brought the medicine to Men earlier than expected. They include 3 boxes, each with 30 bottles that last about 30 days, priced at 15 times the amount suggested by the Spirit Guardian store. Seeing Men happily receive the goods, the girl couldn't help but wonder why he was accepting such an expensive order from an unknown pharmacist like himself. The reason? It's because the pharmacist standing before Men is one of the members of the genius generation. But you can't tell Ko that, and that's not the only reason either. She was also the one who arrived at the scene of the Fire King's arson faster than anyone else, while the city was burning to save those inside. Moreover, she was someone who was not intimidated by the Fire King when she realized he was abnormal. Her skills are kind and even her personality is good. Isn't it a big loss if you don't become close to someone like that? To answer her question, Men simply calmly said that she just looked very kind. The young man kept rambling about how good hunters like them must succeed. It's really annoying to see crazy maniacs succeed, and he hopes both of them will have the best things in life. Her silly talk surprisingly made her trust him more. She told Ku that they had to succeed to change the world, and whenever he wanted to add something, just call, and I will always prioritize his requests. Listening to these two talk, the spirit feels like throwing up. Claiming that we are such good hunters is just nonsense. The next day, to practice, the teacher and student went together to the 3rd hunting floor to hunt monsters. At the teacher's command, I immediately swallowed the potion, and before I could taste the sweetness of her lips, my head pounded like a hammer, ready to explode. It felt as if I could count every strand of hair on my head, and even the sweat dripping felt incredibly vivid. That is also the effect of the drug. It increases the likelihood that the user perceives reality. The spirit began to explain for a while. The thing swirling around his heart is aura. It exists inside every hunter when they enter the tower. Most of them are unaware of it. How you control this freely will be the deciding factor. Usually you can feel a flow in this state, but it takes a very long time. If you're lacking talent, at least you need to train hard. As I was explaining, the spirit suddenly laughed eerily and shouted, "Run, Kim Zombie, if you don't want to get your butt kicked." It was so coincidental and so surprising that I quickly turned around and, oh my god, a giant brain appeared out of nowhere. The sprite beside him arrogantly called Kim Gong to release A for an attack, saying that their brains are like those of the 7-string creatures, low level, and their attacks are quite simple, making it easy to read their movements. Just focus on the calf muscle and you'll be fine. But wait, if someone fails, how the hell would they know how to do that crazy thing? Under the teacher's taunts, the kid runs with all his might. Even though he can see the attack coming, his body can't retaliate. Thanks to the effect of the potion, Men was able to dodge a few basic attacks. He calmly stood still, tried his best to control his breathing, then pulled out the dagger from his body to counterattack the enemy. Kim Gong jumped up and stabbed directly into the shell of the creature, but this thing is quite thick and hard, so it couldn't pierce through. Men continued to focus the remaining energy on the knife, pushing it into the tip of the spear and stabbing the monster deeply with the previous strike. In the end, Men's persistence and effort finally yielded some results. The monster retreated with cold feet, but Kim Gong also took a pretty painful hit because he didn't clear the aura flow path properly. Still, it's better than before. At least he managed to activate aura. Men, in pain and collapsing, couldn't bear it anymore, feeling like something inside was about to explode. Despite his brother still writhing, the teacher beside him kept talking non-stop. You feel pain and just want to die, right? Then all you need to do is die. If you didn't have this skill, I wouldn't have suggested this teaching method. That old man Mars always just meditates after taking medicine. He wouldn't dare to use his body recklessly like you do, but all you need to do is die, and you can go back. That's easy. I'm so jealous. Because your score will go up if you commit suicide, so let the monster behind take care of the rest. You were able to use AA on your first try. At this rate, I think about 100 more times should be enough. Each step will be a journey, so this will be the first time. Let's start for the first time, and then boom. I have no idea what's going on. Kim Gong hadn't even recovered when the crow behind struck him down. Before going back 24 hours, men will wait outside for a few minutes to make the skill exchange. Strangely, the spirit also came in here with you. Just as we were both wondering, a blue notification appeared. The skill activation condition has been met. The brain skill will be randomly copied. Choose a skill card. What the hell is this? The two teachers and students, upon reading, widened their eyes in surprise and shouted out loud, "Do monsters also have skills?" What the hell is this? This is an outrageous skill. I also want this skill. Who the hell is watching over this tower? Why would you give this divine skill to a failure like him instead of to a great hunter like me? Already used to your teacher's noise, I didn't bother explaining much, reaching out to grab a skill card but was immediately stopped by him. So it turns out he saw the back of the cards because they can float in space, allowing him to read which ones are the best. Men shouted in joy, begging him to tell what they are so he could hack the best skill. According to the eye that the old man considers extremely powerful when he was a child, and still has his sharp vision even when older, it specifically refers to the blessing card that allows you to produce 9 children at once without getting tired. But you'll see it is fiery all year round. The second is Wick. They always add win at the end of the sentence. I don't know why they do that anymore, Wick. But you should also start talking about how fun it is. You will never escape the joy of saying Wick. Wick is immortal. These two cards are both awareness, but at least catching Wick is better than the blessing of Wick's reproduction. Don't let the teacher stop us and talk nonsense anymore. Men quickly grabbed it and went back 24 hours earlier. Elder Spirit felt really exhausted after returning from the outside world with Min. He begged and pleaded, telling you to practice by sitting in meditation instead of wandering around like a crazy pharmacist. It's killing me. He swears he promises he will help you control AI within half a year, but it's too late now, teacher. If the young man has made up his mind, he must do it no matter what. He takes a sip of medicine and confidently steps forward. Hey, Sword King, do you know? You call me Zombie when you're upstairs, and Gongja when you're downstairs. And soon, you'll have to call me Gongja. I will truly make you realize that you can change that habit. Facing the monster in front of him, M was almost used to its way of operating. He quickly approached and instinctively called out Wick, then sent it back to its ancestors in just a moment. Old Spirit, witnessing everything beside, felt indignant for the owl and angrily shouted to restore its mind and pass on its will. Damn it, you are a cheat. You knew this would happen. Are you happy to have tricked an innocent owl like that? Are you really happy? Why didn't you put yourself in the innocent bird's position and see how it felt? Innocent birds like that will be tormented by a treacherous person like you. I'm going crazy. Oh, Tower, why did you give this bastard a cheat skill? Responding to the talkative master, Min smiled confidently. Wick, no complaints, just follow me. We need to clear this 4th floor. A week later, with his game hacking skills, M easily cleared the 5th floor with only 6 deaths. Especially because of his relentless self-sacrifice efforts, the young man's existence has been recognized and he has finally been promoted from novice to expert. Kim-gu enjoys this moment happily, as it is the first time since becoming a hunter that he has experienced such a moment. The Elder Spirit looked at the kid with great confusion. Was that fire or blood earlier? So confusing. I thought he was just talking nonsense, but based on my experience clearing 99 floors, I can say it's not just to make the level up look cooler, but also a warning. When leveling up, there are effects that serve as omens for the future appearance of the aura, such as his Fire King aura being fire. The shape of the aura usually appears at the most critical moment, and it's not exactly a pleasant memory either. It exists kind of like a form of subconsciousness. From what I saw earlier, you could guess it was fire or blood or something like that. That makes sense. Men curiously asked him what the shape of the Sword King's aura was. Let's see. To recall a bit, it's the moon. When that old man was young, he got lost on the mountain, and not wanting to die, he climbed to the summit. He said the moonlight had beautifully cleared the sky. I want to shine by embracing the sunlight like the moonlight. He thought so when he was only 12, and he has treasured that moment ever since. After hearing the story, men couldn't help but be moved and exclaimed, "Truly a Sword King, not an ordinary person." Having finished chatting, the spirit then invited the kid to go up to the 6th floor for the next battle. But surprisingly, men suggested we should just raid the 10th floor right away. Such a crazy idea coming from a rookie. The teacher of course refused, but Kim Gongja was quite confident. The young man proposed a bet that if I couldn't clear the 10th floor in 2 minutes and lose 2 lives, I would promise to call him master. But if I succeed, he would have to call me Gong Runim, like a superior. Provided that the old man has to reveal to me the skills of the boss on the 10th floor. Sounds good. But with this arrogant kid, can I really trust him? The Spirit Lord silently pondered for a moment, feeling it was quite shady. But with his competitive nature, he immediately agreed when the kid challenged him, saying he was scared and could back out. I bet the Kim zombie will serve your master for life. You won't be able to clear the 10th floor. That's right. You can't die. Call me your master for life. Kim Gong entered the palace feeling pleased, laughing happily and telling him to prepare and call her Kim Gong Nim. Oh, but those who haven't seen the spirit fairy so far think the kid is crazy because he keeps talking to himself nonsense. To complete the bet, the master and disciple quickly grab their butts and head to the 10th floor to carry out the mission. But since he was going alone, Men was stopped by the gatekeeper who said that going alone to hunt would be pointless. How could he be so cruel as to let a fool go to his death? So think again. Faced with this absurdity, the old sprite urged the kid to just punch him in the face and then rush straight to level M. But who would be so stupid? At least use your head. Me jumps numbers faster than light, pulls out a bunch of money and stuffs it into his hand, then starts manipulating his mind through bribes. Manager, I know you're trying to do what's best for me. What you said is also very true. Actually, I really wanted to commit suicide. A year ago, my wife left this world. Not long ago, the doctors diagnosed me with terminal cancer, with only half a year left to live. But I truly cannot imagine living without my partner by my side. But after all, no matter how weak I am still a hunter. Instead of wasting my remaining days in bed, I truly want to dedicate my last strength to my country. This is the money I saved for treatment. Please take it. People come and go like dust. I don't want to leave anything behind in the red heaven, so I ask you, manager, please don't record my name as having been here. This is my final wish as a hunter. Truly ironic, a story that sends a chill down my spine. Thanks to the money and his way with words, Min finally managed to enter the 10th floor smoothly. This place was supposed to be cleared by Duhas, but those days are gone, DM. Now men will create a legend even greater than the Fire King. Kim Gong has always wondered why only the Fire King among the different hunters could clear the 10th floor easily. And to answer that question, the young man tested it himself. The gate to the 10th level of hell opens, revealing a swarm of dolls engulfed in hellfire. They constantly beg the player to play with them and make them happy. The mission on this floor is to find out who is truly real in this mansion, identify the real puppet, and destroy it. No matter how much aura it wraps itself in as a shield, it can only survive in this fire for 10 minutes. But for a hunter using the fire element, it wouldn't be too difficult, and that's also why Suha easily passed this round, cleaning everything thoroughly without leaving a trace. Even though he's been dead for 3 generations, Men still bitterly recalls and repeats that arrogant bastard's boast about being the first to clear the floor. The teacher suggests there are 2 ways to clear this floor. Try your luck by finding the real puppet or use your ability well to survive long enough, and then find it. It really is just as expected. Nothing useful at all. After arguing for a while, A's mana ran out just in time. In the last 10 seconds, the young man had to pick one at random, but he really just guessed and hit the jackpot. The puppet keeps insisting it's not me, then gradually disappears, which also means Men is being burned and turned to ash. Falling into the outside world, a random notification copies the skill of the hellfire monster My Den as predicted by Men. The old sprite didn't need to look at the scattered cards and directly pointed at the golden shield card of hellfire, making Men choose it immediately. It can cause a massive firestorm with a radius of 2 kilometers around it. No one can leave the battlefield without the owner's permission. However, you need to stay inside the shield. Seeing the kid still standing there, the old man hurriedly urged him on. It has to be it. Pick it quickly. Even though it's a boss, it still has an S-rank skill. Just imagine hellfire appearing with a snap of your fingers. But M didn't think like that. He felt something was off, something was bothering him, and his heart felt heavy as the doll suddenly melted away. The young man asked the old man to continue reading the other skills for him, with the cards being read aloud one by one. M's attention was drawn to the last one. It allows the ability holder to designate living objects in AA that cannot be burned. Kim Gongja felt strange from the very beginning, like a puppet among thousands of other puppets. Having a fire aura means you can't be burned, but the others are the same. So this is the answer. Ignoring the teacher's advice to take the yellow card to create hellfire instantly, everyone will be mesmerized by his divine aura, but they still insist on taking that skill card. Now the kid can go back and find the real puppet without any fear. The game is easy, but how easy remains unclear. Before he could turn back, the kid was already punished for reaching level E. A small blue notification appeared, replaying the scene of the Black Demon Palace and the moment he killed his friend. That is the memory of the boss on the 10th floor. In a world ravaged by famine, a cute white-haired kid kept knocking on doors, asking for a piece of bread or anything edible. However, because there have been so many cases like this, the people no longer feel any compassion, but instead show concern and drive him away. While walking down the street, suddenly the little boy is approached by a handsome young man. He approaches with a look of compassion and then persuades, "You seem very hungry and your body is injured all over, right? Come with me. I am a doctor and have many children like you in my mansion. You all can be treated together and play together too." Following his sweet words of temptation, the little boy went along without any suspicion. But contrary to what he said, there's no place for fun or treatment here. The kid was thrown into the iron cage and treated like an animal. He is the leader of a cult and uses stray children as tools to make money. This bastard sacrifices the kids, believing they are the children of witches, Jorikers poison, and viruses of the nation. And one day, someone carelessly knocked over a candle, causing the entire building to be engulfed in flames. The people inside quickly fled the mansion, grabbing valuables and taking what they could. The only thing is that they have no idea that the kids are being locked in the basement. The flames quickly spread downward, and the white-haired boy keeps shouting for help, but all is in vain. They didn't do anything wrong, they didn't want to be burned, they just wanted to play with friends, just a little while. At this moment, Min's punishment also ends. Witnessing and experiencing the children's suffering makes him feel truly helpless. Anger, hostility, revenge, an unbearable fury. Voices unheard, unfinished dreams all now turned to ash. Because he didn't want to end up like that bastard Hoa, King Kim Gongja tried to find another solution. Even though the old spirit kept rambling on about finding the boss, killing it, and quickly moving up to the next level. You idiot zombie. But men still refused. You realize that the yellow card said no one could leave the battlefield without the owner's permission. The members of the Black Dragon Society could survive and return without killing the boss. The only answer to this was that it let them escape. The place no human can pass through. Kim Gongja figured out how it works. The boss only wants one thing from the adventurers. It just wants to play with them. The young man opened the 10th floor door and charged inside, confidently stepping into the sea of fire with the skill he just hacked, daring to play with the trapped children without fear of being burned to ashes. One by one, the young man chose them. Memories of the children appeared immediately afterward. It was all just an answer, not me. After a long search, finally, heaven did not let us down. Men gently found the boss and placed a hand on its head. That child finally found someone to play with. A human-like smile appeared on his face, along with the sincerest words of thanks. The boss was found, and the mission was accomplished. Looking at the villa in front of me, an indescribable feeling arose in my mind. Whether in this world or the outside world, such terrible things always happen. To reassure his younger brother, the old man began explaining a piece of wisdom. Everyone is the same, brah. Oh. After talking for a while, he muttered to himself and shouted, "Frog, what the hell? I can't keep just talking about principles like this. And above all, you're amazing. You defeated the boss in your own style, amazing good chop." Just then, fireworks exploded across the sky of the floor. The announcement of completing level 10 has been made. Level 11 will be unlocked in 24 hours and broadcast to every alley and corner of the tower. Everyone started acting cool in the chat group, trying to figure out who was breaking the game. Some thought it was the Black Dragon Gang, others said it was the Sword King, but none of them were right. The evidence shows that all the major guilds are working outside and not inside the tower. The question is, who keeps appearing in the chat group to the point that everyone is curious? This is the second time the old elf has gone through something like this, and the nostalgic feeling is so strong. How does he feel as he approaches and asks, shifting from a supporting character to the main character? Is it tingling and buzzing? Happily, I reply that I feel amazing, as if I have the whole world in the palm of my hand. At this moment, the gatekeeper outside rushes over. "Hey, Hunter, is that you?" "The person who cleared the 10th floor, sir. You are the only one to do so today. This is a message from my superior asking me what's going on." Faced with that questioning tone from him, men simply asked back, "What if I did that?" "Your name?" You already gave him 100 gold coins. The gatekeeper guy had to keep quiet for now, only daring to ask what the young man's group was called. But that kid doesn't have any group at all. Master Tin Lin beside him praises that the decision to have the younger brother is correct. "Your name is very valuable. You must keep your identity secret and make them search for you." But in front of those praises, Mei looked at him with a suspicious expression and shouted, "I only realized a few things the reason he praised me so much. He said that he calls me Gongja Nin Lord Gong Ra. If I clear the boss door with 2 X's, right? So what should we do? I really completed level 10 with those 2 X's. Old Spirit flips his face faster than a rice paper sheet, then approaches to squeeze the kid's shoulder and neck, flattering him. Think about it. You and I are teammates. We are equals. The one who has surpassed level 99 and the one who will surpass 100 levels. My close friend. Hey, idiot, there's no way that's true, so I didn't catch a single word. Just keep calling me Lord Gongja for the rest of your life. After clearing the 10th floor, I'll return to the coffee shop on the first floor to sit back, listen to Chiochi's music, and wait for the eager guests. Being constantly called Lord Gongja made Elder Spirit extremely bitter. He became more foolish and dazed than ever, shouting out, I want to go back to Old Man Maris's place, but it's already too late. Sweetheart, didn't you say we are teammates for life? We will be together forever. Half an hour had passed, and I kept watching the numbers in the sky counting down, hoping for good things to come. Suddenly, a cat appeared out of nowhere, crawling toward me and meowing, making Min feel incredibly adorable, and he hugged it tightly. And now the spirit elder seems like a crazy old man. His acting is truly superb. After waiting so long, the uninvited guests have finally arrived. They are the heads of the recruitment division of the 5 Major June in the tower. Before the conflict begins, M proposed 2 conditions to them. First, don't reveal your name to the press until that clock hits midnight, because you don't want the reporters to catch you before entering the 11th floor. And secondly, be mindful of other customers, because this is a public place. The conditions were too simple. They quickly agreed to cooperate, took over the coffee shop within an hour, and immediately chased out the other customers. Everything was settled. Now it was time for the exchange. The do each take turns offering the amount of money they have to recruit talent. 10,000, 15,000, then 25,000 gold, with neither side willing to back down. But everyone was truly surprised when the cat inside Min suddenly started talking, offering a price of 500,000 gold and appointing the young man as June's deputy commander. So, that cat is the rank Barionu, the Countess of the Merchant Guild. No wonder she's so rich. Now Min is feeling interested. She was quite curious and asked M why he didn't feel surprised when she transformed into a human. Doesn't this scare you? Kim Gong has seen stranger things before, like the ghostly spirit flickering behind that girl, so that doesn't really faze him. Looking at her, no one would believe she's 40 years old, the richest among the top businessmen in the tower, so she must have taken some kind of youth potion. Forget about beauty, Ryanju quickly gets straight to the point and chases away those brave recruits. If any of you can pay more than 500,000 gold coins, we can continue the conversation. But just as the staff left, the bosses suddenly appeared and barged in. As soon as they showed up, the business owner Jay Viper started shouting loudly, You bastard! Next is Rank B Cross Leader Jun Heretic Interrogator and Rank T8 Guard Vice Commander June Crusader. Finally, the 2 Black Dragon ranks, Lord June Black Witch, and all the high-level hunters are gathered here just because of a rookie who just leveled up to E yesterday. They kept arguing and making a fuss in that small coffee shop like a bunch of noisy kids. The first thing they asked Men after sitting down was what he was going to do next. Facing these incredibly strong people, Men felt a bit nervous. He realized they were trying to test him. It's definitely no coincidence that they're all here. Their strength is probably meant to scare you. The old spirit also quickly realized this and advised the kid not to be afraid, or they'll ask for your help right away. That is the difference between the strong and the weak, but these things are nothing compared to being burned alive. At this moment, all they need to see is that I am relaxed. There's no reason to fear them. Kim Gongja cheerfully calls the waiter over to order as if everything is normal in the neighborhood. The only one afraid here is the trembling young waiter, and I can't wait any longer. They demand that you choose a guild. If you don't plan to join any guild like the Sword King, tell them they need to notify the media. Lord Junhak Long coldly explained that if you intend to join, the competition for you will begin. They've been on the 9th floor for too long. Clearing out the 10th floor is the perfect opportunity to showcase the tower's value to the outside world once again. It will bring war refugees from outside into the tower, and most of the hunters living on the first floor will feel the urge to conquer higher levels. The world will not stop at level 11. Curiosity is the only thing keeping this tower alive. Specifically, food supplies will increase and be conserved. It will be very difficult to provide enough food for everyone with only 9 floors. Although Countess Ron of the Merchant Guild has trade relations with the outside world, it certainly won't be enough. This is the time to gather more supplies. We need to send hunters beyond the 10th floor and find the things that only exist there. Furthermore, this message must be communicated to the outside world, as an emblem is essential for a new era. Hearing what they said, Min felt quite curious, as these were the things the Fire King had done. But Jun Black Dragon tried to kill that symbol. Even without knowing the reason, an enemy of an enemy is a friend. To settle this without anyone fighting over Kim Gong, Du suggested we all play cards. You will join whoever is leading the game, no money or titles involved. However, if you win, you will make a request to all the DU. On the surface, I will still appear to be a member of Jun. But in reality, everyone has to see me as someone on the same level as them. Someone who has only cleared one floor of the tower and still wants to be on par with the high-ranking members. It really is quite interesting. After all, there's nothing to lose. They all agreed to Min's request as long as they didn't cheat or use any similar skills. Anyone caught cheating will be automatically disqualified. Kim Gongja is quite confident in this gamble. You have your own way to win without anyone noticing. Of course, everything comes with a price. To win this match, Men had to lower his voice and negotiate with the spirit. If he didn't want to be called the Gong Lord anymore, just helping the kid was enough. Oh my village. The teacher is feeling down because he's been bullied and now he seems to have found a lifeline. Don't just take my word for it. Ask again, is this really true? This is easy, just ignore Gongjim. I accept this offer. Gongjim is giving you a freebie. I'll let you know if they cheat. Gongrenim is truly great. Old Tin Lin is like a goldfish swimming in a pond, bubbling like a child, revealing the opponent's cards to the kid without hesitation. Gongrenim, this little one has used all the good cards, you should fold. Is this guy trying to cheat? Ah, so embarrassing. Let's go all out this time. Is this guy trying to go all in? Don't worry, I saw his cards. He can't win this hand. Trust me. Bet everything you have. And with the teacher's help, they played 30 rounds without losing a single one, making the notorious J Viper furious and shouting in frustration. I think you're definitely cheating, but what's the point if you just put on a naive face and tell him to show the evidence or else I'll be hurt? The guy still keeps mocking him, making him even angrier as he helplessly holds his head, watching how smug he looks. No way, he's just a small-time loser. Turns out this uncle has eyes in the back of his head and can counter him. Wow, how do you know I'm not just a rank faker? I haven't even reported yet, I just reached rank E yesterday. Mocked to the point of wanting to vomit blood, he couldn't argue back even a word. So he had no choice but to stay silent and wait in the wings for the final results. Playing endlessly, losing again and again, the other leaders gradually gave up. Only the Black Dragon girl still refused to give up. They also realized that Men must have used some kind of skill, but there was nothing they could do to the kid. The final game had been dealt. Haklong tried hard to persuade him, but Men remained unmoved. You said you like being noticed, want to be praised, and dream of becoming someone like yourself. That's all it takes. The leader of the Black Dragon is a pretty tough nut to crack. Even without a skill to defeat her, you still put in your best effort. Kim Gong looked cool and told them all, I am very confident, let me tell you. My achievements won't stop at the 10th floor. I will clear the 20th, 30th, 50th, and 100th floors. It doesn't matter how long it takes me. I will climb to the top of this tower. I respect your view of this tower as a treasure. I don't have to fight you, but I will see you as my opponent. I'd rather explore the world outside this tower than discover what's hidden inside. Honestly, I don't know much about the hunger and poverty here, but if you want to use my name to solve those problems, go ahead. But please help me climb this tower. I want to know what it feels like to stand at the top. Finally, the game was over, and M won perfectly. The spirit was so happy it spun dozens of times, feeling reborn, repeatedly mentioning the gold zombie as if not saying it would mean losing the chance. The man called the Sword King is so childish, it's really embarrassing. Before leaving the coffee shop, Men told them that the hints from levels 11 to 20 are role-playing, but he doesn't know what else is there. The next day, to prepare for entering level 11, everyone gathered at the center waiting for the gate to open. They were all still wondering about the person who cleared level 10. The Sword King had to put on a serious face to firmly assert that he was not the one responsible for it. As the countdown clock approached 0, everyone counted down the last 11 seconds together as if welcoming the new year. At this very moment, fireworks explode in the sky as a beautiful girl appears faintly above. Everyone, from today, the guidance has ended. I repeat once more, from today, the guidance has ended. Heroes who have climbed to the top of this tower, congratulations on clearing the Hellfire floor. Heroes, the world needs your help. In this world, humans are being invaded by the Demon King. Now everyone will be summoned there as heroes to protect humanity. If you wish to accept this mission, say teleport. Everyone thought it was an angel, but the spirit interrupted and said, just a trick. It's only an automatic question-answering system. No matter how much it looks like a goddess, it's just a recorded video because he has seen it once already. Just at this moment, the Sword King on Fainu's rooftop flew across the sky, breaking the goddess's dream of the young men below. The mining workers quickly accepted the mission and were instantly transported to level 11. Only Men is still stuck with the reporters after Crusader Girl leaked the information. When asked repeatedly by the journalists, he simply replied, I will clear level 20 and then move directly to level 11. In front of everyone is a pile of ruins and debris. AIM Empire soldiers are fighting monsters to protect something. The tower is now sending a mission to rescue the food supply line with difficulty levels from F to A. Disaster has struck the AIM Empire, The Demon King has created an army to destroy the Empire's food supply line in order to cut off the capital's resources. Save the Empire's supply line. This will be the first step to saving the Empire. If we fail, level 12 will not be unlocked and everything will fall into chaos. Everyone quickly charged into attack. Even though we don't know what's going on, we have to defeat them first. With his position at the top of the leaderboard, the Sword King led the charge like a flying arrow, and the other hunters simply followed him. In the midst of chaos, Men remains calm and does not draw his sword. The boy calmly opens the hidden gifts he received from clearing level 10. A map that shows all the positions and abilities of NPCs from floors 11 to 10, along with an item to possess. It feels like cheating at a game. It's really exhilarating. From this point, May realizes there are two ways to defeat the Demon King. One is to have enough strength to win against the Demon King's army alone. The second is to lead an army to face strength with strength. Of course, Ku will choose the second option. Even without talent for leading armies, you have the skill to hack the game and create something that can lead an entire army. They say victory depends on skill. This is not just luck. You also have to use your head. Kim Gongra took out the map, looked for an NPC with leadership skills, displayed its location and his own, and then just confidently headed straight there. Old Spirit is so angry he wants to vomit blood right now. Hey, Kim Zombie. This won't do. You have to walk on your own feet. Aren't you ashamed to cheat like that? He approaches the NPC with a confident mustache and great skills, then begins a long psychological manipulation. General Aim Sabat. Since he trusted me, I also have a matter to ask of him. Let me go. Actually, I have a secret skill. If I raise my middle finger, God's blessing will be poured onto this battlefield. It's like a suicidal skill. If I leave, this empire will be blessed and victorious. Blah, blah. Basically convincing him to sacrifice himself to hack the leadership skill. The teacher beside him kept shouting for the NPC to run immediately. He's just bluffing. There's no such skill like that. But it's all hopeless. No one's listening to him. In the end, with his sharp-tongued and quick-witted nature, he managed to land a deadly blow on him, causing him to die instantly and leave with cold feet. An alert immediately appears. You have died and copied the skill of NPC Sabat Aim. As expected by the kid, there's a saying among hunters that there's always a mountain higher than the one you see. No matter how skilled you are with a knife, you can't fight someone who can command an entire army. A proverb created by Kim Gong family. And of course, that person here is Men. Going back 24 hours, the band of bandits was still busy beating goblins, hoping to follow the Sword King and get some loot. Seeing the kid riding the horse leading an entire army, they had to stop for about 5 seconds to wonder who that hunter was and why he was there. With the newly acquired eye skills, I can see the entire battlefield clearly. Are our allies in an advantageous or disadvantageous position, and where are the enemy's weaknesses? Thanks to it and the map, now he can see through everything from Sabat Aim's saddle and command the entire army. They will find the Demon King's general there. Some monsters will be around, but it's no problem. Just need to outsmart them. Skin turns M into a military expert and earns the trust of the commander. Everyone looks at the legendary sword, regarded as Lefanta Aim's protector. The gift from the goddess given to the founder of the Aim Empire in your hands is repeatedly shouted, "The hero of the goddess will protect us. The immortal empire, the immortal hero." The other hunters looked at him with envy, wondering why he was the only one allowed to go with the commander. Ever since he appeared, he looked like a hunter, and seeing the younger brother excited by others' envy only made the teacher more furious. I taught him how to train with a sword, but he used it to eavesdrop on others talking nonsense, which is really frustrating. The battle is nearing its end. Thanks to the NPC tools, they are gaining control of the situation, and the left flank of the demon army has been destroyed. The army continues to attack their main forces. Other hunters along with Sword King advanced with the hero, taking down each group of goblins one after another. Soon, the 11th floor boss, Goblin Emperor, was slaughtered by Men Zen. Shouts of victory, praise, joy, and happiness fill the battlefield. We've defeated these evil monsters. The hero of the goddess has defeated the enemy leader, the immortal Aim Empire. The level has finally been completed. They conquered the 11th floor in just one day. The tower has begun evaluating the participants of the raid. The top 10 contributors to the mission are announced, and surprisingly, in first place is Kim Gongjia. Second is the Sword King, followed by the owners of the other powerful clans. Everyone looked at Menmak's name with curiosity, wondering why the number 1 spot didn't have a nickname. Kim Gongjiang, the one who cleared level 10. Is he an anonymous expert? The spirit saw them praising the little brother and then grumbled about the hammer on the 3rd floor. He's just a clever bastard, nothing more. He still refuses to admit that this is a game of divine skills and truly values a person's ability more than the skills themselves. To please the master, he said he would practice a few sword fights after passing level 20, so he should stop pouting. Hearing what the little brother said, he suddenly lit up with joy, his eyes shining like two headlights, laughing happily. That's right, kid. In the end, you finally realize my true worth. Do you know that? The tower you're climbing might be different from what I experienced, but in my world, blah blah. Before he could finish his sentence, the AEM General NPC suddenly appeared and thanked M for bringing victory to their side, confidently saying he would entrust the fate of the Empire to him. At this moment, the tower announces the completion of the reward for the highest contribution to the raid. The top contributors will gain early access to level 12. Until the top contributors received their rewards, others would be blocked from accessing level 12, and immediately the top 10 members were transported to the Empire's palace. Worried about my little brother, the elf reminded me about Maris. If he notices him, he'll strike him down immediately. But Kim Gong didn't seem very afraid. It looks like he had some plans of his own, so he responded quite confidently to the teacher. Don't worry too much. The worst that can happen is that I will just die. Everything will be fine because I already have a plan. And just as I expected, as soon as we landed at the castle and hadn't even greeted each other, the Sword King played a trick that caught everyone off guard. Luckily, Doan Bonthap II, Judd Heretic Interrogator, quickly intervened and saved the kid's life. Mar didn't say much, just pointed his sword at them and threatened. Get out of the way, I need to stab that guy. If you don't move aside, don't blame me for taking your arm during the fight. Thap 2 didn't understand anything at all, yet he still spoke softly and submissively to him. That terrifying threat. I still need my arm for many things, and if we let Kim Gong Seng go, Jun's reputation as the greatest will be ruined immediately. Can you tell me why you want to take down the Kim Gong hunter? You're just talking and talking. Sword King simply retorted that he had no obligation to tell them, so don't bother him here, but old man, you're way off the mark. Why fight against the young ones when you're old? Then suddenly, Thap 2 used teleportation, and the two other young men appeared right above him, ready to strike. Luckily, thanks to his agility, the Sword King easily dodged, and those bugs couldn't do anything to him. But it didn't stop there. Cross continued to act. He asked the Countess for 10,000 gold as a theft, and then used holy skills to donate and strengthen his body, covering it entirely in gold for 300 seconds, while the two waiting teammates got dirty. To shake the Sword King's spirit, the Cross once again issued warnings. From now on, within 300 seconds, the Paladin and Lord Grand Chunin will truly become different. Even if it's him, he will have to face me, the Countess, Blandon, and Viper. Although the Countess lost some money, if you want, we can see which happens first, your naked chicken sacrifice or the Countess running out of money. At that moment, Black Dragon also appears. She said she would also join the fight because yesterday their group and Kim Gong's had already signed an official contract with Namdu, so pointing a sword at him was also pointing a sword at them. And this is also the plan that Men came up with. He once said there are two ways to fight against a strong opponent. Either have enough strength to fight on your own or build your own army. A solo player will become powerless against a hunter from a powerful alliance. To make the plan truly perfect, Men stepped forward himself to ask the Sword King for a few minutes to discuss and find common ground. Pretending to be innocent and harmless, I don't know why I got hit. It's our first time meeting, and I didn't do anything wrong. A tree that grows straight doesn't fear falling, but fighting eggs with stones, facing 5 enemies still requires careful thought. The Sword King feels truly wronged. He started complaining about how ever since he joined the tower, they pressured him to join Run every day, and the reasons why he refused. He said he wanted everyone to know that one person can also stand at the top of the tower regardless of the bloodline, nationality, or integration. Those petty things don't exist here. A person can become great with just a sword. They can succeed with talent and effort. He wants to bring hope to all players, and those cowards are just trash like buzzing mosquitoes. The guild masters seem to be scratching an itch. They shout and criticize him for not helping to clear the other floors. This way, it will reduce damage and costs, as well as use his influence to help everyone improve the food shortage situation. Blah blah. They bluntly said that if they were just worthless mosquitoes, he was no different from a child avoiding responsibility. If he's truly a noble, then show the responsibility that matches his title. But no matter what is said, the Sword King still insists on pointing his sword at Min. He will fight even if surrounded by 10 people like that. Kim Gongjia at this moment stepped forward to mediate, saying that instead of arguing loudly, they should unite to solve the problem on the 12th floor. Even though they are just NPCs, they say their country is on the brink of collapse, and the summoned heroes want to help the Empire of Destruction. Paladin also stepped forward and supported, even though he didn't understand why the Sword King was doing this. He was willing to sacrifice a little and use his lie detection skill to help both sides reconcile. Doubt is like poison that kills, while the truth is the antidote. And of course, Men immediately agreed to Paladin's request. You want to seize this opportunity to eliminate suspicion by using another skill. That's why the Sword King also lowered his guard. Paladin, you are the only one here I can trust. All right, I will place my trust in you. And so the exchange began with Old Man Maris asking the kid if he had skewered more than 4,000 people. Min grinned maliciously and nodded, causing the Sword King to scream out loud. As expected, he is scum. This guy is the assassin sent here. Who would know what he's capable of? Before he could finish speaking, the Paladin cut in firmly stating that it was the wrong answer. Kim Gong's correct answer is a lie, which also means he didn't kill 4,000 people. Who could possibly kill that many? The bloodthirsty Sword King couldn't believe it, and only said that Ku was a seasoned assassin. Min laughed like crazy, saying to himself that he was exactly as he was described. Perrin here confirms that it's a lie. The more Maris hears, the more stunned and speechless he becomes. What the hell is this? I keep saying something stupid, but it's all wrong. He yelled bitterly at the guard, accusing her of lying, but the Paladin retorted with a remark that silenced him. I clearly asked from the beginning. I clearly said we would trust each other. So do you want to back out now? At this moment, Kim Gongjia begins his move, pretending to be innocent as he admits, yes, I did kill someone, but it was only one person. Of course, the murderer is still a murderer, but that bastard truly deserves to die. And moreover, he tried to kill me first. In reality, it was just self-defense. Everything men said was confirmed by Paladin as the truth, which surprised Maris and made him doubt his own useless skills could be wrong. Kim Gongjia now steps beside Mr. Sword King and tells him to apologize for what just happened. Without the protection of the Dunmasters, I would have left with cold feet. To make everything go smoothly, the Paladin once again emphasized that what he said was completely true, with no lies at all, so he should apologize to him quickly. Faced with these things, I thought the Sword King would refuse to believe again and declare war, but surprisingly, he bowed his head and spoke the most sincere words. I am truly sorry. I was wrong. I was too naive in my thinking and misunderstood you, almost killing an innocent person in the process. Please forgive me for trying to kill you. Thanks to this old man, you reached the top of this tower, so please show mercy and forgive me. Marcus realizes that his skill is meaningless and promises himself that from now on he will not kill people based on it anymore. His long-held pride and confidence have been shattered. The Sword King truly has no choice but to bow his head and beg for forgiveness to survive. In response to his sincere words, men shyly blushed and asked the old man to teach him how to use a sword. With a master like this, there's no opponent more worthy. Everyone watching the heartfelt confession between the old and young pair felt deeply moved and told the Sword King to stop standing there. Marcus had been stunned for a few dozen seconds, but now he finally regained his composure and agreed with the kid. Moreover, Mars seemed very excited and wanted to introduce his niece to him, suggesting the boy change his style, along with countless other things blah blah that made men only want to be rescued again, helplessly contemplating suicide to start the day over. While being grabbed by the old man by the head and ears and having his collar pulled while explaining about love, the tower just happened to send a reward to the person who completed the mission, and of course, the first slot went to Kim Gongra, the top player on the 11th floor. There are two rewards to choose from. The first is the Guardian Goddess. The guardian deity of the Icom Empire was moved by your dedication, so the goddess entrusted you with a very important duty for the nation. You can become a prime minister, a general, or a cavalry leader, and so on. Choosing a position will inherit its abilities and reputation. Join forces with your other heroes and destroy the Demon King's lair on the 20th floor, but if you choose the Demon King's reward, you cannot select the goddess's reward. The second is the reward from the Demon King, the autumn reign of the Demon King. The Demon King was very impressed with your performance, so he secretly teamed up with you. He promised to give you a reward like the goddess along with another prize. Except for you, all the other top 10 heroes were killed. So, the Demon King will unleash his power and take you straight to level 99. However, only one person in the top 10 will receive the Demon King's reward. If no one chooses, the reward will disappear. Reading the notification, Mender's whole body trembles. If everyone dies, could it really be possible to reach the mission's end at level 99? To prevent the little brother from making a mistake, the Spirit Elder immediately appeared and said, "This is definitely a trap. Don't fall for such a trap." You know, right? You realize it's a trap because there's no way that bastard Fire King wouldn't choose the Demon King's reward. That bastard will definitely choose the Demon King's reward, and he'll stay on level 40 instead of level 99. So the Demon King's reward must be a trap. But honestly, it sounds pretty tempting to get skewered by the boss on the 99th floor. The teacher saw that the god had a distorted idea and immediately spoke to stop him. Gong, don't do that. Look at me. I am the Sword King. I climbed to level 99 alone and failed, and I tried to warn you, this is a trap. There will only be one terrible and frightening thing there. With your current skills, you can't handle anyone in the top 10, and even if you find a way to do so, you're just an ant when you reach level 99. There are no bosses on the 99th floor, not a single monster, but instead there will be something much more terrifying. Whatever, it's a trap. Don't blame me for not warning you beforehand. Thinking back on everything I've been through, I still find it terrifying and vague. He turned around with a pouty look and told the kid he did very well. Just keep doing what he's doing and he'll gradually pass the 99th floor. I don't know why he suddenly acted that way, but after thinking it through for safety, Men decided to ignore both options and see what happens next. Men explained the reward he received to others, saying he didn't choose any of them and advised everyone to consider what is best for themselves. The guardian angel questioned Men's decision, while the demon king laughed menacingly. Next is the part of the Sword King's boundary. After reading it, he understood why Men did that. It's the safest choice, but it really isn't necessary. This is a good reward, but it's very difficult for me to do, so the Sword King chose the protection of God's reward, taking the position of the supreme commander of the AIM Empire that suits his abilities. Next is the part about the Crusader business, so everyone won't wonder. He revealed all the rewards and compared them to a mafia game, viewing those who chose God's reward as knights and those who chose the Devil King's reward as traitors. Now, only the true knights except M will know who the traitor is. They will use the paladin's lying skill to verify. Everything is as easy as pie. He immediately chose the position of the supreme commander of the empire to fully embody the role. The others followed suit, trusting that it was the best choice, and everyone selected the reward of God with no one choosing the reward of the Demon King. However, when the notification confirming the reward was displayed, everyone started to panic. The reward had been guaranteed to one person, who had received the blessing of God, while 8 people had taken the reward from the Demon King. All the top players have made their choices. The situation is starting to become tense. The leaders could no longer stay calm and demanded that the paladin use the lie detection skill immediately. But after questioning everyone, it was all the truth. Everyone kept asking each other, if it wasn't the 10 people here, then who could be the traitor at the end? Seeing the chaos, the goddess of protection also lamented their stupidity, while the bloodthirsty demon king quietly chuckled with delight. Everyone started to suspect each other. The Sword King thought that maybe the paladin was the one lying to cover for the demon lords. She tried to calm everyone down and urged them to trust each other and sit together to analyze the situation clearly, but at this point, there's no way to stay calm as the cross begins to spiral into madness. He believes that the 5 major guilds have spent 10 years working together, so it's hard to trust anyone outside of them, and it would be a waste to spend 10 years building trust with others. The cross immediately uses a combined skill with Viper to handle groups 8, 9, and 10 one after another. Paladin kept shouting for him to stop, but it was already too late. A horrifying scene unfolded before their eyes, leaving everyone speechless with terror. 3 lives lost in an instant, and the supporting characters who haven't even had a chance to shine are already on the altar, stripped and sacrificed. But after they are slaughtered, the tower reveals a message saying none of them are servants of the Demon King. Thap2 still wouldn't stop, increasingly bloodstained and looking at Paladin with a crazed, excited expression as he charged forward. I thought the traitor would be among these 3. Ha ha, so the traitor is one of us? It seems that trust will vanish any moment now. At this point, the Sword King can no longer stand by and watch. He immediately rushes at Viper in anger and attacks. Thap2's arm has been cut off, but that doesn't matter because he can reattach it in a moment. Everything turned chaotic. Viper could no longer resist. He shouted for help. Someone save me. I'm about to be skewered by this Sword King. Paladin helplessly begged Kim Gong to come out, because only he refused the reward. The others might be servants of the Demon King, but he was not. Everyone said they would trust you and respect your decisions because they no longer believed in their own judgment until the traitor was caught. Thinking that a battle would break out and a traitor would appear, M gave up the reward, but never imagined things would turn out this bad. Seeing the chaos before him, Men desperately tried to persuade the Sword King to stop. You shout out in despair, Sword King, if you have ever bowed your head to apologize to me, it means you respect me. So listen to me. Stop it. Let's talk this over. I will date your granddaughter. Of course, I will date her if she can reach the tower. So please support me. I might become your son-in-law in the future. Who would have thought it would turn out this way? Touch his descendants, and it's a different matter. Sword King immediately told him to better find the traitor and kill them afterward. Whew. At this moment, M dares to breathe a sigh of relief. Luckily, this old man also stopped. Kim Gong family elders urged everyone to stay calm and explained that they didn't know who the traitor was and couldn't even find him, but that was a different matter. They could defeat the traitor even without knowing his identity. The point isn't to find or kill the traitor, it's a trap. The traitor could be terrifying right now and cause internal chaos, or the system might choose its own traitor. First, eliminate the Demon King. If he leaves, the reward will disappear too, and that will be a simple problem. It doesn't matter how challenging the tower is for us. The solution is always simple: just climb the tower and destroy the Demon King's core on the 20th floor. At this moment, the mission on the 12th floor is now available. Outside, a terrifying red rain kept pouring down. The NPCs, clutching their heads in pain, kept crying out, "Nightmare rain is falling again. All of us, the Demon King and the Goddess, please don't abandon us." The Demon King then appeared with a giant knife on his shoulder. "You truly are pitiful people. You call people from another world here and give them high positions so they can become shields for you? Call as many as you want, hundreds or thousands. In the end, they are only humans like you, truly pitiful. Ultimately, they remain unaware of their own stupidity, trash humans swallowed by their own evil thoughts." According to the tower, the goal of this mission is to stop the Demon King again. His power has been weakened since he appeared here. If they fail, the 12th floor will not be opened. Once again, everyone starts arguing and whining, claiming this is something they cannot handle on their own. Min tried to reassure them to stay calm, confident that the tower would not assign an impossible mission. They couldn't get through this stage on their own. They needed to persuade the NPCs, boost their combat strength, and lead them into battle like real humans. The heroes have received their roles, and now it's time to step into their parts and complete the mission. Kim Gong relies on each title everyone has been assigned to start delegating tasks. First is the Crusader. This is the reception hall, but there is no emperor. Maybe he's somewhere with the NPCs. It will be very difficult to control the NPCs without their king. So the paladin's task is to find the king. Next, the Cross is the commander-in-chief, so they will need the city walls and to calm the soldiers. Protecting the walls is paramount. If the walls fall, this phase will end. And then the others, each person has their own tasks suited to their roles. Everyone on the 11th floor has now been moved here to carry out their missions. While everyone was dispersing to do their tasks, the Black Dragon leader, the Black Witch, returned to search for men using teleportation magic so she could see where she could go. It's quite interesting. The spirit immediately told men to just kill him. Teleportation is a powerful skill. So it turns out the Black Dragon came to take M because on the 11th floor, she saw him with a sword that boosted the soldiers' morale. She felt that what they needed right now wasn't her, but him. Hak Long needs Kim Gongdu's approval to teleport men because that's the limit of the skill. If the companion doesn't agree, there's nothing that can be done. The young man looked quite confused and asked the girl, "This is at least an S-rank skill. Is it okay to reveal its limit? Isn't that her trump card?" In this life or death situation, there's nothing left to hide. It is perfectly normal for the Chancellor to use his trump card to protect the country. There isn't much time left. The Black Witch urged the kid to quickly agree and go to the castle immediately. The rain kept pouring down, and the tears of the NPCs also flowed along with it. "I can't leave now after letting me see my vulnerable side." The Dark Sorcerer stands before the soldiers, beginning to explain and urging them to rise up and fight. With all her strength to protect the AIM Empire, the goddess will stand with them. The sword is raised, and the Guardian Goddess expresses her gratitude for their choice, gathering her final strength to illuminate the entire sky. Even a small light can make the rain stop falling in the places it reaches, and for those who have nothing left, that becomes incredibly special. At first, the reason why there were no NPCs in the castle was because all the rulers had abandoned the Empire. Maybe that's why the tower chose the Empire as a stage, just like the abandoned child on the 10th floor of the castle. The rallying cry of the Black Dragon and the Goddess's light took effect, causing the fallen NPCs to rise and fight to defend the Empire. To complete the mission, M suggested that she help him. First, create a situation where he can face the Demon King one-on-one. Then, while the NPCs are outside, try to gather the hunters together. With their help, it won't be too overwhelming. And if the Demon King wants to bring in more monsters to break the wall, immediately teleport him to his location. The Black Wizard was very curious and turned to ask the kid, "Are you planning to play a special role? Do you want to commit suicide?" She should have been suspicious, but Men was completely fearless and confidently said that what he wanted was victory. Death is not the end. "I also have my plans, so just trust in you." Every hunter has at least one secret of their own, so the Dark Witch didn't ask any more questions. She hopes that your sword is sharp enough to defeat the boss. As soon as the boss was mentioned, it appeared out of nowhere, advancing boldly and swinging its sword straight toward the castle. Many NPCs have already fallen. A scene of desolation and ruin with a message announcing that a hero has fallen. This person is not one of the Demon King's subordinates and appears suddenly before them. The Black Dragon froze for 5 seconds, then looked in that direction and exclaimed, "Sword Saint." The heretical judge and Viper are probably with the army now. The paladin is probably searching for the king, so the only one there could be the countess. How could this bitch die before me? She is very sad but can't cry. They've stood shoulder to shoulder for 10 years to reach this day, yet. It doesn't end there. If the countess leaves, the connection between the tower and the outside world will collapse. For now, put aside the pain and the consequences to come. Black Dragon suppresses his feelings and focuses on the immediate. Even the Demon King can't attack continuously, so let's defend the wall together. Looking at the map, Kim Gongja notices the Demon King's army has changed formation. They plan to attack here. So, right after that, you and the Black Dragon girl moved together toward the front lines. The fairy at this moment began to speak seriously. Hey zombie, 1 minute is enough, not just 30 seconds, keep resisting. To win this battle, you must become everyone's hope. It doesn't matter how long it lasts, you just need to show everyone that you're fighting the monsters. No one can become a hero just by surviving for 30 years. When there are only 30 seconds left for everyone in despair, the one who can give them 30 seconds of hope can become a hero. I promised to teach you swordsmanship before the 20th floor, didn't I? It may be a bit early, but now is the time to practice. In a battle, what matters is not an absolute second, but a relative one. Use your sword to blind them and steal a second from them. Now, my companion, it's time to become a hero. Kim Gong drinks the entire bottle and becomes a different person. 1 second of his time becomes faster with all his heart, and his sword will be faster than his own second. Thanks to the enthusiastic guidance of the teacher and the perfect coordination of my little brother, men gradually began to adapt. One after another, I eliminated them before the next appeared, like a symphony of swordsmen. 10 seconds have passed, and countless monsters have been sent to their graves. Suddenly, a thought crosses his mind. Why does the tower grant a rare skill to someone like him? It's not necessary to be great like a god. Giving it to an ordinary person, what's the problem? So, why would the world of 8 billion people give a skill to someone as mentally unstable as him? Could it be that the tower thinks no one else can conquer it except Yozuha? So to conquer the tower, I have to become as crazy as him? Ridiculous, I will be the one to conquer the 20th floor instead of that Fire King, the 30th, 50th, even the 100th floor. I will prove it to you. 30 seconds of fighting have passed, and Kim Gongja has been promoted from level E to level D. Everyone in the top 10 has also gathered here. They completed their mission and charged into battle. No matter how terrifying the Demon King is, everything else fades away, and only one thought remains in their minds. Move forward. With everyone's help, the path was cleared quickly and smoothly. As planned earlier, the Black Witch swiftly teleported the generals to the Demon King's location. However, unlike them, men charged forward alone. This scene is about to disappear. The unity of everyone and the sacrifices made to work together. Maybe people won't remember, but that doesn't mean everything has disappeared, like the souls that died on level 99 are now with those who died on level 1. When he returns, even if nothing is resolved, he will become stronger and everything will be better. Are you here to kill me? The hero of the Demon King men confidently raised his index finger and replied, No. I came here for you to kill me. The instant the dumbhead, the death notification appears. The activated skill condition is copying the Demon King's ability randomly as planned. The system notifies you that you have randomly copied the skill of the Nightmare Demon Lord. I've seen all the skills, I'll read them to you. Anyway, the tower seems disappointed with the hunter's attitude. Gongrai-ji nodded in agreement. Thanks to him, the old man smiled back. All right, listen carefully. The first skill is called the Rage of Resentment, pouring like rain, level S with no visible effect. It is invisible. Humans believe that something does not exist if they cannot see it. You are blind, aren't you? That's right, you fools. Expose everything so they realize how many have died in their ignorance, and the sky turns red with even more rain, but only the blood rain you witness can turn into rain and fall down. I don't understand why you have a gut feeling, but DM Emperor will definitely break through the 10th floor. Doesn't the tower feel guilty about that? The voice of the old spirit echoes, This is the next skill. A+ level heart, pounding, transforming aura through your own emotions. The stronger your emotions, the more your aura reacts. Revenge, hatred, pain, joy, love, any feeling will do. Any wood will eventually catch fire, but you might become addicted to that feeling. Gongra strokes his chin thoughtfully. All floors have hidden tasks. He pondered, and the 12th floor was certainly no exception. The voice of the old fairy rang out again. The next skill is this one. Summoning an SS level white demon to bring back a deceased friend as a demon. The dead do not inherit skills or memories from their previous life. You can only summon monsters like elves, demons, zombies, and skulls, but you can only do it once a week. Gong crossed his arms and watched the 3 glowing cards float in front of him. These are the 3 skills I like the most. You raise your hand and say, I'll choose this one. The old man frowns slightly and asks, Really? I don't know anything about this, but if it's a child, it will be the most useful skill for you to conquer up to level 20. The old spirit muttered, Really? Just do as you wish. I may not know what you're planning, but I am really looking forward to it. Gongja just touched the card and exclaimed, Oh, Sword Emperor. You ask, have you gotten used to daily sword training at the Sword Emperor's house? He replies, What else could it be? Mr. Marcus is a true old man. He plans everything carefully from morning until he goes to bed. Gong glanced over and said, So I asked about his evening plans. He will definitely use it at some point. Elder Spirit nodded in agreement, and the system lit up to confirm the choice was completed. After Chill, going back 24 hours earlier, you will see the sins of the Demon King. You are a D-rank hunter, and because of this skill, you will have to face punishment. We are now witnessing the sins of the enemy who killed your friend. The difficulty of the punishment is standard, and it is the Hungry Demon. Later, we will talk more about this nightmare. The scene shifts to another place, where the Black Witch is sitting with her elbows resting on the table. She asked, Are you leaving now? Gongja nodded and replied, Yes. The 11th floor will open soon, so to avoid falling behind, we need to prepare now. The Dark Witch asked again, Do you even know what level 11 is like to prepare for it? There's no problem reaching level 11 yet. But when the Demon King appeared on level 12, you all saw that he didn't answer, so she called his name louder. Kim Gong, are you okay? You don't look quite right. Are you hurt anywhere? You look a bit tired holding your stomach. I'm fine. It's just that everyone is so talented, but now we're in this situation. It's really frustrating. Does everyone feel overwhelmed? Then Gong takes his hand away, looking quite optimistic. Anyway, yeah, that's right. I know what the 11th floor is like. I already know what level 11 will have, even without that person. Everyone was stunned when they heard what you said. Because it's a reward for me for conquering the 10th floor. I'm sharing this because analyzing the shared information together would be better, right? Gongja asks himself and answers. That's right. But I have one condition. Your image appears in the eyes of the Black Witch. Your voice echoes in everyone's ears. When will I speak up? Please, listen carefully to my request, Gongjia said seriously. Although I can't say what my request is yet, I won't threaten anyone's life or demand money. If you find my request unreasonable, you can refuse at that time. Herrick stroked his chin and said, I think this condition is very good. Once we have the information, we can handle most problems in advance. I agree. Ron closed his eyes and smiled softly. We also have the right to refuse, so I agree. The others also kept agreeing. Well, let's just listen for now. This deal won't harm me either. I agree. Okay. So, the first phase is complete. You smile and speak. So I will tell you, from level 11 to 20 is the Empire. Everyone was excited after hearing that. As expected, the first 10 floors were just training, and from the 11th floor onward, it would be large-scale battles. Gong looked around at everyone and then continued, I'll reveal a little information to the members of the guild. Oh, they're fighting. This way I can easily handle the 11th floor. Before leaving, he turned to Paladin and said, I'll take my leave now. Ah, holy night. She responded when she heard her name, asking, What? Gong family suggests, You are the captain of the guard team, right? Do you want to take a walk? I have something to advise you about. Paladin agreed. I was just about to get up too, as long as it doesn't take too long. He smiled. Yes, just 30 minutes will be enough, she replied with a smile, adding a touch of humor. All right, I'll gladly accept this date invitation. As they walked down the street, there was a lively buzz of chatter nearby. He hasn't said anything yet because someone new appeared? Could it really be true? Are the major guilds making some adjustments? I want to get through too. The old fairy followed closely behind, hearing someone's voice echoing in his ear. Why is there no clue about level M? Suddenly a gong sounded in his mind. The zombie noticed strange changes around him, and his serious expression was quietly warning the elf without others noticing. Follow me, Gong asked again. Are you sure? The old man nodded to himself. All right, so don't look back. Even if you do, you won't know. That old man also has an invisibility barrier skill. You're lucky. Exactly. I understand now. Just help me check if it's following me. Inside, I had this bone-deep pain at the front door. Gong fell into deep thought. If I wait until the 12th floor to clear up the misunderstanding with the Sword Saint, it will be too late. I must resolve it before entering the tower. The relationship between the Sword Saint and the guild leaders is very bad. Once he puts the sword in his hand, he will treat himself like a gang boss and attack. There will also be a bomb called the Traitor falling down. This is the path leading to destruction. Paladin saw that he kept walking without saying a word. She looked around and asked, Kim Gongjia, where are we going? At this point, you turn around and smile, saying, This way might be a bit dark, but I want to introduce you to a shop. Gongjia is planning something and now wants to lure the Sword Saint, trying to attract attention by doing things that match the Sword Saint's daily routine as told by Bihuron. Once he realizes you're there, he'll follow you immediately. Of course, the Holy Knight beside you doesn't know this. The Paladin looked confused and asked, A shop? Gong explained that a nameless apothecary's shop isn't that impressive. Once it gains a reputation, this shop will become very popular. Holy Knight, please come and help him run the business smoothly. She sneered. Was what you just said the truth? You just realized now. So she had activated it. Discovering the lie, Gongja calmly replied, Of course I lied to you, what about it? He smiled innocently. I only said it because I care about that person. I don't want to create a suspicious story, I just want the Holy Knight to help me. No matter what happens to put me in danger, you'll be fine. Trust me. The paladin was confused. Is everything really the truth? She forced a smile and said, Sorry, people often say I tend to be overly suspicious. Let's keep going. The two of them continued to the place Gong family recommended, and as soon as they entered, they were greeted with a warm smile from the fake Kim Soo. Oh, you're asking if I still keep the shop open now? She smiled brightly and said, Even though we're past the closing time, if it's you, I'm always ready to welcome you. You are our first regular guest. Then the fake Kim Soo looked at the person next to him and asked, Are you the one accompanying him? Upon hearing Gongja introduce him as the leader of the guard team called the Holy Knight, she was stunned and widened her eyes. Fake Kim Soo asked in surprise, The leader of the guard team? Isn't he a very noble figure? How could he appear here? Oh, you smile to yourself and think that this reaction wouldn't be unusual for an ordinary hunter, right? Suddenly, the fake alchemist kneels down and shouts, Are you here to catch drugs? Although I run my business in this alley, I never manufacture any harmful drugs. I live an honest life, and I will continue to do so in the future. So, just focus on the investigation then. Gong silently thought to himself, I'll withdraw the usual comment. Baladin nodded and said, Yes, and you know she used her lie detection ability, right? The results are all the truth, so you will definitely be surprised. Gong sat down opposite the alchemist and reassured her, Don't worry, she's not here because of this. The owner is a very kind and capable person. She looked up at you and asked hesitantly, So you explained why you brought someone here. Compared to her talent, this shop is too chaotic. I felt sorry, so I introduced this shop to the Holy Knight. The alchemist stammered in surprise. Introducing? The Gong family mentioned something. She wants to see some magic water samples. Do you know? If the medicine is good, she will sign the contract. If the medicine is distributed to the guard team, it will be very good for you. The illusionist's eyes welled up with tears as he held your hand and said gratefully, That would be perfect. Can you help me when I sell the store, help me place large orders, and now introduce me to your acquaintances? I don't know how to repay you. At this moment, someone opens the door and steps in. Gong, who has been waiting, finally reaches this moment. He doesn't turn around, only glances back. Marcus stood at the door and said, Can everyone step back? Only that one needs to stay. The old man coldly said, This old man has something private to discuss with him. Paladin was very surprised by Marcus's appearance and asked, Sword Saint, what are you doing here? The other side looked at her thoughtfully and then responded somewhat teasingly, So this young lady is already deaf at such a young age. Gong quietly listened to each emphasized word from him. I told you to stay back. The men here have matters to settle with each other. She responded indifferently. That was a harsh thing to say. You and Hunter Kim Gong have something private to discuss, right? Marcus repeated his offer once again. You go outside, I've told you for the third time. Suddenly, Paladin hurriedly stepped in front. If it doesn't work the first time, the third and fourth times won't work either. The old Sword Saint has forgotten this basic principle? Maris gritted his teeth in anger at her blunt accusations. Kim Gongjia has officially joined the army of the Great Guild. If you attack him, it means declaring war on us. I don't know what you're planning, but don't expect the guards to stay silent and let you do whatever you want. Finally, he simply uttered a single word. Ah, Changshu's hand was on the hilt of his sword, ready to draw it from its sheath. As expected, every gang claims they're in the same boat. I already know that. The other side looked confused and asked again, I increasingly don't understand what you're trying to say. Baladin also did the same, maintaining a strangely calm expression. Sword Saint, I have learned from Kaka that sometimes you go hunting people. Of course, we are not involved in your personal affairs, but if that happens right in front of me, it will be a completely different matter. I will stake my life to stop you, Marcus said, glaring challengingly. Are you confident you can stop me? Baladin knows the difference in strength between us too well to make any guarantees. No, I will do my best to fight you, and will die. But when I die, your reputation will be forever linked to the disgusting name of the murderer who killed innocent people. Sword Saint. If you want to spend the rest of your life with that title, then go ahead and attack me. This is the weakness of the Sword Saint that you learned from the previous game. Gong family's memories go back to the past. Young Lady Paladin, you are the only one here who would never hurt anyone, right? Good. So I will try to trust you. Now looking back, the Sword Saint is very vulnerable in front of innocent people. From that, we can conclude that what you brought with you is probably the only innocent person among the gang leaders here. According to the Sword Saint's view on violence, someone who has never killed is a holy knight. This is a good person, and there is one more. Just then, the alchemist hurriedly rushed out and stood in front of Gong, his words full of a threatening tone. Sir, I don't quite understand what's happening, but this customer is my benefactor. Although Babylon doesn't have laws like the real world, if you harm my benefactor, even if you are a sword saint, I won't forgive you. A few days ago, the thugs caused chaos here. I'm very sorry, but please, leave my shop. I officially demand that you leave here. Baladin dares to assure you that this is a kind of injury. Those who lack the strength to fight the Sword Saint, but the only one who can stop the Sword Saint is this kind-hearted girl. Marcus looks extremely troubled right now. What should I do? If you want to fall into the sewer, you have to happily cooperate with that person. The hand suddenly withdrew from the sword hilt silently and then turned away to leave, not forgetting to leave an excuse just because today is not your day. Gongra silently breathes a sigh of relief. Good. The second condition is met. Before the Sword Saint tries to kill me, at least I should have a word or two in reply. A loud, commanding shout suddenly rings out, calling to you. Sword Saint, I will wait for you tomorrow noon at the open field in the north. Gongra announced with a determined look. It's fine if you come, and fine if you don't. I will wait alone. If you want to know what kind of person I am, come see me tomorrow. He didn't respond at all, just cast a sharp glance behind him. It really is a 10-year loss, but does he want to meet the demon killer tonight? Yes, the opponent asked confusedly. Are you the famous sword saint known as the Killer Demon? Paladin quickly denied it. Not famous or anything, but at least everyone in the 5 great clans knows. She calmly recounted, and the image of Maris standing silently before a pure white flower in the pouring rain appeared. His daughter and son-in-law had died at the hands of the killers. He doesn't like to talk about himself, so I'm not sure either. The Gong family could only listen in silence. For that reason, the Sword Saint has no feelings towards the killers. Since there was no evidence from the start, we are just outsiders. Of course, but everything is a secret. After understanding every detail of the story, Elder Spirit quickly verified the information. That's right, he told me only your niece and nephew are alive. Then he turned to question me. Why are you only bringing this up now if he's so clever in twisting things around? You didn't ask before. Baladin continued to share his personal opinion. Well, I can't say I don't understand the Sword Saint, but if he were in the guard team, he would have to deal with all kinds of criminals. Sometimes I talk to them and wonder if it's really okay to forgive people like that. The ones who deserve to die are already gone, and even I am sometimes tempted like that. Half of her face gently turned to the side. Every member of the big guild has their own story. You have sided with us, so you'll gradually find out. But there are countless rotten things, and we'll see how you react. Realizing he was steering the conversation too far, Baladin silently shook his head. The story had already taken a different turn. A faint smile curled his lips, not very cheerful, but quite rare. So, how much does the poison cost here? The guard team's budget is always tight, so high prices are quite troublesome. Time passed, and the next day arrived, with the countdown clock in the sky ticking down every moment. Everyone here kept discussing excitedly together. Gong family just stepped out of the woods, staring intently at their phone. The atmosphere feels just like the last time. He silently ponders, but notices a few differences, then looks at the hot news on the screen. The masked person is attacking the 10th floor. Who is it really? After finishing, Gong quickly put it into his shirt pocket. There's nothing different. I am the difference itself. Just then, Maris suddenly appeared in front. So you really were waiting alone. The image of the dagger from the past flickers back, and on one side he challenges, do you really think you can escape on your own? Of course, someone who has slaughtered so many times must be very confident in their abilities. Hearing that, Gong family could only remain silent, unable to refute. Old Spirit kindly asked Han, are you okay? And Han clenched his shirt tightly as a way to comfort himself. I'm fine, just a little hurt, that's all. After calming down, Gong family began to explain at length. Sword Saint, I have a long story to tell you. I know why the Sword Saint wants to kill me. Marcus smugly accused the opponent, as expected. A thief is easily startled. You must realize what your own crime is. However, what you say next is the thing he least expected because it's due to the insight skill of the Eye of Insight, right? It surprised Marcus greatly. How did you know? Suddenly he clasped his hands together sincerely and asked, please trust the words I'm about to say. Gong secretly analyzes how difficult it is to earn everyone's trust. Everyone has their own stubbornness, and the Sword Saint is his skill. The old man in front of you has lived his whole life with that stubbornness, and it has become his way of life. This is what the Sword Saint convinced me to do. To deny the life I've lived all these years. No matter how harsh or difficult it is, risking my life is worth it. Continuing is a shocking declaration from Gongja. Sword Saint, I have a clairvoyant who leaves Marcus stunned. If you honestly confess and tell the truth, I have a skill that can make predictions. Thanks to this skill, I knew that you have the ability of the clairvoyant eye. If this keeps going, the Sword Saint will want to kill me, so I asked why he had to kill me. He listened silently to every word. At that moment, the Sword Saint had already spoken, right? Based on that skill, the number above my head is 4093. Marcus didn't give an immediate answer, even challenging his opponent with a serious tone. Try to guess. My hand behind my back is gripping my sword tightly. Guess how many fingers I'm holding up with my left hand right now. If you are a prophet, this wouldn't be difficult, right? Thinking to myself. As expected, I have to use this method. The rest is just waiting for the right moment to act. If you can't guess, it's because your lies have almost convinced you deep down that you're right. Just as I expected, Marcus was about to charge forward at an incredible speed, but suddenly hesitated. Seeing the opponent end their own life, Marcus's eyes widened in disbelief. What? You are dead. You will return 24 hours earlier. Time rewinds once again to the exact moment, and the two stand facing each other. Marcus challenges with a riddle. Gong then spoke up. You're trying to hide your hand behind your back, right? You want me to guess how many fingers you're holding up. And you think that if I really am a prophet, this wouldn't be difficult at all, right? Keep trying to convince the other person. Sword Saint, trust me, I really do have this skill. If you kill me now, it would be as easy as flipping your hand, but without me, you won't be able to safely pass through the 12th floor. Suddenly, a voice interrupted. Hold on, I will wait. Marcus still stubbornly argued back. That alone is not enough. Maybe you have clairvoyance or mind-reading abilities, not a fortune-telling technique. What do you have to prove you're a fortune teller? The Gong family also secretly agrees with those words. That's right. You also realized that thinking about it just once isn't enough. The notifications keep popping up. You have died. You will return 24 hours earlier. At another moment, before being revived, Maris pointed his sword directly at your face. No, that alone still isn't enough. You prove that you have no other skills. Assuming you understand very well, convincing someone is indeed not an easy task. The familiar message appears again. You have died. You will return 24 hours earlier. Gong family still tries their best to convey their message. Sword Saint, you can't kill me here. Then many people will be injured on the 12th floor. I'm telling the truth. If that person is an old man leading a certain field, it's even more difficult. The boy's expression gradually became extremely urgent. Please believe me. It's okay. You can test as many times as you want. Even if it takes a week or half a month, I am confident I can convince you. There are continuous repeating characters, and you will go back 24 hours. Gong family's death lasted longer than his life. After all those tests, you now only speak a few brief words. I don't claim to be innocent, nor do I want to beg for your mercy for my entire life. The opponent hesitated and asked again, so what is it? Suddenly, the hand spread out wide. In the next 5 days, please do not kill me. Follow me and see for yourself before judging whether I am truly a deserving death. Seeing the opponent hesitate for a long time, Gongja gradually grew impatient. It seems you still don't believe me. Now you will deliver the final blow. You are beginning to speak the prophecy. One day, you will tell me this. If I say it, you will believe that I am the prophet. What am I saying? The system suddenly appears and hums, O angels, O tower conquerors. In front of Maris's astonishment, the shocking truth is revealed by the Sword Emperor. The Elder Spirit is just as amazed. Gongja is extremely confident with his statement. Even though I don't know whose nickname it is, I just need to say it out loud, right? The system reminds you that you will face a trust test. The answer you are seeking will help you understand who you really are. Marcus asks to confirm. You said 5 days, right? The clear, melodious sound continues to echo, so you will understand your true self. The figure of the opponent reflected deep in his emerald eyes. In 5 days, I will follow you. I will closely observe all your actions, words, attitude, and posture. In the end, I will reach an agreement and then decide whether you deserve to die or not. So, is that settled? Gongja, of course, won't refuse. Yes, I understand. Then you bow deeply and sincerely thank him. The bloody scene flashes through my mind. All right. The promise of the guild leaders is that the Sword Saint won't kill Gongja immediately upon seeing him. At that moment, the news of the guard's death arrived, and a hero had fallen. Then came the ruined structure, creating a desolate scene. For now, the Sword Saint will trust that you meet all the conditions to prevent any unnecessary sacrifices on the 12th floor. A rare bright smile appears on Gong's lips. Well then, Sword Saint, see you on the next floor. The sound of the system rises again. To the conquerors of the tower, you are ordered to send it out. It responds passionately, wishing you luck always be on your side. Gong family stands amidst the chaos of the battle. Everyone was shouting loudly, watch out for the arrows. What on earth is going on? Oh, They are the heroes saving the Empire. The hero firmly demands that we help rescue the Empire. The display board shows that the decisive supply battle has brought disaster to the Empire. The Demon King, the legendary being, has finally awakened the strength of the army. The Demon King is extremely powerful, cruel, and cunning. First, that guy planned to cut off the Empire's supply lines. Please protect the harbor. This battle will be the first step in saving the Empire. However, if you fail, level 12 will not open. So far, it's the same as last time. But the Dark Sorcerer loudly shouted. The Black Dragon gathered. Immediately after, there was a heroic declaration. From now on, the Black Dragon will command this battle, backed by brave comrades. She begins assigning roles. Momon's team takes the left flank for defense and breaks through Shin and Sang-ran on the right flank. Haklong, we will break through the center. If anyone is dissatisfied with the command, they can speak after the battle is over. Under the banner of the Black Witch, if there's time to shout now, then go catch another orc. Everyone charge together. Excited voices overlap as Momun cheers enthusiastically. Hey guys, stay close to me. If any kid dies before me, starting from that one, you'll go to hell. Baladin kept reminding as he beheaded a goblin. What is that? All troops, help Moomin so that those arrogant wild boars don't get isolated. She chuckled happily as she stomped on another. Ah, acting alone is death right on the spot. Act decisively as a team. Rondu sighed in admiration. Everyone is full of enthusiasm. Let's take it slow, don't overexert yourselves, and help each other. The battlefield is devastated, with smoke billowing everywhere, as countless attacks clash, creating deafening sounds. Oh, Savas immediately turned to rally his subordinates. Look, the heroes who have come to this world are fearlessly pushing back the monsters, the warriors of the Empire. Let's join in too. All troops, follow me. Your words only strengthen everyone's faith. The gods have always protected our empire. Behind, Elder Spirit asks Hangong, "Are you okay?" He reminds the other person. If that's the case, you'll attract less attention. But you just quietly smile with satisfaction. It's still the same revealing comment from the one who always keeps a close eye on Gongra. There's no way any guy likes to stand out in others' eyes like you do. Wouldn't this mean you get less attention than last time? You just respond indifferently. Well, anyway, that's just how it is. It seems I've accepted my fate, but I don't feel too bad about it. Old Spirit Lin was quite surprised, his tone somewhat teasing. Ho ho, little guy, but still, you've grown up a bit, haven't you? Gongja just chuckled and said, what kind of grown-up? Anyway, I think I should prepare something without paying attention to the shadow lurking behind the soldiers. As Lin sensed the strange presence, he instinctively turned his head back in horror. Gongjia couldn't help but wonder, what are you doing over there? Marcos just reminded him of what they agreed on earlier. I said I would watch you. I already told you just now, didn't I? I will monitor you for 5 days and decide whether to kill you or not. You could never have imagined that the person who said he could do it is actually that guy. Are you planning to follow me 24/7? I immediately received a firm confirmation. Of course, that's how it is. The Sword King casually swung his sword toward the distant crowd. That calmness only makes the opponent more bewildered. Even the elders have to hunt monsters, right? The rewards will be given based on each person's contribution to the battle. He calmly explained. I also use a sword when I have time, so there's no need to worry. The truth is right in front of us. The old soldiers of the Gong family are helpless. This is really something. Suddenly, 2 people rushed out to stop him as he approached the Black Witch. Stop! Is there something you need to discuss with the guild leader? She seems very suspicious. The Golden Sword Saint Hunter has no spare time right now, so I have to wrap things up quickly. I'm busy commanding the guilds, so if possible, finish this within 30 seconds. There, Team 4, don't run away foolishly, just stay in your positions. Gong, seize the opportunity to speak up. Black Dragon Lord, I have a reward for clearing the 10th floor. The Black Mage wonders, you must have that, right? So he immediately pulled it out to prove that this is a mini-map reward, which can see enemies, our troops, and the entire battlefield. This successfully caught her attention. Really? The other side dares to swear. What can I do if I lie? It's the truth. She quickly grabbed Gong's hand. So what did you do that you're only arriving now? Tell me, where is the boss monster? You hesitantly answer. Although I couldn't see clearly because I was surrounded by monsters, the map shows it's over there. The Dark Wizard keeps urging me to repeat the agreement to use the skill. Hurry up, the situation is urgent. Gong can only negotiate. Oh, I agree to use the skill of the Black Dragon Lord. He secretly marvels that when this person loses their composure, their true nature is revealed. Aofeng erupts around both of them as the skill is activated, shifting position. They are now in the air, able to observe the entire situation. The Black Wizard hurriedly asks, Where? He quickly pointed out, It's over there. The 2 of them used space jumps again and rushed down to the target they just found, shifting. At the decisive moment, she hurriedly asked about Gong family's weapon skills. Do you know how to use a sword? He honestly replied, enough to catch that guy. With that, the dark wizard summoned all his strength and threw Gong downwards. Then, go. Drawing his sword as if tearing through space, a never-ending reed streak was unleashed, followed by the splattering of blue liquid from the goblin everywhere. The nearby monsters whispered among themselves in their own language. Watch out! With the bloodied face of the enemy, he turned his head 45 degrees. Why do you also want to be cut in half? They were so terrified that they all hurriedly retreated. The others hadn't yet understood what had just happened. Oh, those guys are running away. They immediately seize the opportunity and chase after them, killing everyone without leaving a single one behind. Over there, those cursed bastards. At the same time, the dark wizard roared loudly, straining with all his might. Ah, his face couldn't hide his joy. Well done. Young Master Kim, is it true you finished the mission in less than an hour? Maybe fewer than 50 hunters have died. Probably not even 30. What could be better than this, given the constant praise from the other side? Gongra stood there stunned, thinking, could it be that the reason she kept showing no expression last time was because a memory from her past briefly flashed through his mind? Were the hunters initially killed mostly by fire? You always look serious and tense, so are you now happy because the damage was so small? Now I understand, you're actually a simple person, after all, happy or sad depending on how few victims there are. Wow, you're too excited, calm down a bit. However, the dark wizard basically couldn't control himself. When people are excited, they have to be excited fully. Once again, I praise you, you really did very well, young Master Kim. A rare, bright smile appeared on her lips, and no layer had been processed with so few sacrifices as today. Just be proud. Gongra listened silently, each word sinking in, even if he wanted to claim the reward for himself. He was truly lucky to have a new hero like you. She has now fully opened her heart to the other person. From today on, all the media outlets of the tower will attack you, so get ready. Your mind seems to have realized a new truth. Yes, that's right. Gongja immediately accepted her handshake without hesitation, gaining attention from many and being celebrated as a hero. Feeling envy and jealousy, let's end everything happily, but not to the point of earning their recognition. Everyone happily exchanged greetings after the fierce battle. Those who lived very actively, even if not able to say they tried their best, celebrated more lively than ever. It can be said that those who have done their best and lived fully. Everyone wants to shake hands with each other. Only Maris remains quietly standing apart by himself. The Black Dragon Sword Saint, as well as many others, truly live actively. I want to live a life where I am recognized by those who wish to recognize me. Everything ends peacefully. The Gong family and the Black Witch have also formed a friendly alliance. I want to protect these people. The system displays at the perfect moment, calculating the level of contribution to prevent the Demon King from mocking, to avoid the active-minded from being humiliated or ridiculed, and to prevent wasting time on vile actions or consistent insults. I simply want to be acknowledged and recognized by them. The sound rings out again, completing the calculation. The old spirit suddenly calls out, Kid, Gong family's only wish is to earn their respect. Even if it's an impossible dream, I want to live like that. Old K sighed. Truly a kid worth watching. Next is the appearance of the contribution ranking table, with the top spot unsurprisingly going to the Golden Young Master, second place to the Dark Sorceress, third to the Heretical Judge, fourth to the Readers, fifth to the Yunqi Sha, sixth to the Count, and seventh to the Sword Saint. It seems he has made up his mind. I also want to make a change in this changed world. Her gaze quickly shifted back to the screen. The order had changed from before, and the system immediately announced that the high-ranking attackers had entered level 12 first. The Black Witch confidently claims that with this momentum she might even reach the 20th floor, and she quickly adds, before the high-ranking attackers receive their rewards, others cannot enter level 12. She continued, at least I predicted that 5,000 people would be lost, and that was already a very good start. However, the Gong family has a different idea. No, if we do nothing, we will have to sacrifice a lot on the 12th floor. Watching Ryandu begin to move, he carefully considers that he might lose the only talent capable of communicating with the outside world. If so, it's not just 5,000 people, but possibly 50,000, or even 500,000 who will be sacrificed. Soon, it will be your turn to be enveloped by the energy pulling you upward, and your eyes slowly open as you arrive. So the final decision is that I will carry the heart. Everyone around also gradually entered another space. Moon let out a cry, calling out, "Oh." The Black Wizard also looked very surprised, not expecting to arrive here like this. Herrick hurried over, the noble hunter, truly impressive. You kept asking, I didn't expect you to team up with the Black Dragon Lord like that. Could it be that your guess about the boss monster's location was thanks to the reward from the previous round? Gong quickly raised his hand to signal for a pause. Hold on. Then he turned to the side and announced, I have something to say to everyone, which caught Maris's attention from afar. Gongja couldn't hide his smug expression. All right. Even the Sword Saint won't attack me. My voice rang out clearly. Yesterday I told everyone something. You remember, I told everyone that if one day I asked for help, you all must accept it. Herrick replied happily. Yes, of course I remember. The others also listened carefully, relying on that. Now please accept and help me. Gong raises his hand high. For the next 5 days, everyone stay here and do nothing. Then in 5 days, I will reach level 20. The goddess figure is actually a gentle system voice announcing, Hey brave warriors, those who choose to climb from level 11 to level 20, your faith is mixed with shouts. From level 11 to level 20, your faith. Suddenly, a multitude of rough voices cut in. Floor 11, open up to floor 11. The image of the magic battle from the previous timeline flickers into view. It continues, and will be verified. Returning to the present, a question is raised before everyone's bewildered eyes. Do you remember what I said yesterday? The system softly and earnestly told you that you will find the answer, and that answer will remind you of who you are. On one side, Gong calmly begins to speak. I asked everyone to listen to me when the time comes. Now please listen to it. This is the answer you found. The warm sunlight shines into the castle, accompanied by his serious voice of advice. Just stay here and do nothing for 5 days. If everyone can do that, I promise to conquer up to the 20th floor within 5 days. Hearing that, the Black Witch couldn't help but be confused. Wait a minute. 5 days? She asked again to confirm. Did I hear that wrong? Don't joke around. This isn't funny at all. The Gong family just calmly reaffirmed, everyone heard it already. I'm not enough. This statement directly leaves everyone speechless. The Black Witch bluntly retorts, there's no way you can keep questioning him without any hesitation. You know it took us years to conquer the 10th floor. It's true that we just conquered level 11 in under an hour, but you're too confident. Who do you think you are? I never expected the other side to bow their heads so sincerely. Please. The Gong family is cautious in explaining. I have conquered the 10th floor. Of course I did it for myself, but I also shared the rewards and benefits from level 10. Over here, Ranzu placed the paper fan under his chin thoughtfully. From the information about level 11 to the boss location, it benefits everyone. Mun also listened quietly to every word. I have gained the right to ask for everyone's help. Gong is trying to persuade them to the end. No matter if I conquer level 22 or not, please wait these 5 days, the system suddenly announced. Congratulations, Gold Hunter Gongra, you ranked first in conquering level 11. In just a moment, he completely regained his confident demeanor. Please, everyone. The system continues to assign rewards for level 11, followed by 2 screens with contrasting color tones appearing simultaneously. The Goddess of Protection offers you a reward, and the Demon King of Tuvu also presents you with one. Gongja Guy slightly tilts his head back to reveal a smug smile. A provocative thought clearly weaves through my mind. Demon King, are you disappointed that we haven't fought yet? Next, the Demon King of Tuvu suggests you choose a reward. Gong suddenly turns to observe the distant figure and then watches Paladin's group. The Demon King of Tuvu suggests that you can also refuse the reward. The notification keeps appearing. The Demon King of Tuvu was curious about your choice and tried to persuade you, but in the end he received no answer. The Demon King of Tuvu doesn't understand your intentions. Herctic was the first to speak. This is quite a simple matter. You calmly walk on the tiles while analyzing the situation. Hunter Kim Gong has shared with us the method to conquer level 11. In return, he asked us to listen to him, and we agreed that if it's not an impossible task, we will do as he says. She calmly repeats all of Gong's demands. We all stay still and do nothing for 5 days. It's not that simple because the media will definitely cause a commotion in the coming days, but according to my own belief, I accept it calmly, though it's not impossible either. So I agree. The Black Witch is completely in a difficult position. Well, it's not impossible. But before he could finish his sentence, Herrick cut him off. We already promised, Lord Long. She helplessly placed her hand on her chin and finally gave in. You're right. We've already promised. All right, even though I don't understand what you're thinking. Rondu asked again to confirm. Are you saying that because you already have a plan? I'll follow. Baladin silently agrees with that decision. Understood. I promise to stay silent for 5 days. The others also seem to be gradually convinced. If everyone is like that, then I think I can wait 5 days. As for me, my voice is as cold as ice, mixed with sternness. I never promised this. The Sword King straightforwardly declares, I only made one promise to watch this guy for 5 days. There's no reason for me to follow his request. I am determined to refuse to stay here like the others. If you go to the 20th floor, I will follow as I promised. The Gong family simply agreed. All right, that's fine. I know deep down there's no way to change the other person's mind. I was planning to defeat the Demon King alone, but having the Sword Saint is also fine. I have no reason to refuse him. After making arrangements, the Black Witch and the sect fell silent as Gong calmly spoke up. Now everyone looks at them with confidence and sincerely expresses their gratitude. Thank you for your help. Each person shows an unpredictable expression and emotion. After speaking, he turned decisively and left, to meet again in 5 days. As he opened the large door, blinding light immediately flooded in. At that moment, Gong family and the old spirit both instinctively froze in front of the strange point. Looking around the scene, the old man bewilderedly said, "All NBC are frozen." You quickly realize the problem is that the mission hasn't started yet. Old Tin Lin gazed blankly, wondering about the distant mission while Maris was following them at the minimum distance. Gong calmly explained, "I haven't chosen a position yet. Currently, the Empire has neither the Grand Mage nor the Commander of Knights. Usually, missions from level 12 to level 20 involve hunters in those professions. You guessed based on the clues from level 11 that there was already a mission as soon as you entered. It must be the normal procedure." The image of Savas wielding his sword heroically appears. "Please help us protect the Empire." At this moment, the system announced that the level 12 mission had been issued. Then, Gongja and Marcus both turned their eyes toward the same spot. "But we are quite uncertain about level 12, right? So why not leave the mission unassigned forever? The mission only starts when everyone has chosen their class, which means under the gloomy sky they quickly approach the city gate. If we don't choose a profession, the mission won't start." Stepping outside, your steady analytical voice still echoes clearly. "The invasion by the Demon King's army won't happen, and the Imperial army won't fight against them. So, Sword King, the problem is here. The messages from the Demon King keep coming in, and the Demon King of Thuvu orders you to choose a reward and forces you to make a decision." Gong slowly gathered magic in his palm and calmly asked the Spirit Elder what would happen if the Demon King died in this state. He was surprised and replied, "What do you mean?" An invisible map appears with a large red dot in the center, and I explain in more detail to make it clear for the other party. "I'm asking what happens if I kill the boss before the mission starts." In the dark, foggy space, Gongjia gives his final answer. "It's quite simple. No one will receive the Demon King's reward, so there will be no traitor among us. The Demon King will be thwarted before he can cause any trouble." The words appear on the black screen, one after another. The Demon King of Tuvu is furious, and suddenly an indistinct entity tears through the sky and crashes down. The Demon King roared in fury, demanding an explanation. "How dare you!" It keeps arrogantly shouting and ranting nonstop. Just keep going in the right direction. The hero of the goddess is truly arrogant, daring to come here without making a choice. Yet your attitude remains so arrogant. What the hell are you doing? "I clearly already made my choice," the Demon King asked in surprise. "What?" But before I could finish my sentence, a sharp sword was pressed against my neck, and Gongra didn't hesitate to twist it back. "See? This is the best choice." A sly smile curled on my lips. "I will kill the Demon King before the mission begins. Then neither the hunters nor the people of the Empire will have to die. And of course, we won't have any traitors either. Do you understand? This is the perfect ending, with no sacrifices needed." In the end, a gentle expression appears, as if a burden has been partly lifted from my shoulders. Because I'm still a kid, I'm really bad at pretending. Maybe that's just who I am. If I could, I would prefer a perfect ending. To achieve that, you didn't hesitate to destroy anything in your way, so unfortunately you have to die because if you keep obstructing, I won't see that ending. The Demon King roared in anger. "How dare you!" Angrily provoked by Gong, it rushes forward in a frenzy to attack. Its distorted face looks extremely terrifying, blocking me without accepting help from the Empire. At that moment, the gold-plated clock struck 6 o'clock. He raised his sword high into the sky with arrogance, a radiant aura shining in all directions. I don't need anyone's help anymore. Gong family leaps into the air with an even more confident expression, filled with a surge of strong belief. In a frozen world, I will survive by holding onto the sword like the hands of a clock. The hero is destined to be alone. The 5 days of eternity have begun. A gentle voice like a butterfly fluttering by awakens on a rainy day. It looks like a slimy black mud pile with ugly red eyes, and the continuous sound of some creature's cry echoes. On a rock above, a green frog sat croaking without noticing the dark figure slowly approaching from behind. Its body stretched out, then it swallowed the green frog whole. The entire process was silent. Heavy rain fell from the sky as the mysterious creature slowly digested. Then a green frog gradually emerged from the dark mud, becoming clearer and clearer. It tilts its head up to the sky, watching the raindrops fall, and a voice from within naturally emerges. It's raining, just like other frogs, and it calls out with a familiar sound. Its back looks extremely lonely, and it wants to live a little longer. The Demon King slashed down with a powerful claw, tearing the ground apart and sending dust and smoke billowing into the air. A notification appeared at that moment. You have died. Suddenly, a hand holding a pen appeared, writing the first stroke. Old Spirit calmly comments while crossing his arms in front of his chest. Zombie, your sword stance is terrible. You're just swinging your sword with all your might. Of course, that's scary enough. Gongja replied cautiously while watching the shadow fly overhead, but as long as the opponent can guess the direction of his sword, he can avoid it. He immediately nodded in agreement. That's right, another familiar notification appears. You are dead. The second stroke of ink is applied to the hand. This is the prison of time. Gongji takes a sip of water to rest before continuing to draw his sword and face the shadow of the Demon King. Some kind of slimy black mud suddenly rushes in front of him, just as Gong is caught off guard. It's that familiar phrase again. You are dead. Another stroke of the brush adds color to your pale skin. It shows how many times you've gone back in time. I wonder what would happen if you just did the mission the normal way. In my mind, I recall the tragic images of war. Bodies of soldiers scattered everywhere amid endless chaos. The never-ending battle will occur and cause countless soldiers to fall. Every time a soldier falls, at least 20 years of their remaining life are lost. Throughout that long process, Gong can only move forward alone. 10 people would be 200 years, 100 people would be 2,000 years. To save that time, I must not choose any role. The cycle repeats as before. You have died, a notification appears, and you will return 24 hours earlier. My tangled thoughts kept going. If that's the case, I have to prepare myself to be trapped in this body forever. The Elder Spirit kept reminding him from the side, but the problem was that even if he guessed Huang Kiem, he still had to see if the opponent could dodge it. Remember, the zombie is weak and fainting? Gongja is struggling hard, getting really annoyed because he keeps hearing someone rambling in his ear. He's too talkative. Once again, you have died. His voice still echoes like it did back then. The problem is I still haven't mastered using aura. Aura must flow and move evenly throughout the entire body. You try your best to use your sword to hold back the falling rocks with your life. It's easy to say, but the outcome remains the same no matter what. You are dead. The Demon King's movement suddenly stopped. Outside there was well-meaning advice, but the tone couldn't hide the contempt. You, follow the proper order, the hero of the goddess's lineage. However, before he could finish speaking, Gongja suddenly surged forward with unstoppable determination. All right. Today I will fight you one-on-one. The Demon King was stunned as he suddenly saw the sword swing towards him. What is that? Gong muttered to himself. The hero has defeated the Demon King and the cycle repeats once again. You are dead. The Demon King has slain the hero. Now there's nothing left to cry or mourn. The result was the same as before. You died. Gongja raised his strongest sword to face level, a look of undisguised pride on his face. Come on, Demon King, I am the sword of the Empire. The Demon King immediately gathers his momentum, preparing to swing his massive weapon with a fierce aura as if to crush everything. All right, then show me what you've got. You stand right beneath the Demon King, not showing any weakness and responding to the overwhelming aura surrounding you. All right, I will show you, but this process won't be easy. You're dead. The long and short hands of the gold-plated clock both point to the Roman numeral 6 as the maximum source of power radiates around Gongjia's body. My sword is the only hour hand. Just a brief second later, the minute hand shifts slightly, so I must think continuously. If I want a second to pass in this world, my sword has to move a second ahead. Gong quickly raises his weapon to block the fierce attack of the enemy. I am just a sword that exists for a second. Kim Dai quickly moved to number 7, but this world continues to exist thanks to that fleeting second. Memories flash through my mind like a slow-motion film. At that moment, Gong was sitting leisurely playing cards, the water reaching all the way to the horizon. Then came the moment when he tried to persuade Maris, which also had to start from a single drop of rain. Thinking back to the battle with the Dark Wizard and the Imperial soldiers, I realized that if I want to live forever, I can only live for a second. When did my hand become covered in black ink? I have lived my own life. At one of the stops along your time reversal journey, the Dark Witch greeted me with a bright smile. Come on, you did well. My goodness, you finished this gate in less than an hour. There must be around 40 hunters who didn't die. A new stroke was added to the wrist because there was no more space on the top. She once again praised Gongja, saying, Well done. My goodness, you finished this gate in less than 50 minutes. Your advice to coordinate with the soldiers of the Tumon defense line was truly excellent. I believe around 30 hunters won't have to sacrifice themselves. The black ink gradually extended down to his arm. The black mage placed his hand over his chest, a look of relief on his face. There are less than 40 minutes left. Probably 20 hunters won't die. A hyphen indicates the number has increased again. The Dark Wizard's eyes are filled with an indescribable happiness. I can't believe it. Well done. Gong said, "We have healed Knight Joshua and fought the golem alongside him. Apparently about 10 people won't die on this battlefield, so that's possible." The sound of the Demon King echoed angrily and suspiciously. "Why are you laughing, you bastard?" Gong honestly replied without any hesitation, because of that happiness. He asked again dismissively, "You're about to die, and you're still happy?" Your eyes gleam with a bright blood red, full of pride. He just doesn't get it, and I doubt he ever will. The Demon King roared in anger upon hearing that truly arrogant, raising his great sword. But as the storm approached, Gong's attitude remained strangely indifferent. I was only speaking the truth. It couldn't help but sneer and say, "Pathetic thing." The notification reappeared. "You are dead." Under the vast blue sky, you let your thoughts drift into the unknown. But I didn't give up because there's no reason to give up at all. My swordsmanship is much faster than yesterday. Suddenly, another voice spoke up. Just now, Gongja quietly confirmed it. Tomorrow it will be even faster. The Black Witch lowered her head, making her expression unreadable. I confirmed it just now. Kim Gong leaves. The reason is simple, because I am still alive. She took your hand and whispered softly, like a feather, that no one died. She tightly grasped the hand covered with intricate lines on the other person's palm. Of course, that was just a metaphor. I checked everywhere, but no one died. Some fools were wounded, but the dark wizard rested his head on your chest, tears streaming down his face from being overwhelmed. Yet no one died. Thank you, I really appreciate it. But Gongja still keeps telling himself that he wants to live a little longer. The rage of the Demon King has reached its peak. Do you really think you can stop me all by yourself? Gongja pointed his sword straight ahead, and because the hero had fought alone, the opponent contemptuously spat out 2 words. Idiot. He skillfully jumped up, dodging a wide-sweeping attack, every move executed without a second of hesitation. The Demon King raised his sword high, black energy surging with supreme arrogance. My shadow is your true evil intent. Gongja clenched the #1 sword with both hands, gathering energy into one point as he called out, "Come here." The symbol of the Demon King suddenly shattered. A burst of red light exploded right in front of Gongtra, and at the same time, a figure appeared from behind. Sorry, Gongja. The Black Wizard made an even more spectacular debut than expected. I was going to wait quietly in the council chamber like you said, but I couldn't be patient, so I followed to see what you were up to. Even in this heated situation, she calmly asked, as if nothing was serious, "Are you playing something very interesting?" Gongja also casually pointed his thumb at the mighty Demon King in the distance. "It's a very fun hero game." She immediately showed she understood. "That's right. You do look like a creature worth hunting." The two quickly took their positions, fighting in perfect sync, shoulder to shoulder, chatting happily for a while. But of course, there's no such thing as fun. "I'll help you." "Oh, I caught them all." "Are you stealing? Is making others lose interest in hunting the best thing in the world?" "That's right." The Demon King growled with fury, each word dripping with anger. "You guys?" Gong gives a mischievous wink mixed with a teasing smile. "Sorry, I was planning to fight you alone, but then I realized heroes fight as a team, and you should understand that too. The black sludge on it keeps bubbling and boiling, trying to cover the sun with one hand." The entire incorporeal body of the Demon King gradually melts away into a lump of mud. "You won't be able to use this sword anymore." Sharp claws of the Duong family threaten to display their power. A hoarse voice summons 100,000 demons. From beneath the Demon King's feet, thousands of goblins with sharp teeth emerge one after another, howling as if they want to tear apart the entire space. "Answer me." The Black Wizard looked in shock at the suddenly appearing monsters. "This is Maris, who suddenly appeared out of nowhere, causing public panic. He's no longer within our reach. Sword Saint, what are you just standing there for? Come help us quickly." His hand is already holding the sword at his waist. I need to watch a little longer. He only fought that pile of dirty water for less than 30 minutes. Gongja smiled kindly. Who truly understands what this young man has been through? "Yes, I will add another minute and then ask for your help," a strange voice said. "Oh." The Dark Wizard suddenly reached out his hand to the side. "All right, both of you hold my hand and let's leave here." Gong family's corner of the mouth slightly curves up at a 45-degree angle. "No, it's okay." I decisively point my finger to the sky to summon 100 demons. The Demon King was so shocked that he shouted loudly, "What?" The system immediately announces that you have activated a skill, and a cloud of black smoke rushes up from beneath the gong, ready for the fierce battle ahead. The large panther suddenly lunges forward, its mouth covered in fresh blood, and a terrified voice shouts, "Is anyone here? Ah, it's so fragrant while I chew. What could it be?" This scent makes the fur on its back suddenly grow thick, resembling human hair as it swallows its prey as if it were something very small. Whenever it swallows its prey whole, it gains memories from previous hunts. After swallowing, it gradually transforms into the shape of a girl crawling up. Next, a frightened scream echoes out. Esther, your father appears from behind the bushes with a worried expression. How many times has your father told you not to go out alone, and yet you don't listen to what the doctor said? Your body is still weak. He suddenly paused when he saw his daughter's disheveled appearance and suspiciously asked, "What's wrong with your clothes?" She turned her head sharply in a certain direction and let out a short cry. Well then, she slowly turns her head back, a bright smile on her lips still tinged with a strange red blood. That one, now she looks much healthier, and that is the first name of the Demon King. As the memory ends and the present resumes, a notification appears above Gong's head, activating a skill. On the ground, thick black smoke billows up, forming a skeleton. One by one, their names appeared as if summoned from hell. His tone was disdainful as he said, "Hey, are you curious why I chose to summon 100 demons?" The old spirit immediately confirms the information. Yeah, that's right. The opponent then voluntarily revealed that at first I was also attracted by other skills. You recall the fierce lightning attack from the Demon King earlier. For example, the aura enhancement skill is pretty great if I can use light like the Demon King. The golden light gradually gathers in Gong's palm, but upon reflection, the difference becomes clear. The system appears, opening the skills, and then a detailed information panel is updated. Summon the 100 demons at SS level. The function includes summoning monsters you have directly killed. The dead cannot inherit abilities while alive, and even memories can only be summoned as monsters like goblins, zombies, or undead soldiers. You carefully read and repeat the highlighted line. The function that summons monsters you've directly killed. Gongja turned to Elder Spirit and asked, "The thing is, how many people do you think I've already killed?" He tilted his head in a cross-legged pose, pondering, then folded 2 fingers as if counting something silently. "That Fire King guy with you, isn't it only 2 added together?" The other side immediately agrees. Yes, that's it. Surrounded by a forest of undead soldiers, Gong family smiles with amusement. But why did the Sword King kill over 4,000 people when he checked on me? It means there's a special method for calculating deaths in this tower. Now let me ask you another question. Strangely, the army of thousands of skeletons directly bypassed you, along with a confusing riddle. Do you think I have caused so many deaths? Elder Spirit suddenly realized something and opened his mouth in shock. In his hand, a ghost soldier revealed a group of shining steel blades, wrapped with an old, tattered blue cloth, surrounded by black smoke, constantly emitting strange sounds. Gongra smiled brightly, as if he had known the answer for a long time and was just revealing it himself. Ah, yes, quite a lot, right? The black wizard widened his eyes in shock at this overwhelming number. I can't believe it. Is this really your skill? Are you sure about that? Yes. Gongja scratched his cheek awkwardly as he listened to her non-stop praise. Oh my God, summoning thousands of monsters, it's because of that skill that you cleared the 100th floor alone, right? It made you stammer for a moment. Well, the aura of the Demon King surged like waves across his body, carrying anger and suspicion that could not be hidden. How can you use a skill like mine? Gongja casually rested his sword on his shoulder, his tone teasing as if he was mocking a joke. Are you curious? What should I do now? I have no intention of telling you. It was provoked by you and immediately started to lash out. I cannot forgive you. This is something that is not allowed. So how long do you plan to keep us apart? That human? The angry voice of the Demon King still echoed steadily. My resentment, my fury, I have already absorbed all the hatred. The Gong family immediately turned around to call for reinforcements. Sword King, you ask for help. Please fight alongside these undead soldiers. With your help, we will definitely not lose. Sword King looked at the surrounding skeletons and nodded. I understand now. It is indeed a bit annoying to fight these monsters, but at least it's better than you. Gongja looked to the other side. Black Dragon Lord, lend me a hand too. Together we will defeat the Demon King. The Black Witch responded without hesitation. Got it, don't get in my way. After organizing the team properly, he raised his sword high and shouted. 100,000 demon soldiers immediately respond to Gong's heroic call. Show us what you do best. He pointed his #1 sword forward and ordered, attack and kill them all. The giant ogre on the other side was immediately surrounded by the jumping skeletons. It tries to smash the weak piles of bones, fully utilizing its body size that's 3 times theirs. The undead soldiers are knocked down and scattered on the ground. However, one of them, even without a head, still managed to hold the sword in its hand and rise again. The monster was once more surrounded, roaring angrily as if about to explode. Wow, this is really crazy. Then he turned to the headless ghost soldiers still wildly swinging their weapons, fighting each other in chaos. Try to see who those ghost soldiers resemble. Lao Ting Lin chuckled with amusement, a legion of monsters unafraid of death. It turns out those words were aimed directly at the Demon King. What is this? Isn't it too terrifying? It got teased and then went berserk. How dare you? His clenched hand was full of rage, just a person from another world. He stepped forward gradually, with thickening black smoke around him. A being with no malice, hatred, or resentment in this world. Why do you dare to block my path? Gongra drew his sword straight at the enemy, his unwavering gaze calmly responding. No matter where I come from, it doesn't matter. My aura surges like a mighty wave, confidence built up through a long and bitter journey. But right now I am standing here. If you still think that this is not enough to prove my worth, then at this moment the announcement rings out. The tower has bestowed a new name upon you. Gongra clearly states his demand. Do not interfere anymore. A brand new update has just been announced. Your name from now on is Death King. Gong rushes straight at the Demon King with the brightest sword in hand. The tower will prove my worth. This is a tribute to the King of Death. The image of a small girl holding something in her hands. Upon closer inspection, you can see a tiny frog. Time doesn't make it grow old, only makes it more beautiful. The scent emanating from its body intoxicates everyone. Countless hands and eyes all turn toward one person. The young girl from before who has now become Lady Esther. She is the healing saint. Inside a church, a tiny creature is tightly bound by a cloth offered to the demon lord. She can heal all kinds of ailments. The strange woman desperately begged, "Please bless that poor child, who. You know the rules, right? Leave the child here and go back. Come back here early tomorrow morning when the sun rises." She immediately bowed respectfully, thanking the saintess, then placed the baby on the cold floor. She slowly approached, gently holding the baby in her arms as if driven by an unseen urge. The Demon King kept inhaling the scent of its body. So sweet. Humans crave love this much. She gently touches the small mouth with her finger and says, "Your mother chose the finest roots to keep you warm, didn't she?" Seeing her, the baby not only shows no fear but also babbles as if trying to talk. Ah. The Demon King can see this child's future fate. Though wrapped in roots, your path ahead is very bright, and from now on you will no longer suffer. But the reflection on the wall looked extremely strange, as if the person standing there was not human. The shadow gradually changed, with an open mouth about to swallow the child whole. The miracle that happened to this person is the happiness of the world. The Demon King simply coldly said, "How sad." After swallowing all the bones and flesh, the child's memories merged into Esther's body. It cried a lot in its mother's arms. The woman was also deeply moved when she received the child back, and the Demon King continued whispering words of prayer and blessing. "Yes, I know you've suffered a lot, I do, but from now on you won't hurt anymore. I command what's in front of me with a tone that's both cruel and compassionate. Live longer." Following her hand, that thing was a slimy black mass, an indistinct creature undulating like a pool of darkness breathing. Suddenly, a tiny hand reached out in an attempt to escape, like a fragile glimmer of hope trying to climb out of the abyss. The sound of digestion continued steadily gurgling, while the Demon King only wore a cold smile throughout. The poor little one. After getting her child back, the suffering woman couldn't hide her joy as she held the baby in her arms. The Demon King carefully advised in a deep, serious voice, "From now on, you will be healthier and no longer get sick easily. Continue loving it as you do now." She was so happy she couldn't find the words. That poor mother bowed deeply to express her gratitude. Thank you so much." Next, everyone simultaneously performs a respectful gesture. "Thank you, saintly lady." The rumors are spreading across all directions about a person who creates miracles and helps the sick. The people praised her endlessly, thanking her for helping me walk again with my own legs. Thanks to her, my eyesight has been restored. To some extent, the Demon King of that time was seen as a divine figure, our savior. However, some forces remained dissatisfied with this. They are excitedly discussing, are the farmers still fleeing? It seems they have joined the army of the savior Sanus. The black streak on the map is spreading wider, showing that the influence of the Demon King has expanded significantly. She is the savior of all the sick. Suddenly, a group of armored soldiers appeared out of nowhere, holding torches. Under the strict command of the captain, the goddess's authority was buried. So we will let the heretical army run rampant? No mercy for anyone on the witch's side. Countless blazing torches are raised high in the night, as symbolizing an unwavering determination to burn down the demoness's lair at all costs. The soldiers are hunting everywhere, not missing anyone. No matter how much the villagers cry, they firmly believe that everyone cursed is a monster. Her eyes widened with fury, and when her frustration reached its breaking point, the Demon King screamed in despair. Those who do not see humans as humans, at this moment the space is only filled with darkness. I will swallow all your hatred. Returning to the chaotic battlefield between the Gong family and the Demon King, suddenly someone called Kim Gongja. He just slipped on the ground for a while and reassured himself, "I'm fine." Gong stands before two choices, left or right, but his decision led to a mistake, and the system notifies you that you died on the left. Time shifts once again, rewinding back 24 hours. You will be able to reuse the 100 Demon Summoning skill in 6 days, 23 hours, 53 minutes, 27 seconds. The time machine of the time traveler will clearly display memories and ability stats when the user goes back in time. The Demon King rampages wildly without any sign of stopping, and again the familiar message appears. You have died, returning 24 hours earlier. Gong family is fighting fiercely while the old fairy quietly observes, and the maintained ability stats make the skill even more dangerous. Just like Bihorian and myself sharing the same memories of going back in time, the skill's power also lasts even after death. The notification shows that you will be able to reuse the 100 Demon Summon skill in 5 days, 23 hours, 51 minutes, and 42 seconds. The same applies to the cooldown time. The Black Witch dodges her attack while panicking and calls Kim Gong out. The remaining time is getting shorter. You have died, and you will be able to reuse the Summon the 100 Demon skill in 4 days, 23 hours, 49 minutes, 33 seconds. A day has passed and many events have occurred. It feels like today has been truly too long. From Gong's family forming a bond with the Black Witch to bravely fighting the Demon King, who continues summoning fierce monsters, Gong can only keep swinging his sword without stopping. Time is running backwards. You have died. You will be able to use the 100 Demon Summoning skill again in 3 days, to 23 hours, 47 minutes, and 15 seconds. In front of you now is an unidentifiable blazing red sphere. You will be able to use the 100 Demon Summoning skill again in 2 days, 23 hours, 45 minutes, 28 seconds. You will be able to use the 100 Demon Summoning skill again in 1 day, 23 hours, 45 minutes, 28 seconds. The monsters are charging one after another, determined not to give the opponent a chance to strike. You will be able to reuse the 100 Demon Summoning skill in 23 hours, 41 minutes, and 13 seconds. The battle is still raging fiercely, and once again a voice screams out, "Your name, Kim Gongja." Your reply remains calm as ever, "I'm fine." At the same time, your legs keep running tirelessly to dodge the fierce attacks. The Demon King asked in a deep voice, "Do you, someone destined to die like you, have the divine eye?" The notification appeared at that moment, allowing you to reuse the summon of the 100 demons. Gongja only gave a vague answer, something like that. The Demon King was stunned as you began to activate your skill. What? The ghost soldiers swarm out to attack the enemy's troops. Gong also leaps high, channeling all his strength into his arm to strike a sword down at the Demon King. Someone exclaims in awe, "Truly a ruthless one." Old Spirit kept marveling non-stop. This skill is truly top-notch. Later, try to see if you can summon the same creatures again, summon them somewhere, then do it again after a week. Gongja just replied vaguely, saying later, "Please, just do it." But he kept rambling on. "I think the next summon probably won't work, but the one after that should be fine. Don't you know, repeated summons will promote you to Zombie King." Another dark energy attack is fired. The boy angrily shouts, "Stop talking, I can't concentrate." The result was as expected. You have died. It's all because the fairy kept rambling, causing both of them to go back 24 hours. Gongra holds his head in helplessness. "Thanks to you, I have to wait another week. The old spirit fairy is denying it. Is it because you're not strong enough? It's not my fault, I'm sure of it. The system has extended the cooldown. You will be able to use the Summon 100 Demons skill again in 6 days, 23 hours, 59 minutes, and 59 seconds. You're crazy to threaten like that." "I swear that someday you'll see what I can do," the old man smugly retorted. "I've been dead for ages. How do you plan to fight a ghost? That just makes the opponent more exhausted." "For real?" The old spirit urged, "Hurry up and kill the Demon King. I don't have any skills, but I've reached the 20th floor." Gong family immediately issued an order. "The Black Dragon Lord, next time it will be on the left." The Black Mage decided to trust that. "I understand." She quickly reached out her hand and began to unleash her power. A whirl of magical energy spun in the air, a bright light forming a 5-pointed star floating in front of her, then gradually moving the magic circle onto her head. The Demon King, upon being hit, could only scold, "Well done, everyone." Suddenly, someone praised, "Ah ha ha ha. Your aim is spot on, Master." Even in the heat of battle, an irrelevant side conversation is happening right in front of the mighty Demon King Hung Man. "Calling me your master? I am still young. You know, I know all about those divine medicines you use. I will start by killing the Demon King first. Wait for me a moment." Seeing the enemy begin to counterattack, Gong issues a warning. Then the Black Dragon Lord on the left signals to Mar. Sword Saint, move aside. You keep telling the Black Witch to avoid the left side next time. When there's no one left beside me, I will deliver the final blow. She obediently follows. I understand. Like lightning, the Black Witch summons shimmering mirrors. They quickly formed a circle around the Demon King under her control. A terrible explosion occurred, and its body suddenly burst into a mass of grotesque black mud. Its cracked face suddenly revealed a layer of flesh. You dare to make my suppressed hatred boil over. Seeing this scene, the Gong family was extremely shocked. Huh? Finally, the Autumn Rain Demon King decides to retreat, leaving both you and the Black Witch in complete confusion. Ah, the notice says the Autumn Rain Demon King retreated to level 13. Gong family shouts in disbelief. Wait, I caught him. How did he manage to escape? The Demon King then defended himself. Don't think it's over, I will come back. Which made you so angry you blurted out a curse. This damn Demon King, everything passes in peace, leaving only a pile of dark, muddy dirt on the ground. This is completely unworthy of what Gong Ra has been through. The proof is in the arm covered with brushstrokes, representing the times he plunged into the boundary between life and death. Why is that? The tower has accepted your choice? He raised his hand to hold one side of his face, his expression revealing his disappointment as the system suddenly announced a hidden quest. It becomes even more confusing as the 12th floor mission will be revised, the 13th floor mission will be revised, and so on, with floors 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, and 19 experiencing the same situation. Inside his heart, he kept wondering if missions could also be changed. A brand new information board has just been updated. The hero of the frozen world, the difficulty level remains uncertain. The mission's goal includes your determination. You refuse to let anyone sacrifice and don't expect anything in return. Not seeking recognition from those you've saved is true selflessness. According to the definition, a person who sacrifices themselves for others is a hero. Oh, hero, the people of the continent still do not know this definition. They still haven't recognized your gestures of selflessness and heroism, but if definitions are just words, then sacrifice will always just be sacrifice. So you will still become a hero in the frozen world. The Demon Lord has been wounded and fled. He hasn't gone far yet. As long as you want, you can pursue and attack him for as long as you like. Then there is an option for the Gong family. Do you accept this mission? He immediately agreed without hesitation. Yes. The hidden mission has been activated, and your body gradually dissolves into a faint light as the teleportation begins to activate. The main executor is the hero of the frozen world. Along with a good luck message, the system appears, searching for the Demon King on the 12th floor, but then reports that the Demon King has retreated. The sky gradually returned to its original blue, and the three of them looked up at the floating words in the sky, changing history. She looked at the tiny floating lights around her in surprise, and then asked you, Kim Gong, what is going on here? I'm just as surprised. This is the first time I've seen this too. The old spirit agrees. I've never seen it either. What is this supposed to be? Gongja's eyes suddenly shifted elsewhere in confusion. Both of them looked towards the large gate. You speak up, Hak Longchu, look at this. The ancient city wall was full of bright red flags. They are the symbol of a nation. The city wall, where have all the flags gone? Now it's quiet and deserted under the clear blue sky. You're right, the flags are gone. She insisted we check if something was wrong, and he supported her, agreeing as they clasped their hands tightly together. They shouted loudly, moved quickly, and seconds later they appeared on the city wall. The gloomy scene of the town from that day reappears in my mind, with only a few villagers passing by, carrying an indescribable sadness. Now everything has changed completely. The houses have been renovated and look much more splendid, as if they have taken on a new appearance. Gongjiang was stunned and exclaimed, rewriting history. The image of soldiers slumped on the ground has now transformed into young men in armor, leisurely guarding, with eating and sleeping taking precedence. They were stunned that history had changed. The Black Wizard analyzed it carefully. The AI Kim Empire, which was originally invaded by the Demon King, never happened. Whether he wins or loses, this place being invaded has become history. You question yourself with a satisfied smile on your face. So this time the world isn't invaded by the Demon King? The system keeps notifying that the missions for floors 11 and 12 have been modified, as I silently ponder. No one can know when everything started to change. Gongja dares to claim that history has changed. It's all thanks to me. Going back to the unaltered past, people even sought peace from that toxic liquid. What is this rain? Is it acid rain? The way it sparkles makes it so much more beautiful than this torn-up city. The current scene is now completely bathed in a bright appearance. A man is selling apples. Buy now, buy now. Early brand apples. Each historical milestone has been changed. The 3 hospital facilities at Kwanshu and Tam Hiep. Tan is under lockdown after 10 suspected COVID-19 cases were detected, and worryingly, the new positive cases come from testing a small group of patients. Witnessing such overwhelming changes, he gently smiled. The news broadcast's voice still came through steadily. However, Vietnam still demonstrates its determination to defeat COVID-19, asserting its undeniable sovereignty over the Hoang Sa and Truong Sa archipelagos, as well as the righteousness of its war to help the Cambodian people escape the Khmer Rouge genocide, when suddenly a loud shout is heard. Over there, Savas keeps questioning those two. Who are you? There are two soldiers following and escorting behind. He loudly rebuked, "How dare you trample on the Empire's fortress? Come down here at once." The image from the previous timeline suddenly reappears, with him standing proudly with his sword drawn, once praying with all his heart, "Please save our empire." You quickly realize the identity of the opponent? Savas Aim asks back with a confused voice. Huh? He said each word with anger. Thief Guild, how do you know my name? Ignoring his harsh words, he sinks into his own thoughts. I see. You kept shouting until your throat was hoarse, even though there was no response. You bastards, can't you hear what I'm saying? Come down here now. Gong only then realized that he used to be a friendly imperial citizen on the 11th floor, but now he had become a man who liked to shout at others. Looking back at your old appearance, you once desperately begged him to save our empire. A sinister smile suddenly appeared on your face before you broke into a loud cry. Ha 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 ha, leaving you stunned. Gong family's thunderous laughter makes the Black Witch beside you also startle. Ha ha. The old spirit also cast an approving look at you, and the sound grew more intense. Ah-ha. You crouched down, making your expression less clear, and the sound gradually diminished. Ha 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 ha. Then suddenly raise your head high and declare loudly. Savas stood below, listening to every word, and has protected your empire. The other soldiers are also watching. Gong's corner of the mouth curled into a joyful smile from the bottom of his heart, keeping his promise. The empire's citizens also involuntarily became captivated, truly deserving of the pride he felt in himself. For hundreds of days, the high priests inside the church eavesdropped on their discussions without a hint of regret. Hoping no one would have to sacrifice, I endured hundreds of days and finally pushed back the Demon King. My ink-stained hand clutching the railing is clear proof of all my invisible efforts. I am so proud. I did it. Gongja recalls his past self, living like trash, only mocking and envying others. Every day was just alcohol and more alcohol, with a news bulletin on the screen saying, "I want to become the Fire King." Thinking about how awkward I looked back then, my heart turned cold. I had already given up on this life. The fateful moment arrived when no one expected it. The system announced that the mission was complete. Now my heart is filled with satisfaction, and today I can finally hold my head high. It adds, remember, looking at my companions along with the Black Dragon Lord and the Sword Saint, I have saved this world. The official status update confirms that the 12th floor mission has been completed. I am confident that today I can hold my head high. Then various screens appeared showing rankings of achievements, with the top 3 being the Dark King, the Black Dragon Lord, and the Sword Saint, and their accomplishments brought peace to the city area here. Savas frowned in confusion and asked, "What are you talking about?" Suddenly, the other shouted loudly your name, Savas Aim, making you jump in fright. The Gong family cheerfully waved their hands and said, "I will rely on you, Empire," and continued to explain amid the suspicion of Savas and the soldiers. "Sorry, but my role as a hero ends here. I will still be somewhere within your empire." The more he spoke, the more excited Gongja became than ever before. "But from now on, you all will have to handle everything yourselves." Come on, come on." The spirit elder standing beside him laughs out loud. "Ha ha ha, you did a few flips in the air. Ha ha ha, you crazy guy. I thought you had grown up more, but it turns out you're just starting to praise yourself. You just cover your face and smile awkwardly, then turn your eyes confidently towards the old man, even flicking your hair in a carefree manner. How can I do that? Today, I just feel so happy that I love life." Elder Spirit eagerly burst into laughter, almost fainting from it. "Kim the zombie is crazy, I get it. It doesn't affect me at all. Ha ha ha, whatever that person is doing, I don't care." Gong shifts his attention elsewhere, extending his hand in hopes that the other will continue to follow. "Come on, Black Dragon Lord, let's go to the 13th floor. Unexpectedly, it was the earlier scene that made the Black Witch reconsider that person. Well, high-ranking hunters are rarely normal anyway. I understand that. You ask again, confused, why the flag? The system notifies you that you are moving to level 13. The Death King welcomes you to level 13. The 3 of them rushed out, and the Black Witch and Maris also teleported to the required location. As soon as the Demon King saw them, he roared in fury, unable to forgive. "How dare you touch my children? You reckless fools, are you teasing me? Do you want to steal my bloodied life and soul?" The aura I emit is not simple. My voice is filled with resentment towards mortals. I curse you. His mocking warning, his scream was terrifying. That was the first time I heard such a sound, and even the Black Witch agreed. So what exactly has caused this misery? Gong family's expression tightens as a voice questions in confusion. Hey! Elder Spirit tilts his head curiously. What's wrong with that guy? It seems only he can sense the difference. He has become weaker than before. The new insight makes you quite surprised. What? He placed his hand under his chin, looking intrigued. Earlier he took a heavy blow from the Black Dragon Lord, but it wasn't that severe. Then came a series of sharp analyses like he's deteriorating. On the 12th floor, his level is SSS grade Goblin King, a muddy black entity invading the rooftop of a building, radiating an overwhelming aura. Yet, the truth is completely different. But now he's no longer at that level. He's only at the level of the Goblin King you met on the 5th floor. He kept asking himself, that's really strange. Normally, the higher you go in the tower, the stronger the boss floors should be, right? Could it be that Black Dragon Lord's move earlier actually had some effect? As Gongja listened, he silently pondered that something unexpected and unanticipated had occurred. The system announced that the reward for completing level 12 was in progress but could not be issued. All rewards will be given when you reach level 19. You stare in amazement at the glowing object in your hand. Currently, you can only receive the reward of medicinal herbs. A series of new statuses have been updated. You have been blessed and protected by the divine lightning. The map from level 11 to level 20 has been unlocked, leaving Gong in awe. The world map. Marcus and the Black Witch are drawn in by the sudden loud scream from him. I understand now, the Gong family confidently asserts. I understand now why the Demon King is like that. Black Dragon Lord, recall what happened on the previous floors. In my mind, I recall the scene of the town after the transformation that they witnessed from above, where the history of the Demon King's invasion vanished without a trace. The refugee village is also gone. Red dots spread across the continent on the map, while the blue dots also appeared densely but in smaller numbers. She wondered where the refugees came from. Could they be from all over the empire, the entire continent? You immediately pointed out this spot, but in reality, the refugee village had already vanished. She nodded in agreement. That's right. From that, we can conclude that not only the empire, but the entire history of the continent has been changed. The Gong family believes that we have returned to the period before the Demon King invaded the continent, and right now is when the divine lightning is under attack. The Demon King is still howling in pain. Old Spirit overheard their conversation and was just surprised to hear about his level dropping. Then suddenly, your face turned extremely cold. Every time a rogue like us levels up, we hear that sound. Your existence has become even clearer. The hand resting on the sword's hilt shows that just that statement alone has leveled up the hunter. What does the existence mentioned by the tower actually mean? Is it just for show? The only clue is the Demon King they once faced. The powerful boss monsters are able to grow stronger by killing countless citizens of the Empire and refugees. But the slaughter and hunting seem to have never happened. The system warns that the Demon King Thu Vu is furious. The existence of the Demon King has become uncertain. The boy concludes that this also means his power has been erased, making his existence even more ambiguous. It clutches its head and screams in agony. Humph. The Demon King roared in fury, each word sharp and clear, you fools. After the discussion, everyone shouted together, let's fight, the moment to counterattack has come. The Demon King kept summoning his monsters. Oh, 100 demons, oh, 10,000. Most of them wear clothes resembling those of living people, only their skin has been transformed. My children, with clear voices, give the order to kill them. The Black Witch, while shaping her dark power, sneered. I've hated zombie movies ever since I was young. Marcus also raised his sword high. In the midst of a fierce battle, Gong suddenly spoke up. Are we betting on the Sword Emperor? This is meant to convey to the floating fairy above. To clear level 19, how many more times do I have to die? He stroked his chin with a look of contemplation. Then give an estimated number. Okay, I bet fewer than 100 times. You smirk confidently. Oh well then, I'll bet under 99 times. He angrily retorted. Damn, that's so dirty. Master Spirit also didn't hesitate to challenge the young man. Well, let's see how your zombie self will cut down its own kind. Since I bet everything this time, I won't help you. Okay. A group of monsters are slowly approaching you. Gong Ra immediately agrees to the deal without a second thought. Okay. The familiar words appear again. You are dead, you will go back 24 hours. This time, you and the Black Witch will volunteer to lead the way. There are too many of them. The Black Dragon Lord raises his head. She's also exhausted. I'm giving it my all too. Is it just me here with the light reversal ability? Tvuong, can't your ability shoot fire? Gong quickly explained vaguely. This is a recovery period, and we can only use about 3 moments. Making the opponent wonder, Bakhoi immediately confirms. That's right, the Sword Saint. Then he turned to make an offer to Marcus. Could you open that big lid like a rock outcrop over there for me? I have a few things to check. You asked confusedly, what do you mean by checking? Gong gestures by curling 2 fingers. I'll explain later. Just help me now. I am a seer. Okay. Marcus just stared at you blankly, and opening the cover of the rock instead of answering, while you were bitten almost fatally by the monster. As a result, you died. After being revived, the Gong family continued to guide. Okay, Sword Saint, that cliff is actually a secret passage. There's a very useful hammer down there. You and Black Dragon go down there and take it. Mar, hearing that, sarcastically said, you seem to be living a lonely life. You ignore that teasing remark and keep explaining at length. Combining that with the energy beam will have a very strong effect. Combining the skill and striking the ground with the hammer will create a shockwave capable of knocking down these zombies. Okay. The other side was very surprised. How did you find out about that? You shout in frustration. I am the prophet. Okay, I won't pay attention to a monster baring its teeth at my neck. As a result, I was taken down before I could even finish my sentence. You are dead. Sword King looks at the pile of corpses scattered at his feet. The zombie horde has mostly been wiped out by this thing. The Gong family is about to move toward the final enemy, so only the Demon King remains. Unexpectedly, what catches the eye is a strange one-eyed head. What the hell is that? Its glowing eyeball looks even more bizarre than before. Everyone calmly analyzes. At first glance, he appears to be a giant human, but also a zombie. Could it be a giant zombie? Maybe this is the guard, but now he's become a servant of the Demon King? We still need to investigate this kind of evil outsider more thoroughly. Before it can wield its weapon, they just finished discussing anyway. This giant should be handed over to me. Yes. Once again, you got yourself killed because of him. You have died. Learn from the last time when you heard Maris declare that this giant should be handed over to me. Gong Ra, immediately stop him. The Sword Saint, keep creating shockwaves to block the other zombies for me. Hey, I'm just trying to test my sword. You keep reminding them in order to persuade them. I am a seer. I am a seer. Okay. Then turn to the Black Witch and order him to use energy beams to attack his face. Her expression clearly shows her excitement. I feel the same way. Gong immediately sealed the spot. Perfect. What battle? A blinding beam of light shot out from the giant owl's eye towards them, scattering rocks everywhere. Gong shouted loudly, summoning 100 demons. The Black Witch couldn't help but marvel. Oh my God, Lord of Death, doesn't your skill require a cooldown period? You just gave a brief explanation, which is almost the same. She listened carefully to the other person's proposal. Right now we have 2 people who can trade places with that giant, but I want to ask you for a favor. Gong's next words directly made the Black Witch uneasy. Don't hit his eyes. She stared in shock. What? You issued a warning that if she did that, something big would happen and immediately received fierce opposition. But Tu Vuong, can't you see that huge eye? Then there's a back-and-forth argument about the brain's eye that can't be more senseless. Yes, I saw it too, and I know you're passionate about hitting that monster, right? Tsuking, if you also had the ability to shoot energy beams like me and saw those blazing eyes, you would understand too. But honestly, that's not possible. There's no time to explain now, so please understand. Is that okay? The Black Mage is a bit reluctant. Hi Marcus beside her comforts her, telling her to listen to that friend of hers. The boy claims to be a prophet, which makes her even more emotional. Even the Sword Saint quietly clenches his fists, as if he has made a final decision. The Black Witch solemnly swore, I understand, I will do my best to hold back from attacking that eye. Gongja felt relieved and thanked her. After finishing the strategy meeting, they fought together to defeat that giant brain. The Demon King roared in agony, my general. The notification appears that Demon King Thu Vu has retreated to the 14th floor. The gloomy sky has completely disappeared without a trace, restoring the peaceful scene. The villagers happily return to their normal lives. These kids, how many times have I told them not to run around the sacred temple? The children's laughter echoes as they celebrate your blessing from the goddess. Gong was satisfied as he looked at the relaxed vulture resting on the distant cliff, now just a gentle guardian. The 3 of them, satisfied, hold hands tightly. Their journey still long, let's go. Moving to another place, in the vast evening forest, the 3 stand back to back, silently waiting for whatever may come. The result was similar to the previous battle, and the Demon King decided to retreat to level 15, with them following to destroy him. This time, the battlefield was beneath the ocean with countless mermaid monsters, and the Demon King chose to retreat to level 16. Next is the magma volcano, where the red dragons wreak havoc everywhere, and the Demon King has decided to retreat to level 17. History has changed, continuing from level 18 to level 19. The existence of the Demon King has gradually become more faint. The glaring red eye is clearly visible amidst the ink-black face, with a voice filled with resentment. You guys. It sat curled up in a corner, lamenting its fate. If it weren't for you, the constant sound of suffering, and my body gradually shrinking into a small pile of mud, I wouldn't be in this situation. How dare you bring swords into this world? Gongja just chuckled softly. Oh, I see. Your hand resting on the sword hilt. Now I finally see your eye. The Demon King stared in shock. What? As I have said all along, this is the first time I've had a chance to get close enough to see that eyeball. The Demon King and the hero have never met eyes before. Truly an absurd tragedy. The cold sword points straight at the enemy, unleashing all its power to end this. The Demon King grits his teeth and is about to scold him again, but you were interrupted by the young master. Otherwise, you'd just run away again. I'm really curious. If you run away this time, how weak will you become? Now it can only endure and listen to the contemptuous words of the opponent, because if you don't give it your all now, there will be no chance to win. Your growing anger makes me wonder how far you'll go to tear my flesh apart with your words. What do you guys know? He quietly calls out a nostalgic name, Esther, then issues his final warning. I warn you, do your best. With the Earth-First sword in hand, Gong's expression is full of seriousness. Otherwise, my time to live will be longer than the history of your existence. Gong-ra dies once more. You are dead, the system will now notify you and impose a penalty for using the skill. Recreate the tragic moment of the one who killed you and quietly reflect that it is time to face a nightmare with a medium-level punishment, the Hungry Ghost penalty. The tragic moment of the Demon King Thuvu will be replayed, a fierce fire engulfing them all, accompanied by a commanding voice. Burn everything down for me. Destroy the lair of that demon girl. Gong-ra's eyes widen in disbelief. A fleeting figure of a young girl appears amidst the raging fire. No need for mercy, they are all just trapped monsters. Do not let a single one escape. That is the Demon King when he was still human, with an expression of shock that he can't hide. She keeps asking herself, why is that? The peaceful scene of people living together now only shows corpses scattered on the ground. Why would humans burn each other alive? A scene of chaos unfolds as soldiers take turns reciting their oaths. This is the order of the Lord, in the name of the Prince King, in the name of the world below, and in the name of the Pope. They use any excuse to justify their brutal acts of murder, claiming it's in the name of the forest god. They even drag beasts and elves to read this declaration with this cross and the gem bestowed by the Dragon King for our nation, along with the honor pledge of a brave warrior. The soldiers showed no mercy to anyone. The Demon King kept questioning. Who are you guys, really? Who do you think you are to set others on fire like that? One by one, they fell right before her eyes. The deadly flames claimed countless innocent lives. A mother stubbornly holds her child tightly in her arms as it keeps crying. Ah, she gently soothes. You must be feeling uncomfortable, right? Just a little more. Stand up. On the other side, everyone comforts each other to reassure themselves. Gams, yes, everything will be fine. Everything will be fine. The fire is finally out, leaving the Demon King alone in his realm and the ashes scattered here. The foot slowly steps on the ground, recalling the innocent young man from the past inviting a guest. Holy maiden. This is the first apple from your family's orchard. Saintess, try a bite now. All that's left is a charred arm, then a girl happily showing off her strong legs. I thought I would never be able to run and jump again in my life. It's all thanks to the saintess. My legs have now become part of a cold, lifeless body. In the end, she couldn't bear it anymore and collapsed in despair, her hands clutching the thick earth tightly. The torment in her heart grew stronger each day. All that remained of once vibrant people were just charred corpses. The layer of sand mixed with blackened dust covered both of the Demon King's hands. But now, it no longer mattered. She kept bringing it to her mouth. Under the gray sky, the Demon King gnaws on everything left, including the unspeakable sorrow. Her eyes become wild as she keeps mourning the poor children. Thick black tears gently run down the cheeks of my innocent children. Suffering mixed with sadness weighs heavily on her body. My children, you are also human. The dark energy continues to spread. You were born as humans and are living good lives. You also know sadness and pain. Soon it spread to other places where people lived. Like a silent plague creeping through every house, yet your children are called monsters by others. A child, seeing this, innocently asks her mother, "What is that?" She officially transforms into the ruthless Demon King of the present. You are called humans, but my children are called monsters? Is this world only yours? The words of resentment continue to echo in the blood-soaked rain. In this world, only you are truly human. Prove it. Prove that you are human. The sound of rain falling she repeatedly commands with utmost hatred. From this moment on, prove that you are human, because life has driven a kind saintess to become a demon lord, just like the words of resentment. I curse you all like the pain in my heart. Everything you have done is a sin, forming an obsession that has lasted all this time. From now on, no village will be burned alive again, so from now on you must live and pay the price for those sins. What Gongja is seeing now are the corpses of soldiers, not villagers, as in the painful memory of the Demon King. The old spirit gently calls out to him, "Gongja, wake up." Looking at Gongjia's vacant face, he could somewhat guess his feelings. "This place is not hell meant for you." The system then announced that the reconstruction of the pane was complete, confirming that the punished subject remained in a normal state. The punishment has ended. The Gong family continues to fight fiercely, swinging their sword so rapidly that the Demon King cannot defend himself. Huh! The old spirit shouted loudly, and at that moment he played the role of reminding Gong to strike. His head was empty, and every slash he made was precisely aimed. The screams and ear-piercing shouts of the Demon King echoed across the sky. Ah, ah. Their legs slid across the ground for a long stretch after being knocked back, dark mud oozing down onto the surface, revealing two clear human figures. Ugh, ugh, ugh. The system reappears, and the existence of the Demon King has become faint. His body gradually shrinks, and most of the filth on him is removed. The Demon King fell into utter panic. No. Even fresh blood involuntarily splattered everywhere, just like humans. "My children, my resentment," a stern voice demands loudly. "Retreat now." The detailed map appears behind Gongja. The blue dots represent your troops spreading across all the continents. Reach level 20. No matter what, you can't defeat me. Go back to your hiding place. Meanwhile, the red dots are pushed into a small corner. Return to your original nature. You gradually manipulate your opponent's mind, returning to where you started. And that will be your end. Kuivong Marus gently tilts his head, glancing at Gongja, his hand ready with a sword, aiming to finish off his enemy in a decisive strike. The Black Witch simply calmly said, "I will give the final blow to the Death King." The Demon King's mouth kept spewing fresh blood, and he shouted angrily, "Damn it, you bastard!" Demon King Thu Vu has retreated to the 20th floor, and the withdrawal confirmation is now displayed, once again changing history. The mission on the 19th floor has been completed. Gongja softly calls out to his two teammates, "Sword Saint, Black Dragon Lord, I'm sorry, but I want to clear floor 20 alone." You bow your head sincerely in a bowing posture. "Thank you all for your help during this time, but I really want to go alone to deal with that Demon King. Please, let me go by myself," which made the two of them a bit confused. The Dark Wizard was the first to support the Gong family. "I have no objections. We can go this far. Most of it is thanks to you. Even though I broke my promise not to move for 5 days, this time I will wait quietly for you." Mar quickly agreed as well. "Just one more day and it will be 5 days in total. After clearing the 20th floor, we should meet privately, right? I really have a lot to tell you." Gong's corner of the mouth gently curves into a faint smile. "Yes, you bow your head once again before starting to move. Thank you. Transfer complete. System notification. Welcome, King of the Dead. The mission boss is in position. You are currently standing in the middle of a bed of flowers, and the only participant in this challenge is the Death King. Hopefully luck will be on your side." The Demon King in his small form has been waiting patiently for a long time. The foot slowly steps forward. The tower will calculate your reward from level 11 to level 19. The calculation begins now. The tower will recognize your great achievement. Countless cards float around him. The authority of the Death King has been adjusted. A look of surprise can't be hidden. You have been granted the authority of an envoy. Except for level X, you have the right to change. Any skill you possess, do you secretly wonder if the tower is giving you a choice? Gong family doesn't know why this tower exists or who built it, but one thing is certain. The tower contains countless lives, and the hand is ready to draw the sword, prepared for the upcoming decisive battle. The most powerful sword is gradually gathering pure golden energy, and he has also sensed what its constant mention of existence refers to. A sharp spear pointed straight at the Demon King is to protect your own choice. And remember the choice you have made. Gong then finally spoke, threatening his opponent. "This is the end for you, Demon King." A face covered in mud shows utter horror as the villagers' voices of fury and blame echo throughout the space. "My villages, how dare you destroy my paradise?" The Boston system notification is right in front of you. Gongja controls the cards flying around. The Demon King remains stubborn and cannot forgive you. Her life was completely frozen at that fateful moment. My mind has always been with the Empire. I will never forget the cruel fire you caused." The Demon King went berserk and summoned the Great Silver Sword. "So, now you plan to burn down my heaven once again?" From the observations on the map, it's concluded that in the most cramped land, there is a weak tier boss. The Demon King charged at him with blazing speed, fury etched on his face, swinging his sword with all his might, but Gongja easily blocked the attack. Our roles have switched, haven't they? Then he slowly reminisces about the past while launching a powerful counterattack. "Do you remember? On the 12th floor, you were the Demon King and I was the hero. You are the invader, and I am the one resisting. The Demon King gradually retreats and lets out a cry. Huh. Gong family begins to manipulate the opponent's mind. This world is truly wonderful. Now you are the one fighting to protect what you cherish. Demon King, perish. He contemptuously delivered another powerful slash. Sorry, but your words are not frightening at all. A painful sound echoed, yeah. This time, a horizontal slash cuts through the Demon King's body, and a piercing scream echoes across the space. A. The system reappears. The existence of the Demon King Thuvu is fading. Black filth continuously drips down onto the ground. Gongra keeps swinging his sword without stopping. You will only become weaker and weaker. The Demon King keeps howling in agony. The familiar words reappeared. The existence of the Demon King Thuvu was fading. Gongra fought even harder, and along with it, a desperate scream echoed through the sky. Ah! The system warning for rank theft has begun to be adjusted. The title of Demon King Thuvu has been revoked, and now even darkness is shedding away, leaving her in panic. Trying to cling to her last bit of strength but failing, the Demon King kept pleading in despair. Tower, you can't do this, just standing there watching her sadly as everything ends. Ah, you're very satisfied with this outcome. This is the right process. Your house is now too weak. She felt scared and quickly kept her distance. No, don't come any closer, don't. However, the Gong family completely ignored those words, their footsteps slowly walking on the ivory-white flowers. Then try to stop me. Whether with reason or force, do your best. If you don't do that, I will still appear before you anyway. The Demon King tends to retreat toward the dark filth behind him. You have done terrible things to my children. She desperately questioned, you have no right to do that to me, but you were interrupted by the opponent. You're wrong. Gong family's first sword emits a brilliant light, like a diamond. His expression is very serious. As you said, I am just someone from another world. It is true that the Emperor King and the Pope conspired and burned your village, but you cannot blame the innocent people of this continent for that. The Demon King simply listened silently to each word. Of course, it's not me either. I am just someone from another world. We hunters have only one duty, to bring freedom to this place. Still, that wasn't enough to convince her, and you even tried to justify your actions. You have no right to ask me about responsibility, nor do you have the strength to stop me. I just coldly watched the enemy fight at the scene. Are you trying to say you didn't do anything evil? Ether was also terrified just like you are now. He recounted a heartbreaking story from the past. What did you do to that girl who was desperately calling for help and running to find her father? Without hesitation, you directly confronted the Demon King. Not only that, you devoured the child entrusted to you by the woman who trusted you. That despicable act you call saving lives, you yourself have betrayed those who trusted you wholeheartedly. She cried out in anguish, trying to defend herself. I am not like that. The Tagong family continues to expose the enemy's crimes. You have been hiding the truth. Everyone knows the truth about you becoming Esther and about swallowing the child, but out of fear of you, they chose to stay silent. The Demon King continues to deny everything. I truly don't know anything. My hands clutch my face in utter panic. No, I was just too young to have awareness and memories back then. She recalls the scene where young Esther desperately tried to escape from the claws of the demon. Please, save me. Is there anyone who can save me? I really don't understand what those words mean. At that moment, I sarcastically asked if it was just because I didn't know better that I made mistakes, as the Demon King insisted on absolving himself. Yes, if I had known, I would never have done that to Gongo, immediately emphasizing this point, humans are the same. Then analyze it carefully. You are just defending yourself in the same way the tyrants who committed crimes against you did. They all collude to justify their wicked actions. I thought they were just evil demon women and monsters. We really didn't know anything. Both sides kept arguing back and forth with lies and half-truths. Of course, there are those who deceive for their own benefit. But are you sure that everyone is like that? The image of the people forced to move their homes due to the toxic blood rain appears. What about the warriors who only follow the orders of the king? What about the common people who have to leave the land they've lived on for so long to seek refuge? Among all of them, how many do you think are just like you? People I don't know anything about. After a long speech, the Gong family finally softened their tone a little. Sorry, I am uneducated and can only say a few words like that. The only thing I know in this world is that there is only one. Karma. Under the lush green canopy, he confidently declared that if you believe that what you vomit after swallowing a human's shadow is a human, then you should also face something exactly the same. That would be fair, and she still hasn't fully digested it even now. What are you talking about? A mysterious beam of light suddenly appeared in the palm of your hand at Gong family's call. Tower, I want to use the rewards from clearing floors. Please add that the rewards can change the skills I currently have. The information panel immediately appears, showing that the summoning skill of 100 demons has reached SS level, along with a message that the tower has accepted your request. But everything comes with a price, and the change you desire has its limits. To help you make the change, the tower will suggest upgrading the skill from SS level to SSS level. Gong quickly made a decision. I request to upgrade the Summon 100 Demon skill, keep the other skills unchanged. Next, there are a series of other requests. I want to modify the part of this skill that does not inherit memories. When I request it, the zombie can acquire memories from the previous life. The Demon King, hearing this, couldn't hide his panic, mixed with fear. "What are you planning to do?" I asked urgently, pressing for answers. "So, is this reasonable now? Isn't the request to keep the same abilities of the one I killed or to reduce the cooldown time? It's just memories." The notification sound rings again, indicating that the level measurement you requested is in progress. Soon, the tower acknowledges that your request is reasonable. Your request has been sent to Zakua and approved. The card in your hand emits a brilliant golden glow. Your request has been approved. A detailed information panel has been immediately updated. The SSS level demon summoning skill allows you to summon the friends you have killed in monster form. The summoned zombies will not inherit their skills from when they were alive. However, if you wish, the zombie can inherit the appearance and memories from when it was alive. When you do not specify, the zombie will only be summoned in monster form. Just a small note, you can only summon once a week. Gong is extremely satisfied with this. This is the first SSS level skill I have acquired. The hand swings out, ready to unleash its power. All right, it's time to send you off. The Demon King grits his teeth and endures before the verdict is delivered. If you don't like this style, I'll do it the way you did. You raise the number one sword high into the air, swallow and crush you, once again reminding everyone of her past crimes, just like you did with the heroes. The Demon King is also not to be underestimated, as a hand grips the hilt of a sword on the ground. You enjoy mocking your opponent. I really am happy to turn you back into a human. If you keep acting like a monster, you'll look very difficult to revive when you die. She couldn't take it anymore and charged forward directly. Ga-ah-ah-hoo-ah! She swung clumsily, but was easily dodged and avoided. Someone's sarcastic voice suddenly rang out. "You're wrong." The old spirit constantly criticized and judged, criticizing everything from the stance to how her feet touched the ground, and if she kept turning the sword in front of her like that, what could she possibly see? Seeing the exhausted state of the Demon King now, he couldn't help but sneer and click his tongue. Clack. You are a perfect example of a swordsman who relies too much on skill. Without it, what kind of swordsman would you be? She is gasping for breath from exhaustion. Panting, he also reminded Gong to go out. Look at that zombie. This is exactly why I always say you need a solid foundation before developing technique. In the final moment, the only thing you can trust is your own limbs. Looking at the Demon King straining to pull the great sword Li Than, he furrowed his brows and delivered a chilling verdict. Your final moment has arrived. She tried to resist to the end, but unexpectedly the sword had already broken without her knowing. The remaining piece of the weapon flew far away, and she seemed to fall into an abyss, only able to sob and cry. A Gong family could only watch silently as that slender, helpless figure disappeared. Do you remember what the Demon King said? Because now the regret of the Demon King is too late. Ah, the hand clutching the number one sword, the companion who fought alongside you through countless life and death battles. I am the one who collects the death. That statement is not wrong at all. Suddenly Gong drew his sword high up, preparing to strike down when a voice suddenly called out to stop him. Wait a moment. The spirit elder strokes his chin thoughtfully and says, "Sorry for blocking the view, but honestly I don't feel too guilty anyway, so for now, let's not kill her yet." Hearing that, you can't help but wonder. What? But why is that? He only gives a vague answer. I understand this is something I have to do, only to make the Gong family more angry. So why are you stopping me? Mr. Binthan simply pointed his hand under his lips and said, "She is no longer a monster now, so she's human? Just like you then, and you might as well add that in. Maybe she has become an ordinary NBC? So then, can Zhao ask the 100 demons to apply to her?" Gongja hesitated awkwardly, as if he agreed. Then suddenly the old spirit turned and scolded him. You'd better snap out of it. You need to keep a cool head in this situation. If the tower report is finished, sorry, NBC is not the target of this skill, so what do you plan to do? Gong is officially pushed into a state of complete speechlessness. The Demon King just sat there in a daze while the other two kept arguing. Check your skills again. It says the person you directly killed. It doesn't mention NBC at all. NBC is also a human. They are also human. That's just your own assumption. You didn't know how to react properly, so you only managed to say one word. A then turned to ask the tower system for advice, and it responded immediately. The tower asked to listen to you, Gong Ra, without any further delay. I want to ask something based on the conversation earlier with the old spirit. Does the 100 demon summoning skill apply to NBC, or is it only for hunters like me? The on-screen message is asking Zakua to check. After a long while, the surprising and unbelievable result is that it cannot be checked. The system reminds you that your question exceeds the tower's authority, and his face froze in place. What? Next, a series of updates are checking the advisory rank of the tower. Maintaining the current advisory rank of the Death King, the tower will resolve the Death King's issue through an official discussion. Gong is now standing in an illusionary space, where bright golden butterflies are fluttering across the middle of the scene. His eyes glance at them as if contemplating something, recalling the moment when the system first announced it. Please choose a skill card. Gongja couldn't help but wonder why he was here himself. The information was quickly updated, confirming the participants included the 6th pillar, the Ancient Scepter, the 5th pillar, the Illusion Princess, the 4th pillar, the Blind Moonlight, the 3rd pillar, the Primitive Legislator, and the 2nd pillar, the Void God of War, all confirmed their attendance. Gongja shows confusion about everything. Even though he can't see anything, he can feel that overwhelming presence. The system pushes a notification confirming the participation of the 6th pillar of eternal life, and the tower is proposing the issue of the Death King. Suddenly, a few figures appeared high above in sight, and Gongja felt lost in his strange mind. Could the summoning skill of 100 demons be used for NBC? If possible, please say yes. If not, please say no. Another figure keeps uttering strange language, and that voice has been echoing in his mind all along, gradually making Gongja's thoughts go blank. Finally, the sound became clearer, followed by a deadly silence. I couldn't help but sweat profusely, raising my hands to lightly touch the back of my neck, especially when I was inside the tower. No matter what language people use, the tower always translates so others can understand. But why is it not the same this time? Gongja fell into deep thought, and only then did he realize the unsettling truth. They do not exist inside the tower. They are an existence that even demon lords cannot compare to. I suspect they are the ones who created this tower. The system sent a notification just in time. Your issue is now being voted on. In the tense space of the verdict, the pillars cast their votes, including the 6th pillar opposing, while the 5th and 4th pillars agree. Conflicting opinions piled up. Gong was sweating nervously, waiting for whatever might happen to him, while the 3rd pillar voted against, and only the 2nd pillar, caught between approval and rejection, cast a dissenting vote. In summary, we have 2 votes in favor, 2 against, and 1 abstention. The great entities who hold the power to decide on their demon summoning skills want to disable it? Why is that? Gong suddenly remembered something. There is still one person who hasn't voted yet. The stream of thought continued, a person who initially didn't need to stay here, someone who understands everything here better than anyone else. From that, the tower owner Gong deduced and finally spoke. I think agreeing is a pretty good idea. The scene of the Demon King's power is deeply imprinted in your mind. If this skill can't be used on NBC, then how could Demon King Thuvu summon so many monsters? Those who died at the hands of Demon King Thuvu are mostly NBCs from the empires and kingdoms. 3 different colors of light shine down on the place where the Gong family is standing. It's as if right now you are the star of the stage. Allow me to share my guess about what you are all worried about. Are you afraid that I will slaughter indiscriminately the NBCs because of the number of summons? But I personally believe that I have shown enough over time for you to see what kind of person I am. In the end, I firmly declare that I am not a wicked person. Gongja dares to assert this confidently, and I still am now, and I definitely won't be in the future. The tower's owner responds quite well. They appear faintly, with a very satisfied grin showing their teeth. The shadow of your flowing hair stretches all the way to you, though it's a bit messy. Prince of Death, please. Answer honestly with all your heart. Gong family bows their head deeply, as if preparing for their moment of destiny, then confidently replies without hesitation. The Demon King is my prey. Don't even think about interfering. The identity of the remaining pillar is only revealed now. The first pillar, Lord Vansin, has voted in favor, and suddenly cracks appeared on the floor beneath him. They spread rapidly, and the urgent notifications flooded in, ending the vote with 3 votes in favor, 2 against, and 1 abstention. The summoning skill of 100 demons can be used on NBC. You have been granted the temporary authority of the envoy of the Death King. Everything gradually shattered into shards of broken glass. The discussion had ended, and at that moment a fierce beam of light expanded as if to sweep everything into an unknown realm. Good luck. Suddenly, a voice echoed repeatedly, awakening everyone. Zombie. Hey Kim, zombie. Gong family's vacant eyes gradually begin to open. Old Spirit frowned and asked, Why are you suddenly staring blankly? I told you to ask the tower. The Demon King lies collapsed on the ground, completely silent. He calls out loudly again, Kim zombie, hey, can you hear me? You stare at your palm in confusion. What just happened only took a moment, yet I feel like 100 years have passed. It took a while? Gongja finally decided to speak up. Hey Sword Emperor, the Old Spirit is blaming you. Wow, you're only reacting now? Have I called you a zombie too many times that now your brain is as mushy as a zombie's? Gongja didn't bother explaining and went straight to the point. Aren't you hearing or seeing anything? The tower summoned me somewhere. I encountered something with a pillar. Something about eternal life. Then the tower's owner appeared and even smiled. You don't know anything, do you? Yet in your view, the Gong family is just talking nonsense. Zombie, I truly apologize for calling you so many times. From now on, I will just call you Zombie appropriately. Quickly snap out of it. This makes you think more deeply. He doesn't know anything at all. Even a legend who broke through to level 99 of the tower doesn't know anything. Clenching the sword tightly, I can't help but wonder who those people I met earlier really are. My expression falls into deep thought, calming down once again. Although many mysteries remain, many things are already clear. The sharp tip of the sword once again pointed at the Demon King crawling on the ground. She begged desperately, "Please spare my life." Gong made a quick decision. The immediate thing to do is to finish off the one in front of me. The rest will probably become clear after reaching the 100th floor of the tower. Suddenly the Spirit Elder asked you, so you're just going to kill her like that? Aren't you planning to ask about the tower too? It seems your mind was made up a long time ago. It's all right. The sword is raised high, mocking the middle. The trees sway vigorously with Gong family's fierce movements. I have the answer now. After everything is settled, you slowly recite the spell, O 100 Demons Rebirth. The dark liquid on the ground suddenly moved and gradually merged back into the form of the Demon King as before. The constant moaning echoed as Gongja issued the celestial command, "Stand up." Though her appearance remained the same, from this moment on she was reborn with a completely different identity. The final decree you give to your opponent is that she must serve the one who granted her that identity. You calmly explain that the name you stole from someone else is not one you should carry anymore. You quickly made your decision. I will give you a new name from now on. Your name is Prita, which means Hungry Demon in Pali. Gong confidently finalized his words, and I am your master, Esther, the distant saintess, the Demon King Thuvu, the one who once had no right to bear any given name. Prita bowed his head respectfully. Yes, I will obey all your commands. You are my ruler. At the very end of the 5 days promised, one of the two kings fell amidst withering cherry blossom rain. How many events have occurred? The old spirit only sighed and said, truly incomprehensible and impossible to explain. After everything you've done to her, she should be furious and resentful towards you. That would be reasonable, right? Why are you just bowing your head without saying a word to him? That's really how it is. Preta's face is now filled with tears streaming down. Gongjia asks the old man in return, do you want to know why Preta is not afraid to obey me? Her tearful sobs still echoed steadily as she cried out, you didn't give a clear answer. And Fomak let Chi Tuong imagine far away. But Preta knew. This time, it was tears of fulfilled longing. The sound of the horse's hooves blends with the calm voice, and the Sword Emperor will realize it soon. The system is probing for the Demon King's presence on the 20th floor. No Demon King detected, confirming there is none. Brett silently walks through the ruined village, clutching his face. The scene gradually changes, a result that rewrites history. Brett, with tears in his eyes, watches the villagers live in comfort and peace. She faces everyone here with tears in her eyes, unable to speak. No, she still doesn't seem ready to accept this new reality. Please don't, the horses are stopping nearby. Her voice broke and faltered with deep sorrow. Please let this village be. The one who just appeared is none other than Savas, with a clear command. All troops halt. Brett collapsed to his knees, her voice trembling. You are my ruler. She thinks about the children, their innocent smiles. I will no longer hold grudges or seek revenge. I will do everything you wish. She cannot stop crying. It doesn't matter what I become, but please, Preta begs you, Gongra. Please protect my paradise. The old spirit watcher observes from above, wondering if this is really necessary. He replied calmly, of course, a ruler must indeed be responsible for those under their command. He felt guilty and apologized for not realizing it sooner. Then he turned to Preta and told him, you are definitely going to lose. Get ready for your punishment. You stand alone with your arms outstretched and shout for all troops to stop. Savas roars in anger. Who are you to block my path? Savas aim, general of the army. Gongja smirked mysteriously, not knowing what brings you here with your troops. He announced loudly, this is an order from His Majesty the Emperor. As dusk falls, the birds gradually fly away, and his voice echoes. This place is haunted by a demoness who has bewitched the people of the continent. Even they have turned into monsters after falling into the pit of temptation created by the demoness. How can I let this continue? You wonder if that's really the case? When you call on me to purify this place with sacred fire, your hand begins to gather power. I know who they are. A virtual screen with pink squares appears. Gong quietly checked their names. They are the knights guarding the temple on the 13th floor. He declared in front of the Pope that he dares to call himself a saintess. Heretic like you must be punished. L stopped at level 14. He holds his sword with pride in the name of the sacred forest god and the water mage on level 15. He continues, empowered by the blessing of the mermaid. You see familiar faces. The warriors of Fire Mountain on level 16. The warband of Vu Trang on level 17, the nomadic tribes on level 18, the small kingdoms on level 19, and even the sacred land soldiers, all shouting their slogans. We are the leaders of the Free Alliance, soldiers of the empires. Prepare to face our punishment. It's heartbreaking to realize that they are all the people you once saved. Savas loses patience and shouts. I ask once again, you who are blocking us, who are you really? The system assigns the hero mission of the frozen world with an unknown difficulty. O brave warrior, no one on the continent will remember your righteousness and sacrifices, but righteousness will always remain righteousness, and your noble deeds will endure forever, so rest in peace. You will still choose the path of a hero in the frozen world, won't you? You confirm the words of His Excellency, General Sava Zame. You say you came here by the king's order, right? Seeing your disrespectful attitude, he is extremely angry. Vile name, do you dare speak to your general like that? Did you really receive the imperial order? He scoffs mockingly. It's ridiculous. How could His Majesty the Emperor possibly know about your affairs? It made him uneasy. Savas, with an arrogant demeanor, gave the order. No matter what your intentions are, those words are clearly rebellious. Hand over the demon girl now. He sneered and replied, Rebellion? Are you talking about dethroning the crown prince and replacing him with the third prince? I wonder, even though I didn't know beforehand, from his expression I could still guess this was the case. You can't do this. Your Majesty has bestowed you with so many favors. From a fisherman weaving nets at the port, he changed his fate after becoming a prince's uncle and now a court general. All of this was thanks to the grace of His Majesty. Caught off guard, the general gritted his teeth in frustration. I know now you are from the Ho Fetch Palace, right? The whole world is gathered here. Do you think you can easily change our minds? Gong family looked down with contempt. Young Chi, do I look like a lackey of a deposed queen? As expected, he's just an old man who only knows how to weave blindfolded nets. Savas, trembling with fear, asked him, Who exactly sent you here? At this moment, Gongja angrily shouted, You should ask me who I am. He raised his sword high, the tip gathering a dazzling flash of light. Look carefully, I am a descendant of Emperor Gui. Great Ripondaskim, the light from the sword and your words leave everyone stunned. You talk endlessly about Savas Aim. He is the one who recognized the chaos within the royal family and knew well the reckless evil deeds of the crown prince. Although he sided with the third prince, he remains fully loyal to the empire. I was afraid that power would blind him, so I deliberately used insults to test his loyalty. Are you ashamed of your rebellious thoughts? You tremble in fear, cold sweat pouring down like a stream. Ashamed? My loyalty? A little kid dares to doubt my loyalty? That charge is truly too much. Gongja's questioning is justified. If he had no shame, why couldn't he speak plainly like that? He dismounted and knelt, claiming it was only because I was a little frightened. Savas grits his teeth and emphasizes each word to show his devotion to protect the nation and ensure Aikim's eternal glory. These humble ones bow in reverence before the legacy of Emperor Ko. Emperor Ko for eternity. When the other soldiers saw their general suddenly kneel, they also had no choice but to dismount and kneel despite their reservations. Everyone shouted together for Aikim Empire to last forever. Elder Spirit only could admire when he saw that. Stop praising Kim Dong, you're really good at talking nonsense. When it comes to bragging, no one can match you. Gong went outside with a cold expression but was not pleased inside. Now you finally realize that? He closed his eyes and made a decision. Then I will teach you one more thing. When Duong Kim steps up, what matters most is not strength, but confidence. Believing in yourself is the most important thing. Lao Tin Lin explained seriously. Bragging is the same. If you want to deceive others, you first have to deceive yourself. Keep a record and remember, bragging requires confidence. Gong looks at the soldiers kneeling in unison, then lowers his sword. The others start discussing excitedly, each voicing their own doubts. Are you really a descendant of Emperor Gu? Someone hesitated, unsure if it was true or not. But why does that sword belong to Emperor Gu? And why would his descendant be here? You knew it all along. The holy sword is, indeed, the key. Savas then looked up and asked you, are you really a descendant of Emperor Gu? Then let me ask you a question. Gong has granted permission. Just ask. He then expressed his doubts. Today, we are here to eliminate that demon girl, but I don't know what your purpose is for coming here. Think carefully. Bragging requires confidence, and your eyes turn red. I announce to everyone, listen up, the demon girl has been subdued by me. Don't you believe it? What? You point behind you? Everyone look. As soon as they saw Prita still kneeling on the ground, someone shouted out loud, "Esther, the Western demoness, I have seen her before. It's definitely her." Then, in anger, they shouted, "Burn her alive! Kill her!" Amidst the chaos, they ordered her, "Bretta, come here and kneel before them." She obeyed and approached, then knelt down in Savas's astonishment. He coldly ordered, lowering his head and bending down. The girl clenched her teeth and trembled as she obeyed, and he continued to bow his head to the ground. Seeing Prita truly bow his head, the Lord watched and sweat profusely. "But it's not over yet," Gong said, maintaining that pose and then flipping forward. The girl was confused, not understanding, when he urged her again. "Aren't you going to listen to what I said?" She could only reply, "Yes, yes." Then do as he said. He made a request. "Now do a handstand." Brett helplessly looked at him. Does she not know how to do a handstand? So Gong changed to something else. "Then raise your hand quickly, lower it 20 times, sit down and stand up 10 times, do 10 push-ups and hold a plank for 20 seconds, and she obediently follows. After finishing all the exercises, she collapsed to the ground, too exhausted to speak. "I can't move anymore." "Are you clear now?" Gongja once again pointed and emphasized, "The demon girl has been subdued by me. From now on, she will have to obey my orders and can no longer harm the continent. You can rest assured." The general and his soldiers stared in shock. Savas gritted his teeth and replied, "If His Highness the Heir said so, he was cut off by a level 13 knight." "Wait a minute, what are you doing?" "We came here to subdue the demon girl." "You don't agree, and as this young man said, the demon girl has already been subdued." He retorts with dissatisfaction. "How can we believe that? Can a single sword prove he's a descendant of Emperor Gu? Just a sword?" Hearing that, Gongja clenched his fist around his sword. "Are you doubting the authority of my empire now? That sword was blessed by the goddess." The arrogant knight replied, "I don't care. I am just following the Pope's orders. So you challenge him? Do you consider the Pope's command more important than Emperor Ko's order?" Standing amidst the storm, he closed his eyes to calm his mind. The knight's voice echoed faintly. "What? You dare to doubt the authority of the Holy Church?" Savas was displeased, clearly because you doubted the authority of the Holy Sword earlier. You remember the scene where Mon and the Sword King fought, and the knight still refused to give up. I see now, it seems the third prince no longer needs the Pope's support. Lord Bienbach, what does that have to do with anything? The descendants of Emperor Kuo have already proven it to us. The knight retorted, and he also said that you are part of the Tam prince's faction. Gongja just smiled quietly, watching her lie there. Now I understand why Preta used the trap to separate the hunters, and someone angrily intervened. This is not the time for us to argue like this. What your young friend is saying still needs to be verified. That's why people like you are called short-sighted. She argued as if it would never end. What? In the eyes of elves like you, are we really like that? What are the temple and the empire doing? What kind of dignity is there in arguing loudly like this in a place like this? Why talk so much? Let's settle this with a battle. Now, the 15th floor waterfall mage shouts, "Everyone, get out of the way." He calmly analyzes the situation in detail. The issue everyone is arguing over can actually be resolved very simply. Is this young man truly a descendant of Emperor Gu? And is that girl really a demoness? And has the descendant of Emperor Gu truly managed to tame the demon girl? Once these questions are confirmed, the matter will be considered resolved. Someone asked, "So how should we verify this?" Gong family just stood silently, watching everyone discuss. This is a protective gem containing the soul of a mermaid, a small blue orb held in the mage's palm. Just a drop of blood into this gem will reveal whether the soul of the blood's owner is good or evil. He suggested the most effective method. If that girl is truly the Western Witch and you are the descendant of Emperor Ko, then prove yourself by confirming through this protective gem. The large pink pearl taken from the ocean is introduced by the mage as the soul of the mermaid emperor's planet spirit given to me. When the blood of the pure-hearted soul touches the planet, it emits a white light. On the contrary, with the blood of a malevolent soul-bearer, the star will turn completely black. The mage held the orb in front of the two and loudly called out, "Come here if she truly is a distant witch, and you are the messenger of the true founder, accept the star's test." He lets the sphere unleash its immense power to verify all the evil deeds you've committed and the good you've accumulated. Gong whispers to the old spirit, "Is it similar to the Sword Saint's lie detection eye that uncovered the lie of that night?" Mr. Diem Nian replied, "Yes, the merfolk are very skilled at making such items," then drew his sword and responded, "Fine. Do as you wish." The mage stepped forward to threaten, hoping you won't regret it, because no matter how convincing the disguise, it's all meaningless before the planet. Then he immediately grabbed Preta's hand and pulled it up forcefully, saying, "I will first check the soul of this witch." The mage cut a line across her palm, causing her to scream in pain. He drops her blood onto the crystal, which transforms, swirling with dark gray smoke inside. The wizard marvels and comments, "Why would there be such a cruel soul?" Everyone watched in shock as he sweat nervously, wondering just how much bloodshed and evil deeds she had committed. A completely cursed existence. The witch must definitely be the Demon King. Finished, he pushed Preta aside and arrogantly called out, "Now it's your turn." The arrogant wizard asked, the one claiming to be the messenger of the founder, "Are you ready? Go ahead and hold out your hand." "Always ready." He cut a line on your hand and took a drop of blood. "Even if someone pretends to be me, it won't help. Right now." Then he drops the blood onto the planet, which is tinged with the color of energy. As soon as the blood touches, a light emanates from the planet. The white light immediately spread across the planet, causing the wizard to shout in panic. "This is the light that was emitted, illuminating a corner of the forest. What is this? It's blinding me with that light." The elf exclaimed in surprise, "Is this the planet sent by the Emperor of the Merfolk, and why is such a dazzling aura emanating from it?" The wizard was utterly stunned and panicked, asking, "How can there be such a soul in this world? So pure that he has saved many lives, this person. He feels like an angel, shining with divine light, or a hero emanating a sacred aura." His expression showed a victorious declaration that he truly is the light. The people around were amazed and couldn't believe it. "The light?" Hearing that, he eagerly asked, "Do you not recognize that shining soul?" Inside the knight's mind, all he could see was a face shining brightly, and he stammered in response, "No, not exactly." The mage immediately questioned the knight. "Why? Why can't you recognize it?" "Leader Ha of the knights." He stammered in confusion, "What do you mean by light?" "See, that's why I can't communicate with these crude humans. There's no way someone with such a pure soul could deceive us. Even if he did, it's only for our benefit. This young man is truly a messenger of the founder. No, he must be a prophet of the goddess." Under the sunset sky, Gong confidently declares, "I am indeed the apostle of the goddess." The knights whisper in confusion, discussing among themselves. "She said he's the light. What kind of light?" That thing was glowing, and the sword was pretty bright too. The two sailors exchanged puzzled looks, thinking it must be the sword used by the Emperor of A or something like that. So maybe he really comes from some noble family. The knight still refused to believe and angrily retorted, "No, I still don't agree. Fine, let's just assume he's really the messenger of the founder and he's the light. So, why did he block our way at first? Have you all forgotten?" The knight's words made Preta feel uneasy. Then he pointed directly at the Kong Trang house. "We must burn that place down." The knight firmly believes that the Supreme Pontiff is not only concerned about the witch, but also about her heretical followers, and they cannot escape divine punishment. At this moment, the Gong family sensed a hand tugging at their collar and looked over. And that person is Preta, bowing his head sadly, despite the steel words of the knight ringing out. If he truly is the apostle of the goddess, he should have been the one leading the execution of the Holy Spirit. "Then let the Spirit Elder stop sending messages to you," he announces seriously. "The most ridiculous thing is 90% truth and 10% lies. You calmly remind the knight of the temple. Let's see what you have to say. In fact, the execution is entirely my decision. I have eradicated all evil, and the judgment of the Holy Spirit has been carried out. With that, you snap your fingers." Two undead soldiers rise from the dusty ground and straightforwardly say, "Let me show you." And then the undead legion appears before the knights. They scream in terror, crying out in agony, "Evil, evil demons." Knight Bang Huang listened to his subordinate's desperate words. "Oh Lord, how could these disgusting creatures be real?" You pat Bretta's head to comfort her and speak seriously. "That is my duty." Gong spoke frankly and fearlessly. "Just look at how witches are the only truly evil beings in this world. All of them are wicked beings I have defeated. In terms of cruelty, none are any less than the witches you mentioned." The trembling knight stammered, "All of these monsters are—" Before leaving her, he coldly threw a final word. "The goddess commanded me to act on her behalf and eliminate all evil invading the territory. Conquering all evil in the world is my mission, and imprisoning the monsters in hell is also my duty. You are witnessing the hell I have created." The sorcerer, tears in his eyes, exclaimed in shock that your apostle had single-handedly done everything alone, and we had no idea. Gong family firmly replied, "No," and hearing this, he was stunned and exclaimed, "Oh my God, no one recognizes your efforts, that an ordinary human like you alone created such a huge hell." He replied coldly, "Yes, that's right. I proudly stated that's my job." He choked up with emotion, "Oh, omnipotent light." The wizard, overwhelmed with tears, listened intently to Gongjia's every word. "You don't have to purge the witches because the wicked have already been eliminated. They will suffer forever in my shadow, and I am their hell." He gradually understood the truth, realizing that the venerable envoy had saved us many times without us even knowing. Hearing that, the Gong family remained unshaken and accepted it. That's exactly right. Old Spirit of Wisdom helplessly said, "I have nothing more to teach you. Advance. Your master is me, pure and innocent like a child. So I truly cannot control a son of the wind, god like you. I still have a lot to learn from your wicked personality." Master, Gong family is using dark energy to control the undead. I believe you can see it now. This is the goddess's will. The divine purge. You probably don't intend to challenge the goddess's will, do you? The knight's voice trembles with fear. Forgive me, but honorable envoy, are the savage demons truly locked away securely? The knight shuddered in horror, thinking that if those demons escaped and caused the damage this world would suffer, it would be beyond measure. You casually snap your fingers, so you want to see for yourself if I can completely imprison those creatures? Seeing a demon soldier step forward, the knight nervously takes a defensive stance. Excuse me, honorable apostle, what do you intend to do with this skeleton soldier? The indifferent reply was, allow me to satisfy all your doubts. Gong releases his magic to force the undead soldier to recover his memories. The undead soldier quickly returns to his original form, transforming back into the angry Fire King, who roars in fury. What the hell is that? He grabbed your shirt and shouted angrily. You bastard, what kind of grudge do you have that has brought me to this point? I'll tear you apart, eat your flesh, and drink your blood. You can't be the cause of my anger either. I'm going to kill you. You bastard son of a bitch, how dare you do this to me? No matter what happens, I swear I will kill you, Gongja explained without a care. You see, this scoundrel shares the same greed as the witch. No, he's even a more ruthless and savage demon than she is. That witch has been a monster since birth, but this guy commits heinous crimes as a human. Fire King roars in fury. And who the hell are those monsters? Hey, Snake. Hey, Longears, what the hell are you looking at, huh? Stupid fools will drop items when killed? This statement makes everyone extremely excited. You irritably snap your fingers and order a jump. He involuntarily kicks his legs wildly. What? Fire King Bang Huang bends over to pose. Hey, wait a minute. He continues to kneel down and change his move. I will kill you. I will kill you. He keeps jumping around angrily, shouting, I will definitely kill you. After seeing this beautiful image, the knight froze in surprise. Seeing the knight kneel down, Gongra said sternly, Demons will never be able to oppose my orders. Is there anything else you're unsure about? He asked cautiously, bowing his head. Honorable Apostle, may we have the honor of knowing your name? I am Gongra. The knights immediately knelt in respect. We will do as you commanded, Lord Gongra. Now the system sound rings in your head. Congratulations, you have just completed a normal stage. You have completed the hidden hero mission of the icy world. You have conquered the boss stage. The system notification pops up showing the conquest by a solo team. The Death King is reviewing the completed reward assessment, happily enjoying the exhilarating feeling the system provides. The communication system announces that the reward will be given to you within 24 hours after entering level 21. The old spirit exclaims in shock, who would have thought you could conquer such a boss? That idiot is quite something. He grins happily, and the person next to him comments, well, whether he's an idiot or not doesn't matter. You remember the fierce battle from before because I conquered this floor 20 in my own way. Back then, the knights were overwhelmed by magic, yet no hunters died, and there were no casualties for the Empire or the continent's residents. And I even managed to rescue this girl. The 20th floor might be conquered on its own, even if I do nothing. Hearing that, she was comforted as Gongra patted her head. The village was once harmonious and filled with laughter. Because the fire and the village's disappearance can also be seen as a kind of ending, as long as it is a reasonable conclusion. The tower doesn't care whether it's a happy ending or a tragic one. Otherwise, Yosua wouldn't have been able to conquer all the way to the 40th floor. Here, the people live happily and peacefully together. So this world is not where the tower predicts, nor is it an unfortunate ending. To this day, the people still enjoy this peace. Facing the Gong village, he knew that the rain would not fall from the sky, and no raging fire would engulf this place. He confidently declared that this was simply the ending he had chosen. Old Spirit, there is doubt in your voice. Is that really true? That ending you chose. Gongra didn't answer him. Behind Fire King, exhausted, he kept performing wild dance moves and shouting angrily, You bastard, you don't plan to stop, do you? Why the hell aren't you stopping this stupid, ridiculous game? He chuckled happily, teasing, Aren't you dancing really well? Hearing that, he shouted angrily, You bastard, the system has just announced from the tower that the 20th floor has been conquered today. Once again, the 20th floor has been conquered today. I opened my phone to check, but I wasn't happy. Damn, so frustrating. There's no internet here. Old Spirit feels confused and asks, "Weren't you determined not to care about others' reactions?" The boy immediately puts away his device with an innocent look. "Oh, did I say that?" The man sighed helplessly. "Hey, didn't you say you wanted to be recognized by the witch and the saintly sword master more than by ordinary people? The system reminds you that level 21 will unlock in 24 hours from now." In the sky, fireworks explode loudly. The countdown begins. 23:59. 53 seconds remaining. Gongja responds, "The more, the better. I will earn their recognition." He grumbles irritably, "Damn this greedy bastard. I don't understand how anyone would dare to interfere." The two of them were so caught up in their argument that they didn't notice someone rushing over. The Black Witch suddenly lunged forward and embraced him tightly. "Death Prince," she's excitedly rambling on, "you just did something really crazy. Do you know that? Amazing, and also incredibly crazy. For a rookie who is not even 20 years old, he really made my head hurt as he cut her off before she could finish speaking." "Hey, Hawklong, that hurts." Not far away, the Sword King quietly stands under the tree, observing everything. The Black Witch wrapped her arms around you and showed you the information on her phone. "Who would have thought you actually cleared the 20th floor in just 5 days? Are you crazy? You probably have no idea how everyone is going crazy over this tower. Look at her. She's happily showing off. I flew straight down to the first floor to take screenshots and bring them back here. A series of news images appeared on my phone. Breaking news from the 14th floor. The conquest was successful. The Death King is the current Star Hunter's alias. Who is the one responsible for leading? Sword, Saint Black Mage, or Death King?" she continued. "There are too many articles. I couldn't take them all. Sorry, but you understand too, right? The Death King, huh? Not just this tower, the whole world out there is going crazy." The Black Witch excitedly explains the titles might differ a bit, but they all are about you, your background, your quality of life, or how you suddenly became a threat. Gongra looked confused and quickly interrupted. "What was that? Are you a bit curious? Did she take all these photos herself?" Of course, suddenly he thought of the scene where the system displayed the text, moved to the first floor city, and then took her there. Gong Ra speculated. "So you mean to say that you brought me to the first floor so I could see those articles? Then you went through each one and took pictures of them?" The image of the Dark Witch constantly manipulating her phone appeared in his mind. She faced him and replied, "Yeah, you're right." Second place on the ranking of hunters and top influential figures in the tower. Remembering something, she then advised, "Just for caution. But don't read the comments. The group of greedy genes must have been causing a ruckus down there, and not suffering any casualties is already an incredible feat, so don't pay attention to all that noise." Gongja looked at her with a fond gaze, thinking to himself, "She must be an angel, right?" Old Spirit sneers with disdain. "You really think they're angels just because they're a little kind to you?" His eyes shone with gratitude. "If not an angel, then perhaps a goddess." Seeing Gongjia lost in obsession, he sent a message to scold. "You idiot in this hell." The Dark Witch quickly pulls back and takes out a newspaper. "Oh, take a look at this, too." She excitedly handed you the key point from the third line. "Check out how you made the front page." She kept saying, "This is the first time in the tower's history that something like this has happened. I can't believe that in just a few days, you skyrocketed from unranked to third place on the leaderboard." Gongra was surprised to find himself ranked third on the leaderboard. Seeing his happy face, the Black Witch cheerfully said, "Congratulations, Prince Tsu, now you are also a representative of all the hunters." She rolled up the newspaper and warned him in a serious tone, "From now on, you need to pay more attention to your attitude." Gong Ra looked somewhat suspicious. "Attitude?" She hit your arm with the newspaper and warned you. Now he has joined all 5 top guilds, but in reality he is still completely free and independent. As a third-ranked hunter on the leaderboard, you should have a certain reputation. Leader, it's true that you've joined all 5 major guilds, but there are still some members who haven't accepted you. Chairman, I noticed you're upset about Mr. Tran Tru Hak Fu Thui, so I'll add this. Well, if you want to continue destroying everything alone like that old man, I won't force you. The Sword King lost patience and shouted, "What are you two saying behind my back?" He looked at the group setting up tents with curiosity and asked, "Who are those people?" The Gong family calmly replied, "They are soldiers gathered from all over the continent." Seeing Prita in a daze, he hesitated. "Well, that's a long story, but after defeating the Demon King, I guess there was an event where the NBCs invaded the 20th floor, but by using my skills and item effects, I managed to convince them I was some kind of envoy of the Empire's founder." Then they stopped. Gongjia's words echoed, and the Black Witch and the Sword King couldn't help but be stunned. She didn't immediately deny it. "Looks like you're quite the boastful type too, huh? You honestly revealed that thanks to it, I managed to clear the 20th floor without spilling a single drop of blood." She cheerfully changed the subject. "I won't tease you anymore. I'm really glad. Thanks to you, we will also be able to trade with this continent. Watching everyone move their belongings, the Dark Wizard felt more relaxed, meaning I no longer have to bow and plead or haggle with the old merchants outside. Those old foxes always use food to lower the prices of their goods, and it's uncertain how long they can keep doing that. Sword King Demnian advises that trade inside and outside the tower is fundamentally unbalanced. Even the capital, resources, or technology from outside are more abundant inside the tower. She slung the newspaper over her shoulder, emphasizing food. The problem here is always food. When you first met Gong, you thought she was difficult to approach. You're not quite sure, but I guess you and she have become closer. Now you're asking about Haklong Futhui. Is she talking about hunters trading with this continent? She replied nonchalantly, "Of course." Gong Ra kindly extended an invitation. I will lend her my title. In this world, I am the messenger of the founder and also an apostle of the goddess. Are you still mentioning the benefits in this matter? With my title, trade will be easier, the Black Witch cautiously observes. Not a bad offer, but it seems you're not giving us that title for free, are you? What do you want? I just casually mentioned the 20th floor. Hearing these words, Preda was confused and couldn't believe it. According to the map, the 20th floor is a large area, and she was somewhat suspicious. You're not saying the entire level 20, are you? He confirmed straightforwardly. Yes, more precisely, I want the entire land on the 20th floor to be under my ownership. In exchange, I won't take anything from the conquest from the 11th to the 1st floor. She can also share the profits from trade with the continent and other hunters. She pondered for a long time before carefully analyzing. That's quite an unusual proposal. This isn't something I can decide on alone with my authority. I will discuss this with the other guild leaders. The Black Witch pointed out the suspicious point. You really just want this place. Clearly, it doesn't seem to have much value. A small piece of land that doesn't seem suitable for farming. From my point of view, dividing the spoils from clearing floors 11 to 20 seems much more profitable. Gong family is overjoyed, laughing happily. I prefer real estate over money. Land is the best. Preda remained silent behind him, then took a step forward. I'll gather the guild leaders together since you'll have to meet them anyway, so you might as well go down to the 1st floor. You're quite agreeable to listening. Suddenly she stopped. But can I ask you something? Seeing the Fire King desperately dancing with tears streaming down, the Dark Witch was confused what was going on, while Gong Ra remained calm and joking around. Have you never seen anything like this before? Not long after, the system transported everyone to the 1st floor city. The three of them just landed, and the Black Witch asked for your opinion. Do you think meeting at the coffee shop like last time is okay? You immediately agreed. Okay, anywhere is fine with me. Gongja and she left like that, and I realized that for others it was just 5 days, but for me, it was the first time after hundreds of days of hardship. My steps suddenly slowed down. Wow. Hearing your voice, she looked at him with suspicion. What's wrong? Gong replied calmly. I just realized that I finally succeeded in clearing the 20th floor. The Dark Sorcerer pushed the large door open and looked back to remind me. Maybe you'll realize even more soon. As I said, everyone outside the tower is going crazy over you. Seeing that scene, you can't help but be stunned, and she advised you to prepare yourself. Below the tower, a series of reporters kept flashing their cameras and shouting, "There it is, the Death King." Gong's steps halt as he freezes in front of these people, while the reporters scramble to film and photograph the moment. The Dark Sorcerer and the Sword Saint have appeared. If that's the case, then the other person must be the one Gong recognized. The Prince Reporter and the others are covering the interview with you. It's true that you completed the 20th floor alone, isn't it? Please look here, just for a moment if you don't mind. What is your relationship with the Black Witch? The junior was confused about how to answer, but Hak Fu Thui calmly guided him. Don't say anything. She's inquiring about the other person. You still have no experience in dealing with public opinion, right? What do you want? Mysticism or idol star? Gong asked back. What do you mean? Could she explain more specifically? I'm talking about your image. Do you want to be mysterious or a pop star? Once your image is decided, it's very hard to change it, so the Black Witch is worried Gong might not understand, so she explains it in detail. A pop star is like a famous singer or actor. You will create a Lotus account and also need a personal manager. My Black Dragon gang will help you with manpower and costs, Marcus interrupted irritably. As for me, I hate that kind of thing, so I only operate alone. If you ask that, then what should I do to maintain a mysterious image? She replied simply, the Black Witch more serious than ever. You just need to control your expressions well. She added a few things, no Lotus allowed, and she never appears on magazines or TV shows, not even on personal live streams. Doing interviews about once every 2 years is fine, and I will carefully vet the journalists involved to help you avoid any doubts about those things. Is that all? The Black Witch chuckled softly, teasing. You still don't seem to realize how difficult that is. Public attention is like a highly addictive poison among all drugs. She shared more information, saying that an ordinary person only needs about 10 people paying attention to them to feel happy. But in your position, every word you say is watched and judged by hundreds of people. Few people can withstand this kind of drug. Mar dismisses it as just superficial things. She responded gently. Yes, it may be superficial, but it's very useful. Death King, so what is your choice? Gongja pondered. What I want is the recognition of everyone. I don't really know either, but I think it's a bit different from gaining public attention. Over there, the Fire King is desperately posing for the camera. Unlike you. I just need the people around me to care about me. What I want from hundreds and thousands of people isn't attention. I want to be recognized by them. That's what I truly desire. The Black Wizard was pleased. I don't see much difference between those two things, but I respect your answer, and I'm glad you're like that. Gong wondered a few more things. So how can I better control my own expressions? She lowered her voice and said, I will pass on the secret technique to you. She recounted her past. This made me recall some not-so-good memories from before. My father passed away during a world civil war outside the tower. As my father and I were fleeing, the army caught up and he fell behind. He shouted at me not to look back and to keep running. Every word the Dark Wizard said tore my heart apart. I really didn't look back and just kept trying to run forward. Even though I heard gunfire, it's not that I hated running away, I was just too young at the time. But why didn't I turn around and look back? It wasn't that difficult. She sincerely expresses her feelings. Every time I need to adjust my expression, I think of that moment. The memory of that escape made my heart freeze and helped me show the coldest face I could muster. The Dark Wizard guides me. You also have a few memories like that, don't you? She suddenly glanced at you and said, You learn quickly. Then Chudo reminded him, You'll get used to this soon. Elsewhere, as the three of them entered, they were greeted. Welcome everyone, come in quickly. Herrick cheered enthusiastically for Gong Ra. You really broke through level 20 in just 5 days. No one has ever achieved this before. I truly admire you. Oh no, I should be calling you Death King now, Baden added. Honestly, I thought the three of you, Sword Saint and Dragon Lord, had sacrificed yourselves heroically. I didn't expect you to be able to clear the 20th floor on your own. Do you have any secret? Hurry up and share with us. Gongjang sat down opposite her and replied softly. It's simple. We just need to live kindly, Baladin sighed. That really is very practical advice. You smile kindly. It's been a long time since I last saw everyone. Are you all doing well? Ryandu recounts everything. It's only been 5 days. As promised, we only waited in the consultation room, but after a while the NBCs from the empires suddenly flooded in. Gong secretly thought about that statement. They were talking about the time we retreated from the Demon King on the 20th floor. Herrick calmly added that the NBC thought we were rebels infiltrating the palace. Then the knights and guards arrived in a huge crowd to catch us. Wow, I was so scared I almost froze solid. Mon eagerly continues the story. This kid really is full of tricks. At first we allowed ourselves to be caught, then we broke out to escape immediately. You're still excited when recalling that moment? Don't you find it very interesting? I think there's a secret passage under the prison. I really want to go back to my childhood. They were talking excitedly about what just happened. I heard that as a kid you were kidnapped and imprisoned by the Bungaji Mafia, yeah. That's right. So, the prison, the underground, the escape, all of that makes me remember those intense childhood years. This is really crazy. The Black Witch smiled in response. We all had a tough childhood in the outside world after all. They gathered to talk about each other's pasts, and I was born in a trash village in India. Your parents are also leaders of a violent organization, right? The knight also had a tough time in Venezuela. Body sips her drink. Isn't it true that outside this world we're all just trash? But we're not here to talk about things like that, are we? She reminded everyone to get back to the main issue. The purpose of today's meeting is to recruit the Death King and our team. The Black Witch agrees with her. That's right, maybe she just doesn't know. But the Death King is the one who contributed the most to breaking through the tower's floors. The Black Witch recalls that process, and this time no one had to die. Even on the 11th floor, where many hunters are involved, she sincerely expressed her thoughts. I want this man to become our hero, representing us at the tower. She clearly pointed out each member's flaws. Countess, you love money too much. Lady Ngam agrees without any argument. And you've killed too many people already. She smirks with an innocent look. All those necessary sacrifices. Then the Dark Witch turned to the other two. Knight, you're the one who hates being in the public eye again. Baladin replied calmly. That's just my own personality. The Black Witch hesitated. VIPs are ruthlessly criticized and apologized to, but he's too ugly for me to respond. Then she shifts her attention to Marcus the Sword Saint. As everyone knows, he's just an old man crazy about swords. I have too many underground activities behind the scenes, so I can't say much. In the end, the witch mentions Gong Ra, but the Death King remains a blank sheet, admitting this is true. We are all long-standing figures with our own scars. Although we often appear in magazines with news and photos, our foreign trade with the outside world is still too limited, and we need to improve this. Although your height is a bit modest, it's okay. Just the upper part is enough. We will edit the photo to make you look taller. Sorry for the intrusion, but are you currently dating, or have you ever dated anyone? Gongja honestly admits, no. He cheered happily. Thank goodness. Now we don't have to worry about dating rumors. It really looks delicious enough to make your stomach ache. Everyone agrees to ignore Gongja's opinion and just go ahead with the plan. But if you look closely, you can see that when he smiles, there's a mischievous glint in his eyes. But let's keep it mysterious. I've decided his image should be mysterious, but not dating anyone is also suspicious. There will be bad rumors about his gender. It's okay. I will handle that. A series of plans are laid out, and a scenario like 5 days of hard work has sown the seeds of love between the Crown Prince and the Dark Wizard isn't bad either. Ha ha ha. Oh, right. We should spread rumors that an anonymous person supported the orphanage and that the angel from the charity is actually the Crown Prince. This depends on you. They've planned the first step and are ready to act, so just call the photographer and makeup artist now. Anyway, today, we need to have a really impressive photo to announce to the public. Gongja nervously calls the Black Witch. You suspect they are setting a trap for you, but have no proof. Clearly, she told me to go with a mysterious image. I think you don't need a makeup artist. She clasped her hands together, begging you. It's just for today. Everyone really wants to know about you. Just one photo. Just one photo. Nha, nha. Moving to the scene in the dressing room, Gong reluctantly endures the hands fixing his appearance. Please look here. Good, very good. This time, strike a pose with the sword. You need to look even more cold and aloof. You hold the sword stiffly, trembling, while Nhipangia in front of you is focused on capturing each moment. The Black Wizard is elegantly chatting with Herctic. He looks good in a suit, doesn't he? What do you think of the passionate, adventurous young man image? Nhipangia's exclamations are so steady and perfect. Old Spirit bites his lip, trying to hold back his emotions, but in the end he can't help but clutch his stomach and burst into laughter. Damn it, my stomach hurts so much. Gongja grumpily laughs in his coat. Embarrassed and angry, he shouts in protest, I won't do it anymore. He ruffled his hair, awakening their innocent thoughts. As hunters, they just need to focus on breaking through the tower. What kind of monkey business is this before the public? Because everyone was too focused on these things, they couldn't break through the M level. The other members stared in shock. Then they all agreed to ignore him and continued their discussion. Wow, that statement could really become a catchphrase. This week's magazine headline is about tower climber hunters, right? When we were in our 20s, we were just as passionate, weren't we? If you're ignored, just endure and compromise. That's enough. I came here because I want to talk about the 20th floor. I will grant everyone authority from the 11th to the 19th floor. The 20th floor will be under my control. It seems they don't care about you. A pure and unambitious image seems more fitting for him. Would a headline like this work for tomorrow's paper? King of Death shares management rights from floors 11 to 19. The Tower Demolition Institute has made him truly satisfied. They are enthusiastically making plans. The second page of the newspaper will feature the Demon King as a longtime donor to the orphanage. It seems everyone is very excited to show their gratitude and respect to the person who completed the 20th floor. Marcus stands aside as the experienced Matt, advising the new Matt, Gongja. Giving up, young friend, is the same when we reach the top of the rankings. The old man kindly explains. Those people just want to show the outside world that we are still living well. It's a form of their inferiority complex. They left everything behind and came to the tower with a hint of resentment towards the outside world. Then he turned away, ignoring the group. You'll waste a day if you keep staying here. At the same time, Mossert led the action, banging the gong loudly as a signal. Let's run quickly. The elder spirit happily flies after to watch the show. A loud voice calls out, Prince of Death. The Black Wizard carefully reminds you, remember to return early tomorrow morning for the press conference and don't attract attention. Go across the rooftops, be careful. After a while, he struggled to climb onto the roof, following her advice. A soldier unconsciously called out to Maris, Sword Saint, he politely requests if you could leave for about 5 minutes. Hesitating for a moment. Is that the Death King? Gong is covered in sweat. Yes, of course. The soldier happily took out a notebook from his pocket. It's wonderful to meet you in person for the first time. He hands the pen to Marcus. I only have these papers now. Could I please get your signature? He kindly asked the other person what their name was. He denied. No, not at all. The soldier eagerly said, I want to get the prince's signature. Gong looked embarrassed and rubbed the back of his neck. I've never signed anything for a fan before. The other person continued, This is my wish, please sign here. And in the end, Gong family also signed their name on the paper for him. Every stroke of his pen was like the brushwork of someone influential. The soldier eagerly received the signature and said, "Thank you. I'll be going now." The two of them continue talking as noon shines down on the roof where they are standing. Gong looked at him thoughtfully. On the day of the Sword Saint, the opponent responded quickly. "What's that, young man?" he said, voicing his thoughts. "Surely at this moment you are seeing an enormous number of people I have killed, right? I will continue to clarify to defend my honor. But I really am not a bloodthirsty killer like you think I am. I truly haven't killed the people represented by that number you're seeing." Gong spoke from the heart, but the Sword Saint does not judge himself. "I know you have your own principles, and I am one of those principles. Your principle of punishing those who are bloodthirsty," Gong tried to explain. "But actually, the path I am on is not much different from yours," Maris interrupted. "You don't need to bother explaining. I'm different from other hunters." He sincerely opens up. Those at the top of the rankings have endured much suffering from the outside world. Unlike them, I was born and lived a perfect life, which made me start to doubt whether this success truly came from my own strength. He calmly drew his sword from its sheath. "Is it because I have enjoyed the best things that I can easily attain the highest position? That can't be true, he is absolutely certain. No matter what, I must stand on my own feet. That is my pride. I just want to prove my own pride." Gong understands the truth. "So that's why you became a tower climber." And Marcus sees himself clearly, but it seems I was also too arrogant. "The system notifies you that you are activating a skill card. The reconnaissance eye information of the investigator is displayed. You can discern the killer's intent, but not their indirect, murderous plans. You can know exactly the killer's goal and the target they are aiming for. However, I cannot know the method the killer will use to take a life." He added, "I only trust my own eyes and hands and the skills I possess." "Young man, I ask you one last time. Have you really never killed an innocent life before?" he thought. "That's right." Gongja fell into thought, so he told me I didn't need to explain because explanations require using your head. System guiding the Death King, answer honestly with all your heart. "That's right." Gong straightened his back, true to himself. "Sword Saint, I have never killed an innocent life. You firmly stand by those words now and forever." Maris swung his sword in shimmering golden arcs. "He has acknowledged you. I trust my own eyes." He puts his sword back in its sheath. "You've already worked hard for 5 days. Thank you for helping this stubborn old man. I will share my thoughts. Although these words come a bit late, seeing the metal wings beside you break through from level 12 to 19 has given me a very interesting experience." Marcus glanced back and gave a quiet reminder. "Take a rest today. After the press conference tomorrow, the 21st floor will be unlocked. I have high expectations for you on the 21st floor." The Death King finished speaking and quickly jumped off the balcony and disappeared. The Gong family still didn't trust this old fairy. "Sword Emperor, I was just recognized by the Sword Saint, right?" The other person replied, "Yeah, I think so." You slump down exhausted, everything finally over. Then you breathe a sigh of relief and relax your body. "The 20th floor is mine now. Handling the public opinion will be taken care of by the guild leaders, so I can rest now," he said with a teasing smile. "What do you mean it's over? Others might think you just conquered the 50th floor. The system sends a notification, the benevolent goddess marvels at your achievements and recognizes your accomplishments." Gong Ra is startled. The notification confirms that you are qualified to become the goddess's envoy. He felt confused. Why suddenly? The system sent a message, and from now on you will fully qualify to use this title. He is suspicious about what's happening. Wait a minute, what's going on? The benevolent goddess told you to look down, and you follow her instruction. Down there? The detailed guiding system. The benevolent goddess tells you to look slightly to the left. It seems Gongja has realized everything. Wait, the blinding light is illuminating the entire tower. The goddess of mercy has granted you your final power. You furrow your brow in doubt. The goddess of mercy? The sword is still glowing, confirming your suspicion. This sword. The news anchor is discussing the identity of the key figure who broke through the 20th floor. You are watching a truly astonishing video, aren't you? This is the latest footage our BBS station has just obtained. That person is guiding the audience. Can you see it? The Dark Sorcerer is holding hands with a hunter who is believed to be the Death King, causing a stir lately. The incident continues to be discussed on forum. If this video is true, the Death King defeated the level 11 boss with a single strike. The host emphasized that this is the first time in history a boss-level monster has been killed with just one blow. The voice still comes from the TV. Let's move on to the next video segment. Gong Raduak Koat pressed the button to turn it off, and the screen immediately went dark. Old Spirit was annoyed and asked, "Why did you turn it off? We're at an exciting part and you're banging the table in anger. Come on, let's stop watching. I'm so embarrassed I want to die." Hearing that, he softly said, "Do you want to eat some onions? After all, you can't die anyway." Gongja still raised his voice, saying, "Even so, no way." He had to compromise. "I know, switch to another channel, you still won't agree. All the channels are talking about me anyway." Suddenly, A message arrived for you. The merciful goddess considers your achievement an exception and advises you to get used to the title, along with paying the famous taxes. Gong's mood drops. Yesterday I was too tired to explain clearly, but goddess, aren't you praising me a bit too much? Then Sword suddenly declared with strong confidence that you are the light. The message continues. The kind goddess still clearly remembers that it was you who climbed the wall and proclaimed it so passionately. You get emotionally agitated, covering your ears with your hands. I only said those words in a moment of excitement. The goddess does not overlook the fact that from this moment on, I entrust the empire to you. Please, weak one, I beg you. But it still insists. I believe you are a person with the right ideals. Gongja begins to suspect. Is this sword a fan of mine? This is the goddess's declaration. The goddess is very happy that her second master is someone as wonderful as you. Are you thinking of yourself as someone who admired the Fire King? The system keeps praising non-stop, especially when you subdued the Demon King Thuvu and said that rulers also have a responsibility to protect their subordinates. You looked very proud and shouted loudly to cover up that embarrassing sound. You quickly drew your sword to interrupt the opponent. The goddess of mercy is very annoyed as you pick up a dusty root to threaten her. This is your own doing. The sword desperately signals, and the goddess of mercy feels her life threatened, begging you to stop. Hearing this, Gong happily breathes a sigh of relief. You smile happily as you wipe the sword with that root. Now stay silent. You observed it and wondered a few things. Aren't you the one called the Constellation? So the Constellation is actually a sword? Have you two already merged your souls into this sword? Gongja recalls and reasons carefully. If it is that constellation, isn't it the ones who oversee the floors of the tower? Like the case of the Demon King Thuvu, who started as a monster, that's understandable, but a constellation being an object sounds a bit strange. The sword responds, fulfilling its duty as a messenger. The compassionate goddess shook her head and nodded, suggesting that understanding the constellation as a representative of another world would be more reasonable. She recounted everything from the past, explaining that she was originally a holy spirit worshipped by gods, but later she was sealed within the 5 swords by the ancestors of the Ice Kim Empire. And I am one of those 5 holy swords. The idol is curious and studying. Is this sword called the idol? It's certain. Yes, the identities of the young swords are the first sword, the random idol, the second sword, the connection, the third sword, the era, the fourth sword, sacrifice, and the 5th sword, the savior. It is said that if all 5 swords are gathered, the goddess of mercy can return to her peak era. Gong family also has a rough understanding of the situation. Basically, you're a piece of a holy sword, and to unleash your full power, you really need to find the other pieces of the sword. Right? That's quite interesting. Where are the other pieces of the sword? It fell silent. He kept pressing for answers. Hey goddess, where are your siblings actually? It still remained silent. I press harder. Don't tell me even you don't know? The idol responded, and the kind goddess used her right to refuse to answer. Gong Ra sighed in disappointment. Just admit it if you don't know. It immediately expressed discontent and conveyed the message. The benevolent goddess opposed your opinion. You ignore this issue and stand up to ask. After all, it's not urgent, at least right now you only have 1/5 of your power, right? Golem, what are you capable of? It openly reveals that I can gain the absolute support of the people of Ice Kim. When Gong went to learn more about it, who wouldn't already know, and suddenly the sword shone brightly, leaving him no time to react. The idol expresses emotions through actions. The goddess of mercy is always proud of her ability to shine. You shed tears of anger. Who wouldn't see this blinding light? Besides the support of the Empire's people in shining, what else can you do? It calmly introduces. I am very confident in my ability to slay monsters and humans alike. What's going on that you're making such a fuss? Gong casually denies. It's nothing. The black wizard crossed his arms and leaned against the door. Is that so? Then she thoughtfully reminded him of the things he needed to do. The press gathering will start in 5 minutes. Maybe after it ends, the 21st floor will be open, so you just need to give a brief response. Then we will go straight to the 21st floor. You understand the schedule, right? He agrees. Okay. She smiled and gave careful instructions. I believe you'll do well in the interview. Just remember not to be late. Gong listens to the sound of footsteps gradually fading away, then angrily turns back to face the idol statue. So can you stop shining now? Basically, you haven't done anything right, have you? It immediately retorts. The compassionate goddess is opposing your opinion. Gong, just dismiss everything. Come on, from now on I'll call you Bright Shine. What kind of holy sword and goddess is that? From the very beginning, you couldn't even protect your own country. You shouted loudly, criticizing him, and again, you talk too much. An old sword emperor is enough to give me a headache. Please don't speak unnecessarily in the future unless it's absolutely necessary. Goddess of mercy, you cut in to threaten the opponent. If you don't obey, I will send you back to the Ice Kim Empire. Do you understand? A flash of light. The idol harnessed her sense of timing, and the flash of light responded with, "Yes, brave warrior, you finally feel satisfied." At the press conference, a voice addressed everyone, thanking them for being here today. The reporter loudly called out, "Black Dragon Lord, please look here. Please just look here once." Gongja thought about this and realized that the Black Dragon Lord was a goddess from the previous generation. She coldly delivered her speech, saying, "As you know, we have broken through from the 11th to the 20th floor. I am deeply grateful to the commentators who have always supported us. Everyone is very excited to hear her speak. We truly debated a lot about how to spread this joy to everyone, but it was you who helped us do it. That helped us save a significant amount on promotion costs. Once again, thank you very much." The Black Witch points to Gongja, and what makes us most proud here is not the long-standing dream of conquering the 10th floor or the speed of breaking through the 20th. She proudly states that no one had to sacrifice in the recent battle, and that the fact that 0 casualties is our greatest joy and pride. Then, the Black Witch instructs everyone to look down. She introduced to everyone that this is the paving stone of Baby Square. Each brick here is engraved with a name, the name of the predecessors who sacrificed themselves in the tower up to this point. Everyone quietly reflected on her words. Many names were engraved when we cleared the 2nd and 3rd floors, and declaring this right before the names of the fallen elders is the greatest happiness for us. The Black Witch confidently announced to everyone that today we will not have to carve anyone's name here. The mood was tense. Black Dragon Lord, Black Dragon Lord. After stirring up the atmosphere, she moved on to the main issue. Now it's time for the journalists' questions. Everyone raise your hand one by one. Gongja has been thinking all along, do I even need to step forward at all? You look at the watch in the sky, lost in thought, realizing that people must choose the right allies. The Black Witch gently tucks her hair aside, exuding an elegant aura. I would like to answer the previous question. Gongja then begins to lose patience. I want to finish the press conference quickly and go to the 21st floor. Someone stands up to introduce themselves. I am a reporter from Baby Daily. He turned towards Gongja. I want to ask a question to Prince of Death, who just climbed to 3rd place on the ranking. The question was asked quickly. King 2, you rose to this position at an unbelievable speed. Especially, I heard that you are a mysterious figure among the major guilds. Are you surprised by this news? He keeps questioning. If that's true, then he is the hero who made the achievements for the guilds. Furthermore, I received information that you requested exclusive rights on the 20th floor, while the major guilds will occupy floors 11 to 20. I think this is very concerning. May I ask what you think about this issue? The Black Mage whispers a reminder as he looks at you. You don't need to answer, I'll handle it. Gongja is more serious than ever. No. He waved his hand to refuse the help. There will always be more people like him anyway. I have to speak my mind too. She hesitated with a bit of worry, but then he quickly took the microphone and spoke up. It's okay, everything can be resolved. The Black Witch helplessly turned to Gong and said that if you don't respond directly to public opinion, I can help cover up your mistakes. She warned the reporters of the consequences, but now if you step out there, I'm not sure I can still control the public anymore. Gong's demeanor exudes calm reassurance. Don't worry, no one can stay as composed as I do. You already know then, I am the fortune teller. Okay, then you lift the mic and say your first words. Hello, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Greetings to everyone. I am the hunter known as the Death King. Nice to meet everyone here today. Please get straight to the main point and direct your attention to the person who just asked the question. You are journalist Even, correct? He responded politely. Yes, you look directly at Even. Deep within his pupils, a fierce fire was blazing. He had a truly intimidating gaze. The only way to deal with this kind of gaze is to act humble. Gong family pretends to be modest. I think I still have many shortcomings to stand before public opinion and make such a statement. He was a bit puzzled, not knowing what you intended to do. Yes, you have decided on a method to deal with him. Just say the opposite of what Lord Fire says, and speak loudly in front of everyone. Let me remind you, I still believe I have many shortcomings to stand before public opinion and make such a statement. The Gong family has no experience and no eloquence like the Black Dragon Lord, but more than anyone, he knows exactly what a cheap interview in this world looks like. He recalls Hoa Vuong's attitude when facing questions from reporters, saying, I'm a talented person, that's why I can break through to the 20th floor. What do you guys know? He pointed straight at Even, showing his arrogance. I worked so hard I broke my bones, so everything I have today is well-deserved. And you, if it weren't me, who else do you think is capable of getting these things, huh? He frowned with contempt, angrily cursing. Could it be your father? And that event was named after your father? Gongja recalls that awkward moment, his face pale as he tries to find a way to fix the aftermath. Soon after, the Black Dragon boss had to stop the press conference midway because Yu Ha caused trouble with the reporters. He freely insults, cursing their parents and family. He doesn't care how it affects others. He turned that day's interview into a solo rant, and if Gongja acted against those disgraceful actions, he would deliver the most incredible performance. Every insult from the Fire King and his arrogant attitude are still etched in Gongja's mind to this day. I'm only able to break through to the 20th floor because I am a talented person. What do you guys know? Over here, you should speak calmly to show everyone your character. I understand that there's a lot of buzz about me, but you all overestimate me. Without the help of Black Dragon Lord and Sword Saint, I could never have reached the 20th floor on my own. Fire King considers himself superior. I have worked so hard that I broke my bones, so everything I have today is completely deserved. Gong slowly confesses to the reporter that no one has to sacrifice to achieve their goals. As the Death King, I've gone through hardships that broke my bones without hesitation, but I don't consider that sacrifice. You clench your fists, showing determination and courage. As a person and as a hunter, this is the duty I must fulfill. If the Fire King doesn't value everyone, then my current position is perfectly justified, and therefore I won't ask for any privileges. I delegate authority over everything from floors 11 to 19 to the guild leaders. Floor 20 is the green zone and the residence of the tower's inhabitants. Becoming the manager of this floor has already made me very satisfied. So when the Fire King challenged, "Was it your father?" I replied with a smile, as if a divine light was shining around me. "I have finished my response, mystery event reporter." Gong even politely asked the other person if they had any other questions, then hesitated as he sat down on the chair. "No, I have no more questions." The image of the Fire King insulting rudely appears in his mind. "What the hell are you still doing? If there's nothing, get lost and use that American pig. Show some maturity and full of wind and nourishment." "Thank you. If anyone has other questions, feel free to ask." The atmosphere below instantly became lively, with everyone raising their hands eagerly, hoping to catch your attention. "Please answer my question. Sir Tuvuong, I am from Huthap newspaper. I am from the Joyful newspaper. I am from Alley 14. Gong silently reflected that his strategy of doing the opposite had been a complete success. The familiar name brought back memories of the past. Fire King scoffs and mocks. "What? Is Hoan Moon a newspaper just for old people? I never agreed to be interviewed by you guys." Gong secretly thought to himself that he has always been on the right path. "You gesture with your hand, so I will start with the question from the Hoan Moon newspaper. The clock in the sky shows 5 minutes and 27 seconds remaining. It's time, so I will end the interview here." The reporter kept calling you. "Prince 2, please answer just one more question." But the Black Witch snatched the microphone from Gong's hand. "Everyone, I know you are all very curious about this new hero. That means there isn't much time left for the press conference," she informed the fans. "After tonight's dinner, we will proceed into the tower to continue the battle. We will never forget everyone's warm support and deep concern for us today." She smiled calmly, "And our goal this time remains that no one has to sacrifice, and we will do our best to achieve this goal." A hand reaches out trying to hold on. "Black Dragon Lord, please answer one last question for me." He represented everyone's doubts over the past time. What is the relationship between the Black Dragon Lord and the Purple King? The Black Witch and the Gong family both stiffened at the same time. She felt amused and shot a meaningful glance at him. If you want to talk about our relationship, then her next words will make the reporter's eyes widen in surprise. "We are comrades, even closer than friends. Everyone is buzzing about it. Are our relationships beyond friendship?" Finally, the Black Witch stood up. "You can just call us comrades, that's all. I hope there are no misunderstandings or confusions." She turned around and said goodbye. "The press conference led by my Black Dragon Lord has now concluded. Once again, I sincerely thank you all for your interest and support." The reporter's curiosity was piqued by her. Black Dragon Lord, please don't go. Please tell us more details about that statement." They are shifting the focus to Gongja. "Prince of Death, how should we interpret the statement above?" You whispered to her, but she lied. "You're confused by this action. She leaves it open like that and just walks away?" The mischievous Black Witch winked, saying, "I'm a girl who loves watching drama." She explained calmly to him. "It's always like that. Just a little spark at the last moment makes a deeper impression on the audience. Gong is truly impressive. No wonder he's the master of the tower." The two of them moved backstage, and the Dark Witch let out a relieved sigh. "Phew." She suddenly took your hand to praise you. "Prince of Death, everything has ended perfectly." Her eyes sparkled with joy, embodying a humble attitude. People may admire heroes, but what they like most is the hero who bows before them. The Dark Wizard kept praising, making the Gong family feel quite embarrassed. Although he bowed his head, he was not at all timid or cowardly, maintaining perfect composure. "I had no idea you had such a talent for rhetoric. Is this the first time you've had a chance to show yourself?" She was very excited. "Just tell me what you want. Your reputation and love. If those things exist in the tower, I would definitely give them to you." He hesitated and refused. "I don't need anything." But the Black Dragon Lord just said that we are comrades above friendship, and I was really surprised to hear you say that. The Black Witch appeared calm as if she was used to it. It's nothing. I just deliberately threw in some bait to make the ending more impressive. She calmly explained the reason, after all, to prevent the public from digging into his personal life and relationships. Wouldn't it be safer to let them focus on me instead? Gong family still seems a bit dazed. Is that so? Dark Sorcerer reassures the opponent. Devong, don't worry too much. I have many years of experience dealing with public opinion. Just trust me in this field and let me handle everything for you. Everyone eagerly counted down together. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6. They both also looked towards the clock. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The system appears as a radiant young woman welcoming the tower climbers. Congratulations on completing the Demon King challenge. The Elder Spirit seriously warned, Zombie, don't be careless. Gongja entered a state of focus. This is not the time to carry a festive atmosphere with you. From level 21, the missions will be different. The system's notifications originally indicated that you could just stop at level 1. The sunlight illuminates the tall tower, her voice steady. This place could become a sanctuary for those fleeing the world outside. You can choose to settle down instead of challenging yourself, reaching out a hand to embrace the light. But you didn't do that and successfully broke through to the 10th and 20th floors, and you also said you would reach the top of the tower. An invisible pressure surrounds the two of them, so the tower will also respond to your will. The others are confused. What is this? Aren't they going to talk about the transfer anymore? They are calmly assessing the situation. Could this be the forced transfer? Even those not present there are experiencing the same situation. The system clasped its hands together and smiled. To those who have decided to climb the tower, who have received new names and become the heroes of the tower. From this moment on, only the chosen warriors may bear this noble responsibility. With that, Gongja and the others simultaneously teleported inside the tower. A phantasmic sound echoes. Come here quickly. Hey, tower climbing heroes. The boy in pure white appears with an excited tone. The Grand Administrator has been waiting for you for a very long time. The young man hovers excitedly in the air, welcoming you to the Great Path Library of Wansheng. The Chief Librarian speaks, "Oh, brave tower climbers, I have been waiting for you for a very long time." Life always begins and ends with encounters. The meaning of this life is not just about who you meet, but also about how waiting adds more colors to this life. While you were giving your speech, Gongja turned his head. The system announced, "Welcome to the Great Dao Library of Wanxin." You bow politely and continue speaking. I repeat, welcome to the Great Path Library of Wanxin. The crowd was still half asleep and stunned, some wondering what was going on. Where is this? Someone who hasn't finished bathing can only shyly shout loudly. No, you can't look. Oh my God. Looking at the chaotic group below, the chief steward said playfully, "Itra is just because I, the chief steward, haven't thought it through." The boxes of books just happen to hide the sensitive and inappropriate images from viewers. Gongji sighed in relief, glad to be alive. That's a close call. The Black Witch was the first to speak, asking, "Who are you?" She was full of doubt, and also, where is this? The chief steward immediately swung his long sleeves and replied, "Black Dragon Lord, I am just a humble nobody managing a slightly larger library department." The more she listened, the gloomier her face became, as he kept dismissing her. In other words, I am a faint, insignificant presence. Just pretend I don't exist at all. A rather large book management office, surrounded by countless shelves filled with books that seem to stretch endlessly, with a few floating around dismissively now and then. From what I see, this library could be likened to a whole world, right? The chief steward smiled mysteriously and seemed pleased before flying in front of Gongra. Turns out he is the Prince of Death. Just wave your long sleeves around gracefully. Ah, and don't be too wary of me. My role as the chief steward is just to show hospitality to everyone. The explanation was unexpectedly given. Only with people like me can heroes like you be remembered in history, Mun wondered. Heroes who are remembered in history? The steward summoned a few books like the Great Chronicles of the Ascam Empire to explain to everyone that these are the kinds of things. Reading books is one of my hobbies. Next is a book called Tales of the Dungeon City. So all the books in the Department of Literature of this chief steward are not ordinary at all. They contain histories and worlds created within the tower. The overseer begins to lead them deeper. I suppose everyone here is wondering why only these people were summoned among so many heroes, right? The reason is simple, because all of you are on the character list from the outside world. The statement comes straight from him. This place summoned all 302 people, all of whom are brave warriors with their own aliases. So, everyone rushed up, only hunters with code names could be summoned? What about the others? The Black Mage asked in surprise. Wait a minute, are we the only ones allowed to climb the tower? The chief steward held the book and asked the people below, "Isn't it enough that just 3 of you have successfully completed the Ask Empire Liberation mission?" You are still very confident. 300 people is already 100 times more. Rest assured, I have prepared tasks for you that can be completed very easily. Gongja is more composed than anyone else. Let's proceed quickly. Master Steward, you speak as if it's obvious truth. Although we are very pleased to meet you, we are also eager to climb the tower. You hear that and happily let out a sound, then start waving your hand again. So that's it. I, the Chief Steward, will try to suppress this pleasure. And I also won't explain anything. Talking about those useless things isn't my thing. Next, the steward scrutinizes his bookshelf. Let's see, which work should I choose? The Book of Revelation is boring. The apocalyptic world isn't much better. Ha ha, here it is. The moment the book is opened, a light flashes from it. A warning for you all. The light erupts as the pages from the steward's hand appear. This is just a little splash of color for life. Don't be too surprised. The city is filled with countless tall buildings, and the crowd is falling through a starry sky as the steward calmly explains to the participants. I am the chief administrator of the Great Tao Library, and as I have said before, the records here are not ordinary ones. In just a moment, or in the next second, all standards will be raised even higher. The voice continues to resonate. The Grand Librarian of Van Sin. That is a place containing countless records of different worlds. You take out the Askim book as an example. This is the world you have invaded, and this is your world. The chief manager continues to list with interest. The way to refer to these books varies greatly. Some call them exorcism texts, while others call them chronicles. Some call them historical records, some call them sagas, but there is one name that I, the chief steward, like the most. I don't know if anyone's noticed, but you still emphasize it like a wave of power engulfing everything. Revelation book. The scene in front of Gong family shines brightly with each word from the manager, and if we follow this way of calling it, your tower climbing is like a serialized story. You've only just passed the introduction and are just starting to get into the main part, but not everyone can move on to the next stage smoothly. Suddenly, an explosion occurred, a bright flash that blinded everyone. According to the steward, some Revelation books sometimes have to stop being published in the middle. This world is not the only one. The steward summoned the book from earlier and smirked mysteriously, revealing that many other worlds exist. The green element surrounds him. It can be fire or it can be water. I don't know how many tragedies will happen here. At the same time, the rising water, like the tall building, signaling another disaster approaching. In the distance, a volcano signals the end of the doomed city, just as you predicted. All the characters in the Apocalypse book seem to be living just like everyone here, but they didn't get a satisfying ending, and there was no happy ending. The modern city full of tall buildings is now just a pile of rubble, all covered in destruction and ruins. In simple terms, the book was discontinued, and in the end, the chief steward finished his impressive presentation, or rather, it was called Destruction. And everyone kept coughing and choking. Cough, cough. Old Spirit is the one who commented, "It really is truly disgusting." For an ordinary person, this scene is indeed hard to endure. The manager said to the crowd, "It's very simple. You just need to choose one of the 8 Apocalypse books that have fallen into extinction." Thoughts appeared, choosing one of the 8 destroyed worlds. His bright blue eyes lit up as the Grand Manager smiled maniacally. This is exactly the kind of story I love the most. I can't contain my excitement. Although it's a bit cheesy, I still want to see the story about the world of Destruction Feng. Just keep making that declaration. Then you will enter those 8 stories and save the worlds that have already reached their doomed end within the story. The silent urging voices echo. Just go directly into those 8 worlds and stop the destruction. The final message from the Overseer is that this is the mission I want you to complete. The system displays a notification to recreate the world of Volume 1. The difficulty level is unknown. The mission objective is to continue the story for those doomed worlds caused by these absurd reasons. If you succeed in saving the doomed world, you will be granted the authority to unlock level 22. However, if you fail, level 22 will remain sealed. Everyone there groaned in unison and kept searching for you. The supervisor reminded them to clean up that vomit. They are all civilized people. Only with self-awareness can they maintain the shared hygiene of the Tao Library. And before anyone could ask, he mentioned what was coming next. The book clamp? The manager briefly explains that the book-holding helpers will accompany you until you complete the 30th floor mission. The Dark Wizard doubts them. Aren't they monsters? The manager chuckled quietly at that. Just consider it so. Then you continued to spread a few things. First, never touch the books without my permission. All of it was collected through my sweat and blood. These are the apocalyptic books with 1 or 2 copies in this universe. There is a fierce rogue wanting to cause chaos. Damn it, this is really ridiculous. So you're the boss monster, aren't you? The Overseer calmly responded to their reaction, saying, "Hey everyone, quickly draw your weapons. We need to kill this guy to complete the mission to reach level 30. He pointed to the gong and said, "The Death King broke through to the 20th floor alone, so we can definitely beat this kid too." They are full of schemes in their minds. If we work together, there's nothing we can't do, right, everyone? The thug shouted. All 5 major guilds fall back. He muttered a few words. Your fighting from level 11 onwards really displeases me. What are you guys, heroes? The Dark Witch has been provoked. What on earth are you talking about now? Gong reached out and grabbed her hand to stop her from crying. The Dark Witch couldn't contain her emotions. No, I can't just let that kind of person go. Be careful, all of this is being streamed live. What is it that makes her freeze stiff and clearly appears on a screen? Before retreating, the Gong family was also among the many who watched the attack on the 30th floor, which was broadcast live at the main square. The constellations already said that we are no different from the characters, and you added your own words. And of course, where there are characters, there will be fans watching them. If we leave a bad image now, it will never be erased in our lifetime. The Dark Wizard then reconsidered the situation. Yes, the most important thing now is figuring out how to break through this layer. He agrees, that's right. She realized that our current situation means we are already inside the works of the Great Tao Library. The system sends a notification. Welcome, Prince of Death. The system has new information. You will receive a reward for completing the 20th floor mission. The notification continues to send the main reward. You have gained the blessing of the American Trukfak God. You can observe the character's favorability from level 21 to 30. The hidden reward, you have received the blessing of the Bamboo God. You can observe the character's minds from level 21 to 30. Kim Gong's eyes light up with excitement. All of these are essential skills for me right now. Thinking that, he turned to the Black Witch beside him to test them out. The character status page appears, showing a series of information. Her favorite genre is romance. The White Knight, a young man, naive and innocent, including her inner thoughts. If I end up in the Babylon realm and have to play noble characters, completing the mission will only be a secondary goal for me. If so, the smartest strategy would be to suddenly realize that, and she turns around confused. But the Black Witch asks, "What's wrong with you? Is something wrong?" Gongja turned pale at the pile of exciting news. Oh, it's nothing. That's good. If anything happens, remember to share with me. Old Spirit couldn't help but laugh, saying, Look, Prince White Horse, we'll find you a horse to ride and a crown too. So maybe the brave knight can become a prince after all? Gong's face darkened. The character information panel appears, showing Tishfohip Monsieur opponents and a mother who hates to lose. Could it be that I also can't get past this obstacle? Gong Ra sneered. Mom, the old spirit here is calling out to this guy, repeatedly punching through his body. I'll kill him now, turn off that status board, erase all memories, and cut ties with him forever. Gong Ra dismisses that remark. Yeah, from now until level 30, you'd better cut the nonsense. The old spirit releases his anger. Kid, just wait and see. The gangster grits his teeth. That's right, everyone's thinking correctly. With this many members, this is truly the final match, but no one seems to realize that these young guys haven't experienced the world yet. Maris said quietly, Have you already forgotten what we discussed earlier? He said he would show us a world of destruction, and he definitely has the power to throw us into it. Yet he still wants to fight him, which is just like rushing headlong into death. Everyone fell silent for a while, but the thug still shouted loudly, Don't be afraid, the Death King climbed from level 10 to 20 on his own. Boss levels aren't really that scary. The major guilds are just a bunch of scammers. If anyone plans to cling to those 5 guilds for life, they better get lost. Suddenly, a voice interrupted his words. Has everyone agreed yet? He's still stubborn. That monster boss is easy to deal with. The steward continued, Sorry, but these old tricks are not my style. Let's finish this quickly. What the hell is that? After finishing, the steward quickly closed the book. In this apocalyptic tale, all of humanity has been wiped out, leaving only one surviving wizard. He explains that, caught in a cruel twist of fate, the wizard has nearly turned into a monster, a tragic main character and Mai's 9th favorite character. Looking at that book, I was deeply shocked as I continued to explain. This wizard's special ability is sealing magic. Our relationship is like that of a host and guest. I often give him some materials and he happily entrusts me with other tasks. After finishing, a series of booklets suddenly appeared as if they fell from his hands. The chief steward suddenly remembered something. He detailed that this wizard's favorite pastime is tormenting the helpers within his own works. After saying that, he couldn't help but marvel, of course, since he was the only one left alive in that apocalyptic world. It was no wonder he couldn't be normal. Finally, to Hak Fu Thui's surprise, he said, Well, that's the end of this guidebook. The steward smiled mischievously. Are you all ready now to become the main characters? Then the scene unfolds with countless thick books. Herrick calculated a few things. Already about 50 people have been eliminated at the start. This won't be easy. You attack others psychologically, but it is precisely those sacrifices that make you more determined to give your all in this battle. Luckily, the number is only around 50. Her Teach Num Ni pours tea. Isn't everyone going to drink? This is really good. Gong family turn around and tell the judge, "Can you please stay quiet for a bit?" The more he talks, the more confused we get. He immediately responds, "Then it's a big deal. I will stay silent now." As Gong's current rank is third, the situation is becoming more widespread, so everyone should already understand the situation. You shouldn't casually mess with the chief steward. Now you need to focus on completing the mission given by the Grand Master. You are the third most authoritative hunter here. You have to get used to all eyes being on you. Completing the task is not impossible. Once you're done, point it out and everyone should quickly open the task list. Some people are quick-witted. Yes, the task list about choosing a book with the rules Gong explained to everyone. In this mission list, the most important thing is in the last line. Do you understand the meaning of this statement? A serious look when mentioning that the rewards will differ depending on the world saved means that if we save a world full of diamonds, that place will become our 22nd floor. And if someone questions that, it's just your guess. What if that world has water and food? The Black Witch replied, self-sufficient. She suggested an idea. That will help us solve the food shortage in the outside world. Gong agreed with her. That's exactly right. He just opened a book when someone tried to stop him, but he was too quick. The Death King is careful. That girl was very surprised. Nothing happened at all. The steward remains calm as if nothing happened. Of course, if I don't use my abilities, it's just an ordinary book. Holding it wouldn't make it dangerous or forbidden. Gong seriously asked everyone, "Do you all understand now? Read the books here. Choose the ones that are beneficial and that we can succeed with. The mission on the 20th floor will involve the worlds from the Apocalypse book." A brief overview of the story of student Sorrel Mill appears. It is a romantic science fiction genre with a difficulty level D, limited to 4 or 5 participants, with each page emitting a strong light when opened. Basically, it's like this. The handsome young man proposed to his beloved in front of a magnificent palace. "Oh, Sylvia, you are my other half." Sylvia gently replied, "You are also the one I have been searching for." As they held hands, a beam of light shot rapidly to the top of the electric tower and then suddenly exploded. The people inside the book were terrified. A demon. A demon has appeared. We're so unlucky. And just like that, the world was doomed. A romantic novel that was just getting good ends like this? Gong rushes out in a hurry, and no matter who the reader is, they'll be furious. Each book has different content and difficulty, so let's read and choose the one we can easily pass. Hearing that, the group of listeners all fell silent to avoid trouble. Old Spirit irritably drapes his arm over him. "If you speak politely like that, no one will listen. Don't you know that hunters are those who never listen to others?" Then explain it more clearly. There are about 250 hunters in front of you. You need to speak confidently for them to consider listening. Every time you level up, you always hear the words that your existence has become clearer. Do you know what that means? It means your pride is growing stronger. One hunter yawned loudly while I was suspicious. So what? He's basically saying that the higher the level of a hunter, the stronger their pride becomes and the less they listen to others. You hold yourself back. Then, the gong suddenly erupted with overwhelming power, shouting out with commanding authority. Listen up, everyone. If the Book of Revelation has hundreds of volumes like this, how am I supposed to read them all by myself? You start giving orders aggressively, dividing everyone into groups. The old men who have read books before go to the left, while those who can't tell history books from novels get to the right. Hurry up, the readers should also be divided into small groups based on their preferred genres. The hunting team hurriedly runs to their designated spots while the overseer leisurely whistles and ignores their shouting. Does no one like history books? Why are there so many people here? Gongda slammed the table and declared, "Now let's start reading the books." Next, keep going quickly and steadily. I will now categorize the Book of Revelation by genre. Divide into groups and read gradually. Also, for the books already read, everyone must make their own judgment whether the book is good or not. Her teach waved her hand to get Gong's attention. "Yes, Your Honor." You wonder, Lord of Death, what exactly is a book? Gongja hesitated. So I slowly explained that this book is actually a bad one. Gong Family presents a romance survival guide set at Fire Mountain. With a D-level difficulty and only 2 participants allowed, Herrick finds it hard to understand. A new generation of Adam and Eve? Now that's romantic. The reason for the extinction is that the couple went to the designated meeting place, but it was an active volcano. Gongo comments that saving this world is pointless anyway. It has already gone through a nuclear war. What can we do with a radioactive contaminated place like the world we are saving? She suddenly realized, aha! Furthermore, Fire King launched a war against the Fire Mountain and Dungnam regions on the 29th floor because he was immune to fire, making the Gong family wary of him. If he had done well, he could have taken all 8 treasures inside the tower that others dared not eye or consider. You're rushing to pack your books again. Does everyone understand? Pay attention to the main character's personality and the story's development. We need to read and think about what benefits saving the world might bring. And then she was stunned. Hey you, this is the detective group. The lazy dark witch glances over. I know. Wasn't it written earlier in the character info that she's a fan of romance novels? Gongja panicked. Why do you like detective stories? She replied casually. Of course. She leisurely sips her tea and says, I am a cultured girl, which makes you so confused. Could it be that she doesn't want others to know about her own development because of the romance genre? He was again stunned by the scene of piles of books and the group gathered in the romance section. Looking back, there are too few hunters in the romance group, but on the martial arts side, there are too many male hunters. At this point, Gongja is more confused. Are these people still trying to cause trouble even in this situation? Old Spirit muttered darkly behind him. I told you so. High-level hunters have a strong sense of pride. You saw those 50 guys rushing to their deaths just now, didn't you? They're all just crazy. The Gong family tried to start a conversation. Master Black Dragon, even so, she interrupted. What are you talking about? You try to force a cold tone to give the Black Witch a way out. To me, the Black Dragon is an incredibly romantic person. I was very surprised that she didn't join that group. She looked at me coldly. Really? Do I look like someone suited for romance? He forced a smile. That's right. I feel quite disappointed that she is in a different group. She sighed with a sense of regret. Both the Gong family and the Black Witch seem like they are seeing each other off as if preparing for a romantic battlefield. Since the Death King has already said so, I have no other choice. I've never read romance before. Maybe I should challenge myself a little this time? Herrick shines in the detective team. Gong is so impressive. The Black Dragon Lord isn't someone who stays put wherever he's told to sit. The Gong family is exhausted. Judge Guan, do you like detective novels? You're so enthusiastic. I know Sherlock Holmes and Dr. Watson. You secretly activated the character info panel and silently cursed this crazy guy because clearly Herctic's favorite genres are fairy tales and mythology. The more people who are happy, the better, even if their inner thoughts match their words. The entire person suddenly becomes panicked. Herctic finds it hard to understand because her external appearance perfectly matches her inner personality. Huh? Is something wrong? Prince of Death. Gong family helplessly uncapped the pen and wrote on Herctic's hand, from now on, you belong to the group of storytellers. Just push the person away like that. You're the only one in this group. Judge, you have to evaluate all the books in this group. You're so enthusiastic and responsible. Then feeling proud, don't worry, I will review everything. But deep down, Gongja thought that among the hundreds of Revelation books, there wouldn't be any that are fairy tales after all. What kind of fairy story ends with the world being destroyed? You're exhausted, sighing with boredom at the chaotic scene before you. How is it that out of 250 people, 111 are hiding their preferences? Just as he said, they're all crazy in the same way. It's time to check the last person. Gongja coldly opens the opponent's character information. I was stunned by their preferences. Otherworldly, overpowered, collapsing, harem, sisters, married women, pure, cold, and even males disguised as females. Then I froze at the sight of women of all ages looking down. The person ranked 6th on the tower's leaderboard, the sect master of Tianwu sect, has a turbulent inner world. What the hell is the #1 faction? What is martial arts? Every time I read it, it's just a bunch of nonsense. He hesitated, then silently cursed himself for not caring about the readers at all. Then Mo Man asked confusedly, what are you looking at? People are busy reading books and you think this is Nobel Lie's Emperor book. Then say there's nothing. Just keep reading. Someone's voice, still sleepy in the library, and my eyes are all red. The Dark Sorcerer Prince keeps rubbing his eyes. I just can't understand the heart of that zodiac. Gong looks confused, holding one eye uncomfortably. I'm talking about this apocalyptic story. All the climax scenes are interrupted. Just as the female lead was about to confess her love to the male lead, a meteorite fell. Just as they were about to kiss, suddenly, aliens appeared. The worst part is that everything was perfect until it was suddenly interrupted. Do you know what it feels like to have food brought to your mouth only to be taken away? Gong flinched nervously. You don't need to tell me. I'm eating. The Dark Wizard chuckled maliciously. Sorry about that. Gong's outburst was because I couldn't hold back. Right now, I feel like you're shouting. We are live right now, okay. She huffs coldly in annoyance, while you let out a sigh of relief. But the Dark Wizard couldn't hold back and suddenly leaned in to whisper something in your ear, causing your sandwich to drop completely onto the ground. The supervisor chewed his food leisurely, laughing mockingly. So now, you finally understand how I feel. And then, after reviewing all 683 Apocalypse books, they are all very special and incredibly powerful, making every reader love the books of the Great Tao Library. I am excited, but the more you find it interesting, the more you will feel miserable. Because all these demonic cultivation books end like stepping on dog poop. The Black Talisman Witch angrily said, "Did you intentionally make us read these books?" "Are you saying you want us to suffer like the characters in the story?" the boy said cheerfully. She thought there's nothing wrong with that. "It seems you all have fallen into the hell of being suspended, and should remain in eternal suffering like I am now." The young men and women crazed with pain over this. "He deliberately made us read the works that were halted. Truly a demon. He deserves to be punished, Langqi." Someone raises their hand and the hunter guy looks over curiously. "She also got a nickname?" The alchemist happily says, "Well, as you can see, even though the alias pharmacist isn't very cool, alchemist has also received a secret name." "You're amazed. She's really talented to have earned a secret name in such a short time." She shyly said, No, I'm not that good at all." She still finds it hard to understand. "A few days ago I suddenly heard a voice saying, 'The world needs the medicinal herbs you are producing. Help us.' And then I was given a secret name. I don't even know what happened anymore. It just made you think because it's the kind of medicine she made for herself. So isn't it me who caused her to come here?" She happily said, "The talented one isn't me but the crown prince. In just a few days he's already ranked 3rd. Knowing someone like you is truly an honor for me. You're cheerful, it's nothing really, I'm just lucky." Old Master Kim sincerely said, "If you need anything, just let me know. I will do my best to help." Then reports came in one after another. The martial arts group finished reading the books. The romance group has finished as well. The detective group has read all the books, and the sci-fi group is also done. Gong issued the order, so each group should nominate a few works. Herrick is excited. "For the fairy tale group, I would like to recommend this book because there are no other options besides this one." He wondered to himself, "Is this a fairy tale book?" The information panel about the book briefly shows that only 2 people can participate in my sacrifice and ours with difficulty level A. A world where children's screams can move objects, sacrificing one for the happiness of 17 million people. The reason for destruction is that after 118,000 years since its invention, children have become fewer. Gong's deep voice analyzes this. This apocalypse's difficulty and rewards are unrelated. You need to listen further to understand. Maris stepped forward to recommend it. The martial arts group requests to propose this work. The information about the Heavenly Demon Chronicles is fully displayed by Thon Kim, with a difficulty level of B, involving only 2 to 4 participants. The cause of extinction was an unknown source of the plague. He explained, "The reason I recommended this Heavenly Demon record is simple. In this world, the Heavenly Demon is a character and a place where real martial arts exist in the martial world, and the demonic sect is a major force. They have various skills and secret martial arts manuals. That means if we succeed in saving this world, we will gain the greatest library of skills in the world. For hunters like us, that would be extremely useful. Are the other hunters interested? Will we obtain 10-star skills?" Gongja carefully analyzed if it were the martial arts world, the masters would at least have level A skills. Old Spirit Ling frowned in annoyance. Why would they have such thoughts? "You don't think it's bad?" "Actually, that was a book I wanted to challenge, but my current abilities seem a bit insufficient." Suddenly, the glowing sword detects a signal. He touches the shining sword on his side. "A signal?" "The bright signal system is detecting that your siblings are nearby." Gong was stunned. "The sword's allies?" You and Marcus stare each other down, focus centered on the glowing book he holds, sensing the presence of your comrades inside the one the Sword Saint is holding. A voice echoes behind the metal door. "All right." Gongja seriously told the old spirit, before coming to the Murim world, "Just die once first." He seemed confused. "How do you die? The shining sword can't understand your intentions." "You speak seriously and clearly. Rapanda Askim is the first emperor of the empire and the one who created the goddess Shine Bright. Although I don't know what kind of person he is, one thing is certain. He can travel between worlds. The shining sword is criticizing the one who named it Shining Sword." The slow steps of reasoning lead to the conclusion that Sangshui originally belonged to the Askim Empire. But now there is another sword in the Murim world. So he must be someone capable of crossing worlds. Maybe he's similar to a Munchkin. Now the Gong family is gradually becoming worried. Their opponent is someone capable of building an empire and strong enough to divide the stars. Someone like that wouldn't leave a sword in the Murim world without a purpose. And I'm not the undefeated champion of the world either. Honestly, lately I've been feeling more tense than before. That feeling that if I let my guard down even for a moment, my confidence could turn into arrogance is always in my mind. His whole body sagged and he looked down, especially after climbing to 3rd place on the ranking, and the story of me single-handedly defeating the Demon King spreading throughout the city. Even now, I can still command the hunters who have codenames. It seems I was wrong to be unprepared. If this keeps up, one day Gong Ra will lose his life, just like some other top-ranked person. Then he explained that I need to understand how strong the heavenly demon really is before I can proceed. Until now, there's almost no information at all about the character in that revelation. Elder Spirit pondered, it's a good idea, but exactly what should we prepare for? The doubt was raised, but how could we possibly find out about that guy? Yet you raised your sword to deny it. You're wrong. This sword is the goddess of protection. Although it has been divided into 5 images, properly speaking, is it still a constellation? Looking at the reflection on the shiny mirror surface. The main issue is this. If you stab me with this sword, is it suicide or attempted murder? Is he confused? Then you decisively press the sword against his neck. The odds are 50-50. It's worth a try. The blade suddenly moved. Sang-Chu begs the hero to reconsider. The hero asks coldly, why would it? It's too embarrassed to say. Sang-Chu feels embarrassed when their past is exposed. Please protect Sang-Chu's privacy. Gongja smirked mockingly. Come on, between us, what privacy are you talking about now? I've already shared my entire 24-hour life with you. Isn't that fair enough? Sang-Chue looked like she was about to cry, begging the hero not to do this. A streak of blood flashes, followed by a series of notifications appearing. You have gained a skill condition after your own death. The goddess's blessing skill is currently sealed. You cannot learn any skills at this time. The warning frame is more prominent. Your current hunter rank is D. You will be penalized for using that skill with a medium-level demon lord punishment. The goddess asked with concern. It seems you have just finished a long journey. I knew right away that this brave hero would succeed. Rapanda on the throne slowly spoke. Gong stood outside watching. Is that guy Rapanda asked him? Meanwhile, Rapanda continued. I was confused just yesterday by your sudden summoning, and now I've become the emperor unifying the continents. Old Spirit was surprised. What the hell is going on? Isn't that platinum-haired guy the celestial killer? It makes the Gong family suspicious. Do you two know each other? What exactly is the celestial killer? He then answered in a deep voice, that is his alias. He is the one who seeks out constellations to fight them. Then the fairy began to explain in more detail that the tower and other worlds are interconnected. From level 50 onwards, you will have to compete with hunters from other worldly origins. Sometimes the constellations pass through the floors, and that killer is the murderer on the 50th floor. Gong seems to want to confirm it for sure. So, Rapanda Askim is also a hunter? The old spirit pondered. There's always a crazy person like this in every world. This place reminds me so much of the old days, making you even more curious about what kind of relationship those two have. Right now, the goddess is sighing. Truly astonishing. Weren't you originally just an ordinary person too? The elder spirit calmly replied, it's a fierce battle of life and death, but even though he's strong, he's still nothing compared to me. The goddess boldly said, currently you are much stronger than me. I wonder if you have any plans for the future yet. Hero, now no divine or evil spirits dare to block your path anymore. Your long journey has come to an end, Rapanda interrupted. This constellation radiates a commanding aura when it declares that there are no gods or evil spirits. Isn't this world not the domain of the constellations? This world belongs to humans. She uses her prayer power to resist Rapanda's pressure. Hero, why are you? But you have cruelly extended your cold, sharp claws. Come closer. The shattered glass, the goddess easily drained of her blood, making her terrified. Rapanda's face remains calm to the point of madness. I won't kill you, since you've helped me so far. I will only split and seal you away so you can't regain your strength. The magic surged forward powerfully, causing a massive explosion that destroyed everything with blinding light. Then the figure spoke again, saying, sorry, but this is the right path I must take. The notification board displayed that the reconstruction of the town was complete, maintaining the subject's identity, and the punishment had ended. After watching, Gong still didn't understand anything and decided to ask directly, so he asked, Sang-Chue, why did your previous owner seal you? But it only replied, Sang-Chue doesn't know either, Sang-Chue is feeling sad, and just says everything it remembers. According to what Sang-Chue recalls, Rapanda Askim is a silent and righteous warrior. Sang-Chue has no idea why it was sealed or why he built the empire alone and then left. The old spirit angrily said, I told you. High-level hunters are all crazy. Then he gritted his teeth and warned, don't try to understand the crazy bug. Listening to their stories, you might go insane yourself. Just get stronger like me and deal with those zombie-like guys or whatever. Gong stands up whatever, knowing his face is at least some kind of gain. Furthermore, when the celestial assassin saw the Gong family, he immediately showed hostility, perhaps because the constellation he sealed brought you there. Returning to the 21st floor, the hunters had finished reading, and all the revelations had now chosen the 22nd floor. Because the reason given by the Sword King is very reasonable, the Heavenly Demon Chronicles was chosen. The steward was pleased, and everyone chose the first genre, martial arts, fiction. You also shouldn't forget that it's not a bad choice, but the world inside won't be exactly the same as the Murim world everyone knows. It only resembles the martial world and martial arts. Depending on how you lead the story, you might even encounter unexpected opportunities. Gong remained silent and listened quietly as you continued. There are secret martial arts techniques worth a fortune here. The skills you acquire will depend on each person's ability and performance. Things don't always go smoothly when the supervisor starts to tease. However, in any situation, there is always a risk of encountering powerful characters to face you. Of course, dying in the Book of Revelation is a real possibility, and you won't escape the Book of Revelation until we have an ending. And what is to come will come when he announces that the limit for participants in the Heavenly Demon reality is from 2 to 4 people. So who will volunteer to be the character in this story? Everyone looked at Gongra with excitement. He remained calm and volunteered. I will go in. Maris is the next to join, of course. Since he was the one who recommended this book, I will participate too. I feel excited, and it seems Fan and Voheep are also eager. The overseer claps his hands and says, "Thank goodness we finally have the minimum number of people so we can choose 2 more companions." The Sword King solemnly states, "Actually, there is another reason why I recommended this apocalypse. Everyone, look at the reason for the extinction. The display shows that the cause of the demise is an unknown origin plague." He continued speaking. This is the final line of the introduction to this revelation. Tianmo died suddenly from a strange illness, and others followed shortly after, continuing the explanation. As you can see, the cause of Feng's destruction in this world is a plague. So, this world needs someone who can heal. Speaking of someone who knows how to heal, I know one. An old man stepped forward and shouted, "Dr. King, can you come out here?" The old spirit shouted loudly, "Ah, that old man is the owner of the pharmacy that Old Man Mars often visits." And right after, Marcus continued, saying he would take care of the fighting. If that's not enough, Gongra will help, and the healing will be handled by Doc Wong here. So, this apocalypse is all we need, suddenly turns attention to the other side. Death King, do you have something to say? Gongra is excited. Yes, I also want to bring someone along. He pointed straight at the fake Kim Soo, causing her to panic. Huh, are you talking about me? You confirm. That's right, causing her to panic. I just received my alias less than a week ago. I'm very weak and taking me along wouldn't help at all. Then you directly took her hand and expressed yourself. Among all the alchemists I know, she is the most skilled. The alchemist was stunned. Are you okay, sir? And then you smiled when mentioning it. And she already said that earlier. Her words echoed in my mind. If you need any help, Tu Vuong, just let me know. As you secretly wanted to say, I already told you I would help you when you need it. Gong looked sinister. Surely that's not a lie. The underlying message is to remember who planted the tree, right? The alchemist trembled with fear as you spoke sternly. Alchemist girl, the other hunters are discussing and debating. What's going on? Is that 4 people now? But who is that girl? Mar suddenly remembered. I think I saw her before. Then he seemed satisfied, so there's nothing to fear anymore. This girl in the Gong family will help ease the tension. The shy old Master Kim tightly grips Gong family's sleeve. Is that really true? I didn't expect Maris to suddenly change tone. But this Death King, the place we're heading to, is extremely dangerous. As the Grand Manager Kai Huyen said, death in the book is real death. You calmly replied with confidence. Yes, she is the best alchemist I have ever known. The old spirit glanced over. She knows how to make potions, but she can't really be called the best. Having this girl around might not sit well with that old man. Hearing Gong's response, Mars stroked his chin. Is this small girl the best alchemist you know? His whole body exudes a sweet pink aura that contrasts with his serious expression. His favorability towards them is very high, and with an internal comment and an unusual but somewhat reasonable suggestion, he agrees to this idea. That's right, it's been a while since I said something truly wise. A small fish in a stream is still just a little fish, I agree. This is their chance to see how powerful the Poison King really is. Gong stared blankly at Hong Mak's chat window, slightly stunned. He didn't say it outright, but his condescending nature hadn't changed at all. Then he looked over to the other side, where the Poison King was, just like the Sword King over here. They both look down on the alchemist because of her appearance, but the Poison King openly sneers and mocks her right to her face. The best alchemist you've ever known? You're just a childish little brat. Having overcome a cliff and thinking they could surpass Mount Tai, Gongja felt annoyed as he watched the Duok Vuong disdainfully stroke his beard, as if seeing his younger self. The fake alchemist sadly grabbed a lock of his hair, annoyed, and kept muttering. Hateful. So hateful. Maris stepped forward to advise Duok Vuong, I understand how you feel. Gong is very talented, just lacking life experience. However, the Medicine King couldn't hold back and shouted loudly, "Experience is the most important thing. Lacking that is like not knowing anything but acting as if you know the whole world. He now resembles me at 20 when I made my first $100,000 in Silicon Valley. Even Marcus only knows how to give advice. Come on, can you please calm down?" Gong was terrified. That's really frightening. And then suddenly he has such a preachy streak that even the renowned Sword King would be confused. The Medicine King keeps on talking. I have also tried to hold back as much as I could, telling these little brats what to do and what not to do. Even respecting old Maker Star, I've tried to hold back, but don't you realize we're walking into danger and you're still bringing along this little girl? That's just too reckless. A sudden idea flashed in Gong's mind. A world of preaching created by a teacher and a master preacher. The alchemist clenched her fist and said, "You can call me a kid all you want." She shouted angrily, "But calling Gongra like that is not right and it's corrupting." And the Drug King still ignored her and shouted, "Marcus, aren't you too obsessed with Western ideas?" She was stunned, trembling as she asked, "Western ideas?" I have known about her before through Gongra's introduction, and the Knights Guild has received many good medicines from this alchemist. Is the Poison King doubting and questioning the Knights Guild's evaluation? She asked again, "What did you say?" And then he started to lecture her. "You really don't know your place, thinking the ceiling is the sky. Have your guild ever heard of my pharmacy before? Only as bold as I was in my youth, tusk, tusk, tusk. Why do you have to listen to such things, Gong? Stop trying to swallow discounted potatoes. You're sure about it, but it's not the discounted potatoes after all." The virtual screen shows a clear image of the Medicine King on a busy street, and Gong Ra whispers that this scene is live broadcast from Babylon Square. Isn't this the perfect moment to either make a move or retreat? Then you decide to ask a question that makes both Kim Soo and Duk Vuong wonder if they want to fight each other. This suggestion makes the others shout loudly, clearly showing that Lord Maris doesn't know how to fight. "Are you planning to bully him?" Gong Ra calmly takes a glass bottle from his side. "That's not a fight with me." Then you proceed to explain calmly. "I will provide the ingredients. You two will use these to make the medicine. We just need to compare the features of the medicines you two made to understand everything clearly, right?" Jijin Shu flinched and stammered, "Death King, I know you're upset about being scolded, but after all, he's also called the Medicine King by everyone. If I lose..." He firmly pats her shoulders. Jiao Kim Soo thought he was emphasizing, "I believe in you, and you must also believe in yourself." She lowered her head hesitantly, trembling. Master Kim Soo looked up with excitement. "I will try. No, I will definitely win. The match will be held publicly in front of the hunters." The Potion King and the fake Kim Soo focus on each other's cauldrons. The crowd buzzes with predictions that this time the Death King seems likely to suffer a heavy loss. That old man's pharmacy only sells expensive medicine, and with a prior appointment, it's hard to even buy a win. The Poison King and the Medicine King are both kings, but the experience gap is truly huge. I didn't expect Ryan Du to cheerfully call for bets, so who will be the winner this time? "Everyone, place your bets now." The Dark Wizard rushes over desperately. "Death King, are you okay? The current odds are 1.08 with 47. But you seem relaxed and confident. Is that so? Then I will put all my current money into the alchemist's door to match the odds." She immediately raised a confusing issue. "You also know that all of this is being broadcast live, right? Then you worry and judge. If the alchemist you suggested performs poorly, your reputation in the public eye will be seriously affected." I calmly smiled and said, "Yes, I know this is being broadcast live not only in Babylon but all over the world, so I do feel a bit guilty towards old Duok Vuong. Right now, the Medicine King is filled with the confidence of a young man. Those little brats. It's over. Then a dazzling light of arrogance radiates. Bow before the great invention of my Medicine King. The medicine that the Medicine King is proud of is a rare, top-tier recovery potion. Although it is slightly bitter, drinking this medicine can heal even fatal wounds, but it may leave various after-effects. The creator of this medicine is truly talented and outstanding. Everyone cheers enthusiastically. A rare top-tier recovery potion? No wonder you're called the Medicine King. Can you sell me that potion?" He looked proud as everyone begged him. "I was the one who made the reservation first. Who do you think you are to cut in line?" "Alchemist King, Alchemist King." By the time the alchemist reveals their potion, it shines brighter than the pharmacist's, dazzling everyone. I have also finished my preparation. Everyone was stunned and speechless with amazement. Of course, Ryan Du had prepared the necessary disguise in advance for this moment. A dazzling golden light illuminates the area. The people around are abuzz, saying this is an instant revival potion. And indeed, it's the Pharmacist King. "You don't want to sell it back to me?" "According to the reservation, it should be Mina. So why are you blocking it now?" Alchemist King crosses his arms proudly. "Look, I've also finished making the potion that the alchemist crafted successfully." The blinding light leaves everyone stunned. It's so sweet, they didn't hold back anything sweet in there. "Why does it taste sweet?" Everyone covered their eyes. So what's the effect of this one? The Medicine King held out the potion in front of her, in front of everyone, saying as long as it's stored properly and leaves no after effects on the user, it can be deadly. The fake Goldmaster remained silent, adjusting his glasses arrogantly. Hey! She leaned in, took the vial, and gently asked, "Is this medicine for the old man?" Kim Soo examines the medicine bottle thoughtfully. Then she turned the bottle upside down and shouted, finally gently handing it back to the old man. The alchemist smiled and raised his hand to signal, "About this much." The alchemist crossed his arms and tilted his head up, wondering if this person is the kind who only becomes strong when it benefits themselves. Could it be the old man? Yao Wang hesitated before speaking. "Could it be the kid?" she said clearly. "Is your strength very weak?" He wondered, is it just luck? Both of them said at the same time, leaving her stunned. Really? He just brushed his beard and said it was all luck. "When I earned $170 million from W Street, I also thought it was thanks to my strength," the alchemist coldly replied. "How about trying one more round?" Medicine King sneered. "Are you sure? The goddess of luck won't smile twice in a row." "Tsk tisk, these kids." He held up the potion and shouted, "Luck is fine, but not until the third time, kid." She immediately creates a new item. He remains stubborn, luck is fine, but not this will be the fourth time, my child. And then a punch to the face. Sword King covers his face with his hand to block, "Stop it now, Duok Wang." The Medicine King can no longer hold back his tears as he clutches his medicine, looking truly miserable, and he shouts out in frustration, "No way, just one more time, my experience should be better than this." He raised both hands and shouted wildly, "Can't you see? Victory belongs to Sonister." Sword King straightened his tie politely and stepped back. "Sorry, miss, you truly are the ultimate alchemist." "My friend being like this is my fault." The alchemist hesitated and said, "I guess it's also because of that friend that they've had a hard time." Seeing the Poison King now out of control, tears flowing uncontrollably, he remarked that although this person had no particular strengths and couldn't match her in potion making, she could still produce some medicinal herbs. She modestly refused, saying, "I don't dare to consider myself talented. I only know the basics, not anything too advanced." Suddenly, an arm reached out. Ryandu rushed over and grabbed her wrist tightly. "Sign the contract right now." "It's a long-term contract, okay? The illusionist is hard to understand." "Really?" Her eyes reveal a determined look filled with money. "The best treatment for you will help you get many things. No, it will give you everything. How do you see it?" Hands full of desire greedily reaching around her. "Am I also a pharmacist? No, I should be the king of elixirs." "No, it's not the medicine god. The medicine god gives us medicine." She couldn't bear it and shouted to stop the chaos. First, Lady Count appeared disappointed, while Paladin and Gongja were very pleased with what the fake Kim Soo said. "Those interested in trading, please contact this person. Others who want to buy must get the approval of the Death King." "Think about the terms first." He winked and gestured with his finger. "The steward appears to deliver the verdict. Has the role played out already, huh?" Gong listens. "Let me remind you that anyone who dies in the Book of Revelation will also truly die outside. The only way out is to do everything possible to overcome the danger and find the final path." He repeats instinctively, "the final path." The steward raises a finger to explain that it depends on each person's guess with unlimited possibilities, which can help fight and eradicate the infectious disease or even manipulate it for control. Gong replied clearly, "All right, then send the list now." Suddenly, someone else spoke up. "Wait a moment." Mon stood in shock, and the person beside him hurriedly asked, "Is Lord Mon leaving?" He glanced nervously, sweating profusely. "Hold your fire. People are still discussing. No matter what, this is for Lord Moon. You know the way, don't you, Lord Mon? I think so, too." The master must take the lead. He stood with arms crossed, head bowed in silence. He suddenly spoke loudly, "What do you mean?" "Even if I didn't say it, I was planning to do so. Haven't you all forgotten this, master?" His inner feelings are frustrated, rage boiling over. Why do these bloodsuckers want to drag me into that village? Moon Myun is excited. In a world that values martial strength, that's the martial arts world, and no matter how much my birthplace changes, I will always be drawn to it. His inner voice roared again. There probably isn't even a toilet there. I threw away the bathroom so carelessly, damn it. He proudly emphasized, "Isn't it because I don't understand why the lucky family is called Chen Muan?" His inner voice emphasized that the one above is the cheater of the sect, and what's wrong with a 32-year-old? In other words, all of you are just the weak ones. Everyone around respectfully clasped their hands, and he declared, "I must go." Poisonous Snake earnestly replied, "I don't want to go." The system panel appears and announces that the previous message has been lost. Sword King steps forward to confirm, "You are the one who wants to leave." Mun coldly replied without hesitation. Maris Tuyen Chien exuded killing intent, saying, then there is no reason to concede to this person. Everyone around is stunned by the two opposing powers clashing. Is the Sword King about to fight the venomous snake? This is a battle of pride. Badan stepped in to stop it immediately. Are you planning to fight to the death here? His eyes show a fierce killing intent. Both the Sword King and I are martial artists. Let's see who is stronger, and the one who wins will go. I plan to lose on purpose. Giving up would be embarrassing, so just break the sword lightly. Mun thought to himself, as long as he loses to the Sword King, they will be convinced. She crossed her arms, lowered her head, and hesitated to think. Baladin? Do something. She quietly spoke, causing him to turn his head. Poison release. A man like him keeps thinking. Can the Sword King now pressure him? Sword King listened seriously and said, I know what you're planning. Didn't you already participate in the attack up to the 10th floor? Now you're just playing the game of stalling on level 22, you're shameless. Everyone is excited to support you. His words are full of provocation, and Chen Mumun is also a noble family. You should also learn to show some respect. Not everyone wants to be lonely like you. Mar straightened his tie and crossed his arms coldly, then replied, Does this person ever care about others? Mun interrupts. The Sword King is really something. Suddenly, the Sword King looked at Gong with a tender gaze. But I have to say, lately this person has developed a bit of shame. Are you confused why he suddenly changed his attitude? He told him, Poison release. This time you must give in to him. He calmly said, Oh, thank you. Mun thought to himself, What the? You're not the kind of person who would do this to the Sword King. Harry hugged Paladin's arm, smiling brightly, and said, Convince the Sword King. She gently said that she needed nothing, so the Sword King would probably agree. The Black Witch stroked her chin, watching carefully and listening. Really? Then I guess I should give the Sword King a hug. I respectfully decline. I find it interesting. I wonder if it's real or just a joke, and if everyone has become a bit more mature. King of Medicine interjected, stubbornly insisting on making a decision and saying we should leave quickly, or I'll die waiting. There's no other way. I've been losing to that girl repeatedly, but that's only when she meets Mai. I am still the Poison King, the alchemist sneers. Oh, I'm so scared, but of course, I have to stand out more. That's the harsh truth, but still, that's just how I am. His fingers sneered, if you're going to start a war, use violence. I mean, just cut his throat, but deep down he doesn't want to. Sword King, go to battle. Change with me. The steward opens a book and speaks slowly. Death King, Reader, Medicine King, Pharmacist. They listened seriously, and the four of them asked to choose a new character. The butler decided that this world was still in a difficult period 10 days ago, so try to find the final path. In your world, martial arts is a declining genre, and the era of martial arts can only be felt through cinematic techniques. At that time, you thought martial heroes looked really cool. In an era where even a little sincerity was mocked, martial arts and heroes had no place. A voice echoes from the computer, early-stage chi training, not enough for late-stage pill refinement. That decayed genre, that vanished world. Snow is falling in this world. Gong's three-person team stands amidst the freezing weather. It's so cold, he still has the strength to warn. Both of them use their energy to protect their bodies. The alchemist and the Medicine King shiver from the cold. I have never learned how to use energy. This old man is about to die for sure. You immediately ordered, protect the Medicine King. He carried him on his back and replied coldly, yeah. He lets out a sigh of relief. Now he's alive. Gongra reached out his hand to her. You should stay close to me. She felt shy. Why are you channeling energy into her hand? Hand me your hand. Jae Kim-soo looks up and thanks him. But it's a bit uncomfortable. The Gong family is serious, and I feel the same way. But now is not the time to worry about that. You mentioned the chief steward because the head librarian is a constellation, so he uses words like masterpiece or performance. Gong reaches out and holds her hand, looking ahead. But to be honest, this is still a separate world. This is not an ordinary book. We came here to save this world, do you understand? His hand channels energy to keep the alchemist warm. It might seem like I underestimated things, but I will do my best. Gong will assign tasks, and everyone should focus on their roles. Now I am protecting you with energy, but when treating the infectious disease, you and the Medicine King will have to step in. Dongthan replied, Yes, Lord Tu. A message appeared stating that Tianma's strength, the mysterious disease, suddenly emerged. Tianma died, and all other forces could not survive. His team advanced step by step through the snow-covered ground, with no mention of the biting cold, the icy wind, or the snow reaching their knees. Their eyes are full of determination. We have to handle this ourselves. Exactly what happened that caused Heavenly Demon to die? The fake goldsmith points ahead, saying there might be someone over there. What is this strange disease that caused this world to perish? The faint figures of people disappear into the freezing snowstorm, and the elder spirit warns us. Something's wrong. He emphasized that we can't hear anything from over there. Gong answers. Maybe the snowstorm was too strong, and the sound was blocked. Suddenly the sky stopped snowing. That's possible. Not only that, those people didn't move at all. Is King of Medicine surprised? Why are they all frozen like zombies? Why have these people all been turned to ice? They are frozen solid and cannot move. The alchemist puts on gloves, uses tweezers to take a sample of their skin, and after examining, concludes they are real people. Master Pharmacist analyzed that according to my life diagnosis skill, this person has been dead for 2 years and 3 months due to an infectious disease. According to the analysis from the mobile hospital's diagnostic ability, this person was infected before being frozen. It's strange. He looked at the frozen corpses. The cause of death for these people was the same. They did not die from sacrifice. If they died from the plague, these bodies should be on the ground. But all of them are standing. The alchemist couldn't help but suspect something strange. Back in Silicon Valley, whenever something like this happened, it was usually someone deliberately moved them here. She carefully explains that the causes of death are the same, but the times of death differ. One died 2 years ago, another 3 years ago. These bodies have been deliberately moved by someone. Gongra looked at her with curiosity. A kind of mass grave? Mun spoke up and explained. Are you saying it's a grave? From a distance, it looks like an army of terracotta soldiers. Gongra raises her hand and uses the character window skill. The information displayed about the corpse shows the name Zhangzong 3, and there are no other issues. You realize that the dead person's character window is like that. Your team begins analyzing and studying each corpse. Light is probably the last thing this person thought of before dying. If this is a grave, then who could have turned it into this? Is there anywhere for us to go back to? Thanks to the poison sect's aura, I can feel the dampness. But these people all have weapons on their backs. Gong family suddenly froze when he heard someone's laughter. The old man shouted fiercely, Madao Thien! Ha, we'll end here, to which the woman responded, even a dog will find a way to laugh at your illusions. Bichai declared proudly, as long as I stand, the demon sect will continue to dominate the world. Too bad, you're the one who should be saying goodbye to your Vietnamese mansion, Kyun immediately retorted with nonsense. The blood demon core of your so-called proud demonic sect has long been decapitated by my blade, and I have also sent your old demon masters to hell. The two of them argued back and forth. But I have up to 500 elite warriors. How can you stop me? You only know how to lie. Old man, my blood demon is not here because they are on a secret mission. The Gong family signals for silence. Let's quietly approach them. Bitch Hyang scoffs. You should be worried about your own dog instead of meddling in my affairs. Kyun, she pointed ahead. Where have all the leaders of those proud, noble families gone? The former leader of the Martial Alliance has become a truly shameful old man. Kyun-gun decisively replied, It's none of your business. I've sent them on secret missions all over the world. She smirked sarcastically. You must have a lot of secret missions, huh? He angrily replied, Everything is your fault for causing trouble everywhere. That witch. Gong's group froze when they heard the two arguing. If it weren't for that stupid, or whatever the hell the world's demon sect is, things wouldn't have gotten so chaotic. You're even more foolish for letting us, the idiots, take control of the martial world. Damn it. Bitch Hien drew her weapon and said, If you don't like it, fight me, old man. Soon I will finish off the last member of the Viet Tien mansion and prove that the demon sect is the true champion. Kion is also ready to fight. I can't stand the trash talk of a wicked woman like you anymore. I will cut the person in half, one half to the Jade Emperor and the other half to King Yama. Both of them hold small wooden sticks and silently stare at each other. Kyun-gun's face flushed with anger as he listened to her mockery. Kunan, what happened to Nok Fuviet? You used to be so proud. Why are you carrying that stick now? The main topic often mentioned in Namkung is that at least he can wield a spear himself, which is his only strength. He stops him, telling him to be quiet. But what about the others? Why aren't you holding your precious blood demon sword but instead a branch? Bitch Hyang gently replied, You're being harsh. It may look like a simple stick, but this is a wooden sword I personally crafted. Her weapon is sharp and refined, containing the essence of 1,000 years of demonic sect. So I named this weapon the Demon Heavenly 100 Blades. He wondered, Do you really put such a noble name as Demon Heavenly on a branch? She replied, Oh, is that not allowed? A tense silence fell between the two of them. Kyun-gun covered his mouth with his hand and shyly said, The Mathian Bakdao sounds a bit grand. Why not just call it the ferry platform? Bitch Hyang looked at the branch calmly and replied, But if you call it that, it's just a branch. He straightforwardly pointed out that it's just a branch. The old woman is asleep. The stubborn girl said, "Then I guess I'll accept calling it the Demon Fairy Platform." Her attitude made Kyun hold his head in frustration, cursing all these demons and whatnot. The sound of arguing and scolding under a sky full of falling snow. Why do you ghost sects keep adding the word ghost to your names? There are blood demons, sword demons, ghostly demons, and then the shadow moon orchid. So those are the 4 demon leaders. Then just call them the 4 great demons. But don't you think that sounds better? I can't believe we let these fools take control of the martial world even for a moment. Both of them suddenly froze and looked back at Kyon-gun, turning around to scold him. "That blind man isn't the one who predicted clear skies today," she replied. "Fortune-telling can be right or wrong. How can I be sure about the future?" Kyon-gun muttered in frustration. "Damn it, even fortune-telling at the market is better than what these people do. I can't believe I'm about to face my destiny because of this fool's words." She shouted back, "Stop it. Get ready to fight." "Damn, old man, you're about to drain the last of my strength." Fake Kim Soo wondered, why did they suddenly react like that? Gong Ra looks stunned and says, "I don't know either." The 4 of them sit silently, observing, with the fake Kim Soo's face frozen in silence. The 4 of them turned around and saw someone's figure, causing everyone to panic and run away. The Bichaya martial world gritted their teeth, clutching their sticks, representing those who use and revere martial arts. Here, the heavenly demon has appeared and is plotting to unify the martial world. Kyun is ready to fight. The demonic sect revolves around the heavenly demon and the forces opposing it, clashing to seize the fate of this world. The dead suddenly come back to life and chase Gong family's group. If a terrible pandemic didn't suddenly break out, would it be a super infectious pandemic? The zombie virus pandemic. The alchemist and the medicine king run with all their might, shouting loudly. "Ha ha," he points in fear. Run fast. I've never seen anything like this even in Silicon Valley. The end of the world is here," Gongja responds. "From the very beginning, this was where you swung your sword to decapitate the zombies. The world is doomed. It still moves even after losing its head, damn it. They must be the type that only stop moving when their brain is destroyed." Bitch Hyang and Kyung-gun stare in shock. "Hurry and get out of here, quickly," she shouted. "Who are you?" She snuggled up to Kyung-gun. "Hey, old man. I think I might be losing my mind or something. I see 4 figures moving. It's like the king of hell is inviting me down for tea with him." He watched him carry the alchemist and run full speed ahead, chased by the zombies. "I saw it too. I thought I was going crazy from your teasing all this time." He shouted loudly to warn us. "You guys should run too, and if you're going to run, at least tell us where to go." Bitch Hien turned to Kyun and said, "Oh my god, I really thought they were alive." The old man, he's thinking differently again. Could it be that since they've already died, this is a scene in hell? While they both excitedly discuss, Gong runs over. "So maybe I've arrived at the heavenly orchard with you, or maybe I've moved my household registration to hell. There's no way a righteous person like me leading the way for our sect's soldiers would be cast down to hell, so this must be the Garden of Immortals. But besides the decayed corpses, I don't see any peach trees here." While they still don't understand what's happening, Gong's group rushes in carrying Kyun-gun and Bitch Hyang and leaves. If this isn't fog, then they must be real. The way the living are warming their bodies like that, they definitely aren't zombies. She wondered where they came from and whether this pure technique was also quite strange for someone not from this place. The zombies are right behind us, and he hesitates, asking, "Are we not from this world? Meaning, are we from outside the martial arts world?" They fly up and rush at them, causing Gong and the alchemist to panic. "What the hell?" Mun screamed desperately. "What kind of damn zombie can fly too?" Bitch Hyang proudly said, "That is a technique I developed myself based on the idea from Mount Kunlun." She emphasized, "Look at that. Those things completely surpass normal limits by not leaving any footprints in the snow. They can fly, truly the elite of the demons, no doubt about it. We, the disciples of the sect, even in death, do not forget our martial arts." A voice interrupted. "Wait a moment." Gongjia questioned Bitch Hyang. "Do those things lose their martial arts even after death?" She sneered. "Huh. Surely you outsiders don't know, right?" Sak groaned. Huh? She answers the question. "Martial artists can use their skills even after turning into zombies." "Just enjoy it," he shouted back. "I've never heard of anything like this before." Bichahang proudly pointed out that they are the elite of the demon sect, trained to respond to their bloodlust even in sleep. "I am quite proud of their ability to perform the teleportation technique even as zombies." Duok Vuong looked back in panic. "They're about to catch up with me. If this pace continues, they'll catch us too." You idiot reader. Duok Vuong is about to be caught by the zombies, so he urges his disciples. "Hurry up, run faster. If I get bitten and turn into a zombie, I'll bite the first person I see." He was helpless, having to carry Kyun as well. That's enough already. Damn it. Whose crazy idea was it to bring along such a useless bunch? And why should I carry an old man when there are only girls around you, Tu Vuong? Gongja angrily retorted. At this point, being bitten by a zombie is probably the least of his worries. His response was so close to being bitten that it became even more important. Even Old Spirit was scared stiff. A zombie is a zombie. Gongjia tries to extract more information from Bitch Kiang. Weakness. Do those damn zombies have any weaknesses at all? She calmly replied, unless we smash their heads, there's no way to stop them. You wonder, can it be easier? Her face was cold. Bitch Hyang pointed to the sky. If the sun rises, they will stop too. Gongra spoke up. Hey miss, and you too, Kim girl. Fake alchemist and Bitch Hyang respond. Your strength reminds me. I'm sorry, but I'll let you two fly for a bit. Land on your own. You use your power to lift both of them into the air, and they land buried in the snow. Gongra raises his hand to apologize, saying, sorry. You turn to face the approaching zombies. Old Spirit is excited. You're about to die. I'm about to witness my little zombie uncle being eaten by the Ryan zombies. This will be one of the achievements of the era. Gong family is about to draw their sword. What the hell is this? Even monsters have a fortress now, damn it. Hey, have you healed the sword to the sky so the flying zombies can't be killed yet? He shouted, a flash of light. Your weapon begins to react, the shining light responding to the hero's rallying cry. A blinding light appears, knocking the zombies back and sending them flying. The group Gong breathes a sigh of relief and runs away as the undead crash headfirst into the snow. The Poison King let out a desperate cry. I'm alive. I'm really alive. Damn it, if it weren't for Marcus, I would never have gone into the tower to do anything. Gong family asks about it. Is everyone okay? The fake gold master blushed in anger. Yes, but I look terrible right now. Anyway, thank you for saving me. King Tu scolded Duok Vuong. Damn it. First the sword saint, now this old man. I really want to throw these damn old men to hell. Gong Ra spoke up to ask for help. Hey, Heavenly Martial Sect leader, while I focus on beating the zombies, please take care of everyone. He asked, what are you plotting? He pointed his sword at the zombies. I'm planning to kill them all while they can't move. You might take a while because I need to crush their brains, but nothing will happen. Wait a moment, outsider, Bitch Hyang interrupted, expressing her gratitude for saving a stranger like me. However, if you plan to harm those zombies, I will have to stop you. Why do you ask? Is there some special curse on the zombies, and will the original owner transfer to me if I kill them? She quietly explained that they are all members of my demon faction. Gong Ra was stunned to hear this. What? Bitch Hyang emphasized again. I say they are my belongings and disciples. She looked at the zombies buried under the snow. The great battle between the demon sect and the orthodox faction had come to an end. We really need martial arts masters, and I can't just let so many talented people go unnoticed. He silently wondered what she meant by a great war. With the heavenly demon world already fallen, there couldn't possibly be a complete army to wage war. The scene shifts to the chief steward sitting with a cold, bowed head. When you open your eyes, the heavenly demon reality record will be in the state it was 10 days before its destruction. He closed the book with a smile and said, I hope you can bring a good ending to this story. There are only 10 days left until the end of this world. Bitch Hien was about to introduce that old man, but Kunun spoke up. I am Goseon, the leader of the Martial Alliance. She recounted that the old man and I have been fighting for 3 years. Her face remains calm as she states today marks exactly 989 days since the great war between the righteous and the evil occurred. The two of us have sworn on our own honor that until one of us admits defeat, no one can leave this place. Bitch Hyang's eyes show a hint of sadness. They can become zombies, but as long as they still use the martial arts of the demon sect. They will always be my disciples. They are the students I must protect, so don't expect to be able to kill them, she continued. If you insist on killing them, remember you can only kill those with a Buddha palm belt like him. Kyun-gun angrily shouted, What nonsense! Do you know how hard it is for me to gather them from the reputation of the righteous sect? Gong family stands stunned as they listen to their arguments. The one who made the pact with me, that damn heavenly demon. You promised me that this battle was only between us and had nothing to do with them. Promises are meant to be broken. Bitch Hyang and Kyun-gunun start arguing. Stop arguing so much. Then I guess I don't need to make any concessions to those demon sect disciples anymore, huh? You bastard. A genuine leader like you breaking your promise? In the end, everyone saw through that hypocritical face. Gongjia quietly realizes that the two are still continuing the great battle to destroy the Feng world. She objects. You're wrong. From the middle of the battle, it was already predetermined that this world would reach its end. She pointed at him, but it didn't matter because we have to end the war that we ourselves started. I won't stop until I defeat this old man. Bitch Hyang mentioned the zombies lying motionless at Dongtuyet. I still have 500 elite soldiers outside. I will lead them to destroy this pathetic righteous faction. Kyun replied, Those are my words. Damn it, The warriors of the Martial Arts Alliance are willing to fight even at the cost of their lives. Gong family stands frozen, watching them face each other. Now it's time to put an end to this long-lasting war. Bitch Hyen points a branch at Kyun. As a scholar does not choose their pen, an anonymous does not choose their fence. Although I do not use the blood demon sword, with this whip in my hand I will still defeat you. Jo Cam 10 old man, I will grant you a painless death. He prepared to fight, truly eager to see who will be the last one standing in this battle of victory or defeat. They rushed at each other in battle, both blocking attacks with branches in a tense exchange of the Heavenly Demon Seal and the six-headed Heavenly Seal. Their branches soon broke. Kyun-gun grabbed her hair while Big Hyang held his beard, both stunned and exclaiming. He used 2 fingers to flick her attack, causing her to cover her face with both hands. Elder Tin Lin stroked his chin thoughtfully, looking a bit strange. The old man analyzed that old man's breathing carefully, second by second. If they were in my world, they would definitely be masters. Gong was astonished. Those 2 people? He replied, I don't know either. What is their secret? Their moves look like the claws of a divine dragon trying to seize the gem in the eye of an evil dragon. It is called the Duel of the Twin Dragons. Their techniques resemble images of Buddha and dragons fighting each other. That person uses their hands to shield, resembling Buddha with hands covering the face, like Buddha protecting all beings in the world. It is called Quan Am Thien Thu. The 2 of them are watching Bitch Hyang pinch Kyun-gun's cheek. Why have I been fighting that crazy dog lately? Although it looks quite strange, at their level of form they are both fully focused and highly energetic. They are fighting fiercely. Now their energy is shifting, but this is a dangerous situation. They can't fight recklessly. Could it be that the woman isn't using her full strength? Mun says that the old man and the girl are using their ultimate skills. He observes them fighting and realizes that their moves could crush everything instantly. The old man dodged the attack and applied the principle of using everything around him in his martial arts. He is a master, but he doesn't show his full strength, with one side being Earth Dragon and the other Heavenly Dragon, evenly matched. Master Tin Lin teases Gong, that Zomb might not have better eyes than you. The boy points and uses a skill. The system interface displays the reader's character information. Based on the analysis, it seems they have been reincarnated with the peerless skills of the world. His inner thoughts surface, and those movements remind me of my past life as a hellhound. Guarding the entrance to the Demon King's hell, I am the 2 sides of the yin and yang. A troublemaker and the leader of our class got stuck in that life, and always felt sad. Then I played online games and befriended a female classmate who became my in-game girlfriend. I have decided to become a hero and conquer the game with that friend. Is that what the alchemist realized? But watching them fight, it's like they're just kids. Mun wondered if everyone saw it that way. Then what really separates a master from an amateur? He wondered how many branches these techniques have in this world. Both of them are much higher in rank than the sword they are using. Just by looking, they can level up. If I go back, I have something I want to teach my disciples. The Gong family speaks up. The poison sect is just observing this world in a different way. The old man replied, Is that so? Thank you. Poison King Hasey, who's cold enough to die. Hey, old man, are you still fighting that root even now? Don't you see us standing right in front of you? Your vision is really narrow, just like mine was when I was young. Kyun-gun scratched his head, apologizing. It's been a long time since we've had visitors, so I apologize for the rudeness. Let me first lead you into the cave to hide. The sunset falls as Gong's group, along with Big Hyang and Kyun, move forward, and he glances at them tiredly, following behind. He offered to help, so if you don't mind, I can carry her. Bichai hesitated to reply. Excuse me, today I had a bit of trouble using my mental techniques smoothly. Mun is curious. Death King, that's not quite right. Are you confused? Gongra carried Kyun-gun and looked at him happily carrying Bichai. This is good. He walks silently carrying him, his hand touching his shoulder. Kyun-gun is surprised. Even in this cold weather, his body feels so warm. Old Spirit recognizes it. How strange. The group enters their secret cave, which is their dwelling place. The cave has a hole at the top with light shining through, looking very majestic. The alchemist looks up in amazement. Wow, a hot spring appears in front of us. Oh, is there a hot spring? Bai Hai Hong spoke up to explain. Long ago I found this place, and I never thought that one day I would invite outsiders from beyond to be our guests. First wash up. I and this old man will check the back to see if there's any food we can offer you. Kyun-gun replied. Besides the Teachcock Dan clan, do we have anything else to treat you with? She emphasized, why didn't I say to go find something at the back? Old man, you're already old. Are your ears also damaged? They both walk and argue together. Don't call him an old man. Old man, if you think about it, there's not much difference between you and me. After all, you look pretty old too. Gong family and the fake Kim Soo watch silently. You admire it and say, that's truly amazing, they were really united just now. Duok Vuong mentions, Don't forget they fought each other for 3 years. If they keep fighting, they'll develop feelings for each other. He sighed, but still said that this place is truly warm and wonderful. Right after arriving in this world, even holding hands with a few guys constantly felt normal to me, with no embarrassment at all. Mu Manju, step back a little now. Muman, why are you only friends with that noble sword saint? Dukvuang, don't talk about it as if it's obvious. The sword saint and I are obviously friends. I have 4 divine pills ready. I can't treat you lavishly, but this is the best we have. We have plenty of the Tishkok Dan. The Gong family listened. This place used to occasionally have prey appear, but lately I haven't even seen a small beast shadow. Are you grateful? Thank you for the warm welcome. Gong family's group froze in place while eating. The alchemist held up the pill and asked, Do you usually only eat this? Bitch Hyang quietly replied, That's mostly right. She asked, Oh, so you've been eating like this for how long? And she looked at the characters carved on the stone, roughly about 2 years. Alchemist stammered in response. No, that can't be right. So you haven't absorbed any nutrients at all. The medicine king stood up. I can't take this anymore. Bitch Hyang calmly replied, I don't understand what you're saying, but I haven't reached the core formation stage yet. He used his skill to create food. If I only eat things like this, I won't have the strength to cross the snowy field. You are just like I was in my youth, not caring about your body at all. He started pouring water to cook and stir-fried the rice skillfully. Master of Medicine laid out the food. Even these old-fashioned folks have to eat, no matter how scarce it is. You should eat well while you're young, Kyun-gun replied. No need. Actually, I'm almost the same age as the heavenly demon. He brought out the food to remind you. Are you only eating that kind of spiritual medicine? All right, if you're older, you should also eat well for your age. Don't let your body suffer anymore. Gongja quickly lifts the bowl of food and slams it down, his eyes shining brightly. Happiness overflows. This is the most luxurious thing for me since I won the lottery. It unleashes a storm of rich flavors on the tongue like a mocha frappuccino with double cream, syrup, and chocolate chips. Such a flavor truly exists in the world. The alchemist holds the piece of food and exclaims, Oh my God, it's so delicious. Bitch Hai Hung couldn't help but admire it. Truly a supreme flavor. Are you the emperor's chef? All the dishes are truly delicious. Kyun is eating happily. As the leader, I usually try many different dishes, but this is the first time I've tasted a flavor like this. The Medicine King smiled proudly. Of course, that's why I earned 3 Michelin stars at age 50. Instead of a stove, here it's just a volcano. Or I'll make you eat until your stomach bursts. Mun hesitated with food in his mouth, wondering why he came to the tower where the alchemist was doing well. He replied, If I go somewhere else. Wouldn't that guy, the damn sword saint, come too? He asked Han. So you knew the sword saint before coming here? What do you know? He is just the unlucky son of a disgusting, petty family, but he is also a self-made person in Silicon Valley and a good person. His face shows sadness, and in the end, luck turned its back on him, so he could only draw his sword and head to the tower. The dishes were soon finished, and Bitch Hyang asked, These strange dishes are the same, with their diverse and unusual appearances. I wonder where you come from and why you are here. No, we are still searching for a way to cure them. She looked sad, and indeed, that was the case. Bai Huang recounted that all the top doctors and Taoist physicians here had started researching this strange illness, but all efforts were in vain. Even the experts on corpses and the masters of the heavenly sect are at a loss. And honestly, there's nothing to hide from you, those outsiders. She closed her eyes and resigned herself. Is there really no way to cure this? Gong family then reached out towards the fake golden ape and the medicine king. I'm not bragging, but you just saw us cook. We have knowledge different from everyone here. Especially the pharmacist present here is more outstanding than anyone else when it comes to healing and making medicine. He replied, Just luck. He sat quietly listening to the introduction. The person over there can also support this pharmacist. Bitch Hyang and Kyun looked at each other and said, If you can help us a little now, we might succeed in making the medicine. They said, What do you mean by the treatment method? There is no way. Jade Chemist happily replied, What is that? Then the two of them went inside and waited here. They disappeared into the cave. After a moment, both of them quickly came back out. The fake alchemist was stunned when he saw Bitch Hyang and Kyun Gu Noon carrying a coffin on their shoulders and gently placing it down. The coffin was opened, and Gongja and Yao Wang looked inside, revealing a tightly bound corpse inside. Gong family looked in and slowly said, This corpse is frozen inside the coffin. Bitch Hai Hang's eyes were filled with sadness. She is a disciple of the Yudong sect. She quietly explained that after being bitten by the corpse, he used his own body for research and then entrusted it back to us. We only found one cure, which is the blood chart, so we tied him up. She reached out and touched a nail on the corpse. The nail is slowly pulled out and the corpse suddenly comes to life, screaming loudly. It struggles to get up. Ha, ha. The alchemist was startled and leaned back. Bitch Hyang immediately reinserted the nail as you saw. She looked at the corpse, thoughtfully. If the blood vessels between the brain and the spine are blocked, it could cause the zombie to stop moving. But this is only a temporary solution and cannot completely cure it. The image of the point of danger appears inside the zombie's body. If you try to pierce these points on the corpse, not only will the blood flow stop, but the poison gas will also be blocked. She quietly closes the coffin lid, but no matter how hard she tries, she cannot eliminate this poison gas from the body. Basically, demons nurture demonic energy in their bodies, and the kuai of the Taoist priest also moves like flowing water, so just one bite is enough to doom you. Kyun stood silently listening as she explained, his body burning like it was on fire, until he finally collapsed into a zombie. Bi Hyang told of a Shaolin master who endured the longest, able to stay conscious for a whole year after being bitten. However, this is one of the rare exceptions. Usually, after being bitten for 15 days, one turns into a zombie. After finishing, she looked up and asked, "Do you think you can find a way to completely cure this?" The alchemist and the pharmacist could only remain silent. Bitch Hyang gently sat up and said, "It's okay. I thought there were only 2 of you left in this world, but today I have met other lucky survivors, so that's enough." Kyun-gun said, "I will prepare a place for you to sleep, so let's stop here for today. Rest now, and we'll continue tomorrow." The night falls, and the moonlight shines into the brightly illuminated cave. The Poison King, the alchemist, and Muon, sleep-talking, muttered, "Marcus, if you keep leaving like this, I can only be second for the rest of my life. I can't eat anymore. You. Ji opened his eyes wide, unable to fall asleep. Old Spirit saw this and asked, "Why are you not sleeping, zombie? I have something I need to confirm." The old man silently looked at him as someone's figure approached Gong. They whisper, "Are they asleep?" Looks like it, then seized this opportunity. He suddenly opened his eyes and looked around, causing Kyunu and Beach Hyang, who were bathing in the hot spring, to startle. He shouted, "What's going on?" "Kid, I thought you were sleeping." Bitch Hyang just silently glanced at her and asked, "You're quite perceptive. When did you realize?" "I've seen everything quite strange from the start," he said clearly, recounting the image of you 2 fighting with sticks. "It's so cold that you 2 are only wearing thin clothes, so if you didn't practice internal energy, you'd be dead by now. The existing internal energy protects your bodies from the cold, and the more internal energy you use, the more aggressive and quickly exhausted you become. So when focusing on channeling internal energy, you can't pay attention to anything else. Did both of you get bitten?" Old Spirit listens. Just like magic and sex, you are only trying to use a large amount of internal energy to suppress it. Am I right? Bitch Hyang was stunned for a moment before sitting up, prompting Kyun-gu to stop her. "Hey girl, you're definitely about to take off your clothes." "All right, old man, no need to explain. Tan Ngoai's kid, you're right. Both of them reveal their shirts to show the bite marks. I and the old man have been bitten by Kangxi for 3 years, but to be honest, your young master's words are still somewhat incorrect," Kyunu emphasized. "It's not us holding it back, but blocking the blood meridians with internal energy." The old spirit gritted his teeth and shouted, "You crazy fool! How can you endure the shock of controlling the object with your energy?" Old man begins to explain to Gongra, "Young master, do you know about using strange energy to control swords?" "Yes, use internal energy on the swords to make them fly up." The image shows Beach Hyang blocking the meridians and blood vessels with internal energy, effectively paralyzing everything from the neck down, meaning they are now moving entirely with internal energy, similar to how they control the flying sword with supernatural power. Hearing that, you froze in place, her hand clutching the heartbeat, the veins running up Kyunu's neck, the breath from the lungs, and even her arms were affected. All movements of each joint, every muscle fiber, everything necessary for life, they are controlling each one with internal energy. The old man emphasized as he looked at Big Hyang and Kungu, who seemed to be constantly wielding strange energy to control their swords around the clock, so even walking a few steps was enough to exhaust these crazy ones. She quietly replied, "We are going through a battle of spirits and demons." Kyunu pondered. 3 years had already passed, and the scene gradually shifted back to the battle of the past, dying because of the betrayal of his subordinates. Even the most trusted, like the heavenly demon, could not be trusted. Half of the blood demons had died, and even after declaring to leave the martial world and the elders dispersing everywhere, their whereabouts remained unknown. This is not the time to fight with those fools from the sects. Our school, and even the entire world, are facing greater dangers, as the beggars appear everywhere. Everyone knelt respectfully and said, "Heavenly demon, according to your instructions, we have selected people from various sects and built a medicine room. Of course, the head of the Yang sect and the experts of Mao Mountain are present. We have captured many people infected with the zombie disease and used their bodies for research, and in a short time, results began to appear. However, their voices gradually grew weak. Heavenly Demon, we have fought against Blood Demon and Guang. Today we defeated 100 zombies, but tomorrow thousands more will appear, and we cannot withstand this terrible plague. The person kneels in despair. Heavenly Demon, leave this island. No matter what, the zombies can't swim across the sea. How can the martial world be confined to just one place? Wherever the banners of the four sects are raised, there can be no martial world there. The pleas continue to echo, and promises are made about the crucial battle ahead. Before it was tainted, this world was bound by alliances. The world has changed, and the rules no longer hold any meaning. Please forget the oath you made with the leader of the martial world. You must live well. The voice continues to call out. The Heavenly Demon's voice gradually faded away. After hearing everything, Gong exclaimed, "How could he endure until now?" Bitch Hien and Qian looked at each other as if they were consulting. Then she spoke. "Follow me." Gongjiang heard and quickly put on his clothes to go outside with them. They continued walking across the endless snow, and at some point when a person dies, Bitch Hiang slowly spoke, "You're about to hear a very interesting story about the martial world." She looked at the statue in front of her, recounting the old story. There was a master who had to reach the highest realm of indestructible Vajra in the face of countless poisons. He is invincible because no poison can harm him, no sword or blade can wound him, and even the strongest toxins and sharpest weapons cannot defeat him. He is unbeatable. Her voice calmly echoed, but even in myth, such an undefeated person couldn't be accepted. Bai Hai Hong turned back and asked, "Hey kid from outside, what do you think happened to that master?" Gongja was quite surprised, asking what had killed that person, and Bitch Hung coldly answered, "Dying because of the demon of lust." She began to explain, "Pleasure from the union of man and woman is not poison, nor is it more dangerous than a sword. You wondered about that? But isn't excessive pleasure also a poison?" She also agreed, yes, for that reason, the lust demon from the very beginning. Bitch Hang continued, saying, "Time slowly passes, and from the beginning, that person started with gentle, blissful pleasure, reaching the peak of ecstasy at the end. They walk and listen, engaging with the lust demon until reaching the climax, and even the ultimate master feels no pain. The whip strikes from the lust demon's whip are highly enjoyed. Every small movement of its hands, feet, and eyes becomes a source of happiness for the master." She suddenly raised her hand at the last moment and then placed her hand on her neck to describe it. The lust demon gently chained the neck of that master like this. Bitch Hai Hung continued the story without using any force at all. As the high expert's face was filled with a smile and he stopped breathing, she confidently declared that, according to the story, his death was drowned in pleasure and not considered a misfortune. The lesson from this story is very simple. Kyun Gunun interjected, "Don't cause trouble with things like spirits and demons, and that's not just an old story but something that actually happened." The three of them are now standing on a cliff edge observing the zombie horde below. The Jade Aura Masters live in Yangmen. Last year the sex demon came and assassinated them. The crying is now echoing everywhere. Sob sob, Bitch Hyang suddenly slipped down. Most beginners in the martial world are easily confused. Their goal is not to join the martial world, but to reach the pinnacle of power. Her goal in learning martial arts is to achieve eternal life and immortality. She keeps a zombie and whispers to it. "Got it. Bitch Hyang and Kyun Gunun are moving these zombies." She had some difficulty speaking. The 10,000 poisons do not die from poison, but will die from something else. Even those with indestructible bodies won't die from blades or swords, but from other things. She was a bit tired. "Do you understand? A wandering swordsman simply does not choose the familiar martial arts." Kunan, exhausted from standing beside him, gasped as he laid down the corpse, while Bitch Hyang coldly spoke again. When choosing to live in a place without people, that is also the person who has chosen death for themselves. Then the two of them focused again on their task of moving the zombies. "People will die someday. We all know that. Do you feel resentful when you think about your own death?" She looks at those zombies, her voice filled with deep sadness. "But we do not wish to die like that." Kyun grits his teeth and endures the exhaustion, continuing to move the zombies. Dying from an assassination or poison, or falling into the hands of bandits and being besieged and attacked, being struck down by a Shaolin monk is also acceptable. Bitch Hyen frowned and moved the remaining zombies, ideally dying during the peak of their martial arts breakthrough. "That's why we cannot accept this kind of death." Gong, listening to their words, seemed to realize something. "That is why we have been able to hold on until now." Both Kyun Gunun confidently assert that we do not want to die in ways we do not desire, but everything happens naturally. You remember that Kim Soo's impersonator once said, "Although the cause of death is the same, The times of death are different. I see no signs of movement. Now that the sun is high, they are discussing. Very few people have survived until today. Few people have survived to this day. Last night was a bright moonlit night. Although not as bright as the sun, the moonlight is also made of calcium. It is a code, she said cautiously. Now we fight without horses. Snow falls as Kyungunun screams. Dongpi Murim will never be defeated so easily. Bitch Hyang also retorted that the final fate of the main school will be swallowed by the dead. Everyone is about to die. The old man, refusing to submit, continued saying, if we are truly defeated, we should only die at the hands of the most evil wizard. She also decided to stand firm in her beliefs. If the main school disappears, it will only be because of division and factionalism. The two suddenly bow to each other, and the files on 5 generations have disappeared. All the secretaries who were dismissed without pay, even though no one read them. But this world still exists because there are still 2 people who haven't died yet, Kyun said cautiously. The leader of the martial world's southern palace, the head of the Tai Thuong family, Nam Kung Van, all are martial world people. Even if the world has billions of people, and 99.9% die from the plague. Bitch Hyang also said, birth seal, death seal, and the last person in the world to commit suicide, their death in the game is also self-destruction. This is a battle to explore the state of this world, life and death decision. What is written in the death notice that Kyun wonders about in question 990? She responds immediately to life and death. The old man angrily shouts, this is unacceptable. The two of them kept fighting each other, with Kyun Gun pinching her cheek without caring about beauty or preciousness. Humankind is in danger, and the world is decaying. Gong looks at them fighting without knowing what to do. The end of the world is approaching in 990 days, and he couldn't help but say, this cannot be believed by the Gong family. It can't be like this. The argument still rages on as they fight each other. It's not right. This can't happen like this. They stare at each other with intense determination, and in the eyes of the swordsman, this is a magnificent battle. But no matter how skilled the technique, it still looks like a joke. Old Spirit asked instinctively, what are you going to do? Are you going to kill Tian Kuai and then the leader of the martial world? He sighed helplessly and continued, it's a divine punishment, but that doesn't mean it's easy. The Gong family listened carefully to his words, but he couldn't change the fact that we are just strangers. After a moment, he also spoke up, I know that's not what we want. He looked at the two fighting in front of Hakyet Tam. There are people who just want to die at the hands of someone they desire. I will control this world in my own way. I don't know how much time has passed. The sun has gradually set behind the mountain. A voice echoed. It's getting dark now. It's winter now, and the days pass quickly. They just head back talking as they go. I will make a definite decision tomorrow on who will speak. Moon has been stationed in the cave for a long time, and he coldly asks, where have you been? The alchemist honestly said, I am treating a patient. I was in a hurry yesterday. Gongja heard it too and asked if there was any progress. The medicine king sighed and said nothing. Bitch Hyang turned and left, saying, I will leave here for a while. Feel free to go. Is it okay for Gong family to agree right away? Goodbye. He turned back with a much colder tone. Now go ahead and say everything. The fake Kim master was a bit surprised. Huh? The Gong family has already exposed the other person's lie. She knows how much time is needed to treat the patient. She took off her glasses, sighed, and said, all right then. Honestly, she truly meant it. At least 120 days. The medicine king also interrupts and repeats it 2 or 3 times before it succeeds. That's a huge waste of time. By the time it succeeds, it's already too late. The alchemist also admits he's right. That's the worst case scenario they've ever faced. Gongja pondered and said, at least 100 days and at most 300 days. She apologized, saying, you're right, it might not even be possible because the facilities are too poor. Sorry, I trusted you so much. She continued. Even if the gods are alive, it will still be an ordinary world 10 days before the biannual activities, and it's very difficult to heal in a short time. But Gongja said, no, that's enough. He smiled reassuringly. Don't worry, I will manage the timing. Rest assured, continue your research. He asked, do you remember what we said to each other when we first fell into this world? The alchemist immediately reported that it is a different world, not an ordinary book. We are here to save the world, right? Gongja firmly declared, and what I said to her will not change. Time is limited before the end of the world. If we want to get out of here, we must finish this research, so stop wasting time on useless things. He spoke seriously, saying, I will do my best to meet your expectations and trust, so you must also fulfill your responsibilities as a superior. Jukimsu also listened carefully and replied, stop thinking about it. Gongji is already reaching out his hand. Jukimsu took his hand. Yes, I will try my best to handle everything on my own. Future Master Luong Hu, trust me and just do it. The alchemist smiles confidently. Trust me and leave this to me. If it weren't for the King of Death right now, I might still be in my shop in the slums. Honestly, I can't believe it has come to this. She said very seriously, I want to repay the kindness of the King of Death. I will devote all my strength to developing the healing medicine. However, the alchemist reached out to the gong and said, if I focus too much on my work, I might completely overlook my surroundings. I probably wouldn't behave properly. So he didn't think twice and responded immediately. No problem, just give it your all. The alchemist adjusted his glasses and continued. I understand. From now on, Duok Vuong, you will be my assistant and support me with all your abilities. After hearing that, Duok Vuong was quite angry, and his assistant shouted loudly, this is the first time I've seen someone so rude. Let me splash some cold water on you to wake you up. Where does a kid who hasn't even wiped his nose get off telling me I have to be his assistant? But the alchemist paid no mind and coldly ordered to activate the skill. The Poison King was even more enraged by her attitude. What are you trying to show off your skills to me for? These days, kids just think having skills means they can do whatever they want. Not knowing anything is truly the ability of kids like that. The fake alchemist also arrogantly responded. Can you take a look at my skills? What are you so surprised about, huh? Revealing all of your skills to your competitors. The Medicine King questions her. Are you still alert? The alchemist responds without hesitation. If not, I will show you what they do. She begins to introduce, this skill is a mobile hospital. With this skill, I can examine everything from blood to brainwave patterns. With the information collected, I might be able to develop an antidote. However, the chance of a misdiagnosis is 2%. This is a life-saving diagnostic skill that can determine the patient's condition through a small sample. I combined these two skills to minimize the chances of misdiagnosis. Suddenly, at this moment, the Medicine King interrupted. Wait, you lost your temper and scolded. Why are you showing me your skills? What if I sell this information to others in the industry or Kim the alchemist? The alchemist calmly replied, if you want to do that, then you must be my assistant for this potion. The Drug King still stubbornly refused to accept. No, why are you telling me this? You said you didn't care, but you want to speed up the antidote creation, so you need my help. The alchemist leaned in close and asked, do I look so hateful to you? She now appeared strangely calm. You got angry because of the annoying appearance and arrogant attitude of a kid. You were upset about my talent. The Potion King also clenched his teeth as he listened to her words. Because I will be the one to live longer than him in the future. Did that truth make you so angry that you sparked electricity or went crazy? Alchemist is not afraid to make a deal. If you help me this time, I will give you all the formulas for the medicines I have created. I created them without telling anyone. King of Medicine, take them and use them. But as she finished speaking, a slap like thunder struck her face, and immediately, Jia Kim Su's glasses flew far away. Vuong, angry and red-faced, scolded and supported the medicine. The alchemist picked up his glasses and calmly said, I will analyze the zombie virus. Master Alchemist still held his ground, saying, you will see that there is always a higher mountain. King of Medicine, do as I say. He couldn't take it anymore and shouted. Because her pride has been trampled on, it will inevitably rot from within someday. She still tries to persuade. King of Medicine, please follow my instructions. I will provide you with a list of necessary items. Find them and bring them here for me. He pointed at her and then spoke. One day she will also meet someone better than her. The alchemist said nothing and just looked at him. After a while, the alchemist put on gloves and said, Dukvuong, sorry, but please follow what is written here. She gently reminded, Tuvuong, be careful with your breath. It's hindering my work. The Medicine King said while taking notes, catch 6 zombies on the way back and bring them here. I need more samples, including children, the elderly, and young people of different genders. Gongja listened seriously to the instructions. And if you find the medicine, I want you to bring it back here. Trust me. Then everyone started leaving the cave to search. Another mark was carved onto the wall. Kyun Gun looked at the scene ahead, feeling discouraged because his body hadn't been cooperating lately, and he felt quite exhausted. I don't know how far these corpses can go today. Maybe 1,000 miles? Keep moving and don't rest. Another day has passed, and yet another mark appears on the wall. They are constantly fighting against the undead. I don't know which mark has been added to the wall now. They brought back countless types of monsters to the cave. Another day has passed with another mark on the wall. When Gong went out to bring back the zombies, the fake Kim Su and the others were studying something. Time kept passing, and since entering the Book of Revelation, they had been working tirelessly while everyone else was resting. Time flew by quickly, and a week had already gone by. Outside, the heavy snow falling makes everyone feel discouraged. Beach Hyang looked at the sky and sighed. Probably won't be able to go out today. She turned to light a candle. Never thought there would be a day like this. Luckily, the weather has been clear lately. At worst, it snows for about 30 days, and without sunlight, she couldn't move an inch. Gong family immediately wondered, so the zombies will move then? Is that safe? You can't summon zombies if you go too far away, she replied helplessly. There's nothing more we can do, so it's like we lost them. Bitch Hai Hang calmly recounts, just 3 years ago, our group's strength had already reached 1,000 people. The new recruits brought in by the old men from the main faction are about that level. Yet when they escaped, the zombies all disappeared without a trace. Gong instinctively said, that one is the most terrifying. She listened and felt extremely confused. She quietly listens as he wakes up, and by the time the moon has waned, she wonders when these remaining zombies will also disappear. Are you saying that I am the one feeling scared? You don't mind admitting it? Yes, I suppose that's the case. She stood up and said, the world has finally been overthrown. Anyone who dared to bark like that before would no longer have a head. When this world collapses, you should see it as a blessing. Gong family avoids and turns away. Master Tianma and the leader are both experts. Comparing themselves to me would be too modest because your achievements in martial arts are truly remarkable. Your voice still echoes like that, but even for a master, internal energy isn't limitless. Gong family didn't hesitate to ask, when will the internal energy disappear? You're using internal energy to stop the bleeding in this ancient life, right? Bitch Hyang closed her eyes, listening carefully. The person speaking's heartbeat, breathing, and even their hands all need to be powered by internal energy to move, and no matter how strong their internal energy is, it will eventually run out due to such wastefulness. Gongja firmly states that everyone will die eventually. Let me ask you, Heavenly Demon, when will your internal energy run out? You're quick and quiet, aren't you? Tu Vuong Gongjia doesn't mind raising his voice. There aren't many days left, right? But the opponent advised not to act so tough. Tu Vuong is truly incredibly clever. From then on, he concluded that the reason behind Tianma that Luke Diet Vong is surprisingly simple. Gong family slowly said that once the internal energy is gone, those two will gradually be unable to move. Beach Hyang also admitted. That's right, she slowly channels her internal energy, causing her kidneys, lungs, dantian, and other organs to rot away, leaving only the 3 main parts. Anyway, I have experienced a year with the flower monks of Shaolin Temple. She approached a nearby corpse of a monk, a flower monk, a monk who broke his vows, who had drunk wine and eaten meat, fearing others wouldn't know he was a flower monk or something, pretending to be dead. Beach Hai Hang looked at the person in front of her and said with a heavy heart, if she took off that face, it would be no different from a zombie because the whole body was already decayed. Amitabha, he just pointed to that last will and then died. She didn't wait for your reply and asked if I was afraid. Yes, I am indeed afraid. I'm afraid that my internal energy will gradually drain away, that my vital force will run out. The snowstorm outside seems to echo Bitch Kiang's feelings. I fear that just like a snowstorm, I won't be able to see the sunlight anymore, and I worry that under that clear blue sky I will have to witness my subordinates one by one depart. She was unafraid to reveal her feelings, fearing not only that she might fail to kill that old man, but also that he would come back to kill her. I fear the day when both he and I can only lie still on the bed, unable to move. Bitch Hyang looked at Kunun, her mind racing, fearing even more that both she and the old man would end up lying in bed, only able to wait until their internal energy was completely drained and vanished. She softly called out, "You bastard." Kungun replied softly, "I'm sorry." He cried and turned back, saying, "I probably won't be able to move anymore." She remained silent, just thinking about herself and this entire world. I am just as scared. The sound of their sobs and apologies keeps echoing. I'm very sorry. Bitch Hyang stands in the snow and shares her feelings. I fear that death is meaningless. Outside, the snowstorm continues to fall as if reflecting her feelings, and even her struggle to the very end feels like it was all in vain. The two quietly disappeared, leaving only falling snow and a colorless landscape like a painting. Currently, Kunun is being examined by the fake Kim Soo. After a moment, she helplessly said, "I am sorry, but given the current situation, I cannot treat him." Bihyang still refused to give up. She ordered Kunun to stand up. He can only weakly speak now, saying, "Sorry for me, but she remains stubborn. What I want is not your apology. Stand up, the male leader of the martial world. You no longer seem to have the same commanding presence as before. Are you not going to fulfill the promise you made to me? You are the one who raised the banner of righteousness for the righteous martial world and declared a confrontation with the demonic sect. Are all those words just boast?" Bitch Hyan's voice is filled with helplessness. Weren't you the one who gathered the 5 clans and planned the decisive battle? Therefore, you cannot die in a hospital bed. At this moment, a strange black smoke emanates from her body as she stands up and takes up her weapon. Her aura surprised the Gong family members, and you don't need to wield a spear or any sharp weapon. The fake gold master couldn't help but shout out, "Dear heavens, Beach Hyang still refuses to give up. A whip or a branch will do, just take it and fight against me." Kyun-gun now could only sigh and say, I am sorry. Bitch Hyang screamed wildly. I told you to stand up, demon ancestor, but all I got in return was the other person's apology. I am sorry for being weaker. He lay there gasping and said, I wish I could endure one more day, but I can't. I feel that I am using primordial true energy, all internal energy has vanished, and my chui is depleted. If it were you, you might hold on for about another year, but I can only go this far. Kyun-gun resignedly said, I am weaker than you, kill me. Kyun's voice was full of bitterness. I don't want to be like the abbot of Shaolin. Kill me before my body rots away. If I become a zombie, even if I stand before you, that won't be me. I am alive, but not truly alive. So Beach Hien cut him off before he could finish, saying, You accuse me of killing people while you are lying in a hospital bed. She clenched her fists and asked, So, that's what you want to say now? Her anger has filled the cave with demonic energy. So is this the end of the great battle we agreed upon? Let's say that you and I reached our end a bit earlier because of some kind of honor you've been enduring all this time. Beach Hyang kept blaming. If I gather everyone from my sect and the righteous faction and order a collective self-destruction to experience that glory, you truly are a stubborn person. Nam Kyun, you have been a once-in-a-millennium genius since birth and have earned the admiration and envy of the entire martial world. By the age of 20, he reached the highest realm, and before 30, he became the head of the Nam Kyun family. As the era of the demonic path flourished, he was acclaimed as the leader. Bitch Hien still speaks drunkenly, but the other party did not reply. You hold all the essence of the martial world's factions, and all the principles of the righteous path are set by you. Do you want me to gently take your head with my demonic hand? She angrily stood up. All right, I will kill you, but you won't die the way you want. Bitch Hyang's demonic aura is too strong, so everyone finds it uncomfortable. Beware. Suddenly, a huge axe appeared in her hand, and she pointed it directly at Kyun-gun. Old man of the Nam Kyun family, the thing you valued most. Okay, Boon, I still haven't forgotten about that. He turned to look at her, his voice strained. You tell me. The martial union. The union has lost its martial spirit. You said that, so just kill me as you wish. It seems Kyun has truly let go, and everything will end with the fall of the righteous martial world. It was the leader of the martial world who made the request and acknowledged the end of the righteous sect, and moreover, the head of the martial world also lost his life due to his own illness. The leader of the demonic sect declared so. Bihai Hong screamed wildly. Admit your defeat quickly. He helplessly said, I can't. Kyun-gun kept crying, I can't say that. Sorry, bitch Kyang. At this moment, she has taken up her weapon and is approaching him. Sorry to you. Bitch Hyang said that because you said if someone turns into a zombie, living is not really living, so it doesn't matter anyway. But the spear just fell right next to Kunun. Bitch Hien coldly declares, You are not truly dead even if you die now. Before leaving, she adds, living but not really living. Dying but not truly dying, so what makes you different? I see no difference at all. She looks up at the sky with a sad expression. Truly pointless. Everyone went to check on him, and this world will all become nothing. On the morning of the 9th day, as they entered Ma Kai Huyen, the martial arts hero was on the brink of death. At this moment, an excited voice rang out. You've received the precious sample. The alchemist looked at Kun-gun stiff beside him. Zombies infected for nearly 10 years only show a limited level of virus analysis. Thanks to this sample, we can observe the infection process in a short time. She handed Gong a report indicating that after death, it's not immediate infection. There seems to be a certain period during which the subject remains conscious. It probably takes time for the virus to fully invade the brain. This is the revised research result. The drug king was annoyed and said, I don't know if that girl is good at making medicine or not, but the boss explained that she doesn't even understand what that thing is. What does she think she's proud of? The alchemist also spoke up, saying, Even after giving my all in the research, I still can't create the medicine for you. Gongja asked, Are you short on time? She nodded in response. Yes, at least 90 days, and up to 120 days at most. Suddenly, Kyun's body made a noise, frightening her, as he kept crying out in pain non-stop. Bitch Hai Hang walks in from outside and sighs in pity. She places her sword against his neck and says, So this is what people become when they shed that shell? You look no different from a scavenger. Keep eating until your body can no longer move. Just die like that. As if martial arts forget the alliance, but the alliance then loses those very martial arts. Bitch Hyang thrust her hand directly into the opponent's mouth. Eat. Mun was terrified and about to rush forward. What are you doing? If you do that, you'll also become a zombie. Gong Ra immediately stepped in to stop her. Don't come any closer. Suddenly, a purple light emanated from Bitch Hyang. She slowly took the voice. It was already over. Her hand is now completely black. She collapses with a cry, then lifts her face and laughs maniacally. Old Spirit reminds Gong to be careful of the zombies. The demonic energy created by Bitch Hong engulfed the entire cave. The Old Spirit immediately recognized it. "Let's burn everything down." Bitch Hang smiled strangely and said to them, "Excellent, charge in together and let's duel with swords." She didn't hesitate to swing her sword and shout loudly, "Get ready to die." Gong Ra saw the situation was dire and urged everyone to run. Duok Vuong was instantly beheaded by her. Mun only managed to curse out loud before fleeing. That damn Old Spirit is sticking close to Gong Ra, and they can't help but marvel. He's truly gone mad. He witnessed everything. Bitch Hyang fighting fiercely with Mu Noon, surpassing the demon realm, probably because his internal energy and Xi erupted one last time before disappearing. Maybe for now, we're temporarily entering the boundary between life and death. Even at our peak, I might lose 4 out of 10 fights. Bitch Hyen frantically swings her sword in all directions. I will make this world fall into suffering. The mountain of martial arts is burning to ashes. This world must be drowned in hatred. Her insane voice kept echoing like that. The demon sect is the sky of the martial world, and I am the sky of the demon sect. You have no right to discuss the heavenly secret sect. The sect shouted loudly, "Death King, quickly have the alchemist escape." The Gong family took the alchemist and left, still hearing Bi Xiang's voice. "People like you are truly worthless. Those stupid righteous people. Where have Nam Kyun Gunun and Nam Kyun Gun gone?" The alchemist can only helplessly watch the scene inside the cave. In this martial world, the forests are dense and the skies are high. Are there really no one capable of blocking my sword? Prince Tu, quickly bring Nam Kyun here for me. I didn't realize Bi Hyang had been standing right behind you all along. Fake alchemist, step into Gong Ra's embrace. Your Majesty the Prince, I believe in you. As soon as she finished speaking, the system announced that you had died. After the slash, blood splattered everywhere. Death that leaves no sound, no trace, and no scent. In the cold snowstorm, only Bitch Hyang remained standing there. That person in this dark world, their black fate is buried in the white snow. That's all there is. Death for me is not the end. She just stood there alone, with no one by her side, turning back time to search for her own world now. Thick snow was falling, covering the entire sky. The footprints keep imprinting on the snow, as a girl stands alone beneath the falling snow. The girl kept watching the figure in front of her gradually disappear. She shouted loudly, "Mom!" But no matter how she called, that person still walked away. In the end, that person cruelly left the girl alone to face the cold, her eyes filled with confusion. And Bitch Hyang knew nothing at all. She kept wondering if her mother had abandoned her or was just using the snowstorm as an excuse to leave more reasonably, or if her mother had truly lost her. The truth is, so Bitch Hyang really knew nothing at all. In another place, Gongja is lying on the floor as a notification appears with a randomly copied line from Bi Qiang. I wonder how long it has been since he woke up and asked if he had already learned all the information about the alchemist. Old Spirit hesitated but then roughly agreed and continued. You need to learn so that my information and yours match perfectly. We should have checked each other to avoid forgetting. Gongjia also had to accept it. But fine, go ahead, the boy said with a suggestion in his voice. So now you should choose your skill, right? Elder Spirit heard that and reached out to take a skill card. He's starting to consider. What about this one? The information on the card quickly appears as well. Mathan Kongdanj AC is an effective demonic sect. They not only hate and curse the principles of heaven, but also establish a pope and create a new doctrine. The demon heavenly divine technique is the essence of that doctrine. Those who master it can turn the world upside down. To master the techniques of this martial art, one must harbor deep hatred and resentment. The more you curse and despise the world, the more the sky will fade. If you master the secret technique of this martial art, you will become a heavenly demon and be able to overturn the sky. However, the weakness of practicing this technique will cause the practitioner to lose themselves. Gongjia was somewhat surprised and widened his eyes upon hearing this. Ma Tinyu asked doubtfully, so that's the martial art we saw earlier, right? Elder Tin Lin nods in confirmation. This is indeed the true demonic technique. He crossed his arms and said, in the end, whether it's martial arts or formations, it all depends on how we deal with this world. Master Gong asked how to handle the current situation, and Elder Tin Lin replied, yes. Then he began to explain that righteous sects want to go along with the world, while demonic sects want the world to burn. So, martial artists from righteous sects always use harmony with the world as a way to refine themselves, while those from demonic sects use the excuse of overthrowing the world to create bloodshed. He assumed a stance to swing his sword and continued, let me give you a simple example. Then, without a word, he struck down, and a sudden surge of aura appeared as if a beast was waiting. The attack from the old spirit points straight at Gongja. If the move is executed from above the head downward, in some sects it is called the charging tiger stance, known as the tiger strike sword technique. He slightly looked down on them and said, "It doesn't matter if it's a tiger or a cow because the techniques will differ depending on the secret manual created by the person." They realized what was important during the creation of that martial art. In short, whether it's a tiger or a cow, the most important thing is to replicate the technique. At this moment, Gongja, exhausted, knelt down and thought to himself that everything in this world is created from its own nature. It turns out that going with the flow of nature has such meaning. The old spirit continued speaking, saying, "In the demon sect, when they teach techniques, they say it like this." With an angry face, he delivered a powerful strike and said, "Remember the rage you felt when the thief stabbed you in the stomach." Old Spirit Ling continued to demonstrate several fighting moves. "Remember when your younger sister was taken away by the magistrate? Hold on to that helpless moment of yours. Remember the night you had to wait outside all night, only to find her body later." Then he lifted his leg, the silhouette clearly visible on the wall. "Try to recall the scene where you buried your sister's body. At that time it was winter and the ground was frozen and unbreakable, so you had to use your hands to turn it over." His voice grew more furious, then his nails tore out, blood streaming down, and finally he couldn't dig anymore, only able to cover your sister's body with dirt in that less than a meter deep hole. Finally he uttered, "Remember the feeling when you touched that pile of dirt, then take that hand and grasp the sword, lament your helplessness and use it to curse this cruel world." Gong was captivated by those words and involuntarily continued, "Use your hands to tear apart the world." The old spirit gently replied, "Yes." He spoke again, saying that the mental technique used with internal energy is a method to awaken and stimulate the human mind. Whether you are a hunter or a tyrant, victory or defeat depends solely on how you use your internal energy. Every word of the old spirit makes him think. Simply put, it's just about the aura. But demonic arts always have a more overwhelming aura. In the end, you don't need to learn about zombies. When he finished speaking, the Gong family suddenly said, "I want to learn." This made him so confused he stammered, Huh. So I said it again because I saw it that way. I told you I want to learn." He was so angry he couldn't hold back, pointing in your face and shouting, "Don't tell me you're hypnotized by those crazy sword techniques or something. You must be going crazy. It's just her last burst of energy to temporarily enter the death zone boundary." It seems those words still couldn't reach you. It's just a temporary burst of anger energy. Zombie? Since ancient times, the elders have taught us not to be fooled by fake chi energy. Compared to my martial arts, that demonic technique is just trash. Gongja confidently asked, "Do you feel tired now, trying to learn martial arts from others instead of from me?" Old Spirit shouted in confusion. "What do you mean?" "Don't worry, after all our swordsman is the #1 martial artist in the world." "I don't know about that." "I heard you're planning to learn the demon heavenly god technique." Elder Spirit couldn't help but chuckle at that. "Oh, I am the strongest after all. By the way, when you say you want to learn the divine techniques of the demon sect, what exactly do you mean?" Gong family chuckled cunningly and said, "This time I want to conquer the stage perfectly." Then he continued, "Because I have developed a medicine to treat injuries. Even if I save the 2 people, it's still saving them. But they have been dead for 2 years. I cannot treat or bring them back to health. So what will be the outcome then? Martial world, the demon lord and the heavenly demon will become Adam and Eve. Do you really think that's a good ending?" Old Spirit was left speechless by what you said, only stammering a little. "No, that's not it. Just thinking about the scene where they live peacefully and happily makes my mood turn extremely bad." The Gong family took out a card and said, "Creating medicine is just the first step toward a beautiful ending. Is a truly happy ending one where the characters in the story achieve their wishes? You didn't hesitate to express your own desire. I want to create an absolutely perfect ending for the heavenly demon and the martial world leader." Then the system announced that the choice was complete and copied the skill. The notification keeps ringing, your hunter rank is D, and the punishment from the skill appears. Meanwhile, the Gong family keeps thinking, of course this won't end here. The nightmare of the heavenly demon, this is yet another hell he must overcome. The system gradually displays information, replaying the wounds of the enemy who killed his friend, with a medium level of punishment. At that moment, he suddenly thought he might have a chance to calmly talk about this. Finally, a location notification from the system revealed it was the demon's spirit path. Mun stood in the snowstorm, unable to bear it, and shouted, "It's so cold!" Suddenly, a voice from someone else rang out, surprising the alchemist. "Is that Siberia? An entire frozen wasteland?" "Si." She turned back and smiled, saying to Gongja, "Thank you, Prince Z." He calmly replied, "This is obvious, no need to worry. Heavenly Martial Sect leader, please arrange for the Medicine King." The fake gold master replied immediately, still trusting, and said, "But Gong family remembered something." "Yes, that's right." You pointed ahead and said, "I just saw a figure pass by there a moment ago." Monmon looked confused after hearing that. "What? What happened to these people? Why is everyone here frozen stiff?" Gongja said his thoughts out loud. "I think they're zombies." Everyone was startled and shouted after hearing that. "What do you mean?" You stay calm and signal, "Look at this." You point to the mouth of a zombie, showing the meat on its teeth. This bite mark definitely looks like it belongs to some kind of animal. The alchemist immediately begins to examine it. This is the truth. The DNA of the owner of this body and the meat in his mouth do not match. This is definitely someone else's. The time of death for this body was about 3 years ago, and the flesh was added 2 years ago. It's hard to imagine, but I think this corpse came back to life and moved about a year ago. Poison King stood there trembling as he spoke. I really hate things like monsters that appear in horror movies. Just try to do something. Gong secretly thought to himself, well, the pacing here is much faster than in the previous episodes. Then you said, "Duok Vuong, I have a miraculous skill. Remember your conversation with the old spirit. What is the second page of my fake medicine notebook again?" The old spirit impatiently said, "Just wait and see. The cell reaction experiment results." He thought for a moment and said, "If you analyze that skill carefully, the alchemist might have come up with something too." She couldn't help but say, "That's too exaggerated. This is a perfect research method with no flaws, just like what I did. But Tu Vung is completely different from mine, really exaggerated." Gongja smiled brightly, thinking to himself, this person is considered a military family kid, a scholar's background, very arrogant. Drug King impatiently said, "Luckily the research time will be shortened anyway. I also want to stay away from those zombies over there a bit. Shall we move to a warmer place?" Suddenly a voice echoed through the white snowstorm. "The Demon Sex Prince will also meet his end today." That person is Beach Hyung. Hearing this, she laughed out loud. "Ah," she said in a calm voice, "what a ridiculous story. I'm so scared. Kyungun said even your highness was that frightened." She didn't care and laughed, saying that I would still leave the demon sex world intact. "Now, you miserable bastard, say your farewell to the righteous martial world." The Gong family witnessed the entire scene and thought to themselves, she is the strongest woman in this world. Just look at the person in front of you and realize that it is for this reason that she survived alone. In the most tragic sense, she is a martial artist who achieved the impossible, reigning supreme above all. Bai Hai Hong saw your puzzled expression and asked, "Who are you?" "I am a traveler from a distant place and have long sought out the reputation of His Highness, the Heavenly Demon. I have heard of the fame of the world's #1 ancient sword, and I am a passionate admirer. I don't know how long it will take from now on, but your voice becomes incredibly firm. Please, Lord Heavenly Demon, accept me as your disciple." Amidst the endless white snow and swirling snow dust in the freezing wind, Bich Hyang lies alone, the only life in this icy wasteland. Even though her body felt the cold biting through her flesh, the girl showed no expression at all, only indifferently thinking to herself, "It's so cold." In such a harsh and barren land, she couldn't hear or see anyone, nor smell anything. Bich Hyang could feel that even her internal organs might be frozen solid. At times like these, everyone would instinctively think of someone who can warm them up. "Mom, I'm so cold." At this moment, a hole filled with divine light suddenly appeared in the usually gray sky, gradually enlarging and dispersing the fog. An old figure with white hair stands against the light, observing, "Oh, wow." The elder bowed his head, carefully assessing Bich Hyang as she was about to lose consciousness. "It's strange. It's been over 10 days of snow, with snow reaching 1.5 meters, yet a child like this could still survive." He quickly took the girl's hand and helped her to her feet, then suddenly made a cryptic remark, "You are not an ordinary child." With his extensive experience, the elder could tell that you were born amidst the snow. The coldness of this world will become your strength. A child covered in protective snow, yet able to rise again, like this is truly rare, just like characters from martial arts stories. Then he asked about the identity of Bi Qiang. "What is your name?" But at that moment, the girl had no memories left in her mind. "I don't know." The elder didn't give up and kept leading the way while probing. "How old are you?" The girl still used her previous words. "I don't know." He continued again. "Why are you here in this place of wind and snow?" But the answer I receive is always the same. "I don't know." In the end, the elder concluded, "You don't remember anything at all, do you?" Poor girl, abandoned in a place like this, but you have the qualities to learn martial arts, and the wise man of Back High will be very pleased to accept you for 1 billion gold coins. truly fate. He gently stroked her head and invited her, but he wondered whether she would become the pride of the academy or if this academy would be her opportunity. Are you willing to follow me? Seeing that Bitch Hyang had no reaction, the elder focused on what the girl needed most right now. I will let you escape to eat and sleep properly. As expected, the girl immediately nodded without hesitation. Although Beach Hyang was very reserved, he still kept talking to her. None of them can smell anything. They have no name or hometown. They were probably born from the cold snow. A purple butterfly never seen before appeared in the sky, as if signaling a new beginning. I will give you my name. From now on, you will be Big Hyang, meaning the flavor of white snow. The elder added one more thing, that she is a disciple of the demon sect, and until now Bitch Hyang is only now asking her first question to the kind stranger who fell from the sky. Where are you taking me? You only revealed that it's a place with children like me. And now Bitch Hyang of the present has a completely different, powerful aura compared to the past. Impossible. She firmly denied in front of the Gong family, who was kneeling obediently. I have never had disciples, and no matter how much I play around, my principles will never change. That damn disciple. Even Kyun Gun standing outside can't help but feel disappointed. As the Prince of Death, I am too lenient. I am very glad to see that the children are still alive. They have overcome countless hardships just to become her disciples. The old friend sincerely advises her. Do we really need to be so strict? Beach Hang sat down and steadied her emotions, saying they also have good intentions. But her stubbornness had become so ingrained that she was beyond saving. But rules are rules. Not everyone can become a disciple. The academy can't just do things randomly. Only children abandoned by their parents and the world are allowed to join the demon sect. Elder Siet clenched his fist in frustration. People keep calling us old-fashioned, but it seems someone else is even more stubborn. So instead of trying to convince her, the old man shifted his focus to Gong Ra. Kid, since she already said that, why don't you forget about those petty little demons? I am Kyun Gun from the Great Southern Kyun sect. I am the head of the Dasong clan and the sect master of Chinhnia. If you become my disciple, I was cut off before I could finish speaking. Why didn't the heavenly demon accept me as his disciple? Kyun Gun immediately rushed forward and froze in place for a few seconds. That guy ignoring me? Bitch Hyang stood firm in his beliefs. Didn't I already say, I only accept children abandoned by their families into this world? Despite being rejected many times, he still tries to persuade the other side. This world has already changed. Because of a strange disease, everyone turned it into a zombie law. The clans and martial arts sects gradually faded away. Gong family's expression also darkened, matching the melancholic tone. This world has abandoned us, so we must abandon it in return. Whether you accept it or not, he thought silently. And besides, I am just a hunter climbing that tower like a lonely child. Then I will ask Bitch Hyang for her opinion. If so, have I met your conditions? Heavenly demon. She remains emotionless and silent. Gongja felt that admitting she had been abandoned by this world was a bit shameful, but in truth, she had already turned her back on it long ago. Only later did she give him her only chance to prove himself. All right, if you're so confident, show me your 3-ha sword. Bi Huang looked down at Gongja with a cold gaze. I must personally check if you're worthy of studying here. You don't look much different from an empty barrel making noise. You quickly bow in greeting, grasping the hilt of your sword. Thank you for the opportunity. As Gong Ra Root Ngao Tuong, the system immediately notifies that your skill is being activated, and around you, red lightning flashes appear. Then, your aura suddenly changes to a more dangerous presence, with the dark shadows swirling around. His eyes still glowed with a bloodthirsty red, as the second notification appeared. The Hellfire Demon technique is being activated. Gongo raised his sword and closed his eyes, sensing the shapes of the sword and imagining countless moves in his mind. But that's all. He still couldn't fully understand the hellish Heavenly Dao demonic technique. He realized that if he kept showing off his swordsmanship, his body would just tear apart like a flock of sparrows chasing after a blade. Gong suddenly remembered the old fairy's warning about your helplessness and blamed the cruelty of this world. When he opened his eyes, his pupils revealed sharpness and determination. If they are to be torn apart anyway, they might as well be torn properly. Someone once taught you that if you try to destroy this world, it's like heresy. That's why heretics nail spikes into their bodies to tear this world apart. Gong Ra is the only one who can hear the screams around him. Please, Your Excellency, save me. It's too hot. I want to live a little longer. As you practice the hellish evil technique, your mind has changed a bit. The chaotic sounds and bloody images keep appearing. Burn the witch's lair. Instead of nails, the essence of the evil sect is screams. Despair covers all of you, and you do not see us as people swallowed by your own treachery. The lotus blooms with sounds of anger and agitation. Speak up. War has forgotten the spirit of martial arts, and the spirit of martial arts has forgotten war. If you say that, I will kill you as you wish. Gongja already understood that no matter how profound the three-character classic is, it cannot surpass the screams of the lowest humans. No matter how perfect the yin and yang are, the world born from them is full of suffering. Kyun is so overwhelmed that he loses control. Madhu. That sword in your hand is the one that contains the world's suffering, sharper than the yin-yang sword, as an elder once said, capable of unleashing a scream, more powerful than a moving sword. Bich Hyang was about to speak to stop, but it was too vague to reach his mind as he was overwhelmed by rising emotions. The deeper the suffering, the louder the scream, the stronger the sword. That is why we are powerful. Only the most suitable survive. That is the principle of the demonic sect. Because of those conditions, the shape of the sword that the heavenly demon used had to be a scream that defies the world. In each move, she whispers again in his ear to stop, but the Gong family still swings their swords non-stop, each strike drawing in deathly aura. The image you remember most is of your master standing silently in the snowstorm, but Tianma screamed in his final move. Bich Hyang couldn't take it anymore and shouted loudly, "I told you to stop." She used her strength to block your sword stance, and her eyes now carried a threatening intent. "Where did you learn the skills of our sect?" Gongja was tense, sweating as he just escaped the wave of emotion and the questioning voice in her ear. "You can't fool my eyes. No matter how chaotic or inexperienced your form is, what you're practicing is definitely the hellish demonic technique of the heavenly path. In this world, only members of the evil sect can learn this skill, but our sect leader has never seen your face." Bich Hyang pushed away the sword and stepped closer. "Tell me, where did you steal it from?" Gong's dry lips struggled to form each word. Even I was stunned to see the relief on his face as he smiled. "Have I proven enough of my worth?" Bich Hyang silently looked on without giving any response. As soon as she turned her back and walked away, his body reached its limit and immediately fainted, accompanied by sounds of concern. "Death King." Two people quickly approached the body and examined it. "He has used too much internal energy. I will transfer my energy to him." As Gongra's gaze still followed her back, a sneering sound suddenly echoed in his ear. Elder Spirit appeared with arms crossed, looking at him with an assessing gaze. "You pushed yourself to the edge of the death abyss by using martial arts beyond your level. Truly reckless. That's why everyone keeps saying you should start practicing from the basics." Seeing that exhausted face, he also shows some respect. Anyway, his figure gradually rose higher, carrying a satisfied smile. "You're not too bad either. The old fairy's conclusion is that this bastard is impressive." Bich Hyang still remembers that day as a white snow covering everything. The elder led the girl to a lively place and told her that this is where she would live from now on. He advised her that whenever she wanted to eat, sleep, or play, she could do so freely. And then the young girl heard Elder Bich Hyang say, "Live the life you want." Not long after, in the dining hall while the children were busy chatting, everyone here was truly wonderful. "They don't make us do anything." The boy suddenly wondered if maybe they kept me as a slave. The girl frowned and scolded immediately. "Are you stupid? I've been here for a year and I've never seen them do that before." The little girl whispered, "Forget about that. Have you greeted the newcomers yet?" The boy replied, "I only met one new person today. There are too many newcomers today." Bich Hyang's spoon trembled slightly as they whispered. "So many newcomers? It's because of the famine this year. Anyway, you're welcome here. You might have starved to death if you still stayed in your hometown." Maybe thinking of something made the girl interrupt the conversation. "You really want to know how you all ended up here?" And that question caught them so off guard, they hesitated for a moment. Then one after another, they said that the work was too hard, that my mother worked in the red light district. "I don't want to talk about it. Why should I tell you?" At night, a group of thieves armed with swords attacked the town. The painful truths kept spilling out. All the villagers suddenly fell ill. My father kept beating me, so I ran away. Because of that, Bich Hyang clearly remembers the jar of loneliness, and her thoughts keep drifting along with the story. "Oh, and I was beaten by my grandfather." The girl realized that when all the poisonous insects were sealed in the jar, the trapped monster would tear everything apart. It would entangle and fight to survive, until only one remained alive. Not only that, but whenever the children open their mouths, poison is released. Are there so many poisons like that in the world? The question made the girl blurt out, Are you happy?" They answered without hesitation, "Yes." That realization made it even clearer to the girl that this place is not heaven. It's just a cage that nurtures loneliness within a person. "The kids keep telling me I don't have to make money for my mother anymore. During the doctor's treatments when I was sick, no one hit me. I was so happy." And then little Bich Hyang watched the elder's back and whispered to herself, "I don't know. Anyway, the darkness must give way to the morning sun." That moment when the sun rises has arrived along with the call. Breakfast is ready. But the person calling out quickly hesitated and called Beach Hyang's name, truly sleeping whenever she wanted and eating whenever she wanted. The girl was absent while the children were noisy. Is someone else missing today? Besides the scorching sun, that tiny figure stood out more than ever. Although the Lord said she could play whenever she wanted, the girl kept diligently working. The girl works hard, confusing everyone. Bitch Hyang is so strange. He always plays with the farmers and doesn't even eat anything. The elder's words always stay with her every day. Live the life you want until the day I come. It's been a long time since we last met. Bik Kang, and she replied, yes, it's been quite a while. Seeing her sitting by the riverbank, he suddenly spoke. I have a few questions for you. Please tell me what you always do. I heard you help the farmers grow and harvest their crops, is that right? The girl replied calmly. Yes, sir. His voice continues to echo. I also heard that you make your own clothes and blankets to wear and cover yourself with. Yes, elder. I really don't quite understand why if I want to, I can live comfortably, even if this place isn't luxurious. This place is called Spring Blossom. Adults will plant and harvest fruit for you. I'm just a child. Why do I have to work so hard? She gently lifts the maple leaf in her hand. The Mo family. They farmed on the lowest hillside. 2 girls were taken away by the magistrate. He said with confusion, you're waiting for her to continue. His son, who worked in the orchard, was called away to build the wall, and his second son was lost while he was away. When he told the magistrate about the injustice, he was accused of plotting rebellion, and even his eldest son was killed. Turns out she is talking about the kind old man from back then. After burying their 2 sons in their hometown, Mr. Choi and his wife dedicated themselves fully to this land. Only then did Bitch Hien release the leaf. The farmers who bring seeds to orphanages like you are all hurt by the world, and not a single one of them has a story of their own that isn't filled with pain. In the end, she concluded that this place is not heaven. They feed and clothe us for free, not because they are fools. The elder then asked cautiously, so what do you think? I never expected you to reveal the truth that they want us to seek revenge on their behalf. She seems to see through everything in the world because of their regrets and anger, because they cannot forgive the authorities and the town that destroyed their lives. They want revenge, but lack the strength. Then she turned to look at him and said, you heard it. They say you have to learn and become a martial arts master when you're young to succeed. These farmers, these people who have grown too old to understand the depths of martial arts, but they can nurture children to learn martial arts. There's one thing she didn't tell her opponent directly. That's the true truth about spring romance. At the headquarters of the evil sect, Bitch Hyang has just revealed the truth. We do not sleep or eat for free. This place exists to absorb the revenge desires across the martial world on their behalf. Although small in stature, her determined figure faced the elder girl calmly, and only after a long moment did he finally call Bitch Hyang. She answered immediately, yes. Her eyes showed no change when he asked if she had anything to say to the world. She remembered the day she was saved when the children were talking, and then admitted it. Yes, I have many things I want to say. The elder listened quietly and then whispered, is that so? I hope it is. A sudden breeze swept by, blowing away his silver hair. If so, the world will have to listen to what he has to say. Right now, he looks incredibly imposing. I am one of the 7 elders of the demon sect. But Bitch Hang only has one question. Is there also a Buddha in hell? He gently bowed and looked at her. If there is a Buddha in hell, what do you think he would do? Without waiting for her reply, he continued Bitch Hyang's words. You have passed the first test. You do not surrender to yourself even when food is abundant and the bed is warm. Therefore, your mind will be very determined. Accept me as your teacher and call me master. A new path seems to be beginning to stretch out beneath her feet. In the future, my sword will resound in a place filled with countless screams of agony. The solemn master-student initiation ceremony took place that day at sunset. Bow your head, my disciple. While the gong was still ringing and he was still dazed, she told him to get up quickly. He could only tremble and reply, I'm sorry, heavenly demon, if you are still here. No matter how hard I try, I really cannot stand up. How is the condition of my head after the impact? You seem to still be stubborn even after waking up, huh? It seems your body is still quite healthy. Before you leave, she also advised you to go to the hot spring, bathe and wash away your worries, cleansing your body and relaxing your mind thoroughly. He nervously blurted out, I'm sorry, but I'll wait at the cave entrance. Even after he got up to take off his shirt, they were still snoring loudly and sleeping soundly. An endless curiosity arose within him. What could they be dreaming of? Finally, he drew a system line. Following that movement, the dream pharmacist suddenly appeared. This is my 100th victory. Maris, and I've also beaten that brat 999 times. The dream belongs to an alchemist just as interesting. That's right, I was right. Honestly, why should I have to explain this obvious thing? People will understand anyway, even if I explain. He's as stupid as ignoring it. No, that's not what I mean. He should have reflected on what I said deep in his mind. As for Mon, it's truly hard to put into words when he keeps laughing maniacally. I think maybe I shouldn't wake them up, especially the last one who is utterly vicious. When you went out, Beach Hyang asked, "Are you clean and fresh now?" You politely replied, "Yes, I have bathed and I am fully alert." Unexpectedly, she told the Gong family directly that I hate smooth-talking people. She spoke like a machine gun, and you are so good at talking. Your tongue really is flexible. I'm worried that your personality might be more like a con artist than a good boy. You silently thought that, waiting until you used your new skills to realize she gave you 2 hearts and thought that only your slick mouth kept him from looking as stupid as he did before washing up. He truly embodies the image of a useless fool in the How society, right up until the moment she orders him to follow her. His head kept circling around that guy. How Mundu, what is it? As she moves, she guides him, saying that if he wants to wear the demonic sex robes, he will have to pass many tests. Although you have successfully proven your identity, that doesn't mean you've passed the test. The first test is, as I suspected, is it true that you think welcoming children, feeding and letting them sleep for free, is an easy and comfortable test? The children who feel satisfied and complacent with these things are truly raised by farmers, artisans, and others, not by the demon sect. She immediately stopped in her tracks as she spoke, but the children who pass this easy test will be recognized as disciples of the demon sect. They will truly learn the art of the demon sect and dark magic. Only then will they be considered to have truly joined the demonic path. Bitch Hai Hang asked cautiously, "How do you know that?" You can only force a smile. I know quite a bit. While you were pondering that I was killed by you, I saw the especially painful memories that hurt you. This makes her sigh softly. Heaven is truly innocent and just. How should I carry out the final connection so that they bring me a demon lord like you? Should I accept this second version of Haomon into the sect? But the old spirit on the side thought, he really has a good eye for people. I wonder if it's because he's a celestial demon or not. If you're truly despicable, you'll lose interest very quickly. But since you only have a strange personality, you won't give up. Those words confuse you. Are they praise or insult? Just take them as praise in times like this. Life is definitely better that way. You're making him so angry. I'm scolding you for your bad behavior. That crow thief is occupying someone else's nest, but they all fell silent when she spoke. Is this okay now? Bitch Hang looked at you seriously. You should be happy. I, who am great, have humbled myself to take you as my disciple. The world of this heavenly demon sect will not refuse a disciple if you meet the conditions. Hearing that, you are overjoyed. Oh, so that's why you emphasized it. But I still haven't officially accepted you as a disciple. Gongja quickly took the opportunity to push forward. Hey, you can't do that. I have climbed over mountains and crossed streams to become your disciple. I have also proven my abilities. What do you mean by saying I am not good enough to be an official disciple when you only explained it? Because first, your words are very suspicious. She almost revealed everything she saw, clearly suspicious that you come from beyond the Great Wall. I also suspect that your claim of having admired me for a long time is true. My intuition tells me that everything seems to be a mess, but your true nature doesn't seem bad, so I'm leaving it be for now. You briefly close your eyes in shock. Why is his intuition so accurate? I didn't expect her to add more. Actually, it's quite strange because you turn out to have a warm heart, which makes it hard to tell right away. Do we really have a chance to be destined for each other? In the end, you asked what the test was. She quickly pointed in that direction. She provided you with information. I threw a Jang down there. It was once a master at Yanghu, one of the most promising figures in the sect. Deal with that Jang. At that time, I will acknowledge you as an official disciple of the sect, but Bitch Hyang's voice suddenly became unusually sharp. Fight when you are hungry. He looked at her blankly. To claim that I am not an official disciple is as fleeting as the wind and clouds. You see her still calmly looking at you, as if you just said you were fighting Yang. But only when hunger is burning your heart can that pain of hunger stand there, with no room for any emotion or thought to affect your clarity. Can you do it? You just need to understand easily that deep down, Heavenly Demon has already been trained as a disciple according to the demon sect's teachings. This person clearly considers herself a disciple. She carefully guides you. Think of the screams and moans full of hunger. Imagine the movements of the arms of those about to die of hunger and plan your attack in your mind. Swinging the sword with the burning hunger in my mind, only then could the heavenly demon magic reveal its true power. Upon hearing that, you immediately drew your sword and questioned what would happen if I only swung my sword out of hunger. She answered seriously, you will be able to cut a man in half with a single sword strike who has never known hunger. Then you will be able to fight half of the righteous side with just one continuous strike. In other words, your claws could scratch the entire world. Then she added, First learn to die of starvation like Asa, then learn to die of dehydration like Gansa. Only when you understand the thirst can you wield your sword to attack those who have never suffered hardship. You will master all 9 sword techniques, and with these skills you will turn the world upside down. So I have to say, that sounds pretty exciting. Your enthusiasm is just right for her to smile brightly. So what are you waiting for? Hurry up, don't fall into hell. As soon as she finished speaking, Gong and his beloved sword immediately shot forward. All right, there are countless types of zombies in the world. Sometimes they are called corpses, but other times they are known as jiangshi. So, is there really a word that fits to describe a zombie? After thinking it over, maybe there is a suitable term for it, probably Hadouken. And the truth proved that if zombies knew martial arts, the human world would surely collapse. Gong ran in fear, but that young man couldn't overcome the power of the zombie. Damn it. While still in the air from the headbutt, he was furious because he couldn't believe what was happening before his eyes. Damn it, this is really crazy. Bitch Hai Hang stands on the cliff scolding him. You're wrong. Don't just swing your sword randomly like that. Didn't I tell you? Think about the famine. Regarding those who died of starvation, if you keep swinging your sword like that, hell magic will be no more than a harmless shell. The speaker always finds it easier to talk than to act, especially when dealing with a novice human apprentice. But I really am not hungry right now, which leaves her helplessly cursing, you fool. After using all 9 orbs and 3 bulls, I finally struggled to escape that purple scythe of death. Today's lesson is balanced between Bitch Kyung's cold voice and the zombie's fierce attacks. Don't you think about the red in your mind even when it's not in front of your eyes? Just because you don't feel hungry now doesn't mean you can't describe what hunger feels like. Both sides compete with martial arts moves on the Snow Temple. If you can't do it, it means you're not used to the feeling of hunger. Your stomach is too full. Those who have learned hell magic must summon their senses themselves. Hook. Bitch Hyang leaned forward to look down clearly, recalling the longest time she had been starving, using all her senses from then until now. Where were you then? What did you want to eat the most? How long did you have to go without food? Hearing that question, you were momentarily stunned, and the longest time you went without eating was about 3 to 4 days. What? Clearly that answer didn't sit well with the teacher. She frowned, implying that the longest time I went without food was only 4 days? That's ridiculous. The world has endured chaos for a long time, and the seasons have worsened. Her questions continue as the duel remains tense. Why did you only go 4 days without food? Unless you're from a noble family outside the city walls and just pretending to be from the central area? Beach Hyang had already let go of it deep inside long ago. Are you not understanding what I am saying? Hunger is the greatest concern because that pain cannot be ignored even for a day, the pain that no one can refuse. People live to soothe their hunger. There is no difference between royalty and the lower classes. This person truly deserves a high position in the martial world because what she knows is not limited to the martial hall. How could you awaken the hellish demon art without knowing this? No, I've been living as a forced level hunter for 10 years and often feel hungry. Every time I buy rice cakes when I was still outside the tower, I only bought the kind that served more than 4 pieces per plate. Do you know? It seems I have overestimated someone from somewhere. She decisively turned around and walked away. Enough. This is my fault. At some moment I hoped. But just as I thought, you're the kind of person who only talks big. When your eyes saw her leave, they were filled with fear. Demon. You look at the precarious cliff and hesitate before calling out to confirm. The demon feels danger approaching quickly with no way out for himself. Wait, I mean not feeling hungry isn't anything special. The hungry zombie's teeth are wide open. Does that kid have any thoughts about the fact that she can't learn martial arts because of him? Huh? Damn it, the outcome is obvious. You were summoned into the outside world while still wearing a terrified face. Absolutely. You truly feel more alive after this mission. Luckily, I'm still alive after all those things. Wow, she teaches you in a very traditional way. Yes, she teaches you complex skills, so it must be right. You didn't even bother to check those cards and immediately revived annoyed. So this is how she will become, huh? The wind and snow howled through some cave as Gongja suddenly sat up from his bed, recalling the conversation from back then. Do you think I would retreat and give up if you act so bravely? Should I be grateful then? With the fiery spirit of a summer night fire, you run out of the cave as if fleeing. You don't seem like it when you look at me, but I am a man with burning determination always. You've awakened, but where are we going? I'm looking for the items needed to get through this stage. You think I can't die from starvation. The spirit elder helplessly hovers behind. We're in trouble. This guy is really nasty. He really is a crazy kid who easily loses control when angry. The tired voice fades silently into the wind. We will keep losing for the next few days. Somewhere in a remote mountain cave, while Gong is meditating, an old spirit suddenly yells right in his face. You crazy fool, he suddenly spoke up in this desperate situation. Are you planning to stay here until you die? That's right, so what? Knowing he couldn't say harsh words to move the crazy one, he turned to beg the zombie. No, Prince, the craziest person in this world. Please, I beg you, I don't care if you're crazed and immersed in training. But what did I do wrong that I have to sit here and watch over you like this? Can't you hear anymore? Stop. I told you you're too noisy, but even so, he's still concerned about your plans. Can I ask you something? How long have you been planning to do this? I have seen the wounds of the celestial demon. This person has not eaten for 111 days and only breathes air to survive, so I will stop within 112 days. The spirit only asked a casual question, but I didn't expect to get hit like that. You bastard, you can't last more than 100 days. Look at the weather now. It's freezing cold. You'll freeze instantly if you have no energy, but how will you keep the energy cycle going for more than 100 days? He's very worried about his reckless student. Besides, Gongja, it won't just be hunger anymore if you keep it up for over 100 days. Have you ever fasted for more than 100 days? If not, then don't say anything else. Gongja asked back, have you ever gone without food? Your question to the old man sounds like a kind of taunt. Then I trained myself to be quicker, as the monks advised when I was young. The first few days I felt like I was dying and coming back to life. But after half a month, I no longer felt hungry at all. It's not about starving, it's just a mental exercise. Again, it's just a mental exercise. Gongja quickly interrupted, and then I had my answer. After fasting for 15 days, I can repeat the 15th day. The plan is bold enough to leave the old spirit stunned. What are you saying? You quietly and slowly share your idea. I will not eat anything for 15 days. I will sustain the hunger until I reach my limit. Then I will commit suicide and be reborn on the 15th day, so that hunger will have no chance to take over. What would happen if I repeated it for 112 days? My energy wouldn't decrease, but I could still prolong my hunger. Hearing this plan, the old spirit muttered angrily, if you're crazy, learn from me. Don't listen to those strange old men. If you need a teacher, just follow me. What's making you so insane? Meditative practice is like awakening a new wisdom within you. I have achieved mastery of hellish magic. The world survives because of questions. Do you know why the heavenly demon feels hopeless about this world? Do you know why this world? Does the demon chronicle end here? The whole world has become empty. I feel it would be pointless to go on living. Remembering the image of that special woman, I don't want the world to be destroyed like that. I don't want the demon lord's story to end like that, with every feature on her emotionless face. Outside, the wind and snow howled fiercely, making it easy to live while denying everything. You recall past memories, talking about unfair possibilities. I am a great person, and I win everything through skill. Others are weaker than me because they are fools. I don't care about those fools. I just need to choose a perfect scene to make myself shine. Beneath the pedestal of glory is always a bloodstained path, regardless of what happens. I mock them, I despise them, I ridicule them. He concentrates his power into a red orb in his hand, looking really cool. He recalls Joshua's annoying face. Mockery isn't child's play. Those who mock are the real children. You remember the image of two guardians greeting each other. Justice is childish, but those who live justly are not children. You close your eyes as if to merge with the power of nature. I am also human. I must live. I never expected that method could also persuade that old fairy to meditate with you. So then, your answer should be as clear as how I should live. Time has quietly passed, and inside the cave in the freezing winter weather, it's been a week since I started fasting. The Gong family remains very persistent in their goal. The first 2 days were the most painful, but after just 3 days, all the pain had disappeared. Digesting food slows down, and even my thoughts are becoming sluggish. I guess my life is gradually fading away. His face has become gaunt, clearly lacking any vitality, like a dried-up riverbed in a drought. He begins to ponder. Is this a famine? Suddenly he stood up and answered his own question. No, he drew out the number 1 sword and reconsidered his upcoming plan. If I stay still, it will be meaningless. Old Spirit finds it hard to understand why you keep changing. What are you going to do? Gongja replied calmly. Practice. I swung a few sword moves but immediately became unsteady. I was wrong. I was a bit foolish, so the hunger the heavenly demon mentioned was not just about starving. It's not just about sitting in meditation without eating. Sweat dripped down your face, and your limbs had long lost all strength. Hunger means wanting to eat but being unable to. Gongja continued to try to hold the sword and practice. This week I have been thinking about farmers, the farmers who are hungry. You have truly reflected on many profound truths. What kind of farmer doesn't need to work in the fields because they are hungry? Whether he's hungry or not, whether he's starving or not, he has to work. And even if he works himself to the bone, there's nothing to put in his stomach. This environment has become unbearably harsh. He has to use a hoe to dig the land. But the land is all dry and cracked. No matter what is planted, nothing can grow. Gongja sensed the farmer's despair because he couldn't do anything, which left him hungry. Even trying to dig into the dry, cracked ground only wasted effort. This situation has gone on for too long. The last time it rained was half a year ago. The harsh weather conditions forced them to find a way to survive. The granary and the village well are both dry. Even the fields have no drops of water left. The villagers had to abandon their withered gardens and go to the coast. Some people choose to leave for other places, while others try to hold on. But this farmer stays because things don't seem much better anywhere else. People only survive by stealing what they can, and this farmer only knows how to steal from the earth. When hunger becomes unbearable, anything can become food, so he keeps working even though there's no result. In the evening, he climbs the mountain to peel a few lucky surviving trees for food. The vast forest has long been unable to sustain life, and now there are hardly any tree bark left. Even in the harsh winter, drought has left everything barren and covered in snow. The famine has wiped out this world. And what will happen to those farmers? But he can't even eat the bark anymore. He still has a family and children. The old spirit waits for the story to continue, so Gong focuses on thinking and training at the same time. He went to the well, drew water, and boiled the bark, turning it into a strange mixture. I'm starving. To the starving farmers, it's like a lifeline. I want to eat because it's very hard to find something to fill my stomach. He thought about his family. No, I have to bring it home for my child. But as soon as the child saw it, he got angry and threw it away. I don't want to eat it anymore. No, that's wrong. The bowl of water containing that suffering spilled and splashed everywhere. He was so angry that he didn't hesitate to strike his own child, but then when his reason returned, he was stunned to realize how much he had changed. This is not who I am. Everyone understands that it's because of the prolonged suffering of hunger. I am not the type of person to hit my children. Anyway, hunger is too brutal. It's been a long time since I ate properly, and I have become sensitive. He gradually falls into despair. Why is my life so miserable? The Gong family grew more and more anguished, with each blow becoming fiercer as countless famines have occurred since the earth was formed, along with countless farmers suffering from hunger. At this moment, Bitch Hyang's words echoed in his ears again. Fighting, while hunger torments you, all movements must originate from hunger. He wildly swung his sword, determined to understand that even the hunger of Tuong Tan has its movements. Gong Ra exerted all his strength, striking a straight horizontal blow that shattered the stone face. Suddenly I realized the similarity in the story I was telling. That's right. Hunger also has movement. He began to imagine himself as that farmer, thinking about the sounds and groans of hunger, the movements of the hands and footsteps of the starving, and everything about the farmer's actions when he slapped his child. You imitate each action, think about it, and nurture it in your mind. Imagine when you can do it, the farmer's gestures rush out of the house. The gesture of throwing the bark onto the ground. Gong tries to feel each of those emotions. For this wish, raise your sword from that hunger. The farmer returns home and gives the shell to his child. He gradually understood deeply the suffering they endured. Since the beginning of creation, some farmers may have beaten their own children. Some farmers may have also touched their cheeks and whispered apologies, wondering if they would still survive this year, while some had already died alongside their children. You close your eyes tightly to think carefully, every action driven by hunger and thirst. In the end, after much determination, you succeed in learning the first form of the Hell Demon technique Asa, the sword of hunger and thirst. The stone columns in the cave collapse one after another. This is starvation. Gong is covered in sweat, breathing heavily. This is hunger and thirst. You just spoke and made the old spirit confused, but you're still clumsy. The old man just can't understand you. Are you crazy? Gong calmly replied, this time I trained seriously. He looked at your current situation and shook his head in frustration. That's why those who know fear are like that. The old man angrily said at length, this eccentric, you're the craziest person in the world. Your soul belongs to the righteous side, but your mind and skills have shifted to the demonic sect and are even trying to develop it. Really? Gongja replied calmly. Is there something wrong? He muttered, this fool. Elder Spirit shouted loudly to make you understand. So basically, a righteous expert is using that magic. Do you want me to say it again? That a righteous master only knows how to use magic? That monster, he keeps grumbling. It's because of him that I worry too. How am I supposed to teach him my martial arts? I don't think I can do it if I teach him through the Sword Saint. Right now I just feel tired. I'm so hungry. I want to eat chocopai. You're just thinking nonsense again. So you're as hungry as chocopai. The old spirit saw you dazed and became even more annoyed. Hey, are you thinking about something else? Gong immediately said, I'm planning to go down the mountain for a while. The old man was surprised again. Why would you teach the heavenly demons a lesson? You beat around the bush and say, I've only just started practicing the Hell Demon technique. What difference does it make if I commit suicide and go back to the demons? Mimic Bitch Hyang's manner, he's still got potential, right? It seems you understand what's about to happen. There's nothing but this reaction. The old spirit seems unable to understand what you're trying to do. Not enough? You're still recognized, after all. Gong lost his temper with the old man. How is that enough? It's not enough. You remember very clearly how it felt the last time you faced Bitch Qiang. When the demon ignored me and said I had never truly starved, you have no idea how helpless and frustrated I felt. I hold grudges for a long time. Being acknowledged isn't enough to heal my scars. He followed you with a frown. This kid makes me feel uneasy. You should tell me your true goals. I want to be genuinely surprised. Your talent is incredible, truly explosive. I didn't realize that you were a good opportunity for me. I'm sorry, my eyes were blind at that moment. Gong Ra is already full of himself just from imagining it. Just thinking about that bastard makes it as sweet as a chocolate cake. The spirit elder looks at him with disdain. Truly a reckless little brat. You started recounting your recent experience of hunger. I felt something when I used the hellish demon technique. Compared to people of this era, I have never been this hungry. Farmers know which bark and exactly which tree they will strip. They know exactly how to process the bark. My imagination can't go that far. You look up at the full moon and make your decision. From now on, I will fill the gaps in my imagination. You raise your hand and shout the command to summon the demon soldiers. Brett gently appears within the faint black smoke. The demon army leader bows respectfully. Is the Lord calling us? Gong assigned her the task. Bretta, I have a mission for you. She respectfully replied, Give us the orders. He kept rambling on. This is a post-apocalyptic world. All of humanity has become ghosts and zombies surrounding 9 Celesto, perhaps similar to the Aum Empire you once destroyed. Ultimately, this is the goal you need Preta to accomplish. My command is simple. Spread out and gather the zombies. There are several towns and villages nearby looking for them. Bring the zombies you find here. They can move, so they will resist, but subdue them with your strength. She asked him again, how many do we need to collect? Gong family unhesitatingly replies, 102, bring the zombies to me. Your plan is set. I will learn from their hunger and get closer to the demon god. Brett respectfully awaits orders from Gong. 112 people. She asked in surprise, Sir, the loss of 112 people is very significant. You've been very tired lately, so it's understandable you might not have noticed. When you said that, you just calmly replied, When did you become so passionate? Brett modestly bowed his head and answered, If you disappear, so will I. Sir, I dare to confess that I cannot stay forever in my small universe. My life, memories, and the meaning of my existence will all disappear. Everything depends on you. Because I care about myself, I also care about you. Master. Gongja smiled happily and said, I'm glad you're honest. The young master asked casually, Are you still doing well? Preta was a bit surprised to hear him say that. Yes. Gongja recalls the last time he met her. After gaining the privilege to enter the 20th floor, I set Preta free in the village. At that time, you advised her, You are in Esther's village, and the people here treat you much better than before. What do you think? Everything you've done was part of the plan from the start. My plan is to bring her back to that village as a backup in case I need her. Only then did Preta hesitate and reply, I am injured, my lord. Gong asked further, What exactly happened? The girl hesitated, suddenly recalling something. What exactly do you mean by that? Oh, she recounted how the hunters once stormed the village. They said that the secret behind the sudden rise of the death god and the treasure hidden by the 5 councils must be there, but the wizard you brought with you stopped them with her own hunters, so not much was achieved. He happily exclaimed that Hak Long Hoi truly lives up to expectations. Their service is unmatched. Preta's story doesn't end there, and the lord of the neighboring kingdom has already disappeared because they had a tough negotiation with the nomads, claiming they were hired to attack us. Gong looked pleased. It seems that everything in the parallel world has unfolded naturally. She continues to report. Moreover, both the Empire and the Holy Church have declared my village a holy land, and the lizardmen and elves even brought gifts. Preta hesitated for a moment, but I had already lost my power. The sickly ones who heard the rumors and the pilgrims are all searching for a miracle after the declaration of the holy site. What should I do? Gong realizes and seriously considers it. Remember the alchemist's previous attitude, but for others, I only sell to those approved by the god of death. Please don't worry, Preta. I'm just lost in thought. I'm just thinking aloud. Don't worry. Think more carefully about your upcoming plans. My plan is to set up a pharmacy on the 20th floor to sell prepared medicines after this expedition. She also won't be able to handle everything alone, so hiring workers for Preta to assist her isn't a bad idea. I can also take advantage of her by turning hunters into pharmacists as her apprentices, so her pharmacy will naturally grow. Gong smirked at the thought that if it succeeded, it wouldn't be long before it became a branch of the alchemy castle and then the headquarters. Then he asked Bretta, "Is there anything more?" "But there's actually something more interesting, and also, oh, Dana. Dajna is a child in the village and seems to like something called rice cakes that the hunters buy for her, and Gachep is the one taking care of the garden. He shares fruits with the Black Dragon hunters because they protect the village, and in return they exchange with the Black Dragon Guild. She seems to understand everything happening in the village very well. That is the current situation. The Gong family praises her abilities." "You did a good job reporting that," Greta said gratefully. "Yes, Your Majesty, he has invested a lot of effort into his plan. Everything should be fine for those in the parallel world. Now, gather up those corpses," she politely replied. "Understood." Gong looked at Preda and thought vaguely. She might be a shooting star, but she was also the one who destroyed the world as a rain-season demon king. She is now following the strict orders and should investigate the towns and cities along with the local government agencies. You find that quite satisfactory. She knows how to gather the dead. She directs the undead soldiers with the authorities. There should have been a map. They usually have plenty of movies about it, but they should also cross-check with others by piecing the map fragments together. I will easily control the villages that breed the dead. The undead quickly find suitable corpses. Brett pitied those unfortunate people. I should also encourage the children waking up next to their mother's corpse. They gradually die from crying beside their mothers. Almost all of them become like that for the same reason. The color of those who curse mothers who died because they failed in their duties as parents, those who hid in wells to escape the plague but could no longer climb out, and criminals who never had a chance to escape and are imprisoned in cages. Finally, the task has been completed successfully. The 112 starving souls have been chosen. Preda respectfully presents it. I have brought them here. Sir, Gong has removed his armor and is ready to carry out the mission. Good. Now take them away. Get ready to shout with full energy. Come on now. The zombies, smelling fresh blood, quickly rushed to tear him apart. Gong Da gritted his teeth, trying to endure the pain as they charged at him simultaneously, tearing into his body. The system displays a message saying you have died, replaying the obsession of your killer. At this moment, your last memory of a zombie appears in your mind. If I die on the boat, at least I won't cause any trouble for this world. If I was born on the river and worked there my whole life, dying there would be considered happiness. He passed away peacefully in the night on a drifting boat. The system continues to relay, recreating the obsession of the one who killed your friend. The story of another man unfolds at Castellan. A man who appears to be his servant respectfully reports that the food supplies are running out. In less than half a month we will run out of food. The fishermen aren't supplying enough. What should we do? He quickly gave the order to cut rations for the elderly and children, and to have the rations for the young men. The servant looked worried. The people will criticize him heavily. He clenched his sword tightly. I will be the first to starve to death. He only cares about justifying his selfishness. If I, the leader, don't eat, the criticism will have no basis. Still, this place won't last long. Starving for a few days won't change anything. This time it's about a child's situation, reflecting the obsession of the one who killed a friend. If we keep going like this, we'll all die of hunger. The leader of the group of 4 children spoke up, and Mr. C. Stellan reported that children shouldn't eat. He's telling us to go die. A quick-witted kid asks. So, what should we do? The leader of the kids pulls out a small bag. If we're going to die anyway, we might as well die full so we won't look as pathetic as Gangshi. The boy explains that there's a cooking method I learned from that gang called dirt cookies. A kid listens with fear. He means snacks made from dirt. That confident leader boy has a plan. Listen to me now. The kids who can swim should catch fish and not give them to the adults. Keep them for us. The boy divides things clearly while the others dig soft soil by the riverbank. A shy kid speaks up. What are you trying to do? The leader immediately replied, I'll show you, as Gong was now becoming a juicy target for the bloodthirsty crowd. The system replays the obsession of the friend killer, still a memory of one of those 4 kids. The lead boy looked very excited. All right, the others were confused. What is this? It shouted in confusion. All you do is expose the land to the sun. How can you call that cookies? The lead child shouted, Shut up! That's a secret recipe passed down from the gang. Just try it. Those cookies are divided equally among everyone. The exam is over now. Try it. The others are very afraid. Oh dear. But because they were so hungry, they could only try a bite. But be careful when you eat. This time the system is a bit different, recreating the wound of the one who killed your friend. The more these kids understand, the more pitiful they seem. It won't taste good if you just take one bite. Try it and savor it slowly. Uncle Nu chews on the pieces of land, surprisingly delicious, praising it without holding back. I like this salty taste. The little boy warns his friends not to lick it too much or the flavor will disappear. You need to savor it while licking. Suddenly they spot the fisherman's boat from earlier. Look over there, that's a dead body. When the boat washed ashore, everyone gathered around to see. He looked like he had starved to death while climbing. I feel sorry for him. Do you think he was a fisherman? Suddenly, his eyes rolled back white, terrifying the children. Huh? He became a zombie, rising up to chase after the frantic children. They had fought to survive. They also fell down. They endured the hunger to stay alive. The dirt cookie crumbles in their hands. The children showed great resilience in difficult circumstances with their fingers deeply embedded in the riverbank. Hands spread out muddy soil on the rocks to dry in the sun, fingertips clutching the dry clay cookie tightly. A tragic, heartbreaking story. Those are signs of starvation. This story has come to an end. The haunting reconstruction is complete. The system displays the final notification. The target's ego remains intact. The punishment is over. Gongja remains intact, lying exhausted on the snow, slowly opening his eyes and waking up. He winces and holds his head, thinking he must have learned how to cook bark or something similar. The memories he saw made him collapse to his knees in pain, but in reality it was even harsher than he imagined. Gong felt heartbroken for those tragic fates. So when you reach the end of the world, the bark is too precious to become a haunting memory. It turns out that in desperate situations, people can even find peace. He frantically dug into the snow with his hands. It's too difficult for Tran's hand. He quickly digs through the thick snow to reveal the ground. The weather has also cleared up and become sunny. Gongja follows what he saw and lays a lump of dirt in the sun to dry. When he felt it was okay, he took a bite to try it. Thank you for the food. He slowly takes a bite, savoring it gradually. He tries to swallow, unable to deny that it's terrible. Reality has made Gongja feel extremely hopeless. It's disgusting. Gong felt extremely frustrated. Since human life begins from the ground, how could they not eat dirt? He stared at his dirt-covered hand, wondering why the smell and taste of the earth were so horrible. Suddenly, his eyes lit up as if he had just thought of something. Gong seriously recognizes that emotions which cannot be conveyed with words can be expressed through gestures. Martial arts are just an expression of the fluctuations of small things within reach. You draw out the strongest sword, ready for a new journey. Let's go back. Go back and show the demon lord your sword, the blade of those who died anonymously. The clock starts turning back 24 hours, revealing an image of Beach Kiang. I threw a Gangi soldier down there. She challenges you to defeat that Gangi. If you succeed, I will take you as my disciple. However, you must fight while hungry. This is part of Gong family's next plan. Because I don't know how martial arts work and I have no idea about things like yin-yang disciples and the 5 elements, this challenge feels like a test, so it's not easy. When you fight with the Gangxi soldiers, your heart must be filled with nothing but hunger and the pain it causes. You are forbidden from feeling any thoughts or other feelings. Can you do that? In Gong family's subconscious, it is recognized that if my unorthodox path has principles, then it is the screams of those people. After hearing Bich Hyang's request, he burst with murderous intent and charged straight down with his sword. The first sword is not just an ordinary weapon. If its blade is imbued with the will of heaven, it becomes a struggle of humanity abandoned by the heavens. Hatred and anger are what create demons. Gong's bloodshot eyes seem ready to tear everything they target apart. The smell and taste of dirt in my mouth, the feeling of dirt in my hand, every sword stroke I make is a fatal blow. Gangxi's blood flows in streams, and because of the hatred and fury directed toward the heavens, it becomes both cruel and divine. He unleashes a series of rapid attacks, culminating in a blinding explosion of light. The art of the Demon King, the Sword of Hunger. Bai Hien watched in amazement. The heavenly demon Gangxi was defeated in a tragic manner. Gong easily completed his debut with excitement. What kind of death do I need to show next? After Gongjia's impressive victory over the challenge, he and Big Hyang sat down to talk. At first, there were 9 swords that gave birth to hellish magic. She understands well the sword you possess. The sword of hunger you have displayed is just its first form. The next form will be of thirst. Gong quickly understood, so it means death from dehydration. Bich Hyang acknowledges your talent. That's right, a child from the other world like you has demonstrated the hunger sword just enough. You speak up to interrupt. Wait a moment first. Gong Ra straightforwardly asks back, what do you mean by just good enough? You seem very confident in your abilities. Strange. I thought I had done very well, but for the heavenly demon it was only just good enough. Hey, I'm sorry. Suddenly my self-esteem disappeared and I no longer trust myself. I think I'm losing patience. Bich Hyang looked at him with judgmental eyes. The guy could only helplessly respond. All right, I admit it. You really demonstrated your hunger sword skill very well, so don't go around bragging that hell magic is simple. You pretend to be surprised. What did she say? Did I do it very well? Bich Hyang got annoyed at Gongjia's playful attitude. Are you planning to bother me with that wordplay? It seems like you're only satisfied when I kneel and beg. You really are a kid who doesn't know when to stop. Turns out this was all part of your plan. Oh, she's furious now. You enjoy watching her vent her anger. Why don't you become a master yourself, and I will become your disciple instead? Gongja quickly grasped her words. So that means she admits I am her disciple, right? It's not an outsider, but actually a disciple of the sect. A true and remarkable disciple with a strong personality. Bitch Hai Hong deliberately avoids it. Stop talking nonsense. From now on I will be your master, so you'd better focus. As expected, Gongja easily predicted it, just as I thought. You enjoy thinking that the heavenly demon is forcing herself to ignore your words, and she hasn't even said anything about accepting you as a disciple. Of course, you understand that this is not an easy matter. For most swordsmen, the bond between master and disciple is incredibly heavy, and that heaviness can sometimes turn into terrifying connections. That's why the demon lord didn't admit to being her disciple. At this moment, Beach Hyang also spoke up. Listen, Gong family knows she won't easily accept you. Can a child like me, who doesn't even come from the central plains of the Murim world, reach her heart? She allows him to follow and learn because he has studied the Sword of Famine to this extent. He is permitted to listen and secretly steal the sect's teaching skills, but he is secretly opening the character window skill. Gong uses her ability to read Beach Kyang's thoughts, wondering if she has a chance. Her information window appears. Is he an apprentice? I need time to think. No, this is a bad idea. I should face Namgungan honestly. Really, Beach Hyang is hesitating a lot. It would be too much to have a disciple. My life would be ruined. This is a wrong decision. The Gong family guesses and smiles softly. Yes, you know your thoughts are wavering, so think it over and become uncertain. Gong family truly hopes to follow Beach Hyang. Will they continue the battle between good and evil with no hope left? Or will she take on a disciple and pass on the teachings of the demon sect to the next generation, eventually escaping that meaningless death somehow? Your mind is filled with a desire. Please don't let your life pass by like this. Deep down, you truly value Beach Hyang. Please, just live. Even if the world collapses and she is the only one left in this Murim world, I still want her to keep living. I want to be the reason for her to live even longer. She sits quietly in deep thought, only her restless heart still loud and chaotic. These are not meaningless words. I guess it's also similar to why the Demon Lord didn't accept me as a disciple. The gentle movement of the sword is linked to a person's strength. Only then does it not fly away. The system displays Bi Qiang's inner thoughts. This is not the time to decide yet. Hearing that, he felt a little disappointed. We're not brave enough to say what we want to say yet. I still can't make her decide. At this moment, she calls out to you, the child from the other world. Focus here. Are you listening to me or what? You quickly replied, of course I understand what you mean. Bitch Hyang's eyes looked vaguely contemplative as she gazed at him for a while. Gong remained silent, then she stood up to regain her composure. Very well, seeing you so confident means we can proceed with the test now. She decisively turned away and left, only saying, don't follow me, I'm busy. Gong watched Beach Hyang's footsteps fade away, his mind in turmoil. He looked at Tuyet Fangli's face. No more footprints left. Suddenly a voice rang out, I want to fight her. He turned around in surprise. Sorry, Elder Tin Lin repeated. Don't you hear anything? My face is stern as I say I want to challenge her. Damn it, shit. The old man didn't understand why he was so furious. Listen up, zombie. In the martial world where I was born, the demon sect is actually very weak. Their minions only want to get beaten. Seeing him freak out, I was confused, and someone calling himself the Heavenly Demon, but I buried him in the ground and renamed him the Earth Demon. I have challenged and changed hundreds of names of powerful warriors like them. The old man shouted with all his long-held frustration, I truly envy the martial arts master who was born here. If I could be like that, I wouldn't always have to fight for a chance to live. Instead, I could just say, this will be my death or yours, then fight. Then they climbed to the snowy mountain peak to enjoy a glass of rice wine that's the perfect life warriors are always seeking. The old man finally said, I wish I weren't a demon. Gong had been lost in thought all this time. You said it as if you were responding, and that made the old elf suddenly stop. Huh? You explain a bunch of unrelated things. The alchemist was supposed to create medicine to cure illnesses, and I am known as the official disciple of the Heavenly Demon. That truly is a perfect ending. You didn't pay much attention to the old man's words and were just enjoying yourself, but you really brought me unexpected joy. Well done, Sword Emperor. Seeing the old man suddenly step back, you wondered why. What's wrong with you? The old man seems very cautious. Every time you show that expression, I see a flaw in you. Suddenly, my tone becomes serious. We still have an unpaid debt between us. Lao Tin Lin looks a bit confused. The debt Gongja mentioned is about how many times I will die before reaching the 19th floor. Let's bet on how many times I will die to climb up. Upon hearing this, the old man also realized and broke out in cold sweat. Our Sword King has bet over 100 times, and I have bet that I will die fewer than 99 times, right? If I remember correctly, I only died 97 times after that. Your face full of cunning, you said. Sword Emperor, please hear this proposal. After a while, Bitch Hyang returned carrying a zombie and said, "Our faction has a special elite force called the Blood Demons. That is the best military branch formed from the greatest assassins. Their existence is only to satisfy my demands. The Gong family also seems to cooperate. Last time was a promising martial arts master, and this time it's an elite troop. Well, it seems the difficulty has increased, huh?" She actually prepared very thoroughly for the test. "Don't worry, I promise to bring you a top-tier opponent. Gong fully understands Bitch Hien. She probably went to find the perfect rival for herself. To do that, you must cross the snowy field, pass through hundreds of zombies, and examine each one." She repeats the goal, which is exactly what you did this morning. Fight Yang. You are still lost in your heartfelt thoughts. It's a careful consideration, a sincere gesture. Bitch Hyang reminds you of the requirement. Your heart should only hold the pain of hunger. That's right, only hunger and thirst are allowed to exist in your mind. You quickly entered combat mode, shouting excitedly. All right, the timeline has shifted to some point in the past after the system notification. You have died. At this moment, the Gong family was struggling in battle with its mouth badly injured. The boy handed each of the fake Golden Lion and the Poison King a book. The Alchemist and the Medicine King, their search for a cure for the zombie virus was carried out like this. She immediately took it and exclaimed, "Oh my God, it's just like my research." Actually, it resembles research organized and arranged like a bouquet entrusted by a noble, and he was a bit surprised. "What is this? Are you also from Silicon Valley?" "This is exactly how I will arrange everything inside a hidden cave nearby." Gong loudly commands the gathering. "Return the hungry and starving evil spirits to the underworld." "Yes, my lord, as you command. Do you have another request? I need you to do one more thing." Brett asked in confusion, "Why do you have to try to save them?" Lord Gong honestly revealed his deep wish. The world is now empty, except for two people locked in a fierce battle, both eager to see the outcome of their fight against each other and the world itself. Unfortunately, no matter how many times I watch this, it seems like they're just putting on a show. Anyway, they just want an ending. I will prepare a real battle for them. You smile gently. I will prepare a proper battle between good and evil, the righteous and the demonic sect. Gong recalls the time he completed Big Qiang's first challenge. While I was still learning about the Hunger's sword, the Demon Lord was no longer there. She didn't seem to take you seriously back then. What? So you mean the longest you've gone without eating is only 3 days? You can tell easily. She doesn't care about his efforts. She doesn't have much faith in the Gong family's abilities. The Demon Lord torments her only to make her give up quickly. She doesn't watch from afar but coldly walks away. Forget it. It's my fault. You know what Bitch Hyang is thinking because she has no more hope left in this world. That's what happened when I learned about famine up until you fought the zombie in the second trial. However, when I started learning about Quang Kat, the Gong family had already mastered understanding the suffering of Quang Kat. Every sword stroke you swung seemed to be enveloped by the power of water. Finally, a decisive strike allowed you to easily defeat the zombie. Gong Ra ended his impressive display with a triumphant landing. Bitch Hyang watched intently without taking her eyes off him, her attitude completely changing. Then she straightforwardly commented on Gong Ra. "Your swordsmanship is too simple. I can't see any skill in your sword moves. There's no practicality at all. It is honest and sincere, but also very vulnerable." She evaluates very fairly, as if your sword is not meant to fight humans but to oppose this world. "This is not a sword for learning, but a sword of a righteous sect. It's best to make it as excellent as possible." Bitch Hien did not deny your talent at all, but the scream engraved into that sword is becoming clearer and clearer. Your skills are gradually being revealed. "The origin of this sword was offered to you by Preta. I took it from someone who died because of another. Bitch Hien voluntarily agreed to teach you. I should teach you the core of Simeon." Gong didn't understand clearly and asked Simeon again. She explained in detail to him. "It is a core secret of our method. Think about the time you learned the path of the hunger sword." "What did you think when you swung the sword?" You quickly answered. "I think about hunger." Bitch Hai sits down, preparing for a long conversation. "Of course, but it's not just that. You probably haven't realized, but you have become immersed in the essence of swordsmanship." She began to give an example. "Now this is an apple." Gong casually said it again, just like the apple she was eating. Bitch Hyang asked, "Have you thought about it? How do you think that apple feels?" You were startled and froze when you heard that. "Sorry." She still gently reminds you, it's okay. Just be honest if you don't know. It's okay to admit you're embarrassed. "Oh, yes, I haven't thought of anything." Bitch Hien made another request to you. How brave of her. "Very good. Now think about the famine." Gong focused on following the instructions. "Yes, I'm thinking about it. You remember the scene where children had to eat cookies made of dirt?" She asks about your thoughts on what famine is, guiding you step by step to answer. "It's dry and barren. What does hunger taste like?" "It smells of earth." Bitch Hyang gradually leaned in and whispered to you. Which type of soil is it? There are many different types of soil, so which one is associated with the famine? Gong explained in more detail. Mud and soil. She clarified so you understand. You can't scoop out the thick mud layer. It must be mixed with some gravel and no sand. I understand now. So what does hunger taste like? Gongja suddenly fell silent, hesitating and not answering. Hey kid, Beach Hai Hang is patient. I asked what hunger tastes like. Why didn't you answer right away? Gongda's emotions overflowed as he slowly recounted the tragedies he had witnessed because they were so heartbreaking. The children dried mud cakes in the sun while they wandered around puddles of mud because there was nothing else to do. Bich Hyang helped you reach the conclusion, so they are children waiting for the sunlight. Hunger is children waiting for the sun. That is your poem. She explains the chaotic state of your mind. Kid, when I asked you to describe the core of the apple, you said you didn't know. But when I asked you about hunger, you touched the mud. You smell it, open it, and swallow it. You have seen the flow of the river and heard the sound of that river. Bich Hai Hung understands that every image he has seen leaves a deep emotional impression. An apple has a shape, but no hunger at all. An apple can be tasted, but it fights against hunger. Even so, you still speak fluently about hunger. The hunger inside you is mud, sunlight, river water, and children. She was speaking when she suddenly realized, children. That's right, that's your talent. Grasping the key point makes it easier for her to explain. The reason you don't know about the structure of an apple is very simple, because it has nothing to do with your memories. If you had eaten an apple before, you would know. Bich Hai Hong uses a bit of magic smoke to create the image of an apple for analysis. The apple has a soft skin, smooth but sometimes rough. I like eating peeled apples, but for sick children it's different. I will cut it in half. Most children are cared for like that, scooping out the insides with a spoon and feeding the sick children spoonful by spoonful. She wondered about Gong family's childhood. You never ate a 1,000-year-old apple when you were young? He replied softly. That's right. Bich Hyang let him imagine what the 1,000-year-old apple might taste like. He thought seriously. It's a bit crispy and juicy, with the yellow juice flooding his mouth. She also described, yes, but is that all? If you peel away the rest of the skin, it will gradually become wrinkled. The mother's hand peeling the apple for you will also have a yellow color from the apple juice. Bich Hyang's example may seem simple, but it reveals profound philosophical insights. So tell me, are these feelings also the sensations of the apple? Is the apple just a whole or a cut in half? Or is it the juice scraped from a spoon or a mother's hand? Which one is your apple? She delves deeply into the issue, offering very perceptive and objective insights. And I also think of the children whose mothers never even peel an apple for them. I think of the mothers who cannot afford to buy apples. I also think of mothers who never buy even a single apple, even though they are capable of doing so. Bich Hyang knows how to put herself in a certain situation to see things clearly. I think of children who have no one to care for them when they are sick, and children who have to die because there is no one to look after them. Just an apple. But it can reveal many profound truths. There is no place in this world that does not hold human memories, and no place that is free of anger. No specific form or scent or aroma of hunger. It's long. Gongjia listens attentively, sincerely absorbing everything Bich Hyang explains. That hunger is mud, a river, a child. The others are the same. She stood up suddenly, each word emphasizing more strongly. Feel the thirst filling your body with its scent, smell its aroma. The art of evil is memory. Gong quietly engraves every detail. Memories are also like scents. They are the essence of our martial arts secrets. Big Hyang's emotions have reached their peak. Some nations have to endure injustice without being able to speak out or express their anger, ultimately resigned to bitterness. But the warriors of the demonic sect are different. She enunciates each word with all her passion. We will wield our swords. If you only survive day by day, satisfied with what you're given, how can you call that a life? It's no different from death. A sword that is inherently sharp, unlike the one you can make sharper. Do you want to become a monster? Gongjia also shouted loudly at this moment. No, I am human. Bich Hyang once again firmly repeats what he must do. If so, become the thirst. Become as desperate as your hunger. Gong recalls the scenes of suffering etched into his mind. I have gathered 112 people who died of hunger. Among them, a child ate mud cookies, and I bit a piece of earth in my mouth. You have officially learned the first thing. The first dark secret of the demon prison. The sword of hunger. Bich. Haye continues to guide you. You have found the mud representing hunger. Now you must find something to represent another. For you, hunger is a child waiting for the sunlight. What is it for you? Gong remembered the images of those in despair, having gathered the bodies of 48 people who died of thirst. Among them was an old woman who kept drinking seawater because of her thirst, her heart being salted by the sea. You quickly unlocked the second skill, the Demonic Abyss Silent Technique. The second, the Sword of Desire. She still follows your suggestion. Is the only pain the ocean brings the only one? No, there is also the pain of suffocating at the bottom of the sea. Hey you, what does water mean to you? The Gong family also experienced this feeling firsthand. I gathered 37 drowning victims. Among them, there was a father who took his last breath for his child. When I sank into the deep sea, I felt the breath passed on by my father. The third thing you learned about the sword is the Demonic Abyss of Silence. The third is the Sword of Drowning Death. Bitch Hyang's whispering voice echoes again. Hunger is mud. Thirst is the ocean waves. For you, suffocation is your father's last breath. The earth, the sea, and the air have all been under your control. So what does winter mean to you? The memories of winter that the Gong family can recall are also painfully tragic. I gathered 96 frozen bodies, including a newborn trapped in its mother's corpse, trying to keep the child warm. That scene touched your heart. It made your soul colder than the snow. I held the mother's body tightly until I froze. The fourth lesson has been uncovered. Heavenly demon prison of the underworld. Fourth consciousness. The sword of ice and snow. Bitch Hien stood to the side, watching him step by step. Good child, your sword path. She reached out to catch a snowflake and slowly said, always changing. She realized many things are special about Gongra. Martial arts stem from different plans in life. These habits are never fixed. The celestial demon. Abyssal technique is the same, but you have many different plans. Bichin was truly impressed by everything you have been through. It's hard for anyone to know all the pain that exists in this world, and even if they do, enduring and overcoming it is very difficult. But when I saw you learning the Heavenly Demon Abyssal technique, it was as if you immediately stopped when sensing something strange. Someone was approaching from behind, with Moon carrying Kyun gun slowly moving toward them. Bitch Hyang looked at Mum Mun carrying Kyun gun and asked, what is this old man doing here? And what's with that pathetic appearance? He immediately retorted, stop talking. I only came because I was worried about you guys. He mentioned the main reason for being here. You haven't finished the 9 greeting ritual, right? Seeing Bitch Kyang's indifferent expression, Kunun grew even angrier. Oh my god, it's obvious, so clear. I know, hearing the gong behind makes me wonder, what kind of 9-gesture greeting ceremony is that? Old Spirit quickly stepped forward to explain that it is a formal ritual to honor the master-disciple relationship in the martial world, with different practices depending on the sect. Some places require bowing very low 9 times, while others only 3 times. For us, the 9 greetings ritual means enduring 9 hits from the master. I endured up to the 63rd hit, so it's the longest record in my history. Am I not impressive? You realize why Buhuyan is so crazy and become angry at Kunun's interference. Mind your own business. I will decide who and when the explosion will happen. It's none of your concern, so stay out of it. The old man still boldly retorted, it's truly unreasonable. Of course I have no right to interfere. He looked at her with eyes that saw through her thoughts. The reason she didn't accept the disciple is because she feels sorry for me. Bitch Hyang hesitated and remained silent. Only the 2 of us remain in Jianghu. You are the only one walking the path of evil, and I am the only one following the path of righteousness. If she takes on an apprentice alone, only the young will follow the Ta side. So what is the conclusion? As if she was winning the main battle of Ta without even lifting a finger, Gongja listened attentively to every word Kunun said. You and I promised to end this ourselves. You feel guilty for breaking the vow and regret for me, so you refuse to accept that child as your disciple, right? Tsk, tsk. There's no need to be so blindly loyal. Then he patted Moon on the shoulder and explained the reason for bringing him here. I thought you would do that, so I found a solution. He looked a bit embarrassed. Well, it ended up like this. Beach Hyang's eyes widened in shock. Old man, you can't do this. That child. Keon once again confirms, yes, I have made him my strongest disciple. She angrily rushed toward him. He thinks doing this is okay with me. She grabbed the old man's bun and gripped it tightly. Doesn't he realize how I feel about not performing the ritual? Kunun still tried to argue. Say, shut up. If destiny comes for you, thank your parents in heaven. You can't turn a blind eye because you care about others. Bitch Hyang continued to question. And what about the great battle between good and evil? Is it just the 2 of us fighting? He also refused to be outdone. I cannot accept you as my opponent. For a leader of the demon sect, she must have some really foolish thoughts. The 2 of them keep arguing back and forth. You think the world will split in 2 if we switch places. I don't know what world you're talking about, but all I see is ice. Anyway, I will agree if you dare to agree. So why don't you melt the ice? There is a flame called Demon Thunder that can melt, and the members of the Demon Guild will be the firewood to burn. So add another stick of wood and light it. Bitch Hyang irritably argued back with the Holy Elder, the hypocritical man of the main faction. He's just listening carefully to argue with me. Gong has been watching and sighing all this time. That's a bit surprising. Moon is curious. So what? You directly asked him. Even if you're a venomous snake. Is it okay to take on another master? He replied calmly with arrogance. If you have time to wield a sword, then wield a sword. And if you had a teacher to guide you, you would want to learn from them. I can't stop for just anything. I'm not that free. Gong scoffed even more disdainfully as he listened to him speak. I will make it clear that whether you are forced into this position or only out of pity, you will regret being a disciple of the demon lord of the martial world for such a half-hearted reason. That was a decision he shouldn't have made, as if his pride forced him to become a disciple of the demon lord. Watching Kunun and Bitch Hyang fighting, he was filled with many thoughts, because it would be an insult to the two worlds that are still in loud conflict. As for Muon, he doesn't understand a word of it. I don't understand what you're saying. That's why he got angry. Damn it, why is that Tu Vuong guy talking so much about this? If you want to confirm something, do it with your sword. He proactively draws his sword to threaten. It won't be easy anyway. Gong quickly takes a fighting stance. Are you hungry, venomous brother? You immediately launch a preemptive attack with the hellish demon paradise move. The first form of that hungry sword was swift. Mun managed to dodge just in time. Junior, he didn't expect you to strike first. What is this? Before he could recover, Gongja kept attacking, forcing him to retreat step by step. A powerful sword strike was swung down. Mun was overwhelmed, but still kept his bravado. I might be done for, and I thought you were just talking nonsense, but your sword skills are pretty good. Really, what the hell is this? These gusts could cause quite a bit of damage, huh? Kyun, struggling with Big Hyang, shouted to Sang. That's right, disciple, that is exactly the sword you can feel the demonic energy freezing and crushing your enemies with. With the eternal demon sword? Gongja thought to himself, even though that's not its true meaning. Bitch Hyang praised him, saying he's quite perceptive for someone blind in one eye. The old man smugly agreed. Of course, unfortunately, he's a bit too old, but on the plus side, he has a true eye that can see the essence of everything. He also pays close attention to Gong family's skills. You also have a disciple better than expected. Even in such a short time, he was able to wield that terrifying demon sword like that. Thinking carefully, her tiny seed might surpass her previous elders. Bitch Hyang quickly denied it. I told you, I still haven't accepted him. Kyungun was at a loss for her stubbornness. I can't believe she still says things like that. The Gong family has seriously considered it. Yes, this is not a battle where she can defeat the venomous snake. This fight has only one purpose that she still doesn't know. You've worked hard to make the demon sect leader acknowledge you. Now Kyun excitedly calls out, Disciple. Mun also responded enthusiastically, Yes, master. From now on, I will give you some advice with full confidence. Listen carefully. Beach Hyang quickly intervened to stop her. Old man, what are you doing? Kyun is deliberately trying to provoke her. Are you having trouble? Weren't you the one who said you wouldn't teach that little demon? She hesitated, trying to explain. Yes, but considering he gave advice during their training, how could he do that while the two warriors were fighting? He ignored her explanation and said, Two warriors, in my eyes, I only see a proud successor of the righteous path and a young man who worships the demonic way. Since he's a young demon, it doesn't matter how we defeat him, so I see no problem at all. My disciple, the young worshipper of the demonic way, his strikes are a bit difficult, but don't think he can keep it up forever. Dodge and wait until he runs out of energy. Momoan chuckled happily. Yes, master. Kunun asked again. Why does my disciple say such things? He said boastfully. The disciple has seen it for a long time. Do you have any more practical advice, master? He continued to guide him, using the sword of the orchid and the gamble between life and death, so he would defeat him in a single match. He seriously follows the butterfly sword and the trade-off between life and death, and Kunun's aura grows stronger. Yes, I want you to add the tactics you use during combat as well, so you can win. Moon's expression changed, as if ready to take you down. Damn it, of course I will. Master, your disciple is a deadly snake and the leader of a major guild. How could he lose to that kid? He challenged Gongra, and you asked if I had ever gone hungry before. Is that what is necessary in martial arts? His strength gradually reveals itself, surrounded by sparks of lightning. I will ask in a different way. Tu Vuong, what do you think martial arts really is? He quickly moved behind you to strike unexpectedly. I'll answer that for you. Before he could rejoice, you reacted and blocked a strike. Martial arts means Moon keeps jumping up and launching a full-scale attack, smashing the young brat in front of him. This time, Gong couldn't dodge in time and was hit from all sides. That's all there is to it. The brat sees you bleeding and feels very pleased. I won't miss my shot. Bitch Hyang stood silently, watching Gongjia's forces falter, desperately dodging. She clenched her fists, her mood becoming tense. Finally, she took the initiative to step forward. You bastard, what are you doing? She shouted loudly in anger. That's water. Isn't that sword shaped from rainwater? What are you afraid of? Take it and drink. Gongja was momentarily stunned. Seeing Bi Huang with such a serious expression observing, he secretly rejoiced that the heavenly demon had acknowledged this fight. With renewed motivation, you immediately counterattack. I see now, the hellish demon sword, its second form, the sword of desire. Mum Mun suddenly paused when witnessing your move. You stabbed your sword into the ground? Kyun and Bitch Hyang have stopped fighting below, taking turns guiding Moomin and Gong. Disciples, use the withering flower technique and move away. The ground is already wet. Then create a water puddle. After regaining your composure, each sword strike becomes more powerful and sharper. Hellish Sword Demon, third form, the Drowning Sword. Seeing Moomin injured, he warned, too strong, fall back. Bitch Hyen then ordered to pursue him. He tried to fight back, but he was no match. Damn it, your Gong attack was not slow at all. The Demon's Sword of Hell, the fourth form, the Sword of Freezing. Kyun Gun hurriedly said anxiously, don't block that move. Just dodge it. During Gong's mental battle, many scars appeared on his skin. The open wounds will freeze over from the cold winds and quickly turn into scars. Mamoon has been injured quite a bit, blood flowing in streams. Kyun also kicked evenly, you damned demon. Weren't you the one who interfered in that fight too? He and she watched the two fight with pride, their spirits full of excitement. Seeing them like that, he feels happy, but his body becomes infected and unable to fight, leaving only hollow shells behind. I became the sword of the heavenly demon, and the venomous snake became the sword of the martial world leader. This is what they once wished for. This is a dream they can never realize. As the sunset gradually falls, Bitch Hyang's face seems to carry many surrounding sorrows, opening up gradually. Her eyes gradually avoid eye contact, her smile carrying a hint of sadness. No matter how brilliant that dream was, it will eventually disappear. Everything is rotting away. Finally, she clutches her face and sobs. The evil ones. Gongda's thoughts still echoed. A dying era. A dying world. Bitch Hyang's tearful voice causes the atmosphere to quiet down. I will throw everything away. I threw it away a long time ago, but now it's starting again. What am I supposed to do? The battle has ended. Gong feels exhausted, taking in each breath. Only humans abandon humans. His heart is full of longing. Only humans do not abandon humans. You call out to the demon lord. Gong kneels respectfully and says, I want to become her disciple. Deep down, he harbors many great hopes. I want to become her scenery. I want to become your dream. It will never fade. You use all your sincerity to express yourself. I want her to teach me as my master. With all my empathy and respect for Bitch Kyang, I hope her scenery will lead to mine, and her dreams will lead to mine, and her life will lead to my life. You sincerely beg. I call her the god of death. My real name is Gongja. Please accept me as your disciple. Her eyes gradually became vacant. She also hesitated a lot. I am the heavenly demon created by Bitch Kyang. In the end, she overcame herself to make a decision. Bow to me properly, I will accept you as my last disciple. The origin of the demon sect has appeared a long time ago, with prayers passed down from ancient times. Bareha, Bareha, Aga Bareha. Bitch Hyang has memorized it since he was a child. No one knows what Bareha means, not even the old man who brought Bitch Hyang to the demon sect. They memorize them without understanding. The prayer is performed by the elder in front of the candle. The heart is like a candle, so burn this place down. Those words are repeated over and over. Barea, Agabara in her thoughts when she was a child. For Soikyang Barea, the song of the people is a scream. A scream doesn't really mean anything, so it's no surprise that the folk song also has no meaning. That thought stayed with her until she grew up. People don't need to know much to shout, so those who know nothing can only shout. A scream is a common trait among the people of all nations. Once an elder spoke with Bitch Kyang. I have nothing more to teach you. You have absorbed enough of the essence of the demon sect. It's time for you to appear. He asks about your choice. Where do you want to go? Bitch Hyang firmly replied, to a place where people are hungry, to a place where people are thirsty, to a place where people are suffocating, to a place with addicts, to a place where people are sick and injured, to a place where the authorities punish, to a place where people burn to death. That is where I want to go. The elder muttered after hearing this, Barehabara, before the blazing candle you declared, so Bitch Kyang, you can go anywhere in the world, and after that decision was made, at 21 years old, Bitch Kyang appeared in the martial world. That winter, 21 martial artists, 47 court inspectors, and 55 members of noble families in the area were killed. Returning to the present, Gong family was led into a dark cave by Bitch Hyang. Our sect's tradition is very special. In our school, when a disciple greets the master, he must bow 9 times. Every step she takes past each candle is immediately illuminated. The illuminated space reveals a grand library, but bowing 9 times is not the end. The master will decide whether to accept those 9 bows or not. The master can require the disciple to perform the 9 bows as many times as needed until they are satisfied. Gong looked around, overwhelmed by the scene. "That demoness is her," she immediately replied. "This is the secret martial arts warehouse of the sect. She briefly introduced it to you, and it is also the martial arts storage of the 5 great sects and the 9 academies. I call this place the Heavenly Martial Arts Warehouse." The old spirit followed along, excitedly exploring everything. Amazing. This must be a zombie treasure vault. I'll browse through a few martial arts books. Don't pay attention to me and do whatever you want. Just keep pulling them out until I finish reading. The old man was as happy as a child. All the skills in this world are now mine. Ha ha ha. Bitch Hyang begins to recount at this moment. "When I was 21, I entered the martial world. Do you know what my first thought was when I appeared in the martial arts world?" Gong family also tried to guess, but all were wrong, that she would destroy all the top figures of the hypocritical righteous sect. That was my third thought, that she would prove the demon sect is the best. That was my second thought, and she explained her own ideals to him. What I'm saying is that since I was young, I have hated the martial world. The martial world is a term used to show respect, but why are there only martial artists in this world? There are also fishermen and farmers. Traders live here, as do prostitutes. Countless things make up this forest. However, the 9 academies and the 5 great clans named the forest after martial arts, ignoring everything else, and that is why I decided to take away martial arts from them. Gong widened her eyes in surprise. She took away martial arts? Speaking of which, Bitch Hyang recounted with excitement. "I stole all the martial arts documents they revered as sacred. The faces of the Gonryu masters are still vivid in my mind. They kneel and beg me to leave the books containing Van Long's wisdom. I buried those monks underground, but still left their heads exposed. And as they watched, I took all the martial arts books and left. Even now, recalling it still makes my heart restless. Decades have passed. This warehouse holds the lifelong dedication of Bitch Hyang. This is 4,000 secret manuals. This is the most powerful family in the country. Because all martial arts in the world have created this library, this is what truly deserves to be called the martial world. I want to receive your respectful bow." Miss Yenvai stands before the giant bookshelf, her words full of authority. "Will you do the same?" Gong respectfully replied, "Yes." The young master took the initiative to remove his shoes in preparation for the ceremony, with Bitch Hyang reminding him beforehand, "I won't care about your appearance. The outsider child should bow with your body and words." She outlined each step for him to bow 9 times, but each bow should be done with a different intention. The first bow should be accompanied by a sincere heart. Seeing Gongja still standing there, she emphasized, "Do you understand? You know that this is very important. In the demon sect, the 9 rituals are no different from the heavenly sound demon technique." He quietly recalled each lesson about the child waiting for the sun. Gong family began to seriously carry out the first step again. Bitch Hyang's expression was hard to read. I couldn't tell what she was thinking. "The second thing you learned was about thirst," and she gradually explained it. The stages of the demon sect are mostly divided into 4. The first stage is the rise of demons, or the awakening of demons. The rising of demons and ghosts means those who speak with swords. Therefore, a rising demon is someone who can speak of their pain with a sword. You listened carefully and focused your thoughts. This is a different wave. You kneel down and bow again in accordance with Bitch Hyang's teachings. The second stage is the demon, or the ultimate demon. Extremes of evil are those who can communicate with others' pain, and therefore only those who can use a sword to deal with others' suffering are considered truly extreme evil. She paused briefly to carefully observe your attitude. The third suffering you experienced. The third bow of a drowning person. Her words echoed once again. Is the third stage about disintegrating demons or about elusive demons? Bitch Hyang clarifies to help you understand better. The elusive demon is someone who can speak of everyone's pain and easily walk the streets feeling the suffering of those who pass by. Reaching that level of training is very difficult, and very few people achieve this rank. Even within our sect, the number of difficult-to-grasp demons can be counted on one hand. I am indeed a difficult-to-grasp demon. The Gong family still pays close attention to every bow. It's the 4th time of freezing to death. You remember the scene on a cold winter night with the feeling of a mother holding her son tightly as he freezes to death? Bitch Hyang has also presented up to the conclusion. Finally, the demon summoning stage, the divine demon. Something she has only heard of and never seen. The divine demon not only understands the pain of all humans, but also of everything else. It is said that it can speak of the suffering of all creatures. But this is just a theoretical stage, so I will skip this phase. In fact, no one has ever reached the divine demon stage. The 5th level is what makes you feel a bit anxious. The 5th, the poison of enlightenment, the 5th sword of the heavenly sound demon technique, is poison. It represents the movement of those who died from poisoning and addiction. I still haven't mastered the fifth sword. Bitch Hyung said, "Stop." She said with Gong family's bewildered expression, "Do it again." When he tried again, he still heard the command to stop, and he continued to repeat it over and over, standing up and kneeling down again. To understand the poison sword, I have knelt 336 times with a heart broken by poisoning. Her voice remained cold. Try again. The next challenge you must conquer is how many times I knelt with a dying heart due to illness. She is strict so that you can remember it for a long time. Do it again. The seventh time was the longest, still the same familiar word. Again, the number of times I kneeled with a broken heart after being beaten with a blunt object is 510. Seeing enough of your true heart through the 7 cold kneelings, Bitch Hee Hung remarks, "You are a sincere child." She looked at him with a gentle, empathetic gaze. Some children are honest from birth. Some children are born with flaws but become honest because of their own wishes. An outsider, you are the one behind. Until now, she has highly valued Gong family's abilities. I wonder what kind of life you have lived to come this far. You also wondered what kind of life you wanted to pursue to become like this, didn't you? The boy remained kneeling, listening to Bitch Kyang's confessions. If the sun represents life, then darkness means pain. The limits of each person's life are different, but their suffering piles up together. Sweat poured down his skin like a flood. He struggled to stand up because people are not defined by being alive, but by their pain. Bitch Hyang's words clearly reveal your deepest feelings. If you say you will share your pain with someone, it means you will walk with that person for a lifetime. So those who are hurt by others only want to be with everyone else. She reached her hand toward the burning lamp. People not only decide who they will leave scars on, but also who they will carry scars from. Every word seems to explain the efforts you made in the past. The common folk you tried to save will never truly recover. The crowds you saved will never become famous. The ones you love will never be perfect. Bitch Hai Hong poured out her entire life's feelings to make Gong understand. Even so, if you want to be hurt by everyone, think about how they scratch you with their nails, how they make you suffer even when holding you tightly. These are all eternal truths of reality. Life is suffering, but only humans are in pain. Bureha, bureha, agabaraha. This is the meaning and the fire of your heart. Burn it and see the colors of others. When the candle goes out is the right time. The 8th heavenly sound dies by fire. Bitch Hyen guides you to bow with the fire heart. He performs a bow to the 8th heart. She closes her eyes, feeling the connection between them grow stronger. She stood up and approached him. I understand that the final sword of the celestial sound is not fixed. From generation to generation, the sect engraves their death into the final sword. So the 9th sword of the celestial sound demonic technique varies depending on each person. Seeing Gong's obvious exhaustion, she made her final request. Bow to your death. The boy once again focused his thoughts. This is what you feel most clearly after 90 reincarnations. I have engraved deep pain into your mind. My neck hurts, and no matter how many times I go through it, I can never get used to that feeling. My hand trembles, afraid that the blade will slip or that my trembling will cause it to miss. As my determination fades, the day I must die stretches out longer. The slower my death, the more my resolve diminishes. The more my resolve fades, the more I have to die, but I cannot forgive that person. I am not confident I can forgive him and go on living. I desperately want to live, so I died in despair. Again, the 9th, the last thing you focus on is your own suffering. Bowing, Bitch Hyang kneels down and embraces you. Gongra, you are my disciple. She held him tightly and comforted him. I don't care where you're from. Where are you going? Who are you? You are a disciple of the heavenly demon. Our teachings are in your heart. Even if society is destroyed, as long as your heart beats, heaven's voice will continue. Gongja has reached a point where even the weak cry. Yes, master. The tears you shed are for the struggles and hardships you've endured. My neck hurts so much. The ceremony is over. I rest my head in Big Hyang's warm embrace. I finally understand it. Gong slowly walks behind, his eyes focused on Big Hyang ahead, and he reminds her to be careful because it's very dark in front. In his heart, he wondered what the heavenly demon and his master were thinking, so he decided to raise his hand and recite a spell to check her information. Bitch Hoyang's thoughts appear. Let's see. If I can calculate the remaining internal energy, I could survive for another 1.5 years if I save it. She sighed. Oh dear, it's too difficult. I have to transfer my internal energy back to Gong in 1.5 years. You just listened silently without saying anything. He scratched his head awkwardly, feeling a bit embarrassed. Old Spirit suddenly shouted loudly, "Zombie!" Old Spirit laughed loudly, flailing his limbs wildly. Ha ha ha. No matter how different the world is, martial arts are not much different from the martial world, but it still makes me feel at ease to be able to read martial arts documents. Oh right, was the ceremony successful? Thinking about the old man again makes me facepalm in frustration as he keeps rambling about warriors. Moon sat nearby and happily called out when she saw the two people return. Oh, she's back. He turned to Gongja and asked, "Have the 9 bows been completed?" The boy replied politely, "Yeah, I've officially become a disciple of the heavenly demon." He said it with a dismissive tone. "Congratulations. So how did the poison master become a disciple of the leader of the martial world?" He lazily stood up and said, "Well, somehow it just happened." Moon crossed his arms and sneered, "I just told him to teach me. Nothing special." But in his mind, that dying old man said that Duong Tho was even shorter and wanted to give Tien Kui a reason to live. So how could I refuse? And he was better than me at talking about martial arts when we were together. He recalled his memories, and Kyun Gun called out to him in surprise. Hey, is that guy really real?" The Medicine King and the Medicine Master standing beside him are also amazed. "That guy looks like that, but he's a valuable teammate of ours. A venomous snake like a youth idol in our world, right?" He felt shy but also proud. "Everyone, please don't talk about those things anymore. It's so embarrassing." Then Kyun Gun's eyes sparkled with a pleading look. "Yes, I beg you, in the name of the greatest genius, be my last student. Even if my dull mind thinks so, it's so troublesome. I just want to live peacefully, but why is it that my life is like this?" And his face shows such clear satisfaction. The alchemist standing behind Mon speaks, "King of death and heavenly demon, I have good news and bad news for you. What do you want to hear first?" She softly announced, "I succeeded. I made the cure. I succeeded." King of Death. Bitch Huang was stunned and stepped forward. "What do you mean? Did she really create the medicine?" She adjusted her glasses and looked knowledgeable with a calm voice. "Honestly, I just finished it yesterday and need to observe for another day to see the results of the test." The alchemist recounts her and the Medicine King's trial samples. "I experimented on the corpse of that martial arts master. The zombie is gradually returning to a normal dead body. I confirm that there is no contagion, and his body has become a normal corpse." Bitch Hien happily takes her hand. "That's amazing. Even I and the top martial artists of the righteous sect couldn't cure this disease. Only the two of you found the antidote." The alchemist responds calmly, not claiming all the credit. "Without the medicinal herbs provided by the Poison King, we wouldn't have been able to." She was excited and cheerful. "No need to be modest. Treat him right away." Bitch Hien talks about her friend. He pretends to be strong and proud, but he is actually trembling. He doesn't have many days left. Perhaps it was God's mercy that helped her create the cure before he died. Gong quietly thought to himself, "The pharmacist is a genius. Creating a cure is not surprising." The fake pharmacist hesitated before continuing, "Yes, of course I will treat him. That's why I'm here." Seeing her face fall in disappointment, Beach Hyang asked, "Is there a problem with the medicine?" The fake alchemist avoided her gaze and said, "No, the medicine is fine, just a small side effect. The side effects can negatively impact the patient's meridian." Hearing that, she froze in place. Kyun Gun, standing behind, said, "We have to treat it anyway, and we have to accept the side effects. The effects of the medicine created by this girl are undeniable." The old man reiterated the truth about their current physical condition, but she also needs to pay attention to this. "We are both half dead and half alive. Our bodies have long turned to dust, but we are just trying to hold on." The old man stroked his chin and beard. "We defy nature to survive, now we must pay the price." The alchemist starts up the health scanner, and since it's been a long time since they were infected, she points the device at Beach Hyang to check her condition. The origin of this disease is hard to trace, so treating it is truly challenging. She reminds the patient that for the medicine to work, we need to clear out anything obstructing the body. "Are you saying we will remove the tumor from the patient's body?" "That's enough. There will be some loss of internal energy and the body will be affected to some extent, but we can recover quickly." The fake Kim Master agrees with your opinion. "That's exactly what I wanted to say to both of you." Mun simply crossed his arms and stood silently aside. Bitch Hyang has no doubt about the two doctors. She doesn't need to worry about the surgery. Everything is going smoothly. "I completely trust the pharmacist and the Medicine King. You both have done very well. That's what I wanted to tell you." Duok Vuong just sat quietly listening to the conversation. Kyun expressed his true feelings. "Their medicine works very well, even though I don't know much about it. Luckily, we still have hope. You should try too." Bitch Hyang didn't answer, only called out his name, Nam Kyun. He grabbed his collar to cover his wound and said firmly, "I will perform the surgery." Gunun expressed his feelings anyway. "I think all hope is lost. Fortunately, I have no regrets or sadness. I am glad to have gained a disciple, even if it was just a facade. My student is an unparalleled genius. Just say it plainly." "I'm glad about that. We are martial artists and also leaders of two sects. We need to be strong. Standing before Bitch Hyang, we have nothing to fear or hesitate about. This is an opportunity. Do you agree?" Bitch Hyang. He placed his hand on his close friend's shoulder, hoping she would think it over. But all he received in return was silence. That night, the bright moon shone down through the mountain crevices as the martial arts leader underwent surgery all night, which was successful. Bitch Hyang quietly looked up at the Changyu sky with mixed feelings. Gongo softly asked, "Master, you didn't beat around the bush and just asked directly. Was the surgery successful? How did it go?" He politely replied, "He is safe." Bitch Hang smiled softly, truly happy. She gazes toward the distant sunlight, whispering softly, "Disciple, if you want to extinguish the coldness in the world." Bitch Hang talks about her childhood dream. "That has been my wish since I was little. I hate winter and the falling snowflakes. Why does the world divide into seasons, and why winter too? In the seasons, I wonder why winter takes away the lives of others." She holds her sword straight towards the shining light. "I believe I can do anything for this world if I try hard enough, but honestly, it's too difficult. Not as easy as I thought." Gong looked down and asked doubtfully, "Bloodthirsty demon's sword?" She softly replied, "Big Hyang must lift it up," as a black aura began to envelop her. "When I first appeared in the land full of rivers and lakes, I carried a heart full of passion. I accepted the world's coldness as a matter of course and wished to erase the snowy mountains." She raises her sword to cover her face and whispers, "Those days, I had a great longing and immense faith." Lan's long hair flows freely as Big Hyang gracefully leaps to the call of her soul. "Bareha, Bareha, I Bareha, my heart is a candle." She leaps toward the snowy mountain ahead and strikes a sweeping blow into the air. Then, "Burn this place down." Her strike generates enough heat to slowly melt the snow on the mountain. My tone is completely calm. I can only do so much with a passionate heart. Although I tried my best and couldn't fulfill my wish, with my lonely soul, it's all just a dream. This is my final journey. Bitch Hyang slowly turned her face, her deep and emotionally expressive gaze, looking at Gong. "Disciple, I will perform the ritual." Medicine King tiredly asks fake Kim Master, "Can you hold on until the surgery for Heavenly Demon?" She leans on the rock, just as exhausted. "Sorry, I think I need to rest." Kyun was lying still when suddenly a familiar voice broke the silence. "I heard that the old man's bones were damaged, so I came here to see for myself." The old man smiled at Bitch Hyang and said, "Well, I was the first to visit the patient. I never imagined." "All right, go ahead and look around. You asked about his health. How does he feel?" Kyun Gun softly said with relief, as if I was about to fly away. She didn't believe him at all, just nonsense. The old man couldn't even flip over like a leaf, let alone fly. He asked Vuvo, "Well, your face looks much better. Madhu, have you decided to go through with the surgery?" She looked at him affectionately and said, "Yes." Bitch Hyang recounted what she had just done for him earlier. "I swung my sword with energy equal to a year's worth, the last time in my life I could play with my aura like that." He chuckled excitedly. "That scene must have been magnificent. It's a pity I couldn't see it because I was bedridden." "So, what did you do?" She gazes dreamily at the mountains she just tried to cut, with a hint of regret. "I tried to end winter but couldn't. The vast stage of despair seemed to drift away from me, and he comforted her to lift her spirits. Oh my, it's a shame, but cheer up. Isn't that an unprecedented performance? If it were that easy, the history of this world must have been overturned at least 6 times. Bitch Hang hesitated, about to ask something. "Nam Kyun, you understand what I mean and should answer accordingly. I have no regrets. Kyun has always been grateful for what he has and never complains. The world shattered long ago, but we can endure for many more years thanks to that strange fate. That strange fate that a divine healer from another world can save us. That I can accept the last disciple. That the righteous faction I thought was destroyed still exists. Everything begins with that strange fate. It brings about miracles, and I truly feel deeply grateful for it. Having lived all these years, he understands very well. The only thing I cling to is that we cannot continue the great battle between good and evil. You truly believe in the next generation. Wow, there is no perfect life in this world. Our disciple will handle the rest." Bitch Hien nodded in agreement upon hearing those words, then glanced at Gong Ra, her voice full of conviction. "Yes, they will. If this is the stopping point for my life, I am willing to accept it." The boy stood behind the two, quietly listening to their stories about life. Master Gong suddenly thought of something and turned to leave. "I have to go out for a moment." She asked curiously, "Where could you go in this situation?" He just vaguely explained that you should think of it as a disciple going out for a breath of fresh air. "Don't worry. The more you say that, the more uneasy I feel. Hearing you say that makes me even more worried." Bitch Hai Hong reminds Gong Ra to be careful. "You're not planning to get involved in dangerous matters, right?" You bow respectfully with your hands clasped and say goodbye. "I will definitely return before the healer's treatment is finished." "Master, please rest assured and focus on healing. Your unworthy disciple will be here when you open your eyes." Under the harsh cold, Tuyet Pu Dak walks quickly and exhaustedly. Now, what did this world look like before it was destroyed? Did the martial world once have a dense forest here? Did the martial world and the rivers and lakes here once have flowing water? Suddenly, Preda appeared, bowing respectfully to greet you. Her voice softly rang out. Milo, please report on the assigned mission. According to your orders, there are 439 zombie from the demonic sect, 478 from the righteous side, totaling 917 missing persons, with 560 demonic sect members and 521 righteous members not missing but nearby. In total, 1998 members of the Legion are present here. Gong drew his sword and prepared for battle. Good, from now on, bring each zombie to me one by one. Brett respectfully stepped back, obeying the order. The zombies were then sequentially slaughtered, their bodies making loud noises. The more they die, the more fired up you get. Next, the zombies like Bariha. Gong desperately fights to eliminate the surrounding corpses. Agabariha orders him on. Hurry up, I will finish them all before sunset today. She pointed eastward, to the Lord. In this fierce battle, I suddenly remembered something. I've been thinking about this for a long time. Thinking back on it only makes Gongja more determined. How can I achieve the perfect ending? How can a person's life be truly complete? You wipe the sweat from your brow tiredly. Will your master be satisfied with the ending of becoming her disciple? His vacant eyes looked down at the cold snow. In the end, it doesn't matter. Gong Ra stood there in a daze for a moment, accepting an ordinary ending as just having an apprentice. Even if I just end this world, the 22nd floor will still be as clean as ever. She stands beside him, encouraging him. Lord, please stay strong. Only half of it remains. Greta announces. Please continue to encourage the effort of the battle team. She and Gong are working hard to eliminate the zombies. The last 10 are approaching, reporting to the Lord. He kept fighting and thinking idly, I will never be satisfied. After destroying all the zombies, he collapsed exhausted onto the ground. She approached happily and said, You've tried so hard, Lord. You've accomplished so much. Seeing that, he asked confused, What are you so happy about? Greta covers her mouth shyly. When I think about the scene of the Lord's appearance, my heart naturally fills with emotion. She believes that the good things you do will surely be recognized. I haven't met the Lord's master directly, but I'm sure it will be very happy. And not just ordinary happiness, I mean really happy. You want that too. I guess so. I hope she will be happy. Inside the cave, the fake Kim Soo cheerfully announces to Big Hyang and Kunun. Both are trying very hard. In this case, I can confidently say that both of you will recover within a week. She is saying now that even if Bi Kwang is bitten, you won't be infected. Then, suddenly, Bitch Hyang reached out and patted Kim Soo's head. Thank you. She is very grateful for this kind heart. That old man and I owe her a debt of gratitude. Helping strangers is not an easy thing to do. Genuine Kim Soo humbly replied, I only did what I had to do. Hearing that, Bitch Hyang praised him even more. It's wonderful to realize that was all she needed to do, and even more so to experience and witness it until the very end. She is a good girl. Gong left and saw how close they were, so he asked, Boss, does that mean both of them can move now? The fake Kim master turned to answer him. Yes, even if they move as two groups, it won't be a problem. You politely invite the two elders, master and the martial arts leader, to take a walk with you. They looked at him blankly and confused. Strolling, I'm glad to breathe the air with my disciple. But why are you bringing this old man along too? Oh my, I was the one refusing, but the Gong family won't allow them to refuse, so both of you have to go. Both of them looked at each other with suspicion and doubt at the same time. Although it wasn't voluntary, Bitch Hyang and Kyun still agreed. All right, my disciple probably has some plan. I'll willingly be deceived. Well, since you're a little demon, it's probably nothing serious. A rare peaceful scene as Gong leads them outside, calling out, Master, martial arts leader? He walks slowly while talking, and both of them say that their only regret is not being able to end the battle between good and evil. Unfortunately, that's something you, as my disciple, have to resolve. The boy looked toward the bright sunrise shining down, warming the cold, snowy mountains. But I have thought of something else. He calmly expressed his thoughts. The battle between good and evil is a ritual between two people. Even if you and your master clash, it's just an ordinary fight. Only a fight between the two of them could become that great battle because they have stood against the demonic sect and the righteous side until this moment. Bi Chang suddenly realized something. The disciple didn't let her finish speaking. Gong expressed his gratitude to her and the old man. Thank you. Thank you for not giving up over the 3 years. Thank you for gathering the zombies every morning. If you two give up, I will never be able to save them. After saying that, he began to chant. Reincarnation of 100 demons. A black smoke spreads and engulfs the surrounding space. Within that black smoke, the old acquaintances begin to appear. Gong continues to speak. You might think of it as a dream. I don't mind if you look back on it and say it's a side effect of losing your core energy. He happily accepted, thinking that I had learned some strange martial arts. Master, the leader, the martial world, everyone was stunned to see that my body was still intact. Seeing everyone return to normal, his gaze was distant. The demonic sect had not yet fallen into despair. The war had not forgotten loyalty and righteousness would not forget. The war. If the demon sect disappears from the world, it must be because of the sword of the righteous faction. If the righteous faction is destroyed, it must be by the slaughtering hands of the demon sect. Gongja turned around, took their hands so they could hold hands as the leader of the demonic sect had said, and as the wish of the head of the righteous sect. He respectfully clasped his hands and said, "Fight to become the last master of the martial world." The previous demon wives have mysteriously returned in human form, surprising the members of the avoidance sect with what is happening before their eyes. What's going on? The evil sect isn't doing any better either. They looked around in confusion and asked, "Is this heaven? Am I still alive?" A righteous cultivator hesitantly asked, "I am sure my body was bitten by Yangshi." Bitch Hien looked at the image below with a hint of sorrow and coldly questioned Gongja. "You come from another world, right? It's not just a place outside these walls. This is not magic that a human can perform. It is truly an act of incredible irrationality in the legend. Maybe I am dead and have been sent to heaven without realizing it." Hearing those words, I bowed my head and looked at the people carrying below. That's not it. The next words felt like tiny needles stabbing into Bitch Hyang's chest. These people can't use martial arts like the master did. They are weaker than when they were alive. He raised Bitch Hyang's hands and gently said, "You should go and see for yourself." Big Hyang glided over the remaining snow on the mountain wall and quickly rushed down. She gently stepped onto the white snow, just a few steps away from her, the former servant of Huyet Ma now confidently leading everyone. "First, we need to assess the current situation. Everyone stay calm and form a scouting team," she called out to Captain of the Crimson Blood Squad. Hearing that familiar sound, the blood demon was startled and turned around in panic. Everyone saw that the woman in front of them did not believe their eyes. Heavenly demon. Bitch Hyang, with a trance-like gaze, still cannot believe this alchemist is real, and the corner of his mouth twitches. "Captain of the Crimson Blood Squad. Are you really the captain of the Crimson Blood Squad?" She begins calling out familiar names one by one. "Demon King Guyang, do you have a fire demon?" "Yes, with the divine sword demon." The god gives the order. She steps out to caress each person's cheek, filled with happiness. "I have lost you before." Looking at those kneeling in the snow, that voice softly echoes, "My little child." Amidst those feelings, a deep voice suddenly echoed, "Ahem, the abbot who once set the record during the plague days. I should have died in the cave and crossed the river. When I closed my eyes for the last time, I didn't see the realm of the demon nor my burial site, only the snowy wings." Kyun then hurriedly ran down. "Do." The abbot listened to that sound without showing any emotion. "And this commoner too. Even if I have to leave the mortal world, I must stay close to this man. What does the Buddha want from me?" Kyun-gun happily hugs the abbot. Listening to his annoying talk makes him truly a monk. The old man even got to squeeze the abbot's face before returning home, still alive, which clearly displeases the monk. "I'm not his friend. This must be a miracle from Emperor Jade. I'm just listening to your nonsense. Even as a monk, your voice still doesn't seem to have fully grasped the essence of Buddha. Don't pollute the ears of that common monk. Moreover, I shouldn't have listened to your temptations to confront the demonic sect. You'd better stay silent and go to the temple." Gongja can tell just by looking at this scene who it is. He is probably the abbot of Shaolin. After my master and the Wulin Lord, he is the one who has lived the longest. Seeing him speak so coldly makes me so happy. He's really the master I know. In that warm moment, a cold female voice cut through the icy wind. "Ah, so it's Bitch Hien," she boldly introduced herself. "I am Bitch Hien of the Wind Sect of Demons." She held the Shaolin fist stance and continued, "I am a celestial demon." In the heavenly-like space, that clear voice kept echoing through the air. Today might just be an illusion of a blind person, but it's okay. I can be a patient dreaming in the midst of chaos. Behind her, many disciples are kneeling in reverence, and it's fine if this is just a dream as the world falls asleep. Her black hair fluttering in the wind, her true disciple looked at her with a proud gaze. In the end, life is just a severe illness we have to endure day by day, and this world is the dream we share together. The small but steady back stands firm like a towering mountain before the scorching sun. I still haven't forgotten the name of the illness I have. I still haven't forgotten this strange dream. So I still haven't let go of anyone, and I still haven't abandoned this world. Bitch Hyang changed her stance. kicking away the snow beneath her feet, shouting, "Bear, you still haven't stopped. It's not martial arts. That disease is what truly proves my status. And it's not internal energy. That dreamlike trance is what truly shows who I am." The deep-set eyes look toward the righteous side. "I will continue to be myself. I propose the 990th battle." Under the witness of the high sky, Elder Kyun-gun responds, "Martial arts leader Nam Kyun," the Shaolin fist stance. The old man introduces himself to everyone once again. "I am the saint of the Khan family, Nam Kyun." The accusations began to be voiced. Your demonic sect turned the screams of ordinary people into doctrine, those screams into revenge, and revenge into genocide that stained this world red. The next sentence is even more intense than the previous one. "A blood-stained soul full of hatred. You have turned the immortal and mortal worlds into blood red, yet still pretend to be weak. On that battlefield, only two people truly understand why this move is happening. You keep crying out and clutching the heavenly demon's robe, begging her to take your place and bear the evil of the world for you. When you grab her cloak, it's clear that you are weak and pathetic. But the show never ends halfway through. Ha! You have all your limbs and yet you keep clinging to the sins of the past. How long will you do that?" Every word seems to ignite the flames of hatred from the evil sect. If a tree wants to bear fruit, it must drop its flowers, which also makes the blood of the righteous faction boil with competition. "But look at what your carriage is doing." "Good. I thought you were accepting the challenge." In that pure white snow, only two people are allowed to speak, and Bitch Hyung asks a meaningless question. Surrender? Or fight a life-and-death battle? Kunan straightforwardly accepted the challenge to a life-and-death battle, and as if waiting for this moment for a long time, Bitch Hyun smiled a mischievous, joyful smile. "I accept." She turns around and gives the order. The disciple of the demonic sect reaches out towards the moon. Bitch Hyung raises her aura to rally the troops. "You can remember today as a dream or an illusion." In response to her call, the commander immediately shouted, "Beria is a talented commander." She continues amidst the loud shouts of her subordinates. "Maybe all of this is just a distant dream." Beria gestures for battle but still calls out to everyone, "If that's the case, I might as well live as if this is just a dream." Yam Berea, like the sound of troops marching out. Bitch Hyung's words are the low flame that ignites the heart. "My heart is a candle, burn this place down." Before the two sides charged into battle, the sound swayed like the sharp notes of a pipa. For the demonic sect, for the lives of the common people, that moment had come to wipe them all out. Bitch Hyun raised her hand to order their destruction, both sides drawing their weapons, and a violent atmosphere quickly emerged. "Charge at the traitorous dogs. Today I will kill them all." To win, they will use any tricks they can, including biting opponents or charging straight at others. The younger boy, angry, shouted, "Our moral code is the Demon King Guang, one of the 4 great guardians of the evil sect. Taste my sword's blade. Facing you is a middle-aged man who doesn't seem to lack enemies." Both sides rush in at the same time. "Hi!" Gongjin is struck in the chin by Gu Yang's sword-wielding hand. Guang was poked in both eyes, but Gin still laughed loudly and happily. Ha ha ha. On this side, a young, beautiful girl respectfully introduces herself. "I am the #1 fire demon among the 4 great guardians. I will take your head." Facing her is the abbot of Shaolin Temple, Amitabha. "I am Romigong." The demon girl raised 3 fingers and offered to let you go first out of respect for the abbot. Hearing this, he ran forward shouting, "The monk will never forget your kindness." Unexpectedly, he was hit squarely in the stomach with a punch so powerful that blood spurted from his mouth. Monk Liang Shuang stood up and said, "Isn't it you who told me to strike first with 3 moves?" But she shamelessly replied, "Do you really believe what I said? I feel incredibly amused, but when did I start bleeding from my nose?" "Yes, you do seem like that." The monk, proud of the result, "Perhaps my skills haven't worn out yet." She collapses, cursing, "You bastard." He rushes over and embraces the demon flower's head. "I still have those 2 moves left." The monk drove his knee hard into the flower demon's head, but in the end he was the one who felt the pain. And a laugh that tore through his heart. Kushaha. In another place, the demon sword is still fiercely fighting the enemy. "You guys are just a bunch of monks who don't know how to use internal energy. This is my real skill. Get ready." His voice echoed far and wide, revealing the true face of the so-called righteous sect before the entire martial world. Fighting with swords against swords, the representative of righteousness is Tianjian Manhwa. "You all are just crude, evenly matched in the duel," the demon sword sweat and gasping, saying, "Stop this and give up." Both narrowly dodged the attacks, and the demon sword expressed his loyalty by shouting for the demonic sect. The disciples of the evil path united and shouted, "For the common people." Gong family still remains indifferent to a bloody battle. and you can still feel how real this story truly is. Die. Die. Come here, right in front of me, for the first time witnessing my master's own move. Bitch Hyang seems to be dancing lightly in the air. Oh, so lively. Contrary to her calm demeanor, the others seemed to struggle just as much as the abbot and the sect leader of Nam Sun. The two heroes fought her fiercely but were pushed back. Yes, her eyes radiate murderous intent, but her smile remains bright as a flower. That is Bitch Hyang, the woman representing the demon, whom she dances around the drops of blood. I am filled with sorrow across the world. The hatred between heaven and earth burns the mountains. Gong family's sparkling eyes reflect that madness. The demonic sect dominates the martial world, and I am its leader. Do you think you are capable of facing the gods of the gods? Right now, it seems no one on the battlefield has enough strength to stop that woman. You are not allowed to pass here. The minions of the righteous Bitch Hyang look around and shout. Nam Kyun. Bitch Hyang seems to want to ignite the competitive spirit of both his friend and enemy. She pushed away those blocking her path to reach him. The morning sun began to dispel the darkness. Kunan gritted his teeth and said, "This reminds me of the first day of the battle. That day we couldn't determine the winner. So the battle continued into the second day, and since it wasn't over then, we kept fighting on the third day. In the end, I was wrong from the start. I should have used all my strength on the first day. You are truly serious now, no longer as calm as before. Come here with me, Demon Lord. Today, luck has chosen me." Bitch Hyang slowly walks over, smirking. "You call that luck?" The two commanders of the two sides began a real duel. War must have bloodshed. Big Hyang is punched hard in the face by Kunun. In response, she delivers a straight punch to his chin. The battle she dreamed of has now become reality, and Bitch Hyang is overjoyed. Ha ha ha. She lunged and bit into Kyun's ear, causing a pain that shot along the nerve in her temple. Unexpectedly, that bite was strong enough to cut off the old man's left ear. Bitch Hyang spat the ear onto the ground, blood gushing from the torn ear onto her lips, making her feel so filthy. You continue to provoke with words, saying, "The noble dignity of the Nam Kyun family doesn't enhance your worth as meat." Kyun-gun quickly covers his wound, gasping for air. "Hey, Madu, not only do you like animal meat, but you also enjoy human flesh now, huh?" She looked at the old man with half-lidded eyes like a death god ready to give the order to execute. "You are so old that your taste is like that of rotten spinach. But there are some truths you spoke earlier." Amidst the crunching snow, her words cut through the air like a blade. Even the Great War itself had its end from the very first day. At that moment, it was Zhang Tuanjie, and you always knew that an outstanding person like Bitch Huang wouldn't be absent. Between me and you, there is hesitation. I thought I had fought with everything I had, but in reality I couldn't. I didn't have the courage to risk my life. Looking at his talented disciple, those words seemed to awaken someone. Today's battle is a second chance that heaven did not grant us to be the top among thousands. We cannot ignore our wrong move. We cannot foolishly repeat the same mistake. In the end, that woman made a decision. Today, I should use everything I have to make that close enemy stunned. Don't tell me. Kyun finally realizes something. You are using your true energy. What Bi Huang is using clearly indicates that it is celestial, immortal energy, a power that everyone has from birth. In other words, their vitality is not the same as internal strength when using it. Then there is nothing more, and once it is gone, it marks the end of a martial artist's life. Of course, Gongja also knows what that is, and he was truly shocked by his master's choice. Using true energy comes at a heavy price. They could either die or become disabled. Kunun began to prepare his stance. Matu, of course, knew why Bitch Hyang took this dangerous gamble, but he still had one question. You and I are both weakened anyway. If we try to use our internal energy now, we can only use it like beginners, not only lacking internal strength, but even mid-level energy. You didn't notice this, did you? Only Bitch Hyang understood it very clearly. I know. Your rambling words make Kungun angry. Are you really planning to use internal energy to showcase your martial skills as a novice? Once again, she replied softly. Of course, Bitch Hyang calmly subdued Kyun's anger, so don't be angry at the man Kyun. I don't intend to throw away my life. I just hope that my final day will come today. Under the astonished eyes of her disciples, she continued, Now I feel the full joy of life. I am grateful to myself for surviving to this day, and I am thankful for all the connections I have made up to this moment. She begins to adopt a fighting stance like a serious martial artist, no longer hesitant as she was at the beginning. Look back, I am truly happy with my life as a martial artist. Having a worthy opponent is a cause for joy. Kunun feels the same. Very well, I have lived long enough for this day. Mr. Thanthoat channels his internal energy, using his chai. Let's die together. Heavenly Demon, two rivals representing opposing sides who have fought hundreds of times, decide to end that foolish battle today. Starting a new battle, Big Hyang throws a punch but is quickly dodged by Kunun. Their energy merges with the air and surrounding creatures, causing the forest to bloom beautifully. The scene left you stunned. Elder Spirit commented that they are depleting their vital energy. His commentary seems to be explaining to the young boy beside him. It's like a feast for the flowers because it's the spiritual energy of the masters, even if only temporary. The more he spoke, the more he admired those two people. But this was only a rare sight. He questions himself and answers, is it because one was born with a pure yin body and the other with a body suited for martial artists? They were both truly immersed in their own worlds, each unleashing their unique techniques. Tianma's cry of sorrow and the destruction wrought by Huang Yuyet. In the midst of the chaos, a red flower fell into the gathered hands. The blood-red petals began to fall onto the battlefield. Bitch Hyang's lips trembled. I hate you. Every word she spoke ignited Kyun's fighting spirit like gasoline on a fire. I hate all of you. I hate the righteous, I hate heroes, I hate the 9 great academies, I hate the 5 great clans. While others fight and struggle, you act as if you're above it all, as if you've shed the burdens of the world. We all enjoy when civilians scream, but it's not your happiness that I cannot forgive. She steps on the red petals scattered across the ground. Even someone like you can get hurt. Even someone like you can feel pain and seek comfort, and I am disgusted by how you all pretend and act like humans. She delivered a punch to Kyun Gun's stomach, causing a sudden strong wind. Why are you beasts with each other but always human among yourselves? The punch stunned Kyun into place, as if it had shattered something inside him. Blood clearly spurted from Kyun's mouth, the outcome unmistakable. The red petals gradually vanish like a fleeting dream, leaving the 2 warriors collapsed. Gong hurriedly runs over in fear. Master, you help your teacher up, Master. Bitch Hyen still lowered her head and said, You win. He hurried to channel his energy to his beloved master, constantly reassuring him. I feel her body growing colder. Yes, you won, you won. Originally, I should have pierced his chest with my fist and grabbed his heart, but instead of stabbing through, I stopped my attack and showed my disciple this humiliating face. That dirty face still looks calmer while advising your disciple. However, I think I look better than how you look now. She looked at his calm face and asked sharply, What is that expression? Back then, Beach Hai Hang advised me, Don't worry, I still have time before I die. I have enough time to say goodbye. 2 hours later, still at the battlefield, her gentle voice echoed. But you were still crying, ignoring everything around, she continued amidst the noisy space. You're making everything difficult for me, so I also made things difficult for you. The fake alchemist ran over. Master Tsuwang, I've wanted to tell you everything for a long time, but I couldn't because of my stubbornness. I was worried this would leave something in your heart. As a farewell, she keeps going. I want you to remember me like everyone remembers the moment when the flowers bloom. Looking at Tandu around, the 2 companions who came with him here are now in shock. What is happening? The master is waking up. Bitch Hyang looked at the fake Kim Soo and said, That old man is still fine. His final blow was quite shallow. He boasted that luck was on his side today, but his luck is being crippled. What do you mean by that? I will never let him leave in that condition. We don't have time for this. Neither of them expected that both would need immediate treatment. Bitch Hyang refused that help. I'm fine. I know my body best. It's really too much for me now. Just take care of the old man. When examining and diagnosing, the fake Kim Soo's face suddenly looked very sad. But the woman still doesn't care about that, and I want to spend my final moments with only a few disciples. Can you please leave us alone? Kid. Master Kim Soo quietly asked with sadness. I have some painkillers. Do you want some pills? Beach Hyung continued to refuse. I'm fine. The winter wind is quite lovely. I just want to feel this wind as it is now when I reach Nirvana, while everyone begins to return to the cave to heal Kunun, leaving the 2 master and disciple on the white snow. Bitch Hien is talking. What should we do with the remaining time now? Despite how sad the disciple is, the master no longer cares about the surroundings. Her words like a wish to have one last conversation in this life. Do you want to see how beautiful our sex palace is? I didn't expect the Gong family to beg for mercy. There are a few more things. Seeing Beach Kyang's face gradually turn blank, he spoke up to stop her. I have a request I want to ask. What is it? The thing Gong family truly desires from the depths of your heart? I want you to have an alchemist ending that will satisfy you. This is a piece for that. A piece is the missing puzzle fragment. Your next words will awaken that master. Let's have a fight with him. The mind sword of Bitch Hyen has fallen in that realm. She only realized that level when she was called Heavenly Demon instead of Ruat Tuyet. At last, she understood the truth. I see now. Her empty, unfocused gaze into the sky, killing with only her mind, she murmured, So there is another realm that no one has reached yet. Bitch Hyang looked up at the nearest mountain, a realm only spoken of in legends, now before her eyes. She thought about it, distant as Nirvana, but once you reach it, there's nowhere you cannot go. Her hand seemed to want to reach the mountain, but she let go when she heard someone calling. The heavenly demon behind her was surrounded by the impoverished and suffering, pleading desperately to the supreme deity. Bitch Hyang wished that if she had a few more decades, the impoverished long-haired person would kneel on the ground begging in despair. The court demanded we pay taxes with black sable fur, but when my father went hunting for sable, he never returned. We can't pay taxes based on the number of people. You look at that scene and think of the other realm. If she only needs to practice, the hair tie man would be in trouble. Last year there was a drought, so we had nothing to eat, but I was forced to build a dam at the water reservoir to prevent next year's drought. How could I do that with my stomach empty? Deep inside, she longs for those things. If she had them, they would desperately call her name. Heavenly demon. Her dark, empty eyes looked at the mountain, her grip on the weapon tightening as if she had made a decision. When the desperate ones continued to beg, "Help us with this man named Van. I have already cut back so much." She closed her eyes, stepped forward, and left that snowy mountain behind. That day she eradicated those who made the world cold, but she could not eliminate winter. Gong's words surprised Bitch Hyang, who said, "Please fight me." He listened to her with eyes full of emotion. "It's surprising that even though your wish to become my disciple and be taught by me is commendable, your injured hand hangs limply over your black dress. As you can see, I can't move anymore. Gong, what do you gain from defeating your paralyzed master?" Your answer confuses her. It doesn't have to be a fight. Explain it to her. I want to argue with someone. A verbal duel instead of a physical fight. Drawings of two demon men appear on either side. The way to conduct a verbal duel is to discuss fighting styles and attack methods. An upward-facing hand and a shadow in a defensive stance appear. If one of them counterattacks, it also involves discussing the way to counterattack. Then, a drawing of a clenched fist and a shadow in a ready stance appears. So the fight is not about movements or internal energy, but a contest of martial arts knowledge alone. Beach Hyang listened and then chuckled, commenting, "My disciple is really confident. She realizes your true intentions. If we fight, you will win, but if it's a verbal dispute, it won't be like that. I will use my peak style from when I was strongest. How can you possibly compete?" Gongra hesitated, choosing her words carefully. Kyun Gun's memory with a look of surprise, and the moment her hand punched the old man's stomach and made him spit out blood. Calmly, you expressed your opinion. "I don't think you would fight the martial arts leader when you weren't at your strongest. You told me, didn't you? You could have torn his chest open and ripped out his heart. Even if it's just a verbal sparring, I want my master to have the most satisfying fight," she wondered. "So, that means you let me see, right?" She heard the answer and smiled happily. "That's right," Bitch Hang said cheerfully. "All right, even if we argue, I won't let you win. I'll let you go first, but don't be too mad if the fight ends with just one move." He obediently replied yes. She closed her eyes and lay in Gongra's arms, promising not to see the serious look in his eyes. "When the match ends, I will tell you stories from my youth." She spoke without realizing that the old spirit sword emperor was exchanging glances with him. "Now show your master the results of your original training. He is a person who has reached the strongest position in another world." He sternly asks if it's his turn now. "You are right. Keep your promise of losing. Old spirit, please fulfill your promise now that you've lost the bet." Then he entered a desperate situation, and of course I also wanted to fight the demon sex leader. "I will give her a great match. Tell her I will concede 3 moves first." He explains himself seriously. Usually when a martial artist borrows words from others to conduct a fight, it's not considered more rude than this. This will go down in history and be mocked by others. Then he bows his head respectfully. "No matter how ridiculous it may seem, I have no choice but to challenge to a duel. I am called the Sword Emperor. I am officially regarded as the #1 in the world of Heavenly Sword. This may be rude. I request that we have a verbal duel." Beach Hyang looked at Gong in confusion. "Is he your disciple? Why didn't you tell me your first move?" "The fight has already begun. Why are you calling her as if you want to confide in her?" "Master," Gongja continued under the gaze of those who revered her, "you know that I can use strange techniques. Of course, you know I'm talking about the technique you brought back from those fallen martial artists, right? You lie peacefully in his arms. I have decided not to ask you anything. Silence is virtue. Perhaps you are the envoy of the Jade Emperor who has taken pity on me." Gongja looked at the ancient spirit who had long been in his favor. "You have a technique you can use. It's a summoning demon skill. Explain to her that there is a supreme master's soul right beside you now. He is regarded as the greatest in another world." It obviously sounds like a joke, so she glanced at him playfully. "Ah, the greatest in another world, huh? Wow, you're worried about this, aren't you?" She thinks it's a funny joke. She agrees to your request even though it sounds trivial. "I understand. If it is a soul of a top expert from another world that my disciple has summoned, I will focus and happily accept you as an opponent in a battle of wit. Bitch Hyung wondered. So, what is the first technique of the #1 spiritual master? Your answer surprised her. He said that you can attack from 3 directions first. The girl with the annoyed face. How stupid. My disciple wouldn't say such things. It seems this ghost doesn't know its place anymore. So with the 5th sword of the 12 Cloud Dragon sword, the Outer Dragon Kwai sword will pierce through the vital points. The first move, the old spirit fairy closed his eyes and responded, I will use the 6th move of the Western River Earth Dragon form to distract La Kuang and then retreat with the Flying Cloud Pavilion. You pass on his message that he said to use the 6th move of the Western River Earth Dragon form to distract La Kuang and then retreat with the Flying Cloud Pavilion. She pondered quietly. She said doubtfully. Hung. Then I will blow him away with the 7th move of the ultimate hidden great attack. Expecting a reaction, he opens his eyes to counter, I will dodge it, and strike with the 2nd move of the 6 fists technique. Finished, Bitch Hyung clenched her fist. I will attack with the 6th move of the 6 Army Tomb sword. Resurrecting the sword, old Tin Lin raises his palm. I will use the Apkish technique. I will retreat with the Tonghua Lone Vu set. 3 rounds have ended immediately. She knows that he is truly capable. He fell silent in thought. After a moment of silence, he was the one to break it. I can't imagine how you've lived after reaching the top of your sect. You sacrificed yourself for your people and no longer have time to train. You should have entered the life and death realm, but you didn't. Why? Because you're too busy taking care of your family and teaching your disciples. So when could you ever find time to train? Old Spirit laughed mysteriously. But do you know what the most unfair part is? Even so, you are still the strongest. Her eyes darkened as he rambled on. You no longer need to work tirelessly because you are already the leader. Everyone knows your strength because you are their god. The man crossed his arms and sneered, You poor soul, becoming the strongest in this world is your misfortune. His face darkened, white mist rising and blending into the snowstorm. I will show you what a god among gods looks like. So you're not just the type to talk big, huh? As a heavenly demon from the Chronicles of the Heavenly Demon, the strongest of the era, the demon sect, I have decided to accept the challenge of a decisive battle between us. All right, I will take it seriously. The old spirit is also the Sword Emperor from the Heavenly Sword Realm, the strongest under the mortal world, the righteous faction. He replied to her, Of course, who do you think I am? The fight begins with Gongja Bitch Hyung as witness. Starting first, I will help you soar with the first move of the Bloodfire Dragon's Fury. The old spirit grumbled after hearing her say, Why does she act just like the righteous sect? I will use the first move of the 18 techniques of the Cloud Dragon Sword to counter it, so if I fail the first time, I will perform the ultimate hook punch technique. Gong family remained silent as they listened to their duel. For the first step, she leaned on the Gong family and muttered, What should I do now? Should I take that attack or not? She clasped her hands with yours. All right, I will combine the secrets of the law of life and death and use the butterfly effect. Old Spirit says, and the boy begins to count. One more step, he quietly listens to the verbal duel between the two. You come again when Beach Hyung responds to him, tiredly, and once more, she grips your hand tighter and shouts in anger, How long do you plan to keep stepping on my hand with that dirty foot? I will use the 2nd technique of the 3 demons' blood-sucking technique, the blood-sucking demon's rage to tear you apart. He sneered as she grew more irritated. You're perfectly coordinating with my movements. But you're so irritable, I'll take my foot out and make a lazy donkey to satisfy you. I will also use the 4th technique of the sacred wheel of life and death to target the right ankle, right elbow, and 3 spots at once. Bitch Hyung was excited even as sweat kept pouring down. I will take back the 3 steps with the heavenly demon move. Gong suddenly understood a few things when he looked at her. Yes, old spirit eagerly claps his hands. Since you have acted like righteous sects, I will take on the role of the evil sect. I will use the ice crystal sword to respond to you. The back of the man's figure appeared in his mind. The leader of the martial world isn't skilled enough to be my master. He is definitely the strongest among the righteous martial world in this universe. That's why he's the only one capable of fighting the heavenly demon. You wondered at the moment when the image of her punching the old man appeared, but wasn't it already proven in the great battle between good and evil? Gong family obviously knew who would win if they fought, so it was clear. And Kiyun is the same. I am sorry. The old man reveals the truth he has to accept. It seems I am weaker than you. You understand a few more things about her? Maybe that's why the master delayed ending that great battle until the 990th time, like a child slowly savoring a melting candy that will disappear forever. Bitch Hyen scorns the spirit and then strikes, truly foolish. I will use the 2nd move of the Sword of Slaughter. The old man calmly responds, No need to rush. I will use demon steps to evade and super fury to attack. She was panting, sweat pouring down her like a shower. Aha. Gong family, hearing her call out to me, turned around and asked, My disciple? Her face showed a fierce look. The ghost you summoned is really impressive. He looked at her with mixed emotions. Yes, master, and maybe he is the strongest person I know. Gong quietly reflected, finally understanding how the martial arts leader must feel. Bitch Hyang was utterly delighted. Why are you only introducing this ghost to me now? She praised the old spirit. I've never met a martial artist this strong before. His hand clenched the thigh tightly as he thought that he was very disappointed. The inkwash painting depicts the battle between the two of them. Bitch Hien strikes first. I will use all the highest divine techniques to cripple your arm and kill you. I will let the demon lord rule over the martial world. The drawing changes to an old spirit wielding a sword attacking. Come on, you've already backed down, haven't you? Are you just going to let it go now? I guess you should run now. I will use the cloud-piercing sacred technique to track your corpse. I will raise the sword in my hand and summon a storm to control you. The Gong family watches silently as they fight. Your daughter fights more and more fiercely. I'm already tired of testing your abilities. I will use the Sword of Desire to guide you and force you to use all three techniques. Piercing Dragon Slash, Breaking the Vital Points, Heavenly Penetration and Transformation, and Body Division Technique. You secretly think to yourself, I can't understand the purpose of this fight. He quickly follows up with an attack, just as I intended. All right. I will also use the Hidden Sky Sword Technique and the Life and Death Wheel Flower Staff to distract you. I will step back to use the Blind Heaven Sword to attack you. You admit your own weakness. You know what the Sword of Desire is, but you don't understand Rian Longsa. I also don't understand how using the Life and Death Lotus Flower to distract others works, or how to use the Blindless Heavenly Sword. Because I don't know clearly, I can't understand how they are fighting. Your words echo in my ears. Not bad, quite impressive. Bitch Hyen raised her weapon. Fine, I will use holy magic to dodge your attack. Gong sighed as he listened to the two fighting. The old spirit used his sword to block, the third step of holy magic. In a past life, you desperately wished to become a strong enough opponent to fight against him. Deep down, you hoped that if possible, you could become his source of hope. He seems to be exhausted. I will use the second move of the chain leap to counterattack. She dodged her attack while saying, charging in to stab and use a sword-breaking move to stop you. The boy helplessly thought deeply, but all he could do was listen and watch. Somewhere I hear the old fairy complain, too fast, don't rush like that. I will use it to dodge and then strike your neck. Her voice echoes faintly in the distance. I will use it to attack and defend. Compared to your strength, their level is beyond what you can reach. The drawing of Bitch Hyang keeps fighting nonstop. After I took that hit, she suddenly stopped to pay attention to you. Bitch Hyang's drawing gazes affectionately at Gong. She placed a hand on your shoulder. My disciple, it's very cold today. Winter has returned, and this place will turn into an endless snowfield. Every step they take can cause them to sink deeper into the white snow, so they must use teleportation magic to move. Bitch Hyang patiently explains that battles on the snowfield focus on tactics to make the opponent fall. Dudo, have you seen the ghost you summoned fighting with me to struggle for their lives on this snowy field? She explained in detail. That's why we use so many snow-throwing moves. We have to kick the snow piles up high to block the opponent's view. Don't you think we're really fighting for our lives? Then she covers your eyes with her hand, telling you to close your eyes. Bitch Hyang tries to spark Gonggia's imagination. I can see my opponent. He's a very powerful martial artist, right? He's also quite big, isn't he? I saw the black and white image of the old spirit and replied, Yes, master. Her description and the image of him are becoming clearer. A martial artist with a bear-sized body is breathing heavily and confidently smiling as he demands I keep fighting. It's only natural that he's confident given how different our physiques are. You should choose your words carefully to make him understand. No one can overcome such a disparity in physical condition. I have to accept this truth and find my strength. That my movement speed is faster than his, and most importantly, I am more familiar with the snowy field. I have left behind countless footprints on the snow. This is a prolonged battle. Do you understand? I am trying to turn it into my advantage. The battle becomes more vivid with each of Big Hyang's words, and because he saw my intentions, he moved faster. He charges straight at me like a wild boar. The black and white image blends with her voice, but there's no need to be afraid. I anticipated this, so I gently stepped back. The black and white world suddenly gained color, and her voice rang out, trapping him. Anyway, he's just a wild boar rushing at me while the snow falls heavily. Gong opens his eyes wide, watching that moment. I did it. You stare at them in amazement. You can see the two of them already, she explains patiently. Every step we took helped create the snowflakes flying in the sky. Bi Hyang, in her imagination, stepped back and said, It's snowing now. We've been fighting for 2 days, haven't we? Old Spirit feels annoyed having to keep attacking knowing that. Why do you keep running away? Even if you use teleportation, I won't lose, she replied proudly. I am very confident I can run until the end of my life. He replied seriously, but now you have to stop. You know what? This world will be completely covered by endless snowfields. Even if I have nowhere to go, I will always have a place to run away to. He disagreed with that idea. If it had been you at the beginning, you could have run until the end of your life. But now, we are no longer the same. Gong and Bitch Hyang still hold hands as they watch the illusion. Old spirit, you rush forward again. With less than 2 hours left before your life ends, do you still want to keep running? She mocks herself. Ha ha ha, how funny is that? She said calmly. Then, I admit, I don't have much time left to keep running anymore. Her hand clenched the weapon tightly, and a black smoke began to appear. If that's the case, her eyes turn serious as she makes a solemn declaration. I will show you all my strength. She unleashes a technique that surrounds her with snow. The Demon Angel Divine Attack, the ultimate move, the Fallen Star Sword. Her eyes are filled with anger. Hunger can make parents trade their own children with neighbors and eat the babies. The old spirit has to listen to her recount the fate of those unfortunate kids. Have you ever heard of an adult burying a child after cutting it into pieces? Have you ever heard of a place where you can see scraps of children's flesh scattered all over the snow? He sneered and replied, That's unfortunate. They must have suffered from hunger, but it was just a coincidence. He said as both of them charged forward. Sometimes the harvest was abundant, sometimes there was only famine. Nothing in this world is purely accidental. Dark Sect Leader. If she feels sad about tragedies, then normally she should also rejoice at happy things, he said, as the two weapons clashed. The depth of sorrow should match the joy. Bitch Hyang has a wound on her left cheek after the confrontation. The illusion shifts from snowy mountains to rice fields, from dark clouds to a clear blue sky, and he expresses that this is why we will sing for a joyful harvest season. The children appeared through the old spirit's words. I used to look toward the horizon every time I strolled, and that day I always saw a sea of gold in the eyes of the children playing hide and seek among the rice fields as tall as me. I could hear their giggles amidst the rustling leaves. He taunts, I hear you mention the flesh of children buried beneath the snow. So I will tell of their laughter as they run and play among the rice fields. Bitch Hyang couldn't dodge in time and was cut on the arm. Sob. He assaults her mind, the swords of opposing sides accidentally crossing. If I had to choose one, it would naturally be the laughter among the rice fields. And if I had to choose, I would recall the last moments of my life. It would surely be the scene of the children playing hide and seek. The anger reached its peak, forcing her to act. You truly are manipulating water and the leaves around her with the techniques of the demon heavenly divine skill. The second law of death and life sword. She shouted the last sentence. You are blessed. The sound of flowing water blends with Bitch Hyang's voice. You say it's just a coincidence, but happiness can't kill a person. Only the suffering of hunger and thirst can. Then the water runs out, revealing cracked land caused by drought. Death is final, forever so. Her face showed a bloodthirsty look. Let me sing for the souls that died because they had no drop of water to drink. The sound of weapons clashing continues non-stop. Old Spirit speaks, feeling truly exhilarated, like jumping into a cool lake in the middle of summer. Then he told her that her teaching method was wrong, and she was dissatisfied. What? This time Bitch Hyang charged first, forcing him to draw his weapon to block. Sorry, that was a bit harsh. Instead of teaching him the wrong way, she just taught him too early. He talks to her, sings about the pain in the world, and recognizes others' suffering, but she can't keep doing this forever. She flips into the air, how could she not? He looks at her with a serious gaze as he attacks, because it will drain her. Gong hasn't yet enjoyed enough of life's pleasures. Before the opportunity, she stepped back as the elder spirit approached. She needs to broaden her experiences so she can genuinely feel compassion for those who have never tasted happiness. She needs to swim in the river during summer to mourn those who died without a single drop of water. Dark clouds obscure the sun, raindrops fall pattering, and he swings his weapon with determination. The human heart is like a candle wick. Bitch Hyang struggles to hold on with her weapon. He told her that if she only knew how to burn, one day she would fade away. The rain poured down heavily. He mentioned Gong family heavenly demon. Does she know he hasn't fallen in love yet? His foot steps back. Isn't it strange that he hasn't even tasted love yet? The Gong family listened in stunned silence as he spoke. Yet he had already acted as if he bore the weight of the world's pain and wounds on his shoulders. Just tell him to keep dreaming. It's still too early for him to learn your sex techniques. Hearing the Spirit Lord affirm this made Bitch Hyang grind his teeth in frustration. I will teach that kid what happiness really is. I will teach him to smile sincerely and to rely on others. He needs to feel lost in the happiness that others give him, because only then can he truly understand what real suffering is. You want to pretend to be my disciple's master? She poured all her emotions into the demon's summoning heavenly skill. The third move is the Burning Star Sword, he replied calmly. Yeah, that makes her furious. How dare you? She immediately launched a series of attacks with her weapon. How dare you try to steal my disciple? Old spirit objects, don't be silly, I had already planned to recruit him first. A few red flowers gradually appeared on the water's surface. He proved that he was the one who recognized Gong first. I am the one who taught him to behead fools and also how to harness energy. Just as I was about to succeed, the heretical leader barged in, criticizing our sect, making Big Hyang furious. The heretical sect is no different from an evil organization. It's too early for Gongja to learn the heavenly demon sword technique. Wielding the sword should already be enough to bring joy. Every word he uttered displeased her, the sword of sorrow struck by wounds meant to hurt, which is truly heretical. Life is too short not to enjoy to the fullest, both fighting under the sky turning color, on a field full of red flowers, fighting for their own resolve. Gong is my disciple. The boy was born to be the master of the demon sect, and the old spirit as well. That's why I call her the heretical sect. The crazy cult leader. In an instant, Bitch Hing's image turns into dull black and white. I will blow him away with the first move of the demon heavenly divine technique, the Truong Tu Da sword. The very next second, her imagined image returned to normal. I will blow him away with the first move of the demon heavenly spirit technique, the Truong Tu Da sword. The Gong family was stunned to realize they could see their sword paths. In a moment, his image also returned to two colors. I will counter with the fourth move of the 10,000 Seas moon technique to Chithu moon technique. In a blink, his image turns colorful. I will counter with the fourth move of the 10,000 Seas moon technique. Chithu Nguyet Kong, quickly counter her move. I will respond with the eighth technique of the demon heavenly spirit art, the fire death chain sword. Kao recognizes the situation. And finally, I understand, after observing them, the demon sect master, heavenly demon, is losing. Bitch Hyen was hit hard. She staggered and blood flowers bloomed. Damn it. At her feet, the red of the flowers mixed with blood. She muttered, recalling her childhood, and revealed, I didn't intend to use the final move of the demon heavenly spirit technique at first, because I planned to die for Dong Tzu dying alone in the snow. After being abandoned by my own mother, I thought that was my fate. She raised her weapon to the sky and, ironically, said I could only complete the ninth move of the demon heavenly god technique after I was gone. I am the sole ruler of myself. Amoroshi unleashes her technique, causing the white streaks to gather in the sky like a blooming flower shining. Whether looking up at the sky or down at the ground, I am the only being left alive. Because the world is frozen forever, even a burning candle can't do anything. That song is just a hymn about heaven, and my death is the death of heaven and earth, leaving everything increasingly white. Then she turned completely white, except for her determined black eyes and the blood from her wounds. The demon god will leave a final word here on this snowy field. As the heavenly demon divine skill unleashes the 9 forms and her deadly solitary sword is wielded, everything turns completely white. The old spirit watcher watches the explosion from the technique and mutters to himself, so that's how it is. He understands her decision. A lonely death is the death the demon sect's leader has chosen. All right, I get it. There's no technique more fitting for a martial artist than one suited for a world reaching its end. But I understand loneliness even better than you do. Bitch Hang was stunned, her eyes wide open as she listened to his monologue. How long can she endure? 3 years, neither of us? She didn't have to endure anyone because she always had the Viet Tien family by her side. He was about to apologize. Then a direct blow struck the explosion, shattering it into pieces like glass containing all the colors of the world that the two of them were fighting over. He told her, but I have been wandering alone for 130 years. Gongja closed his eyes tightly in that moment, and when he finally regained his senses and opened them, he was panting heavily. Bitch Hia is still sitting on the snow, hesitating as he calls out to his master. You panic and run to her. Is your master okay? How is your body? Your hand trembles as you check the pulse and conclude. Her master is still alive. She seems to realize something but can't find the words. That's how it is. That's how it has always been. She falls into your arms, dear disciple. She has liked you from the beginning and always wanted to help me. Your distorted expression, trying not to cry while listening to her talk. All the words about me that you heard outside the world after hearing my reputation are lies. Why didn't I realize that sooner? My disciple is not someone who will transcend time just because they are captivated by someone's reputation. The snow mountain still stands tall nearby. She asked him, "Thank you, my dear disciple, are you happy to have met me?" He quickly replied, "Yes." Bitch Hiang then wondered, "Will your mind remember me as a flower or not?" My answer remains unchanged, yes. Her question sparked his memory of the red flower in the field. I really want to know which flower it will be. Gongja tears up. I will remember you as a bright red peony. Master, she smiled in admiration. Oh, she's quite pretty too. Her hand slowly lowered. My beloved disciple. And then her hand relaxed on the cold snow. Then suddenly, a flash of light burst out from the snowy mountain peak, shining brightly for a long time as if something was happening. Then again, at the split in the mountain peak, white mist billowed out and the divide widened, the light sparkling even more. Gong quietly embraced Bitch Hyang and cried, Master, the mountain is finally almost split in half. The dark clouds have moved aside, revealing a blinding light. He sobs. Winter has already been cut off. Master, winter has been cut off. The dark clouds are dispersing to reveal the blue sky as Gong comes out to embrace Bitch Hyang on the white snow. You bow your head silently as you hold her, suddenly interrupted by someone. It's the leaders of the demon sect, their bodies exhausted and scarred, as if they've just survived a fierce battle. The reason for this is that they have clashed with the main sect elders. A representative spoke saying, Even though we are fighting, some of the messengers overheard the sect leader calling you disciple. Huyet Ma voiced everyone's doubt, asking, Are you the direct heir of the heavenly demon? Gong family remained silent, observing Guang and the fully battered ghost flower intently watching them. The boy hesitates before replying, I don't know if I am the heir to that person. Blood Demon hesitated and asked again, So the sect leader has already accepted you as a disciple, right? He replied seriously, Yes, I am my master's disciple. His eyes turned dangerous. If the sect leader has taken a direct disciple, he must have taught him the heavenly demon divine skill. He politely requests, I apologize for my bluntness, but please show us a few moves of the heavenly demon divine skill. You understand their attitude well. They speak politely, but they are actually implying that we find it hard to believe you are a disciple of the heavenly demon, so prove it. Memories of her suddenly flooded into his mind, so I was treated like the heir just because I was her disciple. Now I understand why my master hesitated to accept me as a disciple. Gong family is calculating in their minds. Now that the warmth on my master's body has faded, this demonic sect's outer shell will belong to me. You decide to agree. Fine. The blood demon calmly explains that yes, the one who once said that even if they are flesh and blood, they will not be the heir unless they are outstanding. He secretly warned you that although we are not much better than ordinary swordsmen, we can recognize a sword technique. Sir, over there, the sword demon whispers, what is blood demon saying? The ghost girl reluctantly explains, so you still don't understand. He's saying he can tell if that guy is a disciple of the heavenly demon by observing his first move of the heavenly demon divine skill, and the sword demon is curious. All right, but why does he represent all of us? She spoke as if it were obvious, and he was the only one who knew how to speak politely. Blood Demon helplessly listened to the two talking as if no one was there, while Sword Demon was surprised. He's just a damn bastard from the Lamb family clan, she angrily replied. Why do you act like this is the first time you've heard it? We've talked about this at least 10 times already, you know. Don't care about it anymore. A river is water, a mountain is stone, and a meathead is just meat. What do you mean by that? Soon he will go crazy? The flower demon sneered at him. I mean, your existence is as harmful as the poison master at the Four Provinces Academy. Proof is that I am now poisoned just by talking to you. Even though I've resisted thousands of poisons, you really are incredible. You think I'm stupid and don't understand what you mean? Oh wow, are you praising me? She clearly criticizes. You idiot, the blood demon clears his throat to stop the two from arguing. You cowardly little devil, what are you looking at? Are you leaving? She glares and grits her teeth. Too disgusting. Stop looking. You're making me sick. Gongja has been watching and smiling all this time. That's right. This place used to be like that. You look at them talking and remember the demon sect was once a place for the uneducated to hide. Master, I am unusually innocent again. Most disciples don't even know the letter L in politeness. He raised his hand and blood-red aura appeared, driven by hunger. His eyes shone with red light as the aura gathered around him, like children waiting for the sun. Gong family's voice continues into the blood demon in amazement. The pain of dying from thirst is a wave, and the pain of drowning is a father's last breath. He wondered if it was because I watched the life and death battle between the master and the sword saint. His face darkened as he spoke. The pain of freezing to death being the last warmth of a mother holding her child. The sword demon, flower demon, and Guang watched in amazement as the scene unfolded. They realized that each move had become sharper, and the aura was gradually dissipating. I admit to them that I haven't fully mastered the remaining techniques, and it's a shame that this is all I can show everyone. You ask everyone, but is this really enough? Then suddenly someone kneels down. Before others could recover, Blood Demon bowed respectfully. We welcome the heir of the legendary demon sect, a new celestial demon. His actions woke everyone up, and they immediately followed suit. We are waiting for the heir of the legendary demon sect. A new celestial demon. We await the heir of the legendary demon sect, the new master of our gods. Gong subtly declined. The title of celestial demon is a bit too much for me, not to mention I also have the secret name, King of Death. You remember Bitch Hyang's figure. I want my master's nickname to belong to him forever. Blood Demon looked up, saying, "That nickname for a master is a bit too much for an old spirit." He closed his eyes and listened to your protest, saying, "I still have much to learn, so how can you call me master when I have nothing to teach you? Forget it." He expressed his view, and throughout his life, the heavenly demon has never been mistaken about people. Since he chose you as his disciple, I believe you are the rightful heir to become the leader of the demon sect. Gong family understands, but you refuse to thank them, and I feel unworthy to become the leader and not ready to inherit the sect's legacy. He was panicking, but if that's the case, how are we supposed to address him? Young master, we can't keep calling him the young master. Suddenly someone interrupted. Vice Chief Hoa Kwai suggested, why don't we call him Vice Chief instead? The deputy head of the families is also quite similar. She suggested that if you feel you are not yet ready to become a true master and also do not fully reject this position, we can call you the vice leader of the demon sect. He pondered thoughtfully. Then you agreed, making their smiles brighter than ever. Just go. The blood demon excitedly stretches out. From now on, we will call you Vice Commander. Although we don't know what kind of magic you use, we all remember Gangxi's bite clearly. Without you, we wouldn't have been able to finish the great war between the righteous demon sects and couldn't fully dedicate ourselves to serving the heavenly demon. As a member of the 4 demon kings, I, Blood Demon, swear with my blood to serve you, Vice Sect Leader, forever. Flower Demon, respectfully clasping hands, is also one of the 4 demon kings. I, the Prison Demon, swear with the soul of my family to be loyal to you. Deputy Vice Principal Gu Yang, speaking with respect, is one of the members of the 4 demon kings. I am the Moonlight Demon. I and all the Moon Demon clans swear loyalty to you. Only the Demon Sword cannot clasp hands and shout loudly, I am the Demon Sword. I and the entire clan swear loyalty to you. Gong family then laid Beach Hyang's body on the snow, holding her in a hugging pose which made him a bit unsteady. He clasped his hands and declared, "As long as my life remains, the mountain split in two, suddenly shone with a strange light and a loud cry. Our demonic sect will exist forever." The system notification screen displays, Bitch Hai Hang falls into an eternal sleep. Information system, you have completed the first volume of the World Reconstruction Mission. In the cave, a Moomin's group is gathered caring for the injured, and it reports that today, level 22 has been completed, with inscriptions carved all over the stone surface. It repeats the announcement once more to everyone, as white snow covers everything and sunlight makes it sparkle. The system repeats that today, level 22 has been completed and continues its work, assessing the participating members and confirming the evaluation is complete. Gong family bows their head and pleads, "Please leave the funeral of the master to everyone. Please ask them not to make it too complicated." Master wouldn't like that. His simple happiness is just having everyone by his side until the final burial. The system outputs a ranking of contributions. First place the Death King, second the Pharmacist, third the Reader, and fourth the Medicine King. In the colorful light, he sincerely says, "Please." The very next second, the steward's face appeared, happily returning Tu Vuong's smile. Thao Thao remained silent, ignoring Gong family's astonishment. Congratulations, it seems that the last words of the record about the Demon Lord will really be, "Please." Please, it can be used to express someone's wish. The demonic sect always uses the word Berea to refer to it. So, the steward Luyan Thuyan and Berea can be considered synonyms. In the end, that seems to be enough for a conclusion. Gong interrupted and waited. He looked at everyone lying scattered on the floor in shock. Why are all the other hunters unconscious? The steward personally welcomed them. "Welcome back, Prince of Death." Ignoring Gong's surprised look, I continue. "I have always been impatient for your return." Hearing this, the steward looked at the people lying scattered on the floor, then let out a deep breath before speaking to reassure them. "Don't worry. I simply made them sleep temporarily." Gong asked, "Did you force them to sleep?" The steward did not deny it. "Yes, I lit a harmless incense stick." Then he raised a purple book titled Fairy Tales of Huang Sen City. Gong looked furious as he listened to the steward ramble on. "There are many worlds that communicate through language like you do, but there are also worlds that communicate through songs or scents. In the enlightened realm, people communicate with the sense of anger, sadness, and joy. You smile mischievously and naturally carry the scent of sleep. You wrap the long sleeve around Gongra. Oh, don't look at me like that. I just wanted to make this area quiet so I could talk to you for a moment." Gongra looks alert. "Talking, huh? You're questioning me. What do you want to talk about after knocking out my teammate?" The very next moment, the steward immediately covered Gongra's mouth. "Teammates, huh? Truly the Prince of Death. Even if someone is considered useless and just a troublesome burden, you still call them your comrades without hesitation. This librarian's heartfelt admiration moved him deeply. The steward recalls that lively scene. Here we can see every gesture of yours, like a scene from a film. Everyone is moved to tears. They are all ready to give you a warm welcome. Your expression becomes mysterious, but if I leave them be, I'll only be able to talk to you after a very long wait. The manager pouted and explained, so I helped them calm down to create an environment where we could talk peacefully. Don't worry, I let them sleep as peacefully as possible. Gong quickly ran over to the Black Witch. He checked her pulse, face, breathing, and heartbeat. All normal. I'm so relieved. Gongja Chided, if you have something to say, why don't we discuss it now so you can wake them up? At this point, the steward lowered himself to the floor and urged me, "You're pushing me too hard. I want to speak with you in a relaxed and friendly manner. That's why, among all the people involved, I only chose to open up to you." You argued back, but I still haven't finished with the 22nd floor and still need to find a sword before the steward shoves it into my face and leaves. You can find it later. You have no choice but to sit still obediently. He is a zodiac sign capable of freely controlling monsters from other worlds. Even with the martial arts of the demon god, I would definitely lose if I attacked him. The steward stands behind you. Your hair is quite long. Lord of Death, let me trim it for you. Then the steward trims the hair with scissors, catching the cut strands in a red cloth. The steward raises Gong's hand and says, "Your nails are also too long." A martial artist like Cao Tram shouldn't neglect taking care of his hands. Just like with your hair, your nails are also kept in a red cloth bag. Let me trim them for you. Gong family shivered and asked what these things were for. The red cloth bags were arranged together, and he began to explain. Lord Tu, suppose there is someone you like very much, very, very much, someone you love from head to toe with the purest feelings possible. The problem is that this person doesn't exist in reality. They are a character only existing within a story. The more he spoke, the more Gong Ra was terrified, and that was when my ideal multi-character novel appeared before me. Gong Ra with a terrified expression, raising a finger that glowed pink as he listened to the steward speak. Yes, that's right. The steward's expression while clipping Gong Ra's toenails was extremely perverted. That's right. A pink system panel appeared showing information about your favorite genres, favorite characters, disliked characters, favorite storylines, and disliked storylines. Especially a panel with 5 hearts indicating the librarian likes to hide their toenails. If possible, I even want to take their eyebrows as well. Next are the steward's thoughts. I want to tell him to grow a beard and pull some out, but even I find that idea really unreasonable. Oh, Gong family, you are the light. The protagonist radiates a shining aura. I want to turn you into a bookmark so I can keep you forever, which terrifies Gong Gia. Truly a madman. At that moment, Gong family realized something was wrong. When did you take off my socks? Give it back. The steward begged him not to move when he saw him struggling. It would be terrible if my toenail clipper pressed on your precious toes, you shouted angrily. You damn star sign, why did you do this to me? Gong Ra, add more. Besides, you never used to speak to me so politely before, you forest-eyed steward. How could someone as insignificant as me not speak politely to you, Gong Ra, shining with glory? Why are you so shocked? Despite the rejection, the chief steward still tries to grab Gong Ra's foot. My light, my music. Since you are named after Confucianism, I will happily switch to the way of Confucius. As the saying goes, a king needs a confidant who shares sincerity and integrity. Starting today, I am a Confucian scholar devoted to you, yet you keep avoiding me. What kind of sage insists on grabbing someone else's toenails? As soon as the steward successfully touched your foot, you threatened. If you keep acting like this, next time I will refuse to enter the Enlightenment place. Hearing the steward admit this, Gongja knew it was indeed an effective threat. The steward touched your foot, but after analyzing his character, it has been proven impossible. You know that Thuagong will not refuse because he understands that there are other characters like the weary heavenly demon suffering in sorrow in different worlds, and his personality makes it impossible for him to stop helping them. Then the chief steward's eyes sparkled. I could write 2 pages detailing how he ate cereal with his hand on his first day in the true records of the heavenly demon. Come on, Lord Gong, please give up and hand over your little toenail to me. Gong family frowns and warns, stepping back before I say I don't like you. This time your threat worked and the steward stepped back 5 steps away from me, or I will really say that sentence. Be cold, and don't speak so politely to me. This is incredible, and also return my nails, toenails, and hair to me. The steward sobs as he clutches the bundle of cloth like a treasure. I can't do it. What you are asking for is completely unreasonable. The gong's hand suddenly emitted several red sparks, startling the chief steward. After a moment, the chief steward spoke. That's truly amazing. You have a keen eye. I am touched by your concern for the heavenly demon. You could have seen the ending simply by becoming her disciple. But you didn't stop there. The end of the great demon-human battle was followed by the most incredible duel. I feel like I've tasted a piece of sweet chocolate ice cream. Gong asked to confirm if that means the martial arts realm of the true records of the heavenly demon has been added to level 22. You answer, yes, that's right. The steward is pleased. Other hunters can now freely access level 22 and even learn skills by reading the martial arts books in the heavenly book. It's all thanks to you. Gong family requests. I want to ask you something while you're in the enlightenment zone. Why are the true records of the heavenly demon considered an enlightenment? The chief steward wondered. Do you require a reason, sir? Gongja asked instead of answering. Librarian, do you prefer a happy ending or a tragic one? The administrator honestly admitted. I can't say which ending is better. One ending is the final destination of the characters' lives, and also a reader's conclusion. Of course I wish for them to be happy, but I also want to accept their sadness and failures. Gong's eyes look thoughtful, so you're saying that even sad endings are good endings in their own way. Without warning, he tugged on the steward's sleeve, which led to a bigger question. Do you remember Bichiang's figure? Even without my intervention, the true records of the heavenly demon would still have a tragic ending. Although it is an unhappy ending, Master A, the sage, did his best until the very end. The sage A should have died earlier, and my master would have gone crazy over that. But this is still the ending my master reached. Tree asked, if that's the case, why are the true records of heavenly demon part of the enlightenment or the death of sage A, and why does my master's suicide not form a meaningful ending? Gong thought of the book titled Me and Our Sacrifice. This is the question I had from the moment I started reading other works. Putting aside whether I find this ending acceptable or not, they seem to be worlds heading towards a destiny-driven conclusion. The steward retorted, wanting to see a happy ending just because it's not an acceptable reason, right? Gongjia explained, you are very powerful, the librarian, and for a hunter like me you seem omnipotent, but instead of fixing the story yourself, you send us away and you also refuse to become the author yourself even when you have the strength to do so. The image of two hands surrounding 3 books with an eye appearing, a reader who has never intervened himself, is the librarian constellation preferring to stay hidden. The more Gong said, the darker the chief steward's face became. Why don't you just use my hand to analyze the character instead? No way. Someone as meticulous as you would categorize a story as a place of enlightenment just because it ends strangely. That means there must be a specific condition that separates the true records of the heavenly demon from other stories as a place of enlightenment. You really won't let this go, will you? He takes Gong's hand as if to lead him somewhere. The commander holds a book in one hand and pulls Gong to invite him. Come with me now. I will teach you the secrets of enlightenment. The steward transported both of them to a land covered in white snow. He turned to Judong to start a conversation with Gongya, while the grand steward led him flying through the cold, white landscape with no end in sight into their chat. The virus causing the zombie disease in the martial world is a pandemic recorded in the Heavenly Demon Power Chronicle. But I don't see it capable of causing an apocalyptic disaster, like you said. The virus causing the zombie disease didn't just appear out of nowhere in this story. He only briefly explained its origin. That zombie epidemic started from outside the world. How should I put it? It's like an invasion from a new continent. Suddenly, the steward points in a direction and calls Gong out. Do you see over there? After flying through the sky, they unexpectedly encountered a shocking scene. A black dragon's corpse stretched across the snowy road. A strange, ominous black aura emanates from its body that cannot be named, and an alert immediately appears before Gongra's eyes. Sparkly sensed a troubling energy, as if the steward had anticipated this before leading him here. His sword probably sensed it too. Your sword was originally owned by a constellation. Humans can quickly recognize those with similar destinies. He suddenly asked Gongjia, Gongra, have you ever seen a constellation fall from the heavens like that? At this moment, an image of Preta with a panicked expression upon seeing something suddenly appeared in his mind. Gongra didn't hide it at all. I saw it too. Receiving the answer, the expression of the chief steward suddenly showed a look of sadness and sorrow. In that case, you must have also witnessed a corpse behind a fallen star before, right? Then he continued to introduce, but not just anywhere. It turns out that what the steward wanted to convey was the image of the dragon's corpse sinking into eternal sleep in this icy land. This is a rare sight, so open your eyes and observe carefully. Repeat the announcement once more. Sparkly sensed the presence of her sister and focused on the mysterious black sword embedded in the dragon's scales. Sparkly says that it is the holy sword, maidservant, the sword of hidden conviction. From afar, you can still hear the mournful and resentful lamentations coming from the body of the black dragon. How painful, humiliating, and heartbreaking is this? Gongja was very surprised. You said it was the remnant spirit that had already died, so how can it still speak? The general manager explained to you, it really has died, but what you see and hear now is only its lament. His eyes suddenly darkened, revealing a profound expression that made it impossible to discern his true feelings. When an existence reaches the level of a constellation, its death becomes truly horrifying. The steward calmly revealed the origin of the virus to the Gong family. The zombie pandemic you've seen in the martial world is caused by this entity's curse. It also contains an old, tragic story that few know about. A curse from this constellation left its mark on the martial world, forcing the golden dragon to be imprisoned in the Great Lake. When it died, its lingering resentment still remained, carrying the pain it had endured even in death that could not be erased. This black dragon is actually the root of suffering caused by others. When its curse spread to the martial world, it turned everything into zombies like you've seen. The hoarse, guttural sounds still linger around Gongra's ears, like some kind of spell. I am in pain, the origin of the curse, the root of this world's destruction. I am suffering through this endless cycle of pain. The last look in Bitch Haeyang's eyes before she closed her eyes suddenly appears in your mind. Kim Long's curse caused martial artists and your master to die and turn into zombies. The Gong family also noticed one more thing. If this fragment of soul didn't stab itself in the heart, someone else would destroy it. He unconsciously asked the only person here besides himself, so who was responsible for this? He didn't answer right away but looked toward Gong Ra. You can also guess who that person is. Right now, the only figure that comes to your mind is Lafanta. The manager immediately confirmed your suspicion. That's right, he is known as the Killer Star, and he often roams the world to kill stars. Their existence is not trivial because each constellation is an entity that exists, representing their world. And when that world loses its constellation, it's no different from a fortress losing its protective wall. And the unimaginable consequence when it happens is doomsday, a world whose symbol is death, along with all its inhabitants wanting to escape from it. Thus, the path leading to the destruction of that world will continue to grow. But Gongja still cannot understand IM's hidden motives. Why is he going around killing those constellations? He should be ruling his own world as an emperor. Why does he keep wandering around to destroy other worlds? Surprisingly, even the encyclopedia-like steward shakes his head. That's a question I also don't know the answer to. His deep blue eyes reflect Gongjia's image and also remind him of his own position once again. I am just a reader. The steward understands himself well and remains very humble. If you see and perceive me as a talented and capable person, then that is not true. I may know everything, but my strength is still weak. Although I know the truth about this world, I completely stay out of it and am not involved. He sees the breakthrough point in Gongra, but you are different from me. That is also one of the reasons why the chief steward highly admires you. You can intervene and do what you want. What's even more remarkable is that whether they want to or not, you can fix all problems and resolve the threats that could destroy this world. Every word you speak carries a fleeting smile as if you understand everything. If it happens only once, you can call it a coincidence. But if it happens a second time, it can be called fate. Gongra reached out his hand to his and let it land on the ground as he continued listening. And if it happens a third time, it can be called inevitable or unavoidable, standing before a towering object that radiates a dangerous aura. He still hesitated a bit, but the words of the steward now gave Gongra more confidence. Kim Long had to endure imprisonment in the Great Lake that was brutally and mercilessly slaughtered. An ordinary person couldn't touch that sword, but for him it was different because he had faced fate and reached what was unavoidable. That's why you made the decision and immediately called Sparky. The notification appeared quickly. Yes, the hero and the Gong family also responded without hesitation. What I need to do to save your sister is simple, and the method it suggests is also very straightforward. You just need to pull me out of the sword's sheath and let me touch her. Then take a deep breath to steady yourself. Gong gazed firmly at the target with a decisive motion as he drew his sword, and just as he pointed it toward the black sword, a blinding light burst out around him and the system appeared. The guardian goddess is merging her shattered pieces, as the energy from Gongda's sword gradually approaches and envelops the black sword. But that moment was quickly shattered by the mysterious energy emanating from it, catching him off guard. Gong family members froze in fear as they saw the scene before their eyes. What is going on? Gong family still grits his teeth, holding the sword tightly and enduring the clash of two energies, despite the warning message that has appeared. The Hidden Heart's sword is preventing the merge, and you can clearly feel it resisting strongly with another notification appearing. The sword of Hidden Heart is confused, like a sleeping black panther suddenly awakening after being touched. Suddenly, it decided to test the opponent. The Hidden Heart sword asked, "Do you betray Lafanta?" A yellow notification immediately appears, showing her attitude. The guardian goddess comforts her sister. Within the mysterious black whirl of power surrounding the dragon, it decided to give Gong a chance. The hidden sword of conviction demands to see if this new owner is worthy or not. In just a few seconds of fierce confrontation, the message concluded that the power of a constellation is immense, and an unworthy owner is not allowed to wield this strength. The hidden heart sword does not recognize you as the new master, and it radiates a strong purple energy as a sign of rejection. Still, Gong family is determined not to give up easily, just with some initial difficulty. All right, I know where you come from, but how can I prove that I am worthy? The message explains that I am a fragment fallen into this state due to the goddess's lack of compassion. And along with those words, a transformation that shakes the heavens and earth of the surrounding space causes Gong family to be stunned. Hidden behind Tuyen's black-feathered wings is a beautiful young woman embodying the second sword of connection. Show me that you can become someone's faith. The message continues to appear, now asking you to prove that you have compassion and empathy for others. In front of her presence, Gong-ra is nothing more than a tiny existence. When the notification appears again, Lin Cam's giant hands envelop his entire body. The sword of hidden track, and demands that he temporarily surrender his body and heart to her. Gong-ra immediately objects. Why should I do that? She looks down at her tiny body in her hand and makes a request. Let me review your memories. The yellow notification appears instead of Gong-ra. The guardian goddess does not agree. The idol tries to persuade through empathy. Travel with my hero and you will be able to find out if the hero is worthy of becoming your new master or not. There's no need to take unnecessary risks. But your attitude towards this is very relaxed, even sheathing your sword and reassuring it. No, it's okay. Gong also has his own principles. I can't carry a sword I don't trust. Even if it's a sword forged by a master blacksmith, I can't accept it. It would make me uncomfortable. You carry an overwhelming aura and shout regardless of everything. Stop here. You even calmly spread your arms without resisting Lin Cam's judgment. Feel free to delve into my memories or do anything you want. This is no different from an entrance exam just for the Gong family. The sword of the hidden heart is testing your compassion. She hesitated not and began to delve into his memories through the feathers. The deepest memories Gongda experienced are unfolding one by one, starting with the image of the crying boy gradually melting away under a gentle pat on the head. Kind-hearted master, please try a little harder. Then came her terrified face and the blood-stained hand. Things that are truly heartbreaking. He stands amidst memories that are now only black and white. Followed by the silhouette of a young woman, the world had become meaningless. In the end, Big Hyang's last expression and words remained forever etched in his mind. Terror's disciple. After a brief moment of reading Gong family's memories, Lin Kam suddenly fell into quiet contemplation. Her gaze seemed to pierce deep into her inner self, but on the outside, she only let out a sigh. He was quite exhausted from the emotional impact after reading the memories. But still, the Gong family chose to be honest with Lin Kam. I am not a perfect person. I am moved by everyone's kindness and wish they would treat me well, and just to make them be good to me, I will even push myself to become better. I am willing to risk everything to be seen as a good person by others. That might actually be my weakness. The next words hit her like an arrow to the heart, and her predecessor was not perfect either. Gongda raised his shining sword and expressed his own opinion. I still don't know what great thoughts Lefanta has. Traveling around the world to destroy constellations, perhaps what he's doing is a noble act. But still, I believe he has taken the wrong path. In front of such a great figure, your aura remains undiminished. If you think your former master was perfect and flawless, then don't follow me. I don't need a sword like that. Lin Kam suddenly had a suspicion. You plan to kill Lefanta Ijama. Gong also openly reveals his intention. If he is a person who deserves to die, then I will definitely kill him. Lin Kam still wants to probe a few more things from you. Can you promise that your personal feelings won't interfere with your judgment? Yet Gongja turned away and said something half-hearted. I don't know. You revealed your wounds and confided everything to Lin Kam to gain trust. My master has died and the martial world has been destroyed. There are too many casualties. I also can't make sense of everything anymore, but I promise you I will do my best. She remained silent, her eyes looking at Lian Gan filled with trust. So, if I am about to step away from my journey, I want you to do your best to help me stay on the right path. Your clear eyes reflect Gongra's outstretched hand, and beside your ear is a voice that makes others feel at ease. I will do my best, and so will you, meaning we will walk this path together. Those fluids drip down but do not touch you. Gongra notices a notification. My ability is to cause suffering. She begins to reveal her skill. The person I cut will feel pain. If there are no wounds, there will be no death. My ability is to create pain without physical injuries. After merging with my current sword, Lien Kam has truly submitted to Gongra. My new master, I vow to serve you with the purest heart. The system immediately displayed a notification, and the guardian goddess became more radiant. The black sword embedded in the dragon's corpse gradually melted like lava. Although its soul has vanished and its body is still melting, you can still hear the dragon's satisfied sigh. It seemed to have been waiting for this moment for a long time. So soon, the giant body disintegrated into a pool of dark liquid. Gong quietly watched the black water wash away everything on the ground without harming him as the space trembled, shrouded in swirling snow dust. The steward smiled and sighed. Winter is the season of death. He was right to bring Gong here. Finally, you have ended this lonely winter. Perhaps this is the first time the icy land has seen the ground beneath the snow. When he looked up, his eyes met a floating snowflake. I could smell it. The hand that touched the fragile snowflake saw it vanish in an instant, and that is the scent of spring in the air. Gong was once again overwhelmed with nostalgia for the past. I wonder if the master knows where the scent of spring comes from. You didn't indulge in that feeling for too long before turning to the steward. Librarian, cleaning the floors also benefits me. I can see the characteristics of others. He was not surprised at all, I knew. Because the chief steward is in charge from the 21st to the 30th floor, this is what he prepared for you. While the manager was about to trim Gong's toenails, he took the opportunity to read the information displayed nearby. Among his favorite characters, I saw a killer, and also a character from a story. He just pretended to admit it and then acted as if he didn't know anything. Maybe that's the case. Why is that? It makes the Gong family feel very confused. Lafanta Aam is the one who kills the constellations. If you don't like him, it's no wonder. But I don't know why you like him. The steward hesitated for a moment, then turned away and decided to reveal the truth. Since you asked, I will tell you privately. There is something I have wished for a long time. Gong is quite curious, a wish. The steward's eyes lit up when mentioning it. Exactly. I want to appear as a character in the novel I like. Gongja still doesn't quite understand. Can't you do it right now? You have the ability to travel freely during the apocalypse. The steward with empty hands at his side, you can't understand how the reader will feel. He gradually rises and expresses his thoughts. On the day of the apocalypse, I am nothing but a strange existence. The steward closes his eyes and clasps his hands together, as if praying for something. I do not belong to that world. He understands that whether it's a killer who has slain the constellations or me, we are alike in being strangers in this world. I don't want to enter a novel as a stranger. I want to appear as a character who has existed from the very beginning. Gong Ra, still expressionless, hasn't quite grasped this yet. The steward no longer confides and shifts his focus to you. Now it's my turn to ask a question, one you won't see coming. Gongra, why didn't you kill Tianma? He explained that in her final moments, the heavenly demon reached a level where she could kill others just with her bloodlust, while he was not as strong as her, but memories of her kept replaying inside him. If you bring her in as one of your hundreds of summoning crystals, she will definitely become a formidable force. Gong's expression hardens as the question is repeated. Why didn't you kill her? He stammered in response. That's okay, even if you don't answer, I still understand. He didn't hesitate to reveal the truth. You don't want to interfere with what will ultimately happen to your master. Me too. I don't want to be directly involved in the end of the world. What you want is also what I want. That's why I refuse to participate. Then there is only one way to become a character in a novel. He pulled a book out of his chest and continued the topic. I don't need to seek out characters in the novel. They will come to find me. The steward had anticipated this all along. Lafanta, the assassin is continuously destroying constellations around the world. Perhaps eventually he will visit my world, the great library of all creations. His sweet face completely contrasts with the words, to kill me. That was also the moment when the Admiral's wish was fulfilled. I am waiting for the day he visits my library. That day, I will finally appear in the story of Lafanta. From start to finish, Gong still feels very vague, even though the story's ending is also his own ending. Complex emotions, hidden beneath an indifferent smile, begin to surface. That's right. He thinks he might die at the hands of the protagonist, so isn't that the best ending? A snowy mountain suddenly sparkles brightly as the sun peeks through. The Gong family was walking together with Elder Tin Lin and the steward under that beautiful sky until a series of footsteps rushing over responded to the call. Young master, Gongan took the lead, raising his hands and shouting loudly, Welcome. You simply asked about the situation in a calm and indifferent manner. Is the funeral ready yet? The other side suddenly showed an expression that was extremely hard to describe. Not yet. We're still working on it. Who could have predicted that the blood demon would strike directly and the body of the heavenly demon was gone? This secret realm truly makes it hard for you to believe. Did you just exclaim? But he only replied that you would understand if you saw it with your own eyes, recounting how, while guiding you, the snow suddenly melted, and Tianma's body also mysteriously disappeared. A few red petals suddenly brushed past you with apologies, asking for your forgiveness. Everything happened quite unexpectedly. A whole row of vibrant flowers suddenly appeared before him, and we couldn't react in time. His words seemed to seep through each petal. The gods thought that because the heavenly demon's internal energy was too pure, perhaps his body had vanished and merged into nature. Old Star Spirit suddenly spoke up right at the moment you sat down, truly unexpected. He spoke at the moment you reached out your hand. Even when the constellation of this world dies, it only leaves a curse. But when your master passed away, the flowers bloomed again. Every word he said truly touched your heart. Your master is clearly better than the constellation. Wait a moment, the blood demon just added. Of course, we had prepared for the funeral. I think you also wanted to attend, but I just said no. He gently replied, It's okay. No need to hold a ceremony. He still doesn't quite understand. What do you mean? Then the Gong family gently took off their coat. Even after becoming the young master as tradition dictates, there are still some people in the sect who do not accept me. The rule has always been that the strongest becomes the sect leader, and suddenly you are filled with fierce determination. Let's hold a match instead of a funeral. It's the most meaningful way to honor the departed. The most important thing for us is the sword, right? Just one sentence woke everyone in the sect up. So use the swordsmanship that my master taught me. They quickly became more open-minded and eagerly drew their swords to charge forward. And then a joyful battle took place among the red flowers in that afternoon. And when you returned to the library, you learned that the Heavenly Martial sect would be moving to the 22nd floor. That announcement made me freeze in surprise and ask to confirm. What do you mean? Mun calmly explains, We have decided to move. We will also move the training hall. Just as you received the inheritance from the Heavenly Demon, I have also become a disciple of the League leader. The Celestial Martial Sect is my guild, so I will join the Martial Alliance with it, and I'm not sure when he bought the non-prescription glasses for 9,800 and the multi-purpose magic cover for 2,000. He still has faith in the future. Even though my master is gone, he is not defeated, and the alchemist said he will do everything to restore his internal energy. So I am thinking of becoming his chief guard right now. You secretly believe that a guard is someone who will protect the sect. Not only that, you also understand that the chief guard is the strongest among the guards, but he keeps talking non-stop. He seems very angry about the death of the Heavenly Demon. Even I feel sad when I see him. At this moment, it's best to keep everyone busy teaching the next generation. It also helps strengthen the members of my sect. From then on, he realized that the poison serpent was aiming to become the Grand Elder of the martial world. This conclusion surprised and slightly stunned the Gong family. He made him nervous and asked, Why are you looking at me like that? He sighed. I was just a bit surprised to realize that not everyone can become the leader of one of the 5 top guilds. As I spoke, I wondered why a nerd like him was so famous. You realize it's because he genuinely cares about the members of your club. When he received the compliment, he shyly scratched his head. Really? Your face is even turning red. Don't misunderstand. I'm just doing what's necessary. Feeling happy about praise for something like this only makes the world worse. I can't let that happen. Then you fell silent and looked at him. Your words scare me, but what just happened was enough for you to take a look back. Thinking about it, I feel a bit confused. Do I have anyone I can call my own? At that moment, the old spirit shouted, I want to smash him. Zombies into the martial arts world in the next apocalyptic event. The steward boasted loudly, I've made a special toenail clipper for you. The divine song praising the hero's wisdom still echoes today. The majestic image of the hero roared atop the walls of the I Am Empire. This sinister aura made you refuse. Definitely not these 3. Never. They aren't even human. Suddenly, a hesitant voice sounded from behind you. King of Death. He suddenly realized with a start that the alchemist was her, and she was happily reporting. We have successfully produced a large quantity of the zombie virus vaccine. If everyone gets vaccinated before going to the 22nd floor, there will be no problem. In an instant, you pushed the old man aside to get closer. Alchemist, do you intend to move? She nervously called out, Yes. You're straightforward. Your current shop is very small, isn't it? After completing this floor, her reputation and value have skyrocketed. But will she still keep her current store? She feels even more confused. Oh, I was thinking of expanding the store, but the land prices on the first floor are very high, so the Count suggested a contract with a lump sum payment up front. I immediately stopped you. No, don't sign it. Gongja happily clapped and said, I will provide the store for you and cover the moving and interior costs. Master Kim Sura confirmed with a radiant smile. Really? Are you sure about that? That's right. You know I own the 2nd floor, right? I'll give you a good place. But you still have your own proposal. In return, I want you to prioritize making the medicines I request, okay? Who would refuse such an offer? Of course, at that very moment, the Poison King suddenly coughed heavily to interrupt. He coughs loudly and laments, Oh my shop is in a very remote place. There's a strange smell around, and since it's on the 3rd floor, my knees always hurt when I have to climb up. If a young person could give me a place with fresh air of about 30,000 square meters, that would be perfect. Before I could even ask for anything, the King of Swords grabbed me and pulled me away. Sorry, it seems my friend was rude, but even though he couldn't fight back, he still wanted to. How dare you stop your friend's business? I'm short on money right now. Since the requests have decreased, it's much harder to earn money. Even as he disappeared from view, his voice still rang out loud and clear. Apothecary. Tell everyone this. I lost in the final battle. I can no longer follow the path of Lord Sonister. Their adorable antics made them both burst into laughter. As time passed, the scene shifted from the library to a certain village. The people from everywhere rush in shouting, "Alchemist, please sell us medicine." Brett up there is calling out, "Please line up if you're here to get medicine, and if you're here for the zombie vaccine, please go to the Heavenly Martial Sect headquarters on the 22nd floor." While waving his arms in anger, he shouted, "How dare you make me do this, you bastard!" On the 22nd floor, everyone is quickly organizing. Please keep order. This is the training hall of the Heavenly Martial Sect. Do not push. Mun is busy taking notes and talking a lot. "Sir, we still have many guests." He made me angry and scolded me. "Don't rush me. I came here to be your exclusive doctor and I still have to help with the vaccinations. I haven't heard any thank you yet." As everything gradually fell into order, the Black Witch suddenly appeared and marveled, saying it was truly incredible. She praised you for completing the Chronicle of the Heavenly Demon with a great role. All the other hunters are full of motivation because they don't want to be left behind by you. She smiles because of the great achievement. Thanks to that, the progress of building the tower has accelerated compared to before. The system screen also displays the progress. Finally, everyone has moved from the Great Library of the Creator to the 24th floor of the mythical Dawn House log. And she happily turns to look at you. If things continue like this, we'll finish level 30 by next month. But will it really be that easy as everything starts to turn terrifying? One by one, they fell along with messages from the system. This is the announcement to everyone. No one could count how many more had fallen. All they knew was that today's assault on level 25 had failed. The whole group just stood on the cliff, witnessing everything. I repeat, today's raid on level 25 has failed. Level 25 is a book titled The Tales of Sony Win Academy, a romantic fantasy genre with a difficulty level of D. The number of participants ranges from 2 to 5. According to the description, Sami Win is a school of magic with a long history. It is an ordinary academy where friendship and rivalry, love and jealousy take place. This revelation book could become just a story set in the academy, or a powerful artifact with the ability to destroy the world sealed beneath it. And the reason they failed is because the main character's fiancé, the prince, was captured by a reborn student. It was she who unsealed the artifact, releasing the great demon and destroying the world. Even now, the Dark Witch still can't believe it. "The Count and the Knight lost?" she muttered in confusion. "Impossible. They are the strongest pair." The steward beside him whispered softly, "How shameful." Amidst the fearful and doubtful expressions, he sighed quietly. But it has already happened. A flash of light suddenly burst out from the side when the steward closed the book, unable to do anything as the raid had failed. "Please forgive me." Then he smiled and finished his sentence, even though he could still correct that mistake. Even after returning home, you still stand angrily in the bathroom to calm down. You irritably say, "Damn it, I've never read a romance story before. I can't just let the Count and the Knight die." And the librarian also suggested I should do something. Old Spirit Fairy doesn't quite understand why you don't give up and join another raid instead. The boy suddenly pulls out his sword to show him and speaks up. "I don't think it's that simple. You tried it around your neck and then laughed." The sword reacted before the revelation book closed, meaning there is a sister sword in this world. Even Sparkly agrees with this hypothesis. So when the old elf pointed out something, you hadn't read the martial arts novel before, but you did well last time anyway. As he finished speaking, you decisively drew your weapon and stabbed through your own throat. "Let's go." During the time reversal, when he returned, he volunteered to lead. "I will command on this floor." Your words suddenly made Ryandu and the paladin freeze in place. The other person suddenly spoke, "Sorry, Lord 2, I didn't know you also read romantic stories." I'm embarrassed and scratch my head. There's no need to apologize. Honestly, I'm just a chicken when it comes to these kinds of romantic stories. In that brief moment, she leaned in close and ominously asked, "So why do you want to be the leader on this floor?" Her terrifying gaze made him secretly think, "Oh my, she seems very serious about this. But I don't want to back down because if I do, she will fail." I stammered, saying I really want to try. After saying that, he became more determined. I can't let her lead. He clenched his fist to resist her intimidation. It's better to consider the romance genre and let someone knowledgeable handle it. She's fine, but I haven't read any martial arts novels after finishing the Heavenly Demon Chronicle. She was indeed hesitant, but in the end you still chose to tell the truth. And more importantly, I have a bad feeling about this level. Please, let me join. Maybe because he understands you, the Black Wizard agreed right away. It's not about right or wrong, but he has already proven his strength. Baladin was startled and called out to the Black Dragon Lord, but to his surprise, the Sword King was also there. I think I should listen to the Death King. Maybe he knows something which makes her even harder to believe. Even he feels the same. The Sword Saint saw them speak and happily thought, "Good, everyone supports me," and you clapped in agreement. So I will choose my teammates to accompany me. I'll go with the best people available right now. Don't be sad if you're not chosen. The Black Witch suddenly smiled. The best people? According to what she said, you immediately became suspicious and turned around to observe the other person. She honestly pats your shoulder. This is a love story. Although I don't read this kind of story often, I think I fit into it. Based on my personal opinion, I can't say I have more experience than others. If they are the best people, isn't that me? What do you think? You suddenly feel confused. She's just acting strange all of a sudden. To my surprise, the Paladin was just as excited. No, you're wrong. Black Dragon Sovereign, love and mystical love are very different. If feelings are a cake, then mystical feelings are a cake covered in chocolate. Prince of Death, I am sure that someone experienced and knowledgeable like me should go. These lines confuse the junior. Is she really experienced, or is she just implying something? Even Rondu is eager to join the fight. Isn't love something that can be bought with money? Dating someone rich is better because love is power, and power is money. I think I will be very important in this story. Gong started complaining to the heavens again. I don't know why everyone thinks they understand these romantic novels. The tense competition over the situation made him grimace and stay silent for a long time. Then he exclaimed in everyone's shock, "Why didn't you come into this novel with me?" The three of them, glaring at each other, suddenly looked stunned and bewildered. Even Moomin, calmly sipping tea, was startled and choked. And the main character, Heresy, couldn't handle it either, frozen in place. Oh no. Then he happily reached out his hand. Fine, I will follow all of the Tuvuong's requests. The Dark Wizard can't accept it. Tuvuong, are you crazy? She quickly grits her teeth and whispers that he doesn't know how to empathize with others. He's a mental case, and even if you downplay it, he's still a social outcast. Why would you involve someone like that in a love story? She made you tremble as you called out, "Black Dragon Lord, be careful," and explain to her. I don't know much about feelings, but I know the most important thing is that she doesn't understand what it is. Even the Black Witch couldn't have guessed that your answer was about appearances. This response made her pause and observe Herrick for a moment. Then she had to accept this harsh truth. Yes, that's right. However, he still has other reasons and can also use holy magic. Therefore, he has the ability to face any situation. In addition, he also follows everything I tell him. However, there are things he hasn't told her to hear. Most importantly, the judge of the underworld says that anything he thinks he reveals without concealment, and there is little difference between what he thinks and what he says. This honesty is a great thing in relationships. When they arrived, the steward laughed and said, "Oh ho, a new group this time? All right, I'm really looking forward to it." He waved his hand and flipped open the page with an invitation. The season of love. This is the moment when everyone talks about love. Love is something that transcends status, background, and borders. Maybe that's why true love becomes so hard to find. Love comes from actions and awareness, but too many people focus only on fleeting feelings. You whisper at the moment when 3 cards fly out of the book, whether it's a fleeting emotion or true love, I will grant you the privilege to witness it. Then they fly toward where you are standing. You have completed the Celestial Demon's Chronicle up to the hidden chapter. You will receive a well-deserved reward for this. I will give it to you, you stammered in surprise. These are the ones carrying the following inscriptions: the Void card, the True Love card, and the Wow card. I didn't mean anything by that. After reading it, you won't understand a thing. What the heck is this? And yet the other side just smirked and said they were very useful, that they would be your trump card. Before they are transported, the Overseer also told them to check the final gift in the Book of Revelation. You only managed to make the Gong family let out a brief sigh. It seems the suggestion ends there because you opened the book again. The heretical Death King judge, I choose the 2 of you to participate in the story at Somi-Win Academy. The magic circle quickly activates. When you open your eyes, you will be transported 7 days before the world-destroying event occurs. The light instantly flared up with a wave of his hand. I hope you will create a beautiful ending. Just recently, they were still in the library, and now Gong Ra has been awakened by someone. The young lady and the butler. The moment you step into the character in the book begins with a truly rude and foolish remark, and Herrick was hit with a slap as soon as he arrived, without understanding what was going on. Then both of them were shocked to realize which role they were playing, Kim Gong-ra the housekeeper and the heretical young lady the judge. After the sudden slap like a thunderclap, Herctic staggered and fell to the floor. Everyone in the hall fell silent. After a while, Herctic finally spoke out in a state of utter panic, still not understanding what had just happened. "Now, Lavian is extremely angry again," she shouted. "You are so damn stupid." Herrick stood up and slowly touched the red mark on his cheek, innocently asking, "Did I do something wrong?" That slap just now hurt a lot. The commotion they caused surprised everyone around and drew their attention to them. Lavian, still furious, said, "How can you act as if nothing happened after opening your mouth and saying such unreasonable things? You want to imitate me, don't you? You're just starting to think about the current situation. Today is the noble class's banquet." Despite her anger, the Gong family remains very calm. You analyze and recall Lavian's identity, and the young lady standing before us is the female antagonist in the Book of Revelation. Based on the memories of the Count and the Knight's Order as they tried to erase this part, Lavian's true identity gradually came to light in this empire where Kim's magic and sorcery are highly developed. She is the daughter of the Duke who holds power, second only to the royal family. This apocalypse book will end in 7 days. The reason for her destruction is that the fiancé, the prince heir of the female antagonist, was struck down by a female student who traveled into this world and shattered his heart. Lavian clenched her fist and fiercely called for someone. "Hey, servant, where are you? Come here quickly." A group of people in formal suits hurriedly ran over from a distance, responding respectfully, "Yes, miss." She decisively points at Heretic and shouts, "Get this girl out of my sight!" Gongja runs over and grabs Herrick's arm. He was still confused about the situation and just raised his hand in a hesitant gesture to stop. The servants respectfully responded to the young lady. "Understood." "Excuse me, miss." Herrick yanks his hand away from his butler. "Are you feeling unwell somewhere? Then this isn't good. Let me help you." Herrick's words only fueled Lavian's anger, causing her to grit her teeth. Herc seemed unconcerned by her fury. You keep mocking her and say, "Why does your face look worse and worse? You should see a doctor now instead of just standing here frozen at this party." Lavian was so furious she was trembling. She hissed through clenched teeth, "Immediately get out of my sight. Lock up that butler too." Lavian's anger had reached its peak. She couldn't bear to endure another minute or second. The servants began their duty, escorting the two who had just spoken, saying, "Sorry, please follow us." Gongja shouted in panic, but was immediately warned. "Please lower your voice. Our young lady is very sensitive to loud noises." Herrick and Gong-ra reluctantly get dragged out of the party, struggling and shouting, "Where are you taking us?" They were pushed out of the door by them, and he angrily shouted, "Those are the Duke's servants." He angrily got up and groaned, while Gong-ra was trying to unlock the door from outside, and Herrick was still lying comfortably on the ground. "This prince is in trouble. It looks like I've become the main character here. They're locked in a cell with only a small window showing the bright moon outside, and now I can only sigh and say, I can't believe it." Herrick is now sitting up, looking at his hand and his new appearance, excitedly saying, "I may have been dressed as a girl when I was young, but who would have thought I'd become the female protagonist of a novel like this? An unforgettable experience." Gongja frowns with a helpless sigh. "You're really optimistic despite everything, envy indeed." You smile brightly like a flower and say happily, "Life is still beautiful. Prince of Death, just be the official." Suddenly a dazzling light shone from your hand and you excitedly said, "Transformation spell." What if Herrick made Gongja turn around and notice him? Surprised by the slight change in his voice, Gongja wondered aloud. Herchich's voice laughed very cutely and replied, "Yes, I changed my vocal cords a bit. Do I sound more like a girl now?" Gongja turned around in amazement to praise him. "You're truly impressive now. You look just like a noble young lady. Though you should watch your words a bit more. Your bright smile makes the flowers stand out. And respectfully, you say, thank you." You smile gently, thinking that although transforming into a butler and a novel heroine was a bit unexpected, everything will be fine. Herrick smiled contentedly and said, "Your face is less wrinkled than before. I think you can feel at ease now, thanks to the spell of the judge and my regression skills." Gongja looked surprised and said, "What do you mean?" and then began to explain his words to Gongja. "Since returning from the Celestial Demon Chronicle, your face has always been gloomy. That's understandable. After all, I just lost my beloved master. That's also why I was so worried about this raid. I'm afraid negative emotions might affect your performance. But it seems I was worrying for nothing." Gongja stepped forward and said to him, "You can tell what someone is feeling just by looking at their face. Their eyes become sharp." The mystery responds accurately. "Although I don't know what it feels like to be desperate, I understand it completely." Gong was truly surprised by what you said. Very impressive. You keep analyzing. Even machines can malfunction if a part breaks down. Tension is the main point of human malfunction. If left untreated, it will embed itself deeply into the mind, so you need to be careful to keep it under control. Gongja feels he's starting to understand the guy in front of him better. Is he trying to understand people in his own way? Even though he's a bit crazy, he's also very unique. She excitedly said as if she had just discovered something. By the way, just now something felt really strange. Gongja asked curiously, "What do you mean?" Inside the prison filled with discarded items, you start asking about what just happened. Based on my understanding, we were imprisoned here for insulting the nobility, right? Gongja also agreed and said, "I think so too." He was excited by your answer, but then immediately spoke seriously. Our spirits are more in sync now. This is fun. Getting back to the point, usually those in power are the ones who are wrong, right? The guards or the soldiers standing outside watching over the prisoners? You expressed your reasoning, but now I don't feel anyone outside the door, only at the window. After your words, a group of masked black-clad figures burst in through the window and captured them. One of them shouted, "Kill that man, but don't hurt the girl." Gong grabbed his sword and recited the spell to summon his power. Spark, it's me. I managed to block one of their attacks as I drew my sword, but then Gong stepped in to deliver the decisive blow. At this moment, he swiftly slashed down with his sword, blood spraying everywhere, while Herrick used a chain attached to his sword to strike the enemy repeatedly. Herrick, still smiling, said, "Death King, you shouldn't kill them all. We need to interrogate who is behind this and keep at least one alive." In just a moment, Herrick and Gong finished dealing with them, tying them up. They stammered in fear, saying, "It's just a weak, noble girl, right?" Their faces and clothes were splattered with blood. "Now I give you 3 choices." He continued to state the second condition in front of their fear. 2, let us interrogate and extract all the important information. He continued confidently, saying that the third option was to voluntarily reveal all information to avoid torture and save their lives. One of them angrily said, "Crazy dog, just kill me now." Herrick didn't hesitate at his words and immediately sent a sword to send him to Yama. "Sure, let's do it right now." You turn to the person next to you and ask, "Have the others made their decision yet?" He is now so scared he can't speak. That guy is now so terrified he's crying and begging for mercy. "Please spare us." "We were just following the orders of the car," Herrick asked with satisfaction. "At least everyone should explain why they are trying to assassinate us." You lose patience, grip your weapon tightly, and threaten. Are you still hesitating and not making a decision? All right, let me help speed things up. The other 2 become frightened and immediately beg for mercy. "Please spare us, I beg you." Gongra beside him grabs his arm to stop him, calmly judging that there's no need for such measures. "You better listen carefully to my question." Then Gongra approached the scattered iron bars on the ground and asked them, "So it seems you easily cut through the window earlier, or were they already cut beforehand because you knew we would be imprisoned here?" They are bleeding. At this moment, a system screen appears showing their thoughts. "Under your watch, we only heard that a girl would be taken down to the wine cellar. Damn it, they said she's just an ordinary girl. You guys are lying to my father." After observing for a while, you conclude that they actually knew we would be imprisoned here. You then seriously ask them, "Back then you said it was okay to kill that man, but not to harm that girl, right? Are you planning to kidnap her?" They stammered, avoiding eye contact as if they didn't want to answer. That. At this moment, the pink notification reappears with their thoughts. "So you're just being paid to kidnap her?" The client explicitly demanded that she remain unharmed and without a scratch. "So we formed a group of 4 to prevent any unexpected accidents." Herrick was wiping the bloodstains off his face. Gongra begins to stand up, straighten his clothes, and says, "I think I've figured out who the culprit is." Herrick, surprised, says, "Oh, you figured it out so quickly?" He replied calmly, his gaze shifting to the broken window as he began analyzing. "The culprit must be someone with great authority to be able to hire 4 assassins to infiltrate the academy, and also someone who knows the security system of this place inside out." I thought of the girl at the party and the female antagonist who just shouted at us to get out. At that moment, the young lady shouted, "This girl is ruining my eyes. Get her out of my sight." And you continued to share your reasoning. She didn't specify where to take us, but the servants instinctively led us to the very place where the assassins had planned to attack, so it's clear that the female antagonist is the mastermind behind this. His eyes suddenly turned menacingly sinister, but that might be a bit too obvious. Herrick continued to explain. "They are currently advancing from outside. Even though I look like this, I am still the heroine of the Revelation world, a noble young lady dating the crown prince on the verge of ascension. That person has arrived at the prison where the 2 of them are held. Herrick still doesn't know anything. You keep talking, yet the female villain dares to bring me here and hire someone to assassinate me. Since she is the daughter of a duke, she will be dragged into a major scandal. That means the real culprit is not the female antagonist. That person has started opening the dungeon door. The two of them continue talking without any suspicion, sharing their guesses. And the one who wanted to make her look like the culprit, and also someone who deeply cares for me. So he asked not to touch even a strand of my hair. Suddenly, someone rushed in from outside, holding the boy tightly and begging for forgiveness. Holding you in his arms, he reassures you that everything is fine. I'm here to protect you. With his distinctive blonde hair standing out, he introduced himself. Ah, the sole heir of this empire. He is the male lead prince with a mischievous personality. Seeing the scene before him makes Gong family's mood extremely uncomfortable, so his face turns back to the past. The story begins. Last year, two young ladies were given names by the emperor. One is Sivia of Asia, a girl with enchanting curly blonde hair, holding up her dress and playing happily in the flower field. Under the sunlight, her smile shines even brighter. The golden plum blossom blooms amidst the yellow garden, exuding its fragrance. From that moment on, she was called by the people of this country with her beautiful blue eyes that were both cute and mischievous yet wise. That girl was known as Lady Kim Tuok, the main female character in this world. The next person mentioned was someone whose beauty was completely opposite, that being the other young lady, Levian of Anzia. The elegant and noble flower always held her head high and excelled in every field. From that moment on, she was called by the people of this land the striking silver Lyra lady, with her cold red eyes that were both mysterious and alluring, and she was also the antagonist in the Revelation story. They became fierce rivals by chance among the noble young ladies' names given at the coming-of-age ball, and with their contrasting colors they accidentally crossed paths, leading to an inevitable silent battle. But because those two young ladies are attending the same academy, a storm is inevitable within its walls. After gaining the memories of the character, the Gong family couldn't help but feel bewildered by this turn of events. Returning to the present, Gong's eyes fell on the prince, who glanced back at him with a look of disdain. Seeing the situation in front of him, he couldn't hide his disdainful expression. "Isn't he too rude for a noble prince?" he said with a tone of contempt. "Oh, you're still alive too." I was so angry I clenched my jaw and cursed under my breath. What's wrong with this guy? He's really annoying. Although annoyed, he still respectfully said, "Yes, Your Highness, I am still alive and safe." He released Herrick and turned to look at him with a displeased, disdainful gaze, saying, "You are quite lucky." Although the Gong family was so angry that their face was almost uncontrollable, they still tried to stay calm, but there was a hint of sarcasm in their words. It was all thanks to Your Highness's magnanimity, and they were secretly judging his attitude. "What am I even doing?" "You were the one behind this assassination, right?" He sneered condescendingly and said, "You're overestimating yourself. Are all the good things in the world thanks to my tolerance? No, it's because you protected yourself and Sinvia from the fierce assassins earlier. That is your own luck, allowing me to express my gratitude to you." The air around him darkened in anger. He clenched his fists tightly, thinking to himself that this curly-haired guy was always trying to attack him, constantly belittling his abilities and attributing it all to luck. Even though I don't want to believe it, could it be that he's trying to suppress me? At this moment, the character Thandong's presence is gradually increasing. Gongja placed his hand on his chest, calmly and respectfully saying, "Miss Kim Tuok is my master. I belong to her." I suddenly became confident and explained to him, what kind of luck is it for a sword to protect its owner? I was surprised myself by what I just said. What am I doing? My mouth keeps moving uncontrollably. Just imagine what kind of scene would unfold if an ordinary butler dared to provoke the crown prince. Gong family held his mouth in fear, but his unrestrained mouth continued to speak. "I am just a tool that completes tasks on its own. I do not deserve the prince's praise." The bronze bell has shifted slightly, currently only 1% synchronized. Gongja covers his mouth in fear, wondering what the hell is going on. The prince looks about to explode and grits his teeth, saying, "I suppose noble families like the count's choose their servants based on their eloquence. If His Majesty finds out, he'll be very disappointed." In Gongjia's mind, he was constantly screaming, Don't, curly hair, don't provoke me any further." The Gong family clenched their jaw and said with difficulty, "Please forgive me for saying this. Everything under His Majesty's rule is perfect." Seeing the current situation and thinking about this scene, you immediately recall the blood sacrifice scenes from movies. I am willing to sacrifice my life to protect you. My dear Lady Butler, of those fiery scenes on the TV screen, please take care. Kim Gongjia sat watching in frustration and said, "What kind of prehistoric monster is this world? And what are these two humans doing? Is this the time to be cuddling and hugging each other? Have these two people's brains been taken by crows?" The synchronization gradually increases again. "You are syncing with your character. Current synchronization level 2%. The prince said irritably, "Huh, so now it's turned into a shouting match?" You ponder deeply, realizing that this is the reason why the Church Knights and the Duke failed in this story. You respond confidently, truly no one more trustworthy than His Highness. I sincerely hope you will find the culprit behind the assassination, bring them to trial, and have them face the appropriate punishment to serve as a warning to others. He held Herrick tightly, then turned confidently toward you and said, "Certainly." He looked at you with disdain and softly said, "It seems Lady Sylvia is still in shock. There may still be some assassins nearby. Today, let me protect her." Gongja gritted his teeth to endure and bowed his head respectfully, saying, "I hope you will forgive my weakness. Now that things have turned out this way, I should take Lady Sylvia somewhere comfortable so she can relax her mind as much as possible. I hope my master will be in her beloved room as he has always been. Gong family endures the control of the system's assimilation, you traitorous mouth. Shut up and watch." He immediately responded on this side, "You mean if she's with me, she'll feel uncomfortable?" The system continued to notify, "You are syncing with your character. I'm trying to find a way to cover for you. Sorry about that." The harmony level gradually increases, currently at 3%. The boy helplessly sighs and pauses for a moment. Not allowed, suddenly the old spirit appeared and called out to you, "Hey, what are you doing?" He was surprised when he was called. "Sword Emperor?" "Oh no, Sword Emperor." Without saying a word, he immediately scolded you. "Are you crazy? Please let me go. I'm about to lose my mind. Do something to save me." He stroked his chin, pretending to consider the situation. He stepped closer to Gong and whispered, "You zombie kid? You always look disgusting when you see poison snakes, but now you're doing something just as disgusting as the main character in The Snake's Illusion." After hearing what he said, I quietly thought I should take back my words. Him staying still is already a blessing for me. Suddenly, Herrick standing beside him spoke unexpectedly, making him turn around in worry and ask, "Sylvia, what's wrong?" Herrick forcefully pushed him away without mercy, a delighted look in his eyes, and said happily, "I feel something right now. A feeling I've never experienced before. My heart is racing, it's so strange." He eagerly ran towards the prince, took his hand and said, "It seems like the owner of this body really likes you." His face gradually turned red. He looked at you affectionately and gently called out the character Herrick is playing, Sylvia. He hadn't even had a chance to express his feelings when Herrick was suddenly pulled away with force. He looked at her in confusion and said, "You really?" At this moment, Gongja firmly held Herrick's hand and said seriously, "Miss, let's go back to your room." Without giving her a chance to refuse, he continued, "You still need to continue your normal life tomorrow, right?" In Herrick's eyes reflected Gongjia's serious expression, making Herrick understand his intention. "We must not forget, we are here because of duty and a clear purpose, to erase this situation." "Oh, that's right. Thank you for your concern, Your Highness, but I must return to my residence with the steward now." "You have a good evening, sir." "I'm leaving now," he sighed regretfully. Sylvia, Herrick, and Gongja have left the prison. Still unconcerned, as you said, everything is becoming more complicated. You're still furious and dark, swirling aura surrounds you. I never expected there to be such a trap. When I saw you hugging that curly-haired guy, I was extremely jealous. Herrick smiled at his thoughts. This is something we didn't foresee. Herrick suddenly asked Gongja, "This Prince of Death, how much synchronization did you reach earlier?" Gongja angrily ruffled his hair and said, "I was already at 3%, so fast. Luckily, I stopped in time." Herrick responded excitedly, "That's great. I reached 10% in just a moment." Gong quickly asked Hersich, "What did you say?" A suspicion arose in his mind that in just a short time with the Crown Prince, his synchronization level had already reached 10%. He reached into his pocket, took out something, and thought, "It's even worse than I thought." Several times over. Gong's eyes have become sad, and he seriously suggests that Hersich should prepare some safety measures. As they are talking, a figure is approaching. Use the keyword go. It will be what awakens our minds in every situation. For example, if I say pickaxe, you might reply carrot. Herrick is happily discussing with you, this will be our secret signal. After a moment, he realized someone was approaching from behind and turned around, agreeing with both hands and feet. So, what word should I choose? In front of them is Lady Lavian and her entourage approaching. Herrick's face, sharp and beautiful, is illuminated by the light, making him look even more mysterious and alluring. His expression turns serious, but his words remain playful. "Prince of Death?" Surprised, he turned sharply in that direction and said fiercely, "I think I hate this girl." Then, looking excitedly at the Gong family, she said, "I'm so curious." Herrick put his hands on his mouth, forming a smile, and calmly said, "I wonder what I look like right now." Gong's eyes widened in fear, sweat soaking his face as he stared ahead. At this moment, the system notification indicates you are syncing with your character. Current synchronization level is 4%. An announcement board with intricate carved patterns and 2 neatly tied red curtains appears. A familiar motif in romantic fantasy novel number 1. All the men around the female lead are suspicious. A familiar motif in romantic fantasy novels. The phoenix disguised as a black crow. In the present, in a corridor of a large villa, Herctic stands there with Gongja beside him, facing Lady Lavienne and 4 guards. A pinkish light shines on Gongjia's face, and he seems to sense that something is wrong. His eyes widened in shock, sweat dotting his handsome face as he saw Herrick standing still and unmoving. Why did Herrick suddenly go completely silent? Gongja reached out with his hand as if trying to wake Herctic up. I have to wake him up right now. Gong family anxiously called out unconsciously, and at that moment, Lavian immediately shouted, Miss Kim Tuok, it seems you're still fine. I was startled by Lavian's voice just now, and worry still lingered on my face, eyes filled with horror. She called him by that name before I could call him the one from his tower. Herrick just smiled gently, accepting Lavian's sarcasm. I heard you were attacked, but it's not surprising coming from someone who grew up on the border. Herctic's smile remained unchanged, unaffected by Lavian's sharp words. Then Herrick gently touched her finger to her lips, wanting to hear what she planned to do next. Lavian's cold voice continues to echo. She's as persistent as a leech. A few petty assassins must be nothing to her, right? Herrick closed her eyes, still carefree and cheerful as she responded to Lavian. Oh, could it be that the young lady has come all this way? Is it just because you're worried about my health on such a late night? I am truly grateful that someone as insignificant as me is cared for by everyone around, including His Royal Highness the Prince. Lavian's eyes flickered slightly as she listened to Herctic's reply. Then she suspiciously responded, The Prince came to see me because he's worried about me, and you're the mastermind behind those assassins, aren't you? Gong's face gradually darkened as he silently pondered something. Lavian lost her composure, her beautiful face now beaded with sweat, and angrily said, The measure of someone's worth is not only their background, but also their character and way of thinking. Act in accordance with your current noble status. Gong family begins to become more worried. Why does Herctic keep provoking her? Herctic still pretends not to see Lavian's anger. You simply said softly, I didn't realize that being like that at a social event was considered the proper way for a noble. Herctic chuckled eerily and made a suggestion. I hope this request isn't too outrageous, but may I stay in the guest room here? It seems this young lady is quite skilled at fighting, so I want to learn a little. His mind kept shouting, Stop, Judge, please, shut up. But Lavian's subordinate angrily shouted, Lady Kim Tuok, you're going too far. How dare the daughter of an ordinary count living on the border say such things? Gong immediately stepped forward from behind Herrick, bowing his head to apologize. Please forgive us. Gong family lowered his gaze respectfully and said, Perhaps our young lady is still in shock after the terrible incident just now, so she probably needs some time to rest. It's already quite late now. May I ask if we could be allowed to return? In Lavian's eyes, his reflection is mirrored, and he continues to persuade Lavi to calm the tense situation in front of them. I think it's still not too late to resolve this misunderstanding by tomorrow morning. The lady's subordinates, witnessing Gong family's actions, angrily shouted, How dare you stand in front of the lady? Lavian raised his hand to stop them. He gently called out respectfully, Shinvia. Miss, yes. Butler, what are you talking about? He took Herrick's hand and suggested, Please keep order. He immediately pulled Herrick away. Herrick suddenly shouted towards Gong Ra. Butler, wait a moment, I still have something to say to her. Don't interrupt the conversation like that. You walk for a while, then suddenly stop and turn back to call Lavian. Miss Lavian Lieback, from behind, coldly replied, What is the matter? Gongja placed a hand on his chest and gently smiled. I have always respected the independence of the servants in the Duke's family, and tonight I witnessed it firsthand. They truly are very noble, unlike someone as insignificant as me. I have learned a lot from you all tonight. Although my position is humble, I still want to show my respect to the young lady and everyone. He smiled happily, holding Herctic's hand as he bid farewell to the young lady. We're leaving now. You grab Herctic's hand and quickly walk away. After walking for a while, they stopped under a white flowering tree, catching their breath, still holding Herctic's hand tightly. Gong anxiously turned to grab Herrick's shoulder and asked the judge of heresy, Are you awake now? His eyes opened blankly, then he looked around confused and asked, What did I just say earlier? At a still-lit window of the Somi Win Academy, Gong and Sylvia have returned to the room. Gong clenched his teeth and said, We have to establish our own symbol. Herrick, sitting on the chair, casually asked Gong, A unique symbol? Gong recalled the issues he had been thinking about all day. I've been thinking all day. We can't go on like this anymore. Herrick rested his hand on his face and said sadly, Yes, you're right. We need to do something. Gong family immediately rushes forward, grabbing Hersidic's small, adorable face and lifting it in their hand, then shouting loudly into his face. Spring arrives, withered orchids fade. In the silent, dark outdoor space, Gongja's voice still echoes. When I say spring has come, you will follow with withered Mulan. That is our special signal. Use that phrase to wake her up. After sharing your opinion, he seriously suggests trying it once. Spring has come. Heretic's face still in your hand, her small lips speak. Mulan, you frown and say it again. Spring has come. Heretic happily replied with a smile. Mok Lan withered away. Gongja grabbed your face, shook you gently, and pinched your cheeks. You smiled so broadly that your eyes crinkled and cheerfully said, All right, I'm back to my senses now. Gongjia proudly said, Well done. Herrick, feeling calmer, gratefully thanked him. Thank you, sir. Today has been so hectic, like a storm hitting my clothes. Gong happily runs off and then turns back to ask Herrick, Do you want a cup of tea to calm down? He smiled brightly and replied, Thank you. Then Gong went to open the drawer to look for a teacup, humming happily as he searched. How is there even a kitchen in a dorm room? It really shows how the rich spend their money. It's still too early to give up. After searching for a while, he brought the cup and teapot to the table. All right, let's see. Gong calmly brews the tea, imagining the wonderful scenes and the comfort of making tea. For the jasmine tea the young lady loves, the teapot must be rinsed with hot water first, using 2 separate kettles, one for rinsing and one for pouring, never mixing them up. Finally, remember to add milk and a spoonful of honey. And ta-da, the young lady's favorite tea is ready. We brought along precious honey for occasions like this because the lady usually lives quite frugally, so it's rare for her to indulge in luxury. Gong suddenly startled, realizing he had become just like a real butler. This is not good. The system notifies you that you are syncing with your character. The sudden increase in synchronization level makes you annoyed and curse aloud. You are so angry that you pour all the salt in your hand into the cup of tea and say this cheap, trashy novel who only adds sugar to black tea and gets so furious. Sparkly is worried about your current mental state. What kind of spy love is that? Nobody cares. He recalls his past self and gradually sees the difference now. I really can't let it develop any further. After all this time and all the challenges I've faced to get here, I feel like I'm gradually losing myself. Gong placed the tray with tea on the table. Herrick was also a bit startled and responded, Thank you, Crown Prince. After drinking for a while, I suddenly felt something and froze. Herrick looked like he was about to vomit everything he just drank and said in shock, Tu Vuong, does this taste strange? If my palate isn't broken, it seems to be salty. Gong asked from behind, confused. What's wrong? It's just how it's supposed to be served. Looking at the colorful tea, Herrick said somewhat hesitantly, Is this really tea? It can only be seawater with this saltiness. Gongja still looked angry and said, Just drink quietly. Herrick didn't know how to object, so he quickly drank it all in one gulp. He forced a bright smile to forget the saltiness on his tongue, and then tried to say a few polite words. Thank you, but honestly, the salt is killing my taste buds. Gong happily said, That's more like you. Hearing that, Herrick set down his teacup and asked eagerly, Do you have any plans from now on? Gong hesitantly replied vaguely, I'll see about that. You remember the story and realize that the one who will destroy this world is that female villain. The silver blue lady was the princess's fiancé, so when the prince fell in love with Miss Kim Tuok, the feeling of betrayal and losing her loved one at the same time would cause her world to collapse. Her hatred will eventually become the force that destroys the world. You insist that we must help the prince and the villainess be together. You show 2 fingers to explain the options to Herrick, or else we have to destroy the intense feelings one of them has for the other. Choose one of those 2 options. Herrick smiled naturally and asked softly, Are you planning to burn someone's house down? Gong clenched his fist and stared at his hand. He remained silent, lost in thought. Having never dated in over 20 years of his life, he didn't really care about these things. But splitting up a couple is definitely easier than helping them develop feelings, right? Herrick suddenly asked, Have you come up with any ideas yet? The boy confidently released his hand in one direction, and a surge of black smoke billowed up right where he let go. The more you act like a young lady, the more I will play the role of a butler, and the higher our synchronization with the character will be. The black smoke coalesced into a figure as I revealed my plan. So, if we stop acting like the young lady and the butler, will the synchronization level drop or at least stop increasing? So from now on, let's start our journey playing the roles of a young lady and a terrible manager. A formal notification appears with a suggestion. The familiar motif from romantic fantasy novels. Number 3. Want to bring a couple together? It's simple. First, you have to make them hate each other. Think of love as thunder and hatred as lightning. Normally the sky is clear and the clouds have dispersed, but suddenly there's a lightning bolt, followed naturally by thunder. In a formal and romantic school courtyard, students are entering their classes one by one. Bailan gently asks her friend Pin beside her, "Did you sleep well last night?" The little friend happily replied, "It was delicious. And how about you?" As the two of them walked and chatted happily. Baklan says, "I did have a beautiful dream last night and I feel refreshed this morning. I was thinking of having toast for breakfast." That little friend is also eager to hear about the dream. "Oh, please, I want to hear the young lady tell her beautiful dream. Is that okay? Let's go have breakfast together." Baklan immediately replied, "Oh, that sounds perfect." The two suddenly stopped in shock and hesitantly asked, "Did you sleep well last night?" They couldn't believe their eyes and exclaimed, "Lady Herrick today doesn't look like an angel anymore." Sitting cross-legged in pants, wearing sunglasses, chewing grass, looking like a gangster, and speaking harshly, "Not at all. Last night I almost died in an assassination attempt, so I couldn't sleep at all. And yet this morning you still asked me if I slept well," Herrick said fiercely, removing his glasses and pressing them against Baklan. "I've weathered storms and tempests. Only the timid ones like you need to sleep peacefully. Are you feeling peaceful now? Is it because your skull is still intact? Is it because your brain is still intact?" Baklan, unable to withstand the shock, was so frightened that she collapsed to the ground. Little Pinko next to her, frightened and shouting, "Lady Bailan." Seeing Baklan's appearance, Pinko screamed in fear. "Keep breathing. Can you still hear what I'm saying?" Then she turned to scold Herrick. "Miss Kim Tuok, how could you speak so harshly?" Herrick threw away her glasses. Her eyes turned fierce. She smiled and said, "What are you all getting so worked up about? I was just answering her question." Binker shouted for help. "Someone call the teacher from the infirmary." Herrick pointed at an innocent friend, looked up to the sky, and mocked Tam T. "Why is her hair red? Did her skull crack open and let her brain fall out? You already look pretty dull, and now you're at risk of mental impairment. Pick up your brain quickly." That red-haired girl screams in fear and falls to the ground, while the person nearby shouts in panic, "Miss." Herrick turned back excitedly, giving a thumbs up to Gong. Then Herrick happily said, "The Prince of Death, you truly are number 1. The synchronization process has completely stopped. Remember what the two of you said last night. Let's become a mischievous lady and butler pair. Teacher Beta of the universe will guide you onto the most chaotic path on Earth. I will do my best to learn everything I can." Herrick marvels at Gong family's plan, finding it extremely effective. "From now on, I will place all my trust in you. Always trustworthy, always perfect. Prince 2? Suddenly, Gongja stepped on Herrick's foot. He asked in surprise, "Oh, are you stepping on my foot to prevent the synchronization rate from increasing?" The Gong family calmly replied, "I've run out of options. If you want to be a bad butler, then that's just how it has to be." "I see now." The people around, frightened, started whispering about the two of them. It's like the young lady has gone crazy. They keep gossiping about the character played by Herrick. Then they mention those other things again. After yesterday's attack, she suddenly became a completely different person, as if possessed by a ghost. Ikeich and the two brave young ladies have volunteered to go verify the rumors and haven't returned yet. It seems someone also saw the butler adding salt to the young lady's tea. Suddenly, a voice called out, "Lady Kimtuk." A group of people in black approached angrily, shouting at Herrick, "How dare she defame the reputation of our noble master?" So, for the sake of the family's reputation and the young lady, we won't let this matter fade away. They directly pointed at Gong and said, "Then let me have a fight with your servant." They impatiently forced Herrick to agree immediately. "Just accept the challenge quickly." "I swear on my honor as a man that I will win." Gong family members sighed, thinking how exhausting it is to live a life so close to the bottom of society. "I'll also stand on the honor of Marquis Bradley." Herrick chuckled softly, calmly replying, "All right, let's try to settle this peacefully as everyone wishes." Before he could react, Gongja stepped forward and kicked him in the leg. "Wait!" that guy cried out in pain. Gongja pulled Herrick aside and whispered, "Since we've started this, we might as well go all the way and pretend to be bullies to make it convincing. You can't just go along with what others want so easily. Who's a gangster like that?" Herrick, as if understanding, said casually, "Yes, you're right. So, what should I do now?" The guy in front of me raises his hand ready to fight and says, "What are you two whispering about?" Herrick enthusiastically said, waving his hand. "All right, I will allow our butler to fight you as you wish." But then he raised his hand to signal and set the condition for them. 5 gold coins per match. They let out a sigh of admiration and reluctantly searched their bodies for the full amount of money. "We are the butlers, which means we also belong to the owner's property." We can't let the family's reputation suffer just because of a few petty fights. I can't believe that a family feud over such a noble reason would involve collecting money. Don't tell me your loyalty to the family isn't worth even 5 gold coins. Damn it, they're talking to each other, exchanging money to have enough to give to Herktik. Today, I only brought a silver coin. Do you have a gold coin to exchange with me? Yes, here you go. Feel free to exchange. They think it's annoying. Every master has their own way. At this moment, the Gong family has come to the center of the yard and started warming up. It's time to show off the results of their training. Suddenly, he spoke up in front of everyone's surprise. I have a small request, just for fun. Gong slicked back his shiny hair, drew his sword in a cool manner, and said, "Has anyone here been starving for a week?" At this moment, the prince suddenly ran out of the room in a panic, shouting for help. "Help me." He runs over to where Herrick is sitting, questioning him. "Sinvia, what is going on here? I heard others talking badly about you, but I thought they were just spreading rumors. Are you really fighting with your classmates?" Then the prince turned and shouted directly at Gong. "What are you doing? When the master does wrong, as a servant, you should do your best to stop it. Why do you only know how to swing your sword wildly? A butler is just someone from the lower class. You're nothing but a failed product and trash." Gongja only stammered and said, "Sorry, Your Highness." He still couldn't show any attitude, only placing his hand on his chest respectfully and saying, "I only listen to the princess's instructions. If she calls me a fool, I will gladly step back. But if she hasn't said anything yet, I will remain her loyal butler." The prince, grinding his teeth in anger, said, "How dare you speak so shamelessly after causing all this chaos?" He then turned and softly pretended to be innocent, saying, "Sinvia, how many times have I told you? Why choose someone like him as the steward? There are many eunuchs in the palace who are much better trained than this. Just one word from me, and the emperor will assign one to you immediately. Don't worry, my father favors you a lot." Bai Lan, who had been half lying down, was helped up by Bingji. They are watching a play together and giggling. They start discussing the scene in front of them. What should I do now? The prince's fiancée is Lady Lavienne. But isn't that just a promise made by their parents long before they were born? There used to be rumors that the emperor was very eager to marry Miss Vina. So maybe they are starting to get excited, eyes wide with delight, as the prince slowly takes Tichtinkam's hand and says, "Sivya, what do you mean?" Gong family suddenly feels uneasy witnessing such a romantic scene. Too tense. Gong family worries whether the love of Miss Kim Tuok, the female protagonist of the novel, will grow stronger, or if Herrick's reason will prevail. Will the person playing the role of the bad girl be more overwhelming now? With eyes full of affection, the prince kneels and says, "Will you listen to my sincere plea?" Herrick now begins to answer, but his response is completely unrelated. "Your Highness, what kind of perfume are you using?" "Why, what?" "Please forgive my words, but this scent feels so familiar." He couldn't help but be surprised. Herrick left, but then turned back and asked him, "Have you found out who was behind my assassination yesterday?" The prince stammered in shock, still investigating. Herrick stepped forward, confidently holding his butler's arm, and said, "If it weren't for this butler that night, I would have been in big trouble. If you truly value me, you must also respect my butler. I trust the butler more than anyone in the world." The prince looked up with a displeased expression. Her suddenly flicked her fan open, laughing loudly, causing those around her to be surprised by her laugh. She nervously wiped the sweat from her face and stammered, "Sinvia, why are you laughing differently than usual?" Even though your voice still sounds sweet like birdsong, Hersich paid little attention and replied, "I really like this kind of laugh." The prince felt a bit shy and looked for a way out. "Is that so?" "I see. If you listen carefully, it's not bad at all, right?" "Yeah, that's right, that's right. This sound is truly amazing. Today, I've discovered a new beauty in you. Are you misunderstanding something here?" He took the opportunity to continue flattering her. "Your humble servant, you are like a kaleidoscope, reflecting countless brilliant colors. Few people have laughter that sounds like birds singing. I also need to learn this kind of laugh." That whispering voice continues to echo. "You used to think that making someone break up was easier than helping them fall in love, right? Too bad, but everyone is different." Her and the prince suddenly burst out laughing loudly. The laughter continues nonstop. Gongra is amazed, thinking that love can be at such a macro level of understanding. At this moment, the old spirit stepped forward from behind, placing a hand on Gongra's shoulder and said, "You really are a lonely old bachelor with no one to pursue you. Everyone's love story is unique." He kept talking, but without any response. Some feelings have always been inseparable from the start. No matter what methods are used, I fear it's only the prince's feelings. After all, your plan is quite clever. Don't tell me I'm the only one here with a blank slate when it comes to love. Otherwise, my pride will be too hurt. Gong stepped forward in front of Herrick, raising his hand to protect her from behind. My young lady has already said she trusts me the most. Your Highness, you may be a noble aristocrat, but when the young lady needs you, you're always far away. Even though my status is humble, I have always been and will always be by her side. His face turned extremely ugly. What are you so proud of? Let's see if her love can withstand this blow. Baklan and Pinker stood nearby, eagerly waiting with open mouths. Old Spirit also couldn't help but shout, "You fool, that guy has been heavily beaten by the demon of love. There's no saving him anymore." The prince angrily lowered his face and clenched his teeth, then continued to hold Herrick's hand. "You think you can act as Sinvia's butler and be arrogant around her all day? If that's the case, I can also be there when Sinvia needs me. You can retire now." Gong was shocked inside, completely stunned. The two people next to Bailan also held hands excitedly and said, "Hey, is it okay for him to behave like that?" Suddenly, a loud noise from behind startled both of them. What's going on with all this commotion? Lady Lavian steps out of the classroom, dressed in a simple uniform, yet she still exudes the arrogance, coldness, and nobility of a young lady. A prince lying asleep on an opulent bed. A woman's hand gently touches his hair from beside the bed. Has anyone ever loved him as much as I do? Has anyone ever caressed and loved him? And one day that prince left, and the girl could only watch longingly in despair. Has he ever seen the deep disappointment in the other person's eyes? Has any hand ever touched him more gently and softly than mine? There is no need for that because I will be the one doing it. At this moment, Lady Lavian steps forward, radiating light and elegance. The prince coldly looked at the lady and said, "Silver Blue Girl, I heard you asked for a day off this morning because you had a slight cold, so I thought you would be staying home today. But are you feeling better now?" He criticized her with a disdainful tone. Her heart really is a troublemaker. Everyone around started whispering about her. Lady Lavian gently lifted her skirts and respectfully said, "Have a good day. Thanks to your care, I had a good sleep last night." Hearing that, I was very happy because most of the year I had to stay in bed due to illness, so days like today are truly precious. With this beautiful spring morning light, I should be out for a walk for Kwaikoa, shouldn't I? Gong family has been silent all this time and now finds it strange. It's odd, even if he's a prince. He shouldn't be so indifferent to the Duke's daughter. Lavian shyly stood to the side and softly said, "It sounds wonderful. When the spring breeze blows a little stronger, the magnolia flowers will start to fall. I wonder those flowers will feel lonely if they see only me admiring them." The prince also straightened his clothes and stood up. Lady Lavian calmly said, "Please, Your Highness, don't get your clothes dirty over such a scuffle." "Then why don't you come for a walk with me to enjoy the beauty of spring instead?" he said irritably and disdainfully. "Huh, why should I?" Lavian turned to Herrick and responded, "Miss Kim Tuok, please join us as well." Gongja immediately reflected on the current situation. Both Lady Lavi and the prince are dangerous elements. Just being with them almost automatically increases the synchronization rate. I can't help but feel worried. I'm increasingly like a butler, while Herkdick is gradually becoming a true Kim Tuok lady. It's too dangerous. Gongja turned to whisper to Herrick, "What is your current synchronization rate?" Herrick continued to be lost in thought, but standing still won't solve anything. "Herkdick whispered to you that it's 17%. The prince, still indifferent to Lavienne, turned to Herkdick and said worriedly, "Don't mind what she said. Ignore what the prince says, and quietly tell Gongja your current percentage." "I just talked with the crown prince, and it increased by 1%, then went up another 1% when I made eye contact with the young lady Lu Lai Bas earlier. In short, it is more than 2% higher than yesterday. The level of emotional assimilation has increased by 2%. Hearing that, Gong started to plan, admitting that the pace had slowed down significantly compared to the previous day's rapid increase. Maybe it's worth taking a risk to see what happens. Gong, as if having finished his thoughts, turned to Herrick and whispered, "Spring is coming." Her chuckled softly with a bright smile. Molan withered away. Gongda also smiled gently, full of satisfaction. The two of them began changing back into their normal clothes and happily accepted Lavian's invitation. "If you are so earnest, I will accept this invitation." Lady Silver Lucite. Lavian, with a cold look, turned to Herrick and said cautiously, "Keep order and follow me." Lady Lavian led all three of them somewhere. When they arrived, the prince said with boredom, "Do you want to take a walk here?" Lavian paid no mind and led them to a grand, elegant mansion. The prince asked curiously, "Isn't this where you live?" Gong was left feeling uneasy, thinking to himself, "She's not in the dormitory. Truly, you can't mess with the power of the noble house." Lavian calmly replied, "Of course not." Lavian continued to lead them to a door and casually said, "Walking for a walk is just an excuse." The prince and Herrick were both puzzled and confused. Earlier in the schoolyard there were too many eyes watching, so I couldn't tell the truth. Lady Lavian spoke in a mysterious tone because this matter is of a special secret. The prince asked with confusion. A secret? She replied calmly. Yes. Then she turned back, stomping her feet as loud sounds echoed. The next words made the prince startle. They were about the assassins daring to invade the territory of the nobility. If I make this public, it will surely cause chaos. Gong family continued to ponder, and considering what Lavian said as an elimination method, it's quite certain that the mastermind behind this is the prince. The prince began to panic, sweating profusely. Did she catch the culprit? Gong family looked at the prince with suspicion, unsure if their instincts were correct, but with such a tough silver blue lady, it was as if she was boldly declaring that she knew everything you had done. The prince clenched his fist to stay calm and said, I haven't made any progress in the investigation either, so how could you? Lavian calmly replied, It's all thanks to Kim Tuok's servant providing the evidence. He feels scared and secretly looks behind. Lavian recounted what happened last night. Last night I expelled Miss Kim Tuok and her butler from the banquet hall. That incident was my overreaction. In the past, when she couldn't control herself, she slapped Sinya at the party. Just seeing you guys already makes me uncomfortable. Get out of here immediately. Lavian's words only made the prince more frightened. However, I never mentioned where I would imprison them. I initially thought it was arranged by my servants themselves. At this moment, she has opened a door below which are the stairs leading down. The young lady turned back and said, Your Highness, let's go down together. Seeing the scene before him with sweat pouring down his face, the prince's fear grew stronger, and he tremblingly asked, Strange, why don't I see any servants or subordinates here? Where have the duke's people gone? Lavi turned around and headed toward the basement, leaving only a cold remark. Are you worried? For me, that's normal. Let me lead the way. They began to descend each step one after another, following behind Lavian Vian. The deeper they went, the greater the prince's panic grew. He only dared to grit his teeth to hold back. At this moment, the Gong family also sensed that something was wrong. This smell, a strong and pungent odor lingering in the air for a moment, only then did he realize it was blood. Lavian has reached the basement. In front of her now are 3 men tied to chairs, blood all over their bodies. She turns to the prince and says, I sincerely apologize for bringing you to such a filthy and disgusting place. Your Highness, Lavian recalls that he tracked and investigated to find them. These are the ones who assassinated Lady Kim Tuok last night. After finding them, she chained them in the basement. The scene before her made him keep thinking, even though she always looked fragile and weak as if she might fall. After a long night of investigation, I found out that they accepted this request, because they had a motive. The prince stammered tremblingly, Revenge? Seeing Lavian's cold and unwavering gaze in the midst of such bloody scenes, I couldn't help but be terrified. But despite the horrific bloodshed, his face remained completely expressionless. Lavian's eyes showed no sign of hesitation. She calmly said, Yes, haven't you been listening to me all this time? In her mind, the Gong family secretly admired her, truly a person capable of destroying this world. Lavian, unafraid, pressed close to a nearby criminal, grabbing his hair and coldly said, The prince has arrived. Show your respect. The man, trembling, stammered, Lady, your eyes burn with bloodlust and killing intent, yet show no sign of wavering. Lavian asked them, It was you who planned and hired the assassins to follow Miss Kim Tuok. Confess to the prince why you targeted her life. Your grip still firm. Lavian threatened, If you tell the truth, your family will be spared from being torn apart. They can only fear and beg the young lady. After a moment, he stammered that although Lady Kim Tuok was of noble blood, she came from a humble background and even dared to seduce the prince, while the true fiancé of the crown prince was the princess herself. The physical pain made his words become increasingly unclear. I feel angry on your behalf and can't just sit idly by, so I did something stupid. I'm sorry, please forgive me. Lavi's eyes grew more ferocious than ever as he continued the interrogation. Do you have anyone else behind you in this matter? That guy stammered for a long time before finally saying no. They started to admit fault. It was all because of the 3 of us. But what is in front of us cannot deceive Gongra. He begins to analyze that the confession is a lie. The Silver Lady Sapphire forced them to confess this way to protect the prince, because if the news of the crown prince staging an assassination and sneaking in to pretend to be a hero were to be exposed, this unworthy heir would face serious trouble. She takes the sword and points it at the prince, making a proposal. Your Highness, execute them. The prince stammered in fear, finally managing to speak. Executions? The young lady bows respectfully and continues to plead. They are the ones who attempted to assassinate Lady Kim Tuok, who has feelings for you, and moreover, they even dared to invade the noble territory, so a death sentence is well deserved. Your Highness, you are the prince. The future of this kingdom. What are you still hesitating for? Lavian's words only make him more terrified. Could there be any truth beyond what I just said? Without waiting for his refusal, Lavian thrust the sword into the prince's hand. I beg you, Your Highness, not as a student of the Academy, but as your loyal subordinate. If you feel my investigation is not sufficient, please postpone this punishment. Because this matter is too serious, I think I should report to the Emperor to send a special force. Lavian took off his coat and continued to urge. However, if you are satisfied with the information I have gathered, there is no need to hesitate any longer. Lavian calmly rolled up his sleeves and said, Execute the traitor right here. Gong's family members looked on in fear as Lavian rolled up his sleeves, revealing his scarred arms, and demanded that the prince be punished immediately for raising a disrespectful servant. Lavian still ignored the fear clearly visible on the prince's face. If I have done wrong, I will not run from the consequences. My dear daughter, never expect anything. Because every time you think that maybe this time the world will turn its back and whisper that it's not true, your parents gently remind their little daughter. But if you still want to face a turbulent life, remember this. Just dedicate your life. Don't expect to receive anything in return. Her hands are still reaching out, slowly drawing back. Perhaps the thing she worries about most before leaving is her little daughter. She continues to advise and also asks for forgiveness for those who will celebrate when they see her cold body. Even if it is purely your sacrifice, it doesn't matter if it's just a vain illusion. Let them enjoy their gluttonous feast. That way, when you leave this world, you will have nothing left to regret. Then the mother passed away. The daughter held her mother's portrait and remembered her. She was alone, holding the portrait tightly in her hands. She has been cremated. Back to reality. In the dark prison on the muddy ground, the dried bloodstains remain. Lady Lavian, with her scarred arms raised towards the prince, asked, What are you still hesitating for? She bowed her head humbly and said, As the pillar of this nation, please grant them the appropriate punishment. The prince saw a series of actions before him and couldn't help but be terrified, grinding his teeth and daring not to speak. He turned to look at the scrutinizing eyes watching him, as if waiting for his next move. Suddenly, Lady Lavian's eyes glow red as she leans in close and whispers to the prince, Should I bring their crimes before the imperial court? The prince's eyes are tense and full of fear. She continues to question, Are you going to be a discarded prince or what? Are you trying to see how much mercy His Majesty can show you? The prince turned back and whispered nervously. Please, Harry said happily, you are truly a master. She didn't just bring you here, she brought all of us along too. That's really interesting. The prince was so scared that sweat covered his face, and he couldn't speak. He slowly stepped down the stairs to where he was just speaking. Now everyone here is an accomplice and must keep silent alike. The prince, as if unable to believe it, stammered her name. Please pretend you didn't hear what he said and keep talking, because then the prince's mistake will be completely hidden. And I also really enjoy seeing the silver blue lady being punished. Heretic's eyes gleamed with a sinister blue as he said, So no matter what choice you make, Silver Crystal Lady, you won't benefit. Seeing everyone before him covered in blood and wounds, he sneered, What do you think you'll get in return for this arrangement? Silver Blue Lady, your 3 loyal servants are about to die, and soon you will also have to take the blame for the prince. I really can't understand what you're thinking. Be honest with me, why do you want to take the blame for the prince? Is that how you show your love? I am just fulfilling my duty as a noble servant. Lady Kim, only those who are disloyal weigh benefits against the cost. Although I don't expect you to understand what I say, Heretic's eyes grew more dangerous than ever. You doubtfully ask so, in other words, you have no desire to be accepted back, right? Lavian brushed her hand away, showing no interest in her words. As he adjusted his sleeve, he said that instead of truly wanting to hear her answer, she might as well give up. No matter how much she doubts, it won't affect my actions. The prince is still in shock, trembling as he calls out Sinvia's name. At this moment, Gong family members have also reached the last steps. Gong finally arrives at the bottom, resting his chin as if pondering something. He briefly thought that the divine judge had no intention of stopping the Silver Lady. And as expected, the cowardly prince still couldn't make any decision in this dilemma of indecision. Thinking that, Gong decided firmly that he had no choice but to rely on his butler instincts. His eyes suddenly shone with a bright pink light, and his synchronization with your character increased sharply. Pink rays appeared around with a synchronization level of 7%. Gong called out to Herrick, Miss Kim Tuok, wait a moment. He turned back with a mischievous smile and replied, What's wrong? Gongjia's face started to break out in beads of sweat. You think it's okay? I can still manage at this level. Gongja quickly shared his thoughts with Harik. If those servants are really the ones behind the assassination, then we have the right to take revenge, right? Only the prince has the authority to punish. Isn't that too unfair? Lady Lieback, you too have been betrayed by your own subordinates. You have this right as well. Lady Lavian looked at Gong and asked coldly, "And then what?" as he approached Lavian and Herrick to explain the situation. There are 3 offenders and 3 sides with the authority to impose punishment. So isn't that just perfect timing? What if each side punishes one of them? That way, you'll have even more reason to make us accomplices. Moreover, it seems too much to entrust this responsibility solely to the Crown Prince. Handling it this way means all 3 of you will share the same level of responsibility. Herrick smiled softly. After hearing Gongra's words, Lavian's eyes remained cold, and he slightly furrowed his brow. The prince, still trembling with fear and unable to speak, suddenly opened his eyes wide and shouted, "I understand now, you are right, Miss Luliback. She has also been betrayed by her subordinates, and Sinvia was assassinated, so I fully agree with the imperial law." Lavian then spoke. "Everyone has a valid reason. Dealing with each person individually is the most reasonable approach. Your Highness, a prince cannot easily share his privileges with others." Gong stared in shock at what had just happened. The prince seemed to have lost control, shouting at Lavian repeatedly. "All you've said so far is just kill them. Punish them for walking with speech impairments or something. Can't you say anything else?" The sword now lies covered in blood on the ground. The prince, still furious, continued speaking. "I have judged so many people all this time." Lavian still showed no fear and answered with the same attitude, "But that is the responsibility of the future ruler of the empire." The prince seemed truly to have exploded. "Enough of being stubborn. I am not a murderer." At this moment, the young lady gently tucks her white hair aside and picks up the sword. The prince continues to scold her. If she likes bloodshed so much, then why not kill them herself from the start? "Then at least you should have ordered me to do that first. Order me to punish them, or have you forgotten how to give commands to others? Are you serious about your role as a prince?" He closed his eyes and immediately ordered, "Kill them all." She showed no mercy as she struck down those subordinates with her sword. Seeing her decisive and unwavering action, Gongja couldn't help but fear her and think about this girl. He still couldn't shake the horror at her actions, fearing she would block his way unless he could escape from her. There's no doubt that in the end, Lavian will be the one to stand in the way of the young lady, currently at 8% synchronization. She happily snatched the sword Lavian was holding. "You're increasingly making me more interested. All right then, raise your sword high and decisively say, 'Take this.'" The prince saw blood splattering everywhere and was so scared he couldn't even speak. The sword is covered in blood, and Herktik's face and clothes are also stained with it. He smiles and says, "It's done. Now there's only one more left." The prince, terrified, ran away, but Herkich from behind smiled and squinted as he called out, "Prince, hurry up." Before he could escape, Gongra grabbed him and pulled him back. If you have never committed such outrageous acts as arranging an assassination, this chaos would not have happened. Gongja, now holding the upper hand, continued. "I understand you love the young lady so much that you went to the extent of staging a whole play to corner her, but have you considered that your madness might become an excuse to escape responsibility?" Gong family grabs the prince's hand and pulls him toward Herrick to take the sword, leaving him no time to react as Gongja drags him away. His murderous gaze turned back to look at him. The synchronization level is now 9%. The prince was forced to take the sword and said, "How dare you be disrespectful?" He was behind, holding his hand to control him. "I wonder how many people you've blamed all these years you've lived." Gong quietly thought about his own plans. Now, even if the synchronization rate increases, it doesn't matter anymore because right now I truly share the same anger as the butler, which is the fury at a coward who only knows how to run away. Lavian's face was also smeared with blood, and she stood still without any protest. Gongja continued his questioning, perhaps without end. In the past, the prince must have run away and denied his responsibilities many times. Now, it's your turn to run. The image of the prince standing and looking at the throne from above once made him hesitate. The Gong family wouldn't let him dwell on the past. As the prince of the empire, why would he do such a thing? The Gong family grabbed the prince's raised hand and ordered him to lower it. "Please raise your sword." The prince can only cry out and beg you to stop your servant. But there was no response. The sword swung down, splattering blood everywhere. After finishing, he could only scream in agony. "Your Highness, it is an honor that you personally dealt with the pest according to the Empire's laws." The prince, frightened, let go of his sword, which fell beside Lavian, the sound blending with her subsequent words. "Please hold on to that determination so you can punish fairly in the future. The future of this empire is entirely in your hands." "Your Highness," Gong turned his gaze toward Lady Lavian. "You feel that the girl in front of you is incredibly interesting and secretly start wanting to understand her more." Lavian still kneels there, begging, "Please become stronger." It has been 3 days since they entered the apocalypse, and today Miss Silver Lieback did not come to the academy. Now, outside in the inner courtyard of the large villa, the weather is incredibly sunny. I heard she's been sick and bedridden. She often stays up all night questioning the servants, so she's probably exhausted. There are two girls whispering and gossiping about them on the opposite side. They're a crazy master and servant pair. Stay away from them. Herrick calmly places the teacup back on the saucer and says, "Today, the crown prince didn't come either. It's all thanks to you, butler." He's probably in shock. If this keeps up, he'll just resign. Gong family still doesn't like being addressed that way and questions him. The judge of the underworld warns, "You just called me the butler instead of the assassin. Be careful." Herrick opened her beautiful blue eyes happily and replied, "I misspoke. The current synchronization has exceeded 20%, so her actions are a bit hard to control. This salted black tea is surprisingly good. Butler, another cup, please." Gongja became angry and annoyed, saying, "You're calling me butler again? Wait a moment." Gongja poured tea into the cup, thinking that making tea is a process full of finesse. You feel more at ease as your face relaxes. Just pouring tea from the teapot into the cup is already a beautiful scene that compliments the young lady. Suddenly, your eyes widen in amazement as the notification appears. You suddenly threw the cup of tea directly onto Herrick's hair, causing him to startle and shout. Herrick, confused, touched his hair and said worriedly, "Butler, why did you pour tea on my hair? It's so hot. My hair is ruined." Gongja shouted angrily, "That's not your scream. Are you sure you haven't become Lady Kim Tuok yet? Tell me, when will spring come?" Harry turned around and grabbed his hair in retaliation. Mulan withers, and so does his hair. Steward Gongda screams in pain. White petals fall and drift with the wind all around, creating a picturesque scene. Under the flowering canopy, a diligent butler tends to the young lady sitting on a chair as if he has just discovered something. As he played with Heretic's blonde hair, he pondered. It seems like her hair has grown a little longer. I wonder if it's due to holy magic. He wondered whether it was because more time had passed or because he was gradually becoming more like Little Miss Kim Tok. Suddenly, he spoke up to share his feelings about Heretic in the present. "You've gained a lot more experience than before. As a Heretic judge, you used to smile often, but it's not like a real smile at all. It's like you're just smiling, but not truly happy." Herrick happily laughs, "Da. Am I different now?" You observe seriously, and then say, "Now when you smile, I feel like I understand the reason behind your smile, whether it's genuine happiness or just a sneer." Her small smile returned as she looked at you and said, "I understand now. I also realize that. Do you think this is a good thing, assassin?" He watched from behind, observing Haritich's petite figure, contemplating her true identity. A small head, a tiny body, small arms. How many people had been killed by this small frame? The demon judge of heresy is a first-generation hunter born in Bulgaria, Europe. Age unknown, with an unknown number of victims. He responded to Herrick with a grim expression. "Yeah, I think that's a good thing. Honestly, I was still wondering what to do with you." But Herrick didn't understand the meaning of his words and asked confusedly what he meant. After finishing the final step, he tied his hair with a pretty blue ribbon before calmly saying, "Because you're a psychopathic murderer. But I can't just kill you suddenly. Even if the leader of the Black Dragon Society hates you and the Sword Saint told me to spare you, it means there's a reason you can't be killed." Hearing Gongja's intriguing words, Herrick turned back, smiled at him, and replied, Quite a deep perspective. You couldn't help but ask, why do you kill people?" Gongja asked seriously. "I've always wanted to ask you this. Even if you're mentally unstable, you still understand what others are saying. You put in effort to understand others, so why did you kill them?" Herrick slowly looked up at the clear sky above and then said, "I must first say that I am a very capable person." His eyes became full of excitement as he looked at his hand emitting a rainbow-colored light and said, "Invisibility magic." Herrick raised his arm into the air to catch the falling petals. He calmly said, "I can make anything disappear, and so I can make all deadly weapons and corpses disappear." Saying that, Herrick gently smiled as he looked at his fingers in the morning sun. Herrick said, "The powerful choose not to kill, not because they don't want to, but because hiding the bodies is too complicated. They're afraid of getting caught." Herrick pointed at him and continued explaining. "Right now you're just standing there silently listening, but I don't need to worry about that." Herrick recalls the chaos of the past and begins to recount it. The first generation, the tower was truly chaotic. The return of slavery, racial discrimination, dissent, terrorism, and violence in the shadows, killing off the Council of Independent Thinkers, feels like all of humanity is being crushed into one mass, and you can sense its taste. At this moment, Herrick recalls the difficult situation back then and what led him to make that decision. If things continue like this, humanity will be doomed. The small squads and the 5 major guilds have now sensed this crisis. Herrick decided to form a group to fight against it. 5 people have gathered. The first person is a girl with a high ponytail of blue-purple hair full of spirit. She is the leader of the Black Dragon Society and was the one to speak out first. I won't beat around the bush. Let's establish a peace treaty within ourselves. The next person is a woman with long, curly hair flowing with elegance. She is a countess. The countess promised me that the trade guild would have exclusive rights to the mayor outside the world. This time it's a girl too, standing out with her short, bold blonde hair. She speaks up, I add. I think it would be good if each guild had its own exclusive area. That way, I can hide the accidents. A young-looking boy grits his teeth in anger and bitterly says, I can't believe the craziest person here is the most trustworthy. Who called for coffee? That's so annoying. The Sword Saint concludes. The last to speak is an elderly man dressed in full armor, exuding great dignity. I won't talk about what needs to be done. Instead, I will do what you want. They all raised their weapons high with determination and said, Tonight we will kill with faith, judging by our methods. That fateful night, thousands died. On that night, 4,653 people were killed. Everything gradually returns to the present where Herctic is sitting. He thinks about the number of people who lost their lives each night. The next night, 10,171 people died, with 8,275 being the plan, then 7,000 tronity, and afterward, 23,781. That day marked the end of the campaign. And in the end, the image of the dark witch sitting on a pile of corpses crying in the rain marked the conclusion of this campaign. No one died the next night. She slowly lifts her exhausted face, tears still not wiped away, and looks ahead. The Sword King beside her angrily throws off his helmet and says, I will take responsibility for this and resign. The remaining 3 stood silently in the darkness, and I will never speak of this again. I agreed to participate in the massacre even though I knew it shouldn't happen. He turned his back and walked away, only to say, I will hate you for the rest of my life and myself too. That helmet is still there, and that man never looked back. Since that day, the position of vigilante guild leader has remained vacant. Everything has returned to that peaceful scene. At this moment, you remain silent, listening to Herrick's story, and then you are assigned to the Holy Knight. She is very regretful. Herrick smiled beautifully and turned to face you. I have no regrets. Those sacrifices were necessary, but I wonder if it's because of my synchronization with Lady Kim Tuak that I am now having strange thoughts. He widened his eyes when he heard Herrick's words, revealing his thoughts that if I had been there at that moment, things would have turned out differently. How can you continue to live with those feelings? If I had done this or that back then, how could you live with such thoughts? Herrick pulled his hand back and looked at it, then muttered darkly, Butler, this is not good. I'm starting to want to stay in this world. At this moment, the system suddenly announced, you are syncing with the character. The boy frowned in thought. Perhaps he wouldn't be able to kill this person. He looked at Herrick from behind, his thoughts conflicting. He couldn't kill someone whose remorseful actions he might regret. Suddenly, he called out to the young lady as Spring arrived. Herrick turned back and replied softly, Spring is beautiful, I'm just taking a walk. Suddenly, his face turned extremely grim. Did what he was truly worried about really happen? Herrick turned back, looked, and with an innocent smile said, Star Spirit, you look really bad. This move seems to suggest that he was just joking with Gongja, which makes him angry as he holds his head and says, Come on, don't joke like that. Herrick kept smiling. Sorry, but now that I have these feelings, I really enjoy teasing others. Herrick slowly approached and said, I think I sync pretty quickly with this character, just talking a little, and I've already increased by 1%. Now it's 32%, mine might even be over 50%. I'm addicted to these feelings now. Herrick placed one hand on the chair and the other on his chest, confidently saying, I am the main character of this apocalypse. As the sunset gradually descends, Gong family stands before an intricately carved door, straightening their clothes. They knock on the door in front of them, recalling what they heard that morning. But Satin, you are the main character of this ending. Save me before my personality is drowned in emotion. He stepped into an opulent room. Sitting in the center was none other than little Lavian. She is beautiful in her red dress, with her butler beside her. Miss Kim, I wish you good health. The promise of someone still echoes in the darkness. Yes, I promise. In front of the luxurious and grand Western-style setting, Kim Gong adjusts his outfit, knocking on the door while thinking that in the end, the future culprit who will bring about the world's destruction is still the silver-blue lady. So to solve the problem, it's best to start with the one who caused it. The door opens, he tilts his head, places his hand on his chest, and bows. Please allow me to convey your message. Lady Kim sends her sincere wishes for your good health. Inside the room, the Gong family respectfully delivers the official notice according to their status. The young lady has a letter from Liano. Lavian sat solemnly in the center of the room, her cold beauty even more dazzling in the sunlight from the window. She looks like a goddess right now. Her calm voice echoes. Place it on the left side of my desk. Gong Ra continued to report. There is also a request from Lady Lam Hoa. Tell them to check with the finance department first before bringing it here to me. Kim Gong Ra looked at the girl in front of him. Her love, patience, jealousy, and also her arrogance and dictatorial attitude. I must use all those elements to prevent the end of the world from coming. Seeing that fiery red gaze, Gong Ra's determination to achieve his goal grew even stronger. Lavian changed the direction of the hourglass and announced, "We will take a 15-minute break. Everyone can go outside and relax." In the room now, only Kim Gong and Lavian remain, the atmosphere unusually quiet. The boy thought for a long time, then slowly stepped forward and spoke. I heard the young lady fainted due to illness, but seeing her so healthy now, I am truly surprised. She paid little attention to what I said and casually responded while looking over the papers in her hand. Although I may not look like it, as a student wanting to skip school and do something else, I must have a reasonable reason. But that doesn't mean I am actually healthy. I have always kept an eye on your movements. It didn't take long for you to discover the spy who infiltrated my servants. Perhaps the actor chosen this time is truly clever, a real blessing for the Empire. If you weren't wise, I wouldn't have allowed you to step in here. Gong family still stood seriously listening, but at this moment he felt extremely stunned. What did you say? Oh, I thought you were very smart. Turns out everyone has a foolish side. This is my 14th reset. But still, nothing changes. Just like those endless last days of life that keep repeating. Unable to change anything. This is also the 13th time I've met an actor like you. Time flows aimlessly through space, with no order here. In summary, Lady Lu Li Bak is someone with a reincarnation system like yours. This endless timeline has bound her heart. It has been cold all these years. Kim Gongjia looked at the girl in front of him and was overwhelmed with panic. A silver-hearted person gazes at you intently. Lavian asks, "How many times have you reincarnated?" Seeing Gongjia's frightened expression, she boldly guessed, "Looks like it's your first time judging by that face. The constellation sent someone here without explaining anything to you? That's rare. Usually the constellations try to explain everything in detail before their apostles start a new life." Hearing this, he felt like a thunderbolt out of a clear sky and stammered in response. "A disciple?" Lavian opened a drawer and threw another question at him. "You really don't know anything, do you?" She continued to take out an hourglass and placed it on the table, looking suspicious. "What is the identity of the person sent here by the constellation? Nucha, Chigon, Hisamai, Chris, Nasaro, or Fimer? Who authorized you to do this?" Kim Gongja quickly replied, "It was the librarian in the dark corner who sent me here." "The librarian in the shadows, huh? Oh, Hamusta?" Kim Gongja hesitated. "Hamaschera, is that your real name?" The image of the mysterious head steward appeared in his mind now. "You didn't expect this girl to know so much about the steward. Lavian's voice still echoes in your ears. Hamusa, are you not going to explain anything to me? This makes the Gong family suspicious. You think she really knows the true names of the constellations? That reveals too much about her identity." So Kim Gongjia explained that the librarian is doing his best to avoid getting involved with the Apocalypse book, and also said that he wants us to find the information ourselves, not be given it by him. "The Book of Revelation?" Kim Gongjia added, "The librarian calls worlds where borders collapse due to the absence of stars, the apocalypse." Lav frowning, "Who does he think he is to name someone else's world?" She relaxed into her chair and muttered to herself, piecing the information together. "A book of apocalyptic prophecy? Sure, this world will eventually face the end times, but I can't sell my soul to someone else." Gong was also shocked by her hypothesis, and Lavian was taken aback by her own thought. "Wait a minute. Don't tell me you've taken over Lady Kim Tuok's body to hunt my soul." Kim Gongjia was stunned and quickly shook his head in denial. Lavian glanced at the hourglass beside her, remained silent for a moment, then placed another hourglass next to it. She looked up and called out, "Mistress Kim Tuok's butler." "Look here," Kim Gongjia replied shyly. Please call me Kim Gong Ra, that is my real name." Lavian lifted her teacup and gently blew on the hot steam. "I don't like it. How dare you force me to call you by your real name? And you can't blame me. Blame yourself for choosing to possess someone who isn't noble. So far, I understand that you are still a blank sheet of paper and have not received any strategic guidance. Kim Gong Ra suspects." "What is a strategic guide?" Lavian loudly explains that it's something like this. She hands a piece of paper to Kim Gong-ra, on which it says a silver licorice lady is very weak in the sunlight. Her silver licorice taste buds are not sensitive, so she usually prefers to eat strongly flavored dishes. The 3 silver lie ladies love white tea flowers but hate lilies because they were given too often and got tired of them. She told him this was a strategy guide that the apostle he met during his 6th regression had brought along. Kim Gong-ra's face twisted as he continued reading the lines on the paper. The 4 silver lichens are pragmatic and like to discuss topics such as politics, diplomacy, and money. The first is lie back, a loyal subordinate. Although she talks badly about the prince or the empire, others do not. She says that he was sent here by a star called Mahos. You look at the paper, sweating. Is this how to wipe out the entire world? Lavian replied, I kept this after killing him. Looking back, it's really quite funny now. She calmly takes a sip of tea and then tells her story. As he lay dying in my hands, he shouted that even though I followed the instructions, I still couldn't get her heart. It sounded like he was really disappointed. But really, I should be the one feeling disappointed. Has anyone ever tried to steal someone else's heart by writing a strategy for it? The cold silver heart system is showing that it's not pleased. Lavian continues to express his feelings. They underestimate a person's heart too much. If they truly wanted to move me, they should have approached me more sincerely and honestly. Gong also understood what she was saying. He listened quietly, but those apostles just kept carrying the instructions without understanding. All the sects are the same. They all aim to break us to our core. Under her cold red gaze, Kim Gongja spoke up. I agree with that. Lavianen set the teacup down on the saucer. It seems we think alike. Actually, the reason I hold you in high regard is not only because you're clever, but also because you truly see the people in my world as human beings. Hearing this, Rage clenched his fist tightly. Really? But isn't that something obvious? Lavian replied, yet there are many worthless people who can't even accept that obvious truth. Monsters do not see humans as humans, yet they still dare to call themselves human. That's truly disgusting. Is this really the truth? Gongjia was also stunned after hearing that. After she finished speaking, she sighed, not knowing why I was even telling him all this. Kim Gongjia looked away with a worried expression, avoiding her gaze as Lavian questioned, Have you encountered many people like that before? That red gaze and her teasing expression made Gongjia feel helpless, and her words rang out again. Could it be that you have also treated others that way before? Her question made him startle and think to himself, again, as if she could see through his heart. The system announces that the cold, treacherous heart is staring at you. Lavian, or perhaps someone important to the person who said that, can no longer bear it and interrupts the silver-haired lady. I clutch my chest, panting as I speak. But isn't it true that she looks down on me because I'm only occupying the body of a servant, not a noble? You must not let her continue to dominate the conversation. Lavian tilted his head and asked, Are you upset because I refused to call you by your real name? Kim Gong sweatfully replied, I said that because since you've spoken such words, you should lower your gaze below your forehead. Lav looked at you coldly and asked, Do you lower your gaze below your head level? As expected from the words spoken by the butler who caused chaos throughout the academy, I do admit that what you said is somewhat correct. So let's get back to the original topic. What is it that you truly want? It seems you're not here for my soul then. So what is it that makes you willingly cross the boundary between worlds to come here, to this place where the last 10 days keep repeating? The warning system indicates that your cold silver heart is suspicious of your true motives. Lavian continues, Could it be that you were banished here because your star sign cast you out? I've heard that Hamcha is a very gentle person, but he couldn't have let you come here just for a vacation, right? Actor playing the butler, answer me honestly. No lies accepted. Just tell me if I sense any deception. So no matter what reason they come here for, they will never be able to extract anything from me. Only those who show their true feelings first will get to see mine. Kim Gong wondered why he ended up in this world. Was it to conquer it and become the 25th floor of the tower? He remembered what the Black Witch had said. The reason I suggested this apocalypse book as the 25th floor is because this world is built on magic and alchemy, meaning it is very resource-rich. He shook his head. It's not like I can't choose another apocalypse book, no problem at all. Could it be because of my holy sword shard being here? You remember what the Dark Wizard said. Moreover, since it's a fantasy magic world, he might gain a new skill or find some cool holy relic, for example. He quietly thought that finding the Sparkly Sisters had really made him as strong as their former owner, but it was only a slight increase. He then remembered her words, and by the way, this Revelation book also has a secondary genre. He remembers the conversation between the old spirit and the heavenly demon. Heavenly demon, do you know that he has never loved anyone before? Gongja still hasn't tasted all the sweetness life has to offer. It sounds funny, huh? Living for so many years but never having dated anyone. In the end, I gave my answer. It's because I still don't know what love is. I'm still very indifferent to things like feelings of love. Maybe she already knows that, but this world also has another kind called romance, so I thought maybe this could be a great opportunity to learn about love. I want to learn about what I lack, because living my whole life without knowing what it is makes me feel unfulfilled, like I haven't truly lived. Lavian asked him, "Do you mean you want to learn about love from me?" He hesitated. "Well, I'm not sure anymore. To be honest, I want to learn about love from this world. I want to experience it myself to see what I am lacking." She hesitates. "Then why did you come to find me? Wouldn't it be faster to learn from Lady Kim Tuo?" "I don't think so. She's even worse at this than I am. If you want to learn, you have to find someone better than you to teach you." Lav listened and raised his cup to reply. "You're right. Indeed. This time Miss Kim Tok seems more in need of being taught about love, but I still don't understand why it has to be me." Gongja raised his head heroically and replied, "Is there a reason behind it?" "Because I want to understand you better. Although I don't know if you're on the Empire's side or the Prince's, what I do see is that you're always willing to sacrifice your life for them. I want to understand better why you acted that way. If it's because of love, I also want to try experiencing that feeling." Lavian was stunned after hearing that. Kim Gongji awkwardly scratched his head. "I feel a bit embarrassed, but that's how I truly feel." Lavian was still in shock. "This is the first time I've heard an answer like that. Wanting to understand what love really is? You really are a shameless coward, so you want to understand me better, don't you?" Gong family looked up at the ceiling and sighed. "You mean understanding is as delicate as a feather?" Those two words can be harmful to others because understanding and responsibility are often not that different. "Librarian, could you please pause the broadcast for a moment? I have something private to discuss with Miss Liu Back." The system responds, and the librarian in the dark corner has approved your request. You have been granted an additional 10 minutes outdoors. After being granted permission, Kim Gong smiled, and I myself am also a regression user, but my regression is a little different from hers. She said she would go back to the last 10 days of her life, right? And I go back to a day before I die, but it's not just a normal rewind. And if someone were to kill me, I would be able to witness their mental crisis. Lavian doubts mental crisis. You secretly think that maybe all along you have been wishing for someone to listen to your story. With someone who shares the same situation, someone living a life like yours, you explain their memories, their slow-motion perception of their life, or even the deepest wounds in their soul. If that wound was caused by someone they cherish, I would also witness everything. That's why I find it easier to understand others. It's kind of like a skill, but I'm really afraid that I'll become too used to understanding others easily. Someone very important told me never to rely too much on my skill, but what if I'm the only one who truly understands them?" Lavian interrupted, saying that's not necessarily called understanding. Gongra replied, "But you can't just ignore them either." Lavian smiled to herself. "Yes, I sound just like a hypocrite, but I still want others to know that I am right here, trying to protect this place, because they get to live such a life. Isn't that a blessing? Are you saying that?" Kim Gongra replied yes. Lavi continued, "Understanding is just a moment, but responsibility is a lifelong test, you know, willingly stepping into hell." At this moment, the librarian system in the dark corner announced that the 10-minute outdoor break was over. Lavian glanced at the hourglass, picked it up, and said, "All right, Kim Tuok Lady's butler. I will teach you what love is." Her cold yet teasing voice made others feel embarrassed. "I will teach you about love. However, from today for 1 week until the moment of the apocalypse, you will be my servant, not Lady Kim Tuok's." Gong muttered about her servant. She coldly looked at him and replied, "I only know love for myself and have never taught anyone else about love before. The only way I can teach you is by letting you observe directly, so you will have to stay by my side to watch and learn." After hearing that, he remained silent, unable to refute. Lavian continued, "I think this agreement might be too unfair to me. Because in the end I will have to show you my embarrassing private life. Remember to thank your lifelong luck." Kim Gongjia thought to herself, she really is a proud aristocrat. Gong stood in front of the mansion gate for a while, let out a cough, then stepped inside. Lavian, sitting on the dressing table chair being served by a servant, saw him come in and said, "You're here. Show it to him." The butler immediately replied, "Yes, miss." The butler pulled down the red cloth from the stand, revealing a board with the words, "Basic Lesson Number 1. Love begins when you meet a spiteful woman. After Gong watches, he sprays on some hardening glue." Lavian said, "I thought about this last night. What method should I use to teach you about love? Since I don't have much time to bother with you, it will be difficult for me to help you find your first love, right? So I plan to gradually teach you the things about love that you must know. Repeat after me. Love begins when you meet a mean girl. Gong stammers in panic. Love begins when I meet a mean girl. Lavian fanned herself and replied, it has to be one mean girl, or maybe even many of them. Somewhere out there, a beautiful first love still exists from the very first encounter. They were able to care for and understand each other from the beginning and eventually became life partners. But you are not in that situation. Gongja was stunned to hear that. Lavian continues to explain, with a 90% chance that the woman you will meet is a wicked woman, and although she is not like that now, she will soon become mean-spirited. The reason is that humans can never always maintain their good nature, and for that reason, she points to the board. The butler immediately flipped the board over. The words on the board had now changed, indicating an advanced lesson. You also have to be a nasty bastard. Lavianen explains, don't feel too upset. Humankind is a species that learns from experience. You have had to swallow bitter pills from a malicious person, and gradually you have become a malicious person. They can't stop repeating the same mistakes. They need to learn what kind of person a truly bad person is. When will they become a bad person, and what do they need to do to avoid becoming one? You asked tiredly. Isn't there a way for everything to go smoothly from the start? Lavian asked. But don't expect much from humanity because people tend to forget what they said yesterday. They easily decide and also easily give up, forget and abandon. Those are the two ironclad rules of dating. Gong listened in silence after hearing them. Lavi continued and said if you truly want to love someone, you also have to learn how to remember and resolve things on your own. You were very surprised to hear this? Do I also have to learn both of those? Lavian nodded. You really are just a kid. Gongja's head was filled with question marks after hearing her say that. She stood up proudly and said, I have proof and evidence. I will show you. Hearing that, he was startled. Will she show me? How? She asked again. Just keep looking and then you can't ask later, right? She said as she stepped forward and patted Kim Gongja on the shoulder. I am the one who loved the most unfaithful person in the world. Let's go. Gong reached out to touch where she had just patted and then quickly turned to chase after her. Wait for me. The group went outside together and the two guards standing at the door were startled and asked when they saw Lavian. Madame Ngunbak, do you hear me? She replied, I do. Has the prince woken up yet? Your sister should have woken up earlier than the common people. The guard muttered about that. Lavian ordered. He must still be sleeping. Open the door. The two guards hurriedly bowed. My apologies. But we must obey the prince's orders, she said coldly to the guard. I know for sure that he told you not to let me in no matter what, but the emperor, worried about the crown prince, ordered me to come. I ask you, are you a servant of the crown prince or of the emperor? Think carefully. After a moment of reflection, the two guards stepped aside to make way for Lavian. She went to knock on the door. Your Highness, have you woken up yet? Inside, a scream was heard. Don't come in, but Lavian took out the golden key, unlocked the door, and said, if you are awake, I will come in. Kim Gong was stunned to see this and asked, is she allowed to do that? The scream echoed through the room. Lavian said, the sun has already reached its peak, yet you are still in bed. Do you think it's okay for someone who will inherit the entire kingdom to live so indifferently? The crown prince shouted in fear, slamming the door shut. Is anyone out there? Someone save me? Lavi remained indifferent to him. She turned to Gongja and said, I will teach you the second lesson. The boy looked a little surprised. The butler then brought over a board. The cloth was pulled down, revealing the second basic lesson written on it. If you can't avoid meeting someone bad, then learn to enjoy it. Kim Gongjia muttered, so I should enjoy it? Either way, you'll end up loving someone, and your first love might be with someone bad. If that happens, you'll have to learn to enjoy it. The butler continued, flipping the page. An advanced lesson. You have to become someone even worse than the person you meet. Lavian explains, dating a bad person is basically like a battle. Peace might already be the best outcome. If the person you meet is friendly, you also have to respond accordingly. Like that. But if that person becomes hopeless, remember this. The prince's shout still echoed through the room while Lavian calmly fanned himself. It says today's slogan is don't be kind to bad people. She told him to repeat after her, don't be kind. He immediately straightened up and shouted, don't be kind. Lavian teaches that people always want to appear brave, clever, or kind in the eyes of others. From what I see, you're the latter type, so don't be like that anymore. She stepped outside and ordered, and the door immediately opened. She told the servant outside, the crown prince is soaked. Even though it's summer, I still worry about his health. Go and take care of him. The two servants shouted in fear, Your Highness. They immediately grab a cloth and run into the room, while Lavian remains cold and detached. Remember this well. This is the secret to a successful relationship. Someone good-looking will lose to someone smart, but someone smart will lose to scoundrels. So the pinnacle of love is someone who is both handsome, intelligent, and a scoundrel. Remember that, Kim Gongjia responded in surprise. All right, you can still hear the prince's faint voice. Just wipe gently. He went out with Lavian inside. I thought Lavian was asking something more romantic. He replied, "Yes, and," she interrupted, "you probably think that love belongs to the heart, not the mind. That's also true, but it also depends on your luck. Meeting someone who makes your heart race on the first encounter is not easy. It depends on your daily life, which also influences the kind of person who can make your heart tremble." In the hallway, the servants bowed their heads and greeted, "I will take you to the reception room, Madame Yenbak Hop." Gong looked at the servant and thought to himself, this place feels more like her home than the prince's. Lavian continued logically, falling for someone at first sight means you've also sensed how that person lives their life. Kim Gongja groaned, "This is too complicated." Lavian sat down and replied, "It really is very complicated. Do you want to try checking it out? Try to see if you can make my heart flutter. You're so confusing, what am I supposed to do?" She replied, "You just need to do something sincere." He became suspicious. "What do you mean by sincere?" she asked boredly. "Do I really have to say all that? You could just confess right away. I want you to think carefully and give me an answer. If you're clever enough, you can truly succeed." The clock keeps ticking loudly as she reaches out and takes his hand, asking if the scent is sweet. He replied yes. She took his hand and asked again, "Do you like it?" He answered yes. She pulled you closer with a smile, her voice like it was right beside your ear. "I like it too. This is my most favorite and precious scent. Opening up to you doesn't feel so bad. Let's keep walking together tonight. I'll tell you a secret." The clock strikes 12. Kim Gongja's face flushes as he thinks to himself, "This is trouble. It seems I've fallen for her." Kim Gongjia, lying on the grass, still can't regain his composure. The old fairy appears before him, calling him Zombie, calling him Kim Zombie. The eagle calls the sparrow. I imagine Lavian's face, her smiling, mischievous face, reaching out to call me. "Hey, Death King, are you listening or not? I can't be bothered to listen to what you're saying because I'm thinking about Lavian." He secretly wondered if that was what love really was. He muttered to himself, "Do you think that's love?" Old Spirit frowned and said, "Is this guy brain damaged?" Then he picked his nose and said with a hint of disdain, "Sorry, Zombie, my bad. Who would have thought you'd fall for someone like that?" Kim Gongjia continued to be lost in his thoughts. "Suicide? If I commit suicide, I will go through it again, right?" Lao Tinglin was startled when he heard that. "It's over, he's fallen into the trap." At this moment, Xin Yi's sword struck the hero's head, and Xin Yi immediately flew over to hit your head, making you cry out in pain, clutching your face in anger and shouting, "I know I'm crazy. But what should I do? I can't stop thinking about Lady Lu." Li Lao Tinglin also shouted from the bed, "You call that girl a lady? You're really crazy." Gongjia isn't far behind, and raised his voice higher in response. "Today, I won't wash my face anymore. If I have to, I won't wash behind my ears. It seems there's still a hint of Lady Lu Lai's scent there. Would you like to check if it's correct?" Lao Tinglin, furious beyond reason, cursed in a perverted way as Kim Gongjia continued to drown in love, shouting loudly, "That noodle-haired prince, he saved the world several times in his past life, just to earn the lady's love, right? I need to get online immediately. I have to tell the world I want to become a prince so badly. Old Spirit of Wisdom is exhausted with this love devil possessed by the demon of love. Now, you're truly gone crazy." Kim Gongjia doesn't care because right now his world is pink. Oh, love, a sweet poison. Oh, what a bad heart. Old Spirit looked puzzled. I knew this guy would become a super pervert after falling in love. I'm so bad, and yet I still give him advice. Right now, I'm furious and pointing behind me, shouting, "It's not me." Look, my synchronization with the butler character keeps increasing. Do you know what that means? It means the butler has fallen in love with Miss Lu Lai. The old sprite crossed his arms and asked, "Isn't it the butler who likes Lady Kim talk?" Gong fell to the grass and criticized. "You don't understand anything. Love isn't like that. Love, as you know. Love. Lao Tinlin poured a cold splash on you. You fell in love half a day ago. You're asking how I can save myself from Miss Lu Lai? With my position, what am I supposed to say? What should I do to make her happy?" The old spirit lord, hearing this, held his head in worry. "Since I accidentally unleashed your transformation on this world, I will take responsibility and give you some advice. Start learning about others. When you start dating, it's important to always stay within their sight. As her personal servant, you don't need to do much to stay close to her." "You're in a good position now," I muttered. "A good position? But the world is about to end." The old spirit pondered for a moment and replied, "That's a serious matter." Hearing that, he immediately sat up with a puzzled look. At that moment, the bell rang, and he sighed, saying, "Oh, class is over. Time to meet Lady Kim, I mean the unorthodox judge." That evening, Lavian said, "Consider this your reward. I will let you in on my secret." She took the lantern and led Kim Gong down the corridor, and as he clenched his fists, she suddenly asked, "What are you thinking?" You're surprised. Lavian is just teaching you. Even if only temporary, you are my personal servant, and to ask your master's question again is extremely rude. I asked you a question. You must answer it. Kim Gong hesitantly clenched her hand, thinking about holding your hand, young lady. Lavian's steps suddenly stop. He blushes and mutters to himself, "Are you crazy?" Unexpectedly, Lavian turned around, took Gongjia's hand, and drew him closer. He was panic-stricken, his heart pounding wildly. "Young lady," she looked up and asked, "have you been thinking about me all day? Do you remember my scent?" "Do you dream about it too?" he shyly replied. "Yes," Lavi ordered a reply. "If you don't answer, I will leave. I have thought about it." She reached out and touched the bow on his collar, speaking clearly. Kim Gong-ra loudly declared, "I have thought about you all day." Miss Lavian is satisfied. Good, the system displays a notification. The synchronization with the character is rapidly increasing, currently at 29%. Gongda's heart is pounding. Before my eyes, everything started to fade. I no longer knew anything. I shouted, "I don't know anything, young lady. You shouldn't do this." She asks, "Why is that?" He replies, "Think about it." She clenched his hand tightly, pressing him against the window, and he hurriedly explained, "Think about it. I am not from this world. I am just borrowing the butler's body." Lavi then questioned, "So you don't see me as a human? Is that how you see me, just like your other followers? In other words, are you treating me like a minor character?" Kim Gong stammered with a blushing face. I stammered that I did. The point is, my original master was Lady Kim Tuok, and I agreed to serve you for the mission. Miss Ngan, the Sapphire, is that why? Before you could finish speaking, she cut him off. That's strange. You previously said you only think about me, so you don't think about Lady Kim Tuok, right? Her finger was still pulling the bow on his collar, and he was panicked. Suddenly, Lavi asked, "Is that a lie?" Kim Gong family history was stunned and explained, "No, I am not lying. I, Lavi, whisper in your ear. You can call me master just once, but say it sincerely. If you do, I promise to reward you with something sweet." Suddenly, someone called out to him, and Cindy was shaking her head frantically, trying to make him regain consciousness. "Lavian looks cold in front of you. What's wrong? You don't want the reward? Just once is enough." Kim Gong considers, just once it should be okay, right? If something happens, I just need to turn back time. This is what I have to do to get more information to complete this scene. It's okay if I say just once, right? Suddenly he remembered the words of the Fire King who once said, "But you know, I am the Fire King, so I need you to die," and recalled the alchemist who had embraced him before. I believe Lord Tu Vuong remembers Prate kneeling and calling out, "My master," and also Bitch Hyang lying in your arms before dying, calling out, "My disciple." You push her away and wonder if you're someone who gives in easily. Is the burden on your shoulders that light? No, I am the Lord of Brett and the master of the Heavenly Demon sect. I take Lavian's hand and apologize. "Forgive me, miss, I cannot truly regard you as my rightful master." I remind myself that I am trying not to be like Joshua, which is why I ran like crazy through the snowfield with the alchemist to save everyone. Death can never be just an ordinary thing that happens. I want to know the joy of love, but I don't want to trade it for myself. If you truly want to win my heart, I should use a different approach. I will see you as my master, so please accept me as your master. I will place your command above myself. I will break my principles for you. I will put you above everything else, but in return, treat me the way I treat you. If I am the only one to give you my heart, how can my blood flow normally? I can only go on living if you give me your heart in return. If you want to see me love recklessly, please go crazy with me." Lavi, after hearing this, pushed her away, and the lamp in her hand fell to the ground with a loud noise. "I see now, compared to those crazy fanatics, I thought you were just a foolish owl who only knows how to obey. Being innocent in love doesn't mean you're innocent in life, right? I was too hasty. Are you trying to seduce me to your side? That was my mistake. I underestimated you." Gongra crouched down to pick up the lamp and then offered it to her with a smile. "You told me that sympathy and pity are not much different. Isn't feeling sorry for one side better than understanding for the other? I didn't approach you because I wanted to be free to look at you like this. So now what is the secret you want to show me?" She reached out and took the lantern, then turned and continued walking, saying, "In my family, there is a treasure passed down through generations. A sword with a foolish legend, a sword capable of granting wishes." The door to the room opens and she steps inside, holding up the lantern to the red cloth in front of her. However, there is a condition. She pulls down the red cloth, revealing a sword embedded in a shattered mirror behind it. Gong family's sword announced that Sinai had detected the presence of a sister. Lavian said, "This is a wish-granting sword, a family treasure passed down through generations. However, there is a condition that when making a wish, this sword must pierce through the heart of the wishmaker." A notification appears, and Sparkly detects her sister's energy source. This startled Gong. The system continued, saying that it was the third sister sword among the guardian swords. Prayer, Lavian recounts that before I became a resurrectionist, the prince came to Miss Kimtok, and in my anger I used this sword to make a wish. Please make my love eternal. And that is why my life has become an eternal existence. Even if I die, I do not truly die. My feelings for the prince have not changed. Since that day, my heart has also become eternal. She took his hand and placed it on her chest. Gongja was stunned, unable to feel any heartbeat at all. Lavian asked, "Do you say you want to hold my heart?" "Sorry, but I don't have a heart to give you. The system alert says the concealed lesbian heart is watching you." She turns around, sword in hand, and looks into the mirror, saying, "Pull me out. It's time to end what we are doing." The clock strikes 12. A surge of red blood arrives. Gongja is stunned and asks, "Lady Bok Hop, here is Lavian answering, 'My nightmare. But butler, don't lower your guard.'" From this point on, this space has basically become a different world. It is completely separate from the outside. The system appears, and the heart hidden by Bok Hop reveals its feelings, emitting a sound. "Prince, you are truly hateful. Before you became the prince, you used to pick flowers and give them to me. You once wiped my tears with your sleeve. You have always been a kind person, with a gentle heart. Loving someone who was perfect from the moment they were born is meaningless." Lavian immediately swung his sword toward his heart. "It still keeps making noise. You have to be a hateful person to be able to lead someone like you to true love. I love you, Your Highness. I am a noble who understands love. Do you see how Lady Kimtuk is seducing the crown prince? How disgusting is that?" Kim Gongjia and Lavian keep claiming the red liquid. He secretly thought this feeling was just like the demon king Tu Vu. The system panel appeared, and the presence of the heart hidden by Nganbash became clearer. Gongjia realized this was the power of a constellation. He looked back and saw the memory of the heart, where the prince was holding Lavian's hand and saying, "Lavian, your family and the royal family have arranged our marriage, but I don't care whether this is a political alliance decided by adults or not. I am here today to officially ask for your hand in marriage. Will you agree to marry me when we are a little older?" The heart replied, "Yes, Your Highness, I promise I will be the only one I love." My heart also says, "I will only love you." The prince silently curses that bastard for avoiding responsibility after saying such words. My heart also cannot blame you. After all, it was a promise we made when we were young. Humans are naturally creatures who easily remember and forget. Gong family's sword gradually glows, engulfed in a blazing fire. He immediately grabbed the sword and said, "Heavenly Demon Divine Technique, 8th Form, Fire Sword." The old spirit stood outside, looking up at the burning red flames in shock. It seems he can handle punks like these with just one strike now, huh? He's grown a lot. "When did you become a constellation?" "That was the close spirit of the constellation, and you are the one who created it, right?" She replied, "That happened at the moment I stabbed myself in the heart." Gongja said, "So does that mean there were no constellations in this world from the very beginning?" It's hard to tell whether it never existed, or if it did, but was already killed. The elder spirit crossed his arms and said, "It seems the fake assassin has already killed the primordial constellation that existed in this world." Lavian said that those demons had grown stronger each day, not only in number and size, but also in their increasing power. And when this world reaches the 10th day, somehow the cycle begins to repeat, and I become the representative of this world. Whether I want it or not, the wheel of time keeps turning around me. Old Spirit listened and guessed that becoming a god like that was truly extraordinary. From a martial arts perspective, she might be regarded as a deity of some heretical sect. Even though the sword she stabbed into the mirror was just a shard, it still belonged to the guardian goddess. A sacred relic. If someone used it to stab themselves in the heart, whether they wanted to or not, they would become a constellation. The worst part is that it has altered her body to withstand the law of karma from constantly rewinding time, something an ordinary body cannot endure. Although she is not yet a complete star, this is still the result of many intersecting points. Gong, after hearing this, sheathed her sword and thought to herself, "I never expected that a person could become a star whether they want to or not." Suddenly Lavi asked, "Strange, aren't you disappointed?" Gongjia was startled and asked back. She stepped forward and said, "You are right. No matter what state my heart is in, those demons are still my close spirits. Everything they say is my true feelings. I have wished for an eternal, unchanging love. To keep that love, I must eliminate all traces of doubt. The flaws within my love grow, day by day. Disappointment, frustration, pettiness, and the demons you saw are the result of that. Isn't it disgusting? Even though I was the one who taught you about love, I must take back my love now. My intention in bringing you here was to help you escape your illusions." Gong family steps forward and stands right behind her, asking, "Are you disappointed? Are you asking me if this is disgusting? Miss Bok Hop, this is not enough to make me disappointed in you." She was stunned and asked, "Not enough?" Gongji glanced at the sword and continued, "You only revealed your secret to me. A truly filthy person would never let others see their true nature. If you think that's enough to dismiss me, you're wrong. I didn't love you because I thought you were pure. Love, you've only loved me for a day, but your words are already so sweet. Gong looked down at her and asked with a smile, is there a problem with just one day? So if I loved you for a year, or even 10 years, it would be fine, right? And would I still be able to come back after that? Happens. After hearing his words, she whispered to herself that she had become more confident at that moment, the moment when the butler revealed his true feelings. Gong continued to express himself, and in my eyes I could see what kind of person she despised and looked down on. I know what has hurt you, and I believe you are just like me, and I love you because I see myself in your life, because I am also living the same life, Lavian thought, and the words he spoke were also my own feelings. Gong leans down and whispers sweet words into her ear. I love you the same way I love myself. And I hope you will love me as much as I love you. I will definitely make you fall for me. I don't care if your heart is imprisoned by this world. I will erase the memories between you and the prince from when you were young. We are both false regressors, the only two people in the world. We have all the time in the world that only we can enjoy. I will give you so much time that you might feel overwhelmed. I will do my best. Lavian looked up and asked, are you planning to keep repeating the last 10 days in this world forever? You will get tired of me. He replied, I'm not afraid of threats. This isn't the first time I've lived the same day over and over again. Lavian asked curiously. So if I get tired of you and want you to go away, what then? He asked, taking her hand. I will leave, but that won't happen. She has never grown tired of the prince, and I am a better person than him. He gently stroked her hair, and she muttered, I shouldn't have said anything. I should have told you not to waste your words, but I couldn't bring myself to say it. At this moment, a group of servants appeared behind them, bowing anxiously. Sorry, young lady, it's late. Why are you making such a fuss? Sorry, but Lady Kim Tok is causing a commotion right now. Outside, Kim Tok's voice echoed, Where are you, butler? Butler Kim Gong, barefoot and trembling, hurried outside, while Lavian calmly followed behind him. In front of the gate, two butlers held back Lady Kim Tuok and said, You can't behave like that, Lady Kim Tuok. He remembered telling her before that he would become Lady Bok Hop's personal butler for a while to gather more information from her and complete this task. Lady Kim Tuosh replied, All right, for the mission, I guess it's fine. I'm okay, just do what you need to do. Prince Tu, at this moment, Lady Kim Tuok is shouting, Bring my butler out right now, butler, I know you're in there. Lavian coldly said, I dislike seeing uninvited guests the most. Lady Kim Tuok's eyes lit up, and she grinned wildly when she saw Gong come out. There you are. She quickly broke free from the two butlers and ran forward. As she ran, she said, You are my childhood friend and my only butler, which means to me you are more than just a butler. Am I really so mean to want you to realize something? No matter what, you are not allowed to stay in a place like this. I think this entire garden is filled with poisonous flowers. All right, go home with me, steward. She reached out her hand toward Kim Gong. Lavian immediately stepped in front of him, pushed her hand away, and scolded the shameless woman. You have committed a crime worthy of execution for coming here to cause trouble at midnight. This is not a place where someone like you can cause trouble. Lady Kim Tuok bows to Lavian, coldly orders, and immediately kneels down to beg for my forgiveness. Miss Kim Tuok smiled and asked, If you dare to use the whip on me, go ahead and try. I'm curious how the prince will react when he sees the scars on my legs, and then I'll have another memory with him. The other butler was so startled after hearing this. Is that so? Then I will grant your wish. I like the way you try to create more memories during your school days, so as a noble of this empire, I will help you achieve that. Hand me the whip, she commanded, extending her hand. The two other butlers stammered upon hearing that. Duchess. She coldly said, I told you not to call me that at the academy. The butler was worried, but if the crown prince found out about this, her eyes would turn even colder. My left hand still has nothing to hold. The two butlers hurriedly ran inside in fear. My lady, what's wrong? It's late. Why are you still here? Miss Kim Tuok smiled and said, I came here to take back what belongs to me. Isn't it obvious now? I have been waiting for you since this morning, but you still haven't returned. At first I thought you had urgent matters to attend to, but then I heard rumors that you are working as a butler for Miss Ngan Bok Hop. She has found your weakness and is using it to threaten you, right? Don't worry, I won't let her take anything else from me, including the prince's love and your loyalty. Kim Gong-gia sweat and said, Judge, spring has come. Lady Kim Tuok asked confusedly, Huh, what are you talking about? At this moment, the butler returned with a whip, handing it to Lavian. This is what you requested. Lavian swung the whip and stepped forward, coldly saying, Sivia Avania, you caused chaos and invaded a noble's territory over personal issues. Moreover, you show no remorse at all. You have behaved too arrogantly, so I will punish you under the Emperor's orders, Lady Kim Tuok said with a smile. Sorry, but I can't continue with that request. My only sin is receiving the great love of the Crown Prince, even though I am just the daughter of a rural baron family. I'm sorry for accepting his love. Sorry for being loved more than you. Ivenia is coming. Have you apologized enough? At this moment, the Crown Prince ran outside with a torch and asked, Is Herktik her? Herktik. He ran over to hug Saliva and asked if she was okay, if she was hurt anywhere. Then he glared at Lavian and scolded her for being cruel. Why are you so harsh to Herktik? Lavian cleared her throat, covering her mouth as she trembled and explained, Your Highness, this is the law of the Empire. He angrily asked, How can the law be more important than people? You always talk about the Empire, but have you really contributed anything to it? What you've been doing is just constantly bullying Sinvia, isn't it? That's why I called you a cruel woman. The evil lord, Lavian asked, Are you going to turn your back on me? He didn't answer but pulled Herrick away, firmly saying, Please, let's go. You shouldn't stay in a place like this. Herrick turned back and called out, Let's go home with my butler. Gong family is bowing their head, muttering, Status window. As soon as he finishes, Herrick's status window immediately appears with preferred genres, romance, disliked genres, politics, favorite characters, people who love me, the Crown Prince, the butler, the teacher, seniors, juniors, classmates, disliked characters. Lavian preferred storylines, victory of the strong, true love. Disliked storylines, the failure of the weak and betrayed. Herrick's motto is that Lavian will never let her have anything. Kim Gongja clenched his teeth as he remembered Herrick's innocent smile. Herrick still asked, Do you want to come back with me? He clenched his arm and replied, I am thinking of staying by Miss Bakhop's side for a little longer. After hearing that, Herrick's face turned cold. Do you really not know how to read the situation? I don't like showing my weaknesses to others, but to save you from her, I had to endure all kinds of humiliation. Gongja replied, Yes, I understand. She asked, Do you understand, but still decide to refuse to go with me? At this moment, the system displays a message saying, You are syncing with the character. He could only bow his head silently and apologize. Sorry, I still have unfinished business here. The synchronization with Kim Gong's character continues to accelerate. Herrick coldly questions. That's just a careless excuse. You're not under her spell, are you? He sneered and aimed at Lavian Vienne. Fine, whatever you say. I don't know what other schemes you might have, but you won't be able to shake the relationship between me and the butler. Lavian frowned. How you think is none of your business. Now go away and get out of my sight. Then Harisi turned to smile and taunted the Crown Prince, asking him as if challenging Lavian. Your Highness, will you come back with me? The Crown Prince blushed and replied, Understood. The servant hurriedly ran after and called out, Your Highness, Miss Kim Tuok. That's enough. I'm going inside now. He turned back curiously. What do you plan to do now? Lavian turns to the garden and replies, I will spend some time admiring the flowers, so I will come in later. I want to be alone. Everyone step back. Your butler. Go inside and rest. Old spirit behind the Gong family immediately shouted, Hey zombie, this is your chance. She's probably feeling pretty down right now. Time for you to make your move. Kim Gong family ignored him and kept walking. The old man angrily asked, Are you ignoring me? I can go a few days without sleep, but aren't you tired? Lavian replied, I want to say no, but I do feel a bit tired now. This is my 14th regression. I have tried to guide the Crown Prince along the right path for 140 days. Even if my love for him is not destined, he must still walk the right path. How difficult is it for the benefit of this country? Kim Gongjia stepped beside her and said, You are no longer alone now because you still have me as a human. As long as there is someone who cares and understands you, they can endure anything. So, love, you doubt that? He nodded. Yes, we are indeed that case. She glanced at you. It seems you have misunderstood something. I usually relive the last 10 days of my life, but you go back to before you died. They may look similar, but they are not. Because one of us will definitely regress sooner than the other, the first to regress will forget what has happened, and the other person is trapped in the flow of time. We were always two parallel lines that could never intersect. I can understand your character and your situation, but that is already everything. Living together is impossible. She threw the whip in her hand away and turned to say, The confession you gave me, saying you want to spend all your time with me, is truly beautiful. But maybe it's beautiful because it's something that can never become reality. Kim Gong ran after her and asked, So what if that could become a reality? Lavi coldly replied, I would never say such things just to flatter her, because in this world there are no empty words. I am not the type to deceive others with meaningless talk. What if I could help you escape this endless 10-day loop? Lavian said arrogantly. I am already very satisfied with my current life. I know, I feel the same way, but I still want to help you. Kim Gongja takes off his coat and hands it to her, explaining, because you are the one I love. Is that also very arrogant of me to say? He put his coat over her and she squirmed and asked, what do you want from me? Please stay with me until the end of the world, and I would be truly grateful if you could help me love you more. I realize now that the synchronization of the heretical judge has reached 100%. The secret to passing this challenge is a rather sneaky method, but it's likely to succeed. He continued, make me fall so deeply in love with you that I can't tear myself away. Lavian hesitated. Do you really want me to withdraw that? The boy shyly replied, it'll be fine. I'll be completely captivated. Just holding your hand has already made me go crazy. All right, since I once said I would teach you about love, I'll take responsibility for this. Is that enough already? The boy's face was blushing and stammering. Yes, that's enough. The system keeps displaying notifications. You're syncing with the character. Lavian sighs. Oh my. I know I have no right to say this, but aren't you a little too naive? I don't know how you managed to survive in such a harsh world. He smiled and replied, I have died countless times. She fell silent after hearing that. You keep getting closer and ask, do you also feel your heart race? After seeing my vulnerable side, I've heard that showing your weakness can sometimes break someone down. Lavian chuckled and said, keep going. I realized after witnessing your argument with Miss Kim Tuok that you are probably a wise person, but not someone who can stay calm when provoked. Even if it means she will lose this round of regression, that's why I also want to test her resolve. She always speaks as if she were a master in love, but isn't being loved just as important as giving love? She really doesn't understand what it means to be loved, or at least she is less knowledgeable about it than Lady Kim Tuok. Lavian reached out and lifted your chin to ask, so what? Stammering, you urged him to keep talking. I'm starting to like listening to your voice. You blush, and suddenly Lavi touches your teeth to praise how white they are. Kim Gongja hurriedly explained, not surprised that Lady Kim Tuok could steal the crown prince away from her. She needed to understand the prince's preferences more thoroughly. Lavian keeps praising without listening. His tongue is red again. You look cute. Kim Gongja let out a moan and asked curiously, why did you stop? If you don't say more, how can I judge your words? Keep going. Have you already given up? He asked, blushing. Yes. Lavian smiled and repeated what he had just said. Make me fall so deeply in love that I can't escape from you anymore. You're really someone who loves to say dangerous words. I don't know what you're thinking to be so confident, but it's really brave of you. Anyway, I've gone through 14 regressions, so I'm not afraid to let go of that burden in a moment. I don't treat evil people kindly. That's my rule. After reflecting on what happened today, I think the Crown Prince was a bit too harsh with me. I won't let this go. Are you curious? Have you finally given up on him? She replied, my heart has become a constellation stuck in the night sky. I can't do that, but I also want to be a bad person and do something extreme. From today on, I will be unfaithful with you. Kim Gongja was stunned to hear that. Huh. So my first love didn't feel right at all. He nervously asked, do you love me? She immediately replied, no. But since you are the cherished servant of Lady Kim Tuok and her only confidant, I wonder what face she would show if she found out about us. And I am sure even the Crown Prince would be shocked. Kim Gongja was startled and wondered to himself, is this infidelity? You stammered what? So you plan to pretend to go on a date with me to get revenge on them? He secretly thought that this should be more romantic. She reached out and hugged his neck, asking, do you hate that idea? He immediately lifted Lavian up. Lavian ordered him to call her by name. You immediately called Lavian. She started to check. Do you remember what I first taught you about love? I replied, love begins when I meet a wicked woman. She replied, yes, I will become your first evil servant. The old spirit guardian witnessing everything said, both of them are very crazy, so they are quite similar. After all, it's hard for you to date an ordinary person. Bull seeks the bull. Horse seeks the horse. Congratulations on your first love, even if it's just an affair. The next day, Kim Gong stood in front of the mirror, washing his face and fixing his clothes. I muttered, Lavin? Lavian. I've only been calling her name all this time. It looks like I've really been struck by love. He gestures to the status window. The status window about him immediately appears with the content. The Crown Prince. With skills, I want to become like you. The clock of the fake reincarnation sword spirit sits atop the celestial demon magic. Reborn 100 times, blessed by the god of beauty. You have received the blessing of the snake god. Gongja glanced and silently thought that Gongja's life is described very simply, including secret jealousy, relationships, humor, willpower, or happiness. He requested the status window to appear with the content that he is very curious about his own appearance. My favorite genres are martial arts, romance, mystery, and adventure. I dislike no genres. My preferred characters include the protagonist, noble heroes, those who accept sacrifice, diligent people, children, good-hearted individuals, modest people, generous ones, and those who care and understand me. Characters dislike perverts. Preferred stories include justice-winning, friendship, and love. Disliked stories involve self-hatred, giving up, running away, disillusionment, doubt, and possessiveness. Reading this, you breathe a sigh of relief. I am still Kim Gong-ra. In your mind, you think I haven't been taken over by the character like the heretical judge, so my plan will still proceed as originally intended? I can do it. You turn around and call Sword King. The old spirit behind crosses his arms and asks, "Yes, Gongra said that to prevent being taken over by the steward character, I have something to ask of you. It's highly likely that if my synchronization reaches 100%, I won't be able to hear your voice anymore. No matter how many skills I have, I might forget how to use them. So we have to do everything we can to prevent the synchronization from reaching 100%. Gongra takes something out of his shirt pocket and warns 90%. That is the last line we cannot let increase any further. Do you understand? If you see that I am about to exceed 90%, stop me no matter what method you use." Old Spirit gently scratched his head and replied, "I can't believe you're worried about that. Your spirit is already very resilient, so that situation probably won't happen," Gongja said confidently as he put on his shirt. "Yes, that's right, but now I will deliberately increase the synchronization level." Lao Tin-Lin was startled to hear that. "What? But if you do that, you'll fail this level and get stuck in this world." Kim Gongjia smiled and replied, "I can't explain the reason, right now. This method will only succeed if I am the only one who knows the plan. I plan to exploit the tower's system loophole to get through this challenge. If you see me in danger, please help me. I'm counting on you, the number one in the world, the one who wants to become my master. Now I am here to help my beloved." Saying that, he immediately went outside. In Lavian's room, Gong asked with a caring tone, "You must have been too hard on yourself, right? Every night she has to fight off demons and also try to erase negative thoughts about the prince and Princess Kim Tuok. Is that why she was absent from the academy today?" Lavian coughs and replies, "Don't worry, my illness has been like this ever since I first time traveled back in time. Actually, I've been like this since I was born. It grew with me, and my condition suddenly worsened after I stabbed the sword into the mirror, causing my heart to disappear. Gongranghe songthi trammak. Lavian tuavao goiketiep." This is also the reason why the emperor allowed the crown prince to arrange marriages with both me and Lady Kim Tuok. Because even if I become empress, I will pass away not long after. And I myself find it difficult to conceive, so I truly am not suitable to become the queen. Lavian then coughs, and Gongra quickly offers her tea. "Drink some tea." She took the cup and replied, "Thank you." After finishing, she was surprised and said, "You added quite a bit of honey, didn't you? This is exactly the flavor I like." "How did you know?" "You answered." Before, she also said that the followers who came before me left a note with instructions. I just followed what was written there. Remember, I read it before. The second thing is that Lady Nganbak has a very poor palate, so she only likes strong flavors. Hearing that, she was suspicious and asked, "So you also plan to use the same method as they do?" You smiled and said, "I was the one who told you about the instructions, so I have to be different from them. I'm just referencing, I hope you don't misunderstand." Lavian scoffed after hearing, and upon closer inspection saw that he also had some strength. So what plan does he have now? "The time I spend with you now is just a form of entertainment. One of us will definitely forget all about the time we spent together. I don't think there's any way to solve this problem." Kim Gongjia is curious. "You probably have never trusted anyone before?" Lavian looked up at him with doubtful eyes. Gongra bowed his head and said, "Please trust me. Even if we are not in a genuine relationship, I am still the person you chose. Even though I am just an incompetent person, I have had to rely on others many times, just like you are now. You have already borne too much on your own. Even if I die, the empire must remain strong. I need to guide the crown prince in the right direction. I have to defeat those blood demons. You must have had that thought during all 14 reincarnations. Is that right?" After hearing her ask, "Do you think I have overexerted myself?" Gongja replied with a bouquet of flowers, "Yes, take a rest first. I think I am the kind of person who hates my loved ones to bear everything alone. I hope that when I am tired, the one I love will be by my side to share, and vice versa." Lavian lowered his eyes and reminded him that what we have is just a fake relationship. Kim Gongjia looks at the bouquet and replies that it doesn't matter because he is very serious. Lavian was stunned and wondered if this wasn't too unfair to him. I told her, "You still don't understand. I have enough now. I am truly very optimistic. You think I would give up because of my shortcomings just because you pretend to date me? No way. I truly see this as an opportunity and you'll end up falling for me." Lavi, hearing that, became curious. My goodness, where did he get that kind of confidence? "Because we will spend time together no matter what happens, I won't give up." Until you say you're tired of me, I will do my best to be the support that helps you carry this life. Time is passing. The clock is approaching 12. Lavienin gets off the bed with the sword, signaling that time is up. Now it's time to do what must be done. Gong stepped in to stop her. No, you need to rest. Are you planning to go fight the enemy in this condition? Leave this to me. I will handle it properly. Then he took the sword and went to kill the blood demons. The blood demon that looked like Lavian approached him and asked, "Do you want to kill us? Are you planning to kill me?" The next morning at 8 a.m., Kim Gong hurriedly grabbed the stack of papers on Lavian's desk and said, "Please don't worry about these tasks anymore." Lavian was stunned and asked, "Eddie, what are you doing now?" He threw the pile of papers into the fire and told her, "Anyway, in just a few days, this world will be turned upside down. If the empire falls just because you didn't finish a few paper-selling jobs, then let it fall. Just treat today as a holiday, your own holiday." Time keeps passing, and Lavian sighs, feeling that this is the first time she has lived like this. She is sitting, leaning into Gong Ra's embrace. "Are you really okay with doing nothing? I haven't been to class for 3 days now. If someone sees me like this, just comfort me, it's okay. I'll handle everything properly." Lavian fell silent, then finally said, "I don't want to answer you anymore." You still enthusiastically said, "I never said I would always help you. If I need help in the future, I hope you will help me too. Should we help each other?" Lavi was surprised and said, "You changed the subject. Do you want me to read a few poems to you?" She nodded and replied, "Yes." As time passed, it was 6 o'clock when the two of them rowed a boat along the riverbank. You asked, "Miss Nganbak is truly beautiful, isn't she?" She nodded. "Yes. The spring weather makes everything look white." Kim Gongja describes this as the season when the flowers bloom. Before the Mulan flowers wither away, the empire calls this time Bai Tu Yen. Truly a beautiful season. She gazes at the river and nods in agreement. "Yes, I can't remember how long it's been since I last saw this scene." At this moment, the system's notification of the hidden heart covered by the silver peony has become stronger. Lavian's heart beat loudly as a woman appeared, wielding a red sword in her hand, and she swung it down. The system announces that the heart hidden by the silver pine orchid has revealed itself. The sky over the empire turns red. The frightened citizens shouted, "The sky, is that blood?" The empire was rocked by continuous explosions and showers of blood-red rain. Lavian still calmly said, "I feel truly safe with the butler by my side. Can I really trust you?" Kim Gonggia put down the ladder and approached her, saying, "You once said we are two parallel lines, and the first to die will definitely come back. That's why we can't be together forever." Gong grabbed her hand and said, "I will now surround you with my aura. Not only her body, but also her brain. And for me, it's the same. I will blow up both our heads at the same time. It is true that the first person to die will regress, and there is no guarantee that the person who regresses afterward can retain their memories. If so, the only way for us to stay together is for us to die at the same time. Lavian, please die with me." Gongjia's heart was a bit contemplative upon hearing that. "You quietly assess, just like how people arrange their daily lives. I also prepare for my own death. I always think about ways to leave peacefully. I just need to use magic to blow my mind apart and end my life instantly without pain. That is a simple and easy method, so I didn't choose to die that way. If I become too familiar with this method, I will let my guard down. That's also why I killed the Fire King. That's why I didn't choose that way to die. I wanted a more painful death so I could stay conscious and make the clearest, most accurate judgments possible. However, today is completely different." Kim Gongjia gently holds Lavian's hand to comfort him. "It's okay. It will be over soon." A source of energy emanating from your cousin's body flows into Lavi's, and she marvels at how warm it is, like a stream of water coursing through her veins throughout her body. Is this his body temperature? Warmer than me. It makes me so restless. I've never felt this way during a regression before, because as long as I don't lose myself, that's enough. But I don't want to lose you if I regress today and forget everything about you. Don't worry. I will always be by your side." At this moment, the blood demons appear, causing everyone to scream in fear. "The demons are here." The screams echoed loudly. Lavian threatened, "No mistakes allowed. If one of us dies even 0.1 seconds before the other, I will hate you forever. You only have one chance. Remember my words carefully." Kim Gongji smiled and replied, "All right." The system displays a notification. A heart surrounded by platinum is looking at you. Lavian coldly said, "You made me trust others again. Now take responsibility." The number of blood demons is increasing, along with the appearance of the apostles. The system warning that the destructive envoy has appeared. The envoy of the endless prairie night has appeared. The envoy of eternal happiness has appeared. Lavian looked disgusted. These creatures really don't know how to read the room. Gongja smiled and said, "We just need to teach them a lesson, and let them know that interfering in others' relationships only leads to death." She smiled and replied, "That sounds good." Gongja is using his ultimate skill. The ninth heavenly demon god technique. A sword commits suicide and a sword appears, ending both of their lives. Immediately after, his system displayed a message. You have died. Going back 24 hours, Kim Gongjia gradually regained consciousness and opened his eyes. Lavian, holding an umbrella nearby, asked, So you've woken up? I can't believe you're still late. You're quite the irresponsible butler. Gongja sat up suddenly, looking at her and wondering if we could both keep our memories after the regression, and Lavian continued speaking as if answering his unspoken question. Hey butler, you lied to me, didn't you? You promised to regress at the same time as me, but I came back 9 days earlier. Even if this relationship is fake, how could you leave your lover lonely for 9 whole days? Gong Yi's eyes lit up with happiness upon hearing this. Because I came back 9 days early, I was the only one worried. You promised to stay by my side but broke your promise. How dare you wake up so late? You need to do a lot to make up for your mistakes. Kim Gongjia rushes over and hugs Lavian, muttering, I'm sorry. She put down the umbrella and hugged him, saying, It's okay, everything is fine now. Staying awake alone to watch over him while he's still not fully awake is really exhausting. He stroked her hair and smiled, telling her to lie. She argued back. Really, it's boring, but luckily I'm very good at waiting. He continued to apologize to her. I'm sorry, my love. She replied, I forgive you. Right now, the system displays a notification that your synchronization level with the character is 71%. He asked her, My lady, I want to ask for a favor. Can you wait a little longer? 8 days, 7 days, 6 days. I will reduce it day by day until we can spend the first day together when we meet again. Lavi grabbed his collar and scolded him. You're so cruel. You're asking me to die 9 more times. You're afraid of pain? She replied, No. But your mean-spirited guy just finished killing someone and now he wants to do it again? I smile and ask, Can I kiss you? Lavian didn't answer but pulled him closer and kissed him on the lips. As the kiss ended, the system appeared and you had already died, going back 24 hours. After each resurrection, they share a kiss. When each kiss ends, the system reappears and says, You have died. You have died. Among those times, it was when the two of you kissed outside in the yard that Kim Gong's family teased. Did you brush your teeth before coming here? She smiled. I think I have the right to remain silent. Gong blushes and screams that it's not fair. She stroked his hair and asked, Wasn't it you who made me wait 39 days? My selfishness helps you feel less guilty. You should thank me. Gongja blushed and said, So we've been kissing for 39 days. She shyly stops him, saying, Don't say anything more. I'm so embarrassed. And then they continue kissing. Kim Gongjia and she once again relive the 24 hours before their attempted suicide. This time, Herrick rushes to him and calls Tuvong, Lady Lu Lai Kim Tuosh is here. Why is she so late? I heard she's somewhere else, not in the main house. He immediately asked her where she was. Herrick replied that she said she would wait in the front garden of the main house. He hurriedly ran off, startling Herrick. He watched Kim Gongjia's back and asked Tuvong with suspicion. But at this moment, Gong has no mood left. His heart is taking control of his body again. He runs out to the yard, embraces Lavian, and once more takes his own life. The scene rewinds to 24 hours earlier, during a social event where Gongra appears. He smiles as he looks ahead, and Lavian, in a blue formal outfit, appears. The two hurriedly approached each other and shared a passionate kiss, shocking the other nobles. Kim Gong asked Lavian, This is the first day we met. She replied, It's our first day, and as long as we want, it can be the eternal first day. At this moment, Lady Kim Tuok appeared, wondering, Did I miss something? Kim Gongjia and Lavian kiss each other right in the middle of the banquet hall. The nobles, seeing this, start to worry and whisper, What is going on? Am I not mistaken? Old spirit of fate, covering my eyes, shouted, Damn it, my eyes! Why can't I rest in the other world? Why do I have to witness this even after I am dead? Why do I have to see you enjoying yourself like this? This shameless Kim corpse is at it again? The constant chatter and gossip keep ringing out. What is going on here? I'm sure that butler is someone from Miss Kim Tuok. If this gets to the Emperor's ears, Lady Ngan Bok Hop should step forward and stand with Prince Gong, calmly observing everyone's reactions, and at that moment, the prince also appears, looking very serious, asking Ngan Bok Hop what she is doing, leaning on the Gong family's person, and saying, I apologize for causing trouble here. I shouldn't have done this in front of so many people. I should have reported to the prince. The crown prince was stunned and asked, Lavian, you brought a piece of paper. And she stepped forward, saying, Because I have committed a serious crime, I will accept any punishment you see fit. The crown prince stammered, Will he punish her? Lavian handed the paper to the crown prince. He was startled and asked, Here is her reply. This is a withdrawal application from the academy. I have already prepared my own punishment. Because with your nature, it will be difficult to choose an appropriate punishment. I will withdraw from the academy and quietly reflect on my actions until the punishment is officially decided. Please consider this as my resignation letter. Your Highness, I will not accept any private meetings. The Crown Prince read it in fear, and Lavian immediately grabbed Kim Gong's hand and ran away, saying, "Thank you for your approval, Your Highness." The two of them run out of the palace together. He watches her back and wonders, is this really okay? Because she had stabbed her heart into the mirror, she should still have feelings for the Crown Prince. But whatever. Given what he did, that bastard deserves this. The most important thing is that Lavian looks very happy. As long as she's happy, everything else doesn't matter. At that moment, Herrick waved from behind and asked, "Prince 2, how do you plan to overcome this challenge?" Yu ran over curiously and asked, "Why are you two kissing?" "I don't understand anything, but I feel my heart pounding when I see you two together." "What do you call this?" Gong replied, "It's touching. And I will handle this challenge myself, so you can rest easy. The demon judge of heresy, consider this a vacation if you like." Herrick heard that and smiled happily. "Is that so? I understand. Then I will do what I like." "Gong warned you not to kill anyone, remember?" Herrick smiled happily. "Oh, I see. It's not over yet." Kim Gong Ra continues, "You are not allowed to torture either, kidnapping or holding someone to get information from them." Herrick heard that and looked confused. "So what else can I do now?" Kim Gong Ra waves his hand and will give you something else to do. Until then, just sit in a corner and read comics. Herrick stood behind, suspicious. "I just received a notification that the synchronization level has increased." "What does that mean?" The Gong family remains patient in answering, "It's quite touching." "I see." The carriage taking Lavian and Kim Gong away from the palace, she sitting inside, said, "I'm sure the whole empire will be in an uproar tomorrow. First, there will be about 200 letters exchanged among the nobles in the capital, and around 20 letters among the local nobles in my hometown. Among them, 10 letters will be delivered to my father, and in the end, the emperor will send a messenger to meet me." Gong, suggest a few solutions for that situation. Gong family is surprised. "What? Wait a minute. Did she just call me Gong family?" Lav looked outside and said it was really small. "I have lived in such a small place for a long time. SW Academy is a tool to strengthen the empire. The children of noble families in the empire are forced to register here. We are taught the same curriculum, language, and schedule to foster a shared sense of rights and duties as citizens: envy, arrogance, pride, greed, and desire. Everything is hidden behind those small doors in the name of tradition and orders. The academy is simply hiding its true face. The future of the empire does not lie there. I wonder if the Crown Prince realizes that." Gong family interrupted after hearing that. "Leave the empire's worries for later. You've talked about it too much already. Just think about me now. Even just this much is enough to make my head want to explode." Lavi stepped closer and called out to him, "Gong, if you dare leave a scar on my heart, I will take your life." "Do you understand?" she asked, grabbing his hand. He replied, "I know. I understand now. Lavian orders?" "So tell me, how do you understand it?" The boy replied, "I will never do anything to hurt you. And if I happen to do something wrong by mistake, I will sincerely regret it to you." She raised your hand and said, "It seems you still need to understand a little more. If you betray me, then personally chain me to death. Don't use aura. I want you to use your own 2 hands to kill me over and over again until our encounter disappears. From this world, I don't care if it takes you months or years to forget. But I will haunt you with my death and want you to spend the rest of your life thinking that I will never forgive you." She asked, "Do you think you can live an eternal life if you want to?" Kim Gonggia replied, "Yes," she said with satisfaction. "The moment you betray me, your life will become an eternal hell." Gongja nodded. "I understand now, Lavian." She said, "If you have any secrets you want to reveal to me, just say it now. I have a skill called necromantic resurrection. The people I have killed can also be resurrected by my own hand. If I want, I can even give them their appearance and memories from before they died. A card with the resurrection demon effect appears in your hand. You can summon those who died at your hands as monsters. The spirits you summon will not have their powers from before death, but if you wish, they can have their appearance and memories. If you don't allow them to keep their memories, they will only be summoned as monsters." After reading, she asked, "So does that mean you can summon me? Since you have died at my hands 9 times, I can summon 9 versions of you, but I don't plan to do that." Lavian then requests, "I want to add one more condition. If you dare betray me, I want you to give up that skill." He took her hand and replied, "I'm sorry I didn't say this sooner. I will forgive you if you promise me one thing. Do you agree? I'm listening." She states her demands. "Do not take your own life without permission, and do not die even when death is unavoidable. You are my lover. Now you are no longer someone who can casually throw away your life. Even if death is unavoidable, you must fight until your last breath." Kim Gongjia smiled and replied, "Yes." She nodded contentedly and said, "Now tell me what you want from me." He looked at her and made his request. "When I tell you to trust me, put all your faith in me. I will always trust you. My lady, let's enjoy a 10-day vacation without caring about anything else." Is there anyone who would suffer working so hard from public to private places like you? So for the next 10 days, leave everything behind and use regression skills to fulfill what our hearts desire. She asked, do you want to enjoy yourself without caring about anyone else? He smiled and said, exactly. She asked again, because no matter how much we cause chaos, once time is reversed, they will forget everything, right? Gongja cheerfully replied, as expected of the young lady, I only said it once, and you understood. The two of them headed towards a building. Lavian muttered, so the partner I finally chose is actually a scoundrel? The staff immediately stood up and asked, which seat would you like to choose? Gong placed his suitcase on the table and said, today we want to rent the entire troupe in theater. The two of them headed to the troupe. Gong asked, so there are 6 theater troupes in total? Suddenly Lavian spoke up. Gong is secretly loved. I have always wanted to do something. What are you curious about? Lavian fanned himself and said he wanted all 6 troupes to perform on one big stage. 3 groups will perform tragedies, 2 groups will perform comedies, and the remaining group will perform musicals. The actors here are all very amazed after hearing this. Kim Gongja heard that and reminded him that's a bit chaotic. She replied, exactly, I want to see a chaotic play. Then the two of them sat down below to watch the 6 troupes perform. Romeo, Romeo, then you must be Romeo. You are truly clever and beautiful. You and Lavian laugh happily below, then move to a new place to play, this time to a casino. Lavian told me to follow. The other players also answered with fear. Lavian signals to fold. The other players with her are trembling and stammering. Fold your hand, and finally. Lavian said, raise the bet. Raise the bet again. Gong stands behind her with a look of immense pride. In the end, everyone couldn't bear it anymore and shouted out, this is clearly abuse of power. Missing An Bak is right. Even if she's a person, she can't just openly ruin my business. You standing there asking, who do you think you're shouting at? Miss, let me take that old man's head for you. Lavian replied, no problem. The Count owns a pharmacy beneath the basement that supplies medicine to the entire capital, but that's still not enough to get his head. The Count, hearing this, asked in fear, what do you mean? At this point, Gong pulled a chair next to Lavian and gestured for him to sit down. She coldly said, play with me for 10 minutes and I'll forget about this. By evening, Lavian was in Kim Gong's arms. She asked, do you feel happy? And leaned into his chest to answer, this is the first time I feel that living a little longer is also good. Gong family laughs, I am also very happy. Look, my synchronization rate has increased again. At this point, the synchronization rate is 76%. Lav hesitated. Synchronization rate. You explain that it is a mechanism created by the spirit orb that brought me to this world. You also know I got here by acting and being a butler. This number represents how I am gradually syncing with my role. When you call my name, touch my cheek, or lie in my arms like now, the number will go up. She listened and became curious. So according to what you said, the synchronization rate must be increasing now. What would happen if the number reached 100? Gongja replied, don't worry about these things right now. You promised to only think about yourself. Gong reaches out to turn off the lamp by the bed and scolds the sneaky one. The next day, on a different street, he loudly asked a nobleman, today, Duchess Avanzia has already chosen this street. How dare you bring in a carriage bought through exploiting the peasantry here? Then the two of them went to the palace and told the emperor, please pay more attention to your child. There's no one more despicable than him. After hearing this, the emperor was so furious he foamed at the mouth and fainted, causing everyone to worry and call for the ministers. Kim Gongja happily recounted, day after day, we spend our time as a form of relaxation. The two of them strolled together, splashing water in the pond, tossing coins to the people on the street, and admiring the blooming flowers. Then one day, they sat together by the fountain, Gong reaching out to take Lavianton's hand. We are really bad, she nodded. You're right, we are truly terrible. You cheerfully said, but only the two of us know about this. We are accomplices, Lavian. Do you remember what I said in the carriage? I remember everything you said about telling me to trust you. She nodded, of course. You smile and say, now. Keep your promise. Kim Gongja is suspicious. You seem to be scheming something shady, huh? Things would be easier if you just honestly confessed now. You tell her your plan. I will increase the synchronization to 99%. Maybe I really need to become a full-fledged butler, someone born into this world. She wondered why. Gongja replied, I can't explain the reason. Lavian coldly said, if you can't explain the reason, then this plan can only succeed if you are the only one who knows it. And the reason he's worried about this is because he wants to ask me for something, right? He smiled and said, yes. Lavian sighed. I should have been more cautious every time you opened your mouth instead of just trusting you for this moment. What should we do now? Gongja revealed the plan. First, we will go back to the first day, to the starting point of this ordeal. They go back to that moment. After closing the door, Lavian turns around and asks, what now? Gongja handed her the rope and said, "First, put my hands behind the chair and tie them up." Lavian was stunned to see this. "I think it's still a bit early for us to take this step, Gongja. What are you thinking?" "I'm quite satisfied with my current life, so don't worry. You still doubt that I promised to trust him, but he really makes it hard for me to keep my word." She approaches and ties his hands behind the chair. Gongja smiles and praises. "Good, you've tied him up tightly. The spirit elder nearby is panicking." "Hey Kim Zombie, what are you doing? Don't make me worried like this." Than Kiem is also worried. Xinhua is anxious about the actions of the master. Gongja is contemplating that the housekeeper of this body has a secret affection for both young ladies, but since being with them is impossible, he can only bury his feelings deep. The Crown Prince also has feelings for both young ladies, while Lady Kim Tuok seems to have something for both the Crown Prince and the housekeeper. At this moment, Lavian is also standing at a crossroads between me and the prince. This is the biggest change in the romantic story, but it gave me an idea. Please ask Lavi to bring a mirror and place it in front of me. A mirror is then brought before you. He looked into it and spoke. The character window opened instantly, and at this moment he was still part of the Gong family. "Keep calling Lavi and raise your head, I'm listening." Gong asked her, "Please keep kissing me. Make me fall more deeply in love with you." She approached him, leaned in, and asked, "Why didn't you say so earlier? Do you enjoy being kissed while restrained?" Kim Gong's family heirloom says that at a certain point I will no longer be myself. As I secretly realize something strange while watching the heretical judge gradually become Miss Kim Tuok, his hair keeps growing longer, leading me to come up with a plan to conquer this challenge. Gong approaches her and asks for help. "When my synchronization rate exceeds 90% and approaches 100%, you must end my life yourself." Lavian, startled, asks what? Gong said, "Think about it. I'm sure you can accurately guess my intention because after all, we are both regressors. If you see this as a gamble, then clearly we've already won. Because this is the tower's weak point, pointing out that vulnerability already puts us at a disadvantage," Lavi muttered. "I can't remember you anymore." Gong comforted her, saying everything will be fine, I will find a way to fix this, and I want to ask you for one more thing. If I can't leave this world on my own, then take action so I can receive the transmission. Trust me. All right then, I am your first evil girl, and you are my last bastard. Damn it, does that mean I still have to fall in love with a bastard in the end? After finishing, she leaned down and kissed him on the lips. The system displayed a notification. You are gradually syncing with the character. The speed has reached 84%. Lavian is still continuously kissing you, and the synchronization speed is gradually increasing. He silently wondered why. The last time the Divine Judge was gradually transforming into Lady Kim Tuok, there was something strange about the ongoing change in appearance. The Divine Judge could freely alter their looks using holy magic, but that was a skill unique to the Divine Judge and Lady Kim Tuok didn't possess it. But instead, his hair kept growing longer, meaning the synchronization wouldn't make the skills disappear. His thighs trembled as Lavian continued to press down on him, kissing him passionately. The system keeps notifying you that you are gradually syncing with the character. Your current synchronization rate is 88%. At this moment, fragments of Kim Gongjia's memories appear, showing images of childhood with his teacher and friends cheering him on. "Come on, Gong, keep going. Your sword speaks with fear." "Please stop, Master." Lavian also worriedly asked if you're okay. Old Spirit Shaman shouted nearby, "Hey, Gong family, what on earth are you doing?" Gong family's character status window is gradually fading away, his face turning red as he urges her, I'm still okay now. Keep going." Lavian frowned and asked, "Do you still want me to kiss more?" "You're too noble, I love you." But still, she leaned down and kissed him again. The character system seems to be gradually malfunctioning, so Gongja and the butler are almost synchronized. Kim Gongjia confesses to Lavian, "I love you. Even if I am reborn, I will still love you. It's better to do it so that even if I die, I won't forget." Lavian replied, "I know." Your status window is gradually deteriorating and merging with the butler's status window. He silently thought that his existence was gradually fading away, and in those vague fragments of memory, he heard Lavi call out to, "Gong, are you okay?" But in front of her is not Gongja but the butler character. He nervously asks, "What is going on?" My goodness, the Duchess who kidnapped me, even if the power of the Avanja ducal family is sky high, this is just too much. Are you so hateful of Lady Kim Tuok that you had to hurt a lowly servant like me? This statement shocked Lavian deeply. Then she coldly said, "I see. So that's how it is. I thought I no longer had a heart to feel hurt, but this really pains me." "Very well, your sword has truly pierced my heart." The butler was startled and asked, "What do you mean by that?" Lavian, holding the sword, stepped forward and called out, "Gong, who are you calling?" The steward looked confused. "Who are you calling?" "My lover is the one who gave me my heart and is the one I will be with. If you dare to hurt me, I will take your life." This statement hits Kim Gongjia's mind like a blow, making him moan out loud. Levian calls Gongjia back to me. Gongjia was stunned and opened his eyes. Levian had taken his sword and stabbed him in the chest. She said, "I will always wait for you," and then she leaned down to kiss his lips. The butler saw a tear in the shattered memory and quietly thought, Lady Ningan Bach. Is she planning to fight with Lady Kim Tuok with all her might? I must inform Lady Kim Tuok. I want to wipe away her tears. Gongda faced a pitch-black darkness. The system displayed a message that you have died, rewinding 24 hours earlier, detecting an error as the skill owner and the target are mismatched, currently evaluating whether to revert to the owner's 24-hour previous state or the current target, unable to decide. This issue is beyond the Tower's authority. The Tower is verifying the authority of the Death King and has completed the check. The current Death Lord is temporarily suitable to become an apostle, the one who grants apostolic authority, Hamus. The Tower believes that the issue raised by Tu Huang should be included in the official conference. The Tower calls for a vote from the 6 pillars of life. The dark space gradually changes as a swarm of golden butterflies appears, surrounding the golden gong. A figure appears and speaks in a strange language. The system displays a dialogue box indicating the approval has been granted, translating the drag language. So the figure in front of me is pointing at Gongda and scolding this brat for facing us. Call Hamus to here immediately. Why does that guy dare to bring him here as an apostle? According to protocol, there's no problem with this, but more importantly, he probably can't understand what we're saying. Has he already synchronized with the character? Reversing it will make it easier for us to talk. Mia, reverse the process. The system responds, the request has been approved. The synchronization rate of the Death King is being adjusted. Immediately, the rate returns to a point that makes Gong cry out. One of the pillars questions you. Did you intentionally use the regression skill right after syncing with the character? Are you trying to send me back 24 hours before the character, not myself? Gong looked at the pillar in front of him and replied, Yes, that's right. Send me back to the day before this endless 10-day chain began. Kim Gongja requested, Send me back to before the 10-day endless cycle started. You shameless bastard, calm down, kid. You're starting that fragile dark age again. I will kill you. No one can save you. Die. While the other light pillars were frantically criticizing a long-haired light pillar, he asked, Do you call yourself the King of Death? It's been a long time since we had to meet twice about the same person. The last time it had to be like this was because of the assassin. Right? And the connection between these two is getting stronger. I wonder if it's just a coincidence. The Tower Master said, It's really troublesome. If the synchronization rate were 100%, we could have allowed you to revert to a day earlier from the steward's perspective. If it were 90%, it would be from the King of Death's view. But at 99%, it's too ambiguous. Who should we choose? I'm amazed and think, Thap Chu, you should suggest I revert to the butler's perspective. Thap Chu says, Convince me. He immediately explained, First, the synchronization rate is 99%, meaning only 1% remains, because the steward holds the largest share of this body and is responsible for it. The Tower Master replied, Yes, but your skill is like a regression watch that only the user can operate, so the regression must be done by that person. Kim Gong was sweating cold after hearing this. The Tower Master opened a barrier and said, Don't worry, I was just curious. Kim Gongja felt a moment of confusion, wiped the sweat from his face, and said, Please choose the perspective of the steward. Both the butler and I have always argued over who should control this body in the trials. Sometimes the butler wins, and other times I do. What I mean is that I am completely convinced I lost. After winning, he gained my skill. The watch of the time reversal clone is also his skill. The Tower Master chuckled after hearing this. That makes sense. Fine, do as you wish, just like how you copied and gained the Fire Emperor's skill. I only wonder who would win if the two regression clones fought each other. Looking back, we should have let the butler go back to before he acquired the new skill. That's a clever idea. The Tower Lord finished speaking and slowly surrounded Gong Ra, who immediately shattered. The Tower Lord continued, You could have chosen to run and avoid the Fire Emperor's attention, but you didn't. Why? A beam of light replied that it was because he wanted to take revenge very cruelly. The system informs you that the moonlight illuminates the cursed blind who wishes you harm. Another beam of light disagrees because he always pursues that very justice. The system says that the princess escaped from the illusion and blessed you. After hearing this, the Tower Master agrees completely. He has committed suicide several times to seek revenge and sometimes for justice. But there is one thing I will never forget. The legislator quietly whispered in a breathless voice, That is the only way to ensure defeating the Fire Emperor. The Tower Master agrees, it must be the Crown Prince. Your heart remains pure and passionate, but your mind is not simple. You have always sought an absolute victory. So I still wait, expecting that the person will present that way of thinking to fully convince us. Kim Gongja clenched his fists after hearing this. After a moment, he replied, "Yes, that's right, we didn't do anything wrong. The fault lies with this tower. The problem is that when regression occurs, which personality appears has been predetermined. If this tower had been perfect from the start, such a mistake would never have happened." The Tower Lord replied, "I admit it, so what? I demand that you compensate us since we are victims of that mistake, and also reward us for discovering the error." The god Kuvu in the void glared at you and scolded, "Watch your words carefully. Do you want to be erased?" And the moonlight illuminates the blind man trying to kill you. The Tower Master shouts, "Stop, this is interesting. I never expected you to be confident enough to assume we would compensate and reward you. Why should we do that? Just clean up this mess and forget about it. It's even simpler." Kim Gongja was stunned after hearing that, then smiled and replied, "Because you have always wished me good luck. You remember the system always displaying the message, 'Good luck.' You continue saying, 'You have never mocked or looked down on us even though you are one of the highest beings. You have never forced us to do anything. Hunters who wish to stay on the first floor can stay there forever.' He wishes luck to those trying to climb the tower and advises them to be careful. First of all, those you allow to have their own floor are all lonely and miserable people. You gathered those who have experienced tragedy and helped them. He is very kind. He doesn't interfere when we fight and kill each other. Because you respect our freedom. You will surely compensate for the losses we have suffered because of the tower's fault. Because the responsibility lies with this tower, not us. Thank you for creating the tower. I've always wanted to say those words to you, but never had the chance to thank you. If it weren't for the tower, I probably would have wasted my life out there. Honestly, even after reaching the tower, I still live the same way. Deep down, I thought my life was a mistake. I lived like that, but I couldn't have another chance. You keep saying that if it weren't for you, I couldn't go back to 4,000 days ago. What I managed to do was because someone was always watching over me. That is the only motivation that keeps me going. Thank you, from the bottom of my heart." Kim Gongja bowed deeply, sincerely thanking the tower. The princess, freed from illusion, looked at him and said, "You really please me a lot." Ancient Triu Men Lord looked at him and said, "This is the first time I have received thanks from a human here." And the dancing god in the void also kindly looked at him and said, "Today it is common for children to blame others by pointing fingers." After everything, the Tower Master smiled and praised, "You are truly adorable. I am just a mirror. You think I am good because you are kind? Tell me, how do you want to make amends?" "I want to go back 24 hours from the butler's perspective." "What about the reward?" Kim Gongja blushes shyly and says, "Please keep the memories of my beloved." The Tower Master replies, "I understand. You can request an extremely powerful skill. You know that, right? Anyway, since you've discovered the flaw in the tower, we'll enhance your fake return watch. That way you can go back to any moment you want instead of just 24 hours or the 100 souls reincarnation." The summoned object not only carries the memories but also the abilities of the summoner. Gong family kneels and pleads, "Tower Master, I don't need them, I beg you. I just want to be with the one I love." The Tower Master reached out to pat you gently after hearing that. She smiled and called, "Prince of Death, good luck." The system appears and says, "Wishing you all the best, the encounter has ended." Adjusting synchronization ratio, current synchronization ratio is 99%. Returning 24 hours earlier, a beam of light appeared, revealing Heretic's figure, and a small voice echoed, "Butler, you're finally awake. You've been sleeping for quite a while." The butler called out in surprise, "Lady." Herrick replied, "Yes, she is your only young lady." The butler wondered what's going on. Herrick, sitting opposite him, smiling and saying, "I just returned after dinner with the prince and saw you sleeping soundly in the chair. Sleeping in front of your master is really rude, but I will forgive you because your sleeping face looks so cute." "You look like you're about to cry. Did you have a nightmare?" The butler was startled. "What is this?" You quickly wiped the sweat from your face and asked the young lady if she enjoyed dinner with the prince. Her sister clapped her hands and said, "Guess what the prince gave me, this coral blue ring." She raised her hand to show off the ring and continued excitedly, "He did this in the school dining hall. The prince really knows how to win a girl's heart. I wonder how Lady Ivania will react after hearing this." As soon as he heard that name, he froze. He muttered, "Lavinia." Herrick turned around confused and called out, "Butler." The butler coldly said, "I don't think you have the right to casually mention her name like that. Even though it's just the two of us here, it's extremely disrespectful. Please remember that." The shouts of the old fairy echoing from behind, along with the words of the sword, but the butler cannot hear them because this time the one controlling the body is the butler, not Kim Gom. You hold your head and ask, "What are you saying, miss? Don't you hear what I'm saying?" Herrick replied confusedly, "Yes." The butler said to her, "I don't know what's happening, but it feels like someone is shouting into my ear." Herrick worried, Are you sick? Should we go to the clinic? The butler quickly stood up and said, I'll go outside for some air. All right, remember to come back early. The butler walked down the corridor, recalling the story Lavian once told. When I was not yet restored, the prince was with Lady Kim Tuok. I was so angry that I made a vow with the sword passed down through generations of my family. When I did that, my life became eternal. The butler stood in front of Lavian's castle, wondering what he was doing here, then stepped inside. Deep inside, the butler was reminding himself to turn back, but his body moved on its own. The butler opened the door in front of him. Lavian's figure from the previous regression appears, holding a sword pointed at him as she says, I will wait for you. In the room, Lavian is sitting with her chin resting on her hand. Seeing him, she smiles and says, You're here. It seems you've confirmed it. You understand your feelings clearly. I can see clearly all night long. Seeing that, I understand this is your first time. The butler, upon hearing this, felt confused about his own first time. Lavian pulled down the red cloth, revealing a mirror shattered from being stabbed by a sword. The butler said, I don't know what to say, so I will remain silent. Miss Ivania, is this a dream? Why are you in my dream? Lavian turned around coldly and praised, That's a good question. She went down, pulled him close to the mirror, and said, I have become your dream, and you have become my life. This exchange of dreams and lives is our love. But I don't think there's any romance in that question at all. If you're still wondering why there are no servants here, I already told them to go outside. The butler was confused, but why did Lavian threaten him? Let me warn you, don't call me Lady Ivania with that mouth of yours anymore. Either I will rip out your heart and kill you. A deadly light flashes in her eyes. She reached out and pat the butler's back, startling him. She looked into the mirror and asked, What do you see there? And what else do you see? A severe pain flashes through the butler's head as the character status window flickers in the mirror. The butler clutches his head and screams. The echo of the sword and the old sprite also resounded. The butler grimaced in pain, clutching his neck, but Lavian continued to urge him on. What else do you see? Gongja answers. The words. I see strange lines of text and hear a strange voice. Lavian smiled contentedly, knowing he had received love. Tell me what those words say. The butler looked at the words appearing on the screen and hesitated before answering. I can't see clearly. They haven't written it yet. That's all about the one you love. Lavian understood after hearing that an Han means the owner and you means the lover. It seems those are the words remaining within you, but what about the previous owner of your love? Because I don't understand. I don't like it. The butler called her, Miss, there are many things I still don't understand. Even though you said this is not a dream, if that's the case, what do you want from me? She replied, I want you. Lavi hesitated for a moment before asking again, So you say you feel like you're dreaming? What kind of dream is it? The butler, holding his chest, replied, It. I can't remember clearly, but there are some things I saw. One of them is you looking at me and crying. She is curious. What else? The butler clutched his chest and told his story, and at that moment I thought my trust was shattering into pieces. I think it wasn't the knife you stabbed me with. Hearing that, Lavi smiled. I'm glad you still remember that. Do you know why you had that dream? The butler honestly replied, I don't know. Lavian immediately explained, It's because of the trauma I went through. My mother committed suicide. I still remember the words she whispered into my ear at that moment. The memories of others gossiping about the death and silently watching him be consumed by the flames still do not hurt my heart. It is not the memory the prince gave to Lady Kim Tuok before the green hawk ring to propose. The endless, repeating memory of 10 days or the memory of everything that tore my heart apart. She reaches out her hands to touch his neck, her eyes flashing with deadly intent and hatred. She stared at him and said, Because right now only you can hurt my heart. With that, she clenched Gonza's neck. She coldly said, I warned you very clearly I will kill you if you dare to carve yourself into me. I have already engraved you into my soul. Now die, and love me again. The system displays a message. You have died, replaying the injury caused by your killer with a medium level of punishment. This is the diary of the hungry demon. The scene shifts, and the silhouette of Kim Gongja, chained to the chair, gradually appears. Lavian's past appears. In that memory, Kim Gongja is chained to a chair. You smile and say, I don't know what others think, but if it's Nganbak Hop, she would surely understand what I'm calculating. After all, like me, she's also a regressionist. Lavian looked at the man in front of him and assessed him. You really are a dangerous man. I quickly realized what he was planning to do. He wants to exploit the loopholes in the tower's system to turn the entire game around. I never expected someone with such an innocent face to come up with such a cunning plan. But she stepped closer to the boy and told Gong to back off. This is too dangerous. I won't be able to remember him. She looked at him silently, thinking that living wasn't what she truly wanted, but just to live with him. Now, her memories of him are everything to her. Even if he succeeds in stopping me by stabbing the mirror and ending this endless 10-day cycle, if I can't remember him, then nothing really matters. Suddenly, Kim Gongjia spoke. That's right. It leaves her stunned. But I will handle that, please trust me. She remained silent, looking at him with a sad expression, and thought to herself, there's no reason for me to trust him. Yeah, I really regret promising to always trust him before, but in the end she still agreed. Since I already promised, I can't not trust him. Lavian leans down and kisses the lips of the one she loves. Just as he asked, she quietly believes in the man she loves. She believes in his abilities. Because he is the man I chose, he will be able to convince the tower and successfully bring back just one day earlier. But then, what happens? As each kiss fell, the synchronization gradually increased, and eventually the soul before her shattered into pieces. Before disappearing, he still said, "They are coming. I love you." She looked at the body in front of her and wondered, synchronization has exceeded 90%. How did he plan to lower it here? If he managed to go back a day, he would obviously lose all memories of me, and even if he remembered something, it would just be a vague feeling. She picked up the shard and looked at her reflection in it. She remembered what he once said. That's why I easily sympathize with others. Remembering this, her eyebrows furrowed, her eyes losing their coldness and instead filled with a strange emotion rising within her. She sat in front of the body. He shouted out and muttered to herself, "Then I will have to kill him. Did you teach me what happiness is? A person who seems innocent but is actually a bit cruel. I don't want to kill you, but because he hurt my heart, this event has become a trauma for me. If I continue to kill you now, the one I love might see what happened today. Thanks to that, I was able to transfer all my memories to him." She transformed the fragments of his soul into a giant purple butterfly. When the butler wakes up, he replaces Kim Gong, and, upon seeing her, he is startled and asks, "Oh my God, Duchess, did you kidnap me?" She whispered to him. "Listen carefully, this is the scar he left on me. Even if I die, never forget that I am always in your heart. Can you hear me?" She stabbed the butler through the chest and muttered, "Goodbye, Gongra. I will always wait for you." She held the cold body in her arms and whispered, "I will always love you." The memory ends here. The system displays a message that the target's ego remains intact. The punishment is complete. Your current synchronization level is 98%. The scene changes. The butler opens his eyes. A tear falls. Her, filled with doubt, asked, "What's wrong? But why are you crying suddenly while listening to my story?" The butler suddenly stood up and said, "I have to leave." Herrick shouted in fear, "No, you can't go. I'm telling you about the promise I made to attend the banquet with the Crown Prince. You have to listen to the whole story." Maid Gong replied, "Lady Kim Tuok, the prince, will give you a green hunting ring tomorrow." Herrick blinked innocently. "Huh? What did you just say?" "You can only leave after you answer me first." The butler hurried to find Lavian. "You've arrived," the butler asked. "Have you been waiting for me all along?" "Yes, today is the second time. What do you see?" The butler replied, "I see the words master and lover, and I can glimpse a few others, but not enough to understand what they mean." Lavian ordered me to look. The butler calls the maid. Suddenly, a voice in the butler's mind echoes, "Never call me the Duchess again." The butler struggled to call out, "Miss," and Lavi praised him. "Much better now?" The butler, confused, held his head. The butler, hearing Lavian ask, "What did you dream of?" responded by clutching his head and saying that Miss Ngan Bak Hop was crying. She asked further, "So you told the person in front of you about a man tied up and you were so distressed that you stabbed him?" The butler was stunned, and a golden glowing orb appeared in Lavian's hand. She said, "Look at this. This is proof of your efforts." The unwavering love card of the time traveler appears with a love effect like a toxin to a time traveler. Because no matter how hard they try, they cannot share time with the one they love, but some fake regression has voiced their burning wish. Let the one I love keep their memories, and that wish truly reached the tower. You and your lover will always exist in the same timeline. If your lover goes back to a day earlier, you will follow. Conversely, if you go back to a previous day, your lover will follow. This is the ring of fate, a marriage across time. I wish you both happiness. However, this effect can only be activated when two people are in love. She teased him. I didn't expect you to say, "Let the person I love keep their memories." But being proposed to like this isn't really good. I prefer hearing your voice saying it. Do you understand? She reached out and pulled the butler's collar down, saying if he didn't propose directly, she wouldn't care, so he should go back quickly. She tightened her grip on the butler's collar, threatening to kill him again and again until he returned to her. "If showing you the scar in my heart can bring you back, I will show it to you 1,000 times over. So look at that scar and feel the pain." The system displays a message saying you have died. After each resurrection, Lavian always personally tears your neck and shows you the scar he left on me, because you have always been in my heart. In this world, the only one who can kill me is you, and the only one who can kill you is me. Every time Lavi kills me, Kim Gong's character synchronization decreases. She silently thought, again and again, I will keep searching for him. And finally, the Gong family regained control of their body. The Gong family rushes into Lavian's castle, running while recalling Lavian's story. I was born into the ducal family. Because of my mother, I have had to live a dull life. Your fiancé was decided long before you were born, and every hour and minute of your life you have to sacrifice for him. Missinganbach, Hop Evansia, the Shining Light, Duchess, Evansia. Those outside still call you that, but you are not like them. The door opens and Lavian stands waiting for you in a pure white dress. She turned her head and asked, Are you here? Gongja looked at her, silently thinking, I will call you by the name you want to be called. He smiled and called her name, Lavian. The two embraced tightly. Lavi happily said, I've always been waiting for you. Gongja Kim Gongjia calls out to Lavi, and he silently wishes he could say 1,000 words to her himself. He held her tightly, wanting to tell her silently that he secretly added in his heart that he was sorry. Sorry for leaving scars that are hard to heal. He collapsed onto her shoulder and muttered, wanting to say that he had been silently saying thank you for trusting him, waiting for him, and loving him. But in this moment, he could only say one thing, his once-in-a-lifetime marriage proposal. He leans on her shoulder and proposes, Marry me. The two of you lie on the bed together. Gong praises her. You truly are a genius, Lavian. I never expected you to use my skills to see wounds and transmit memories to me. If it were me, I would never think of that way. She smiled and replied, and you always pay attention to others' pain. He is also very talented. How could he have convinced the tower? To the star signs, the tower is like a strict manager who cannot be swayed. I know you're a smooth talker, but I didn't expect you to be able to persuade the tower. Long replied, I honestly don't remember clearly either. That doesn't change the fact that your lover is a very smart guy. He smiled and complimented her, saying that the person he loved was just a genius. Kim Gong asked with a tired look, So when can we hold the wedding? She smiled playfully. So it's a bit too hasty, isn't it? Hearing that, you laughed and said, You're not being fair to me at all, Lavian explained. The first step is to cancel my engagement with the crown prince. The prince and I are bound by an engagement, so getting married to you now would be very difficult legally. Gong blushed and said, For me, whether the marriage is legal or not doesn't matter, as long as we have a small ceremony, just the two of us. But for me, it exists because this is the world I live in. Moreover, the empire is also the country I have always been loyal to and helped build my world. My country should recognize our marriage. Gongja wondered, but isn't it a bit difficult to get everyone to accept that recognition? She smiled and replied, Okay then, my prince, I will eliminate everyone who doesn't wish us well. Kim Gongjia blushed after hearing that, thinking, What can I do now? She's so cool. He replied, I understand. Suddenly he sat up and made a request. He has one more condition. She looked at him and asked, Dai? He replied, I want you to be the one to propose ending the engagement. You must not let him be the one to request to break it off with you. He wants everyone to think that the cancellation of the engagement is the prince's fault because he doesn't want anyone to gossip about his older sister Lavian. She smiles and says, Do you want me to embarrass the prince? He replied enthusiastically, Yes, that's right. Lavian sat up and looked at Kim Gong, saying, That's simple. You hear that and you're stunned. Do you have a plan now? She nodded. Of course. Who do you think I am? Every time the crown prince meets his secret lover, I gather evidence and hide it in the drawer. There are about hundreds of pieces of evidence now. And you also witnessed it with your own eyes. She reached out to caress your lips, and your mesmerized eyes looked at her. He wondered, why now? She's really so cool. She continued to run her fingers through his hair and said, Of course. There's no need for a court. The royal family will probably let everything happen in silence, so we just need to request an audience with His Majesty. You smilingly ask, When will we arrive at the palace, huh? As soon as possible. After marrying me, Gong family, you will become the Duke of Avansia's husband. The royal family will directly grant you a title, and I will become your wife. Even in public, I will call you my husband, so you'll be okay with that? Gong blushed and replied, I am Lavian, the head of the Avansia family, and you are just an outsider. Don't worry, I don't care about those things. She lay down and chuckled teasingly. I knew it would be fine. Why don't we try it now? Call me your husband. Hearing these words, he looked a bit dazed. Seeing that he didn't answer, she asked, Are you shy? Kim Gong blushed and couldn't speak. Lavian turned around and said, I knew you'd be shy, so let me show you how it's done. Madam, Gong family stammered. Madam, Lavian requested with satisfaction. Once again, go. Madam, Lavi fell silent after hearing that. Gong saw this and looked confused, standing there in silence. After a moment of calling Lavian, she laughed and asked, "Are you shy? My boy is so adorable." Gong immediately rushed over and hugged her, calling out, "My lord." Lavian answers, "My lady." He lies in her arms, hearing her heartbeat and feeling incredibly happy. He silently wonders if this is the sound of Lavian's heartbeat. Did she once have a warm heart like that before offering her own to the Holy Sword? This trial has only one goal: to prevent the destruction of this world. The first destruction was caused by the shards of the sword flying off according to Lavian's will. If the prayer hadn't reached Lavian's heart, that wouldn't have happened. However, since the constellations, the greatest shield of this world, have disappeared, on the day of the apocalypse, cracks will appear, and creatures from other worlds will pour in. They will definitely return in a more powerful form. This obstacle has not yet been overcome. The next morning, Kim Gongja said, "The wedding preparations will begin 1 month from now, exactly 10 days after you become the owner of this body." "Yes, I arranged it to happen exactly as planned. That is also the day the world faces destruction. We won't see that day as the end of the world, but as the start of our new life." Kim Gongja blushed at this and thought, "She's truly strong." Lavian continued to explain that she also faced many difficulties because of this, starting with canceling her engagement to the crown prince. "The second is to succeed in obtaining my father's position. If I don't lead the family, it will be very difficult to marry him. Not only are the legal procedures complicated, but society also gossips about you marrying a commoner. But if you become a duchess and marry me, everything will turn out better." Gongra let out a sigh after hearing that and asked, "According to the butler's lingering memories in your mind, isn't becoming the head of the family a very difficult thing?" She nodded and said, "Yes, it would be very difficult if I were not Lavian, but I am." Lavian Gongra saw this face of hers and felt like he had hit the jackpot in love. "Oh my God, so cool." Lavian took out the documents from the drawer and said, "The vassals have shown their loyalty to me, and I already have my title. If your father refuses to relinquish his position to you, the only way is to file a petition to the emperor. But I need more evidence to prove that the crown prince has betrayed me. The emperor is also a wise man. He values maintaining royal dignity more than your father's loyalty." Gong family asked, "So you're acting as if you're a close royal family member, but are you trying to exploit the emperor's weakness to threaten him?" Lavian looked up and called the lady of the house. Gong replied, "Yes, my lord." She explained to him that his talent was only suitable for use in the tower, not in this world. "If you don't return to the empire, don't go back to my world, I can understand that. But I want you to know I won't give up my position. There will be times when you have to accompany me to events like year-end or New Year celebrations. And as the husband of a duchess, you'll also need to attend political events. So you also need to learn a bit about politics." He nodded. "I understand. You mean you can be loyal to the emperor while also threatening him? Because if I become a duchess, the empire won't lose anything and they'll be lucky to have an aristocrat like me, right, husband?" Lavian smiles contentedly. "It seems I only said one thing, but my husband understood too," Gongja whispers softly. "Of course, because you are the man in my life." Lavian smiled and confessed, "I love you." Then the two of them shared a passionate kiss. The spirit witnesses this scene and shouts out, "Damn it." "So who said we need to teach that bastard what love really is?" Thankim replied. In that brilliant moment, the old spirit had a heart as deep as the abyss. Rule number 999 in love. Love needs no rules. In the garden, Gongja was pouring tea for Herrick when he announced it. "Miss, I have urgent news for you. I am about to get married." Kim Gongja calmly wiped the spilled tea from his face and replied, "I'm not joking. The wedding is scheduled for next month." Herrick asked, "Who are you laughing at?" Gongja replied, "It's the silver lapis lady." Herrick then said, "Stop talking about it." Gongja handed him the paper and pen and asked, "Please sign here." She asked what this is. "You signed the document agreeing to the marriage between me and Miss Lavian. If we are to be together, I will be released and become Lord Ava's husband." Herrick laughed loudly in disbelief and asked, "Is your husband telling the truth? Are you saying it's even harder to believe that I am about to become the princess of this kingdom? Well, that will really happen soon." "You smiled and asked her to sign for me." Her replied, "I am very happy to do so. This is proof that you have committed another shameful act." Gong bowing politely. "Thank you. Then I will take my wife there tomorrow." The next day, Kim Gongja took Lavian to the garden and introduced her, saying, "I have brought her here." Herrick was extremely shocked to see Lavian appear. Lavian said, "I know you already know who I am, but I will introduce myself again. I am the daughter of the Duke of Avania and also his heir." Lavian took out the letter and said, "I am truly pleased to be engaged to your maid." Herrick was stunned and stepped back, asking, "What?" Lavian paid no mind and kept approaching, since the steward is her servant. "Thank you for accepting this marriage. This is an invitation." Saying that, Levi threw the letter toward Herkdick. "You should be happy. You are the first to receive the invitation. This is a small gift for you for taking care of him all this time." Seeing that she was finished, he reached out and asked Lavian, "I'm leaving now." She placed her hand on her chest and told her to call her madam in front of others. Kim Gongja hugs her and says, "Sorry, my lady, I still haven't forgotten to call you that." She replies, "You're so clumsy, but that's part of what I like about you." The two of them left together, leaving behind someone reaching out. Seeing they didn't respond, Herrick shouted loudly, "Who the hell gets married like that? Those two don't even listen and still confess their love. I love you, and you love me too." The two of them walked to the academy. Lavian continues, "I discussed this with my father at Din Manor. They just entered, and the students all said, 'Congratulations on your engagement, and hello, sir.' The young lady's fiancé." Lavian continued, "There are still some family members accompanying my father, but only a few. I have almost become a duchess." Kim Gongja hesitated. "Do the Avangia family thrive enough for that?" She replied, "I just want to be able to. And the Chamberlain Quin Kwai family will adopt him." He looked worried as he watched the students bowing to him. Children of the nobility bowing their heads to a steward like himself. "I'm sure they won't be happy. But this is completely different from the burden of becoming famous." Lavian is still talking about his plan. He will become an influential person, responsible for royal affairs for a long time, and also be granted titles and a good reputation. "I'll skip the complicated procedures. We just need a signed document, and then you'll be recognized as the adopted child of the Chamberlain family." Kim Gongja looked at her and thought, "At first I was just from the Gong family, then I became a hunter known as the Death King, and now I am about to become the husband of the most noble lady in this kingdom." Gongja said, "You have helped me so much, even in ways I didn't know." "Gongja, you've also helped me a lot. Although no one here knows, you are the one who saved this world from destruction, and you will continue to protect it in the future. In moments like this, you should seize the chance to do what you want." He raised her hand and said, "No, I intend to stay by your side forever." "Lavian," he leaned down to kiss her hand and continued whispering, "I don't want you to worry about what I've done for you because I want to give you something even more precious than those. I hope meeting me will be the greatest luck of your life. I hope that your greatest happiness in life is also me. I also wish to become the most meaningful thing to you." Lavian leans her forehead against his and says, "You are not just small things like happiness or luck. You are my only miracle." As soon as the two of them leaned in to kiss, Herrick hurried over shouting, "No, no." Lavian is suspicious. She already signed that document. Herrick hurriedly explained, "I only signed it thinking it was a joke." "That's strange. This has never happened before." "Is it my fault? What is this? I just can't understand." Kim Gongja asked her, confused. "What's wrong?" She was startled and replied, "It's nothing. Whatever. I believe that everything is arranged by Lady Lulai." Gong family smiled and corrected him, saying, "It should be Duchess Liuli Bai. She will be granted a title soon, so I hope you approve." Herrick scolded, "How disgusting, I will never forgive you." Herrick pointed at Gong and then slammed the door shut. After a while, the door opens and Herrick happily runs out to show off. "Prince Z, it seems I've become the heroine of the apocalypse." The Gong family summoned the foreign-spirited judge. Her tick replied, "I am here." "Prince of Death." Gong family is sitting on the sofa with Lavian. He said, "The stars from another world will invade here in 10 days. Get ready for war." An SSS-level heretical judge. Introducing the heretical judge. The primitive hunter of the tower, a madman who used blood to suppress chaos in the early days, and an expert in religion under the Pantheon throne, the ruler of all religions on earth. Herrick extended his hand, and a map appeared, saying, "Basic divine power is law." For example, the laws that exist in Earth's world are the laws of physics. Physics laws are like system windows. It's the same in any realm, no exceptions. But on Earth, there are guns and nuclear weapons, right? Because the laws of physics exist everywhere, it means those two things could appear in any realm. Although they are not techniques unique to Earth, they are truly incredibly powerful weapons. If we can use those two weapons, we could easily defeat most of the apostles of the constellations, Lavian said. "I see. Because everyone is governed by the laws of physics, they will also be affected by physical impacts?" Herrick replied happily, "Exactly. The conclusion is that physical attacks work on anything with a physical form. The only question now is whether their effect remains the same or diminishes over time." The elder spirit nodded in praise. "Yes, that's how the assassin tore Sparkly apart with his aura. With a sword in hand, I can do anything too. And the Black Dragon Guild's main attacker has already defeated that hungry demon. Physical impact is an incredibly powerful law. Whether the stars are difficult to deal with or not depends on how well I can apply the laws of physics." Herrick touched the Earth globe and said, "The physical effects are weakened. What I just mentioned is actually very important because they are not entirely limited by the laws of physics." Lavian continued, "The constellations also have their own rules. Maybe they will exploit them to resist the laws of physics." Herrick exclaimed, "You truly are exceptional, just like that Shungdan, the wife of the Prince of Death." Gong family expressed their thoughts. The key to the battle with the constellations lies in the fact that each constellation has its own rules, and the apostles who follow them also abide by those rules. Do they have any rules? Herrick takes an example. For example, there is a constellation called Vavit, also known as the bone god of love. This constellation explains the world through the perspective of love. In the world ruled by Vavit, money and power are meaningless. It is the strength of love that truly determines how powerful a person is. Do you doubt the power of love? Herrick reaches out and gathers his strength to summon it. Seeing is believing, the sacred art of divine love. As soon as he finished speaking, a pink aura appeared around Gongda and Lavian, startling them. Herrick pushed Gongda inside and said, "Go in." Gong lost his balance and fell onto Lavian when pushed, and then their positions changed. Lavian is on top of you, telling Gong to get out, which is really embarrassing in front of others. Gong's face turns red as he shouts, "Wait, Lavian, I wasn't going to do anything, I just fell." What is the verdict on this heretical matter? Herrick smiled and explained. At the Vavi Cathedral, every action shows love. Even if you fall, those nearby will fall with you. When he drinks water, it also spills into his white shirt, making the atmosphere tense. This holy place is a machine that reinterprets the world and brainwashes others. Just like in the world of story collections, I am forced to become a character in a story within the library of all creations. This is how they exploit their rules to fight against mine. Is this battle a holy war? A war among the stars? Gongja stands up, straightening his clothes, and asks, "And what about the upcoming war?" Herrick creates a magic circle and responds, "First, we need to know which constellations we will be fighting against. Do you know who they are? If you reveal their full names, I will use the encyclopedic skills of the gods to find out their information," Lavian said, looking up at the strange characters appearing. "Can you use the nickname Breaking the Ox for that? The Eternal Prairie Warhorse? The Messenger of Eternal Happiness?" Herrick pondered quietly before speaking. The constellation known as the Bull Destroyer is Mutia, the constellation of destruction and rebirth. It can use any kind of physical power at will, like destroying an entire area or tearing apart a creature's physical structure and reassembling it. And although rare, there are cases where this power also affects time. Kim Gongja muttered about time. Herrick explained that time is also a form of physics. Herrick introduces the next constellation. The constellation known as the Eternal Prairie's War Commander is Mahos. The constellation of envy and war, he often drives people to madness, causing them to slaughter each other or use cunning tactics. On the contrary, he can also use his power to create peace by issuing a ban on war. Lavian said it's easy to understand. Peace is established when the war ends. Herrick is talking about the remaining constellation. I don't know the name of the one nicknamed the Immortal Messenger of Happiness. It doesn't seem to be a famous constellation. Kim Gongja thought that not being famous meant being weak, so he wondered what advantage it could have. Lavian sat on the sofa, arms crossed as he analyzed, there are 3 different types of enemies. What a hassle. Does the apostles' power still depend on how much divine authority they can borrow? That's why it's so complicated. Still, I have a rough understanding of the situation. Thank you. Herrick withdrew his magic, smiling as he replied, "We also have a responsibility to protect this world." Herrick then approached, leaning against the pillar beside Lavian, and said, "I have another holy skill that allows me to borrow almost all the power of a deity if I know their name. As long as we work together, there will definitely be a way to solve this." Gong and Lavian looked at each other after hearing that. Herrick stared at them and muttered, "So this is what love is. The Death King is so strange. My heart is racing, and I even heard that his synchronization speed has increased. What does this symptom mean?" Gongja replied in surprise, "It's a heart hemorrhage. Pay attention to the synchronization speed. The love I mentioned also has another meaning." "Herrick, what is it?" Kim Gongja replied, "Sorry, but I can't tell you. Just think of it as a secret weapon." Lavian told Hersich, "You hold the power. I can't freely mobilize the troops at the wedding, but we will borrow the king's special forces." Hersich asked with interest. "Is the special forces unit large?" Lavian replied. "My adoptive father is a noble and also the commander of the detachment. He can endure training." Gongja asked the spirit elder, "What do you think, Sword Emperor?" He asked again what he thought. Gongja looked at Lavian and Heretic happily talking and said, "The 2 heroines understand each other very well. Their future looks promising." "You don't think this campaign will succeed?" the old spirit reminded. "Stay alert. Dealing with 3 apostles is not easy. Are you curious how dangerous they really are?" The old man compares, probably about 1.5 times stronger than the Hungry Demon on level 12. Kim Gongja is suspicious. After all, the Hungry Demon is still a constellation. The enemies we face are just their apostles, so they must be weaker than a constellation, right? The old man explained. The Hungry Demon is the lowest constellation. probably rank D according to your tower's hierarchy. The boy was startled to hear that. A level 12 hungry ghost is only at level D. The old man nodded. I guess I don't have to worry. Since it's you who has to fight, but you want to conquer the tower without any casualties, you need to think and plan carefully. Your combat ability also needs to improve. You don't plan to stay at level D forever, right? You would answer, of course not. On the wedding day, the maids complimented you. You looked very handsome today. Gongja really looks perfect. There's nothing to criticize. The Duchess is truly lucky. The maidens hold you back to do your makeup, and Gong sweats as he responds, "Thank you all for your kind words. But can you all stay calm for a moment?" The ladies in waiting all refused at once. No way. Today you have to become the most handsome person in the kingdom. Gong family thought to himself, this scene feels familiar. After finally finishing his makeup, Kim Gongja stood up to straighten his clothes as the servant beside him happily congratulated him on his wedding. My adoptive father approached and bowed, introducing himself. I am your adoptive father. I serve the royal family and hold a small, noble title. I have heard the good reputation about you. Gongja was startled and replied, Nice to meet you. The guardian stopped him and said, You can call me father now. I know deep down you can't truly call me that, but I promise I won't let the Avanzia family be ashamed. After your wedding, I plan to retire. Lady Avanzia has already prepared for me, so you don't need to worry about me in old age. Kim Gongja was stunned and wondered, how much did Lavian do to prepare for today? Her adoptive father continued, She truly is talented, even though today we are only father and daughter. My wife asked to strengthen the troops and even called on my title. Maybe today's wedding won't go smoothly. He looked outside cautiously, and the old spirit also spoke up. The zombies are ready to move. They are coming. The followers of the constellations appear from the sky, causing the guests to panic. Lavian immediately runs over and shouts, They have arrived. From now on, everyone follow my instructions. All the soldiers of the Heavenly Dragon Army gather at a designated location. My vassals, lead the guests to evacuate. Lamsu Knights, take your positions. A troop follows Lavian's instructions and moves forward while the guests are led in the opposite direction. My foster father is also commanding another army. I am giving you orders as the leader of the special forces. All the soldiers focus on protecting the guests. Lavian turned to ask Herrick, Do we have any information about their supernatural abilities? Herrick summoned the magic array and replied, Yes, I have finished analyzing that the young lady with the giant hammer is. Before he could finish speaking, she swung her hammer down with great force, causing a shockwave that shook the entire castle. Amid the chaos, Sivia Ivania originally appeared, her face furious and her eyes filled with resentment as she shouted her anger at Lavian. Lavienta won't let her get anything. The guests, seeing this, were filled with fear and amazement because now there were two Miss Kim Tuok in front of them. Everyone was confused and asked what happened to Lady Kim Tuok. Herrick is the lightest. You understood the situation and immediately warned everyone. This is bad. This must be Lady Kim Tuok's original body. Gongja, who is protecting Lavian, then asks what the original body is. Herrick briefly explains that it seems her soul has been taken by a demon. To gain the power of a constellation, she sacrificed her abilities, appearance, and memories. Perhaps she desires this to happen, even if it means sacrificing everything. The Blue Mage Knights rush forward with their weapons, shouting to protect the guests and stop the strangers, but they are all thrown back by the circle of light surrounding Herrick. Herrick creates a protective barrier around everyone and shouts, Watch out, she is invincible, that is the power of MTIA. Sivia saw the fear in everyone's eyes and was exhilarated at the thought of crushing everyone here. Her smile gradually turned more insane as she delivered her ultimatum to everyone. Anyway, since you're all just following Lavienne, I'd rather destroy everything than give her anything. I can't have truly hurt her in the literal sense. The real effect of that skill is reducing physical damage by 99.9%. Then Sinvia raised her hand and summoned her hammer to unleash a skill. Break the bull, grant me strength. Lavian just accept death. Herctic continues to lay out his plan. You said, unless you deliver a crushing blow to her head, the rest of the damage is almost useless, which made the foster father look terrified. He asked, Who in this world could do such a thing? It is indeed a difficult task, but if no one steps forward, I will all lose my life. Lavi frowned and muttered, This noble lady was already strange before, but now she's even more terrifying. Seeing Sinvia rush forward in a frenzy, her entire body was clad in golden armor radiating intense power. At this moment, the Eternal Prairie's warhorse appears, his voice echoing, lamenting the poor black souls. You should blame that miserable girl. Blame her for possessing that body. Blame the young man. Because of them, we leveled this place. You have the right to mourn, dark warriors. Awaken. As soon as he finished speaking, a horde of undead soldiers appeared. The soldiers shouted in fear, Run now! Eternal Prairie's war steeds, attack! The shadow warriors immediately charged forward to hunt the guests. Kim Gong asked the heretical and supernatural judge of that apostle what it was. Her team searched and then responded. He has activated the power of the sacred battlefield steed. This is a wide-area skill that affects a large region with an extremely powerful effect. It can transform the strength of all the summoned spirits back to their glorious days when they were alive. All these souls are the essence of the nobility, the finest spirits of the strongest cavalry. Lavian frowned, realizing the combat power was too great, and our numbers were not enough. Suddenly, the yellow children hold hands to form circles and sing. Everyone who hears the song falls unconscious one after another. Herrick is still desperately forming a protective magic circle around everyone as he speaks. We're in trouble. Anyone who hears that song becomes trapped in their happiest moment, and now there's nothing they can do. This is a psychological attack. Only the truly strong can escape. Gongja sighs in amazement. All of them are destructive powers that are difficult to counter. That's right. There are 3 types of enemies to defeat. That's really tough. Suddenly, Hersich called out, "Can I trust you, my prince?" Gongja turned to look at Herkich, but at this moment, Lavian also called out to him from beside him. Gong stepped out. "You should have told me earlier, but this outfit really suits you." Kim Gongjia quietly thought to himself that the apostles of the stars had destroyed the wedding hall, and all that could be heard in the space were the screams of fear from the guests instead of blessings. Still, we never wanted to cancel this wedding. Kim Gongra took Lavian's hand and praised her, saying, "Lavian, you are the most beautiful person in the universe. I promised you, without your permission. I won't go anywhere, not even in life or death. I will hold on as long as I can." She replied, "I know." She nodded toward them. She grinned wildly, aiming her hammer at the loving couple lost in their final sweet words, and launched a strike to attack them. But Gongja ignored her and turned to ask Lavian if now was the time to let him go. Lavian smiled and replied, "Yes." Immediately after, he held her tightly as they endured Sinvia's attack together. Boom! It's all over. The space is eerily silent, only the sound of the notification system remaining. You are dead, just like always. Let's go back 24 hours. Opening your eyes, you hear Lavi calling out loudly. You think to yourself, he's no longer returning in solitude. We are all invincible. You said, let's carry out our plan. The space shifts and the silhouette of a woman appears. She said, "Oh, divine spirit, please help me." Someone else prayed, and her plea came true. A woman next to her also prayed, and her plea was answered as well. Back in the present, Lavian began to plan. First, we need to change the arrangements in the wedding hall. Now that we know where the apostles will appear, we can concentrate our special forces and the fighters in that area. Kim Gong quietly thought to herself as she prepared for the wedding, realizing that both the bride and groom had been granted great power. We can mobilize any guest we want. He points to the map and says, "The royal army and my family's soldiers will be sent to the west. Nobles who can fight will be moved to the outskirts. Although the 2 clans are fierce enemies, they are very skilled with swords and probably won't be happy sitting together, but they'll accept it." He continued to think that if he could use his skills to steal the apostles' blessings, everything would be much easier. Old spirit whispers in your ear, "This zombie I told you before, any strange places will be very ruthless for the tower. Your current blessings are even greater than when you fought that hungry demon, and now you also have the blessings of the god of beauty and the snake god." Kim Gongjia replied, "Yeah, that's true, but it doesn't really have anything to do with my skills." The celestial spirit continued, "That's right, to be more precise, they fall under the category of beneficial effects granted to you by the stars' skills. So if you're that unhappy, go find the stars that granted you the beneficial effects and tell them that." Kim Gong family gritted his teeth and said, "I hear you, shut up." Herrick expressed his concern that if there were apostles skilled in mental attack, we would face a lot of trouble. At that point, the guests had to decrease, especially the blessings that replay the happiest moments of life. After all, few can resist the poison of happiness spread by the immortal happiness envoy. Lavian nodded. "The problem is that if we reduce the number of guests, it will be difficult to deal with the Eternal Prairie's cavalry. The apostle can summon 10,000 infantry. If we invite more guests, it will be easier for them to attack us psychologically. But if we reduce the number, we will be overwhelmed by their troops." At this moment, Kim Gongja raised his hand and offered his opinion. "Leave it to me. But you have one condition. The country's law states that only those who inherit the family after marriage must wear black, right?" Lavian replied, "Yes." He immediately told Lavian to let him wear black clothes. She was startled when she heard it. "I don't want to become the head of the ducal family or anything," but she replied, "I know you're not that kind of person. It's just a tradition of this empire that bothers me, but no tradition is more important than your handsome appearance. I'll have someone take care of it." He happily said, "Thank you." He looked at the map in his mind, and then all our preparations were complete. On the wedding day, many distinguished guests arrived. Upstairs, the foster father told Kim Gong, The arrangements in the wedding hall are quite strange. May I ask about it? But it feels like this arrangement is for going into battle. Those who can fight are gathered at the front, while the common nobles are at the back. The Gong family looks down and responds, I believe my wife has her reasons for doing this. The foster father continues, I see you're carrying a sword at your side. Gong nodded and said, yes, it's because I love training with swords. If I want to become the second most powerful person in the Avanzia family, I can't look weak, right? Moreover, I have to be prepared for any trouble that might happen at the ceremony. The adoptive father nodded after hearing this. I understand. I will also quickly prepare for any possible trouble. Gong family happily thought, good, now the special forces will be ready to fight at any moment. The more people remain calm when unexpected situations occur, the better. Lavian Vienne must have also prepared the nobles psychologically. Down there, the nobles are whispering to each other. Did you hear anything? I heard that someone is unhappy about the Duchess of Silver Lapis marrying a commoner. They say there might be a fight at the wedding. It's really frightening. I also heard, so I brought guards with me because I didn't feel at ease. At this moment, the sky turns red, and 3 apostles descend from the heavens, startling everyone. What is that? The apostle breaking the ox has appeared. The holy envoy of the eternal prairie has appeared. The messenger of immortal happiness has appeared. The foster father immediately drew his sword and shouted, they're here. Everyone get into position quickly. The capable guests also began casting magic. Oh my God, what's happening right now? Kim Gongja shouted, please evacuate to the castle if you cannot fight. Fan Quang Di Jiao, get on my back. Herrick immediately ran over and responded. She quickly mounted his back, summoned her power, and shouted, holy skill, divine teleportation. Immediately after, they appeared behind Herrick, startling him. Herrick quickly turned around and swung his hammer at Gongra, causing him to fall down. He quickly shouted again, and Herrick responded. They once again appeared behind Herrick after being transported by the holy skill. You swing your sword fiercely toward her, and she quickly pulls out her hammer to block. But Gong's strength was greater, so the girl was knocked back. Heretic angrily shouted, I don't know what cheap tricks you're using, but it's useless. I am invulnerable. Nothing can harm me. But Niu has given me a chance to be immune to damage. Gong asked, do you want to avoid getting hurt by offering your soul to the apostle? Har angrily retorted, it has nothing to do with you. Everyone only pays attention to Lavi as if she was born into a good family and is better than everyone else. It's as if she understands all the sorrows in this world. I will kill her and take everything she has. Kim Gong remembered writing that I also want to become the Fire Emperor, but I think it's a dirty and foolish desire. I have no right to boast about Lady Kim Tuok, but because I am myself, I can shout these words. Miss Kim Tuok, you should know that there are many people in much worse situations than yours. They understand the pain they have to endure. So when someone screams because of others, we should empathize with the loneliness they bear, for all those crying out while drowning in pain. Harik scolds, Namni, who would want to live like that? Kim Gong calls Sparkly. Sparkly responded to the hero's call and then issued a serious order, transforming the symbol's sword into the sword of compassion. He silently thought, she is invulnerable, one of Mudia's blessings that cannot physically harm her. The sword transformed into a black color. It speaks, my power is pain. Those I cut will experience suffering, and if they cannot be harmed, they will not die. My power is to create pain without causing any wounds. Kim Gong, holding his sword, charged forward and said, Sinvia Avania, from now on, I will kill you. Sylvia frantically challenged him. If you think you can do it, then try. The sword piercing her caused her to scream in pain. Gong turned to call the judge of the heretics. Herrick immediately realized the divine teleportation. Sylvia was stabbed and fell to the ground, creating a giant crater. She lay there panting. Kim Gongjia stood over the hole and asked if it hurt. Probably so. Sinvia reached out and said, help me. We have a deal together. We still have a contract. If you leave me alone like this, Mucha won't let you go. The eternal prairie warhorse pondered for a moment before speaking. Strange. Is this a fragment of a constellation? I don't know how you got it, but that doesn't change the fact that I have to eliminate anyone who stands in our way. The warriors follow the awakened royal combatants. As he finished speaking, the warriors immediately appeared. Kim Gong secretly thought that the battlefield holy site is a wide area skill. It affects a large area, and its effect is absolutely incredible. It has the ability to restore the power of all summoned spirits to their prime days when they still lived underground. Lavian stepped forward, draping a coat over him, and praised, Gongra, this jacket suits you very well. I understand. Please go and end this as you wish. Gongja raised his sword and called out, the 100 souls. Reincarnation, your army of spirits, immediately appears. Kim Gongja secretly thinks that the power of the Demon Howl constellation is a sacred battlefield, and its effect is to summon spirits during the Golden Age. The undead legion appears and bows, saying, I humbly request an audience with the vice leader of the demon sect. Gongja smiles and says, fight in my place. The ghost flower bowed and said, I obey the deputy sect master's order. The ghost flower praised, today you look especially handsome, deputy sect master. And you even put on rouge and powder as if you're about to get married. He replied, I'm about to get married for real. This caused everyone in the demon sect to be extremely shocked. They erupted in excitement. The deputy sect leader is about to get married. The supreme leader of the demon sect is about to marry, and it's not just a formal engagement anymore, it's a real wedding. The 4 heavenly kings rushed over and asked, who did you marry? Gong just pointed to the side to introduce her. Everyone in the demon sect praised her for being so beautiful. The gaze of the deputy sect leader is truly insightful. The demon sword runs over to eavesdrop. This deputy sect leader, what level has your noble wife reached in her cultivation? Answer me. My wife doesn't know any martial arts. The 4 heavenly kings discussed among themselves, but she should have become the female companion of the leader of the demon sect. Someone who doesn't even know martial arts is a bit too much, isn't it? A person's power depends entirely on their martial skills. The Blood Demon Squad cannot accept this marriage. Gong family speaks up. Oh, I forgot to mention this. My wife holds the highest noble title in this country, just below the emperor. The 4 heavenly kings immediately turned hostile. Then everything changed and not everyone has to learn martial arts. Well, power comes from authority after all. Congratulations on your wedding day. The Hungry Star Constellation deputy sect leader appears and asks, Master, are you about to get married? Gongja replied shyly. Yeah, I don't know how things turned out like this. It muttered, impossible. How could someone as crazy as the master? Please forgive me. Someone as special as you and someone still willing to marry you? Kim Gongja wondered. So you think of me that way? But he still replied, yes, she does exist, but more importantly, I want you to focus on the battle. They are apostles from another world, here to conquer this one. They are also those who want to ruin my wedding. The 4 heavenly kings looked up at the soldiers after hearing this, their expressions cold. Oh wow! Guyang stepped forward and said, do you want to stop the deputy sect master's wedding of the demon sect? The demon slayer drew his sword and said, they must be crazy. The Hungry Star demon drew his sword and said, I understand the situation now. At first, I thought it was because your power had reached a higher level that we could recover our strength, but it seems it was because of the blessing of the constellation. Kim Gong replied, yes. He asked further, what constellation is that child under? It is the demon host, the war horse of the eternal prairie. The hungry demon muttered, please give the order of your lord. What do you want me to do? The hungry demon raised his sword and Kim Gong ordered to kill them. As soon as you finished speaking, the hungry demon immediately swung forward, unleashing a tremendous force that knocked away the group of warriors. The Eternal Prairie's war horse was startled. Is that a constellation? That's just too unreasonable. How can someone who isn't a constellation control another constellation like a subordinate? The 4 heavenly kings drew their swords and charged forward, shouting, show them what you're made of. Guang cut down a soldier in front of him and then mocked. They're such a weak bunch, they don't even deserve to hear us speak clearly. The flower demon, while frantically fighting and cursing, shouted, how dare you cause chaos at the deputy sect master's wedding? The sword demon charged forward and loudly declared, their heads will be our wedding gift for the deputy sect master. If you kids cut fewer than 5 heads, I will personally kill you. Blood demon drew his sword and said, this is why you shouldn't associate with those ignorant troublemakers. Thao Nguyen Vin Ku's warhorse shouted, don't hesitate, soldiers. Follow the orders of the regiment commander and him. Before he could finish speaking, the demon sword appeared behind him, smiling and asking, are you the bastard blocking the deputy sect master's wedding, yes? Die, you bastard. Before he could finish, the sword demon struck down instantly, and the warhorse of the eternal prairie was startled and said, you didn't even have time to utter your last words. The sword demon beheaded him under the cheers of the demon sect. The sword demon raised his head and shouted loudly, have you seen enough, little brats? I am the sword demon, leader of the destruction army of the demon sect, and the destruction army has given the deputy sect master's wedding gift, the most magnificent one. Damn it, the flower demon is complaining, why is it that idiot again? The system displays a notification that the eternal Vine Q Crusader has fallen and the effect of the holy battlefield has ended. Blood demon stared in shock at his hand, muttering my aura, and just then, a series of children formed large circles and began singing. Brett suddenly sat up, clutching his head and scolding that fool he was supposed to be an ally, but in the end, he couldn't do anything. I apologize, my lord. If my strength wasn't at its peak, these mental attacks wouldn't have such an effect. Before he could finish speaking, Preta collapsed from exhaustion. Over here, Heretic was still using his power to create a shield, and said, please wait a moment. I will create a safe zone right away. Kim Gong pats your shoulder and says, wait. You look towards Lavian, who is running to your side, and then share your thoughts. If my guess is correct, the others will be affected, but we should be fine, Herrick also realizes. He asked, "So what spell did you cast this time?" The messenger of the Death King of Happiness looked down at him and muttered, "Truly a strange person. Don't you have any happy memories?" The boy replied, "No." I silently thought, there are countless reasons for me to feel miserable. I have lost my life countless times, lost friends, and even been abandoned in an endless time loop. I also have to let go of someone who can see the beauty of my soul, even if no one blames me for calling my life a series of misfortunes. He continued to say that this is the moment he is happiest. Kim Gongja took Lavian's hand and told the messenger of happiness that he didn't know if he would recognize it, but today is his wedding day. You keep thinking that instead of hundreds of reasons why we should feel suffering, the only reason why we should feel happiness is even more precious to me. You smile at her and say, maybe just for today, but it will be hard to find someone happier than me. As for the demon judge, maybe she can't feel happiness or she's always happy, I don't know either. Herrick said that. I really do feel happy all the time. Looks like I can't escape your sharp gaze. King of Death finished speaking. Herrick made a sign and ordered the holy skill. Immediately, Kim Gongja appeared behind the messenger. The envoy looked up at him in admiration. Truly a strange person. The system displayed a message. The immortal, happy apostle envoy has died. Below the deep pit, Sinvia clenched her teeth and looked up. Gongja stood above, coldly gazing down at her. He slowly approached, hearing Svea crying in pain and despair. Please, Nu, grant me another blessing. Kim Gongja continues to walk forward slowly before jumping into the deep pit below. Shinvia screams in fear, I will pay with my own life. No, I will follow your words and make this world collapse, destroy, and ruin. I am good at those things. After praying in vain for a while, she gritted her teeth and shouted angrily, You have broken the pact. You promised to give me the power to create a new destiny. Then why? Why? Why is there a madman inside my body? Give it back, give my body back to me. Herktik followed closely behind as Gong left, explaining that she was angry because she misunderstood. If you're pointing at me, biologically I am male, but more importantly, I advise you to use kinder words. Sivia, unable to do anything as Herktik provokes her, can only angrily punch the ground and curse. Damn it, I was wrong. Everything is going the wrong way. I am fully capable of becoming a queen. My rightful throne should be higher than Lavian of Anzia's. That is my fate. The fate I will create. She frantically poured out onto the ground, ignoring her curses. At this moment, Kim Gong's family rushes forward and slashes at her, making her scream in surprise. Sylvia panics and quickly blocks his sword with her hammer, then yells, Monster! Suddenly, Sylvia sensed something and looked over to see his sword touching her body, causing a sharp pain that made her scream in agony. Gong coldly said, Choose now. You have lost your place in this world. Even if you run away, you will no longer be Miss Kim Tok, you will only be an apostle of the Zodiac. Gong pointed his sword at her and said, I will give you a chance. If you want to continue being an apostle of the constellation, then I will allow it. Run away, I won't chase after you, but if you still cling to this world, if there's something you want to do here, then give up the blessing of the stars. Hearing your unreasonable demands, Sinvia frowned and asked why she should, but Kim Gong interrupted and died at my sword. You probably realized it during the fight. I have the power to resurrect those I have killed. They can also retain their memories before death. If you choose to give up, I will summon you back to this world so you can live again, under the name Lady Kim Tuok. Of course things will be different from before, and she will be forbidden from causing trouble with my wife. But that is my only condition. Everything else will be up to her decision. If she wants, she can even marry the crown prince. Sylvia asked in surprise, Why are you answering? Because life is given a chance to start over again. Hearing these words, Sylvia still couldn't believe it and whispered in doubt, How can I trust your words? What if you were only resurrected to make me your slave? Gongja explained, Think about it. Consider why you and the butler were chosen to have your bodies taken over. She has sacrificed everything to the Star of Memories and her own body. Everything has fallen into their hands to pay the price for her wish. So her position in this world has become a void. Gongja knows her too well, which makes Sinvia suspicious. Then why is the butler's position the same? Kim Gongja honestly replied, I don't know the details either, but I once served as a butler. What I realize is that the love he has for her is noble and pure, and because of that, even if she becomes queen, she will never find happiness. Sinvia suddenly asked, What about the flag? Kim Gongja replied, You want to become queen, not because you love the crown prince, but because you want to surpass Lavian. But do you really believe that after becoming queen, your life will be peaceful and happy? She is very capable, but still cannot compare to Lavian. Even if she becomes queen, people will never stop comparing her to Lavian in an attempt to break her spirit for the rest of his life. The man whose body I possess has spent his entire life witnessing your suffering. If he could save her, he would be willing to give up everything he has. Sivia was stunned to hear that. her voice tinged with a hint of sadness. The butler is also a regressionist? He shook his head and said, no, you made the wish yourself, but the butler is different. He forgot himself and made that wish for her. His only desire was for her to be able to return. It's not him. What are you talking about? Gong asked. Do you remember his name? She immediately replied, of course, my butler's name is. Then she froze and muttered, wait a minute, that can't be right. Gongja whispered to himself upon seeing this reaction. It's right. No one in this world has ever called the butler's name even once. Sivia seemed to understand immediately and asked him, so what does that mean? Has the butler completely disappeared from this world? Kim Gongjia deduces that this world has probably been rewound 3 times in total. The first person is Sivia Avania, Lady Kim Tuok. She prayed to the star to turn back time. The star granted her wish to break the bull. Sivia used the second chance to surpass Lavian and become queen. The second person could be the butler, who prayed to another star to turn back time. We still don't know who made his wish come true, but he gave up his existence so Lady Kim Tuok could go back to the past before becoming queen. And the third regressor is Lavian. Thinking of this, the Gong family told Sivia, we will never know the name of the butler. We will never know his feelings when caring for her, or his thoughts when praying to turn back time. In the end, his existence has completely disappeared. But even so, it's clear that he wanted her to live a different life. And so, I want to fulfill his wish. In a place she cannot see, the man whose name she forgot sacrificed himself for her. The man who loved her more than anyone else, who wanted to be with her more than anyone else, gave up everything and lived again as he wished. Gong finished speaking, and the armor on Sinvia's body was completely removed, and her curse gradually disappeared. She tearfully covered her face and cried. After a while, she finally calmed down and responded. Kim Gonggia's sword has returned to its original shape. He raises it. The system displays a notification that the floor has been cleared and that floor 25 has been completed. This is a repeat announcement. Floor 25 has been completed. This notification also helps Preta gradually regain consciousness. The system displays the ranking for contribution to breaking through. The first place is the Death King, second is the Judge of the Heretics, and third is the Nameless. The guest muttered in dissatisfaction. What's going on? Gong glanced at the leaderboard and thought to himself, the head librarian who never shows his face only sent 2 hunters, and the third anonymous contributor was just at the right moment. Lavian approached him, and the two leaned on each other after fighting through hardships together. The matter has been settled, and the wedding continues. She stands in front of the villa, introducing you to everyone. He is my husband, the Duke Consort of the Avanzia ducal family. Does anyone oppose this marriage? Everyone fell silent as they regained consciousness. Lavian spoke up. Very well. I hereby declare that the Gong family and I are husband and wife. A beam of light appears, and someone shouts, the dark sorcerer is here. She, with an angry look, shouts loudly. No, Gong. How can you get married like that without consulting us? I oppose this marriage. As the representative hunter of the Death King Tower, your wedding must be held on the first floor of the tower and broadcast worldwide. This marriage is cancelled, invalid, and completely nullified. Marcus also appears. He cleared his throat and said, I sincerely congratulate you for getting through this. This love is so fast it might be a bit rude, but I am your senior in life. Gong interrupted. Don't. He listened in silence. Baladin appeared and patted Gong Ra on the shoulder, calling out, Prince of Death, while you were crossing this table, chaos broke out and no one understood why the two of you fell in love. But I am completely on your side. Only those who have fallen in love at first sight can understand. I understand. Don't worry, I will calm the Black Dragon Sovereign. Leave it to me. Gong was startled. Why does she look like that? I don't understand. Lavian then glanced at him and said, Gong, my love, it seems like you have many people you want to introduce to me, huh? The Gong family whispers in her ear, we're introducing our families after the wedding in the Empire. She replies, that's a normal thing. Kim Gonggia explained that among his family members, many live far away, and the wedding is where they all gather. So that's why both families will introduce themselves on the wedding night. Lav whispered, I understand now. Because marriage also means the union of both clans. And our wedding is a union between 2 countries. I mean 2 worlds. The adoptive father and the Black Witch group sit facing each other. He hesitated and spoke up. I never thought I would be part of a meeting like this. I don't even know how many letters I've had to send to His Majesty today. I'll have a lot to update him on. The Black Witch stroked her hair in agreement. That's right. We also couldn't have foreseen this. However, this incident is not only not disastrous, but also fortunate. We consider the first meeting with your country to be a wedding, and that is a fortunate thing. This is an event worth celebrating. Foster father hesitated. After all, everyone is from a different world. That's quite difficult to explain to His Majesty. It will also be very hard to tell the whole nation about this. The Dark Sorcerer replied, You are right. I fully understand, but you have also witnessed creatures from another world invading your land. If humanity denies what exists, one day what exists will also deny humanity. I am very worried about such a future. Foster father nodded. You're right. Thank you. What we need to focus on now is understanding each other. Even if it takes 5, 10, 20 years or even longer, seeing them get along like this makes him happy, thinking to himself that he expected it to be difficult, but it turned out quite well. He whispers, calling her Lavi, and she responds, yes. He smiled and said, I have a few people I want to introduce to you. She asked, are the others not in this room? So she stood up and told her foster father, the night is still young, everyone can take their time talking. I will go outside for a moment to meet my husband's people. Kim Gong leads Lavi out of the palace, and outside the sounds of laughter and conversation fill the air, the drinks from another world tasting strangely different. As soon as Gong appears, the demon sword eagerly reacts. Vice Commander, are you on your honeymoon now? As soon as they saw you, everyone immediately stood up to salute, but you waved your hand and said, forget the formalities, just enjoy yourselves. Everyone in the demon sect simultaneously bowed and cheered. Congratulations on your wedding. Long live the demon sect. You two look perfect together. Kim Gongra called the demon sword back. He was startled by that, and everyone immediately pointed at him and mocked him. See? I knew he would scold you. He always forgets to use respectful language when talking to him. What an idiot. Kim Gong introduces Lavian Vienne. I am also known as the demon sword, but he is my subordinate. He used to be a quite loyal subordinate of the demon sect leader, also known as my master. My master chose the 4 most special members of the demon sect and named them after the 4 demon generals. He's one of them. Lavian smiled and replied, I understand. She reached out and touched the demon sword's arm, assessing. He's quite simple, isn't he? He speaks bluntly and coldly, so it shows that his master does not judge others based on how they speak or behave. Because she found him in such a dangerous place on the battlefield, he must be very important and precious to her. She bowed and introduced herself to the demon slayer. I am Leviana Vanja, princess of the empire and wife of the vice commander you serve. I hope we can get along. The demon slayer bowed shyly and replied, I also hope to get along well with the lady. Gong, continue calling the moon shadow demon, blood demon, and fire spirit demon. Everyone, come here too. You introduce them one by one. These 3 are the remaining demon generals of the demon sect. After my master passed away, I took them in. The 3 of them bowed in greeting. Greetings, madam, Kim Gong continues. They are the most elite among the elite. Their martial arts can be considered top experts in the demonic sect. After introducing the members of the sect, he continued calling Bretta, come here quickly. Preta immediately stood up and replied, yes, your highness. Gong introduced her. Her name is Preta. She was born a nameless monster. She can imitate the things she swallows. One day she accidentally swallowed a human and then began to exist in this form. This was also her period of suffering. After losing her loved ones to the imperial army, she became the demon king and destroyed the empire. Then she fought against him and lost her life. In the end, he took her in. Gongra remembered, drew his sword and said, oh right, there's one more person. This is Viennan, blinking. Gongra nodded. Yes, she shines a lot. Her real name sounds much more majestic, but she was deceived and sealed by bad people. He didn't want to use the goddess's sacred name, so he named her Cini. Levi took the sword and smiled. You need to improve your naming skills. If it were me, I would name her Brilliant. X blushed and said, Cini vows to be loyal to the hero's wife. And you can't see him, but I have a friend. Maybe you'll never meet him. He is quite special. He cannot appear in front of many people. His way of speaking is rougher than the demon sword, but he is very strong. I learned to use the sword and aura from him. Then Lavian looked in the direction he pointed and said, so he must be a very important person. The old spirit was silent after hearing that. Gong continued. Without him, you probably could never endure this timeline. Even though I can't see, Levian stepped forward and bowed, saying, I want to thank him. I was truly happy after meeting Gongja. Without him, I would never have experienced such happiness. Thank you for everything you've done so that we can have the happiness we have today. The old spirit smiled. That bastard is crazy. I'll leave him to you. Laven, this is everything I have. His family. Suddenly, Lavi approached, grabbing his hand with one and placing the other on his shoulder. She smiled and said, let's dance together. Kim Gongjiang blushed. You've never danced before. She replied, you still remember a bit from the butler. Use these, you're worried. What if I make a mistake and step on your foot? I would be so embarrassed. Lavi bent down, took off her slippers and threw them away in his surprise, then pulled him down and said, now let's dance. He hurriedly took off his shoes as well, and they danced together under the bright, full moon. Gongra burst out laughing. See? You're a terrible dancer. You've stepped on my foot 3 times already. Lavian also stepped on your foot again and said, it's okay, I will step on your foot that many times. Now we're even, right? Gong silently thought that if he had to describe that dance, it wasn't about how many times they stepped on each other's feet, but a dance where even if they stepped on each other, they would never let go. No matter what difficulties they face, they will always smile at each other. I only belong to Lavienne, and she only belongs to me. As long as we are together, we will turn any world into our stage. The next part of the story will enter more intense stages than what we have experienced. Gong said that 15 days have passed since the two sides met, while the remaining hunters at the library are clearing higher floors, and the high-ranking nobles have met with the Emperor of the Empire. The Tower and the Empire will establish some secret agreements, but I have decided to deal with those rapidly changing historical events afterward, so I can focus on what I need to do first. Lavian and Gong looked down at the sword resting on the bed. He told Lavian, "This is the sword that pierced through your heart." She looked and said, "It is also the sword that caused this world to be trapped in an endless 10-day loop." Gong raised his sword and drew it, calling Sparkly, who seemed to respond immediately with a voice notification. "Yes, hero," he commanded fiercely, swallowed it down, then drew his sword and swung it at the other sword. A brilliant light appeared. Sparkly announced that the guardian goddess had absorbed one of his shards. The prayer sword is terrified and stunned as a blazing red light emanates from it. The source of the immense power and light makes Gongja grit his teeth as he tightly grips his sword, while the other hand shields his eyes from Lavian's blinding light. Sparkly continued, saying, "The symbol's sword tries to persuade the prayer sword. Kim Gong family's sword gradually turns black, while the sword of conviction tries to persuade the prayer sword." The sword of prayer was surprised by the betrayal of the other swords, and roared that she would accept no one but Rapanda Askim as her master. Gong looked down at the silver sword, thinking for a moment, then raised his determined gaze. "It seems I also understand why Rapanda Askim killed the constellations. At first I couldn't understand his reason, but in this world I realized one thing. The constellations will invade other worlds and dominate them according to their wishes, without caring about the thoughts of the people living there. Although their appearances differ, the anonymous library manager is the same. He throws living people into stories as characters to interfere with them. His way of judging worlds based on his own preferences was no different from those stars." The boy thought about these issues, connected them together, and finally reached a conclusion. "In short, they are spreading violence." I muttered, "What a bunch of troublemakers." I tell her about the sword's owner, Rapanda, who even betrayed the Emperor, so he must have thought carefully when facing the power of the constellations. Maybe that was when he started planning that instead of exploiting and adding the strength of the constellations, he would eliminate them all. It's likely that this world also has a constellation, but Rapanda Askim probably killed that constellation too. Lavienne fell silent after hearing this. Gongja is still fighting with the prayer sword. He tells it, "Still, your original master was wrong. If one world no longer has a constellation, another will be born to replace it. In the continent where the guardian goddess is sealed, the demon king of the autumn rain has appeared. In this world, a heart covered in silver has emerged. In short, instead of solving the problem, your master keeps creating even bigger troubles. If you disagree, then come out here and tell me yourself. Perhaps your master has truly faced great challenges and hardships and has pondered deeply before becoming a killer. But there is one thing I am very sure of. If he has started something, he should take responsibility to see it through to the end. In another world, the eternal winter constellation that your master killed has fallen upon us. The warriors of that world have lost their honor as they all turned into walking corpses, even though Rapanda Askim's purpose was noble. But what he has done is unforgivable. Take responsibility." Kim Gongjia finished speaking, and the sword radiated immense power. Angelic wings appeared, enveloping the sword, and a prayer manifested, introducing itself as, "My name is Prayer." My original goal was to turn everyone's prayers into reality. Rapanda Askim prayed like that. Kill all the constellations so no one else becomes their plaything. His prayer is truly noble. It was both heavy and magnificent, so I entrusted myself to him. "O human, what is your prayer?" Kim Gongji, after hearing it, recalls the people he has met and replies, "I don't want to run away from anything. I don't want to turn a blind eye to what is happening right in front of me. I want to stay true to myself. I want to take responsibility for my words and actions. I don't want to overlook wrongdoings just because the world considers them right." As long as I am alive and still holding a sword, the prayer let out a cry. Then she said, "The road to hell is paved with good intentions. All I can do now is wish your good intentions well. However, if you want to walk with me to this hell of yours, that's a different matter. My power is to test. When I pierce a person's heart, their wish will go through a trial. Is that really their wish? Is that the desire they want to turn into reality? No matter what I have to sacrifice, in the end, this cursed ability of mine is to make them abandon their wishes on their own. New Master, I hope all your wishes will come true in this hell for many years to come." After finishing the prayer, which transformed into a source of power flowing into Kim Gong-ra's sword, Sparkly announced that the existence of the guardian goddess had become clearer. After dealing with the prayer, he knelt down and sighed in relief. Lavian sat down beside him, patting his shoulder and asking, "Is it over?" Gongja replied, "Yes, there will be no more constellations or fragments causing chaos in this world, at least for now." She smiled and said, "This is a world even the three apostles can't capture. Now you can rest." After seeing his strength, no fool would dare to plot an attack here. At this moment, someone spoke up. "I have a feeling you said those words just to make me hear them." Sivia, dressed as a servant, stepped inside and called out, "Hey, Duchess, am I misunderstanding your meaning?" Lavia looked at Sinvia and said, "Your hearing is sharp. I did say those words for you. To hear, keep pondering the foolishness of your own actions. You probably also know who helped the people learn about your tragic noble title, lost to the demon's curse. You should be grateful that your only punishment is to bow and serve me. Once I see that you have truly repented, I will ask my contacts at the temple to restore your honor. Until then, shut up and work for my wife and me." Sinvia could do nothing but pout and whimper after hearing that. "Remember to thank my husband generously. He is the one giving you a chance to start over." Seeing this scene, Kim Gongja happily thought to himself, this is the ending he created. He stood up and told her, "Lavenian, I will go to the next level." She nodded and said, "Okay, I want to follow you and see other worlds, but we both have things we need to do." She reached out and stroked his face. The two hold hands tightly. Lavian encourages, "Just go all out there. Gong, if you ever feel tired and need comfort, you can always come back here." "I am always here." Gong hesitated shyly. "All right, but if you agree, I want to build a house just for us. You have a piece of land on the 20th floor of the tower, and you're planning to build a house there." Lavian smiled and agreed. "It seems that next time that place will become our main home." She leaned on his shoulder, happily sharing her imagination. "In that house, I wouldn't be Lady Avanja, just your partner. I'm really looking forward to it." Then she handed him a handkerchief embroidered with lily of the valley flowers. Kim Gong looked surprised. So this is her explanation. "It's the handkerchief I usually carry with me. I used magic to make the scent of the perfume last. That is the scent of white forget-me-not flowers, the scent you smelled on the day you fell in love with me. Whenever he wants to calm himself down, he plays with his sword chain. That habit isn't good at all. Put it down. Instead, every time you feel uneasy, try to smell the flowers from this handkerchief." Kim Gongjia happily brings the handkerchief to his nose to smell the floral scent on it as Lavian continues to express his feelings to him. "Gong, I hope that the reason you can stay true to yourself isn't because of suffering or pain. I wish that your memories and love for me are what keep you grounded. Along with the happiness he feels being with you, it will help him stay true to himself. Can you make his wish come true?" Gongjia chuckled and replied, "All right, I will do as you say." Lavian and the other person share a kiss and express their feelings. "I love you, and you love me too." After ending the kiss, Gong muttered and teleported away. Immediately after, he disappeared from that world. Back at the tower, the Black Mage spoke. "Welcome back. Prince of Death, please sit down. We need to talk." Gongja asked nervously, "Hakfu Thui, has something happened? Wait a minute. Where did the other hunters go?" Right now, only the Black Witch, Herktik, Rionu, Chen Moomin, and the Paladin are left in the tower. The Black Witch replied, "I told them to go somewhere else because we have something important to discuss. What I'm about to say is highly confidential. But I don't even know what the point of secrecy is, since this conversation will be broadcast live to the entire tower." Gong sat on a pile of books and asked, "What do you mean by doing this?" Herrick hurriedly ran over to explain and summarize the issue in a simple sentence. "This prince has completed his mission exceptionally well." Kim Gongjia was startled and asked what. Herrick continued to think that in the Chronicles of the Celestial Demon, he demonstrated a pure and noble love between master and disciple. He showed respect for martial arts, and the scene where he comforts his followers filled countless hearts with passion. After he completed breaking the record of the Heavenly Demon Chronicle, thousands of martial artists from outside flooded into the tower every day. Paladin said someone recorded the live broadcast on the first floor and spread it outside. "Actually, we are the ones who allowed them to do that." Kim Gongjia was stunned. "What do you mean?" Paladin continued. "Even your victory scenes now serve as a powerful promotional tool. Death King, we have no reason to stop them. But it seems we have underestimated this situation. Is it the influence of your character or your influence as an icon?" Suddenly, Heretic mentioned a figure of 113,654. "That's the number of people who entered the tower just yesterday," Gong asked in surprise. "Just yesterday?" The Black Witch showed him her phone and replied, "Yes." Herrick came over and said, "We only reached this number before during wartime or when a country was completely collapsing, but aside from some small-scale local battles, there haven't been any wars recently. Although everything seems normal outside, the number of people entering the tower is so high. This flyer was brought in by someone from outside. On that flyer, there is a portrait of you with the words, "Our true king, Prince of Death, let's head to the ideal paradise." Gong asked curiously. The prince they mentioned is Ranzu, who answered seriously. Of course, they're referring to your nickname. It seems these flyers have been distributed in many different countries. And I can assure you that we are not behind this. It's all been done by outsiders outside the tower. Kim Gong finished looking and fell silent. Baladin, also surprised, stood up and said, "But in this day and age, using flyers probably means you understand what that implies, right? It means we will have many people coming from developing countries, those without internet, and refugees from conflict zones. In their complaints, they have left behind their country, nationality, and lives to enter Babel Tower, with some even dressed in black from head to toe. It's as if they're declaring that they're joining the demon sect. Honestly, after watching those recordings of him, they only entered the tower afterward." Heilong put away his phone, smiling as he said, "But it's not just refugees or the poor who gather at the tower. Reports also mention famous scholars entering the tower and saying things like, 'I will help you build a new society inside.'" Gong, you haven't just conquered the tower floors. No matter where they are, people always want a brave hero to face danger, respect humanity, and dedicate themselves to love. Nothing excites them more than a kind hero sacrificing everything for a cause. You have become our leader. She opened the leaderboard. Today's hunter rankings are led by the Sword Saint. Second is the Death King. Third is the Black Witch. Fourth is the Heretical Judge. Fifth is the Countess. Sixth is Poison Axe. Seventh is the Linguist Babeo. Eighth is the Broadcaster. And ninth is the Knight. Kim Gongjia was stunned to see he was second on the hunter leaderboard, realizing this was the new ranking for the tower meant for him. Dark Witch representative asks, "So what do you think? Tu Vuong, are you ready to become our king?" Kim Gongjia asked in fear, "Are you joking?" The Dark Witch laughed and replied, "We can't just wish to turn the tower into a monarchy. Maybe you don't know, but the current system is something we've poured our whole passion into. What we want is to create our own ideal form of anarchy. Basically, you'll become a symbolic king for us, but even symbols have their own power. Gongra, the strength you possess can already influence this world. Just your name alone caused 100,000 people to join the tower in a single day. Even the Dark Wizard couldn't do that. A hunter with that much strength is something we've never seen before." Chen Mun also spoke up. "In the past, we couldn't have accommodated so many people. We didn't have enough food, but now we have enough land. And even though trade routes might face some difficulties, we can provide enough food for everyone," Ron said confidently, folding his fan. "More importantly, we have enough experience. Not to brag, but all the guild leaders here have faced adversity before. Everyone here is an expert at overcoming difficulties. Even the Black Wizard is convinced, and the only ones in the world who can overcome this crisis are us. Any country would just give up, but we can do it. King of Death, we will succeed." Kim Gong froze as he looked at the outstretched hands, everyone smiling and saying, "Let's show them we can create a better world here." Herrick said, "Tu Vuong, we can do it. It's a dream." The Black Witch continued to persuade, claiming that only those like us inside the tower could do this. "We can create a place where those oppressed by the outside world can be truly free. That is an ideal. The knight who escaped from a South American country also encourages it. We understand what a collapsing society looks like, and because we know it so well, we can prevent it from happening here. Dark Dragon Ruler, you survived a war that engulfed the entire Black Sea, and we understand the feeling of division and having to fight. Because we understand it so well, we can prevent civil war from happening. We understand what violence is, so we can use it to our advantage." Kim Gongjia looked at them thoughtfully. The heretical judge raised by the mafia in Eastern Europe, the reader, the one educated by the Three Emperors Society in China, the countess who grew up in the slums of India, as the voice of the Black Witch continued to echo. "Because we understand what poverty is like, we can overcome it. Let's show them that we can create a better world here." Kim Gongjia's eyes lit up, realizing that he was the one who caused their change. He remembered when Fire Emperor took the top spot. The tower remained unchanged, a paradise for criminals and death row inmates in that world. The eyes of the Black Dragon Ruler have always been cold and lifeless, but now I see a world and a master I have always dreamed of, and I can change the world. With that wish in mind, he immediately said, "Please tell me what I need to do." Seeing his agreement, the Black Witch smiled and said, "Just be yourself. That's the most important thing. We can gradually teach you about politics. It's okay if you're not proficient right away. If you look at it negatively, basically she's saying that we will hold all the real power and you just need to continue acting as our representative." The Black Witch agrees. "Yeah, honestly, if I could, I would hand over this position to someone else right away. Do you want me to tell you how many violent crimes happen every day? Oh, and there are quite a few crimes related to religion too. Over the past 10 days, Kim Gongjia reflected on their words, realizing that the most important thing was to stay true to oneself. He glanced to the side and saw the steward hiding behind a bookshelf. "Call the librarian out here." Hearing that, the librarian trembled and stammered. "But how can someone as insignificant as me appear before the King of Death and tarnish his presence? Please don't waste time paying attention to my pathetic existence. I'm just a speck of dust carried by the wind." The librarian's face flushed with embarrassment. Gong ordered, "Stop talking nonsense, come here and take a look," and the steward hurried over. "Please kindly bring out the book related to the next level." The boy pouted and asked, "Which apocalyptic book do you want?" Kim Gong replied, "The children's book." The two fingers of the overview immediately stopped moving upon hearing that. I remember Harktik once holding up the book, titled I and Our Proxy, and laughing brightly, saying, "We only received a children's book as the revelation from you. Please give it to us." The overseer pondered for a moment before the boy smiled and said, "I understand now. Fate changes in strange ways." The overseer took the book from the shelf and said, "All right, this is the apocalypse book you're looking for." The card of the book I and Our Imposter appears, categorized as children's stories with a difficulty level of A. The story has been canceled due to more than 2 participants. In this world, humans have created a paradise powered by a special kind of energy, sustained by the screams of innocent children through advanced torture techniques and life-extending treatments. Now it is possible to extract enough energy from just 5 children. Sacrificing one person can bring happiness to 17 billion people. The productivity is really high. The reason has been canceled. 118,000 years after creating paradise, all innocent children have been used up, and the paradise lost its source of energy. Kim Gong gently holds the book in his hand, silently remembering the revelation book he first saw. "Hey everyone, I want to choose this apocalypse book for our next level." The warlock glanced over and asked, "Is it about children?" "Sorry, Lord of Death, but choosing it for the next level won't get us any resources or land. Plus it's rated A in difficulty. Do we really have to pick it?" Gong said yes. "So far we've only chosen apocalyptic books that are useful for the tower. We have strengthened our power through secret martial arts in the Chronicles of the Celestial Demon and through exchanges with the science fiction world. Our level of science has advanced greatly, but resources and expertise are not the only things that matter." The demon judge. Even she said it herself. Hundreds of thousands of people enter the tower every day. Herrick nodded. "Yes." Kim Gong continued to say, "We need a flag now." Herrick listened and then gave his opinion. "I agree. But this Death King, haven't you already fulfilled that condition? You are indeed our banner. Actually, we will soon award you a title that matches your status." Kim Gongjia shook his head. "Such tricks won't work. It's not just me. Everyone here needs that kind of support too." Everyone was stunned after hearing this. Herrick asked, "Do you think that's reasonable, but do you also know that all of us have committed sins that can never be washed away? We exploited the stability of the tower to commit countless terrible acts, and unfortunately, that means we have no moral right to receive such support." The Black Witch nodded. "That's right, we've done too many bad things to lead others." Kim Gongjia held out the book and said, "So from now on, can everyone do good deeds? From now on, please do more good deeds. We are a team. I can't handle religious matters as easily as a heretical judge, nor can I deal with thugs or gangs as well as experts in politics, economics, and security. I can't do those things as well as everyone else can," he thought to himself, but he was confident he could help them unite. "I will never betray any of you. Everyone can trust me. If there are any conflicts among us, I will be the peacemaker. If a discussion is needed, I will create space for everyone. Please trust me and let's become a team together. As everyone has said, we can't get anything from this apocalypse book. It has no resources and no land. However, there is a sacrifice happening there that no one can accept. The scene inside the tower is being broadcasted." Kim Gongja's voice echoes. "Such a sacrifice must never happen. Show the world who we are by conquering the world within this book. This is our beginning." The crowd outside watching this scene erupts in cheers. Gong secretly thought that this would be a mark to show the world how we will manage the tower. He told his team that if we do this, we will gain their trust. "We can ask the tower's residents to trust us." She smiles happily. "Trust in the rulers?" Gong continued to think. "We will not turn a blind eye to sacrifice. No matter how impossible it seems, we must face it and conquer it. We have to show the world what kind of people we are. You're calling for it, and luckily this revelation book also has more than 2 participants. My most trusted allies in this tower, please stand with me and fight. The atmosphere is extremely tense right now." After a while, the Black Witch spoke, saying that we are being told to walk a very difficult path, and Kim Gongjia advised that if one tries hard, they will become talented. And through that effort, a person can become either a good person or a strong one. Almost no one is both powerful and kind and also talented. That path is too difficult. Someone once told me the same thing. The road to hell is paved with good intentions, so isn't the path to heaven also filled with countless evils? But that shouldn't be a reason for us to give up. Why don't we let those who have given up on the outside world see a better world, even if just a little? Herrick chuckled, placing his hand on the boy's, and said, I have no objections at all. The ruling class with good morals is quite attractive to others, and Tuvong is the only one who can make us look like good people. It would be a shame to miss this opportunity. Chen Momin is also joining. Anyway, I am now the heir of righteousness. That old man keeps nagging me about having a kind heart. Just consider me fulfilling my duty as a disciple to my master. The paladin extends his hand to join. I have been using lie detection skills since our conversation began. Everyone here is speaking honestly. I believe in your honest heart and love, but more importantly, I want to support you. Every rebellion will eventually fail, but I am willing to sacrifice my life and soul so that our uprising will be remembered as the most beautiful failure. Ron smiled and reached out his hand. I can't agree with this romanticized story, but fine. I'll go along with the majority. I will pray that the stocks I invested all my wealth in do not lose value. Just try your best, okay? The last one to join is the Black Witch, she muttered. I can't promise much. I can't promise success, nor can I promise to give up the methods I've used all this time. But if we fail, and one of us has to die, I will be the first to go. I can promise everyone that. Kim Gongja smiled happily. Then I will also promise I will not let anyone here die. No matter where or when, now that everyone has agreed to participate, the steward speaks. All right, Prince of Death, Black Witch, Knight, Judge, Heretic, Countess, and Poison Ivy. 6 people have been designated as characters in the story of me and our substitute. When you open your eyes again, you will enter that world which was unfortunately destroyed. Be careful. This Apocalypse book is on a completely different level from anything you've encountered before. Its difficulty is rated A, and unlike before, I cannot bestow many blessings upon you. In this Apocalypse book, the constellation is still alive and ruling there, and you will be the invading army, so of course the constellation will oppose you. The overview opens the book with a stream of red light that draws everyone in. The steward reminded him, the star will see you as an enemy too. Kim Gongja was startled and asked, What do you mean? But before he could finish speaking, he was pulled into the space inside the book. 6 people were sucked into the book and fell down one after another. Gong raised his hand to stop the rushing wind, recalling the warning from the steward. Will the constellation show hostility towards the Death King? Be careful, Tu Vuong, the constellation will show hostility towards you. The system displays a warning that the Immortal Happiness Envoy will eliminate all intruders. Sparkly appeared and told you about the special trait of the twin swords from the Immortal Happiness Envoy, who is the 4th sacrificed twin sword sister left behind by Rapanda Askim. A gust of wind blows towards them, causing Chen Muon to shout, This wind will scatter us. Herrick quickly grips Kim Gong's waist and says, Hold on to my right leg tightly. Don't let go. Holy teleportation, teleportation, teleportation. Herrick repeatedly teleports through space and finally manages to bring his team together. Shen Mumun shouted, Hey, why am I at the back like this? Herrick coldly taunted, Because you're the most useless. The Dark Wizard praised. Good job, kid. Everyone, agree with my skills. Everyone shouted, I agree. Okay, yes, I agree. All right then. Receiving the group's approval, the Dark Wizard shouted and teleported away. Immediately after, a purple light appeared and the entire group landed safely. At this moment, the voice of the Immortal Happiness Envoy star constellation rings out. There's no way out. Gong glanced and was startled to see the children forming a circle. They are the Immortal Happiness Messengers ordered to sing. My apostle Kim Gongja, do you realize what this is? The one who invaded Lavian's world. Your system has announced that the Immortal Happiness Envoy has declared war on you. All apostles have begun singing. Chen Muon startled, covering his ears and shouting as the sounds continued to echo, causing relentless pain in everyone's minds. The Black Witch clenched her teeth and said, This is a mental attack. Use magic to defend yourself immediately. While everyone was in chaos, Herrick reached out and said to Rionu, Count, give me the money. She's swearing. Damn it, I'm broke. Herrick still smiles, better than having my skull shattered. The Countess calculates a 15% compound interest. Herrick responds with no interest. Countess scolds her angrily, and just then, Paladin grits his teeth and says, Nizga, take out your wallet now, or I will kill you. Batuuk clenched his teeth, raised his hand, and shouted, Damn it! Unlimited withdrawal. As soon as he finished, a giant bag of money appeared. From that purse, a stream of gold coins poured out. Ryondu continued, Change the user. The heretical judge smiled slightly, clasped her hands together, and recited a spell. Holy magic, divine blessing, sacred transfer, enhanced mana, and mental attack resistance. The targets: the Count, the Heretical Judge, the Death King, the Black Dragon Lord, the Holy Knight, the Lone Vassal. Within an unspecified time limit, a protective circle is instantly formed around the coins as they appear. The Count, still holding his head, screams, "My love, if I go bankrupt, the tower will fall apart. Keep going if you don't want to starve to death. Are you so strong that you can overcome compassion, reverence, and the very root of all this? I tried very hard to hide my presence and assassinate you, but Gongja looked up and saw the person appearing, startled and thinking, the shard of the holy sword. That has no effect on you. Traitor, my loyalty to Rapanda Askim will never waver." Gongja drew his sword, thinking that Lavian became a constellation by stabbing the heart of the guardian goddess shard. Even as a fragment, she still has the potential to become a legitimate constellation. The immortal happiness envoy shouted, "I will eliminate you to clear the path for the tyrant that my master walks." Gong continued to think, meaning even a fragment can become a new constellation. The immortal happiness envoy ordered, and the apostles sang loudly. As soon as it finished speaking, the apostles continued singing. Those sounds form an attack that hits the shield. Chen Momen angrily asks, "How long can it hold out?" The Black Witch, clutching her head, shouted, "Even with the enhancement, my head still hurts." "Countess," she fluffed her feathers and questioned fiercely. "You can't do anything. I've already used up all the emergency funds." Gong calls her out, Countess. She asked in surprise if she should burn another fund. Kim Gongjia is smiling and saying this time, "Please sponsor generously." He raises his sword to summon 100 Soul Reincarnation. As he finished, the sword emitted a powerful light. The army of spirits immediately appears, and Kim Gong provides detailed information about my favorite skill. Baklin Reincarnation. The Baklin Reincarnation power card has an SS rarity. With its effect, you can summon those you have defeated. The dead will not retain the skills they had in life. But if you wish, they can keep their appearance and memories from their previous life. If you choose a different method, they will only be summoned as monsters. Note that this skill can only be used once a week. Gongra continues, "This is the most important thing. There's also writing on the card, but if you want, they can keep their appearance and memories from their previous life. If you choose another way, they will only be summoned as monsters." Gongra uses his skills. The cycle of reincarnation. A dark black water rises up. From within that stream, the skeletons emerge, causing everyone to startle as the undead army of Skotten awakens and advances forward. Old Spirit smiled and said he understood. Those kids want to stop the enemy with happy memories, but the Skotten have no memories, so it doesn't work on them. The summoned ghostly bones immediately rush to attack the apostles as the voice of the eternal happiness messenger echoes. "Empty threats are useless. We will crush you with our numbers." Gongja raised his sword and said, "I see, even if these guys can't be affected physically, the large numbers still give an advantage. She's definitely confident to attack us with this. But she told us we know how to defeat her, to spread happiness without suffering." Black Dragon Lord. The Dark Witch nodded in understanding and then raised her hand to gather her power, muttering incantations. A series of mirrors appeared. She was curious. "What are you planning to do with this? Do you remember the battle with the Demon King during the autumn rain? You deflected the Demon King's beam of light, weakening him and strengthening us." "I'll try again." The Dark Wizard hesitated. "Are you planning to shoot aura like a beam of light?" "All right, but can you make it as powerful as the Demon King?" "If it's not strong enough, my mirrors won't help much either." You reply, "Don't worry, just focus on spreading the brightest beam possible." The Dark Wizard shouted, "I don't understand what you're thinking." "Fine then." She continued to amplify the power of the mirrors in the sky when suddenly a massive explosion erupted. Gongjia silently thought that he couldn't hold them back with brute force like that hungry demon, nor could he fight like his master. A series of hands reached out and grabbed Gongjia's hand. He remembered his master's question, what if he could wield the sword using only the power of hunger? At that moment, he could defeat someone who had never experienced hunger with just a glance of his sword. Gongjia thought to himself, a disciple of the joyful sect, someone who knows nothing of misfortune, pain, or hunger. You shout Heavenly Demon Divine Technique. First, Hunger Sword, a huge red source of power appears, shining brightly. The messenger of infinite happiness is startled and asks, "Why the flag?" The young man looked seriously at everyone and shouted, "Black Dragon, Commander, keep going." The Black Witch immediately responded, "Understood." She begins to control her mirrors. The apostles are repeatedly defeated by the source of power and shattered into pieces. The Dark Sorcerer looked up and realized, oh my God, the subordinate of that constellation cannot resist the element in his martial arts. Harry looked up at the blazing red beams in the sky and exclaimed, "That's amazing! What a spectacular sight!" Batuk here is waving money and shouting, "Hurry up, I've had to use 2 emergency funds already." Baladin, fighting, says, "Doxa, they're coming your way, wipe them out." Doku X immediately drew his sword and replied, "Fine, damn it. The demon sect is taking over all the beautiful scenes." Kim Gongjia looked at everyone and thought, if we fight together, we are invincible. Just watch. Only 6 people can defeat millions of apostles. Their performance is being broadcast to many outside the tower. Gongja continued to think, this is great. In fact, nothing is impossible inside the tower. Watch us. Those who were oppressed by the world turn the tables. The messenger of eternal happiness shouted angrily, "How dare you? Outsiders, what right do you have to invade my ideal world? See the boundary of our happiness." The envoy waved his hand and the sky immediately turned clear. The souls of the children are happily dancing together in the garden, but among them a small soul is surrounded by a relentless force, screaming in agony. The furious envoy declares, "There is no suffering in this world. Nothing called unhappy memories exist. The world I created is much better than your hellish place." The singing of the children still echoes. "How dare you pretend to be righteous in front of me? I have seen many worlds when I traveled with Rapanda Askim. No matter what world you witness, there are endless screams of torture, thousands, millions, billions, yet only our world remains. With just one sacrificial sheep, my apostles live without pain. When I commit a sin, all of you overlook billions of other sins. How dare you mock my world when you are so terrible? Remember the prayer you once said, 'The path to hell is always paved with gold beyond good intentions.'" Kim Gongjia silently thought that this world was hell, created by the immortal missionary of happiness through good intentions. It is just an extreme example. Maybe the trials we face climbing the tower won't be much different. When food runs out, when resources are gone, we will have to make decisions like those responsible for the tower. Gongjia continued to recall the question his team once asked. "What do you think, King of Death? Are you ready to become our king?" The scream of the immortal happiness envoy still echoes. "Answer me, you hypocrite. Do you really dare to say that my world is hell?" The messenger of eternal happiness questions, "You can't answer, so do you still have a conscience? Go away, I will never see you as my new master." Gong spoke up, "No, I will answer." The sword of reflection shows the face of the immortal happiness envoy filled with hatred. Kim Gongjia raises his sword and declares, "I will kill you and turn you into my ghost. Anyone killed by my sword will become a ghost. If you want, I can summon them back with all their memories of when they were alive. I will absorb and summon you so you can live in this world once again. I will bring eternal happiness to you. There will be no more painful memories. She will be free to sing happily like now. I am not just speaking to you. The image of the Gong family is being shown. Your voice echoes out. Outside, there are still evil and sinful people who refuse to turn over a new leaf, even the souls that want to live but cannot. From now on, I will gather them all with my own hands." Many viewers are recording these images with their phones. Gong continues, "I will kill them and resurrect them as my ghosts. They will be banished into my shadow and live forever with a single purpose." The apostles of the messenger all look toward him, and the space suddenly falls silent. After a moment, the messenger of eternal happiness shouted, "No way, all sinners and souls? Could such an ordinary humanity really exist? You don't understand. I can create the ideal paradise that you are always proud of. And my world doesn't need the screams of innocent children either." Gong remembers the Black Witch asking, "Death King, are you ready to become our ruler?" He silently thought, "This is my answer." Kim Gongjia told the messenger, "My hell offers more benefits than yours." He quietly adds to his chosen path as king. Baladin approaches and asks what the king means. "I just want to say that while managing the tower, you have purged countless people, and your purge continues secretly even now. I'm not saying your methods are wrong and you need to change them. I'm not confident I can manage the tower better than you, but if you want to eliminate someone for the future, bring them to me." Herrick stood beside her, clapping in praise. "I see, that's a good idea. Death King." The Black Witch turned around and asked, "What do you mean by that?" Herrick explained, "Think about it. We can use the power of the Death King as a mobile prison. The power of the Death King is to summon entities with all their memories from when they were alive. Since they are only spirits now, we don't need to provide them with food or shelter. Ugly, and by summoning them with the command never to commit a crime again from the Death King, they will be permanently forbidden from doing evil." Baladin muttered, using his skill as a prison. Her smile responded, "Those criminals would be very afraid of that. The King of the Dead, who imprisons and controls those deserving death, isn't that just like his name?" Ryandu listened and then spoke. "As the head of the Merchant Guild, this idea isn't bad. As everyone knows, the crime rate inside the tower is much higher than outside. The monastery is always overcrowded, and the maintenance costs are too expensive." Baladin held his head and said, "I don't know. I don't know if it will work, but aren't we putting too much pressure on the King of Death? He's all alone." The Black Witch approached worriedly and asked, "Are you really okay?" Kim Gongjia looked into the Black Witch's eyes, thinking to himself, she is regretful for dragging me into their world. Although I jumped in because I wanted to, the Black Dragon Witch is kind and noble. I smile and say, I will be fine. He keeps thinking that one day he will hear her real name. Kim Gongjia turns around and shouts at the Immortal Happiness Envoy. What will she do? She can choose to keep fighting? However, the outcome has already been decided. I will take over the ideal heaven that you have always dreamed of. The Immortal Happiness Envoy replied tearfully, I am not only a fragment of the Guardian Goddess, but also an Immortal Happiness Envoy controlling millions of apostles. If you absorb me, all my apostles will be linked to you. Can you guarantee that you won't use my apostles as pawns for evil? Gongja said, I swear. Hearing this, the messenger was startled and opened his eyes. Kim Gongja continued to swear, even if you invade Lavian's world, I will only summon those who worship the devil cult. I could have summoned legitimate martial artists, but I chose not to. That would be unethical. They have no reason to obey the orders of the Demon Church Vice President. Even if there are millions or billions of apostles, they all deserve to live happily in this world, as they once did. The Immortal Happiness Envoy looked up at the sky. She shouted and called out, Rapanda Askim. With that, the Immortal Happiness Envoy vanished. The sword says to you, sacrifice is waiting for your action, and says, my name is sacrifice. I can turn someone's pain into another person's happiness. The greater and purer the suffering, the greater the happiness of others. The Immortal Happiness Envoy transforms back into a sword. Immediately after, the sword merged with Kim Gong's sword. Sparkly spoke. The Guardian Goddess had absorbed a fragment of herself. The existence of the Guardian Goddess has become clearer. The apostles gradually melted away into a stream of water. The system displays a message that you have cleared the stage. Today, the 28th floor has been completed. The immortal messenger of happiness and the apostles turn into red drops of rain falling down. The Dark Witch reaches out in amazement and says, so it turns out that new information is what's needed to pass the level. If we know their weaknesses, we can pass the level easily. I am ready to run and escape if thrown into the enemy's midst. But it turns out everything was resolved so quickly. Gongja stepped forward and said, it's not over yet. Today, I plan to go straight up to the 30th floor. The Black Witch was startled and looked at him. Baden was stunned and asked again, all of today. Hoklong hurriedly advised, Prince Tu, no, Kim Gongjia, you've been pushing yourself too hard lately. You still haven't taken a break after getting involved in the Songwind Academy story. He spoke up, you're right, I guess I was a bit too tense. The Black Witch nodded, yes, rest while you can. She didn't finish speaking before Gong Ra interrupted, so today, I will finish this, and then rest all at once. The Black Witch shouted, do you hear what I'm saying? You approach the Black Witch and call him the Black Dragon Witch. The population inside the tower increases by hundreds, thousands each day, and among them are also some bad people. We need to go back and manage them. How much longer can we keep focusing on completing the revelation? The Black Witch held his head and said, well, if you put it that way, there's nothing I can do. Kim Gongjia stretched out his hand and said, don't worry, when it comes to resting, I'm the best. You'll be surprised at how I relax with Lav. The Dark Wizard clapped his hand on your head and said, I have no interest in watching newlyweds on their honeymoon. He winked mischievously. If you're that worried, help me prepare a ring next time. I want to give Lavian a gift, but I don't know anything about it. The Dark Witch sighed. All right, you'll need the most beautiful ring in the world. Why did I suddenly become a parent of all things? Kim Gongjia laughed, thanking her as he always did. The Dark Wizard replied, I am the one. Never mind, I shouldn't say that in front of everyone. Immediately afterward, the whole group returned to the tower and everyone inside looked at them with stunned expressions. Kim Gong secretly thought, this is it. We will overpower them not only with our power, but also with a pure skill display. Proving our rank as a team, the overwhelming separation will leave no one daring to speak up for this period. Suddenly, a muffled sound, Kim Gong turned around and was stunned to see the calm face of the steward. The steward swung his legs and said, welcome, congratulations. I thought you would need to put in more effort, but it seems I underestimated your ability to cooperate. I never expected you to be able to complete a world ruled by a constellation so quickly and easily. Kim Gong silently thought to himself that while the Grand Steward was indeed congratulating us, it was only natural that he didn't seem happy. The Masked Librarian loves stories where characters go through bittersweet moments and unforeseen events, just like unpredictable endings. He doesn't like victories that are too easy or defeats that are too obvious. You open the character window. Information about the Masked Librarian appears, including his favorite genres he dislikes, beloved characters, and disliked characters. Bross's favorites and dislikes appear, along with the kids' comments. Other martial arts in the Martial Arts Chronicles are too weak to fight against the Heavenly Demon Divine skill. How boring is that? He really is a fool. That should have been a great fight. If he had called for help from other constellations, the previous legend might have been even better. Kim Gong looked out the window at the character and thought. His name had been added to the librarian's list of favorite characters. Among the librarian's favorite characters are the Constellation and the Death King. The commander flew over curiously, so what will you choose next? If you want, I can suggest a few options for you to consider. Kim Gong deduced, but he revealed that he liked the assassin the most, so that his name could be listed alongside the assassin, proving that he was the second greatest in his eyes. You smile and say, your favorite character is Raponda Askim, so how could I compare? The steward looks puzzled, but still responds. That really is a difficult question to answer. You and that star killer are completely opposite people. The steward compares that if the assassin is a man who bears all the misfortune of the world on his shoulders, you are like a chocolate ice cream. Outwardly dark and seemingly unpleasant, but when you actually bite into it, you are very sweet. We have decided on the next apocalypse, executing Raponda Askim. You showed us that after we cleared the chronicles of the heavenly demon who was killed by the main character. Isn't that the most beautiful ending? Death King, I know you see the Star Hunter as an archenemy, but Raponda Askim's execution is not an apocalyptic event. I can only show you worlds with less fortunate endings. Kim Gong-ji silently thinks that surely he is still hiding that book. The overseer reminds that executing Raponda Askim is an ongoing process and we cannot interfere. Nothing could influence it. Kim Gong-ji stepped up each stair built by the voice. But you don't want to see it? Your two favorite characters in the same scene, I can make it happen. He thought to himself that the next level's genre would be a blend, leading into an introduction of the steward, a cruel fate awaiting those who fall and become immersed in the story. Those who failed to find the difference between reality and fiction, those who fell into madness addicted to stories, and those unable to escape the obsession that cost them half their lives in stories with them. Reality is simply a world that cannot become a story. There is no twist in reality, no shocking ending. Humans are ultimately just humans, not characters. Disillusionment with the real world, an anger at human nature, and worship of those stories are what have created those who are tempted by stories. They haven't lost the warmth in their hearts. They are just waiting for some interesting moment. Now in front of me is someone standing above those people. Looking down at Kim Gong, I say, you and the assassin are part of the same story. That really is a tempting offer. But every story has the right to reach its end. So for me to intervene, Gong family must understand that he is hesitating. You wave dismissively as if y'all don't care. Fine, if you don't want to see it, then I guess I have no choice. So it's just a suggestion, nothing more. The steward listened and fell into contemplation. Then the kid explained that I had signed a contract with the tower. Only the constellations that have signed a contract with the tower can enter it. I am just like a tenant here. In exchange for borrowing a floor of the tower, there are many rules I have to follow. For example, only providing humans with apocalypses. The Raponda Askim corpse is not considered a universe, and the contract is a contract I cannot break just because I want to. I definitely don't want to anger the owner of this tower. As a tenant, I have to depend on the landlord. Overall, he reached out his hand and the books flew out. Then he lowered his hand, causing the books to fall, and continued. But honestly, I'm not good at fighting, and it's not just me. Many other star signs are the same. I am nothing but an ordinary book reader, without these books in my library, and if I have no more books left, I wouldn't be a librarian anymore. Do you understand what I mean? The steward pressed his lips together to hold back his excitement, but his eager eyes revealed everything. Kim Gong smiled and replied, yes, you shouldn't go against the terms of the contract unless there's an urgent situation that needs immediate handling. Then he reached out and grabbed the administrator's collar. You order me to execute Raponda Askim immediately. The steward's face flushed with excitement, unable to hide his smile. But the kid still says he's really rude. I've only been friendly to you all along. Betraying me like this is a bit heartbreaking. That's why many stories advise us not to trust humans too much. Kim Gongja chuckled softly. He performed so poorly. You still threaten with the power in your hand. Hand it over or I will kill you, you bastard. The steward pretended to be stunned. That bastard. Isn't that going a bit too far? Gongja gritted his teeth and asked, is there any other way to call someone who collects hair and nails from others? Didn't you say your dream was to be killed by Raponda Askim? You think wanting to die at the hands of your favorite protagonist is normal? Well, I am also one of your favorite characters. What do you think? Should I make your wish come true? The steward takes a novel out of his coat and hands it to Kim Gong, saying, I will give it to you. You immediately snatch the book and praise it. Good. You open the book. The introduction card appears. Raponda Askim Corpse Disposal, but items like genre and difficulty level. The number of people along with the introduction all appear with a message saying they cannot be viewed at your current level. Gong flips through a few more pages, looks at the content for a long time, then mutters, I can't see it. And I can't read it either. The overseer said, "That is because I have granted you the right to see the apocalypses. All the books here are forbidden, so humans cannot read them." Kim Gongja held up the book and said, "So explain it." The steward pursed his lips and replied, "Raponda Askin shares the same homeland as you." You were stunned after hearing that. What? Every word the steward said left Kim Gongja stunned. He was born in the same world and religion and was of the same kind as him. Not only that, he also shares the same family name as you. He took the surname Ask Kim by using the language of a religion called England. Are you saying Ask Kim is the same as Why Kim? The steward replied, "That's correct. The assassin was summoned to another world when he was young. He is just a high school student. At that time, he went through a pretty tough challenge. Still, he gained superpowers from that and was able to endure hardships in another world." Ngong is still in shock. Wait a minute. That? He nodded in agreement. Yeah. Raponda Askim, the necromancer, is a high school student who causes chaos in other worlds. It is an Isekai series. Gong was stunned after hearing this. I heard that kind of creature went extinct along with the dinosaurs when I was a child. The overview continues, saying that the assassin is no longer young enough to be called a high school student, but it wouldn't be fair to say he only causes trouble in another world. He has endured countless trials and hardships to become who he is today. A blue light emanates from the book. Kim Gongja is startled, silently thinking that the contents of the book are appearing. The first page mentions an ancient breath where someone lived on the remains of an ancient dragon emperor. The overseer announces that the Star Killer has begun on level 20. What you possess is where he begins his journey. The next page of the book appears. These people call themselves heroes but lack any compassion. The steward turns the page. The next stage of the journey is to wipe out an entire nation. After introducing the steward, he closed the book and said that the real problem is that the assassin is currently ruling at level 50. Kim Gong silently thought, I understand. You remember what the old spirit said, that the assassin is basically always on the 50th floor. The steward reminds you that you still can't clear the 50th floor. You're basically still a newcomer. Level 50 is a special place. Sending a newcomer there is not allowed. The other hunters were stunned to hear that. Below level 50 is for beginners. We've done our best to get here. Stay calm and think it through. From level 50 onwards, we need to fight against hunters from other worlds. Just like the Demon Lord said, it's probably a protective mechanism to prevent us from facing them until we reach level 50. You look up at the commander and ask, so that means you can't send me to the 50th floor no matter what. The commander smiles and replies, actually, there is still a way. If someone sends you, but you have to pay the price for it, you'll need to think carefully. The Death King, well, at least you've heard of him, right? The steward blushed and asked. Kim Gong-ra didn't listen and made his decision. All right, send me to the 50th floor. The steward hesitated. Don't regret it. Kim Gong-ra smiles. I have no regrets. The steward sighs in relief before the kid opens the book to read the spell. I designate you as a character of the Raponda Askim ritual. A blue light emanates from the book. The tower's system immediately issued a warning. An unauthorized access has been detected. The punishment has been issued to the masked librarian. The steward grins excitedly. I will use my authority. The system is still issuing warnings, and the punishment has been decided for the masked librarian. The steward comforts you, saying it's not worth worrying about. Go, King of Death, and stand alongside the assassin. The system warning still hasn't stopped. You can no longer see into the target's mind. The protective barrier of the Goddess of Beauty has been destroyed. The protective barrier of the Snake God has been destroyed. You can no longer read the target's mind. After a final moment, your system also displays a notification. An anonymous resident of the tower has reached the 50th floor. Kim Gongja has now stopped on a desolate, barren land. The scene shifts, and the guardian goddess appears, her voice echoing. Congratulations. You have been chosen as the hero to save this world. The light emanating from her was blinding. Raponda raised his hand to shield his eyes and asked, Angel, where is this? I am the guardian goddess. From now on, I will protect you and guide you along your path like a guiding star. You may not understand it now, but you will soon learn everything. Raponda nervously clenched the railing and asked, You were just on the school roof, right? The guardian goddess replied, Yes, young humans sometimes act out of pure malice, out of ignorance. Unfortunately, you have become prey to the beasts and fell after enduring too much suffering. Raponda seemed to recall something, muttering to himself as he collapsed. He looked up and thought, Now I remember. The door to the rooftop was locked, so I opened the window on the 5th floor and climbed up. Waiting for the irony, it was at that very moment that I truly felt alive for the first time in my life. Raponda remembered climbing onto the railing as the panicked voice of a student echoed. Hey, look, who's that? Is he crazy? Should I do something then? At this moment, Raponda thought that the next feeling he had never experienced while trying to live was only when he gave up that he could truly feel alive. Ripanda asked him, still holding the shoes in his hand, looking down and wondering if he would regret falling. Does he regret it? He places the shoes back on the rooftop and sends the message. The phone screen shows a notification that the message has been successfully sent to 36 others. Then, Ripanda forcefully throws the phone down and unleashes his silent, furious words, wishing that their lives would be destroyed forever. Immediately afterward, in front of their horrified eyes, he stepped into the empty space ahead. The phone still displayed the message. You are the one who killed me. Don't forget that you killed me. The guardian goddess introduces herself. I am the guardian goddess. I possess countless powers of worship, compassion, prayer, sacrifice, and salvation. With my strength, you can do anything and become anyone. What do you want to become? The hero returns to reality. Kim Gong and the old spirit have entered the space of the 50th floor. There are no enemies in this space, only continuous gusts of wind blowing through. A system notification from Kim Gong appears. You have entered the 50th floor through a secret passage. The blessing from the rear librarian has been revoked. Protection measures for newcomers have been temporarily suspended, and the benefits for newcomers have been temporarily revoked. Gong silently thought. Just hearing it was enough to make him shiver. What are those? The spirit elder beside him muttered, Damn it. It's been over 150 years since I last came here, and everything still hasn't changed, huh? Gongja thought to himself. Even Bahayan has been to the 50th floor. So will you be my guide? What are those towers? The spirit elder replied, They are magic towers, where some have hidden here for over 1,000 years. Instead of climbing the towers, they choose to stay on the 50th floor, so stay close to them for now, and it's best not to look at them all the time. Gong asked curiously why. Old Spirit replied, If you stare at them for more than 23 seconds, they will notice your gaze. In their world, the number 23 holds a meaning similar to 18 in your zombie world. It's like an alarm system saying, Hey, you bastard, what are you looking at? Kim Gongja quickly turned away, wondering what kind of people with such twisted personalities could exist. Old Spirit excitedly said, By the way, they used to have 6 towers, and I destroyed one of them. If they find out I've returned as a ghost, they'll go crazy. They will order all their forces to chase you to hell, so make sure to hide well. Gongja thought to himself that this was clearly not a guide, but a troublemaker. The system displayed a notification. You are beginning to be poisoned. Gong looked down in confusion and saw his hand starting to turn black. The system reported that your current level of corrosion is level 1. Kim Gonggia turned to ask the old spirit, What is the void poison? Is my body being corroded? The old man, holding his head, replied, Oh, right. That too. Now I feel like I've returned to the tower. It's just a type of toxin spreading throughout the 50th floor. The former overseer of the 50th floor favored some hunters and was too close to them. Then, a battle called the Midnight Liberation War broke out, and he died. When he died, he cursed the world, and that curse turned into this toxic substance. Gong heard that and frowned. Ah, it's like that. The old star spirit nodded. Yes, exactly. It's like a zombie virus infected by a dying constellation left behind in the martial world before. Gongjia shuddered. No way. People still live here despite that toxic thing in the air? Old Spirit explained that anyone who reaches this place has a foundation such as chi, skills, or blessings from a star. What are you doing? Use your energy to defend yourself right now. Gongja immediately enveloped himself in his power and asked, What happens if I don't do that? What will happen? Lao Tinlin pondered, then replied, You will have a very unique appearance and mental state. As the old spirit finished speaking, a giant frog suddenly emerged from the ground. Gongja was startled, running and shouting loudly. What is that guy doing? Old Spirit said excitedly. Who knows? Maybe he's just like you. I mean about 20 years ago. The mutated frog is still chasing Gong out, as he runs and keeps shouting. The mutated frog jumps down to the ground, creating a deep hole. He angrily drew his sword and cursed, damn it. He swung the sword and struck the frog. He looked at the wound on its body and asked, Is it dead? Old Spirit smiled and said, Sorry, Kim Zombie. I didn't warn you in time from level 50 onwards. It really is a strange space. If you act normally, you'll get into trouble. The frog you cut in half didn't die, but turned into 2. Kim Gong looked at the scene in shock as the 2 frogs charged forward again. Old Spirit reminds you that if you're afraid, just stare at the magic tower. If you look for more than 23 seconds, they'll ask, Who are you looking at? If you call for help, the witches on brooms will come and save you. Sounds good. Right? Gongjia is curious about what price must be paid for rescue. The old spirit laughs. Look at you. You're starting to understand now, huh? You will sign a 12-year contract where they will drain your soul completely. Zombie, since you have SSS level self-destruct skills, you will be loved to the fullest. Hey, it's that guy. In front of them, 3 men in black cloaks waved their hands and shouted, "Run this way! Run this way!" And without hesitation, he swung his sword and cut down the 3 of them. The old spirit praised as expected from the gold zombie. Innocent, but clever. A giant monster appeared, continuously shouting, "Run this way, run this way." Gongja, while running away, asked, "Is everything here like this?" The old spirit replied, "There are some exceptions, but mostly yes. Do you now see that I am just an ordinary and rational hunter?" You run desperately forward when suddenly someone appears and steps toward you, bowing his head to the outsider. Kim Gongjia was startled, communicating telepathically. The other person continued, "Cut it down." After finishing, the other person charged forward, swinging their sword to cut the monsters. Gong Ra saw this and quickly warned, "Even if you cut it, it will split and regenerate." Seeing the defeated monster's expressions, he was startled. "It doesn't do that?" The other person replied, "To kill a dead person split in 2, you must split it exactly in 2, just like its name." Then the person drew their sword, unleashing a massive surge of power from it. That power pushed back the demons, shouting, "Run this way, quickly!" The mysterious person's hood falls off, revealing long silver hair. They continue to instruct. The core of the screamer lies in its scream. Kill it by burying it in sound. Kim Gong looks at the other's face and breaks out in a sweat, while the old spirit grits his teeth and curses, "You bastard! You're not pretending." Kim Gong calls Rapanda Askim, the star of the heavens. Rapanda, hearing that, cast a suspicious glance and asked, "Do you know me?" Kim Gong and Rapanda Askim stand facing each other. You stare into his eyes and are stunned. Why do they look like that? They seem so hollow, not revealing any emotion, let alone a trace of it. He asked, "Do you know me?" The sword responded, Tin Kwang was affected by the confrontation, but he didn't understand why his owner would betray him like that. Tin Kwang is considering whether to be angry instead of moved. Rapanda glances at the sword and says, "You have quite a special sword, don't you? Isn't that a demon sword or a fallen sword? It's best for you to hide the special items you're carrying. Outsiders, there are many predators here plotting to target those who just reached level 50 like you to steal their skills and equipment." Kim Gongjia was stunned upon hearing this. You draw your sword and ask, "Do you not recognize this sword?" Rabanda gazes at it for a moment, then casually replies, "I don't. It probably has some connection to me, but I have no memory of it at all. It's better to hope I don't remember anything about friends or past events." Kim Gongjia was a bit startled to hear that. "You can't control yourself, huh?" Rabanda quickly explained, "I'm suffering from amnesia. I can't remember what happened over the past week." Then he turned around and said, "It's dangerous to talk here. Follow me quickly. I know a safer place to continue our conversation." Look, that's the Star Destroyer. What is he trying to do? Will the Wizard Tower's spiders be okay? It's best not to get involved with him. The sound of the stars echoes. Gongjia lifts his head to look at them, silently thinking he's never felt the presence of so many stars at once. He looked annoyed and muttered, "What a bother." He raised his head and shouted, "Get out of here, all of you. If any star dares to bother me again, don't blame me for finding and destroying his seal, even noisier than usual." Ribanda gave you a tender look and a sweet voice. "I think some of them have already taken notice of you. Tell me, outsider, have you ever done anything to the constellations?" Gongja replied, "I have broken the seal of the warhorse on the eternal plains." Rapanda takes out the notebook and asks, "Is it the seal of Mahos?" Rapanda flips through the notebook and Gongja becomes suspicious of it. "A notebook? What is it?" After reviewing the content, he praised it. "Not bad. Mahos' seal is quite extraordinary. They also have a pretty strong blessing. It's not easy. How are you going to handle this?" He replied, "Is that what I should tell you about that?" Rapanda answered, "Next time, we're here now." In front of them appeared an outdoor bar, and Rapanda pushed open the door amid Gong family's suspicion. He looked around for a moment and suddenly said, "So this is the safe place you mentioned, Your Excellency. There are no walls here that can limit our view." Rapanda calmly sat down and said we could retreat at any moment, even if we were to be assassinated. There's no risk of enemies destroying the entire building to trap us, although sniping at us would be quite easy. Keep the shop as usual. The owner places a glass of water down and asks, "Do you know, we had to turn this place into an outdoor bar just because you blew up the building here? Although you yourself have no memory of this matter." "Sorry, I don't remember." The owner turned to advise Kim Gong to leave. "Young man, I don't know what deal you're making with them, but just so you know, over 600 people around here want to kill him. I advise you to stay away from him, unless you want to die." Rapanda opened the notebook and said, "Actually, 11 on 27 people, but only 3 of them pose a threat to me. And one of the 3 has gone missing 154 years ago, probably. In other words, this guy would be safer if he stayed involved with me rather than staying away from me." The innkeeper scolded after hearing that. "Crazy." Rapanda put down the glass and asked, "So, do you have anything to say to me?" Kim Gongjia tightened his grip on the glass and told me he was a bit surprised to learn I had amnesia, but I still wanted to ask if he remembered the Empire A that he had built a long time ago. That country almost collapsed because of you when you sealed the protection of the Lord. That gave the Demon King Mwathu a much greater opportunity to grow stronger in the wastelands where you once killed the stars, leaving only despair behind. In the world of the Celestial Chronicles, everywhere has become desolate lands due to the lingering curse from the death of the constellations, and the legendary world of Somwin Academy has been invaded by other constellations because of the death of the old ones. Lavianavania in that world is my wife. She turned into a star because of a fragment of the protective sword she inherited. I understand now, thank you for telling me. I can see that what you said is correct because I have verified the contents of this journal. After speaking, he lifted his glass of water. Kim Gong-rae looked suspicious. A diary? Then Rapanda handed over the diary and explained, "This is what I use to keep all my memories. It looks like an ordinary notebook, but in fact it is a sacred object of the constellation called the Great Dog. It has countless pages and even a search function. I use it to record daily activities here. Thanks to that, I won't lose myself even if I am losing my memory." Kim Gongjia fell silent after hearing this, his cold eyes staring intently at Rapana. He continued and said, "As you say, in the past I indeed built a nation called the Empire. There I sealed the constellation, the protection of the Lord who was with me all my life. The world you call the Chronicles of the Heavenly Demon seems to resemble what is described on page 236. That is where I killed the Dragon King of the Great Lake. This Songwai Academy legend is probably what I wrote on page 3215. You just said it's a piece of the god, so the prayer sword has been passed down as a family heirloom? There was a time I shared a bed with a woman in that world. I believe Lavian Avanzia, whom you met, is a distant descendant of both that woman and me." Kim Gong stared at Rapanda, wondering why. Rapanda's voice still echoed. "Perhaps you have skills similar to a historian, or the ability to glimpse pain, but you can't use them on me. Because from the very beginning, I have no past in my mind, and you won't be able to steal this treasure to read it since it's written in code that only I understand. Finally, outsider, I admit that what you say is true." Kim Gongja looked at him, secretly thinking that he came here to make him pay for the sins of the past. So now, before that thought could even finish, Rapanda asked him, "What reward do you want from me?" Gongja stared intently at the man in front of him. It's truly unpredictable. Countless innocent people have fallen victim to your misguided beliefs. But what is this? Gongjia wondered. What reward? Rapanda replied indifferently. You will be rewarded for pointing out my mistakes. You look incredulous as you question him. So you still knew what you were doing was wrong? Of course, I was wrong about two things. First, I was unaware that a new constellation could replace a dead one. Second, I underestimated the fact that a dead constellation could curse an entire world. Gong family, furious, clenched his glass until it cracked and asked, Is that all? My purpose is for other constellations to invade the world. The place where a star has died means I have to kill those invaders. It helps me reduce the number of stars. So those two are my only two mistakes. Rapanda paused, holding out his notebook and saying, I've written everything down. Those mistakes won't happen again. I want to reward you as a token of my gratitude for the advice you gave me. Kim Gongja was so moved after hearing this that he seemed to lose control of his words. The advice, gratitude, innocent people living in the world have all died. They have turned into bones. An old man died on a boat, sailing alone across the ocean because he didn't want to be a burden to anyone else in his death. A child helped other children to survive, and each of them had to go through terrifying deaths. Let me ask you a question. The one who destroys the constellation? What do you think about that future? However, Rapanda, aside from being cold, showed no other reaction and simply remained silent, as I said, because of the mistake of not considering the consequences when killing my constellation. However, mistakes are unavoidable. I can only thank you for pointing out my errors in your own way. Kim Gongjia gritted his teeth and angrily crushed the cup in his hand as he questioned, So what if I said my reward is to have you die at my hands? Rapanda replies, That is a reward I cannot grant. I am obligated to eliminate all the constellations. I must keep working until the mission is complete. Gongja stands up angrily. He's so selfish. Why has that been your mission from the start? Rapanda is already used to that attitude. He has gradually become numb. I cannot answer. Ngong continued to question him. I thought you could, Why is that? Is it because you think I can't understand your noble duty? Rapanda showed no hesitation and refused to answer. I also cannot answer that question. Then at least you can answer this question. If you need to destroy all the constellations, then why are you using their sacred objects? It doesn't really make sense, does it? I can answer that. I plan to destroy this after eliminating all the constellations first. Gong asked further what happens when other constellations appear to replace the ones that have died, and Rapanda, flipping through a book to a certain page, suddenly paused and answered his question. I have thoughts about that, but I can't tell you. This conversation has gone on too long. I can't die as I said before. My mission isn't finished, so tell me what other reward you want. Kim Gongja reached out to grab Van Vei's sword, but then he remembered the handkerchief Lavian had given him. He picked it up, smelled its scent, and then spoke. All right, get up and tell me to help you with something. Rapanda's eyes flickered with suspicion, as if he thought he had misheard something. What? Kim Gongjia asks you to protect me no matter what happens while I am still on level 50. I don't just want you to help me survive, I want you to protect me from getting hurt, both physically and mentally. And of course, you can't avoid that by kicking me out of the 50th floor. Almost immediately, Rapanda's voice rang out. Do you want me to be your bodyguard? He nodded in agreement. Rapanda Oskam analyzes. I no longer know what you're thinking. Based on our conversation so far, you really value justice. Not only that, but you also possess intelligence and martial arts strength. The request you just made really doesn't suit your character at all. Gong family sneered mockingly. So that means you can't do it? You won't die. You won't give up your mission. So now you can't even protect me while I'm on the 50th floor? Great. So what can you do to reward me? Rapanda immediately explained, I am only checking if there are any traps in your request. Gongja asked again, what if there is a trap? You seem very confident in your abilities. I'm sure that even if there is a trap, you can still escape safely. Upon hearing that, he was a bit silent. After a while, he agreed. All right, I will write your request on the first page so it can control my actions. Gong secretly thought, he's fallen into a trap. You called the Sword Emperor. He turned to ask, what? You told him that he destroyed one of the mage towers 150 years ago. The Spirit Lord cheerfully boasted, yes, that's one of the 6 things I'm most proud of. Gong asked, what did you say when you were destroying it? Do you remember? Oh, of course, I remember the exact words. Hey, idiots, you should clean the air inside the house from time to time. Staying inside all the time isn't good. I feel great. Today I will offer you free renovation services. But what's wrong? Are you planning something? Kim Gongga smiles and stares fixedly at the towers. The Spirit Elder is still calling. Zombie? Old Spirit reminds you, I told you, not to look over there. They will notice if you stare at them for more than 23 seconds. At your current level, you can't fight them. So what? Are you planning to ask them to kill the Star Destroyer? Even if they are them, they can't attack him, right? Hey, the gold zombie is spinning back in full color. After 23 seconds, sure enough, a sound rang out. Check the microphone. Who is the person watching us over there? You look pretty inexperienced. This time I will show mercy because it's your first time. If you want to survive peacefully here, turn away quickly, or if you want to die, then go ahead. Gong family recounts what the old spirit said, calling them fools, and the clumsy mages get angry and scold. Hey, you really don't appreciate life, do you? Are you kidding? Gong interrupted. You guys should clean the air inside the house from time to time. Staying inside isn't good. I feel great. Today I will offer you free renovation services. Old Spirit was stunned and asked, are you really completely out of your mind? The angry wizard shouted, Sword Emperor, you're back. I knew you'd return soon, even though everyone doubted you were dead, but I always suspected you were recruiting someone. Maybe you've been reborn. It's okay. We will still kill you. A swarm of mages flies out from the tower into the sky. Gong stood up, looked at Rapanda smiling, and asked, you promised, right? Protect me quickly. So I finally understand the logic behind your actions. You brought reinforcements after realizing that you alone would not be enough to defeat me. It turns out that the group of mages gathering in the sky around them was preparing to attack Rapanda Askin. Rapanda casually stands up and says, I thought I wouldn't be able to find support from a beginner around level 15, but that was my mistake. I should consider this possibility when facing a novice next time. The customers in the shop immediately took out their permits and scolded, Damn it! Run and teleport away. Are those spiders all taking medicine together or what? The shop owner also quickly took out his permit and shouted, Hey demon, I'll charge you for rebuilding too, so don't forget to write it down. You also have to pay for the license roll. Rapanda Askin replied, I understand, I have written it down. Then he closed his diary and turned to tell Gong family as promised that he would do his best to protect those outside. I enhanced my vision and listened carefully. If you change your mind, I will discard 1 hour's worth of my memories. Behind Kim Gong is a large magic bomb heading straight for him. Rapanda immediately pulled him away just before the magic bomb exploded. He looked around in shock, thinking to himself that it felt like they were walking in slow motion. The wizard riding the broom above was furious when he saw Rapanda pulling Kim Gong away and shouted at him, Hey, you self-destructive star sign, what the hell are you doing here? Get out of here. The one with you is the enemy we need to avenge. If you don't want to become our enemy, then leave. Rapanda paid no attention to her words and coldly replied, I demand we resolve this through dialogue." The female mage immediately cursed after hearing that, shouting, "You damn fool, get lost now." She raised her diary and said, "Sorcerer, I must protect this outsider at all costs. It includes both his mental and physical health, so we can't negotiate on that front. According to the records, the Mage Tower is a very selfish organization and can be persuaded if I leverage it. I am someone who can cause serious harm to you. Negotiate with me." The wizard, upon hearing this, angrily turned and ordered, "Someone report to me how many memories he currently has." A female mage immediately responded. Hong released the monitoring device and reported, "The assassin currently has 7 days' worth of memories." The wizard gritted his teeth in anger. "But it's just a week, no big deal. Let's move on." She waved her hand to give the order. From now on, the Wizard Tower declares war on all 5 fingers of the Satin and the Sword Emperor. Rapanda Askim immediately flipped through the diary and muttered to himself. So the negotiations failed. He told the journal to find the Wizard Tower, find the combat potion, and find the details on how to destroy it. The book kept flipping open according to his command. Rapanda quickly skimmed through the lines in the book, then closed it, tied up his silver hair, and prepared for battle. "I am entering the fight," the wizard shouts. The commanders surrounded them while the singers performed in the rear line. The other mages immediately shouted, "Understood!" The group of mages immediately obeyed the wizard's command, forming circles with different colors. The old spirit saw this and sighed. "Oh, it's been a while since I saw that. That's the singing like the stars." Kim Gong asked, "A song like the stars?" The old spirit explained, "Do you see the 5 towers? Basically, you are immobilized, as they use the power of the stars in the form of song. As soon as the formation is established, King Gong's system issues a warning that you have been targeted for an attack. Warning, your aura force has been split in 2. Warning, your magic spell force has been split in 2. Warning, your psychological defense has been split in 2. All forms of punishment have been doubled." The elder spirit continued explaining. "Its effect is somewhat overwhelming. But as you can see, that's called a spider's web, so everyone calls them spiders now." At this moment in the sky, the mages have finished forming their formation, creating 6 large magic circles. Those 6 circles combined to form a huge web, trapping everything in the middle. Rapanda calmly drew his sword and said, "Ultimate attack boost. In exchange, I will forget what it feels like to see a beautiful sunset." As he finished speaking, he swung his sword toward the magic circle, with such force that it knocked back the mages inside it. The mages shouted, regrouped, and retreated. After Rapanda Askim's attack, the penalty effect notification was cleared. Then he continued to point his sword at the mages and said, "Ultimate achievement boost. In exchange, I will forget the sound of rain." The attack was launched again, knocking away other mages. Seeing this, the mage angrily slammed his hand and shouted, "The thumb ring is destroyed, the index ring is destroyed, it's very hard to maintain my position." That insane, self-destructive star sign. At this moment, another female mage flew over to report to the mage. "Madam, we cannot face the Star Killer while he still has a week's worth of memories." The mage snapped, "Shut up and attack." The mages immediately united their strength and shouted as they launched their attack at Rapanda Askim. They gathered their power and shouted as they launched their attack. But Rapanda remained calm, showing no sign of panic, and calmly responded, unleashing a strengthened ultimate attack and striking at the mages. The mages were immediately knocked back, badly wounded. The remaining mages immediately informed the mage that the middle finger ring had been destroyed. The ring finger ring had been destroyed, and the little finger ring had been destroyed. The spell had been completely obliterated. Rapanda said, "I will discard the memory of the drink I just had, and then attack the formation again." The mage immediately informed the others that he was attacking the weak points of all the rings. Seeing the situation was unstable, the mage shouted in anger, "Who sold our secrets?" Contrary to the wizard's anger, Rapanda remained calm. "I will forget the memory of the street I wandered yesterday. I will forget its memory." Kim Gongja stared at him with eyes full of amazement and disbelief. Old Spirit, seeing this, asked, "So? His fighting style is completely different from yours, isn't it? The technique he's using is also a type of demonic art. The heavenly demon divine technique you use is based on memories of hunger and isolation, which is the opposite of killing intent. Discard your memories. If you observe carefully, there will come a day when you have to fight like that." Ahead, Rapanda is still charging at the mages and says, "I will forget the memories of walking under the warm sky and use my power to attack the mages." Old Star Spirit continued explaining to Kim Gong Ra that the most a killing star has is a week's worth of memories, and the least is a day's worth. He doesn't have more memories because he hunts and kills a constellation each time he gains that amount. Does that mean he needs a week's worth of memories to kill a constellation? Amnesia syndrome. No, he's just sacrificing his memories to fulfill his duty. At this moment, the sword Kim Gong-ra is wearing says that Sparkly can no longer watch his former owner fight. Sparkly is reminiscing. He didn't fight like that in the past. Sparkly doesn't understand when or why he started fighting like that. In the sky, a wizard tells another wizard, "Sir, I told you so. We don't stand a chance against the assassin star when he has a week's worth of memories. If we waste more mana, we will face great losses." The monitoring team has reported that the constellations have detected something abnormal. They might invade while we're weakened. The wizard, furious after hearing this, clenched his hat and shouted, "Sword Emperor, Sword Emperor, Sword Emperor." The old spirit below, hearing her call his name, shrugged. Really, am I still famous even after I'm dead? See, zombie, this is exactly why being too famous can cause trouble. The mage threw his hat away and said, "It looks like you've formed an alliance with the assassin. Just wait, we will hunt you down at all costs. This battle is over, but next time we will kill you." After saying that, the mage team immediately left. After the fight, Raponda Askim turned to Kim Gong-ra and said, "I kept my promise to the outsider, but from my observation, I have fallen into your trap. I have won the battle, but now I only have the memories of one day. I believe weakening me was your plan." The elder spirit nearby immediately warned, "Don't get caught in the fire, he's just stalling for time." Gong-ra clenched his sword and said, "You're right, I will kill you." After hearing that, Raponda Askim continued to murmur, "It's dangerous because I can't attack you, since I promised. If you really are the heir of the Sword Emperor, as the Tower Master said, then it's especially dangerous. My name is Death King. I am the heir of the demon sect and part of the Avasia family." Kim Gongja replied, a sword echoing all the screams. "You wonder, what is an heir?" He answered without hesitation, raising his sword first. He asked one last time, "What is the Death King?" He replied, "The name of the one who will kill you." Hearing that, Raponda softly asked, "Vampire King, do you remember the days when you felt hungry?" "It is written in my journal, but I have no memory of feeling hungry." Kim Gongjia clenched his sword tightly, a cold light flickering on the blade, and charged straight at Raponda, his voice ringing out like a death knell. "That will be the cause of your downfall." The scene shifts to the past, as Raponda Askim hears someone ask, "Hero, have you regained consciousness yet?" He slowly lifts his head to look at the sky, his eyes flickering with confusion. "Where is this?" Thankim answers. "You were just in a fierce battle and fell into the enemy's trap. An overwhelming ambush and a desperate fight to defend oneself inevitably lead to defeat. That was also the first time you used your sword to save yourself." Raponda didn't understand anything. "You muttered to yourself, rescue or something? What kind of rescue is that?" The sword continued to speak. "Yes, a certain power will save you, but in exchange it will take something from you, and at that moment you will part with a part of your name." That is also when Kim realizes where the gaps in his memory truly come from. Raponda Askim lifts his sword, surveys with a glance, and says, "I see." Thankim responds, "Yes, that's how it is." He permanently gave up part of his name in exchange for the scenery before him. The evil forces that attacked him earlier vanished without a trace, and once again the hero survived a calamity that seemed impossible to overcome. He never expected his name to be so valuable. Realizing this, he smiled and said, "That's quite good." A miracle happened just by giving up 1% of his name. But Kim's name wasn't the only thing of no use to him. Everything in his life before coming to this world was meaningless to him, so he called it amusing. The sword immediately obeyed and responded, "Yes, hero." Raponda picks up the sword and says, "Now I can leave this world a little sooner, but first I need to create a new name. I am Raponda. Ask him, the one from the death zone, the killer of the stars in the sky. Show respect to him." Returning to the present, Gong, sword in hand, charges forward and strikes at Raponda Askim. Following the sword are a series of arms rushing in, because the essence of hunger is the desperate hands of a child digging the ground. Raponda lifts his head, his eyes gradually turning red. He coldly ordered, enhancing his senses and discarding an hour. Raponda grabbed his sword to block Kim Gong's attack. He opened the diary and asked him, "This is a martial art that uses aura as internal strength, right?" People say traditional martial artists are obsessed with skills gained through internal cultivation. It seems this technique was learned from an unorthodox sect, probably the demonic sect you mentioned earlier. Kim Gongjia muttered as he was pushed back. For other dead people who cannot drink the ocean water, this world is a desert. Heavenly demon divine technique. Second form, the thirsting sword, Gong again strikes towards Raponda. He was also very quick and reacted swiftly to block that attack. This kind of fight is not sustainable. Death King, you are someone who values justice. If you build your justice on logic, you will not cause harm. Bareha Baraha Agabaraha, the third heavenly demon technique, the spirit-absorbing sword. With each word he spoke, the sword in his hand seemed to grow stronger. Gong family member continued to charge at Rapanda Askim. He once again erased the memory, trying to erase the scent of the ocean. The two swords clashed, creating a surge of power that pushed both of them back. Gongja angrily questioned, "Do you think you can keep fighting back with me for long?" Rapanda said nothing unnecessary, "As long as I am alive." Gong Ra, after hearing this, realizes now that this guy is one of the outcomes he was supposed to face. A hero who has reached the peak of demonic cultivation. Gong rushes forward again and unleashes the heavenly demon god technique. Fourth move, the ice-devouring fist. He remembers that 150 years ago his guardian spirit met him, which is why he was so angry back then. The old spirit lord once said, "I will teach him how to be happy." Looking into Rapanda's soulless eyes, Gong realized that the demon knew what would happen to someone who only knew how to abandon themselves. If he hadn't had a demon guardian before, if he hadn't met Lavian, and if he had believed that his memories were worthless and threw them away without a second thought. Rapanda raises his sword and says, "Discard the memories of warm and cold winds." Gongjia launches his attack and asks, "You talk about justice." He nodded and replied, "Yes." Gongjia gritted his teeth and asked, "So what is your concept of justice?" Rapanda whispers, "Is it to destroy the constellations?" At this moment, Gongja is using the Heavenly Demon Divine Technique's deadly kill poison sword, with toxic energy flowing out and corroding Rapanda's sword. Gong asked him why. He replied, "Constellations are beings that take away people's right to choose." Gong says after hearing that, human freedom is the foundation of good, and therefore the stars are evil because they interfere with human freedom. Earlier you said you defeated a constellation called the Immortal Happiness Messenger. That constellation forced people living in its world to be happy under the hoof of the Eternal Prairie's warlord. That world became a battlefield where human freedom no longer exists, so you, Rapanda Askim, still coldly look at the sword in your hand and increase your power. Throwing away the scent of all flowers, Gongja angrily questions, "You're just doing what the diary tells you to do, so where is the freedom in that?" He listened in silence and then replied, "If someone sacrifices their freedom to protect everyone's freedom, then they are doing the right thing. I have reached that conclusion through my own free will." Gong family attacks again and scolds, "You nonsense, even if you send sunset flowers, eat or feel the wind all week. It's all meaningless because you keep sacrificing yourself over and over again, launching the next move." The Celestial Demon God's sixth technique, the disease of obsession. Rapanda uses his sword again to fend off Kim Gong's attack and explains, "The stars have a negative influence on the world. They poison humanity with their minds. In that world, everyone is the same because they have only one choice. I am killing the stars to give humans the freedom to choose." Gongja continued rushing forward and shouted, "What are you doing that's any different from what they are doing?" He was pushed back and once again abandoned his memories, throwing away all my dreams this week, discarding the pain caused by the wounds, letting go of the dawn and night scenes. Kim Gongjia shouted out, "You are just following what is written in that diary." A blazing fire appeared on his sword. He said to Rapanda Askim, "The constellations are better than that, at least they know what they are doing. And you only act according to what is written on those pages. You are not the one killing the stars in the sky. Star Killer, you are truly a star assassin. If killing stars is your only duty and job, then go ahead and kill yourself first." Then he attacked Rapanda again, using the ninth self-sacrificing sword of the Heavenly Demon God technique. This time, Kim Gongja's sword pierced Rapanda's chest, causing the pages of the journal to gradually tear apart. He continued to say, "Let go of a second, let go of a second, let go of a second." Gong pushed Rapanda to the ground, grabbing his neck, raising his sword and saying, "Rapanda Askim, I will cut off your scream." Looking at the sword in front of him, Rapanda's dry lips still muttered the two words discard. The system was shocked by the death of the star assassin. The labyrinth eyes are wary of you because of this unbelievable scene. The Endless Prairie Warhorse expresses that the death of the star assassin shocked him, strengthening your existence and expanding your skill gap. As soon as the system finished speaking, a giant golden light radiated from Gongjia, and the system announced that your hunter rank is now B. Good luck. Kim Gongja stood up, wiping sweat from his face. The mage asked in surprise, "What do you mean?" "Wait, what? The assassin is dead?" The others also appeared one after another, looking at Rapanda Askim's tattooed shoulder and being startled. "It's unbelievable. A killer star? Who is that guy?" "I think people are calling him Sword King. The discussions keep going on. Who is the Sword King? That terrifying guy has been reborn." Kim Gongja started to worry as more and more people appeared. Damn it, I have to leave before I attract more attention. Everyone there is more skilled than me. If they discover my martial arts are weaker than theirs, I don't know when they might attack me. So he activated teleportation, but just as he finished speaking, he realized he was still standing in the same spot. This made him extremely confused. Once again, he tried to teleport, but it had no effect. He wondered why it wasn't working like this. Upon reflection, there was still no notification that this stage was complete. The assassin is really dead, so why is something still missing? Or is killing the assassin not enough? Is it because the demon spirit isn't the owner of the 50th floor that it doesn't count as completed? Seeing that he's still standing still, others ask, what's wrong with him? Just standing there forever. At this moment, a man in a white cloak used his ability to check the gold bell and shouted, "Wait a moment, my observation skill shows he's a B rank," someone exclaimed. B rank? This only makes Gongja more uneasy, his heart pounding. Is he using disguise skills? Assassins must be at least level S. There's no way a B level could kill him. Hey, someone go talk to him. Is there anyone here still active while the Sword King was alive? Gongja thought to himself after overhearing their whispers. This is bad, I must have missed something. At this moment, the old spirit asked, what are you looking at? Kim Gongja immediately questioned him. Just tell the truth, you know something, right? The spirit elder smiled and said, I have no idea what you're talking about. I have given all the advice I can. That silver-haired guy, he really looks like a killer. Kim Gongja thought to himself, Bihurian has already faced the assassin and even defeated him. He recalled what the old spirit said. They fought a proper battle. He is very strong, but not yet on my level. Gongja realizes and analyzes that someone like him would not let the Sat spirit survive. He's a reckless guy, but when it comes to swordsmanship and martial arts, he's very serious. My master is a good person, but you defeated him and called the teachings of the demonic sect heresy. So there's no way you would let a spirit beast survive, especially one more heretical than my master. The old spirit smiled in praise after hearing this. That's why I like you. A hunter has to be that smart. A hunter needs 3 qualities: intelligence to devise a plan, courage to carry it out, and skill to succeed. The assassin is a hunter of Gongja, just like you. Now behind Kim Gongja, the assassin appears and says, I have enhanced my attack and have erased the memory of a white flower I saw on my way here. Sat Tintan. Gongman ve fia Gongja, sukman kung kiep kiemoit husongkwan, badadadu bivangsa. Rapanda Askim stepped on a man's corpse and continued, that flower pot is very beautiful. The old man's life is about to end, and it feels like the remaining years of his life could fit into that small pot. A look at the flower pot filled with the old man's life for a moment. Life is truly beautiful. No matter how big or small it is, as long as there's a place to belong, that's enough. Enhancing my attack, I erase the memory of the fake old man and the flower pot. Rapanda erases her own memory to gather strength into her sword and strikes forward. The power from the sword radiates, knocking obstacles aside. The Lonely Seeker's system notification brings joy. The maze's eyes observe the appearance of new information, and the wild horse of the eternal plains abandons its attack. A man rushes toward you and says, the assassin is the one. But before he can finish, Rapanda Askim cuts him down and says, I've heard rumors from the alleyway. It doesn't sound like speech, but I still want to understand. I can't understand it, but I still crave it. Perhaps that's a sign of beauty. I think the sound of that alley is very beautiful. When I walk barefoot, I feel the ground beneath my feet is very solid and real. I wonder if walking barefoot makes people better. But they probably only step on broken glass. People who go barefoot may be good, but they always have to suffer pain. Among them, someone has killed me. The most likely suspect is the one carrying my body. As soon as he finished speaking, Rapanda appeared in front of Gongja and threw down the corpse he was carrying on his back. It's been 153 years, 7 months, and 2 days since I died. The Sword King who killed me in the past is truly more skilled than I am, so I added a rule to flee if I am killed by a stronger opponent. That is the lesson I learned after dying 3 times at the hands of the Sword King. Rapanda's cold gaze shifted back to Gongja. He spoke softly. You dodged 2 of my attacks, but if you're at the same level as the Sword King, you can counter immediately. The Sword King calls his swordsmanship the Universe Sword. You lack the skills to reach that level, making it hard to imagine someone like you could kill me. You're smart enough to exploit my weaknesses. A smarter hunter than me is very dangerous. If someone is stronger, they could become a hunter on par with the Sword King. Then, Rapanda drew the sword from his side and looked at Rapanda Askim in front of him, with only one thought left in Gong's mind. A living weapon, even prepared for his own death. So he created a backup body. He raised his sword aiming at Gongja and said, he is an extremely dangerous individual who must be eliminated immediately. Gongja was utterly astonished and alert when he saw Rapanda still alive right in front of him. At this moment, the old spirit lord laughed loudly and said, "Welcome, Gong, to the outside world beyond the 50th floor." Rapanda charges his sword towards Kim Gong family. He quickly draws his sword to block the attack. Two great powers collide, creating a loud echo as Gong grits his teeth and curses. Damn it. Is a puppet just a copy of oneself? In this way, I can't stop the slaughterer. He's just like a fighting machine. Rapanda Aski, holding his sword in one hand and flipping through a book in the other, said aloud. In the battle against the Insect King, apart from a few stars, no one else witnessed it because the Sword King considers one-on-one combat sacred and calls it a fight of justice. But if too many people see this death, it will be a bit difficult to kill them all. The nearby wizard, hearing Rapanda say that, cursed the crazy bastard. So listen to me now. I announce to all those who are or will become my enemies. I have become immortal. Even if you kill me, I will stand before you again, Rapanda warned as he pushed Kim Gong away. Those who kill me, I will find and kill you all, no matter who you are or what group you're in. I will eliminate every member of your ranks. To prove my words, I will kill you here. Enhancing my attack, I will discard all the beauty of this world. Gong saw the sword stabbing towards him and was amazed, thinking that he had never seen Lavian's eyes without fear when sacrificing himself for his ideals. He remembers Lavian once saying, "Don't commit suicide without my permission, even if your death is unavoidable. I want you to fight it until your last breath." Gong gritted his teeth and endured Rapanda's continuous attacks. In the end, his sword had pierced through his stomach, and he had also cut through the pages of Rapanda Askam's diary. The pain from the wound made Gongda scream out loud. He silently admitted, "You are a monster, stronger than me, and also extremely cautious like me. However, you are not the only one given a second chance," Rapanda asked him. You grab Rapanda's arm and smile smugly. Your system notifies you that you have died. You are currently a B-rank hunter. The enhanced punishment has altered the skill activation sequence. Warning, reliving the pain caused by the one who took your life. Extract the necessary information to reconstruct it from your memory. The high-level punishment has been carried out. Gong's eyes gradually become empty. After a while, the system reappears and announces, "This is a notice for students still on campus. Except for those participating in the evening self-study program, all other students are asked to leave the school grounds." The scene has now shifted to the school, with Kim Gongjia slumped over the desk as the school's loudspeaker broadcasts a message. Let me remind you once again, this is a broadcast from the radio club. Recently, some students at Kim Gongjia have been found slumped over their desks hearing this sound, and they are wondering what it means. At this moment, Herrick appeared and said, "Senior, wake up. They're telling us to go home." Gongjia saw him and stood up, asking, "Could it be Kim Hoa? That member of the Heresy Purge Guild has possessed you again." Herrick was startled and asked, "Are you part of the Heresy Purge Guild or something? Are you half asleep or what?" Gongja clenched his teeth and thought to himself, "This is not good. It seems that the level of the Sword Emperor has increased and the punishment has become strange." No one responded, leaving Gongja stunned. He looked around in surprise. Kim Gongjia once again calls him Sword Emperor, but all he hears in response are the sounds of students playing outside the window. "Get out." Gongjia was stunned when he saw this scene. Again, moving on to the psychological phase. Continuing to the psychological trauma. Herrick hurriedly pushed him out of the room and urged him on. "Come on, you should cherish your relationships. The main character in Cao Trungxinchu's legendary romantic story shouldn't keep their lover waiting." Gongja adjusts his coat and wonders what on earth is going on. Gongja carried his bag and walked down the school corridor, lost in thought. I only spent about 2 years in middle school. This place also looks quite similar to my memories if I want to go outside. As Gongja stepped out, he was startled to see Rapana, and when he saw the young master, he bowed his head, which made him extremely surprised. As he left the school, Gongjia saw Lavian standing in front of the car, and today he arrived a bit late. As soon as Gong saw Lavian, his face flushed, and he stammered to call out to him. Lavian reached out and lifted Kim Gongjia's chin. The female students around started gossiping. "Look over here, senior. Oh, that person who openly confessed during the school festival, right? So she's the daughter of a minor noble family. Look at that car. Damn, I'm so jealous." Lav tilted her head and looked at him before speaking. "You're talking in a strange way." "My boyfriend. I was born into a wealthy family, so of course I am from a wealthy family." Gongja was stunned to hear that. Lavi's boyfriend just called her his girlfriend. He asked her, "What about him?" Lavi heard this and replied, "If you have to answer, your boyfriend is naturally also an 11th grade student like you." The butler scheduled an appointment with the psychiatrist right away. "It seems my boyfriend has a mild case of forgetfulness now." The butler immediately took out his phone to call after hearing her say that. Gong, holding his blushing face, sighed. I can meet Lavi during high school. This is truly a great blessing, and I am the happiest man in the world. Lavian, seeing him return to normal, gives the order. The butler canceled that appointment. He acted normal again. Then she pulled Gong's hand and said, "But for now, I am still alive to choose this life. Get in the car. I will take you home." Kim Gongjia wondered to himself, if that was his home, then what kind of home would his home here be? Lavian said on the car, "I heard something big happened at your house yesterday." Gong was surprised to hear that. "A big deal?" Lavian asked again. "Don't you consider what happened a big deal? I used to avoid bringing up that topic before." The luxury car continued down the road and then stopped in front of a house. Gong looked at the house in front of him, silently wondering what it would be like. As he stepped out of the car, he was stunned to hear the father of this world say, "Who returned your girlfriend to you, Jiang, and brought her home? How beautiful life is. I should thank my father for my handsome appearance." Lavian, bowing slightly beside him, asked, "How are you, sir?" Seeing Gong still staring blankly at her, Elder Tin Lin angrily scolded him, "Say yes, sir, and if you don't treat the girl well, I'll remove your name from the household register." Then he turned to smile at Lavian. "Would you like to stay for dinner? Today, your uncle's house makes really good clam salad." Lavian stepped inside smiling and replied, "Yes, if you don't mind." Old Tin Lin praised him, saying, "You really are a good boy," while Gong, behind him, trudged inside. As soon as he entered, Gong was even more startled and dropped his bag when he saw Bitch Hyang smiling and asking, "How was school today, son?" Old Tin Lin ran over to her and smiled, saying, "You're so silly, my love. You thought Gong invited the girl to our house. Oh, I tricked her with the clam salad." Bitch Hyang heard this and crossed her arms, saying, "You're right, my love. We shouldn't expect such bravery from our son." Gong, hearing this form of address, was startled. "My love." At this moment on the TV, the announcer's voice echoes as the following clip shows the assault by singer Jo Zoo-ha. However, we just received news this morning that the film crew's report was fake, and surprisingly, the person who edited that footage confessed to it. Gongjia, upon seeing the news clip, broke out in a cold sweat. Bitch Hyang spoke again. "Gong, go call your sister out so we can all eat together." Gong family asked in fear, "Where is it?" She looked towards the door and replied, "In my room." Gongja quickly went to open the door and saw Hoa Vuong reading a book and looking up at him. Hoa Vuong, lying on the bed eating chips, asked, "Hey, have you seen the news? I'm really in trouble now. He's been following me. I got angry and acted once, but I was caught on camera. I almost ruined my singing career. So annoying. Luckily, he was sensible and ran away. My mom would beat me to death." "Huh, are you okay? You look so pale, my friend." Gong frantically shouted, "Drop dead!" He rushed to fight Fire King and shouted, "Drop dead, you bastard!" Fire King, startled by this, asked, "Are you out of your mind? Calm down." Gong scolds, "You call the Master Mother and still expect me to stay calm? Damn you." Fire King shouted, "Mom, Gongja is hitting me." Gongja became even angrier. "Don't call her mom." Gongja and Hoa Vuong are both sitting at the dining table. Gongja has been beaten and has a swelling on his head. Fire King with violet eyes sat across from me and said, "I know this is rude, but I've finished dealing with my brother-in-law. Incidents like these usually need to be resolved quickly or completely buried. People often prefer the latter, but this time the timing isn't ideal because the political world is currently quiet and a concert is scheduled in just 10 days. Gongja silently admired Lavian's hands. Her hands are so beautiful. Bitch Hai sat to one side, raised her wine glass, and spoke. "That's a bit surprising. Miss Lavian, if you're doing this for Gong, I can understand. But as you know, Suha and the Gong family don't get along. Do you really need to use your family's power to help Suha?" Lavi replied, "I just want to show that to my parents." Bi Hyang then asked, "What do you mean by showing it to them?" Lavi put down his chopsticks and replied, "They might be dismissing our love as just a fleeting pleasure of a wealthy girl, a beautiful memory from school. They probably see it that way, whether for better or worse, but I truly want to accept everyone as my family. There are voices of opposition in this family, but I will silence all objections. Handling this matter is my way of proving my ability and determination to both of you. Please accept our marriage, parents." And then Lavi reached out and took Gong's hand. Bitch Hyen smiled after hearing that and said, "A remarkable child like that has approached my son? Thank you, I haven't raised the boy in vain." Fire King sat nearby and also chuckled. "Damn it, so now we're part of a wealthy family? Damn it, your singing career is over. Hey, sister-in-law, lately many singers are expanding into China. Can our group do that? Suha, if you cause trouble again, I will remove your name from the family register." Huh? Bitch Hyang felt that was not enough of a warning. It needed to be more serious. Otherwise, it wouldn't be enough. So she found someone to raise and kneel before them and apologize. Until you are forgiven, I will not acknowledge you as family. Hua Vuong was startled and asked his mother about this, and Elder Spirit Lin happily chuckled. It seems we need to buy a really nice suit for our son. Gongra looked at the scene in front of him and pondered. A family home? Something he's never had before? Why? The next day on his way to school, Gongra still wondered if this was the wound of the divine assassin. Around him, the sounds of students exchanging words echoed. Do you have homework? Is there a test today? As he was walking, he suddenly saw the 4 heavenly kings appear and say, Good morning, causing the Gong family to startle and narrow their eyes. The 4 heavenly kings, the ghostly demon asked confusedly. Huh? We are the 4 heavenly kings of Truong Shinshu. Gongja thought to himself, this is crazy, it can't be. Are they saying that the 4 heavenly kings are bullies in this world? As he finished thinking, he heard the demon sword pat its chest and say, Hey, what good does bullying do? You should focus on studying and forget about bullying. Lately, we've been well behaved. You keep telling us to stay calm, but ever since you started dating the queen, we can't even command the runners anymore because of you. Gong was extremely shocked to hear that. Do you call Lavian the queen? What the hell is that? The demon sword angrily condemns you for bragging about it. What are the true and the 4 great heavenly kings anyway? Gong sighed, saying, Don't be so serious, it's too scary. In the classroom, the Black Witch stood up and called out, Attention to greet the teacher. All the students stood up and said, Hello, teacher, ha. The teacher in this world is actually Chen Wan. He said, All right. Then he handed the basket to the Black Witch and told the class monitor to collect everyone's phones. The Black Witch took the basket and immediately replied, Yes, mun. He then turned to warn the students, If I catch anyone hiding their phones, you're all dead, got it? Gongja clenched his teeth and said, What the hell is this? An venomous snake becoming a teacher? The Black Witch walks down collecting phones from each student and asks, You've turned off all your phones, right? The student replied, Yes. Gongra lay on the desk, watching the direction of the Black Witch and feeling utterly confused. A well-behaved holy knight hands over the phone to her. I've seen all kinds of things in my life, but this one is truly unbelievable. Seeing the dark wizard approaching, Gongja handed her the phone, but she calmly walked past him and took the phone from another student. Gongjia, seeing that, suspiciously called her, thinking she had forgotten about him. Class monitor Hakfu Thui asked, What's going on? Gongjia replied, You didn't take my phone. As soon as he finished, everyone turned to look at him. Gong walks over and hands the phone to the Black Wizard. The Black Wizard, seeing this, teases him. So the wise princess is correcting the mistakes of the fool? Gongjia was very confused upon hearing that. On the podium, he enthusiastically said, Oh, today, even the great Gongjia is handing in his phone. Everyone, look closely. With love, you can transform a person. When you go to university, remember to find your soulmate. The holy knight raised his hand to speak. Sir Gong said he will attend Seoul National University. He told me very seriously. Rondu, hearing that, added, Huh? That's strange. He told me he was going to join off-force. The student council president is studying abroad and said he would go without hesitation. Chen Mum smiled when he heard that. His safe school is Seoul National University, and his dream school is office. As expected, Gong family has standards completely different from ours. The Black Witch calmly placed her phone on the teacher's desk. On her way back, Ryandu teased her. The class president is careful. You're about to lose your top spot. The Black Witch coldly retorted, That's none of your business. Kim Gongjia looked around the classroom, feeling very confused, a strange sensation. I'm wearing a school uniform, but I recognize all these faces, except for one person. His gaze was fixed on Rapanda, thinking about that child. Just then, the door opened, and Jia Kim Soo asked, Since the first period is math, can we start the class now? The whole class responded, Yes, ma'am. Gongjia saw the girl and thought to himself that he was no longer surprised. Grandpa Kim Soo stepped onto the podium and said, Today we will start a new chapter. After class, Gongjia walked down the schoolyard when a boy approached and asked, Why do you keep studying so much lately, Gongdu? Come play with us too. Another boy holding a ball said, Let's play soccer. Kim Gong ruffled the boy's hair and replied, Let's play together. He played with the kids, then sat on the steps, wondering why this scene became a psychological scar. Everyone is alive, Bahuri is not a ghost, and the master is still alive. His personality remains as bad as ever, but even the Fire Emperor is playful with his parents and gets scolded. Still like a human. Isn't this a peaceful and happy hypothesis? Where in this world is like hell? Lavian appeared now, standing in front of him with a smile and said, Here it is, your boyfriend. You seem worried. I called you, but you didn't answer, so I was really worried. Making your boyfriend worry for no reason isn't a good thing. Seeing her, he was surprised and called Lavian. He quickly took out his phone to check and said, "Sorry, I handed my phone to the class monitor and forgot to turn it back on. I just felt a little uneasy." After listening, Lavi leaned down and kissed him, asking, "What could possibly move your heart, my love? I hope there's nothing in this world that can shake you, except for me." Kim Gongjia blushed and called Lavian. Suddenly, Gong asked her, "Do you know the names of my parents?" Lavian replied, "Of course your mother's name is the same as your father's name." Gongjia didn't hear the name of the old spirit and whispered to himself, "As expected, because I don't know the real name of the spirit demon." Lavian called her boyfriend when he didn't answer, while Gongjia was still lost in thought. If this is a dream, it wouldn't contain truths I don't know. Even when I check the class list during break, most of the names, including the leaders of the guilds, are unreadable. He took her hand and said, "Lavienne, this may seem strange, but I feel uneasy. Lavienne, you are the daughter of a wealthy family. In theory, there's no reason for you to live the same school life with someone like me here." Lavian was startled and asked, "Your words make me uneasy. What are you trying to say?" Gong continued to say that this was probably everything. Just then, his phone rang, startling him. Gong looked at his phone and saw a message saying, "You are the one who killed me. Don't forget you killed me." Immediately after, a loud scream rang out, drawing everyone's attention. Gongzajia and Lavian hurriedly ran toward the crowd. The students were surrounding a building, shouting, "What do we do over there?" "We have to call the teacher. What is he planning to do?" "I don't know. It seems like he's planning to commit suicide." Riponda is standing on the rooftop, looking down at the noisy students below. "What should we do now?" "Someone call the teacher." Lavian looked up and shouted, then hurried inside, saying before she left, "It's not good. Call 119. I'll try to go up there and talk to him." Gongda, terrified, dialed 100 Danin just as the phone fell from above and shattered, causing the students to scream. Gongda's phone screen shows 119. He stares in shock, lifts his head to look into Riponda's vacant eyes, and mutters, "Die." Then he fell down. The students shouted, "That bastard's gone crazy." Teacher, please." One of the students raises their phone to take a picture. Gong clenched his teeth and said, "Don't take pictures." But the clicking continued non-stop. Gongra panicked and asked, "What are you doing?" "Stop taking pictures." "I told you to stop, don't look anymore." A message from Kim Gongra's phone appears on the screen. "You killed me. Don't forget, you're the one who killed me." Lavian now appears on the rooftop. She looks down and says, "But Gongra, you are the one who killed him." The scene shifts to a news broadcast where a man stands at a podium. As everyone knows, a recent unfortunate accident has occurred. "But I believe in you. The students watching this news are talking about it. Have you seen the message he sent? He's really crazy. He's always so eccentric." After watching the news, Old Spirit calmly said, "Don't pay attention to those backstabbers. They're just cowards who wouldn't dare to face you directly." Fire King, sitting on the sofa, munching chips, said, "Yeah, sometimes you have to clash to truly live. If life is blown out of proportion. Over small things, why did that guy commit suicide just because of that call from Heavenly King, that crazy attention seeker?" "I want to play games," Chen Muan spoke up in the classroom. "Yeah, I'm also very sad, but this is a very important time for you. Once you reach the 3rd year, time will pass quickly like a dog running in the field. Your future will depend heavily on this year, so please prioritize and organize your tasks." Students in the Dongthun Ho class, "Yes, sir." Only the Dark Witch turns to look at the table by the window where the chrysanthemum is placed, while Gong at this moment hears the haunting sound repeating the high-level punishment of the animal realm. I was startled awake to find myself back at the starting point as the school's announcement blared, informing the students still remaining at school. Recently, there have been reports of students staying at school even after classes end. Please leave the school if you haven't registered for the evening session. Herrick appears again and calls out, "Wake up. They're reminding us to go home." Gong suddenly stood up and pushed Herc's hand away, making him cry out. He ran silently, thinking to himself, "I understand now. This must definitely be Riponda's haunting. So that's all there is to him." Herrick saw you running like that and opened the door to say, "No running in the hallway." As he ran, he realized that his memories had been overwritten by his nightmare, like a skin in a game, with the same situation and role assigned to him. Thinking of this, he immediately cursed. Damn it. He runs to the stairs and sees Riponda standing on the emergency exit, realizing that Kim Gongjia is the culprit. He called out, "Why are you bowing to your classmate?" Riponda looked confused and turned around to ask, "Huh?" Kim Gongja reached out and said, "Can I borrow your phone for a moment?" "Please." Riponda obediently hands over the phone to Gong. He opened it and saw that there were 47 unread messages. He scrolled through the messages, which were filled with glaring lines of text. "It's really pitiful for our juniors. They have to call you senior. Have you ever thought about how they feel? Hey, are you ignoring me?" Shocking news. Our school has students who don't wash their uniforms. The way I said hi to you in the hallway, you looked so happy, damn it. Even though I was pretty embarrassed, I only did it because of a bet. Don't think we're friends or anything. Living in the school's dump zone, he reuses his uniform and shoes, but there's one thing that can't be recycled. See you after school. After reading these messages, Kim Gongji immediately puts his phone away. He looked up and asked, "Why did you bring it with you? You just need not to bring it." Rapanda remained silent. After a moment, he finally spoke. "If I don't do that, you said you would kill me." Gongja was startled by that. Gongja then continued, "Just throw it away if you want. If you say it's lost, no one can do anything to you." But Randa replied, "It's the phone you gave me. It's your old phone. My family is very poor. You even paid my tuition. In exchange, I have to be available whenever you call. You said if I dare lose it, you'll kill me, but I really could just throw it away?" Gong went to the school gate where Lavian was waiting and told her, "I'm sorry, Lavian, I can't go home with you today." Gong, with Rapanda behind him, was impressive. Sometimes he's really mysterious, but also pretty cool. He leaned down for her to kiss his cheek. She asked, "As you wish. Is there anything I can do to help?" He laughed and replied, "Not yet, but if there is, I'll let you know." Lavian then said, "I believe you." After saying goodbye to Lavian, Gong turned to Rapana and said, "Let's go." He looked at him cautiously and asked, "Where to?" I silently thought I didn't know where to start untangling this mess, but I have to do something different to end this nightmare. I should start with what I can do first. So he responded to the boy's house. Another scene appeared. This time, Kim Gong appears as a child sitting on a chair, overhearing the kids around him gossiping. The indifferent director is locked away. "Our birthdays all fall on the 1st of the month," the boy next to me replied. "It means they don't bother throwing many birthday parties." The boy in the green shirt continued to reflect. "What about our names? Kim Menus." "Really? Kim Menus?" The little boy in the gray shirt is drinking milk and replying. "At least now your names include Kim, so it sounds more natural. But my name is Kim Hunfij. Just call me Hunfi." Kim Gonggia muttered to himself after hearing their story. The director really is indifferent. He thought to himself, "I've thought about this for a long time. But after climbing the tower and meeting many people, I realized their attitude is not just normal indifference." As he grew older and went to school, he kept wondering why the director was like that. He tried to recall and reflect on those memories. It feels like they're always cautious not to love us too much. Once I asked the director, "You don't love us, do you?" The director at that time replied that someday you will have the answer. Gongjiang, after hearing that, thought to himself, "We always get answers like that whenever we seriously ask about something. One day when the director was talking with you, you asked yesterday why he doesn't love you a little more, right?" You nodded. "Yes, the director speaks. Gong said that people often pretend to be someone they're not, acting smart, strong, kind, or as if they are someone else. Everyone wears a mask and feels there's no need to take it off, but if you get too used to wearing that mask, eventually you'll forget that wearing it is making you blind. Try to imagine for a moment what you would think if I got angry at you," Kim Gongja replies. "Oh, surely the director must be having a stressful day today." The director listens and then smiles. "That's right, I am someone who can be difficult with you sometimes, and you know that very well. Do you understand? That is who I am, and because of that, you know me. But what if I am someone who loves you? If I am someone who always says I love you, you are the purpose of my whole life. I love you more than anything and always hold you in my arms, what then? But what if someone like that gets angry at you? Then you might start having thoughts like these. Why is the director angry with us? He said he loves us the most. I must have done something wrong, even though I only get annoyed once a year. Gong, after 10 years, that number will be 10 times. Even if you only remember half of those times, that's 5 times, and 5 memories are enough for you to judge a person's character. Don't do that. Just remember me as someone easily annoyed and someone who doesn't even bother to celebrate your birthdays. That's the truth. Don't lose yourself because of me. You haven't done anything wrong. Don't let someone like me distort you. You can become strong, so try to be strong." Kim Gonggia stands inside the room, looking up at the portrait on the wall with the social worker's vow written on it. "I stand together with individuals, families, groups, organizations, and the entire community to uphold human dignity and social justice so that everyone can live a humane life. I am always by the side of those marginalized by society and those suffering in hardship. Protect their rights and interests, fight against social injustice and corruption, and prioritize the common good over personal gain. I vow to uphold the ethical principles of social work, dedicating myself fully with integrity and responsibility. I swear on my honor and my free will." Returning to the present, Kim Gongjia said, "Going to your house, you look at Rapanda and wonder if as the psychological trauma worsens, that trauma itself might become a challenge you have to overcome. If so, the first thing I want to do is visit Sattin's parents and apologize to them." He listened and replied, "I know. and then took Gongja to his house and said, "This is my home." Gongja looked up at the house in front of him, recalling the message content. Living in the scrapyard, even the shoes he wore inside and his uniform were recycled. The only thing that couldn't be recycled was... Gongja went inside and asked, "Where are your parents? Are they at work?" He answers, "My father collects scrap metal to sell." Then he asks, "And your mother?" Rapanda answers, "I lost it." At that moment, the door opens and Rapanda's father comes home and asks, "Are you Kim Yun's friend?" Gong turned to look at him and replied, "No, I am not his friend. I am the one bullying him." After hearing this, he turned away. Kim Gong saw it and was startled, but it was too late. There was no spark left to ignite the fire in his heart anymore. He hurriedly ran over and said, "This is my proof. If you check his phone, you'll see the message where I threatened to bully him if you saw it." He handed him the phone to look at. After reviewing it, he muttered, "So that's it." Kim Gong was stunned, realizing that this man no longer had the courage to take responsibility for the fake murderer. Gong spoke up, "I apologize for entering your house without permission. If possible, I would like to stay with your child for a while." "Can I invite him to my house?" The old man replied. "Feel free." "Come on, you heard what he said. Pack what you need and bring it with you. You'll stay at my house for a while." "What are you trying to do? Are you about to marry a rich girl, so now you're trying to whitewash your past? Are you afraid of leaving a consequence? That's a smart move. This is just another game you came up with. If you want to play, just say so and cancel it outright. Should we meet at the schoolyard today?" Gongja was stunned after hearing that. He bowed his head and said, "I am sorry." Rapanda saw this and stood up. "You're crazy, Gong. Please, just give me one more day. I'm begging you, please, just give me one more day." He thought to himself that one more day for me was just like any other day coming up, but for the person standing in front of me, it was their last day. Rapanda muttered, "You can do whatever you want. It's up to you." Kim Gongjia silently thought that besides hope and desperate pleading, there was nothing else he could do. As he led Rapanda back to his house and stood at the door, he said, "Please wait here for a moment." Rapanda said, "I told you, do whatever you want." Gongjia went inside and said, "I'm back." Old Spirit saw him return and smiled, asking, "Oh, you're back, son?" The young man looked at the man in front of him and thought to himself, "My Sword King partner. You taught me how to look forward and live in this world." His father called out to him, which startled the old spirit. He was taken aback, saying, "Wait, this is strange, huh? Hearing you call me Dad, I feel something strange. It's not just strange, it makes my spine tingle." That call sounded so strange it almost made me faint. "Hey, car?" Kim Gongjai still insisted, "Dad, there's no way you can raise me like this. The father I know is a wonderful, formidable man. Although sometimes he seems like a narcissistic lunatic, at least when he believes something is wrong, he will fight against it, to the end. If I am your father, I could never raise a thug. Even if you go astray, I will beat you half to death if I have to set you straight. And when you bully someone weaker, there's no way your father would say that. I remember last time the spirit elder said people will talk behind your back, but you just ignore what they say." Gongja continued muttering, "There's no way my father would now call someone like you his son affectionately. That's not going to happen. A father like that will only teach those suffering how to find happiness. He is not the Sword Emperor. Get out, leave now, get out of my sight." As soon as he finished speaking, the sword in front of him shattered and a blazing red light appeared. He looked at what was in front of him, silently realizing that this was the true face of this world. In Bitch Hyang's house, she was sitting at the desk writing in her notebook. Gongja approached to call his master, then changed to call her mother. Kim Gongja looked at her and silently thought about the fateful encounter with his master. "Moran." She looked at him and said, "It's strange. It's been a long time since I heard someone call me mother like that. Actually, you should have said you haven't finished expressing your feelings, but you interrupted me. I love you so much, Mom. I want to meet my mother. I have found the person I will love in this life. Truly loving someone and being loved wholeheartedly in return is not just a dream. Bring Lariel here. I want to introduce her to you first before anyone else. If you were here, I am sure you and I would be good friends. I am living in hell on earth. I'm still okay and still trying my best to survive. Some days I think about the words you taught me, and I want to see you again." Bitch Hyung, hearing that, stood up and went over to Gong to wipe his tears and ask, "Did you have a nightmare?" He replied, "I am still dreaming." She then said, "Life is no different from a dream." Bitch Hyung hugs you and gently tells you, "Your mother's son. Don't let those words deceive you. Always compare them with your heart. No matter what you call me, I am always in your heart, and so are you." Kim Gong tearfully told her that remembering a few words and quoting a few sentences doesn't define a person. The more you cherish others in your heart, the more you become like them. Mom also wouldn't raise Josuha that way. Bitch Hyung nodded. "That's right. Gongja continued. She would never invite someone to raise their hand in anger at her dinner table. She would either kick them out or discipline them first. No, she would raise them to be good people from the very beginning. Bitch Hyen smiled gently, her eyes kind and motherly. That's right, Gongja concluded. So you're not S-Bang. As he finished speaking, Bitch Hyang in front of him also gradually shattered. Before disappearing completely, she advised, "Survive, Gong family, you must live strongly." Gongja held her in his arms one last time before she vanished, then he immediately ran to the bathroom to vomit. Hua Vuong walked by, heard the noise, and asked, "What did you eat?" "I told you not to touch that stuff and eat it, didn't I?" "Do you want me to rub your back?" Gongja looked up and asked. Josu Hua Vuong, hearing that, asked, "Are you so drunk you've lost your mind?" "Calling me bluntly like that, little brother?" Kim Gongja scolded. "You're a bastard." Did Hua Vuong get startled after hearing that? Gongja stood up and asked, "You think you can do the job of a singer idol? You psycho dog, you're not the type to pat your brother's back just because he's vomiting." Gong steps forward and presses on his shoulder, continuing to criticize. "Even if you were like that even a little, if at least you were that kind of person, I wouldn't have killed you." He silently thought that sometimes I would say that in my dreams. He recalled the moment when he was injured and begged the Fire King, the hunter, to help him with the wolf attacking him. "Please give me the medicine." After hearing this, Fire King handed Kim Gong-ra the medicine bottle and said, "Be more careful next time." Damn it, today probably isn't the day I get my paycheck. As I think about this, I realize those are the words I would have spoken while handing over the medicine. 11 years ago, Joshua was still human, a dream in which I didn't have to kill my hero from the past myself. Gong-ra clenched his fist and scolded, "You bastard. All you do is manipulate me. Forget about the plan to send me to this hellhole and end your past." At this moment, I suddenly realized this is not my home. After finishing up, Kim Gong-ra opened the door and said, "Come in." He warmly pulled Rapanda into the house. "This is not my world." Rapanda saw the person sitting outside and said, "Hello." Gong cut him off and said, "Don't bother greeting me. Even if they act like they know you, just ignore them." He opened his door and said, "This is my room. You can stay here for a while." He looked at Rapanda and thought to himself, he's not even surprised by his own family's appearance. Maybe in Teen 2's eyes, they always look like spirits. Gong-ra pulled Rapanda to sit on the bed and warned him, "If my parents and brother try to come in, don't open the door for them. If he hears that, he'll frown, and don't talk to me politely like that anymore. It's really weird and annoying. I don't understand why you're doing all this, like you're planning something." Kim Gong stepped out of the room and replied, "I don't really care, even if that's all you think." As he finished speaking, the door closed, and in her room, Preta picked up the phone in shock. "Hello? Huh, you're Suha's younger brother." Gong told her that she was not a star. As he finished speaking, Preta's image also disappeared, and the phone fell to the ground. "You came looking for Moomin." He was stunned. That's strange. I rarely see you in the teacher's lounge." Then, his appearance gradually started to break apart. Notification system. The real trauma factor has decreased beyond recovery, and the document is damaged while being extracted from your memory. Extracting damaged documents from the people appearing in your memory, Kim Gongja goes to meet the fake Kim Soo. "The girl was just scared when she saw you. Gong, you want to meet me in an empty classroom? What do you want to do?" The system keeps prompting for documents from Dragwa. Failing that, you go to meet faces you once knew. "They say the student council president wants to see me. Do you have anything to say to me?" "Gong, go play soccer." Dear Gongja, after each encounter, their images gradually fade from the system's warning memories, and the psychological trauma factors have diminished. Now, only red-colored soulless spirits remain before Kim Gong-ji. He realizes this is the world of the Starkillers, and now only one person still retains their original form, going against those souls and standing before him. Gong family called out to Lavi. She stopped in front of him and replied, "Yes." Gong said, "I do feel like something is off." Lavian brushed her hair back and said, "The fact that you insist on calling me Lavian and this awkward feeling is telling me that you must call me that. More importantly, I can't remember how we met. You confessed your love to me at the school festival last year, and that's how we started dating. But I wonder if that's really true. Our love isn't like that. It's not so ordinary. Kiss me now." Gong leans down and kisses Lavian on the lips. She smiles and looks at him with eyes full of love. My heart is pounding. She takes his hand and confesses, "The love I have for you is completely real. I love you this much, not just because you're handsome and charming. The top couple in the history of middle school and high school. Of course, we are the top couple in the universe." Kim Gong-jia looked at her and nodded. That's right. She asked him if her love wasn't fake. Then her memories must be distorted. So whether this is a dream or an illusion, is she dreaming of him or is he dreaming of her? He answers that he is dreaming of her. He leans down and embraces her to confess his love. You are the only one I love. Levian gently caresses his face and smiles. Yes. Even if this is just a dream, I am the only one who has the right to love you and be loved by you. You nodded affirmatively. You're right. Lavi spoke with a smile. I admire you. My lover, you love me with all your heart. Then she reached out and touched Kim Gong's forehead to guide him. Now close your eyes. No matter what happens, don't open them. Just call my name. Do you understand? If you open your eyes, I'll be angry. Her fingertip moves down to your lips. He mumbled Lavian's name. Lavian, the one he secretly loved. The system's alert for the reality factor of the psychological center has decreased. He closes his eyes, silently thinking not to let himself see her true self. That's how Evanzia operates. The warning system is next, and the documents cannot be recovered. After settling everything, Gongja returned home and stood in front of Rapanda. Now all that was left was for him to say, "There's no time to follow me." Rapanda stood up in surprise and asked, "You haven't gone back yet?" Gongja hurried over and grabbed his wrist, making Rapanda startle. He panicked instinctively and hurriedly said, "Hey, wait. What is this? Where are you taking me?" Gong replied as he pulled him along, saying, "This is where he will live longer." Rapanda looked confused and frowned. "I don't understand what you're saying. You've been acting strange for a month. What exactly are you afraid of? You're not the kind of person who tries for anything. You respond because I promised to do my best to live at all costs." Gong pulls Rapanda along the school corridor, telling him as they walk that my master drew his sword even when the world was ending. My friend protected her country even when the world repeats itself. I am doing my best to be proud to stand beside them. Rapanda looked confused. "Master, do you mean our teacher?" "I really don't understand." Kim Gongja didn't explain and continued, even mentioning someone who sacrificed everything for their ideals, even at the cost of abandoning themselves. The two of them walk past the Black Witch, who then looks up at the sign and wonders, "Is this the place?" Gongjia glances at her, secretly thinking she's the only one he hasn't defeated yet. He immediately grabbed Hakfuthui's hand, pulled her along, and said, "You have to come with us. You can't stay here now." Black Witch was startled and asked, "Kim Gongja, what are you talking about?" "Warning system. The haunting reproduction is weakening and cannot be sustained. Gong pulls you and the Dark Sorcerer onto the rooftop." The Black Witch was startled and dodged. "Where are we going?" Rapanda shouted beside her. "I feel dizzy." Gongja forcefully broke the lock, and as he pushed open the rooftop door, the Black Witch stopped him. Climbing up to the rooftop would be a violation of the school's rules. Gongja entered and said, "For now, we will be safe here." The Black Witch was startled and asked, "What do you mean it's safe? Don't you know how strict our school is about this rule? Especially after last year, if the teachers find out I'm here, my perfect record will be ruined. You secretly think there are only 3 people left in this nightmare." He called out, "Class president, do you know what's going on in the class?" Kim Gong appears as the villain. Rapanda is the victim. After hearing that, the Dark Witch turned around and gritted her teeth as she asked, "So, what exactly do you want to say to me? And the witness is the Dark Witch." The Black Witch stared at Kim Gongja and condemned him. "Everything is your fault. You are the one who was careless and gave him that name. Gungra called you and that person the super useless duo of Zeno. Honestly, who cares? I don't even want to talk about this with you. If I had known that bullying was happening even at Cao I would have chosen a different school," Gongra said. "Ah, you are responsible for what happened to those classmates, class president," the Dark Witch asked angrily. "So what? Are you saying it's my fault? I can't believe it. So you're really just going around talking to each person one by one." Gongja is regretting. Gongja has become someone else. All the teachers praise you. That's great. After hurting someone, just apologizing is enough to wipe away the guilt. I can accept it once or twice. But how can life be a joke or a mistake that you can erase at will? Do you think the world is a trash dump where you can throw your mistakes away? Don't play this game with me. Don't drag me here. I know you're trying to make me apologize. I haven't done anything wrong. You are the one at fault with him. Kim Gongja spoke up after hearing this. I know you don't think that way. A thought arises in his mind. When Rapanda took his own life, everyone tried their best to look away. He remembers that after hearing the news, the students asked, "Can you believe he sent that message? Is he crazy?" Remembering Chen Muman's advice to the students in class, "So think about what is most important to you," he concluded, "Rapanda is the madman." Coincidentally, I am the one who stayed calm. Although we had teased him before, we were just going along with the flow. We did nothing wrong. You all are trying to take my life. Don't forget that you are the ones who killed me. Everyone else is like that, except for one person. While the enemies hold their heads high, the lone witness sits there in remembrance. The Dark Witch trembled briefly, losing her composure for a moment, but during that time I uncovered quite a lot. "Do you know this school is part of the Saroon Research Fund? Among the school board members are your girlfriend's parents and the person in charge of the Sarin church session, which is also the church my family attends. I have to face him every weekend. I bet you're bullying others without even knowing about these things, right?" Why should I know all this when it just causes chaos and problems? Just stop it. Stop already. We have to take the college entrance exam next year. I only sleep 4 to 5 hours a night to make time for studying. I also got into this school on a scholarship like that, while you just smile and enjoy your carefree school life, bullying others without a care. Kim Gongja hears these words and realizes that hatred is easy, but goodwill is impossible. The dark wizard can't hold back anymore and screams. But I am struggling and trying my best. Do you know that our homeroom teacher is the second-year representative of the scholarship committee? When I mention the damn name of this disgusting teacher from this school, Kim Gong-ra says, "I'm sorry." The dark wizard immediately ran over, kicked his leg, and yelled, "Don't you dare apologize, trash. Instead of apologizing, just live or die like the garbage you are. I beg you, after graduation, never see that family again?" Gong-ra looked at Rapanda and spoke. "That guy was planning to commit suicide, a month ago, right here." The Black Witch was stunned and turned around. She tremblingly asked, "Is it true?" Gongja reluctantly replied, "Yes, I don't know how he found out. I don't know that he was thinking about such things." The class president, the Black Witch, trembled after hearing that. "I see no guilt. I don't feel guilty. In my first year, I gave up on the school administration because I knew nothing would change. This year, I tried bringing it up once with our homeroom teacher before I withdrew. That's just the kind of person I am. You may remember me like that, but don't take your own life. You can't commit suicide just because of trash like them. That's not right. You have to keep living, okay? Live through college, make a lot of money, and get out of this trash city." Rapanda looked at the Black Witch with her face down and spoke. "I've thought about that, but maybe these bastards will forget." He stepped closer to the Black Mage and continued, I want to destroy their lives somehow." Rapanda sat down, holding the Black Witch, and said, "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to hurt someone like you. I'm glad. I'm glad that a month ago on this day, I didn't take my own life. I'm happy that there's at least one person I can forgive." The Black Witch sobbed and muttered, I'm sorry. Please don't die because of these beasts. Endure and survive to the end. I promise to try harder." Together, let's revive the fading nightmare beneath the Black Witch's disguise as the young face of the director appears, stunning Gong family. The director tearfully said, "Live for the unfortunate children. First, go to university and major in social work. After moving to another city and earning a social work degree, no one will be able to trample on us anymore. We will graduate and help other children. I might struggle alone, but with the two of us, we can do anything, maybe even find more people to join us. I believe this is not everything the world has to offer. Let's create our own world." At this moment, the rising water fiercely engulfed the two of them. Rapanda muttered, "It doesn't sound like a high-paying job." The director tearfully replied, "That doesn't pay much, it sounds difficult." The director responded, "I heard it's even more than that." In the end, Rapanda smiled contentedly, but it still sounded better than the world we know. "I gave up studying after the second half of my first year. Maybe I have fallen behind." The director quickly reassured me that it's okay, it's not too late, and nothing is lost yet. He naturally replied, "All right, everyone in the class, let's survive together in this world." Finally, the images of the two people disappeared. The system displayed a notification that the haunting reproduction was complete and the punishment was over. Gong opens his eyes and a dialog box appears in front of him. Please choose a skill type. The system displays a message indicating it is randomly copying a skill from the assassin star. Please select a skill type. The Gong family is still lost in thought. They are classmates studying together in the same class. One of their watches was broken and the other destroyed. Why do good people always end up getting ruined? Why do those who harm others seem to be fine while their victims have to die? At this moment, the old spirit appeared smiling and said, "I really enjoy it when people let their guard down and meet their end, so how about it? Level 50 isn't easy, right? Even the star killers are not easy to deal with, right? You shouldn't have used tricks to climb up there in the first place. It's all your fault." Gongja silently thought that it seemed like he didn't know what he had just gone through that day. He always pretended to be in a psychological crisis with me, but this time he didn't. He said he had a nightmare, the old man asked upon hearing that. Huh? Gongja thought this time was different from before, but he still explained it as a mental breakdown. This time, going to the mental fortress felt a bit strange. You weren't there with me at that moment, and the mind of the star assassin was also confused, like it was malfunctioning. I thought to myself, I'd better keep that secret from him. Telling him he's my father at that moment would just make him tease me to death. The elder spirit listened in silence, then scratched his head and said, "That's strange. It's unreasonable that I wasn't there with you. People call me a ghost for convenience, but basically I am still just a skill. I do have memories from the past, but ultimately I am only a skill entity. It's basically been living rent-free in your head." Kim Gongja was stunned to hear that. "Really? So why is this happening?" Old Spirit silently propped his chin, looking at him with confusion, Then suddenly the old man shouted, I don't want to think about that. I'm sure that someday we will get an answer if we keep it in our heads. Let's go see the skills the person has achieved. It's been a long time since you've gained a skill like that. Miss Kim only bestows blessings and such. As he spoke, the old elf waved his hand and a series of skill cards appeared. The old man picked up one card and looked surprised. Hey, wow, this guy has all the top-tier skills. That's why I hate you, Hunter, with overpowered abilities. Gong looked up. There are a total of 13. So what about the original clone? Does that count as one of the 13 entities? The old man beside him exclaims. Oh, wow, this skill is interesting too. The goddess's salvation skill was shattered into 100 pieces. The old effect involved a goddess sacrificing everything of herself for a hero. That hero shattered her into 100 pieces, but she still wanted to stay by his side. This goddess later fell from grace and sealed herself into a skill card. You can enhance your skills and strength by offering your memories to the goddess. If you sacrifice memories that are important to you, the boost will be much stronger. The enhancement effect is only temporary. After reading, Gongja reflects, maybe this is the piece of the protective goddess he couldn't obtain. I believe that hero is actually a star killer. The old spirit, after looking at the cards, spoke up. All of his skills are pretty mediocre. They probably suit him. So all those constellations obsessed with twisted people like him. Gongja raised his head and said, I have decided what to take. Old Star Spirit stroked his chin and squinted. That's too big a gamble, don't you think? Forget it, I don't want to admit it. But the skill list of these people so far has been pretty impressive. If it weren't for the Supreme Star, one day they would become great. Forget it, I've made my decision, I need to use it. He secretly thought, I have to defeat the Starry Spirit. However, my victory will not be to kill the Starry Assassin. I must do better. The system has notified you that your decision is being duplicated. Gongja is determined to make him realize that what he's doing is wrong. Rewinding time 24 hours, he goes to meet Ryonu. I have something to ask you. Tell me, little treasure. I didn't expect you to get through this stage so quickly with a star waiting to ambush you. At this moment, he suddenly remembered the woman from his haunting memories, that stupid message. Gong was startled upon recalling it, but he quickly calmed himself down and told himself, that's not her. Comparing her to someone like that is wrong. The Count asked what was wrong since he wasn't saying anything, but Kim Gongja kept shaking his head, indicating he was fine. It's nothing. I just want to send a letter to the outside world. It doesn't have to be a letter, but the sooner the better. The Countess smiled. It's easy. If it doesn't have to be that way, there's an easier way. Where do you want to send it? Sending it to a country with a collapsed government is quite difficult. Gong quickly replied, It's okay. I want to send it to the country where I was born. The woman angrily said, Your homeland, huh? That's easy then. Then she turned to call the 7th class wide-range liaison to come here, asking what this was about this time. Ryondu approached and put a hand on her shoulder saying, Let me introduce her as the wide-area communicator sharing my position, even though we are from different social classes. The liaison replied, If you called me here just to gossip, I'll be leaving now. The Countess quickly said, Calm down, Brahma. I will set up a communication channel connecting to the outside world, so please prepare a line for me. Why me? The Count pointed at him and said, This is not for me, but for this Prince of Death. Brahma looked up at Kim Gongja after hearing that. Gong family bows his head and pleads, Please. Brahma glances at Ryondu, smiling. Then she approached and clasped her hands to you. If someone of low status demands it, I would have already refused outright. But I have observed from afar and seen how dedicated you are to the tower. You deserve a reward for your dedication, so I will help you. Lady Took immediately smiled and waved her hand after hearing this, and a light appeared. As expected, only nobles understand nobles. There is a tall grass. If you keep rambling, I will leave now. The Count immediately replied, I understand. Hurry up and finish quickly. Ron begins to pray. I pray to the great Mother Mary. I wish for a sacred wish, a silent prayer. Please help my silent prayer remain unspoken and not turn into a scream. Please let me stay by their side. I beg you to open a small shrine here. Brahma says to Kim Gong, Give me your phone. After taking your phone, she also begins to recite the spell, connect, and link. If a third person listens, the sound will turn into noise. Wherever there are people, the 3 worlds and the sounds of singing and harmony of all things coexist. As she finished speaking, a beam of light emerged from Kim Gong's phone, connecting to the altar. Countess, smiling at the shrine, said to the prince's tomb, Grandma also mentioned they will answer if you call. They will reply if you send an email. The phone charges will be separate, but we can cover that. However, you must follow the rules of the outside world. Gong steps into the shrine, picks up the phone, and responds with thanks. You start dialing the familiar numbers, hearing the phone ringing. You silently think this is the first number that comes to your mind. The landline phone on the other end also rang, and the person on the line answered. Hello, who is this? Gong Ra is calling. I'm the director, Gongja speaking. The director smiles. Yeah, it's been a while since I saw you. I thought there would be a time when you'd reach out. I see you're living well. You're at the age where life keeps you busy. The deep, warm voice of the director continued to echo, and Gong stood there silently, listening to everything. The director continued, Sometimes there are people I don't know which hospital they come from to ask about you. At first I thought you might have done something wrong. He paused for a moment, hesitant whether to continue speaking. After a moment of internal struggle, he resumed speaking. But after your friend showed me the video, I realized I was wrong. The Crown Prince? What a toxic name, I guess. Gongja awkwardly explained with some regret. I didn't choose it, it was the tower. All right, hearing your voice already makes me happy. But the silence in response from the director made me a bit suspicious. Gongja, I immediately called out your name to confirm. Is something wrong? I'm just calling to ask something. He quickly agreed without hesitation. Tell me. How serious is it? Just tell me that first. He is really serious. Maybe the most serious topic I've ever discussed with him. The director replied, So wait 2 minutes, 3 minutes. I'll go get coffee and settle in. Hearing Gong's family agree with a smile, but he knew better than anyone else, he could imagine how he was feeling. In his mind, the image of the director appeared as a symbol and how difficult it was. I mean, to overcome so many evil things to become a truly good person, who also serves as a role model for himself to follow. All right, I'm sitting down now, go ahead. Gongja paused for a moment, then my hesitant voice echoed again. Did he graduate from Sin CCO High School and Secondary School? He softly replied, Yes. I graduated from CCO High School. It's probably still well known now. He took a sip of coffee, reminiscing about those years. Gongja then asked, Were you the class president in second year? Hearing this, the vague memories of the director flooded back, and he replied uncertainly. It's been nearly a few decades. Gongja fell silent for a moment, then continued to ask, Did anything bad happen on your school rooftop when you were class president? These words gradually stirred the darkness within the director's heart. Gongja then remembered the dark corridor he walked through, and everything was not entirely a nightmare. The image of the chained figure on the rooftop that Rhonda looked down from, or the abandoned schoolyard, or the old house, these hazy memories gradually became clearer. The truth gradually comes to light. The young director once cried in front of Rhonda, saying, Please don't die. Please face life together. Only death is fake. What should have been fake is actually reality, and what was supposed to be true is just a dream, just like Rapanda's strange appearance in that dream. Gongja's voice echoes again. Continuing the conversation, do you remember his name? Kim Yoon. Kim Yoon. The image of Rapanda in Gongja's dream turns out to represent the unfortunate character Kim Yoon from the past. The director remembers that person's name. His name is Kim Yoon. That person was his classmate. They entered the school together on a scholarship. The blurry image from Gongja's dream reappears. The young director crying bitterly, unable to protect his friend. I'm sorry. Kim Yoon once had a child living that life. Someone has lived for decades since then. These memories, buried deep in the director's heart, are now being dredged up. He suspiciously asked where you heard that story from. I thought no one knew about it. The director is smart enough to earn a scholarship. He studied instead of sleeping and dreamed of a future of his own. Indeed, a model of relentless striving, but that person had to witness inhumanity. The times were not in his favor. In other words, he was born at the right moment to be a talented individual. Because all the director received were dismissive words from the lecturers. He said sternly, Focus on prioritizing. No one cares about you guys. Those words were deeply engraved in his heart, and he repeated them more sternly. There is no one left. That's why the director's options have been taken away. His life has been changed. For the director, the rest of his life is only to prove that there was a child named Kim Yoon who once lived. Director, he's here. Kim Yoon is here. Hearing that, he was shocked. What did you just say? To confirm, Gong explained that he lives in the mountainside shack and sits at the back of the class near the window. Do you remember the schoolyard with the wild animals? The one Kim Yoon took care of because no one else cared. Without waiting for Gongja to finish, his voice trembled with panic. Are you okay? On the other end, Gongja continued. He had tried to stop the bullying since the first year, but in a situation where everyone was against the two of them, he had no choice but to give up. Then he confirmed once more that he was here. Without hesitation, the director decided, Can you wait a week? I will go there. The director arrived quickly. I heard that once you step into the tower, you can't leave, and you can't even bring in outside items, so I arranged a few things. Gongja asked in surprise, Are you sure this is okay? He calmly replied, I already have someone to take my place. And there are some things I am responsible for, but they can't do anything now that I am inside the tower. That's their problem. Gongja greeted with a smile, Hello, director. But he simply replied softly, I am no longer the director. You can call me whatever you like. The two of them entered the tower together. The librarian in the corner had arranged for him to be placed in the Grand Library because he had no title. On the way, he cheerfully told Gong that he could truly describe how great he was just by stepping in here. Everyone here is talking about you. Everyone who was there guided me as I entered the tower, accepting his praise, and Gong looked proud and boastful. I was a bit prominent in that tower. I am second. Hearing that, the director said with a teasing look. But when it comes to studies, you're at the bottom. At this moment, Herrick approached to greet him. Are you the one who raised the crown prince? Please introduce yourself. They call me the heretical judge. A pleasure to meet you. The Black Witch also approaches to greet us. I am the Black Dragon Sovereign. The crown prince has helped me a lot. He is our vice president. So if you need anything, just let us know. Baladin respectfully bows beside him. I am the Holy Knight responsible for the security of the first floor. This isn't something I wanted to mention on our first meeting, but the tower always needs a place to take care of children. I will meet with you later. He cheerfully responded to their sincerity. Thank you for the warm welcome. Seeing his lack of courtesy, Gongja approached and asked quietly, You seem familiar with this scene. One of the children from your generation at the facility has become a counselor. When that happened, dozens of people had already gone to the orphanage. Huh? Who? Immediately, Kim Gong reacted fiercely. The image of the boy from the dream appears again. It's him. Kim Han, do you remember him? But he changed his name. Gong family, hearing that, became even more panicked. But that guy is really slow-witted. What is his new name? He replied casually. Kim Han silently thought he's still a fool, just leaving out the last word, since it doesn't concern him anyway. He sighed at Kim Gong Ra's confusion and ignored it. Although I've watched the video, Mr. Kung paused to look around and assess. This world really is strange. He turned to Gong Ra and asked where he was. He didn't rush and just responded. I think I should first explain the power I received here. Then he started telling him everything that happened. His eyes shifted from calm to shock. In the end, it was sorrow. He couldn't believe it and could only say that it was hard to believe. Then he looked down at the cup of tea in his hand. But just knowing Kim Yun is already impossible enough. Kim Yun isn't even in the album. The fact that there are no traces of him anywhere left, his image only exists in his mind. He continued, Think about it, Gong Ra. They could have left a space for him. Remember that special album? Everyone was smiling brightly. How can those bastards be smiling like that? He decisively sipped his tea to stay calm before seriously telling Gong to bring his traces here. The Gong family remained silent, then waved their hand to summon a cloud of inky black smoke that grew larger and appeared before him. Then Ripanda appeared, and he was surprised and said, I never imagined this situation. He is a bit angry. Did you kidnap the puppet and forcefully awaken it? My power. I can't use it. Either you have disrupted the system or used something powerful. Watching him stand proudly with an expression that seemed unchanged, the director knelt before him and called out Kim Yun. He knelt down and apologized, saying, I am one of those who caused your death. I've always wanted to say this. Ripanda's gaze remained cold as ever, her sculpted face showing no other expression in response to the director's apology. Yeah.